An imperial edict, akin to the expulsion of a dog, dictated by the female emperor of the Nangong clan, commands the exile of Yuqing from the empire, never to return to the capital, all for the sake of securing her ascent to power after his dantian was destroyed. Little did she know that Yuqing, despite the devastation of his dantian, had acquired an invincible system. Moreover, she could not have anticipated that following his departure, the empire would descend into chaos, as sealed demons surged back into the mortal realm, and the fierce soldiers of the barbarian nation laid siege to the city, while the closely allied sacred grounds shut their doors to all. It was only in the end that she realized the root of all this turmoil stemmed solely from the absence of Yuqing's steadfast presence in the empire. Awakening to her grave mistake, the Nangong female emperor yearned for Yuqing's return, but the latter merely cast a fleeting glance her way. When I was part of the Fuyao Empire, I could extend my protection to all, but now that I am no longer a citizen of Fuyao, what concern is it of mine? At this moment, I desire nothing more than to wander the world freely, with the heavens and earth as my backdrop. On the desolate continent of Tianhuang, within the Fuyao Empire, in the dark and damp depths beneath the imperial capital, countless black chains flickered with an eerie luminescence, occasionally rattling ominously. At the very center of this intricate web of chains lay two grotesque, colossal demons, sealed within. Even with the vastness of the imperial capital serving as a barrier and the celestial chains as support, the aura radiating from the two demons remained terrifying and unsettling. Beneath these towering behemoths flickered the dim light of a solitary candle. The candle, precariously placed upon a stone table, flickered as if on the verge of extinguishing, its glow seeming utterly out of place amidst the oppressive energy emanating from the two beasts. On the opposite end of the stone table lounged a young man clad in green. In his hands, he toyed with a makeshift deck of playing cards crafted from coarse paper. "A pair of jokers," Yuqing declared, laying two cards upon the stone surface while his gaze shifted toward the monstrous entities. The creature on the right visibly paled, its fingers trembling as they clutched the cards, the tips of its fingers, the size of a human head, turning white with pressure. I cannot afford it." After a long pause, it spoke in a faltering, stammering voice, shaking its massive head vigorously, its facial muscles quivering in a display of terror. At that moment, the creature on the left shuddered, quickly making a decision. Too much. I cannot afford it either." With that, both demons focused their gaze upon Yuqing. "If neither of you can manage a pair of threes, then I shall release you," Yuqing said with a smirk. He spread the cards out before him, then stood up, stretching lazily as he remarked, "So, what do you say? Will you concede to the wager?" As he spoke, he produced a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. The two demons quaked in unison. "Fear not. I shall not harm you. I merely require half a gene of your essence to concoct some medicine," Yuqing chuckled, plunging the knife forward. Under the pitiful gazes of the two demons, each lost half a gene of blood, and Yuqing finally relented. With a smile, he collected the essence and casually gathered the stone table, then began his slow ascent up the dark stairway leading to the surface. "I shall visit you again next time," he waved as a farewell. The two demons trembled anew. "Please do not come back." Yet on the surface, they could only muster a smile, even more grotesque than tears, watching Yuqing depart. "By the way," Yuqing paused mid-step. Turning back, he said languidly, "From now on, I expect you to behave. If I sense even a hint of your disturbance of the seal while I am above ground, I guarantee I will come back to reside here for 3 days and nights." With that, Yuqing finally returned to the surface. He arrived at a courtyard in the southern part of the imperial city. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. With a babbling brook, and beneath the bamboo grove, stood a set of exquisite tea utensils crafted from fine spiritual wood, beside which lay Yuqing's personal reclining chair. The only incongruity was a sheep lying on its back in the warm sunlight. The sheep, a plump ball, occasionally opened its half-lidded eyes, seemingly lethargic, while munching on a blade of grass. "Have the barbarians sent more gifts?" "The gifts are rather unimpressive," Yuqing remarked, absently fiddling with a peculiar trinket in his hand. Upon hearing this, the sheep opened its eyes, chewed the grass tilted in its mouth, then closed its eyes once more, evidently displeased by Yuqing's chatter. "An imperial edict has arrived." At that moment, a shrill voice pierced the air, followed by the entrance of 3 eunuchs into the courtyard. Upon seeing Yuqing, the leading eunuch cast a meaningful glance before proclaiming, "By decree of the Fuyao female emperor, Yuqing is commanded to enter the palace immediately, without delay. This is a royal edict." Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly. Why has Fuyao summoned me so suddenly? With a sense of curiosity, he wasted no time, changing into appropriate attire, and proceeded into the royal palace. However, along the way, he encountered numerous civil and military officials. Upon sighting him, they exhibited expressions of surprise, and a murmur of discussions erupted. It is a pity for Yuqing when the empire was first established, he faced the three great vassal kings alone, demonstrating unparalleled valor and making significant contributions. What a shame. Indeed, while he did defeat the three kings, he himself was left with a ruined dantian, reduced to a mere idle prince living off his past glories. What of an idle prince? Has the empire treated him poorly? Such a traitor, living off the empire. Indeed, this does not absolve him of colluding with foreign factions in a plot of rebellion. Yuqing's brow knitted further, sensing that something was amiss. Upon reaching the gates of the Fuyao Hall, he found himself surrounded by a throng of Fuyao soldiers. Before them stood a chief eunuch holding the imperial edict. Yuqing, accused of collusion with foreign powers and intent to rebel, should have faced the annihilation of his entire clan. However, considering your past merits, we have decided to show mercy by stripping you of your princely title and exiling you from the Fuyao Empire. This is the royal decree. Colluding with foreign powers and plotting rebellion? Despite overhearing numerous discussions along the way, Yuqing paid them no mind. The political infighting and unfounded accusations within the court were all too common. Yet hearing the imperial decree echo such claims left him momentarily stunned. For the edict represented the will of the female emperor. Perhaps others were unaware, but Nangong Fuyao herself knew the truth. This emperor was the very person he had supported to ascend the throne. After Nangong Fuyao's ascension, Yuqing had aided her in eliminating dissenters, subduing the three kings, and strategizing for the prosperity of the populace and the stability of her rule. One could say that without him, there would be no flourishing Fuyao Empire today. However, disinterested in power, he had retreated into the shadows once the empire stabilized, leading a life dedicated to nurturing fish and tending to flowers. In truth, anyone could conspire for power, except for him. Even if one were to claim that I conspired with foreign powers, it is not for you to say. It should be the emperor herself who addresses me. Bold Yuqing, how dare you directly address the female emperor? The chief eunuch's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at Yuqing, shouting sharply, "Let him enter!" At that moment, a commanding female voice resonated from within the Fuyao Hall, laced with an undeniable imperial authority. Upon the command, 3,000 Fuyao soldiers bowed in unison. Make way for him." The chief eunuch let out a scornful huff, finally parting the way for Yuqing. Disregarding the onlookers, Yuqing stepped into the Fuyao Hall. At the head of the hall sat a woman clad in red, her beauty captivating and her every gesture exuding an air of authority. It was none other than the Fuyao female emperor, Nangong Fuyao. Beside her stood a figure named Xiao Wuchen, renowned as the most gifted young talent of the Fuyao Empire, a prodigy bearing the prestigious supreme bone. Once upon a time, Xiao Wuchen could even be considered half a disciple of Yuqing. Yuqing paid no heed to Xiao Wuchen, but instead directed his gaze toward Nangong Fuyao, his eyes filled with questions and confusion. Meeting Yuqing's gaze, Nangong Fuyao looked down imperiously, her face a mask of imperial authority. "There is nothing more to discuss. The evidence is irrefutable. Out of consideration for your past contributions, I spare your life. You may leave." Her words were delivered with indifference, as if she were dismissing a mere cur. Yuqing's brow knitted tightly. Even though he had anticipated this moment since the issuance of the decree, hearing those words from Nangong Fuyao's lips proved difficult to accept. "Why?" Yuqing inquired, lifting his head. "The empire does not wrong any innocent person," Nangong Fuyao replied without a hint of emotion. "The evidence is undeniable." "You know I'm not asking about that," Yuqing asserted. For they all understood that the so-called charges could not withstand scrutiny. Anyone with clear eyes could discern the truth, let alone the fact that this female emperor remained oblivious. This meant that the charges leveled against him were implicitly approved by her. Indeed, it was possible that these accusations were orchestrated by her own hand. "Are you questioning me?" A cold voice escaped Nangong Fuyao's lips, each word dripping with authority, a palpable imperial pressure emanating from her, bearing down upon Yuqing. "I will say it once more, I only acknowledge evidence." In response, Yuqing felt a sharp pain in his here-tan ache of betrayal. He was not a native of this world, but had traversed from a realm known as Blue Star. It was on a night fraught with snow and tempest, as he embarked upon the path of cultivation, that he stumbled upon a little girl curled in a corner, her face tinged with the hue of frost. From that moment on, A duo, one large and one small, embarked upon the arduous journey of cultivation in the vast realm. Together they shared a bowl of porridge and quenched their thirst with a cup of water. The girl called out to her brother from behind, and he steadfastly protected this sister, bound to him by no blood ties. Eventually, the girl came to learn of her true heritage. She was a princess, a royal of the fallen dynasty. Yuqing aided her in returning to the palace, reclaiming her rightful identity and power. In time, she confided in Yuqing her ambition to ascend to the throne. Without hesitation, Yuqing resolved to eliminate her adversaries, enabling her, a mere woman, to occupy the imperial seat. Yet, as the years swiftly passed, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the lofty empress before him with the little girl she once was. "It appears you no longer require my assistance." Yuqing sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. What a joke! However, these words struck the empress profoundly, igniting her fury. With a thunderous clap of her formidable power, she shattered the table into fragments. She was an empress of her word, a sovereign above all, not a fragile girl in need of protection. This individual persisted in recalling some unflattering memories, adopting a guise of guardianship over her. Such behavior repulsed her to the core. To put it plainly, she despised the notion of anyone knowing that she, the illustrious Fuyao Empress, once harbored a past that filled her with shame. There had once existed a version of her that was weak. She could not abide the thought that behind all her successes lay the shadow of this person, particularly now, when he was rendered a mere invalid. She was determined to erase this dark chapter from her history. Undeniably, Yuqing had once aided her, but she was the empress. "I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." Yuqing, it is undeniable that you contributed significantly to the establishment of the empire. Yet you overestimate your importance. Do you think I cannot thrive without you? To speak frankly, I am surrounded by an abundance of talent now, and the Fuyao Empire flourishes like never before. My Fuyao Empire will lack for no one, including you. Before I change my mind and decide to eliminate you, I advise you to vanish from my sight, Nangong Fuyao declared, devoid of any emotional inflection. Yuqing gazed at the now unfamiliar Nangong Fuyao, and for reasons unknown, a sense of tranquility washed over him. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high. "Then, as you wish. Since the mountain bird and the fish are disparate, let the mountains and waters remain unacquainted." With that, he turned his back, casting a glance at the grand entrance, and began to walk away. His words were unmistakable. From that moment forth, all ties between them were severed. Even should they meet again, they would be strangers. A fleeting flicker of guilt crossed Nangong Fuyao's eyes, but this feeling was swiftly eclipsed by unwavering resolve. Xiao Wuchen was tasked with escorting Yuqing out of the Fuyao palace. He cast a complex glance at Yuqing, offering no farewell, before turning back to the palace. It was undeniable that although Yuqing had been incapacitated when he vanquished the three kings, his wealth of cultivation experience remained intact. Though he had never taken a master, he had indeed learned much from Yuqing. Until today, he had held great respect for him. Yet it was curious, perhaps Yuqing simply overestimated his own significance. This vast Fuyao Empire would continue to function seamlessly, regardless of who was absent. He would not allow Yuqing to hinder his own future. Chapter 2. So, what does it have to do with me? Yuqing has departed, taking with him his courtyard and all that resided within it, including that incongruous sheep, tucked away in the sleeve of his robe. The sky today is slightly overcast, with a fine drizzle occasionally descending from above. Yet, the imperial city remains as boisterous as ever, seemingly unaffected by Yuqing's departure in the slightest. He lingered at the city gates for a long while, extending his hand to feel the gentle rain, taking a swig of strong liquor before turning his back and leaving the city that had been his home for 2 decades. He also took with him the long sword that had been embedded deep within the imperial city's earth. The sword appeared unremarkable, with signs of rust, and was returned to Yuqing's sleeve. No one knew when this sword had been plunged into the ground, nor did anyone realize that it had just been withdrawn. All that the populace was aware of was the sudden, thunderous rumble emanating from beneath the imperial city, as if an uncontrollable force was on the verge of breaking through the earth. Yuqing did not spare it a glance. He had never fancied himself a sage. Here, he could cherish and protect all that he loved. But if he were to leave everything, what does it have to do with me? The sheep cast a forlorn gaze at Yuqing, indicating its hunger once more. While Yuqing casually plucked a tuft of foxtail grass and stuffed it into its mouth, the world knew of his prowess in vanquishing 3 kings. Yet none were aware that it was in the face of adversity that he awakened the exclusive boon of a time traveler, a system. This system proved reliable, rewarding him with countless gifts. including the sheep and this sword. In merely 20 years, with a sip of tea and the listening of melodies, his cultivation had reached an unfathomable height, one even he himself could scarcely comprehend. All he knew was that he was undeniably strong. At this level of cultivation, he felt little desire for further ascension. Content to remain in his modest domain, he preferred to enjoy wine, savor tea, and occasionally seek amusement in the depths of the imperial city. Yet now, perhaps it was time to embark on a journey in accordance with the system's tasks, to explore the world while also discovering what lay at the end of the path. To take on a disciple. As he read the system's notification, Yuqing's eyes flickered with interest. According to the system, he was to venture south to find his own apprentice. The south. It seemed to be the southern kingdom. He had long heard tales of the southern kingdom's breathtaking scenery, and now he would finally have the chance to witness it for himself. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Fuyao imperial city. In the grand hall, the imposing figure of Nangong Fuyao stood clad in crimson, her countenance stormy enough to reign. "Who can tell me what has transpired with the seal?" she demanded in a low voice. "Since the sealing of those two demons in the imperial city." Although there had been occasional tremors in the past, such disturbances had dwindled over time, becoming nearly imperceptible in recent years. Never before had such a significant upheaval occurred since the sealing. "Your Majesty, we have just conducted an inspection and found no issues with the seal," one elderly man approached, speaking with utmost respect. "If the seal is intact, why then did such a disturbance occur?" Nangong Fuyao pressed sternly. The elder bowed his head, kneeling on the ground, his face flushed as he struggled to explain. Despite the seal showing no signs of malfunction, the cause of the recent tremor remained elusive. "Strengthen the seal further and monitor the subterranean movements closely. Report any anomalies to me immediately," commanded Nangong Fuyao, issuing a series of orders before returning to the Fuyao Hall. Sitting in the hall, she displayed signs of fatigue. For reasons unknown, she had felt restless over the past couple of days. Logically, at her level of cultivation, such disturbances should not occur. Rubbing her forehead, she pondered that perhaps it was simply the result of too many trivial matters weighing on her mind. Days passed, and Yuqing was already on his way to the southern kingdom. At this moment, he stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the distant landscape, a gentle breeze caressing him and lifting his spirits. "The scenery outside is truly splendid. Brother Yu, what brings you here all alone?" At that moment, several figures swept toward him from a distance, led by a maiden in a long dress, Lu Yi. Having traveled several hundred miles from the imperial city, Yuqing encountered Lu Yi and her companions on the road. Their rapport was immediate, and they decided to journey together. "Brother Yu, take care. There are beastly creatures lurking in these mountains. Smaller ones are manageable, but if a larger beast appears, we might not be able to protect you," Lu Yi warned, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "All right, let's proceed," Yuqing replied with a smile. The group traversed the mountain range, reaching a small town before nightfall. Under the starry sky, with a gentle breeze blowing through the window, Yuqing leaned against the sill, intrigued as he listened to Lu Yi and her fellow disciples banter jovially. A smile gradually crept onto his face, though he was considerably older than them. Who among them had harbored dreams of chivalry and heroism in their youth? "Come, brother Yu, let us toast to you." The youths, whom Yuqing regarded as younger brothers, raised their cups toward him. "Cheers," Yuqing reciprocated, lifting his cup. At that moment, Lu Yi approached, a hint of regret in her voice. "Brother Yu, I fear we must part ways tomorrow." Oh, Yuqing looked up at her. "Though we are heading in the same direction, we plan to avoid the main roads for our training. The alternative routes can be quite perilous. If you accompany us, we might struggle to ensure your safety. Of course, I mean no offense," she added hastily. Yuqing chuckled softly. "You underestimate me too much. I should have mentioned that I possess a modicum of cultivation myself." The revelation ignited excitement in Lu Yi and her companions, their eyes brightening as they eagerly inquired. "What level of cultivation do you possess, brother Yu?" "Hee, I could take any of you on without breaking a sweat," Yuqing declared, raising his fist with a grin. "Then allow me to spar with you." Brother Yu, a nearby youth, who had been drinking, suddenly set down his cup and dashed forward with a swift strike. His palm, infused with profound energy, was directed at Yuqing's chest, showcasing his impressive talent and achieving innate mastery. In response to the incoming attack, Yuqing merely smiled, raising his hand to effortlessly pin the youth's wrist between his fingers, rendering his strike utterly ineffective. "Wow, brother Yu is incredibly strong. You're practically at the level of our sect's protector." The youths gazed at Yuqing with admiration, exclaiming in astonishment. Only Lu Yi blushed, sticking out her tongue in surprise. "So brother Yu is this formidable. How is it, traveling with you all? Is it satisfactory?" Yuqing inquired with a smile. "With brother Yu's strength, we have nothing to worry about. We shall rely on you for guidance along the way," Lu Yi promptly replied. "Of course, that's no trouble at all. We shall assist each other." Yuqing raised his cup, surrounded by laughter and joy. Only the sheep, lying on its back on a soft couch nearby, cast a disdainful glance at Yuqing. Chapter 3. Yuqing has left? ILL stormed the seal right away. As time passed, The news of Yuqing's expulsion from the Fuyao Empire gradually spread. Far beyond the borders of the Fuyao Empire lay a vast desert, stretching endlessly with yellow sands as far as the eye could see. Yet, on the distant horizon, a grand and majestic city rose up. Countless armored cavalrymen, mounted on enormous beasts, patrolled the surroundings. At the heart of the city, within a towering fortress, sat the leaders of two great barbarian nations. One was Man Shan, the chieftain of the Shaman kingdom, and the other was Gongsun II, the leader of the Tu Shan kingdom. Both men were towering figures, bearded and with long black hair cascading over their shoulders, devouring meat in great gulps. Each glance and gesture of theirs exuded a formidable presence and cultivation. What, at that moment? Man Shan smashed his wine cup down, his face a mask of disbelief. Are you saying that the demon has been expelled from the Fuyao Empire? This news just arrived from the Fuyao imperial city. And it is absolutely true. Gongsun II replied solemnly. Nonsense. Is Nangong Fuyao out of her mind? Man Shan shook his head in disbelief. How foolish must one be to do such a thing? It's like stabbing oneself in the throat. Self-sabotage doesn't work like this. Yet, the next moment, one of his trusted aides entered, presenting him with a sealed letter. By the heavens, it's true. Man Shan opened the letter, stunned into silence. Clearly, his spies had also uncovered this news. Though their actions had been slower than those of Gongsun Tuesday. No, let me think this through. Man Shan sank back into his seat, scratching his head as his thoughts raced. How could this be possible? After a lengthy pause, he raised his head, eyes gleaming with insight. So, does this mean we no longer need to ally with the Fuyao Empire? If that demon has truly left, then indeed, Gongsun II replied thoughtfully. No, Man Shan shook his head again. What if this is just a ruse by that demon to test us? Then he might come looking for us to share tea again. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Gongsun II's spine, causing him to involuntarily stamp his foot. It was a memory he wished to forget, one that brought tears to his eyes upon reflection. It appears that this matter requires careful deliberation. Gongsun II, with a cautious demeanor, flickered his gaze and, after a lengthy pause, spoke. Let us do this. First, we shall fabricate some excuse to delay the alliance. Simultaneously, we will continue to investigate the veracity of the information and ascertain that he is indeed no longer within the borders of the Fuyao Empire before formulating our next steps. Very well, let it be decided thus. Man Shan clapped his hands in agreement and then remarked, Our two great barbarian nations are among the most powerful in this southern region. I have never held the diminutive Fuyao Empire in high regard. And it is only due to the threat posed by that demon that we have refrained from speaking out. If he is truly absent from the Fuyao Empire, then we shall no longer feel obliged to show it any deference. Indeed, Gongsun II nodded in agreement. It shall be decided. Good. Meanwhile, in the Fuyao Empire, deep within the pitch-black depths of the imperial capital, two sealed demonic entities were panting heavily in the darkness. The pressure has dissipated these past few days. If I am not mistaken, he has taken that sword away. A deep and sonorous voice resonated through the shadows. Without that sword, these insignificant chains and the formation above us cannot restrain us for long. But what does he mean by this? A silence enveloped the darkness. After a considerable time, the voice resumed, If he is up there, even without that sword, as long as we make the slightest commotion, he will detect us, and we will still be unable to break free. Yet this still presents us with an opportunity. Without that sword, we can at least gradually wear away the seal above us without causing a disturbance, ultimately breaking free in one decisive surge. Although this will take some time, it is our only chance. Very well, we shall wait for a while. Once we are free, I shall ensure that these wretched humans pay the price. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the stairs leading to the depths. Soon after, a group of blue-clad cultivators descended the stairs under the guidance of an elderly man and a young man. Everyone, inspect the seals, commanded the elder and the youth, standing beside the altar, their sharp gazes scrutinizing the actions of the blue-clad individuals. Master Son, you mentioned that Yuqing has made significant contributions to the empire. Has he truly been exiled? The youth could not help but murmur. Master Son, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. Yuqing was indeed commendable in his time, but that was then. Now he is nothing but a useless husk. Indeed, the youth sighed. Yet overall, it is a pity for such a person. However, their conversation was overheard in the shadows nearby. The two hidden demonic entities, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances in the darkness. What? Yuqing has been expelled from the empire? The two demons instinctively tugged at their black chains, leaning forward as if fearing they had misheard. The heavy clanking of the chains failed to draw the attention of Master Son and the youth. It was entirely normal for the beasts to make a bit of noise. The two merely exchanged a glance before continuing their conversation. There is nothing to lament, Master Son remarked disdainfully, regardless of whether the accusations of treason are true or not. He is clearly unaware of his own insignificance. Now a mere waste, he still clings to past glories, believing himself of great worth. His expulsion from the empire is the best outcome for him. and we should take heed of this. However, as soon as Master Sun finished speaking, the darkness nearby erupted with two earth-shattering roars, sending tremors through the entire imperial city, akin to an earthquake, as countless ornaments swayed and decorations crashed to the ground. What is happening? South Palace Fuyao sprang to her feet, hastily exiting the palace. Outside, chaos reigned as the ground split open with cracks resembling a spider's web, and numerous buildings collapsed. The entire imperial capital was engulfed in panic. At that moment, the previously underground Master Sun burst forth, standing before South Palace Fuyao. "Your Majesty, it is dire. The two demonic entities are assaulting the seals," Master Sun exclaimed, his face grave. "And under their vigorous assault, the seals have already begun to weaken." "What?" South Palace Fuyao's expression shifted dramatically. Had the seals been inspected recently and deemed intact? Why would these two entities suddenly attack the seals? Furthermore, even if they did attack, logically, they should not be able to breach the seals, so how could they weaken? I don't know," Master Sun stammered, nearly in tears. "I was merely conducting the routine inspection when the two demons began their assault." "Incompetence." South Palace Fuyao scolded sharply, yet she understood that this was not the time to assign blame. Promptly issuing commands, "Immediately notify the Heavenly Palace to act collectively and reinforce the seals. We must ensure these two demons are suppressed anew." "Yes." Master Sun and the others wasted no time, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should these two demons break free, the entire imperial capital would face calamity. After a series of commands were given, South Palace Fuyao returned to the palace, awaiting news of the demon suppression. Sitting alone, for reasons unknown, the image of Yuqing surfaced in her mind. Why had misfortunes begun to unfold one after another since his departure? But this thought was fleeting, as South Palace Fuyao quickly dismissed it with a cold snort. While she could not deny Yuqing's past capabilities, he was now merely a useless being. The disturbances caused by the demons and the alliance with the barbarian nations had no connection to him. It was merely a coincidence. As night fell, a man in his 60s, leaning on a cane, solemnly entered the palace. This man was the head of the Heavenly Palace, Sun Xuanji, an institution established at the rise of South Palace Fuyao. A cradle for the strong of the Fuyao Empire, housing various experts gathered by her over the years. "Director Sun, how is the situation?" South Palace Fuyao inquired urgently. Sun Xuanji shook his head gravely and replied, "After a day of effort, we have temporarily managed to reseal the two demons, but this is only a stopgap measure, unless the experts of the entire Heavenly Palace continuously channel energy into the seals for 12 hours. We can only maintain a precarious balance with those demons. Otherwise, it will not be long before they break free." South Palace Fuyao's expression shifted at once. Asking the entire Heavenly Palace's experts to channel energy for 12 hours without interruption was simply impossible. Would they cease their cultivation? Furthermore, could they sustain such a strain for half a month, let alone half a year? "Director Sun, have you determined why the seals, which were originally intact, suddenly allowed these two demons to assault and weaken them?" South Palace Fuyao posed her greatest confusion. Upon hearing this, the head of the Heavenly Palace, with a grave expression, sighed and replied, "According to our thorough investigation, while the imperial city's chain seals are intact, they have never been sufficient to restrain the two demons." With those words, the gravity of the situation became even clearer. Like a bombshell, the news fell upon Nangong Fuyao's ears. How could this be possible? If the seal itself is insufficient to contain the two formidable beasts, why did they not breach the seal at the moment it was cast, choosing instead to wait until now? Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanji shook his head with a bitter smile. "This matter perplexes them greatly as well. It is utterly illogical. However, your Majesty need not worry excessively. Although it is currently necessary for the Heavenly Palace to input energy into the seal without interruption for 12 hours to maintain its suppression, for the time being, it can indeed be contained. Moreover, it suddenly occurs to me that within our empire, the Qingyan sect's ancient adept is highly skilled in formations and seals, regarded as a pinnacle of expertise among the neighboring nations." Sun Xuanji continued, "If we could summon him, perhaps a solution could be found. If that is the case, then hasten to call him for assistance. If he can resolve this issue, I shall reward him handsomely," Nangong Fuyao declared with resolute determination. Sun Xuanji bowed his head in response, saying, "Yes, your Majesty, I shall arrange it at once." Meanwhile, while chaos reigned in Fuyao imperial capital, Yuqing and Lu Yi, along with their companions, continued their journey southward, honing their skills and experiencing the diverse cultures along the way. Unbeknownst to them, they remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding events. Night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the group lit a bonfire, casting a warm glow upon their flushed faces. As they enjoyed their post-meal revelry, Lu Yi, her eyes sparkling, said, "Brother Yu, why not join our Qingyan sect?" The moment her words left her lips, they sparked a chorus of enthusiastic agreement from the others, urging, "Yes, Brother Yu, you are not much older than us, and with your impressive cultivation, you should definitely join us." One added, "Our Qingyan sect has a significant legacy." Surely, you have heard of the green-robed sword immortal, the very one who vanquished the three kings during the establishment of the Fuyao Empire. He is a great figure, and our ancestor had connections with him. Another chimed in. Moreover, our ancestor is not only powerful but also uniquely adept in formations. If you have an interest in formations, perhaps he could teach you. Wow, is it really that impressive? Yuqing exclaimed, his thoughts drifting back 20 years to the long-forgotten title of green-robed sword immortal, surprised to hear it from a group of young ones. Reflecting on their ancestor, he recalled a certain connection. For it seemed that the skills and formations he possessed were indeed imparted by himself. Chapter 5. Could this beast have already been cooked? Coincidentally, our ancestor will also be heading south on business and could bring us back. Lu Yi and the others continued to express their eagerness, asking, so, what do you say, brother Yu? Joining the sect is not urgent. Let us see if we have the chance to meet your ancestor first. Yuqing replied with a gentle smile. That is fine. Our ancestor is quite amiable and cares for us junior disciples. We will definitely introduce you to him. They chirped enthusiastically. These young adventurers, fresh to the world, expressed their desires openly. Yuqing was more than content to be among them, especially since they were earnest and not mischievous when it came to drinking. At that moment, the group was gathered around the bonfire, preparing their dinner. Typically, upon reaching the innate realm, one could fast for several days, or at the very least, consume a low-grade fasting pill to sustain themselves for days without food or drink. However, ever since Yuqing had treated them to a hot pot meal, these youngsters had abandoned the fasting pills and eagerly awaited another feast. Since his arrival in this world, regardless of his cultivation level, he had maintained a habit of enjoying meals, particularly hot pot and barbecues, complemented by a bit of wine, a delight unknown to the average cultivator. Thus, in the courtyard filled with treasures, he had all manner of ingredients and utensils. You all wash the pots and prepare. I will go gather some ingredients. After retrieving the necessary items, Yuqing ventured into the forest to seek out food. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and the others excitedly set about their preparations. In the forest, the moment Yuqing stepped forward, he found himself on a different hill. He gazed silently around. He murmured softly. He had intended to find some ordinary wild beasts for ingredients, but unexpectedly encountered a demonic beast, an entity of the heavenly desolation realm. The realm of demonic beasts is roughly comparable to that of humans. After the innate stage, they can draw upon the natural energies of heaven and earth for cultivation. Thus, the realms beyond innate are classified as human desolation, earth desolation, and heavenly desolation. Demonic beasts absorb the energies of heaven and earth for their cultivation, possessing pure flesh far superior in taste to ordinary beasts. Although a heavenly desolation beast is indeed formidable, akin to the power of a minor sect's leader, it would serve well to nourish these young ones. With a decisive step, Yuqing approached the demonic beast, startled by the sudden appearance of a human. The beast, unable to take on a human form, nonetheless spoke. Die, it roared, opening its massive jaws to lunge at Yuqing. Yet, it met its demise in an instant. This beast, resembling a tiger but smaller in stature, was swiftly collected by Yuqing as he made his way back to camp. Wow, brother Yu, what kind of beast is this? I've never seen one like it. Lu Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she beheld the ingredient Yuqing had brought back. Brother Yu, you take a rest. I will handle it, one young disciple said, drawing his sword and approaching the beast. With a single strike aimed at the beast's head, he only managed to scratch its skin. Laughter erupted from the group, teasing him about his lack of strength. Use my knife, Yuqing offered, pulling out a broad, heavy cleaver. For reasons unknown, the moment the knife appeared, Lu Yi and the others felt an inexplicable chill, and their somewhat sentient swords dimmed in their hands. However, this fleeting change went unnoticed by the inexperienced youngsters. Wow, brother Yu, you even have this kind of knife prepared, the boy exclaimed in surprise as he took the cleaver, then swiftly decapitated the beast with ease. Yuqing chuckled. As a semi-professional gourmet, one must be equipped with the right tools. The head is unnecessary, it looks unappetizing. The boy casually hung the severed head on a tree. Under the light of the moon, laughter and joy filled the air around the bonfire. Yuqing transformed into a master chef, adding seasonings to the hot pot until a bubbling cauldron of broth soon captivated everyone's attention. Come, let us raise a toast to brother Yu. The young men and women produced wine flasks and toasted Yuqing, then began to savor their meal. Before long, the group was indulging, their mouths glistening with oil as they enjoyed meat and wine, leading to one young one becoming tipsy and reminiscing about the past. The sight of these youngsters, still in their early years, brought Yuqing a sense of amusement. However, just as the jovial atmosphere reached its peak, an unsettling chill crept in silently. Yuqing's grip on the wine flask faltered momentarily, yet he remained still, casting a watchful eye on Lu Yi and the others. Soon, they too sensed the shift, their expressions sharpening as they instinctively drew their swords and formed a defensive stance, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Yuqing found himself instinctively encircled by them. Their alertness was commendable, observing their actions. Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. In the very next moment, a myriad of rustling sounds erupted from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a mocking voice. "TSK, TSK, a group of little brats, your vigilance is quite commendable." Shadows began to close in from all directions, and among them stood a bald man, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, his face marred by a menacing scar. "Hand over your pills and treasures, and I may spare your lives." He growled ominously. As the man spoke, the group quickly grasped their identities. In the vast Fuyao Empire, where numerous sects thrived, many cultivators of middling ability banded together to rob passing practitioners of their resources. In essence, they were no different from bandits, just bandits with a touch of cultivation. "Why should we comply with you? Consider this a warning. Do not act recklessly. We are disciples of the Qingyan sect." Lu Yi boldly replied, brandishing her sword while revealing the Qingyan sect's token. "Humph." The bald man scoffed derisively. "We are thousands of miles from the Qingyan sect. Even if you report us later, they would have no way of tracking us down. Since you refuse to heed our warning, do not blame us for what happens next." With that, he waved his hand, commanding, "Seize them." Yet, despite his commands, his followers remained frozen in place, trembling with fear. Confused, he turned back to them, demanding, "What are you doing? Have you all lost your minds?" Just as he spoke, one of his subordinates nudged him and gestured toward a nearby tree, where the head of a demonic beast hung. "Gah!" He let out a sharp scream, producing a sound reminiscent of a dry duck's quack. For those who had long roamed this area, that head was far too familiar. It belonged to a monstrous beast from the realm of desolation. The sovereign of this region, they had once inadvertently encountered it, and their group had nearly been annihilated. The ghastly scar etched across his face was a testament to that beast's ferocity, and now the severed head of the beast hung from a tree. He turned his gaze to the bubbling pot beside him, swallowing hard. Surely, the head of the beast from the realm of desolation had not already made its way into the pot. Chapter 6. This formation can only be arranged by Yuqing. At the mere thought, his legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. His gaze swept over, finally resting upon Yuqing. The prowess of that group of young rascals was laid bare before him. Only this young man remained inscrutable, having been absorbed in drinking since their arrival. It was evident that the beast had fallen to this man's hand. He must be an extraordinary master. To have cooked a beast from the realm of desolation was akin to stepping on a veritable iron plate for them. In a moment of sheer terror, this group dared not even exhale. Their breaths audible, teetering on the brink of suffocation. They didn't even dare to make the slightest move, not even to flee. Suddenly, a voice akin to thunder resounded in their minds. "Get lost," upon utterance of that word. Their heads throbbed with a piercing pain, leaving them dazed, yet they could not afford to linger, fearfully exclaiming, "Yes, yes, we are leaving right now." Having spoken, the bandits fled in a panic as if granted a reprieve from death. Quickly vanishing from sight, Yuqing continued to drink, having discerned that these bandits were merely after riches and bore no intent to kill. Thus, he had no desire to hold them accountable, offering only a minor lesson. The sheep beside him remained blissfully unaware, sleeping with its legs in the air, never once opening its eyes. Only later did they realize they were disciples of the Qingyan sect, prompting their hasty retreat. Lu Yi and the others, their eyes gleaming, were too naive to consider any deeper implications. They merely assumed they had frightened the bandits away with the Qingyan sect's reputation. They sheathed their swords and resumed their feasting. For their age group, experiencing the previous events had not instilled fear, but rather a sense of pride. "Hey, brother Yuqing, did you see that? Our Qingyan sect is quite formidable, isn't it?" Just a word scared off that band of bandits. "When we see the ancestor, you must definitely join our Qingyan sect." The youngsters expressed their delight and pride to Yuqing, who couldn't help but chuckle. A night of revelry continued until midnight, after which they finally settled down to meditate and rest. The next morning, after a brief respite, the group resumed their boisterous journey southward. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, a phoenix feathered divine eagle soared through the sky, creating rippling waves of air. On its back stood an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, who was none other than the founder of the Qingyan sect, renowned as a master of formations. Gu Daran. He had been summoned by the Empress Fuyao to the imperial capital. In this southern region, while some transcendental sects remained unaffected by the empire's governance, the majority were indeed under its jurisdiction. And the Qingyan sect was no exception. Ordinarily, the empire did not impose strict regulations on them, unless faced with a significant crisis. Regardless, since he had been summoned, it was only fitting to honor the request of a sovereign. Upon Gu Doran's arrival at the capital of Fuyao, the director of the Heavenly Palace, Sun Xuanji, was already there to welcome him and promptly escorted him to meet the Empress. Gu Daran, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Gu Daran felt a surge of astonishment within. What could be so grave that even the Empress herself was involved? This illustrious Empress, so famed, was a sight he beheld for the first time. Despite being a woman, she exuded a regal aura that commanded respect without a hint of anger. Gu Daran, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat. As she addressed him, the Empress softened her demeanor, revealing a gentle disposition. The reason for this was that the demonic creatures beneath the capital were persistently assaulting the seals, although the experts of the Heavenly Palace had been tirelessly reinforcing the seals for 12 hours. The situation continued to instill dread among the populace, leading many to flee the capital. Reinforcing the seals is of utmost urgency. The Empress Fuyao, beloved by her people, was indeed experiencing the pressure of the moment. Far removed from her usual composure. 2 hours later, upon their return to Fuyao Hall, the Empress immediately inquired, "What news, Your Majesty? The strength of these demonic creatures is exceedingly formidable, and the intensity of the required formation is extraordinary. With my understanding of formations, I fear I may be unable to assist," Gu Darn lamented. "What? Even you cannot handle it?" The Empress's expression turned cold at his words. "Indeed, I am powerless," Gu Darn replied. "Only one person can accomplish a formation of this level." "Oh, who might that be?" The Empress's gaze brightened, her previous chill dissipating. "Your Majesty, that person is King Qing," Gu Darn proclaimed. The Empress's eyes widened. "King Qing, Yuqing, precisely," Gu Darn confirmed. "Are you not aware that King Qing was rendered incapacitated 20 years ago?" Sun Xuanji interjected, his tone laden with significance. Though King Qing's cultivation was indeed nullified, his understanding of formations and knowledge of them were not diminished. Gu Darn explained, "If he were to guide me, I would have the confidence to arrange the formation." As Gu Darn's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped Fuyao Hall. Sun Xuanji remained silent, while the Empress's grip on her dragon throne tightened, her hands turning pale. "In truth, my expertise in formations was also imparted to me by King Qing," Gu Darn continued wistfully. "King Qing and I share a bond of both teacher and friend. It has been 20 years since we last met. If possible, I implore you to summon King Qing swiftly. Together, we shall undoubtedly alleviate your Majesty's concerns." Chapter 7. I refuse to believe we cannot find another. As Gu Darn's words lingered, the strange silence persisted, and a chill crept through the air of the hall. Gu Darn, puzzled, glanced at Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji sighed, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke softly, "Your Majesty, what do you propose?" Upon hearing this, the Empress finally lifted her gaze and, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Though Gu Darn may be unable to arrange the formation, is there no temporary means of suppression? If it is merely a temporary suppression, I should still be able to manage." Gu Darn contemplated before nodding. "Then let Gu Darn assist me in this temporary suppression," the Empress decreed. Gu Darn replied, "Very well. You may leave. I am weary." The Empress waved her hand. Sun Xuanji nodded and led Gu Darn out of Fuyao Hall. "Director Sun, what about summoning King Qing?" Gu Darn inquired, puzzled as they exited. "There is no need for you to worry, Gu Darn. The Empress will decide. For now, please assist with the temporary suppression," Sun Xuanji advised. "Very well," Gu Darn acquiesced, though he felt regret at not being able to meet Yuqing at that moment. Following Sun Xuanji, he ascended into the skies above the capital, where he waved his Taoist robe, summoning 5 small flags that materialized from thin air, soaring towards the 5 cardinal directions of the capital. As the formation flags descended, the experts maintaining the formation in the Heavenly Palace noticeably felt the pressure lessen. "These are the 5 elements formation flags, the treasured relic of our Qingyun sect. Once the flags were deployed," Gu Darn elaborated, "however, their power is limited. They can sustain the formation for no more than a month." "A month is already quite remarkable. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist." Sun Xuanji bowed in gratitude. The old man then took his leave, stating he would return when King Qing was summoned. Subsequently, Gu Darn summoned the phoenix-feathered divine eagle and took to the skies. "Safe travels, Taoist." After parting ways with Gu Darn, Sun Xuanji sighed and turned back toward Fuyao Hall. "Your Majesty," he reported upon entering the hall, "Gu Darn has deployed the Qingyun sect's treasured relic, which can suppress the demonic creatures for a month." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "While this will alleviate our pressure temporarily, it ultimately does not address the root of the problem. What do you propose? I understand your meaning, but there is no need for you to elaborate." Nangong Fuyao, her expression as frosty as winter's chill, declared, "A discarded wretch expelled from the Fuyao Empire is of no use to me. I refuse to believe that within the vast expanse of the Fuyao Empire, there is not a single person capable of enhancing this formation." Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Yet, the formations of the ancient Taoist are already at their pinnacle within the Fuyao Empire. If we cannot find anyone here, we shall search the entirety of the southern wilderness. With the might of the Fuyao Empire, surely we can procure assistance within a month's time." Nangong Fuyao's expression remained icy as she spoke. Sun Xuanji, his expression complex, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall seek out such a person." Days swiftly passed. In a city that exuded prosperity, a gathering led by Yuqing and Lu Yia occupied the largest tavern. At that moment, Lu Yia seemed to sense something and hastily produced a jade talisman. The stone shimmered with a gentle glow. "Big brother Yu, our ancestors and master have come to meet us ahead of schedule." Lu Yu exclaimed with excitement. "They've sent word that they are waiting for us outside the city and wish for us to join them." "Have they arrived so soon?" Yuqing glanced out the window. A smile gracing his lips. It had been 2 decades since he last saw that old fellow. Very well, let us go greet your ancestors. Yuqing replied with a calm smile. The group hurriedly made their way toward the city gates. The arrival of the ancient Taoist filled Lu Yi and her companions with immense excitement, though they still bore in mind Yuqing's potential induction into their Qingyun sect. Big brother Yu. We are about to meet our ancestors. Please do not be nervous. Although our ancestor may appear somewhat stern, he is truly a good person at heart. If he has any questions for you, just answer truthfully. Given your displayed prowess and character, I'm sure he will be quite pleased with you. Lu Yi and the others earnestly advised Yuqing, their concern evident. However, Yuqing found their anxiousness amusing. Even as anticipation stirred within him at the thought of reuniting with an old friend. Our ancestors are just ahead, Lu Yi announced. Moments later, they arrived at the city outskirts, where Lu Yi, the swiftest among them, spotted several figures ahead, with the ancient Taoist at the forefront. Disciples, we greet our ancestors, our master, and the esteemed elders. Lu Yi and her companions joyfully bowed to the gathered figures. Haha, little Yi. You and your companions possess quite the audacity. Having ventured so far on your own, a middle-aged man, Xinyuan Tao, the current sect leader of Qingzhun and Lu Yi's master, said affectionately as he ruffled Lu Yi's hair with a beaming smile. The others present were also masters of various disciples and high-ranking elders of the Qingyun sect. Having returned from the imperial capital of Fuyao, the ancient Taoist had taken the opportunity to bring back this group of disciples he had guided. The long-awaited reunion filled the air with warmth and camaraderie. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yi recalled Yuqing standing nearby. By the way, ancestor, master, esteemed elders, I wish to introduce someone, she said, rushing to Yuqing's side. This is big brother Yuqing. We encountered each other on the road, and he has been very kind to us. Big brother Yu, this is my ancestor whom I mentioned to you. Quickly, pay your respects. Lu Yi urged, tugging at Yuqing. However, Yuqing remained still, gazing at the ancient Taoist with a knowing smile. At that moment, the ancient Taoist's gaze locked onto Yuqing. Until now, he had been unaware of any connection. But upon seeing him, memories from 2 decades ago surged forth, igniting a profound excitement within the ancient Taoist. After a long moment of mutual recognition, Yuqing was the first to break the silence. Jovially exclaiming, Old fellow, it has been far too long. This declaration startled Lu Yi, who instantly wore an anxious expression, thinking to herself, oh no, what has big brother Yu done? How dare he refer to our ancestor as old fellow? Such audacity. She could already envision the ancient Taoist's furious reaction. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the ancient Taoist did not erupt in anger. Instead, to their astonishment, he stepped forward and embraced Yuqing tightly. Lu Yi and her companions could hardly believe their eyes. Their ancestor not only refrained from chastising Yuqing but had welcomed him with an embrace. At that moment, Xinyuan Tao and the other elders turned their attention to Yuqing, their faces lighting up with joy. Ah, it is indeed Mr. Yu. Long time no see. We have the honor of meeting you again, Xinyuan Tao said, along with the other elders, clasping their hands in greeting. Master, Yu, big brother Yu. Lu Yi and her companions were left utterly speechless. Their mouths agape in astonishment. What do you mean by big brother? Little Yi, you must not be rude. Quickly, pay your respects to senior Yu. Xinyuan Tao admonished, Mr. Yu has rendered great kindness to our Qingyun sect. And he is none other than the legendary Qingyi sword immortal from 20 years ago. What? Big brother Yu is the Qingyi sword immortal. The revelation struck Lu Yi and her companions like a thunderclap. The very person they had traveled with for so long was the renowned Qingyi sword immortal spoken of by the elders. We pay our respects, senior Yu, they stammered, their expressions pale with shock as they hurriedly bowed to Yuqing. Ha ha ha, little Tao, there is no need for such formality. My relationship with them is quite amicable, Yuqing chuckled, reaching out to ruffle the hair of the 2 closest youths. When little Yi sent word that they were traveling with a young hero. We were rather concerned. It turns out that you are that very hero. Xinyuan Tao felt no discomfort at Yuqing's address, instead standing beside him with a hint of shyness. He had always regarded Yuqing with profound respect. Having followed alongside the ancient Taoist like a servant in the past. I hope these little ones did not trouble you too much on your journey, Mr. Yu, Xinyuan Tao added. There is no need for such formalities between us. Yuqing replied with a smile. He had initially been unaware that Lu Yi and her companions hailed from the Qingyun sect, which made this encounter feel serendipitous. The ancient Taoist, having embraced Yuqing, had yet to utter a single word of greeting. Instead, he produced a jade vial and tossed it to Yuqing. You truly understand me, Yuqing remarked with a smile, catching the vial and inhaling its fragrant aroma. Excellent wine. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Tao exchanged glances with the others, and they discreetly withdrew, leaving only him to remain at Yuqing's side. Reminiscent of their encounters 20 years prior, I visited the Fuyao imperial capital a few days ago. Hoping to see you then. I did not expect you to come here, the ancient Taoist remarked with a chuckle. Yuqing, sipping from the wine, replied with a relaxed demeanor, You certainly would not have found me at the Fuyao imperial capital. I have since departed from the Fuyao Empire. Departed from the Fuyao Empire? What does that mean? The ancient Taoist's brow furrowed as he sat upright. I have ceased to be a part of the Fuyao Empire. Matters concerning it no longer concern me, Yuqing stated plainly. What do you mean? The ancient Taoist stood abruptly, his gaze fixed on Yuqing. As he observed the absence of any fluctuation in Yuqing's aura. Realization dawned upon him, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Did Nangong Fuyao cast you aside upon discovering your former cultivation was rendered useless? Perhaps, Yuqing replied, nodding calmly after a moment of silence. There may be other reasons as well. Ultimately, in her eyes, I have become worthless, and this worthless individual has witnessed her vulnerabilities, her failures. For the lofty Nangong Empress, it is only natural to erase her past indiscretions. It may seem absurd to cast aside a former benefactor for such trivial reasons, but that is the reality. The world is but a stage, and the darker facets of human nature abound. Yet, the past is the past, and Yuqing was disinclined to dwell upon it, having expressed his sentiments upon leaving. Birds and fish are not meant to cross paths. From henceforth, we are but strangers. He felt no anger, no resentment, only a tranquil acceptance. However, Yuqing's reluctance to pursue the matter did not mean the ancient Taoist could swallow his indignation. Enraged, he leapt forward and struck the ground, causing the nearby boulders to shatter. Damn that Nangong Fuyao, that wretched harlot. Does she not possess even an ounce of self-awareness? Who enabled her ascension to the throne? You sacrificed her cultivation to quell threats for her. And yet she cast you aside without a second thought. The most despicable part is that the malevolent creatures sealed beneath the imperial city have begun to stir, and that insufferable harlot expects me to strengthen the seal. How can such a shameless woman exist in this world? It is rather amusing that in my attempt to assist her, I left the 5 Elements banner behind, observing the ancient Taoist's exasperation and vitriolic outbursts. Yuqing slowly sipped his wine, unable to suppress a smile as he shook his head. This fellow has not changed a bit in 20 years. Why Yuqing could not be bothered to placate him, allowing him to vent his frustrations freely. After his tirade, the ancient Taoist finally returned to his seat, seething with indignation. I shall reclaim my 5 Elements banner. To hell with the seal. Let them all perish, he declared, rising once more and forming intricate hand seals. Nearby, Yuqing watched the ancient Taoist's actions with a detached demeanor, neither intervening nor stoking the flames. How the ancient Taoist chose to proceed was entirely his prerogative. As for the consequences for the Fuyao Empire, that was no longer his concern. Chapter 9. To hell with your 7th uncle. Within the Fuyao Palace, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head of the table, while several ministers stood respectfully below. Your Majesty, the grand gifts have been sent to the 2 great barbarian nations. Although we have yet to receive a response, they have not refused the offerings. One minister reported dutifully. Excellent. Nangong Fuyao nodded, pleased that there had been no rejection, which was indeed favorable for them. At that moment, Sun Shuji also stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I have dispatched experts from the Heavenly Palace to the southern regions to seek out masters of formation. We shall receive news shortly. Additionally, the 5 Elements banner, set by the ancient Taoist, poses no issues for now. There will be no crises within the month. Very good. A satisfied expression appeared on Nangong Fuyao's face. Her spirits evidently lifted. Although there had been some recent troubles and setbacks, it appeared that they would soon be resolved, and everything was progressing in a positive direction, once the alliance matters were settled and the demonic threat neutralized. All those who contributed would be generously rewarded. As her words resonated, a regal aura emanated from Nangong Fuyao, her presence commanding and imposing. We thank your Majesty for your benevolence. However, amidst the pleasant atmosphere in the Grand Hall, a sudden, earth-shattering tremor shook the imperial capital. Caught off guard, many struggled to maintain their footing. The smile that had graced Nangong Fuyao's face vanished in an instant. What is happening? She demanded. Is there an issue with the 5 Elements banner? Sun Shuji's expression darkened as he rushed out of the palace, ascending into the air above the capital. There, he beheld the 5 Elements banner, which had once been firmly positioned to stabilize the formation, now flickering with an eerie light, its runes swirling as it trembled violently. In the next moment, he realized something and shouted, No, the ancient Taoist has retracted the 5 Elements banner. As his words echoed, the trembling 5 Elements banner broke free from its position, soaring into the sky, transforming into 5 streaks of light that shot upward, disappearing from sight in an instant. This scene was also witnessed by Nangong Fuyao, her expression darkening as she stepped out of the Fuyao Palace. Damn it, what is that ancient Taoist doing? Immediately contact him and demand an explanation. If he does not provide a satisfactory response, I shall have the Qingyan sect erased from this world. Nangong Fuyao's face was filled with fury, her cold aura radiating throughout the chamber. Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to stabilize the seal first. Without the 5 Elements banner, the seal cannot hold for long. Should the 2 demonic entities escape, the entire capital will surely descend into chaos. Sun Shuji implored urgently. As he spoke, he produced a formation disk from thin air, ascending into the air and channeling its power toward the formation. However, as the disk's power made contact with the formation, two immense shocks reverberated from below, causing the disk to shatter under the strain. Breaking into two pieces. At that moment, the experts from the Heavenly Palace, who were reinforcing the formation, also spat out blood in unison. Sun Shuji, bearing the brunt of the impact, coughed blood and was sent tumbling back 1,000 feet. It was evident that the demonic entities below had sensed the weakening of the formation and were now striving to breach the seal. Sun Shuji's expression grew grave as he disregarded his injuries. Hastily swallowing 2 medicinal pills before channeling his strength toward reinforcing the seal, shouting, "Heavenly Palace, heed my command. At all costs, suppress the 2 demonic entities." The others understood the gravity of the situation and also consumed their pills, subsequently channeling their strength back into the seal. However, with some experts dispatched to the southern regions to seek out formation masters in the absence of the 5 elements banner, it became apparent that Sun Shuji and his companions could not maintain the seal. Before their very eyes, some of the Heavenly Palace experts succumbed to the overwhelming force of the demonic entities and perished. With bloodshot eyes, Sun Shuji desperately sought to reinforce the seal. However, no matter how hard he tried, the relentless assault from the demonic entities caused the seal to weaken rapidly. "Your Majesty, there is no other way. Please allow me to use the imperial seal," Sun Shuji cried out anxiously from midair. "What do you intend to do?" Nangong Fuyao snapped, her face contorted with anger. My imperial seal is the foundation of the nation. How can it be frivolously used to suppress these 2 demonic entities? "But Your Majesty, if we do not utilize the imperial seal to harness the power of the Empire's fortune, these 2 demonic entities will break free within a day, and the capital will undoubtedly suffer," Sun Shuji pleaded earnestly. "Damn it." Nangong Fuyao's expression turned frigid, her rage palpable. "You are all worthless." As she spoke, the Empress of Fuyao swept her phoenix robe aside, stepping into the air, the imperial seal appearing in her hand as she directed it downward to suppress the demonic entities beneath. The imperial seal, embodying the fortune of the nation, immediately quelled the rampaging demonic forces. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Nangong Fuyao resisted its use. Employing the illustrious imperial seal to subdue demonic entities would be a source of shame, and in the long run, it would inevitably affect the Empire's fortune. However, she had conveniently forgotten that it was her own demand to seal these 2 demonic entities beneath the capital. The struggle between demonic creatures and humanity had always been relentless in the Tianwang continent, and confining such formidable entities beneath the Fuyao capital would provide an inexhaustible source of fortune for the Fuyao Empire. As time passed and fortune accumulated, the empire would continue to flourish. Seeing the imperial seal take effect, Sun Shuji finally breathed a sigh of relief, landing back beside Nangong Fuyao, though he was acutely aware that utilizing the imperial seal to seal the demonic entities was merely a temporary measure, akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. Should the empire's fortune diminish to a critical point, the Fuyao Empire would struggle to sustain itself, inevitably leading to calamity and eventual downfall. In such a scenario, it might be preferable to let the 2 demonic entities emerge. The devastation they wrought would be far less dire than the collapse of the nation. First, contact the ancient Taoist and inquire why he has chosen to toy with us so. Nangong Fuyao commanded coldly, her demeanor reminiscent of a tiger poised to strike. Yes, Sun Shuji did not dare to delay, quickly retrieving a communication stone to reach out to the ancient Taoist. At that moment, countless miles away, the ancient Taoist had just retracted the 5 elements banner. To hell with it. Let them die. The ancient Taoist continued to curse. Yuqing chuckled and shook his head, attempting to calm him down. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Tao, the leader of the Qingyun sect, found himself at a loss for words, as the ancient ancestor was a figure of formidable authority before everyone in the sect. Yet he revealed his true volatile nature solely in the presence of Yuqing. Just then, the irate ancient Taoist noticed a disturbance in the communication stone. "Damn it, this vile woman dares to contact me." Without hesitation, he infused his power into the communication stone and unleashed a tirade. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital of the Fuyao Empire, Sun Shuji awaited the ancient Taoist response, while Nangong Fuyao sat in a state of simmering anger. Finally, the communication stone in Sun Shuji's hand began to vibrate. "Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has replied," he announced hastily. "Let us hear it," Nangong Fuyao commanded in a low voice. "Yes," Sun Shuji nodded, moving his fingers to activate the stone, which relayed the ancient Taoist's voice. The first words he uttered were, "Nangong Fuyao, you foul witch. To hell with your 7th uncle. You miserable wretch, how much has my brother Yuqing sacrificed for you? Do you not have a shred of self-awareness? If he had not picked you up from that corner, you would have long since rotted away and not even be fit to be an emperor. You'd be more akin to a starving ghost. My brother may lack cultivation, but he has aided you in quelling troubles. And yet you, this venomous woman, not only fail to express gratitude but also turn against him. Banishing him, the audacity. You even dare to ask me to reinforce the seal. Where do you find the gall? How can such shamelessness exist in this world? At this point, Sun Shuji could no longer bear to listen. Having only heard a fraction of the ancient Taoist's tirade, he quickly crushed the communication stone to powder. Yet, even having heard only this much, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. Her icy aura enveloping the entire Fuyao palace, countless items around them shattered silently, splintering on the ground, a testament to the Empress's fury. Throughout her reign, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner, let alone publicly dredge up her past misdeeds before Sun Shuji. Sun Shuji remained silent, fully aware that this was a sensitive topic for the Empress. To insult me so brazenly for the sake of a banished wastrel. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in the frosty silence until, finally, Nangong Fuyao's voice broke through, each word dripping with venom. I want the Qingyun sect to vanish from this world. Understood, Sun Shuji replied, his expression complex as he nodded. The ancient practitioner dared to scold Nangong Fuyao in such a manner, inevitably leading to this outcome. In fact, he was not entirely surprised by the result, given the relationship between Yuqing and the ancient practitioner. Upon learning that Yuqing had been expelled, such a scene was unavoidable. He simply did not expect that this day would arrive so swiftly. Yet, he could not help but sigh. From the very beginning, it should not have come to this. Chapter 10. A supreme boon for you. Upon discovering that the communication stone had fallen silent, the ancient practitioner finally put it away. However, he remained unwilling to accept the situation. He took out another communication stone and sent a notification to the entire Southern Region Array Masters Guild, prohibiting any array master within the guild from assisting the Fuyao Empire. After hastily completing this task, he turned to Xianyuan Tao and commanded, issue an order to recall all disciples of Qingyun sect and activate the mountain ceiling array to restrict all entry and exit. Understood. Xianyuan Tao promptly relayed the message. Knowing that his ancestors' harsh words towards the Empress would inevitably attract retaliation, Yuqing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He was somewhat aware of the ancient practitioner's expertise in array formations. If the ancient practitioner activated the mountain ceiling array and chose to retreat, for the time being, no one from the Fuyao Empire would be able to deal with the Qingyun sect. However, he could not fathom when the Southern Region Array Masters Guild had emerged, allowing this old fellow to issue such commands. Xianyuan Tao seemed to perceive Yuqing's confusion and promptly explained, Mr. Yuqing, the Southern Region Array Masters Guild was recently established under the guidance of our ancestor, making him the inaugural president of the guild. I see. Yuqing nodded, privately acknowledging that this old man had indeed achieved considerable success over the years. He then inquired, is your purpose in bringing little Tao and the others here merely to retrieve your disciples? Indeed. The ancient practitioner nodded. Recently, some of our Qingyun sect members discovered a secret realm nearby. From my investigations, it is highly likely that this secret realm contains the legacy of a master alchemist. Isn't it true that your lifespan is nearing its end? With no breakthroughs in sight, if you don't seek out a means to extend your life, you may not have many years left. The ancient practitioner chuckled wryly. Now that you mention it, I do recall that you were indeed several hundred years old. Yuqing nodded. Mr. Yuqing, actually, at this moment, Xianyuan Tao could not restrain himself and spoke up. Our ancestor is not merely seeking longevity pills. Oh. Yuqing cast a curious gaze at Xianyuan Tao. What else is he looking for? Ever since our ancestor learned that your cultivation had been devastated, he has been tirelessly searching through various secret realms for a remedy to restore your foundational roots over the past 20 years. He has been racked with guilt for not finding a solution, feeling unworthy to face you. Mind your tongue. Upon hearing this, the ancient practitioner kicked Xianyuan Tao playfully and then turned to Yuqing, saying, do not heed this boy's exaggerations. While I have indeed been searching in that direction, it is not as outrageous as he claims. Yet, the speaker's words were unintentional, while the listener's heart was stirred. Yuqing could not help but feel moved, even a tinge of guilt. For the past 20 years, he had assumed the ancient practitioner was engrossed in some intricate array research. After all, for someone of the ancient practitioner's caliber, dedicating 2 decades to studying an array would not be considered excessive. Thus, when he did not seek out Yuqing, Yuqing felt no need to approach him either, nor did he find it necessary to mention that his cultivation did not require remedying. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had been toiling so hard for him. Would 100 years suffice for you to break through to the next realm? Yuqing inquired. The ancient practitioner shook his head, evidently perplexed by Yuqing's intent. Not enough? Then let it be 1,000 years. As he spoke, Yuqing produced a jade pill bottle from his sleeve that in truth, even before discovering he would meet the ancient practitioner at Luya's place, Yuqing had contemplated presenting a gift to this old man. However, he had momentarily struggled with what to bestow, and now he had found his answer. What is this? The ancient practitioner, somewhat dazed, accepted the jade bottle and opened it, his eyes widening in shock. Goodness, longevity pills, and 10 of them. The ancient practitioner's face was filled with astonishment as he stared at Yuqing, utterly bewildered. Before Yuqing could respond, an equally excited Xianyuan Tao interjected. Ancestor. The efficacy of this medicine. Upon hearing this, the ancient practitioner finally grasped the situation. The medicinal aura emanating from the pill bottle was several times more potent than any longevity pill he had encountered before. Remembering Yuqing's earlier question, he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, the longevity effect of these pills, could it be 100 years each? Yuqing smiled and nodded. With Yuqing's confirmation, the ancient practitioner took a deep breath. Already too overwhelmed with excitement to articulate his thoughts. One must understand that ordinary longevity pills could at best extend one's life by 10 to 20 years. Even then, they were rare and valuable commodities. For many experts could step into higher realms with just a nudge, further extending their lifespans, yet found themselves unwilling to perish due to the constraints of time. Those extra 10 or 20 years were thus exceedingly significant. Let alone the prospect of extending life by 100 years, the value is simply incalculable. If offered, who knows how many would flock to acquire them, all of them being formidable experts. And now, Yuqing presented 10 at once, potentially extending life by 1,000 years. The ancient practitioner felt as if he had never lived so long. How did you come by these? The ancient practitioner stammered. Struggling to articulate his astonishment. There's no need to inquire about their origin. Simply consume them. If it's not enough, there are more. Yuqing chuckled. As for the source of the pills, it was naturally from his system. Over the years, the treasures he had acquired from daily sign-ins were countless. More, the ancient practitioner was at a loss for words. Little Tao, this is a gift for you. Yuqing then produced another item. Declaring, I have one too. Xianyuan Tao was taken aback. Upon accepting it, he was instantly dumbfounded. This is a supreme bone. Indeed, this item is known as a supreme bone. Take it back and diligently absorb and refine it. Once you succeed, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Yuqing explained. Supreme bone. Xianyuan Tao trembled with excitement. He only knew that the youthful first of the Fuyao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, possessed a supreme bone, allowing him to progress rapidly, surpassing many from the older generation in just a few short years. He had never imagined that he too would receive a supreme bone one day. Lord Yuqing. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xianyuan Tao instinctively attempted to refuse, but upon receiving a glare from Yuqing, his words faltered. Having known Yuqing for so long, he was well aware of his resolute nature. He excitedly accepted the supreme bone, preparing to bow in gratitude, only to find a force gently supporting him. Lord Yuqing, your cultivation. Xianyuan Tao gazed at Yuqing in astonishment. The ancient practitioner turned to look as well. Do you think there could be any issues with my cultivation? Yuqing could not help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily stunned, before realizing the truth. Indeed, with 100 years' worth of longevity pills offered at once and the supreme bone produced so readily, what issues could Yuqing possibly have with his cultivation? They suddenly recognized that Yuqing, just like 20 years ago, always brought surprises and unexpected delights. However, this time, the surprises were far greater than before. Then I shall accept these longevity pills as interest. It is your fault for not telling me sooner, causing this old man needless worry. The ancient practitioner shot a resentful glance at Yuqing, promptly consuming one of the pills before carefully stowing the rest away like treasures. Yuqing could not help but smile, silently acknowledging the ancient practitioner's resentful gaze. He then produced a storage bag filled with various cultivation resources. Most were items he had obtained through his system's sign-ins. Some lower-tier materials suitable for distribution among the members of the Qingyan sect. Even these relatively lower-quality items dazzled Xianyuan Tao's eyes. Any one of them could serve as a treasured possession for the Qingyan sect. Xianyuan Tao was ablaze with enthusiasm. It was easy to foresee that the future Qingyan sect would undoubtedly become a superlative and transcendent force. Chapter 11. Anyone can take advantage of another's misfortune. Except you remember, the life of the ancient Taoist will ultimately be taken at the last moment. I want him to witness the destruction of the Qingyan sect with his own eyes, tearing at his very heartstrings, so that he may fully comprehend the consequences of daring to offend me. Nangong Fuyao spoke with an icy tone. Yes, Sun Xuanji replied with a nod, after a brief contemplation. He continued, according to the information from our scouts, in the days following the ancient Taoist's departure, he encountered Yuqing at a distance of 1,000 miles from the southern country's border. Bang! Nangong Fuyao slammed her palm onto the table, her icy demeanor palpable. I wondered why the ancient Taoist would suddenly dare to oppose me. It turns out he was instigated by Yuqing. Yuqing, oh Yuqing, it seems you harbor resentment against me. Because I exiled you from the Fuyao Empire, you have disregarded the safety of the Fuyao imperial capital. Indeed, your majesty, Sun Xuanji responded. This man, after being stripped of his cultivation, was still granted the title of king for over 20 years due to his past merits, enjoying all the luxuries. Now, merely because he has been expelled from the Fuyao Empire, He bears a grudge, compelling the ancient Taoists to withdraw the formation flags that suppress the demonic creatures. Such a person is truly unfaithful and unjust. Beside them, Yuqing spoke with righteous indignation. Such a treacherous person deserves to die. Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, though it quickly dissipated, and she reined it in. She understood that it was not yet the right time to act. During the establishment of the nation, Yuqing had decisively slain the three kings, and the repercussions of that event still lingered in the court, although no one openly criticized her for expelling him from the Fuyao Empire. Many harbored discontent in secret. If she were to kill Yuqing at this juncture, the rumors would likely spiral beyond her control. However, not being able to kill Yuqing did not mean she was powerless to employ other means. Yuqing, since you are devoid of benevolence, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. With that, her tone grew cold, and her gaze turned to Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji, breaking his gaze from Yuqing, hastily bowed and asked, "What is your command, Your Majesty? You just mentioned that the ancient Taoist and Yuqing met 1,000 miles from the southern border, which suggests that Yuqing is heading south. Is that correct?" "It should be so," Sun Xuanji replied. "He is quite astute. Given the chaos in the north, it is uncertain whether he would survive there as a mere powerless individual. Hence, he chose to venture into the southern country, known only for its scenic beauty and frailty. But if you wish to go south, then I shall not allow you to do so. Dispatch a messenger to the southern country, informing them that Yuqing is a traitor expelled from the Fuyao Empire. I believe they will know how to respond. Your Majesty is wise. Given the southern country's weak state, they would undoubtedly fear opposing the mighty Fuyao Empire, thus preventing Yuqing from even entering their borders." Yuqing timely praised. "Your Majesty, it may not be necessary," Sun Xuanji interjected, his expression complex. "The mere meeting between the ancient Taoist and Yuqing does not necessarily imply that the withdrawal of the formation flags was Yuqing's directive. After all, their relationship is evident. The ancient Taoist, knowing of Yuqing's exile and harboring resentment, might have taken the initiative to withdraw the flags of suppression. Director, that is not how it works. If not for Yuqing's instigation, would the ancient Taoist have had the audacity?" Yuqing retorted coldly. "He has shown you no mercy, so must you not reciprocate with equal measure? Moreover, your decision to spare him is already a sign of your magnanimity. What gives you the right to interject while I am conversing with Your Majesty?" Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he reprimanded without mercy. "Anyone can take advantage of another's misfortune, but you alone must not. For regardless of Yuqing's actions, he is still half your mentor." Yuqing's face turned sour from the scolding, yet he dared not retort due to Sun Xuanji's status, allowing his resentment to fester within as he withdrew. "Enough, Director Sun. He is merely expressing concern for my well-being. As for the matter of Yuqing, we shall proceed as I have stated. At this moment, Nangong Fuyu raised her head, speaking with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "Yes," Sun Xuanji sighed and accepted the command. Chapter 12. Entering the southern country, a nation awaits news from the Fuyao Empire quickly reached the southern country. In the imperial capital of the southern country, Shangnan City. Within the Golden One Hall, civil and military officials were gathered. The southern country, apart from the Fuyao Empire, was another nation ruled by a woman. Her name was Nanshi, not yet advanced in years. She possessed a delicate visage, her skin as fair as snow, and she sat gracefully in a magnificent phoenix robe upon the dragon throne, exuding elegance and poise. In contrast to Nangong Fuyao's imposing presence, she embodied a certain vivacity and feminine charm, yet her keen eyes revealed her intelligence. "Esteemed ministers, you have surely seen the message from the Fuyao Empire." With that, Nanshi spoke. "My opinion is that we must not only welcome the esteemed hero Yuqing with open arms but do so with great ceremony." Her statement elicited a wave of disbelief throughout the Golden One Hall. "Your Majesty, that would be unwise." One minister stepped forward, hastily adding, "The Fuyao Empress's message is quite clear. If we proceed as such, the Fuyao Empire may harbor resentment against us. After all, the strength of the Fuyao Empire far surpasses that of our southern country. Indeed, Minister Fong is correct. The Fuyao Empire has risen swiftly and harbors considerable ambition. They may very well use this as an excuse to strike against us in the future." Another minister chimed in. In an instant, many voices joined in, largely echoing this sentiment and expressing their confusion over the Southern Empress's proposed course of action. After all, to offend the Fuyao Empire would be exceedingly unwise. Nanshi listened calmly to the minister's advice before slowly rising. Then, she spoke evenly. "Now that you have all shared your thoughts, it is time for me to express mine. Do you all remember the vile dragon that unleashed a bloody storm at our southern border 20 years ago?" At her words, many present were transported back to that harrowing memory. The dragon had wreaked havoc, slaughtering 3 cities and causing countless casualties. Even General Huangfu had been deployed, yet he was unable to subdue the beast. At that time, the Fuyao Empire had not yet been established and was embroiled in internal strife. It was then that the esteemed hero Yuqing emerged not far from the border. My father, in desperation, urgently sought his aid, and without hesitation, he single-handedly vanquished the dragon. After slaying the dragon, even while wounded, He merely smiled and waved his hand, departing without partaking in a single cup of tea or wine. This incident, I trust, is well known to all present. Many of our military officials were there to witness the dragon's demise. Correct. Nanshi's calm voice resonated throughout the Golden One Hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Moreover, do you not remember the three kings from the time of Fuyao's establishment? They were filled with ambition, causing chaos in the Fuyao Empire, and our southern country suffered greatly as a result, with many of our territories seized by the Spirit King among them, after Yuqing quelled the three kings. What did he do? Under his influence, the territories occupied by the Spirit King were returned to our southern country intact. I recall that Minister Fong, your ancestral home, is from that very place. Is it not? Nanshi turned her gaze toward the minister who had spoken earlier, gently inquiring. Yes, the minister replied, lowering his head. At this moment, Nanshi continued, her voice flowing smoothly, our southern country, though of modest strength, has always been a land of propriety and righteousness. This is the very foundation upon which our southern country stands. The people of our southern country have always distinguished right from wrong, knowing how to be grateful. A person who once rendered great service to our southern country is now in distress. Do we really intend to turn him away and kick him when he is down? Admittedly, our southern country cannot compare to the Fuyao Empire and does indeed fear retaliation from them. However, if we act in such a manner, can we still uphold the backbone of our southern nation? Nanshi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly in the Golden One Hall. Her words, though measured, rang with conviction, compelling the ministers to lower their heads in silence. Finally, after a moment of silence, a minister stepped forward, shamefacedly declaring, Your Majesty's words fill us with guilt. We are grateful for your reminder that the roots of our southern people lie in righteousness. I have no objections to your proposal, and I am willing to take responsibility for receiving the esteemed hero Yuqing. Your Majesty's words have shamed us. I have no further objections. I too have no objections. I too wish to go to the border to welcome the esteemed hero Yuqing. In an instant, a multitude of ministers voiced their agreement. Excellent. This is the demeanor our southern people should embody. Seeing this, Nanshi waved her phoenix robe and returned to her seat, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, As for welcoming the esteemed hero Yuqing, I intend to go personally. We all wish to accompany your majesty. A unified voice rang throughout the Golden One Hall, gradually spreading across all of Shangnan City and indeed the entire southern country. Unbeknownst to all of this, Yuqing remained oblivious. With his speed, he could have swiftly reached the southern country. However, throughout his journey, he had taken the time to admire the scenery and experience the myriad facets of the world. He would linger in an inn for an entire afternoon simply because he wished to savor a particular melon, or he would stay several days in a quaint town just to enjoy a specific delicacy. At last, on this day, he arrived at the southern country's border. He held some connections to this nation, albeit not profound. He had visited before but had never truly explored it. However, he found it rather puzzling that the spacious official road was currently devoid of any travelers. Just as he pondered this, on the road ahead, a large contingent of soldiers appeared, their attire suggesting they were not of ordinary rank. The soldiers formed two rows, flanking the official road and clearing a path. Following this, folk dancers emerged, playing gongs and drums, singing and dancing exuberantly. However, the most striking sight was the magnificent dragon carriage, drawn by 6 majestic dragon horses, which approached with great grandeur. As the dragon carriage slowly drew near, a procession of civil and military officials followed closely behind. The spectacle left Yuqing utterly bewildered. He glanced left and right, silently pondering whether a significant figure from the southern kingdom had arrived. It was not until the dragon carriage halted before him that he realized it was indeed directed at him. Upon learning that the valiant Yuqing had come to the southern kingdom, the emperor declared, I have specially brought my ministers to welcome you. After the dragon carriage came to a stop, the southern empress, Nanshi, stepped out and greeted Yuqing with a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Yuqing, I have the honor of meeting your majesty, Yuqing said, clasping his fists in a respectful salute. At the same time, he cast a curious glance at the woman before him, feeling both flattered and astonished. Reflecting on the fact that he had no prior connection to this southern empress, yet here was such a grand welcome in his honor. Meanwhile, Nanshi was also observing Yuqing, feeling a sense of surprise. She had ascended to the throne only a few years prior, and 20 years ago, she had been quite young, thus never having encountered Yuqing. The tales of him had reached her ears through her father, the emperor, during her childhood, and her curiosity about the once renowned swordsman of the Fuyao Empire had been considerable. She had envisioned Yuqing as a weathered middle-aged man, or perhaps a robust and imposing martial general. Yet she was taken aback by the sight of a young man exuding a sense of freedom and elegance. It was hard to fathom that such a person could single-handedly vanquish the malevolent dragon that had terrorized the entire southern kingdom. Chapter 13. We do not seek what you can bring us, but your presence is enough. However, Nanshi soon pulled her gaze away, recognizing that such scrutiny was impolite. Hero, you, please, join me in the dragon carriage. She invited. Your Majesty may not be aware, but I am no longer a prince of the Fuyao Empire. I am merely a commoner now. Yuqing replied, I am aware. Nanshi acknowledged, after a moment's contemplation. Yuqing continued, I have been expelled from the Fuyao Empire. I know that as well. Nanshi responded. Then why, Your Majesty? Yuqing wondered, initially believing the Southern Kingdom's gesture was merely due to his former status as a prince of the Fuyao Empire. But he was surprised to learn that they were already aware of his expulsion. Perhaps you have forgotten that you helped our Southern Kingdom slay the malevolent dragon and return the lands taken by the three kings. However, we dare not forget your deeds, Nanshi asserted firmly. Thus, upon your arrival, we must extend our heartfelt welcome. Her succinct words clearly conveyed her purpose for coming. Upon hearing this, even Yuqing, with his composed demeanor, felt a surge of emotion, particularly in stark contrast to his recent expulsion from the Fuyao Empire. It seemed not all was tainted in this world. Some would burn bridges while others would hold you in their hearts. In truth, Yuqing had never considered himself to have any particular favor with the Southern Kingdom. The dragon he had slain was merely an opportunity that had presented itself, and returning the lands had felt like a matter of course to him. At this moment, Nanshi added, the title of hero feels like an insult to me. In our Southern Kingdom, you deserve to be addressed as Master Yu. With that, she personally descended from the dragon carriage and extended her hand in greeting. Master Yu, please. Very well, Yuqing replied, not wishing to appear overly modest. After Yuqing and Nanshi ascended the dragon carriage together, the grand entourage finally set off towards the palace. Inside the dragon carriage, it was luxuriously appointed, spacious and comfortable, adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. On the table lay an array of beverages, including exclusive delicacies from the Fuyao Empire, indicating the effort that had been put into the preparations. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yuqing could not help but express his gratitude. Hearing that you enjoy wine, I have prepared for you our Southern Kingdom specialty, peach blossom wine. Here, I toast to you on behalf of the Southern Kingdom. The Southern Empress declared, lifting her cup towards Yuqing. Thank you, he responded, raising his cup and drinking it all in one go, unable to resist exclaiming, this is excellent wine. I am glad you are satisfied. Nanshi replied with a smile. After setting down his cup, Yuqing paused thoughtfully before saying, May I inquire if Your Majesty is aware that 20 years ago, during my battle with the three kings, my dantian was destroyed? I am indeed aware, Nanshi replied with a smile. Thus, Your Majesty should not feel obligated. Yuqing continued at this. Nanshi hesitated for a moment, but soon grasped the implication of his words. I understand your concerns. To be frank, the Fuyao Empire has already sent word, implying they wish for me to turn you away. I am also aware that such actions may incur their wrath. The Southern Kingdom is not as formidable as the Fuyao Empire. If animosity arises, the consequences for us would be significant. Your Majesty's actions, therefore, seem unwise, Yuqing remarked, shaking his head. Nanshi smiled softly, not responding immediately, but instead walking towards the window. At the pace we are traveling, we should be nearing the border town of Fuyao shortly. As she spoke, she gently pulled aside the curtain, revealing the view outside. Yuqing instinctively glanced out and saw that the sides of the road were packed with a sea of people. The crowd was exuberantly cheering, and the buildings behind them were festooned with lanterns and various welcoming banners. What is this? Yuqing asked, moved by the sight. Nanshi explained, some of these people are from Fuyao, which was one of the cities massacred by the malevolent dragon. Others have come from regions previously occupied by the Ling King. During his reign, they lived as slaves, but once the lands were returned, they could finally live normal lives. They have known of your arrival in the Southern Kingdom and have been preparing for this for 3 days. Nanshi lowered the curtain and turned to Yuqing, declaring, thus, this is not merely my sentiment. It reflects the will of the people of our Southern Kingdom. Discussing benefits and drawbacks is normal, but if everything is reduced to mere calculations, how are we any different from pigs and dogs? For us, we do not seek what you can bring us, nor do we care about your strength. Your mere presence is enough. If you find comfort in the Southern Kingdom, consider it your new home. If anyone poses a threat to you, we shall protect you. In the future, we are willing to support you for the rest of your days. Yuqing, poised to raise his cup, froze mid-motion, and upon hearing Nanshi's words, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him, prompting a bitter smile. It dawned on him that he had underestimated her intentions. He shook his head in self-deprecation and then looked up to say, I have long heard that the Southern Kingdom is a place of great beauty. If possible, I would like to enjoy its scenery and savor its exquisite wines. Nanshi beamed, the Southern Kingdom will surely not disappoint you. A few days after Yuqing's arrival in the Southern Kingdom and the grand welcome he received, news finally reached the Fuyao Empire. Smash, Nangong Fuyao slammed her palm onto the table in the Fuyao Hall. Fuming, How dare a mere southern kingdom defy my Fuyao Empire? What right does she, Nanshi, have? Yuqing is nothing more than a dog I have discarded. Do they truly wish to pick up the waste I no longer want? Your Majesty, please calm your anger, Xiao Wuchen quickly interjected, attempting to soothe her. The southern kingdom likely believes Yuqing is still the Yuqing of 20 years ago, thinking he holds great value for them. Humph, what use is a discarded dog? Nangong Fuyao scoffed coldly, her voice icy. Send orders to sanction the southern kingdom and halt all trade with them. I shall make Nanshi understand the consequences of defying the will of the Fuyao Empire. And let the world see that not every woman is fit to hold the throne. Xiao Wuchen, bowing respectfully, replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I shall attend to this matter at once, ensuring the southern kingdom comprehends the repercussions of disobedience. However, just as Xiao Wuchen was about to take his leave, Sun Xuanji entered with a grave expression. Your Majesty, Sun Xuanji began. It has been several days. How fares the search for the formation master? Nangong Fuyao pressed. Every day we delay weakens the fortunes of the Fuyao Empire. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Sun Xuanji's face darkened, hesitating to speak. What is it? Nangong Fuyao sensed something amiss, her brows knitting in concern. Chapter 14. When will you come to me, bowing in repentance, before we discuss matters? Sun Xuanji finally spoke. Your Majesty, the individuals dispatched to seek the formation master have returned with news. It seems that all the well-known formation masters in the southern region have declared themselves incapable. How can this be? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she inquired. The southern region is vast. How can we not find a single formation master? I also sense something unusual, so I personally traveled to another nation to inquire with a formation master with whom I had a reasonably good relationship. Sun Xuanji explained, his expression grim. It was then I discovered that a formation master guild has recently been established in the southern region, and nearly all esteemed formation masters have joined this guild. The reason we cannot hire a formation master is that the guild leader has issued a decree forbidding any guild members from assisting the Fuyao Empire. What? Upon receiving this news, Nangong Fuyao was seized by a fit of rage, exclaiming, What audacity does this guild leader possess to impose such a decree upon us, when we have not wronged him? With a complex expression, Sun Xuanji replied, The leader of the Array Masters Guild is none other than Gu Daoren. What did you say? Gu Daoren. Sun Xuanji's words struck Nangong Fuyao like a bolt from the blue, causing her to rise in disbelief and inquire, This insignificant Gu Daoren, what qualifications does he have to lead the Array Masters Guild? Sun Xuanji elucidated, While Gu Daoren may not be the most skilled array master in the entire southern wilderness, he certainly ranks among the foremost. More importantly, his extensive connections facilitated the establishment of the Array Masters Guild, thus enabling him to assume the position of its leader. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao was rendered speechless. The formidable empress, known for her decisive actions, found herself utterly flustered in this moment, without the aid of Array Masters. The threat posed by the underground demons to the imperial capital could only be suppressed with the imperial seal, which, over time, would undoubtedly diminish the nation's fortune and lead the Fuyao Empire towards decline. Cursed, cursed, cursed. In her fury, Nangong Fuyao lost her composure, wreaking havoc within the Fuyao Palace. How could Gu Daoren act in such a manner? Does he intend to undermine the very foundation of our Fuyao Empire? Sun Xuanji's expression grew intricate as he continued. Perhaps it is due to the ongoing siege on Qingyun sect by the Xianwei camp. He is likely aware of your Majesty's plan to eradicate them. Even so, he cannot behave in this manner. Nangong Fuyao retorted indignantly. Can the mere Qingyun sect be compared to my entire Fuyao Empire? My decision to send the Xianwei camp was a direct response to Gu Daoren's prior defiance against me. Had he not opposed me, I would not have resorted to such extreme measures. Sun Xuanji was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, the pressing concern remains the swift resolution of the underground demon threat. To persuade the Southern Wilderness Array Masters to intervene, we may need Gu Daoren to retract his decree. Are you suggesting that we no longer pursue accountability for Gu Daoren? Nangong Fuyao's icy gaze fixed upon him as she replied somberly. He has insulted me and unilaterally removed the 5 elements array flags, nearly causing a catastrophe in the imperial capital. If I were to let him off the hook, what would become of my authority? Would it not embolden anyone to defy me? Yet, without such an approach, the demon menace will remain unresolved. As you have stated, relying on the imperial seal for suppression is not a sustainable solution. Sun Xuanji implored earnestly. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, her chest heaving with indignation. After a lengthy contemplation, influenced by Sun Xuanji's heartfelt persuasion, she reluctantly conceded, Very well. I shall grant Gu Daoren an opportunity. As long as he utilizes the Array Masters Guild to expediently address the demon threat in the imperial capital. I shall overlook past grievances. Sun Xuanji sighed in relief, promptly stating, Your Majesty's magnanimity is commendable. I shall personally visit Qingyun sect forthwith. Following Sun Xuanji's departure, he wasted no time in hastening to Qingyun's sect. The following morning, he swiftly disbanded the Xianwei camp and, alone, approached the entrance of Qingyun's sect. At the foot of the heavenly palace, I, Sun Xuanji, respectfully request an audience with Gu Daoren for a discussion. Standing outside the gates, clad in plain attire, Sun Xuanji clasped his hands in greeting. After a prolonged wait, Gu Daoren, dressed in his Taoist robes, finally descended from the air. Greetings, Gu Daoren. Upon witnessing Gu Daoren's arrival, Sun Xuanji hastily bowed. If there are matters to discuss, please speak candidly. Gu Daoren maintained an impassive demeanor. Very well. Sun Xuanji understood that directness was preferable, thus he stated without preamble. I come at the behest of His Majesty. The Emperor acknowledges that Qingyun sect is a prestigious establishment within the Fuyao Empire, having produced countless talented disciples who have made significant contributions to our realm. Therefore, we ought to be united as one family and should not allow matters to escalate to this point. I have come to negotiate. Observe, as a gesture of sincerity, the Xianwei camp has been disbanded. However, in response to Sun Xuanji's words, Gu Daoren merely scoffed dismissively. What I see is not that Qingyun sect is a prestigious institution, but rather that Nangong Fuyao is unable to summon array masters and has come to negotiate out of desperation. Sun Xuanji's face flushed with embarrassment at this revelation, and he quickly defended. This situation cannot be entirely blamed on the Emperor. After all, he is the sovereign of a nation. It is only natural for him to react with anger when faced with such insults. Humph, am I to be blamed for insulting her? Gu Daoren's expression remained cold as he retorted. Has she ever considered how she treated my brother, severing all ties? Sun Xuanji, stung by the retort, sighed deeply. Gu Daoren, responding to resentment with resentment will yield no resolution. The Emperor's willingness to negotiate is, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity for all parties involved. Before Sun Xuanji could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Daoren. Sun Xuanji, I am well aware of what you wish to convey. I must make it unequivocally clear that this matter is off the table. If she truly wishes to negotiate, let her come to me and seek forgiveness for her transgressions against my brother before we discuss anything. This, Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, yet he remained unwilling to concede. Pressing on, Gu Daoren, if this matter continues to escalate, it will benefit no one. I implore you to reconsider. Sun Xuanji, there is no need for further discussion. The matter has been exhausted. I request that you take your leave. Gu Daoren's expression remained unyielding. The only reason I have appeared today is out of respect for you, Sun Xuanji. However, if you persist in this pursuit, it will only lead to embarrassment for us both. Sighing in resignation, Sun Xuanji shook his head, recognizing that a favorable outcome was unattainable today. After Gu Daoren took his leave, he turned away with a sense of melancholy. Chapter 15. A single breath has helped our southern nation slay a malevolent dragon. Truly remarkable. Upon returning to the Fuyao Empire, Sun Xuanji entered the Fuyao Palace, where he found Nangong Fuyao's expression dark and brooding. Gu Daoren is truly overstepping. Does he wish to insult me further? Your Majesty, I believe the crux of the issue does not lie solely with Gu Daoren. Sun Xuanji spoke earnestly. His decree within the Array Masters Guild is fundamentally a reaction to Yuqing's grievances. Humph, I see it clearly now. All of this is orchestrated by Yuqing from behind the scenes. Nangong Fuyao scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. He seeks revenge for being expelled from the Empire. Your Majesty, dwelling on this is futile, Sun Xuanji said after a moment of contemplation. If we wish for Gu Daoren to retract his decree, it seems we must bring Yuqing back. Bring him back? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened immediately. If I were to allow him to return, would that not render my actions a mockery? I personally banished him from the imperial capital. How would the world perceive me if I were to welcome him back? Yet without Yuqing's return, it is unlikely that Gu Daoren will revoke his decree, Sun Xuanji stated firmly. The weight of this situation requires your Majesty to deliberate carefully. These words. Veins throbbed on Nangong Fuyao's forehead, her face resembling a winter's frost. What a cunning maneuver. He has me thoroughly ensnared. Given this, I am willing to take a step back for the sake of the Fuyao Empire and grant him an opportunity. I will permit him to return temporarily. Summon Xiao Wuchen. Xiao Wuchen arrived shortly thereafter. Xiao Wuchen, I need you to journey to the southern nation and locate Yuqing. Inform him that I am prepared to offer him a chance for redemption, provided he collaborates with Gu Daoren to resolve the demon threat in the imperial capital. I will allow him to remain within the Fuyao Empire. But Xiao Wuchen hesitated, casting a meaningful glance at Nangong Fuyao. What if he is unwilling? Nangong Fuyao's expression turned icy. If he refuses to accept my goodwill, then we shall employ more forceful measures to bring him back. Xiao Wuchen's pupils constricted, and he replied, Understood, Your Majesty. After receiving his orders, Xiao Wuchen took his leave. Observing his departure, Sun Xuanji let out a sigh. There was little more to be said. The resolution of the demon threat remained paramount, and all that mattered was that Yuqing returned to the Fuyao Empire. In the southern nation, at Upper Southern City, Ninshi had complied with Yuqing's request, securing him a waterside pavilion along the banks of the Mi River. Residing there, Yuqing found great contentment. Recently, he had developed a passion for fishing, often spending his days on the pavilion, bamboo rod in hand, hoping to catch a unique lotus fish native to the Mi River. This fish, renowned for its exquisite flavor, when simmered in a broth made from the pristine river waters, would yield a truly delightful dish. Meanwhile, Nanshi frequently donned a casual robe and visited Yuqing during her leisure hours. As they spent time together, their camaraderie deepened significantly. For Nanshi, having grown up within the confines of the imperial palace, she held a keen interest in the myriad tales of the outside world. She often implored Yuqing to recount the stories he had heard and experienced, occasionally sharing her own joys and sorrows. How could this Tang Seng be so foolish? The great sage was merely protecting him. Yet he still recited scriptures to drive the great sage away. Truly a dense fool. At this point, she paused, glancing at Yuqing and inquiring, Yuqing, what was that about a dense fool, a dense donkey? Yuqing replied with a chuckle, indeed, a truly dense donkey. Nanshi clenched her fists in quiet indignation. Afterward, glancing at the sky, she rose and said, alas, it has grown late. I must take my leave, for there are numerous matters to attend to in court. Yuqing stood, saying, Your Majesty, safe travels da. If only your culinary skills were as remarkable as they are, I would wish to dine before departing. Nanshi lamented wistfully. The future is long. Your Majesty can come at any time. Yuqing chuckled. After bidding farewell to Nanshi, Yuqing settled back into his lounge chair and resumed his fishing. As time slipped away, the sky darkened, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He had been without a catch for several days, and today seemed no different. The mere thought of it ignited a slow-burning anger within him. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. In a fit of frustration, he slapped the surface of the river, causing a 100-foot radius of water to freeze in place. Countless fish leapt from the water, suspended in midair. Yuqing squinted, glancing left and right, then selected the plumpest fish, reaching out to capture it effortlessly. Tossing it into the nearby fish basket, with a wave of his hand, he allowed the other fish to return to the water, restoring tranquility to the river. Today, he would not go home empty-handed. Stretching his limbs, he displayed a look of contentment. Nearby, a sheep lying on the ground rolled over, casting a disdainful glance before returning to its languid slumber. As if the sky were falling, it could not alter its indifferent demeanor. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, a head emerged from the river, a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, holding a lotus fish weighing about half a pound, shouting, brother you, look, I caught another one. He clumsily climbed onto the bank. Clad only in shorts, his sun-kissed belly exposed, eagerly sharing his joy with Yuqing. Little Lear, you're impressive, Yuqing praised. Hee, little Lear chuckled, playfully poking his belly button, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Little Lear lived not far from Yuqing and had grown up in the river. They had become fast friends the very day Yuqing moved in. At this moment, Little Lear said, brother you, I suppose you'll be going home empty-handed again today. Knowing you love osmanthus fish, I'll give you this one. As he spoke, Little Lear prepared to toss the osmanthus fish into Yuqing's basket. No. Yuqing quickly raised his hand to shield the basket. What's wrong, brother you? Little Lear asked, puzzled. Just take a look at my basket. Yuqing replied, full of bravado. Little Lear struggled to lift the basket, his big eyes widening in surprise. Wow, brother you, this one must weigh several pounds, he exclaimed excitedly. Keep it low-key, Yuqing urged, pressing down with his palm. Though a smile threatened to break through, Little Lear then fetched a small stool and sat beside Yuqing. Brother you, have you heard? A great figure has recently arrived in the southern kingdom, Little Lear said earnestly. Yuqing blinked and asked, what great figure? I heard he is from the Fuyao Empire, known as the Green-Robed Sword Immortal, Little Lear replied, his face alight with excitement. They say his sword is 40 meters long, towering 3 zhang high, immensely powerful, and he single-handedly defeated a fierce dragon for our southern kingdom. How impressive! Watch your language, little brat. Yuqing couldn't help but tap him on the forehead, admonishing him further. You really don't know where you heard that nonsense, do you? It's false. Don't believe it's not false. Erden from the next village saw it with his own eyes. Little Lear insisted, his expression serious. He said he even dined with the green-robed sword immortal, taken by his grandfather, who was a soldier back in the day. As he spoke, the little fellow's face gleamed with longing to know. If only I could meet him, then I could become his disciple and uphold justice, he exclaimed, his small hands and feet fidgeting on the stool, accompanied by sound effects of popping and crackling, lost in his daydreams. Chapter 16. You don't think you possess the supreme bone because you're a prodigy, do you? Absolutely not. Yuqing couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. just as he was about to continue lecturing the child to avoid believing in rumors when his brow furrowed. The smile on his face gradually faded. Across the riverbank stood a young man in black, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixed firmly upon him. "Little one, sit still," Yuqing said, pressing down on the restless child's head. Little Lier looked at Yuqing in confusion. The next moment, his mouth fell agape. The figure in black was striding across the river. As he walked, the water beneath his feet solidified, forming platforms for him to step upon. Soon, the young man in black stood before them. Little Lier trembled in fear. To him, the extraordinary scene was akin to a celestial being. At last, "I found you, Prince Qing," the young man in black said, a smirk playing on his lips. "I must say, the scenery here is truly splendid. Were it not for an urgent matter, I would love to linger here for a couple of days." The newcomer was none other than Xiao Wuchen, the greatest talent of the Fuyao Empire, bearer of the supreme bone. Before Yuqing could respond, Xiao Wuchen added, with a hint of mockery, "So, how about it, Prince Qing? That display I showed earlier isn't any worse than what you did back in the day, is it?" Yuqing frowned slightly and replied coolly, "If you have something to say, just say it plainly. I've come on the orders of Her Majesty the Empress to escort you back," Xiao Wuchen stated, pausing before adding with a teasing tone, "No, I should say, I'm here to invite you back. So, I must trouble you, Prince Qing, to rise and accompany me. Please don't make this difficult for me." "There is no need. I'm quite content here," Yuqing replied indifferently, continuing to bait his hook. Xiao Wuchen's expression darkened, and his tone grew more severe. "This is the Empress's command." Yuqing remained focused on his bait. Once he finished preparing, he gently cast the fishing rod. Seeing his words completely disregarded, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao Wuchen's eyes as he grasped the fishing rod tightly. "Yuqing, are you deaf? I am speaking to you." Xiao Wuchen's voice turned icy as he suddenly applied pressure, causing the fishing rod to shatter into fragments. Yuqing frowned as he reached out to comfort the frightened little Lier while turning his head to say, "Out of respect for our past, I'll give you 3 breaths to leave." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Yuqing's words, Xiao Wuchen erupted into laughter as if he had heard a great joke. "Yuqing, look at you. Reduced to this state, and you still can't tell your own worth. Do you think you're still the Yuqing of 20 years ago? The one who single-handedly quelled the 3 kings? The green-robed sword immortal? You dare to lecture me and demand that I leave within 3 breaths. You think you're worthy? Let me tell you, you are nothing now, merely a complete waste. Let us assume for a moment that you were indeed the Yuqing of 20 years ago. How does that matter now? Do you think I'm any worse than you were back then? I possess the supreme bone, an unparalleled gift among millions. Do you know what that means? Not just you now, even the Yuqing of 20 years ago wouldn't be worthy of my attention. The supreme bone, you say?" Listening to Xiao Wuchen's incessant boasting, a flicker of derision passed through Yuqing's cold gaze, as if he were observing a mere clown. Yuqing's demeanor thoroughly enraged Xiao Wuchen. "Let me make it clear. The current situation is dictated by me. You must obey my commands. Kneel." As he spoke, he transformed his hand into a claw, reaching for Yuqing. However, just 3 feet away, his hand froze mid-air. Xiao Wuchen's expression shifted drastically. In that moment, he felt a strange force surge from the very fabric of space, invading every pore of his being, completely immobilizing him. Waves of panic swelled within him. In this state of utter helplessness, cold sweat poured down his face. He stared wide-eyed, frantically scanning his surroundings, trying to comprehend what was happening, only to discover Yuqing gazing at him with a mocking expression. It dawned on him in terror that the architect of this predicament was none other than Yuqing himself. "What have you done to me? Let me go!" he screamed, a mix of fear and fury. Desperately, he struggled to break free, but found his efforts futile against this overwhelming force, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Yuqing regarded him coldly. "The supreme bone is indeed remarkable, but do you truly believe you are the chosen one? That out of the ordinary, a supreme bone suddenly sprouted within you?" Yuqing's icy glare sent chills down Xiao Wuchen's spine. "What do you mean by that?" he shouted in panic. "When I was in the Fuyao Empire, I had little interest in court affairs, so I sought to cultivate a formidable expert for the Empire. At that time, you were somewhat compliant, so I chose you and bestowed upon you this supreme bone," Yuqing said with a mocking grin. "Otherwise, do you think you would possess such a gift?" "What? How could that be?" At Yuqing's revelation, Xiao Wuchen felt as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his face as he shouted, "No, it's impossible. I refuse to believe it. You're a waste yourself. How could you grant me the supreme bone?" Yuqing chuckled derisively. In the midst of his laughter, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward. In an instant, dozens of hidden figures surrounding the courtyard exploded, showering the area with blood. Xiao Wuchen's eyes widened in horror. Though his body was immobilized, his mind remained keenly aware of everything happening around him. Those dozen individuals were his loyal confidants brought from the Fuyao Empire. The lowest among them possess cultivation at the level of the celestial realm. When presented to the world, they are either formidable generals or esteemed elders. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Yuqing extinguished them without a trace. Even with his vast perspective, it was difficult for him to fathom the level of cultivation required to achieve such a feat. Your cultivation. Xiao Wuchen trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his words stammering and feared. He could hardly believe that this individual, who had been expelled from the Fuyao Empire, was anything but a failure. Not only was he not a failure, but his cultivation had reached an unimaginable height. He was loath to envision the scene before him, let alone accept the cold, hard truth that Yuqing had just presented. Moments ago, he had felt a sense of accomplishment in humiliating the once revered Qingyi sword immortal. Now, he was confronted with the revelation that everything he possessed was granted by the very man he had sought to belittle. Having departed from the Fuyao Empire, I have no desire to remain entangled with it. Thus, I relinquish the supreme bone to you without reservation, but I did not anticipate that you would wield it against me. Posing as something you are not. So, what do you truly amount to? What I can bestow upon you, I can just as easily take away. As he spoke, Yuqing slowly extended his palm toward Xiao Wuchen. What are you doing? Xiao Wuchen cried out in panic. What madness is this? Using a sheep as a hostage. It seemed he had grasped Yuqing's intentions, growing increasingly frantic until he ultimately broke down. Pleading for mercy that I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. I beg you, do not strip me of my supreme bone. Yet, Yuqing's eyes remained cold and indifferent. His slender hand passed through Xiao Wuchen's body, as if piercing through water. Ah! Xiao Wuchen screamed in agony, helplessly watching as Yuqing extracted his supreme bone. Moments later, Yuqing withdrew his hand, grasping a segment of golden bone that shimmered with a faint light, exuding an aura that stirred one's very soul. As the supreme bone was drawn forth, Yuqing waved his hand. Releasing Xiao Wuchen from his confinement, he seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. With the removal of the supreme bone, Xiao Wuchen's once mighty cultivation ebbed away like the retreating tide, transforming the former pinnacle of the Fuyao Empire into a mere shadow of his former self, enduring the excruciating pain of his bone being extracted. He fixated on the supreme bone in Yuqing's grip. I beseech you, Lord Yuqing, I was wrong. Please return my supreme bone to me, and if you are willing to restore it, I will serve you like a dog. Biting whoever you command. In desperation, he crawled on the ground like a dog, his forehead striking the earth, bleeding yet still pleading. Without my supreme bone, the Empress will no longer value me. I will lose my identity and status. I cannot live without it. However, Yuqing paid no mind to Xiao Wuchen, instead turning his gaze towards the nearby little Lier. The small creature, with big eyes beneath thick brows, was staring wide-eyed in astonishment. Clearly not foolish enough to miss the implications of their conversation. See, the rumors outside are nothing but fabrications. Yuqing shrugged helplessly. After a moment's thought, he extended the supreme bone towards the little Lier, asking, how about this? The small creature's eyes were locked onto the supreme bone, filled with tension as it realized the gravity of the decision before it, a potentially life-altering opportunity. Yes, the little one dug its toes into the ground. Looking up at Yuqing, responding anxiously to good. Yuqing smiled lightly, his palm enveloped in a gentle glow as he infused the supreme bone directly into the little Lier's body. The creature gazed in wonder as the bone melded with it. Take a nap in the recliner. I will assist you in the integration, Yuqing instructed. The little Lier nodded, not daring to question, fully compliant with Yuqing's wishes, and climbed barefoot onto the recliner. Yuqing waved his hand gently, channeling a soft power into the little Lier, who soon fell into a deep slumber, snoring lightly in the recliner. No, my supreme bone. That is my supreme bone. Return it to me. Xiao Wuchen, now reduced to a pitiful heap on the ground, shrieked in anguish at the sight of the supreme bone being absorbed by the little Lier. His eyes blazed with hatred. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his waist, rolling across the ground until he reached the sheep that had been peacefully sleeping nearby. Clinging to the sheep with all his might, he pressed the dagger against its throat. Return my supreme bone, or I will kill it. Xiao Wuchen trembled, his eyes fixed on Yuqing, shouting in desperation. Yuqing, witnessing this, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Xiao Wuchen, his forehead adorned with sweat and countless question marks. Wait, you threaten me with a sheep as a hostage? What kind of madness is this? The once peaceful sheep awoke from its slumber, blinking its innocent eyes as it felt itself ensnared. Its legs stiffened in shock. Clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Hurry, Return my supreme bone, or I will end its life. Xiao Wuchen continued to scream, gripping the dagger tightly, his voice tinged with madness. His choice of a sheep as a hostage was not a sign of lost sanity. Rather, it was his last flicker of rational thought. With the little Lear so close to Yuqing, he knew he could not threaten the child. This sheep had been by Yuqing's side since Xiao Wuchen had first encountered him. Kept well-fed and plump over the years. Thus, in Xiao Wuchen's mind, the sheep might hold significant value to Yuqing, perhaps even more so than the little Lear. Did you not hear my words? If you do not return it to me, I will take us both down together. Xiao Wuchen screamed frantically. Yet, in the face of Xiao Wuchen's threat, Yuqing merely regarded him with pity, casually responding. As you wish. The sheep, still groggy from sleep, seemed to belatedly comprehend its predicament. With a sudden kick, it knocked Xiao Wuchen aside. Thus, Xiao Wuchen was sent flying through the air, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a brilliant streak of light that many in the southern kingdom would later wish upon. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Yuqing's life remained as ordinary and pleasant as ever, the only difference being the presence of the little Lear in his waterborne abode. Though young, this little creature understood to some extent the significance of having integrated the supreme bone. Each day, before dawn, it would run over to Yuqing's courtyard, tidying it up meticulously and washing the garments he had worn the previous day. Once everything was in order, it would prepare a basin of warm water, eagerly awaiting Yuqing's rise. Knowing that Yuqing would be fishing later, the little Lear would set up the fishing spot and prepare the bait in advance. After completing all the chores, it would sit beside the sheep, entering a state of meditation. This little one was indeed diligent. Observing the little Lear deep in meditation, Yuqing could not help but smile. The little Lear was not a disciple assigned by the system. The supreme bone had simply come to him by chance, so Yuqing had only taken him on as a nominal disciple. However, despite this nominal status, Yuqing did not withhold his teachings that he first provided the little Lear with a suitable cultivation method for the supreme bone, then infused a lifetime's worth of insights from a certain sage into its mind. Both the cultivation method and the sage's insights were rewards Yuqing had earned through his system's sign-in process over the past 20 years. Of course, the rewards were not limited to these. He had amassed a plethora of other items as well. With the cultivation method and the sage's insights at his disposal, the little Lear could cultivate independently, freeing Yuqing from the burden of direct oversight. How far the little one could progress would depend on its own fortunes. Yet, it was worth noting that when Xiao Wuchen had received the supreme bone, he had not yet been granted the sage's insights. Had he possessed them then, perhaps he would have been more adequately equipped for his journey. Regardless, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Why Yuqing felt no emotional turmoil regarding Xiao Wuchen. After all, life is replete with moments of misjudgment. What mattered most was living happily. Meanwhile, not far from Yuqing's courtyard, Nanshi, clad in casual attire, was accompanied by a few personal maidservants and a strikingly poised young man. Chui Wei, Lord Yu has rendered great favors to our southern kingdom. Since he has come to our land, it is only right that we ensure his protection. Recent reports suggest that the Fuyao Empire may send individuals to do him harm, that I cannot rely on others. So I would like you to stay by his side and safeguard his safety. Your Majesty, this Chui Wei responded, bowing deeply, a troubled expression crossing his face. What is it? Are you unwilling? Nanshi inquired. It is not that I am unwilling to, as your Majesty has stated. Lord Yu has indeed bestowed great kindness upon our southern kingdom, and it is only fitting that we take good care of him. Chui Wei bowed deeply, his demeanor fraught with difficulty as he spoke. Your Majesty, you are well aware of my disposition. I am truly ill-suited for such a task. Might I implore you to consider appointing another? Even if you were to cast me into the military ranks, training soldiers, or charging in a battle, I would have no objections. However, being assigned to this idle duty is something I fear I cannot fulfill. Moreover, the protection of Mr. Yuqing could very well be entrusted to the Imperial Guard. Therefore, I humbly request that your Majesty rescind your command. Nanshi smiled as she explained, I understand your character, but even with the Imperial Guard assigned for protection, I remain unconvinced. Mr. Yuqing's nature does not favor ostentation. Thus, you are indeed the most fitting choice. But Chui Wei's face was a mask of reluctance. Enough of this. It is settled, Nanshi declared with unwavering authority. Although Mr. Yuqing has lost his cultivation, his wisdom is vast. Accompanying him might grant you invaluable insights. Very well. Seeing Nanshi's insistence, Chui Wei finally nodded, reluctantly acquiescing. Let us proceed to meet the esteemed gentleman. Before long, Nanshi and her companions arrived at Yuqing's abode. Mr. Yuqing, it has been quite some time, Nanshi greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Please, take a seat. Yuqing replied, rising with a smile. Nanshi beamed, sitting down and introducing to the side. Mr. Yuqing, allow me to present Cui Wei. Cui Wei, do offer your respects to the gentleman. Cui Wei promptly bowed, respectfully stating, Cui Wei pays his respects to you. Mr. Yuqing, there's no need for such formality. Yuqing quickly responded with a smile, Mr. Yuqing, the matter is this, Nanshi interjected. Given your esteemed status, I could not help but worry about potential disturbances from unsavory individuals. Hence I have specifically assigned him to accompany you. He will be at your service for any errands, and when unoccupied, he will remain discreetly by himself, ensuring not to intrude upon your peace. How can I accept such an arrangement? Yuqing replied hastily. Nanshi chuckled. If you refuse, it would imply a lack of respect for me, Nanshi. Very well, Yuqing conceded with a nod. After all, he was in a foreign land. And for whatever reason, it would be inappropriate to decline. Ultimately, he was merely a guest. Thus, he stood and clasped his hands towards Cui Wei, saying, I shall trouble you, young Master Cui, Mr. Yuqing. You flatter me. Please do not hesitate to call upon me for anything. Cui Wei replied promptly. Having left Cui Wei behind, Nanshi and Yuqing engaged in casual conversation until she departed due to matters at court. Yuqing resumed his fishing, glancing at the upright Cui Wei, and couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Cui, there is no need to be so tense. Feel free to be at ease. I appreciate your concern, but I must ensure the safety of the gentleman. I cannot afford to be negligent, Cui Wei replied, bowing slightly. All right, Yuqing chuckled, allowing him to be. Meanwhile, in the Fuyao Empire, Nangong Fuyao sat in the palace, her brow furrowed in thought. No news from Xiao Wuqing yet. She inquired of Sun Xuanji, who stood below. I have exhausted all means of contact, yet received no response, Sun Xuanji replied. However, according to spies from the south, he entered southern territory several days ago. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's brow furrowed even deeper. She felt an unsettling sense of intrigue surrounding the situation, a vague unease lurking within her. Given her understanding of Xiao Wuqing's character, it was unreasonable for him to remain silent. The threat of demonic affliction could not be delayed. It is imperative that we establish contact with Xiao Wuqing post-haste and urge him to bring Yuqing back. Understood. Sun Xuanji accepted the order and withdrew. After he left, Nangong Fuyao could not help but rub her forehead. The thought of the empire's fortunes waning daily due to the need to suppress the demonic creatures left her feeling anything but composed. Now, with Xiao Wuqing suddenly out of contact, her inner turmoil only intensified. Chapter 19. Little did I expect that one day I would need to summon Yuqing back. Days passed, the routine unchanged in the courtyard. Yuqing observed the little carp beside him and could not help but commend. Little one, you have made remarkable progress. The little carp appeared unchanged on the surface, even lacking visible cultivation. Yet, in just over a fortnight, he had become a formidable expert in the southern kingdom, thanks to the terrifying power of his supreme bone, coupled with the advanced techniques and insights bestowed upon him by Yuqing. All these elements combined to create such an effect. None could be omitted. The reason his cultivation remained undetectable was due to the method of concealment inherent in the technique given by Yuqing. This was also a protective measure for the little carp. When venturing into the world, sometimes hiding one's capabilities could prove crucial in critical moments. Moreover, given his youth, such discretion could shield him from numerous temptations that might lead him astray in the future. Such wisdom comes from a good master, the little carp thought, grinning widely while still dressed in his oversized shorts, with his belly and feet bare. No one would suspect that this little fellow had already become an extraordinary expert. Very good. Remain humble and steadfast in this mindset, Yuqing praised. Now, continue your training. Yes, master, the little carp replied respectfully before scampering off to resume his practice. A few more days passed. The little carp maintained his usual routine. Observing the little carp diligently wiping the table early one morning, Cui Wei could no longer remain idle. He picked up a broom and began sweeping the courtyard. These days had been somewhat torturous for him. It was not that Yuqing treated him poorly. Rather, he found the tranquility here to be excessively monotonous. Yuqing had little for him to do, mostly sending him to the southern part of the city to fetch some peach blossom wine. Aside from that, he spent his days watching Yuqing fish, which could stretch on for hours. For him, such idleness felt like a waste of time, that he would be more than willing to face the battlefield or undertake arduous tasks for the southern kingdom. Yet, this leisure was a form of torment. Thank you, the little carp said politely as Cui Wei finished sweeping the courtyard. Not at all, Cui Wei replied with a smile. He found the thoughtful little boy quite endearing. However, when he saw the little carp sitting cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state. He couldn't help but shake his head. He naturally understood that the little carp was training, but he pondered how effective mere sitting in meditation could be for actual cultivation. Little one, simply sitting will not yield results in your training. Cui Wei kindly advised that if you truly wish to cultivate, I can teach you. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. The little carp opened his eyes and replied. Do you doubt my abilities? Cui Wei retorted. Very well, perhaps you are unaware of my identity. Allow me to show you what true mastery of cultivation looks like. With that, Cui Wei's sword moved, and the surrounding environment stirred without wind. Watch closely, he called out, drawing his sword. A glimmer of cold light erupted as he swung, unleashing a stream of sword energy that struck a rock several feet away, shattering it explosively. What do you think? Cui Wei said nonchalantly, smiling at the little carp. However, the little carp's response was beyond his expectations. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. He shook his head, declining the offer. One reason was that he possessed the lifetime insights of a sage in his mind. In many respects, he was far from inexperienced. In fact, the knowledge and experience he held exceeded that of Cui Wei. Another reason was that, at present, he felt capable of performing feats akin to Cui Wei's. Hey, you little rascal. Cui Wei's expression shifted to one of mild irritation upon witnessing the little carp's attitude. Despite this, he held no genuine anger. Recognizing the little carp's refusal, he decided to let it be. As he could see that the little one lacked any particular talent for cultivation, thus, how he chose to practice was somewhat inconsequential. He had initially hoped to find something engaging in the days to come. But it seemed that was now a lost cause. Master, here is the bait, Cui Wei said, taking the prepared bait from the little carp and presenting it to Yuqing, who had just woken up and was preparing to fish. Thank you. Yuqing accepted the bait with a smile. He did not harbor any resentment towards the individual Nenshi had assigned to him. Rather, he found him quite agreeable. Cui Wei was neither intrusive nor overly talkative. Standing like a pillar while Yuqing fished, if he could no longer contain himself, he would retreat to the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. On this day, after a long wait, Cui Wei finally saw Nenshi arrive. She had been relatively unoccupied, spending nearly 2 hours with Yuqing before taking her leave. Cui Wei hurriedly caught up with her. What business do you have? Nenshi turned to face Cui Wei. Your Majesty, Cui Wei scratched his head in embarrassment, a look of difficulty crossing his face. Might I ask how much longer I must remain here? Is it not satisfactory to stay with the gentleman? Nenshi inquired. It is not that it is unsatisfactory, but rather, it is excessively idle, Cui Wei implored earnestly. During this time, I have even let my cultivation languish. If I stay any longer, I fear I may become utterly useless. Could you allow me to return? Nenshi hesitated slightly before ultimately declining Cui Wei's request, stating, It's the same as before. I cannot trust others that I shall wait until I find someone more suitable. Very well. Cui Wei could only nod helplessly and return to the courtyard, resuming his tranquil life as a protector of Yuqing in the Fuyao Empire. Despite several days of communication, there was still no news of Xiao Wuchen. It was evident to all that something must have gone awry with him. Could it be that the southern kingdom has apprehended him? Nangong Fuyao remarked solemnly. Given Xiao Wuchen's capabilities, if he chooses not to engage in battle and merely wishes to leave, it should not be difficult, Sun Xuanji replied. Then what exactly is happening? Nangong Fuyao asked, her expression filled with frustration. Your Majesty, although Xiao Wuchen's disappearance is indeed suspicious, the most pressing matter remains the demonic plague. Sun Xuanji suggested. Perhaps I should personally travel to the southern kingdom to retrieve Yuqing and inquire about any news regarding Xiao Wuchen. Upon hearing this, a grim expression crossed Nangong Fuyao's face. After a moment's contemplation, she reluctantly released her tightly clenched fists and said, If that is the case, then you may go. However, to ensure absolute certainty that moment, Sun Xuanji added, it would be best for your Majesty to issue a formal decree to Yuqing, clarifying the stance. That is out of the question. Nangong Fuyao firmly rejected without hesitation. Allowing you and Xiao Wuchen to go together is already the utmost leniency on my part. Simply convey my message to him. If he wishes to return, he may do so. Does your Majesty truly believe I am in need of him? However, the matter of the demonic plague indeed necessitates his presence. Only then will the ancient practitioner relent. Sun Xuanji argued, visibly troubled. That concerns the ancient practitioner, and it is not my concern, Nangong Fuyao replied coldly. Yet the ancient practitioner imposed the ban because of him, Sun Xuanji pointed out. If Yuqing does not return, or if he is forcibly brought back, it is likely the ancient practitioner will remain unyielding. To persuade him, it is essential for Yuqing to return and preferably regain his title as the Prince of Qing. Thus, I implore your majesty to issue a decree to express this stance. After listening to Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyao's countenance darkened to an almost palpable degree, her tightly clenched fist revealing the faint outline of veins. She could hardly fathom that there would come a day when she would truly need to summon Yuqing back. After what felt like an eternity, she finally penned a decree and handed it to Sun Xuanji. Your Majesty, I shall set off for the southern kingdom at once. Sun Xuanji's face brightened with joy as he received the decree and immediately hastened towards the southern kingdom. Chapter 20. I have long severed ties with the Fuyao Empire. Soon enough, Sun Xuanji arrived in the southern kingdom to eye in the absence of any deliberate concealment on Yuqing's part. If Xiao Wuchen could locate Yuqing, so too could Sun Xuanji. Subsequently, he knocked on the door of Yuqing's courtyard. Yuqing, who was leisurely fishing on the pavilion, responded nonchalantly, "Let him return." Understood. Cui Wei, upon hearing this, turned and stepped outside. Your Excellency may go back. The gentleman is indisposed to meet you. This, Sun Xuanji's expression soured, having not anticipated being met with a closed door before even entering. Yet, he was unwilling to give up so easily. Prince Qing, I implore you for a brief audience. I have but a few words to convey, after which I shall take my leave without further intrusion. Sun Xuanji called out confidently into the courtyard. Be silent. Cui Wei's face darkened, positioning himself firmly at the door, half drawing his sword, the glint of cold steel evident. The standoff continued until a calm voice resonated from within the courtyard. Let him in.at this. Cui Wei's cold demeanor dissipated, and he stepped aside to allow entry. Thank you, Sun Xuanji expressed with a respectful gesture as he entered the courtyard. Prince Qing, it has been some time. Please speak plainly, Director Sun, Yuqing replied, continuing to fish with an air of indifference. The purpose of my visit is to convey apologies on behalf of the Fuyao Empire and Her Majesty the Empress. Sun Xuanji began. The establishment of the Fuyao Empire owes much to your contributions, and you have always been regarded as a great benefactor. Yet, you were unjustly exiled, a decision that the Empress deeply regrets. Since your departure, she has missed you greatly. Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, a derisive expression crossed Yuqing's face. Before me, Director Sun, there is no need for such insincere platitudes. That a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Sun Xuanji's face. But he quickly regained composure and replied, perhaps you may not believe it, yet this is the Empress's decree, which clearly articulates her stance. You will see for yourself. As he spoke, Sun Xuanji presented the decree from Nangong Fuyao with both hands. Director Sun, the past is behind us. From the moment she expelled me, I severed all ties with the Fuyao Empire. Therefore, her current stance holds no significance for me, and I am indifferent to it. Thus, there is no need for me to peruse that decree. I ask you to take your leave, Yuqing said, not even casting a glance at the decree. This, Sun Xuanji's face darkened, seeing Yuqing's resolute demeanor. He hesitated for a long moment before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Yuqing shook his head in disapproval. Director Sun, you hold a position of great esteem within the Fuyao Empire. What is the purpose of this? I implore the prince to read the decree. After you have done so, you may decide. Sun Xuanji urged earnestly, extending the decree towards Yuqing. Observing the sincerity etched on Sun Xuanji's face, Yuqing sighed and set down his fishing rod. Director Sun, I respect your loyalty to your country and acknowledge your responsibilities as a minister. For your sake, I will take a look. However, I must inform you in advance that this will not alter the outcome. After saying this, Yuqing reached out to accept the decree. Thank you, Prince Qing, Sun Xuanji replied, his expression brightening. Over the years, he had come to understand Yuqing to some extent, knowing him to be a person of deep feelings. Having lived in the Fuyao Empire for so long, he had invested much of himself into its foundation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the empire was a product of his blood, sweat, and tears. If the decree contained a sincere apology from the Empress and an invitation for Yuqing to return, it was likely that he would soften. However, the next moment, Yuqing's derisive voice rang out clearly. Yuqing, you conspired with foreign powers in an attempt to rebel. In light of your past merits, spared your life, but chose to expel you from the Fuyao Empire. Rather than expressing gratitude, you harbor resentment and incite the ancient practitioner to impose a ban on the Fuyao Empire, causing its fortunes to wane. Considering our past ties, I am still willing to offer you a chance. As long as you promptly persuade the ancient practitioner to lift the ban and send someone to resolve the demonic plague in the imperial capital, I can overlook your past transgressions and allow you to remain in the Fuyao Empire. As she spoke, the scorn on Yuqing's face deepened, while Sun Xuanji's embarrassment grew more pronounced, trembling with the urge to find a hole to hide in. He dared not pry into the emperor's decree. He had initially thought that, regardless of her personal feelings, The urgency of the demonic plague would prompt the Empress to extend a favorable attitude towards Yuqing. He never anticipated that the contents of the decree would be such. So, is this the attitude of your Fuyao Empress? Yuqing inquired with a meaningful tone. Is this the decree you wish for me to see? Director's son. Chapter 21. Let him see for himself whether meditation is of any use. Yuqing's words left Sun Xuanji at a loss for words. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. And after a lengthy pause, he was unable to utter a single word. All the arguments he had prepared to persuade Yuqing vanished in that moment, leaving him too ashamed to speak. Director's son. Please take your leave. Do not return, Yuqing said with a mocking shake of his head, tossing the decree to the ground. Sun Xuanji's expression became immensely complicated. Alas, after a long silence, he sighed deeply, picked up the decree from the ground, and left without uttering a single word. The gentleman has stated that you are not to return. Should you come again, the southern kingdom shall not be so courteous. Chui Wei's cold voice echoed at the entrance. Sun Xuanji gazed at the young man standing at the door, his demeanor icy, and felt another profound sigh escape him. The Heavenly Palace, as the cradle of strength for the Fuyao Empire, not only executed various missions, but also served as the intelligence center. As the head of the Heavenly Palace, he recognized who stood before him. One of the 10 most talented youths of the Southern Kingdom, highly esteemed by the Southern Kingdom's Empress. It was certain that this individual would play a significant role in the future. He had previously known that the Southern Kingdom's Empress personally welcomed Yuqing's arrival, yet he had not anticipated that Chui Wei would also be sent to accompany him from the moment he entered. Chui Wei had assumed a protective stance. The Southern Kingdom's attitude towards Yuqing was a stark contrast to that of the Fuyao Empire. In that moment, Sun Xuanji truly felt that he could no longer bear to seek out Yuqing. Rest assured, young sir, I shall not return, Sun Xuanji spoke bitterly. With that, he turned away in desolation, his gaze directed towards the Fuyao Empire, where the spark of hope seemed to have vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Originally, he had intended to inquire about Xiao Wuchen's whereabouts, yet he now found himself devoid of any interest. After sending Sun Xuanji off, Chui Wei returned to the courtyard, still feeling bored. Noticing the small fish, who was once again engrossed in meditation, he could not help but sigh. This little creature. How many times must I tell you that meditating is of no use? This is not the age for such pursuits. As he prepared to practice his swordplay, his gaze suddenly narrowed, and he swiftly turned around, his piercing eyes cutting through the ornate buildings, locking onto a rooftop a mile away. There stood a young man clad in white. The two exchanged distant yet charged glances, igniting an unspoken tension fraught with the scent of gunpowder. The young man in white smirked disdainfully, his eyes brimming with provocation. He then leapt away, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. Upon witnessing this, Chui Wei clenched his fists tightly, instinctively preparing to rush out. However, just as he exerted himself, he glanced back at Yuqing, who was leisurely fishing on the balcony, and came to an abrupt halt. With a solemn expression, he returned to the pavilion, standing guard as usual. It was evident that despite his desire to pursue, he remained steadfast in his mission to protect Yuqing. In the pavilion, Yuqing shook the wine flask beside him with a wry smile. He then turned to Chui Wei and said, Brother Chui, would you be so kind as to fetch me a jar of peach blossom wine from Old Lu outside the city? I've heard from our neighbor that Old Lu's peach blossom wine is the most authentic. This. Chui Wei's eyes brightened. Of course, sir, I shall go immediately, with a glance towards the direction beyond the city. He stepped out of the courtyard and leapt swiftly towards the outskirts. Alas, it seems today will be another day of empty pursuits. After Chui Wei departed, Yuqing set down his fishing rod, stretched languidly, suppressing the urge to evaporate the river before him, and approached Xiao Lier. Have you encountered any challenges or bottlenecks in your training? Master, Xiao Lier opened his eyes eagerly, with the insights you've provided. I have faced no difficulties or obstacles. That's good to hear. Yuqing nodded with a smile. However, what you lack most at this moment is practice. Would you be interested in some practical experience? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lier's large eyes sparkled with excitement. The current Xiao Lier was no longer the same as before. Under the guidance of the sage's teachings, he had not only learned to avoid detours in his training, but had also ingrained various combat experiences and techniques in his mind. Yet, he had always lacked a genuine opportunity to put his newfound skills into practice, leaving him restless with anticipation. Chui Wei treats you well, doesn't he? Yuqing inquired. Yes, master, Xiao Lier nodded, scratching his head in mild annoyance. But he always says that my meditation is useless, which I find quite bothersome. Why Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, if my instincts are correct, he is currently facing a bit of trouble. Why don't you go assist him? It will also give him a chance to see whether your meditation truly bears fruit. Xiao Lier's eyes lit up as he jumped to his feet. Yes, master, I shall go at once. Chapter 22. Where did this little brat come from outside of South City? Chui Wei soared through the air, reaching unprecedented speeds. His first priority was not to seek out the young man in white, but to heed Yuqing's instructions and procure a jar of peach blossom wine from old Lu. Once he secured the wine flask, he made his way towards the peach blossom grove outside the city. In the grove, the peach blossoms stretched for miles, and the recent light rains had rendered the paths within muddy. Chui Wei carefully treaded through the muck toward the pavilion nestled among the blossoms. Inside, the young man in white stood with a mocking smile, locking eyes with Chui Wei. It was a classic case of enemies meeting. Marked by palpable animosity, the young man, known as Bai Hua, was of similar age to Chui Wei and one of the top 10 young talents of the Southern Kingdom. However, their backgrounds were starkly different. Chui Wei hailed from humble beginnings, having clawed his way up, while Bai Hua came from a prestigious family that had held significant influence in the Southern Kingdom for generations, despite their disparate origins. There was no inherent animosity between them. The real conflict began when Nanshi placed great importance on Chui Wei, which sparked a sense of crisis in Bai Hua, a mere commoner rising to challenge him. Thus, he initiated various forms of suppression against Chui Wei. The tension escalated to a boiling point when Chui Wei witnessed his fiancée emerge from Bai Hua's bed one fateful day, solidifying their enmity. You, a worthless wretch of lowly birth, are even slower than I expected. Bai Hua sneered from the pavilion. No wonder Yearned chose to climb into my bed instead of yours. I must admit. Her body is indeed quite tender. Shut up? Chui Wei's forehead throbbed with rage, his fists clenching with a cracking sound. What's wrong? Upset, Bai Hua mocked. But it's only natural. Yearned has been with you for years without yielding. While she willingly gave herself to me after merely half a month of acquaintance, you must feel utterly impotent with rage. These words. Chui Wei's breath became erratic, his entire body trembling with fury. Bai Hua continued nonchalantly. Now, I grant you a chance for revenge. Let us engage in a life-or-death duel between men, shall we? As soon as the words left Bai Hua's lips, Chui Wei unsheathed his sword with a sharp sound, transforming into a streak of cold light as he charged at Bai Hua. Sensing Chui Wei's fury, a smirk crept onto Bai Hua's face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. After secretly consuming a violent pill, he surged towards Chui Wei. Though the pill came with severe side effects, it would enhance his strength by nearly 30%. With Chui Wei already agitated and his breath in disarray, Bai Hua was confident that he could take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. Once Chui Wei was out of the picture, no one in the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom would be able to challenge Bai Hua's position. Thus, the minor drawbacks of the violent pill were of little consequence. Even if Chui Wei's death would incite the wrath of the Empress, it was a risk worth taking. After all, the loss of one outstanding youth would not prompt Nanshi to remove another, lest the Southern Kingdom find itself bereft of successors. Hence, for the future of the Southern Kingdom, it was likely that Nanshi would merely turn a blind eye. Besides, it was Chui Wei who made the first move. As the two young talents clashed, the peach blossom grove was illuminated by flashing sword light. The violent energy radiated in all directions, severing countless peach trees in half, while blossoms danced through the air, ultimately turning to dust. After a fierce exchange of blows, Chui Wei staggered backward through the air. What's wrong? You worthless fool. Is that truly your utmost power? No wonder Yearned finds you lacking. Bai Hua continued to taunt him. In a duel between experts, a single miscalculation could lead to chaos. Losing one's composure could result in catastrophic mistakes, and indeed, Chui Wei, now with bloodshot eyes, charged at Bai Hua once more. His swordplay, though fierce and relentless, was purely offensive, revealing a desperate fighting style. At this moment, Chui Wei had unwittingly fallen into Bai Hua's trap. Before long, Bai Hua's sword pierced through Chui Wei's shoulder. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Hua's eyes as he regretted not severing Chui Wei's head with that strike. Yet it mattered little. Chui Wei was now at his last gasp. The two clashed again in an escalating battle, devastating the peach grove over a span of 10 miles. Chui Wei was now covered in sword wounds, while Bai Hua remained composed and unscathed. Finally, in the last exchange, Bai Hua struck Chui Wei in the chest with his palm, sending him flying dozens of yards, crashing into the muddy ground from which he could no longer rise. Such is the fate of one born of humble origins, never dared to dream of competing with the moonlight. Bai Hua approached with his sword, disdainfully declaring, "You shall perish," just as he stood before Chui Wei, who lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and his eyes filled with a mix of fury and despair. Bai Hua raised his sword to deliver the final blow. Stop! A crisp, youthful voice echoed through the air. Bai Hua's gaze snapped to the source of the voice, spotting a small boy of 7 or 8 years approaching along the muddy path, barefoot and clad in oversized shorts caked in dirt. Bai Hua's lips twitched in irritation. He had expected someone formidable, yet here was merely a little brat. He couldn't be bothered to pay the child any mind, raising his sword once more to strike at Chui Wei. I told you to stop. The boy's voice rang out again, his childish tone resolute and unwavering. Bai Hua's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. Where did this little brat come from, with such audacity? Meanwhile, Cui Wei, lying on the ground, caught sight of the boy approaching. As he recognized Xiao Lier, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his body shook. What was this little fellow doing here at such a time? Just as he intended to shout for Xiao Lier to leave, a scene unfolded that shocked him to his core. In an instant, Xiao Lier, who had been several dozen yards away, appeared right in front of the two combatants. At that moment, Cui Wei's frustration and hatred for Bai Hua nearly slipped from his mind, his bloodshot eyes widening in disbelief. Bai Hua, too, was taken aback by this unexpected display. I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? Xiao Lier, though only as tall as Bai Hua's waist, spoke with an authoritative tone that was anything but childlike. His cold demeanor bore the gravitas of someone seasoned in battle. This attitude infuriated Bai Hua. While Xiao Lier's sudden appearance had startled him, it did not imply that the child possessed any real strength. What could a mere child do, even if he had been training since birth? He would be nothing significant. He raised his sword to attack. However, the next moment, he was about to pay dearly for his folly. With a resounding thud, Xiao Lier delivered a punch to an indeterminate area of Bai Hua's anatomy. The force propelling Bai Hua into the air, sending him flying 100 yards away. During the tumultuous process of his backward flight, Bai Hua endured a harrowing journey of agony, transitioning from initial numbness to a throbbing pain, ultimately culminating in a deep, penetrating ache that felt as if it had reached his very bones. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground, his body carving a long trench into the earth before coming to a halt. Chapter 23. Are you really only 8 years old? No. I am 7.5. The injuries inflicted by the impact caused Bai Hua to spew forth blood in great gasps. Yet, he paid it no mind. Curling his body on the ground, rolling and clutching his abdomen with trembling hands, beads of cold sweat forming all over him. This scene left Sui, who lay on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? He fixed his gaze on Xylier, his eyes brimming with disbelief, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. Is this really the same clumsy little fellow who, aside from household chores, could only meditate in silence? I will kill you. At that moment, Bai Hua, after enduring the initial pain, finally staggered to his feet, gazing at his blood-soaked hands, his trembling hand shaking uncontrollably, and he let out a frenzied roar. Then, wielding his sword, he shot into the air, aiming a strike at Xiaolier. Be careful, get out of the way. Seeing this, Sui Wei shouted urgently, although Xylier's sudden teleportation and the display of strength had astonished him. He did not believe that Xylier could match Bai Hua in a direct confrontation. It was understandable. Xylier was simply too young. Hurry up. Noticing Xylier still had not moved, he cried out again in desperation. However, as he shouted, he found his voice dwindling, as if his throat were clogged with phlegm. Suddenly, Xylier extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched Bai Hua's descending sword. Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but rub them. This scene appeared too surreal to him. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, that tender hand, still specked with dirt under the fingernails, had indeed clamped down on the descending sword, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Bai Hua, too, was taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost. His heart racing with fear even more than Sui Wei's. This was a sword he had swung himself. No one understood its power better than he did. To have it intercepted by 2 fingers was beyond his imagination when it came to Xylier's strength. At that moment, Xylier gently bent his fingers, and Bai Hua's sword abruptly shattered. Unwilling to relent, Xylier kicked out his foot, aiming for the same spot where Bai Hua had been injured. Once again, Sui Wei instinctively shivered at the sight. Bai Hua, predictably, was sent flying once more, though his landing was far less dramatic than before. He lay on the ground, convulsing intermittently, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. From now on, do not say that my meditation is useless. After regaining his composure, Xylier looked down at Sui and spoke earnestly. Sui clicked his tongue, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he finally gathered his words and asked, Are you really 8 years old? No, Xylier replied. Upon hearing this, Sui Wei let out a sigh of relief. If Xylier were indeed only 8 years old, then he, who prided himself as a genius among the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom, might as well find a tofu block to end his life. However, the next moment, Xylier's words nearly choked him. I am only 7.5. Seeing Xylier's earnest demeanor, Sui, who should have been grateful for Xylier's life-saving intervention, felt an impulsive urge to strangle the little fellow. If sensing Sui's thoughts, Xylier added, I am capable of this because my master bestowed it upon me. Moreover, I came here at my master's behest. He knew you were in trouble, master. Sui Wei's body jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a long moment, it seemed he finally grasped the implications. Initially, He had thought that Xylier's displayed power was due to his own extraordinary talent. It was only when Xylier mentioned his master that he recalled Yuqing, the great benefactor of the Southern Kingdom, the seemingly idle young man who spent his days fishing. He hastily felt around in his pocket for the wine pot. The pot was intact. Only then did he realize why Yuqing had asked him to fetch a jar of wine at that particular moment. He had been puzzled as to why, despite the peach blossom wine available in the city being sourced from Old Lu. Yuqing saw it to go the extra mile. In retrospect, it was clear that Yuqing had already known of Bai Hua's arrival. He must have calculated that Sui Wei was not Bai Hua's match and sent Xylier to assist him. This meant Yuqing was far from the rumor that he had been discarded 20 years ago by the Fuyao Empire. This monumental revelation left Sui Wei momentarily dazed. Do not dawdle. What about that person? At this moment, Xylier inquired. Sui Wei snapped back to reality, and with Xylier's assistance, he slowly approached Bai now. Bai Hua had already lost consciousness, but his body continued to twitch sporadically, under the relentless assault from Xylier. Bai Hua's crucial components had been utterly destroyed, prompting Wei to gasp in horror. He could not comprehend why Xylier had targeted that specific area. Nonetheless, he silently vowed never to provoke this little fellow again. However, as he gazed at Bai Hua, his expression quickly turned cold. Despite having lost his temper and reason earlier, he was not foolish. Now, with a clearer mind, he reflected on Bai Hua's earlier actions and grasped his intentions. Gritting his teeth, he brought down his sword, cleanly and decisively ending Bai Hua's suffering. The two soon returned to the Mozui Pavilion in Shangnan City. Yuqing was still lazily reclining in a lounge chair. Fishing. Upon seeing Yuqing again, Sui felt an entirely different sentiment brewing within him. Previously, he had only known that Yuqing had once been a benefactor to the Southern Kingdom, and that, due to the edict of the Empress Nangong, he had to fulfill his duties. Sui Wei knelt heavily, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. It was merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such formality. Yuqing smiled lightly, raising his hand to assist Sui Wei back to his feet. However, he then added, your injuries are more severe than anticipated. Under normal circumstances, his strength should not have been sufficient to inflict such damage upon you. My lord, your insight is sharp. Sui Wei offered an embarrassed smile, before recounting the enmity between himself and Bai Hua without reservation. I see. Yuqing patted Sui Wei on the shoulder to comfort him. It is just a woman. There is no need to dwell on it. I will take you to enjoy some music another day. I will remember your teachings, my lord, but I must decline the music. I am truly not interested. Sui Wei quickly refused. You speak too soon. Wait until the day arrives and you will understand. Yuqing chuckled, then turned his gaze to Xylier and asked, how do you feel? Thank you, master. I feel excellent. Xylier clenched his small fist, still buzzing with excitement, for this was his first time showcasing his abilities after achieving success. Oh, then tell me how you managed to defeat that fellow, Yuqing asked with a smile. Thus, Xylier began to recount the tale animatedly. Meanwhile, Sui Wei chimed in with additional details. As he listened, Yuqing began to sense something amiss. Your punches and kicks. Wait, let me take a closer look at the specific insights. With that, Yuqing hurriedly began examining. At the time, he had focused solely on whether Xylier's insights were suitable for the growth of the supreme bone, neglecting to pay attention to the specific teachings of the saint. After inspecting, Yuqing was left momentarily dumbfounded. His lips twitching, he regarded Xylier with a gaze that had grown profoundly meaningful, as if he could already foresee a future presence that would instill terror in others, causing their legs to tremble. Master, is something wrong? No, nothing is amiss. Yuqing awkwardly waved his hand, hastily smoothing things over. Although the methods may appear somewhat unsavory, a technique that can defeat an enemy is still a good technique. Chapter 24. An unprecedented opportunity for the Southern Kingdom. 2 days passed, and Sui Wei's injuries had nearly healed. Strangely, Yuqing did not fish today. Instead, he lay languidly in a lounge chair, holding the peach blossom wine that Sui Wei had retrieved from outside the city a couple of days prior. He also began today's system check-in. Yet another saint's insight. Yuqing's expression remained unchanged. Recently, saintly insights had been pouring in like an overflowing stream, and there were already over 100 in his storage space. One belonged to a sword saint. Just as he was about to put it away, he glanced at Sui Wei, who was practicing his swordplay nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he called Sui Wei over. Greetings, my lord. What commands do you have? Sui Wei replied respectfully. I have a gift for you. Yuqing waved his hand and produced a jade slip that shimmered with a faint glow, placing it in Sui Wei's hands. What is this? Sui asked, puzzled as he received the jade slip. Upon opening it, he was taken aback and promptly knelt on the ground. My lord, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. That moment, Yuqing had already closed his eyes again, merely waving his hand to signal Sui Wei to withdraw. Sui Wei, overwhelmed with excitement, swallowed hard, gripping the jade slip tightly, and knelt again to offer profound thanks. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this treasure. After expressing his gratitude, Suiwei respectfully retreated to a corner, reopening the jade slip. Although he had already known it contained a saint's insights, he soon realized, upon closer examination, that he had underestimated its value. Within it lay not only the sword saint's lifelong insights into swordsmanship but also various combat experiences and perspectives on numerous topics. Just by perusing it briefly, many of the questions and challenges that had previously confounded him were swiftly resolved. In other words, during his future cultivation, armed with the insights of the sage, he would avoid any detours and bypass all bottlenecks. He need only follow the prescribed path, and his progress would come effortlessly. Over the course of the following day, Cui Wei experienced 2 more moments of enlightenment, each time achieving a breakthrough, should he encounter by Hua, who had consumed the frenzied pill, again in his current state. He was confident he could dispatch him with a single effortless strike. From that day forth, beside the sheep, not only was Xiao Li sitting in meditation, but Cui Wei joined him as well. Xiao Li shifted slightly, unable to resist casting a glance at Cui Wei. You said meditating is useless, yet here you are meditating. She couldn't help but inquire. Cui Wei's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, shifting from one expression to another as he stammered for a considerable time before responding. Did I ever say that? Your memory is poor. Hurry up and cultivate. With that, Cui Wei promptly closed his eyes, avoiding Xiao Li's gaze filled with questions. However, just as the two had settled into meditation for a short while, a knock sounded at the door. They both opened their eyes and approached the entrance. Outside stood a young man clad in armor, exuding an aura of authority. I have seen General Li. Cui Wei immediately clasped his fists in greeting, his face a mask of confusion. How had this man arrived here? It was well known that Li Shang was a member of the Southern National Imperial Guard, one of Nanshi's closest confidants. Li Shang glanced at Xiao Li, noting no one else was present, and then cupped his hands, saying, Lord Cui, His Majesty has considered your wish to join the military and has specifically sent me to take over your duty of protecting Mr. Yuqing. His Majesty is currently occupied with national affairs. So I kindly ask you to introduce me to Mr. Yuqing and explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's expression changed dramatically. Before he could respond, Xiao Li pointed at him and exclaimed, Oh, so you wish to leave? I will inform Master right away. With that, she dashed towards the courtyard. Seeing this, Cui Wei quickly lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Li and firmly covering her mouth while exclaiming, should lira. No, Li, I was wrong. I truly meant no harm. Please, spare me. Yet, the look in Xiao Li's eyes showed no inclination to let him off the hook. 10 strings of candied hawthorn and an additional 10 portions of osmanthus cake. Cui Wei quickly added, Moreover, I will take care of all household chores for the next month, giving you more time to meditate and cultivate. At this, Xiao Li finally ceased her intent to inform on him. Cui Wei sighed in relief and turned back towards the entrance, cupping his hands toward Li Shang, saying, General Li, I apologize for making you come all this way. I have grown quite accustomed to being here, and I would appreciate it if you could inform His Majesty of my decision. Very well, then I shall take my leave. At the door, Li Shang scratched his head, perplexed. Why had this man, who had been so eager to leave, suddenly changed his mind? After Li Shang departed, Cui Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having just received the sage's insights from Yuqing, it would have been unthinkable for him to leave, especially considering that Yuqing had saved his life. He wished to contribute as much as he could while remaining. Subsequently, he approached Yuqing to explain and confess everything that had transpired. Yuqing merely smiled gently and patted his shoulder, assuring him that he need not worry about it. This only deepened Cui Wei's respect for Yuqing, while also filling him with guilt. After a long hesitation, he finally voiced the question weighing on his heart. My lord, I still do not understand. What merit do I, Cui Wei, possess that warrants such a significant gift from you? Would it not be better for you to keep such an important thing for yourself, or to pass it on to your descendants? Xiao Li, perhaps lacking understanding, was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, as Cui Wei continued to grasp the essence of the sage's insights, he became increasingly astonished. In his view, this knowledge was sufficient to cultivate a powerful sect, even serving as the foundation of a nation, nurturing an endless stream of formidable experts. Thus, alongside his gratitude was a sense of overwhelming trepidation. Upon hearing his words, Yuqing smiled slightly and reassured him. You need not feel overly burdened. The fact that I can bestow this upon you indicates that it holds little value to me. Cui Wei was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but feel a shock. Was it true that in Yuqing's eyes, the sage's insights were not valuable? What realm or level did Yuqing himself occupy? One could only wonder how the Fuyao Empire would react if they learned of this. Yet, Yuqing did not harbor resentment towards the Fuyao Empire, which spoke volumes of his benevolent nature. Nevertheless, despite Yuqing's reassurances, Cui Wei felt unworthy of receiving such a precious gift. Observing his demeanor, Yuqing smiled faintly. Rising to the railing, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed at the expanse of azure waters and the sunset reflecting upon the surface, I hail from a distant land, where there too exists such a stretch of azure waters. Though shadows and inequalities abound there, many of its people resemble you of the southern kingdom. Thus, I hold a fondness for this place, and am willing to remain. That Yuqing's words caused Cui Wei to tremble involuntarily. A surge of pride welling up within him. The southern kingdom, a small nation throughout history, had endured numerous wars, struggling for survival, even coming perilously close to extinction. Yet, the unwavering quality of its people remained unchanged. Perhaps there were grievances akin to those between him and Bai Hua, alongside many unseen injustices. Yet, the majority steadfastly upheld their principles. It was precisely for this reason that the Southern Kingdom's selfless actions garnered Yuqing's recognition. The bestowal of the sage's insights was not merely for Cui Wei's benefit, but rather a gesture of goodwill towards the Southern Kingdom. That I am grateful for your acknowledgement of our Southern Kingdom. My lord. As Cui Wei comprehended all of this, he felt an overwhelming excitement. It seemed he could foresee that the Southern Kingdom was on the brink of an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 25. Sun Xuanji request to resign. Life in the Southern Kingdom was tranquil and serene. Meanwhile, in the Fuyao Empire, Nangong Fuyao was in a rage. How dare they show such disrespect? Moreover, are you saying that Nanshi not only personally welcomed him, arranged for his accommodations, and fulfilled all his requests, but also sent his confidant to act as his guard? Indeed, Sun Xuanji nodded from below. That I wondered how a useless man like Yuqing would dare to oppose me. It turns out he has the Southern Kingdom backing him. Southern Kingdom, O Southern Kingdom, it seems you wish to oppose my Fuyao Empire entirely. If I am not mistaken, the Southern Kingdom must be aware of the demonic affliction plaguing our imperial capital and has deliberately kept Yuqing within their borders, waiting for the Fuyao Empire's fortunes to wane before plotting against us. Truly, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Since such a small nation dares to repeatedly oppose me, I shall not hesitate to act ruthlessly. The Southern Kingdom's fertile lands are precisely what I seek. If I can indeed conquer the Southern Kingdom, the loss of fortune due to the demonic affliction will be of little consequence. As he spoke, Nangong Fuyao's gaze fell upon Sun Xuanji. Are you about to utter some cautionary words to make me reconsider? You, the esteemed head of the Heavenly Palace Academy, cowering like a coward. How can you accomplish anything great? Furthermore, if Yuqing is unwilling to return, do you not know how to force him back? Must I personally teach you? In the face of Nangong Fuyao's tirade, Sun Xuanji remained silent. A flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. He had not intended to provoke Nangong Fuyao into attacking the Southern Kingdom when discussing their treatment of Yuqing. Rather, he had hoped the Empress would reflect on the situation. Despite Yuqing having merely eliminated a formidable foe for the Southern Kingdom, he was treated with such respect, while Yuqing, a founding hero of the Fuyao Empire, found himself regarded as an enemy. He quietly awaited the completion of Nangong Fuyao's tirade before kneeling on the ground. He then respectfully stated, "As your Majesty has said, this old minister is indeed no longer capable of fulfilling the role of head of the Heavenly Palace Academy, and I humbly request your Majesty to relieve me of my duties and allow me to retire to my hometown." You wish to resign? Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze fixated on Sun Xuanji as she asked sternly, "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Sun Xuanji replied respectfully. Seeing Sun Xuanji's serious demeanor, Nangong Fuyao's face fluctuated between various emotions. However, the next moment, she erupted into laughter. "Ha! Come now, Director Sun, do not speak such words in jest. That I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier, but I was merely upset. The demonic affliction in the imperial capital remains unresolved. Xiao Wuchen is still missing, and both Yuqing and the Southern Kingdom are opposing me. In my anger, I spoke those words. You must be more understanding. Your Majesty, I am not speaking in anger. It is simply that I am indeed of advanced age and can no longer fulfill the role of head of the Heavenly Palace Academy." Sun Xuanji said earnestly. After speaking, he knelt once more, bowing his head to the ground to express his stance. Observing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, her face dripping with disdain as she questioned him. "Do you harbor any discontent with how I treat you?" "Director Sun, I do not dare," Sun Xuanji replied. "Then do you feel that my treatment of you is insufficient?" Sun Xuanji stated, "It is not that." For a prolonged silence, Nangong Fuyao did not utter a single word, and the palace was filled with an oppressive chill. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Nangong Fuyao drew out her voice, saying, "Director Sun, you must be certain. Once I give my consent, there is no taking it back." "I confirm," Sun Xuanji replied. Nangong Fuyao took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous chest, and then spoke. Recently, due to the affliction of demonic forces, it is only natural for the director to be burdened with worry and fatigue. I will temporarily grant permission for the director to rest for a while. Once he has recuperated, he may return. Thank you, Your Majesty, Sun Xuanji said, bowing in gratitude. After rising, he exited the hall directly. Have you truly allowed that old man to leave? Following Sun Xuanji's departure, a figure clad in white emerged from behind the screen. He likely harbors concerns upon seeing my intentions to invade the southern kingdom. It is wise to let him take a respite. Nangong Fuyao said solemnly. Once I have truly subdued the southern kingdom and all is settled, you will have little to say. Then I wish you success, the man in white remarked casually as he took a seat beside her. Is this body still accommodating? Nangong Fuyao inquired. This is indeed one of the top 3 among the younger generation of my Fuyao Empire. It is manageable, I suppose. The man in white glanced down at himself, then produced a list of materials, placing it on the table. Observing this, Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow. Sensing her concern, the man in white reassured her. Having just taken over this body, a period of adjustment is necessary. After this phase, I shall swiftly return to my peak state. In my prime, the entire southern region will appear as mere ants in my eyes. At that time, whatever you wish to accomplish will be but a simple gesture from me. Nangong Fuyao tucked away the list, her expression softening as she regarded the young man in white. I hope you will fulfill your promise when that time comes. In the following days, within the Fuyao Empire, troops were mobilized and cavalry assembled. Although the Fuyao Empire did not declare war immediately, the Southern Kingdom sensed a looming threat. The major generals and numerous ministers of the Southern Kingdom were summoned to the palace without delay. The entire situation bore an unmistakable air of impending storm. Meanwhile, at the Mosui Pavilion, a tranquil atmosphere persisted. Cui Wei and Shaoli remained seated beside the sheep, engrossed in meditation and contemplating the insights of the sages. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Shaoli, causing Cui Wei to stare in astonishment. This marked the 3rd breakthrough for Shaoli in just a few days, ever since Shaoli saved him. He had known that her prowess surpassed his own, yet now, despite having gained insights from the sages himself, he found himself unable to keep pace with her. How did you break through again? Cui Wei's voice carried a tinge of envy. Because my master bestowed upon me the supreme bone, Shaoli replied earnestly. What? Cui Wei exclaimed, springing to his feet in shock as he gazed at Shaoli. He understood all too well what the supreme bone signified. The foremost youth of the Fuyao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, bore the same. With the insights of the sages combined with the supreme bone, Shaoli's future was almost beyond his imagination. It was as if he could already envision an unparalleled powerhouse standing before him. Despite the pang of envy, he genuinely felt happiness for Shaoli and for the future of the Southern Kingdom. After all, Shaoli was a native of the Southern Kingdom. He could not help but cast a reverent glance at Yuqing beside him, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead with her arrival. Chapter 26. Listen to me, or face death. However, today heralded the arrival of a guest, the ancient Taoist. He produced 2 jars of fine wine from his storage bag and sat with Yuqing at the Mosui Pavilion, indulging in a drink. Is the Fuyao Empire still besieging your Qingyan sect? Yuqing inquired. Not anymore, the ancient Taoist replied. After all, they understand that they cannot even breach my mountain-protecting array, and they are counting on me to lift the ban imposed by the Array Masters Guild. That's good to hear, Yuqing nodded. Regarding the ancient Taoist ban on the Array Masters Guild, he remained indifferent. He had long severed ties with the Fuyao Empire. However, I have heard whispers that the Fuyao Empire seems poised to take action against the Southern Kingdom. The ancient Taoist remarked. What is the reason? Yuqing asked. If I am not mistaken, it is likely due to you. The ancient Taoist stated. Of course, it is also possible that your sister has her own designs on the Southern Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's brow furrowed, combining the recent happenings with the 2 demons beneath the Fuyao Empire, along with the ancient Taoist ban and the visits from Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji. He quickly unraveled the key elements. A hint of anger surfaced on his typically gentle face. So, I have come to ask you, what do you intend to do? The ancient Taoist inquired. Why Yuqing's pupils constricted. If the Fuyao Empire truly launched an attack on the Southern Kingdom, while he might not be the sole cause, he certainly played a significant role. Out of both emotion and reason, he could not remain indifferent. In truth, given his strength, he could easily crush the Fuyao Empire if he personally aided the Southern Kingdom in battle. But what of the future? What if he were not present in the Southern Kingdom? Therefore, he did not regard the Fuyao Empire as a significant concern. He was focused on the longer term. Resolving the issues facing the Southern Kingdom required addressing the root causes. He had grown fond of the Southern Kingdom. This Mosui Pavilion was, in fact, the home he had found as a traveler from another world. Even if he ventured elsewhere in the future, weary and fatigued, he might still return here. Could you establish the headquarters of your Array Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom? Yuqing asked. That was precisely my intention. The ancient Taoist's eyes lit up as he replied. To be frank, due to recent events, I have been contemplating relocating my Qing insect. Therefore, I consulted the stars and received an omen indicating that the new location should be in the south. The southern region where the Qingyun sect was originally located could only refer to the Southern Kingdom. Moreover, with Yuqing now residing there, he had resolved to move the entire Qingyun sect to the Southern Kingdom. The status of Array Masters was well recognized throughout the southern region. Often, an Array Master could rally a multitude with a mere call, as anyone from any sect might seek their assistance at any time. Thus, it was evident that the location of the Array Masters Guild's headquarters would become one of the core areas in the southern region. Hence, if the Qingyun sect relocated to the Southern Kingdom, even out of selfish motives, he wished to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild there as well. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance in making this happen, Yuqing replied. His hands clasped behind his back. As long as the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is situated in the Southern Kingdom, not to mention the Fuyao Empire, no other nation in the southern region would dare harbor any ill intentions against it. For them to attack the Southern Kingdom would equate to declaring war on the Array Masters Guild. To be honest, that may be somewhat challenging, the ancient Taoist admitted with a wry smile. Aside from me as the president, there are 3 vice presidents in the Array Masters Guild. Their skills in array formation are on par with mine, and given their seniority and high reputation, they will likely accommodate me when it does not involve interests. However, when it comes to something as significant as relocating the headquarters, they may not easily yield. The ancient Taoist expressed his frustration. Upon hearing this, Yuqing smiled faintly and said, I have a method for that. Oh, what is it? The ancient Taoist asked, puzzled. When the time comes, you can take me to meet them, and you will understand, Yuqing replied with a smile. Very well, in 2 days. We will convene a meeting regarding the location of the Array Masters Guild's headquarters in the Kingdom of Qing. You can accompany me then, the ancient Taoist informed him. Agreed. Yuqing nodded. 2 days later, Yuqing followed the ancient Taoist to the Kingdom of Qing. Inside a grand hall, all the prominent Array Masters from the southern region had gathered. Although the ancient Taoist may not be the most outstanding in terms of array skills, his connections and overall abilities were undoubtedly formidable, which explained the greetings he received from many upon his arrival. Observing Yuqing beside the ancient Taoist, numerous individuals offered generous compliments. Ancient President, is this youth perhaps your recently accepted disciple? He certainly possesses remarkable talent, a true gem among men. Indeed, it is beneficial for the younger generation to broaden their horizons, especially at a gathering of this magnitude, which brings together all the Array Masters of the southern region. Young man, be sure to learn as much as you can and do not disappoint the ancient president's expectations. In response to their words, the ancient Taoist hurriedly clarified that it was not the case, while Yuqing merely smiled in silence. Unfazed. By the way, you still haven't told me what method you plan to use. The ancient Taoist inquired, puzzled. You will find out shortly. Let us proceed. The meeting is about to commence, Yuqing replied with a gentle smile. In the vast hall, all the Array Masters took their seats according to their ranks. Yuqing casually chose a spot to sit. Apart from the ancient Taoist, the most prominent figures were the 3 elders flanking him, the vice presidents of the Array Masters Guild. After a brief opening statement, the ancient Taoist got straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss the location for the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild. As the ancient Taoist's words fell, the 3 vice presidents exchanged glances. And then one of them, an elder named Kong, spoke up. Ancient President, our unanimous decision is to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in the Kingdom of Qing. The ancient man furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Although the 3 vice presidents are esteemed and highly regarded, making decisions without my knowledge as the president seems rather disrespectful, does it not? Elder Gu, establishing the headquarters in Qinghua is the most prudent decision, and I believe those present will have no objections. So, does anyone dissent? As he spoke, the 3 vice presidents simultaneously cast their gazes across the entire assembly. This scrutiny silenced the previously murmurous crowd. With so many individuals present, it was inevitable that differing opinions would arise, and some would wish to align themselves with the ancient man. Yet, none were eager to be the first to voice opposition. The adage, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, rang true. Incurring the simultaneous ire of the 3 vice presidents was no small matter. Observing the atmosphere, the 3 vice presidents exchanged glances, their faces revealing satisfaction. They had expertly capitalized on this moment, swiftly establishing the headquarters in Qinghua before Elder Gu could react. Just as Kong was about to decisively announce the outcome, a voice finally broke the silence. I oppose. Why? Yuqing spoke calmly. The moment his words fell, the countenance of the 3 vice presidents darkened, and they turned their gazes towards him. The other formation masters in the room also shifted their attention. Some were in admiration, while others were astonished at such boldness. For the three vice presidents, the appearance of a first opposing voice was the most dreaded scenario. Once one dissenting voice emerged, others would inevitably follow. You oppose. But who are you? Chong Kong's expression hardened as he fixed a menacing gaze on Yuqing and bellowed, I have never seen you before. Speak. How did you manage to come here? At this, the ancient man finally responded, his voice steady. He did not come uninvited. He arrived with me. Humph, Elder Gu, even if he came with you, what of it? Chong Kong snorted coldly. Surveying the room. In a meeting of our Formation Masters Guild at this level. Who among them is not a prominent figure from Nanjing? Since when can a mere child, still wet behind the ears, be brought along? With that, he directed his oppressive aura towards Yuqing, speaking in a low tone. You little brat, this is not a place for someone of your standing. Out of respect for Elder Gu, I suggest you leave, and I shall not hold it against you. I cursed your horse's currency. The ancient man, upon witnessing this, was instantly enraged, slamming his hand on the table and leaping up to scold, for in his heart, none present could rival Yuqing's qualifications in the art of formations. You, as the president, dare to insult so? How can you lead? Chong Kong, seeing this, pointed angrily at the ancient man, his face contorted with rage. Just as a verbose conflict seemed poised to erupt, Yuqing shook his head and stood up. Originally, they had all gathered for mutual benefit. Vying for interest was understandable and did not equate to enmity. Thus, he had intended to offer some benefits, to buy favor and ensure a win-win scenario. However, since they had chosen this route, he could not be blamed. He had no time to engage in verbal sparring with them. Instead, he drew a broad-bladed long knife and pressed it against Chong Kong's neck. Now you listen to me. Refuse, and you shall perish. Chapter 27. The reinforcements arrived, the reinforcements fled. What are you doing? Feeling the chill against his neck, Chong Kong looked at Yuqing in disbelief, exclaiming, This is the Formation Masters Guild. Do you dare to commit violence in public? Upon hearing this, Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Without further ado, he swung his long knife, aiming to strike. Stop, stop, stop. Chong Kong's legs buckled, and he knelt, retracting his neck in a plea for mercy. At this moment, he trembled in fear, acutely aware that had he not yielded, Yuqing would have unhesitatingly severed his head. This fellow was indeed audacious. The sharp blade hovered just an inch from his forehead. You are not so impressive yourself, Yuqing said, looking down at Chong Kong with derision. This seemed to the entire assembly into disarray. No one had anticipated that someone would draw a weapon against a vice president at the Formation Masters Guild conference. Meanwhile, the ancient man widened his eyes in astonishment. Was this the method you proposed? From now on, I shall have the final say. The Formation Masters Guild headquarters will be established in Nongguo. Do you have any objections? Yuqing's gaze swept across the crowd, particularly fixing on the three vice presidents. The three remained silent, their faces darkened, yet they discreetly crushed their jade slips to send signals. From the moment Yuqing had drawn his blade, they realized the extent of his power. Although many formation masters were not weak in terms of cultivation, they lacked practical combat ability, with most of their focus directed towards formations. Of course, the energy they wielded was immense, with their strength manifesting through their aids. After all, who among them had not needed a formation master at some point? Whether it was setting up protective mountain arrays, exploring secret realms, or even arranging spirit-gathering formations for their disciples' cultivation, they were indispensable. Thus, many major sects would hire powerful formation masters as guest elders. They would never dare to offend such individuals in their spare time. A capable formation master could indeed command a legion with a single call. However, their covert maneuvers did not escape Yuqing's keen eye. But he merely remarked, Very well, summon your aides. It will save me trouble in the future. But remember, if you call for help, ensure it is the strongest, and do not engage in that farcical father and then grandfather routine. My time is limited. While Yuqing's words left Chong Kong and the others grinding their teeth in frustration, such arrogance was beyond measure. Young man, you are indeed brash, but I hope you still possess the qualifications to speak so boldly. One of the elderly men snorted. While Yuqing, however, paid him no mind, instead sheathing his long knife and sitting down to await the arrival of their reinforcements. Moments later, a commotion arose outside. A middle-aged man in a long robe strode in from afar. Upon seeing this man, the crowd erupted in whispers. Goodness, is that not Dantian, the leader of the Fongyan sect? It appears to be true. Aside from a few transcendent sects, most sects across the southern regions are governed by the Empire. And the Fongyan sect can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of Qinghua, illustrating its formidable strength. With the leader of the Fongyan sect personally present, the three vice presidents indeed wield significant influence. The assembly buzzed with discussions, for while formation masters could command respect, the tiers of their influence were relative. At least these individuals had no hope of summoning Dantian. Currently, Dantian hovered in midair outside the Grand Hall. His voice resonating, I have heard reports that the three formation masters have encountered some troubles. May I inquire as to the nature of these troubles? Seeing this, Chang Kong and the others hurried forward to greet him. Lord Yi, we are troubled indeed. Not only were we threatened, but they also attempted to murder us. We implore you to assist us in apprehending the villain. Chang Kong spoke coldly, recalling how Yuqing had forced him to kneel with a knife to his throat. His heart filled with resentment that, oh, such a matter exists. Yi Nanshan's expression darkened as he intoned, where is the villain? I shall ensure he is captured and delivered to you for judgment at this moment. Yuqing remained seated, and upon seeing Yu Nantian, a meaningful smile spread across his face. How fortuitous to encounter an old acquaintance. Thus, before Chang Kong and the others could speak, Yuqing preempted them, declaring, Lord Yi, the so-called villain is none other than myself. He raised his chin slightly towards Yu Nantian. Upon hearing this, Yu Nanshan's pupils constricted, and as he scanned the crowd, his gaze locked onto Yuqing. This gaze was shocking. He had not anticipated this encounter. In that instant, he felt a shiver down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over him. He vividly recalled 10 years prior, when diplomatic tensions arose between Qigua and the Fuyao Empire, and he had been sent by the Emperor of Qingwa to exert pressure on the Fuyao Empire. That journey became a nightmare in his life. Upon his return from the Fuyao Empire, this demon had visited the Fengnan sect at midnight, binding him and several elders and subjecting them to torment until dawn. Since that harrowing night, both the Fengnan sect and all of Qigua had refrained from any association or conflict with the Fuyao Empire. The psychological trauma from that night took nearly a decade to heal, nearly turning him into a victim of his own mind. Just as he had finally emerged from that shadow, he encountered this demon once more. The very knife he had wielded back then still in hand. Memories of that unbearable night flooded his mind in an instant, and without a word, he turned and fled, his form disappearing into the air. It seemed he feared his pace was insufficient, as he kicked his legs in midair, seeking to hasten his escape. Meanwhile, Chang Kong and the others, brimming with anticipation for Yu Nantian to apprehend Yuqing and already devising cruel methods for his punishment, were left bewildered when they saw Yu Nantian vanish without a trace. They stood there, dumbfounded. The onlookers also fell into a stupor, utterly perplexed. After a long pause, someone finally exclaimed in disbelief, Why Yi Zhongzhu seems to have fled. As this statement echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. The reinforcements had arrived, only to flee. Chapter 28. Since you have arrived, why flee? Yu Nantian was desperately fleeing in midair, cursing as he ran, Damn you, Chang Kong, you three old fools, you have brought me to this predicament. To hell with you. However, as he continued his flight, he suddenly froze, a chilling sensation gripping his throat. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that the very space around him had become utterly immobilized. It felt as though he had been frozen in midair. Cold sweat poured down his brow. Despite his seasoned identity, having witnessed many things, he found it hard to fathom the level of power required to achieve such a feat. He was unaware of how many miles he had covered in that brief span. The strength of this demon seemed even more terrifying than it had been a decade ago. The same instant he was ensnared, a voice echoed in his mind, Since you have already arrived, why bother running? Come back and reminisce. The voice faded. The binding force finally dissipated. Yet, Yu Nantian no longer had the inclination to flee. With a face resembling a bitter melon, he turned back, just as the onlookers were in a daze. Questioning whether Yu Nantian had truly fled, they were taken aback to see him return. This revival of hope rekindled the spirits of Chang Kong and his companions. They realized that Yu Nantian was not fleeing, but had urgent matters to attend to. Thus, upon seeing him, they were filled with joy and hurriedly exclaimed, Master Yi, we are truly sorry for disturbing you amidst your pressing affairs. We implore you to act swiftly and help us capture this rogue. Silence. The disgruntled Yu Nantian, returning with a sullen demeanor, was immediately met with these words, which nearly drove him to despair. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap these three old rogues into silence. However, he had no time to deal with them. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he approached Yuqing with a facade of obsequiousness. Senior, I am not actually well acquainted with them. Upon reaching Yuqing, Yu Nantian hastily distanced himself from the trio of array masters, his demeanor more respectful than ever. Yet, his words stirred a tempest of speculation among the onlookers. What had they just heard? The leader of the Fengyan sect had addressed Yuqing as senior. In the land of Tianhuang, strength was revered above all. This title of senior implied that Yuqing's power surpassed even that of Yu Nantian. Even if they had misheard, the rapid disavowal of his ties with Chang Kong's trio, coupled with his fawning attitude toward Yuqing, was evident for all to see. It became clear that Yu Nantian had not been preoccupied with urgent matters earlier. He had simply been fleeing. Though the reasons for his return remained a mystery, the expressions of Chang Kong and his companions were particularly striking, resembling those who had bitten into a dead rat. They had considered themselves sufficiently respectful toward Yuqing, which was why they had invited Yuqing. They had hoped to demonstrate that the energy they represented transcended mere strength, yet they did not anticipate Yuqing's obsequious demeanor before Yuqing. Master Yi, you are the savior they summoned. Your deference to me is rather inappropriate, Yuqing remarked with a smile. Under normal circumstances, you should assist them, and then we would engage in a duel. This statement caused Yuqing to shudder, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow as he ingratiatingly replied, "Ah, senior, such words are unwarranted. To challenge you to a duel would be to elevate me beyond my station. Moreover, I have already stated that I am not familiar with them." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted in astonishment. They had witnessed many instances of humility, but none so extreme as this. Was this truly the renowned leader of the Fuyao sect from the southern lands? "Oh, does this mean you will not intervene in their grievances?" Yuqing inquired languidly. "Of course, it is none of my business," Yuqing hastily declared. "If senior commands, I shall promptly apprehend the three of them." Kong and his companions nearly spat blood in indignation. This was the person they had summoned. They pointed at Yuqing, their eyes brimming with hatred and mockery, rendered speechless by their fury. How could the illustrious leader of the Fuyao sect display such ignominy, his spine so pliant? Ignoring their scornful gazes, Yuqing surmised that these old fools were utterly oblivious to the terror of the individual before them. "Since you choose not to involve yourself, very well, amuse yourself elsewhere," Yuqing waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's expression transformed to one of palpable relief as he quickly retreated to the sidelines. Yuqing then directed his gaze toward Kong and the others, asking, "Do you have anything further to say? This is the Array Masters Guild, not the outside world. Even if you attempt to coerce us through force, the entirety of the Southern Array Masters will not acquiesce." One of the vice presidents, an elderly man, declared, his face flushed with indignation. His words resonated with the approval of all present, regardless of their respective positions. They were first and foremost Array Masters. If the guild were to bow its head under the threat of violence, they would never accept it in their hearts. You make a valid point. This is indeed the Array Masters Guild, Yuqing mused thoughtfully. He then rose slowly and announced, "I shall set up an array for you three to attempt to break. If you succeed, I will leave your fates in your hands." At this, the eyes of Kong and his companions brightened with excitement. "Are you serious?" they asked eagerly. "Of course, I am serious," Yuqing replied confidently. "Very well," Kong responded. "If we can break your array, you shall let us decide our course. If we fail, then whatever you say shall stand." There was a note of confidence in Kong's voice. While they might not be Yuqing's match in raw strength, they prided themselves on their array mastery and believed they could face anyone from the southern lands without fear. "But I will borrow 3 swords," Yuqing said. Casually reaching into the air point, 3 long swords floated upward, seemingly conjured from thin air, and fell into position from the directions of the 3 vice presidents, forming the array's foundation. Under the watchful eyes of countless array masters, Yuqing swiftly formed a series of hand seals. "Effortlessly crafting an array. It is done. Please attempt to break it," Yuqing stated nonchalantly. Is this it? Kong and his companions stared at Yuqing in disbelief. They had anticipated more sophistication, thinking Yuqing must have some substantial skill. Yet, they were taken aback by the apparent simplicity of the setup. Even the materials used for the array had been hastily improvised, leaving them with a sense of being underestimated. "Let us break it first," Yuqing suggested nonchalantly, then seated himself, indifferent to the gazes of the spectators. Chapter 29. Senior, we have nothing more to say. Observing Yuqing's demeanor, many other array masters felt a sense of displeasure. Indeed, Yuqing was powerful, yet he was dismissing the trio of Kong, who represented the pinnacle of array masters in the southern lands, with such casualness. His apparent disdain suggested he did not regard them highly at all. Even Gu Daoren furrowed his brow, feeling that Yuqing was being overly reckless. Was it truly sufficient to merely insert 3 swords and perform a few hand seals to constitute an array? He could not discern any clues about its nature, nor could he identify what kind of array it truly was. "Very well. We shall now attempt to break this so-called array. Remember your earlier words," Kong declared solemnly. "Please proceed," Yuqing replied, extending his hand nonchalantly. As his words fell, Kong and his companions exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison. However, as they took that step, the environment before them shifted entirely. Moments ago, they had been standing within the array, able to converse with Yuqing and the other array masters, yet now it felt as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The trio exchanged astonished looks, their earlier arrogance dissipating. "This is something," remarked one of the elderly men. "Indeed, it is quite impressive," Kong responded. "However, it is merely an illusionary array." The other two nodded in agreement. They understood that although the world before them appeared different, They had not forgotten that they were still standing in the Great Hall. While it was a clever trick, they felt it was still underestimating them. Surely, they do not believe that a mere illusion can deter us, one elder stated. The other two nodded in concurrence. Then, they took another step forward. However, with that step, their previously calm demeanor vanished, replaced by expressions of sheer horror. Moments later, a terrified cry escaped Ng Chong Kong's lips. "No, don't come any closer." With that shout, Ng Chong Kong, like a headless fly, began to flail about within the small radius encircled by the three swords. The other two elders fared little better. One turned pale, desperately consuming pills from his storage bag, as if facing some overwhelming peril. The other, his face ashen, brandished the sword he carried, swinging it wildly in front of him. This scene naturally caught the attention of the array masters present, who were left in disbelief and no longer able to harbor even a shred of contempt. They cast their gazes of awe toward the seated Yuqing. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding the three swords retreated hastily, fearing they might inadvertently step into that perilous zone. Observing the three vice presidents in such a state, they were certainly aware that beneath the seemingly hasty formation lay profound intricacies. Their disheveled appearances prompted deep reflection on the nature of their experiences within. They could only continue to watch, hoping that the three vice presidents could regain their composure and subsequently break the formation. However, events did not unfold as they had hoped. Before long, Ng Chong Kong appeared to confront the most terrifying ordeal imaginable, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes wide with fear, fleeing as though his very bones had turned to jelly. Ultimately collapsing to the ground in a pitiful plea for mercy, it was as if he had been possessed, repeatedly striking his head against the ground, his forehead swollen and blood clearly visible. The other two were not faring any better, having devolved into a frenzied fight, failing to recognize one another, as if they were malevolent spirits assailing each other. The onlookers gasped in horror at the scene, questioning what on earth they had encountered within the formation. Given their current condition, breaking the formation seemed utterly out of reach. Someone tentatively called out to Ng Chong Kong, but despite being close at hand, it was as if they were separated by two worlds. Ng Chong Kong exhibited no response. Should we not release them? Finally, one of the formation masters could no longer restrain himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their inquiring gazes toward Yuqing. Observing their state, it was clear that if they were not released soon, they might suffer irreparable harm. Perhaps we should let them go. The ancient Taoist also spoke up. Although he was not particularly close to the three vice presidents, they had no life and death feud, merely a conflict of interests. Moreover, if they were indeed rendered incapacitated, it would weaken the power of the Formation Masters Guild. Seeing the ancient Taoist's stance, Yuqing waved his hand casually, and three swords embedded in the ground returned to their rightful place. Yet, even with the formation broken, the three within remained in disarray. Ng Chong Kong curled on the ground, trembling. The two combatants merely paused momentarily before resuming their assault on one another, seemingly unable to distinguish reality. The crowd rushed forward to restrain them, preventing further violence, while others helped Ng Chong Kong to his feet, informing him that they were no longer within the formation. Only then did the three gradually regain their senses, casting fearful and dazed glances toward Yuqing. "So, am I still worthy of speaking now?" Yuqing inquired lightly, a smile playing on his lips as he faced their gaze. The three exchanged complex looks, no longer possessing the confidence to retort. Today had indeed been a complete disaster for them. Strength. Upon seeing the reinforcements, they had fled at first sight. The formation was of an entirely different caliber. "Senior, we have no further objections," they said, clasping their fists in respectful acknowledgement. Though they had suffered a crushing defeat, their admiration for the formation set by Yuqing was undeniable. This gesture was a sincere bow of submission. The change in how they addressed Yuqing was telling. "Very well, my intention, along with President Gu, is to establish the Formation Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom. Do any of you have objections?" Yuqing asked. Silence enveloped the room, clearly indicating their agreement with his proposal. "Since that is settled, then it shall be so." Yuqing nodded and prepared to depart. "Wait, senior." Just as Yuqing stood, Ng Chong Kong called out to him, stammering. "Speak your mind." Yuqing replied. "May I inquire? What precisely is this formation?" Ng Chong Kong, visibly flushed, adopted a posture of earnest inquiry. Despite his lingering fear of the formation's terror, his lifelong devotion as a seasoned formation master drove him to seek clarity on its workings. "Such complexities cannot be explained in a few words, but I reside in the Southern Kingdom. When you arrive, I can elucidate its nuances." Yuqing responded coolly. "We could also exchange insights on the mysteries of formations." He added. "Great, splendid," exclaimed Ng Chong Kong and his companions, their prior grievances seemingly forgotten, their eyes filled with fervor and enthusiasm directed at Yuqing. They sensed that if Yuqing could illuminate the intricacies for them, their mastery of formations would surely ascend to new heights. "Senior, We will collaborate with President Gu to expedite the establishment of our headquarters in the Southern Kingdom, Kong promptly pledged. As Yuqing prepared to leave, the group hastily offered their respectful farewells. Chapter 30. The Formation Masters Guild aligns with the Southern Kingdom, advancing together after Yuqing's departure. The ancient Taoist gazed contemplatively in the direction he had gone. He realized that he had never fully understood Yuqing. The final words of Yuqing left him in awe. They not only showcased his magnanimity, but also demonstrated his complete mastery over the foolish old men, who were now eager to head to the Southern Kingdom. One could foresee that, with Yuqing at its core, the Formation Masters Guild would become a united front, free from concerns of betrayal. Such a deft manipulation of human sentiment was indeed remarkable. Anyone who believed him to be a mere indolent wastrel would be gravely mistaken. Meanwhile, Dantian, who had been lurking in the shadows, sighed in relief. Fortunately, this formidable figure had never regarded him as a threat. His gaze shifted. It seemed necessary to establish rapport with Emperor Qing and foster a good relationship with the Southern Kingdom. Quietly, Dantian slipped away. Soon after, the meeting of the Formation Masters Guild resumed. With no further objections regarding the headquarters location in the Southern Kingdom, the next steps involved concrete arrangements. Thus, upon Yuqing's return to the Southern Kingdom, Kong and his companions promptly arrived in Shangnan City. Within the royal palace, Nanshi furrowed her brow, discussing strategies with several ministers regarding the impending threat from the Fuyao Empire. The troop movements from the Fuyao Empire pointed directly at the Southern Kingdom, making an all-out war inevitable. The tense expressions of Nanshi and her ministers signaled a grim outlook. Given the Southern Kingdom's limited territory and population, its economic and military strength could not compete with the Fuyao Empire. Your Majesty, I hesitate to speak. Yet a minister began hesitantly. You wish to imply that I should never have welcomed Mr. Yu, nor should I have publicly celebrated his arrival, correct? Nanshi discerned his thoughts and questioned. Indeed. The minister bowed his head, continuing, otherwise, Nangong Fuyao would not have used this as a pretext to attack our Southern Kingdom. No, you are mistaken, Nanshi replied firmly. Nangong Fuyao has long coveted our Southern Kingdom. With or without Mr. Yu, she would eventually find an excuse to mobilize her forces. For the sake of peace and the greater good, it is indeed permissible to sacrifice certain things, but if we abandon our bottom line, then our Southern Kingdom will cease to be the Southern Kingdom. Thus, those among you who entertain the notion of sacrificing Yu to appease the Fuyao Empire can abandon such thoughts, setting aside Mr. Yu's significant contributions to our Southern Kingdom. Do you truly believe that concessions will deter them? No, it will only embolden them, leading them to perceive us as soft, as weaklings, inviting further aggression. Therefore, to avoid invasion, we must instill in them the awareness of our Southern Kingdom's resolve, demonstrating that while we may be small, we are not easily trifled with. This battle is not merely against the Fuyao Empire. It is also aimed at quelling the ambitions of neighboring nations. Thus, esteemed ministers, while this battle may be arduous, it is one we cannot evade. We must fight with confidence and dignity. Nanshi's words rang with strength, causing those ministers with ulterior motives to feel a sense of shame as their morale soared, uniting them in purpose. Just as Nanshi issued her commands, a eunuch rushed in with urgency. Your Majesty, I bring news that Kong and the 3 formation masters from the southern frontiers seek an audience with you. The eunuch reported respectfully. Kong, what could these renowned masters want at such a time? The ministers exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the eunuch's words. Nanshi was equally perplexed. She had heard of their illustrious reputation, yet the Southern Kingdom had no ties to them. Why had they come? Please invite them in, Nanshi instructed, before returning to strategizing with her ministers, recognizing that time was of the essence and that a moment's planning could avert significant losses. A moment later, led by Kong, the 3 formation masters entered the hall. That we pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom. They greeted courteously. You are too kind. It is I who have failed to extend a proper welcome to such esteemed masters, Nanshi replied, momentarily stepping away from discussions with her ministers to address them. Given that you have come to our Southern Kingdom, I assume you are aware of our current situation. That I hope for your understanding. The Empress is too gracious. Kong and the others quickly returned to courtesy, feeling positively inclined toward Nanshi. Thus, they did not withhold their intentions and promptly articulated their purpose. Your Majesty, we are well aware of the Guild of Array Masters as allied with our southern nation, advancing and retreating together. Why? Nanshi gazed incredulously at Kong, although she felt exhilarated upon hearing this news. A greater sense of confusion and bewilderment enveloped her. The ministers behind her shared her sentiment of perplexity. Observing Nanshi's expression, Kong smiled and continued, Of course, Your Majesty, All of this hinges upon her imperial majesty. The Empress, consenting to our Guild of Array Masters establishing our headquarters in Shangnan City of the Southern Nation. The announcement of the Guild of Array Masters headquarters being located in Shangnan City left the people of the Southern Nation, including Nanshi, utterly astounded. Recently, the establishment of the Array Masters Guild in the southern frontier had been noted, and they were aware of its search for a headquarters, but they had merely kept a watchful eye on it. After all, they had never considered that the Southern Nation could forge any connection with the guild, let alone host its headquarters. They understood the significance that the headquarters represented and did not believe that Shangnan City could be worthy of such honor. Yet now, Ing Changkong was revealing that the Guild of Array Masters intended to establish its headquarters in Shangnan City. This seemed nothing short of a dream to them. Such jesting was not to be taken lightly. Once Nanshi regained her composure, she half-jokingly remarked, yet the jade hand hidden beneath her phoenix robe trembled uncontrollably, her obsidian eyes fixated intently on Ing Changkong. The ministers behind her dared not even breathe. Their gazes locked on Ing Changkong. Just as your majesty has stated, we would never dare to jest about such matters. The headquarters of the Guild of Array Masters will indeed be established in Shangnan City. And thus we three have come to seek your majesty's gracious approval, Ing Changkong stated with a smile. Approval. Naturally, approval. Of course, approval. Upon hearing Ing Changkong's response, Nanshi immediately replied, her voice quivering with excitement. The ministers behind her were equally stirred, with some elderly officials' eyes brimming with tears, while two others, nearing 2 centuries in age, embraced tightly. Heaven bless our Southern Nation. Heaven bless our Southern Nation. Their elation was no surprise. They were acutely aware of the profound implications that the Guild of Array Masters headquarters being located in Shangnan City entailed. Chapter 31. It seems you are not what everyone believes you to be in the presence of the 3 masters. Nanshi could not help but admonish the ministers. What kind of decorum is this? Yet her exquisite face could not conceal a smile. Although she had prepared meticulously for the impending conflict with the Fuyao Empire, she understood that preparation alone could not bridge the gap in national strength. Regardless of the outcome, the Southern Nation would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. However, if the Guild of Array Masters headquarters were to be established in the Southern Nation, it would effectively bind the nation to the Guild. Masters, if you would indulge my impertinence with a question, why has the Guild of Array Masters chosen to establish its headquarters in the Southern Nation? Nanshi inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. With her keen intellect, she sensed that there must be some underlying reason for this decision, and she did not believe that the Guild would simply choose the Southern Nation without cause. Other ministers also cast questioning glances in her direction. Since your majesty has asked, I shall speak plainly. It was Elder Yu, who advocated for the Guild of Array Masters to be established in the Southern Nation. Ing Changkong revealed. Elder Yu? Nanshi's eyes flickered as the figure of Yuqing materialized in her mind. She quickly asked, are you referring to Yuqing? Indeed, it is Elder Yuqing, Ing Changkong confirmed. Upon hearing this, Nanshi and the others exchanged astonished glances, never having imagined that the Guild of Array Masters would choose to establish its headquarters in the Southern Nation due to Yuqing. When they had welcomed Yuqing into their fold, they had never anticipated that he would bring such significant benefits to the Southern Nation. They had merely regarded him as a benefactor. Yet, their unintentional kindness had unexpectedly yielded such great rewards. Especially the elder who had previously argued against Nanshi's acceptance of Yuqing now found himself blushing with shame. Speaking of Mr. Yu, your majesty, do you know where he resides now? Ing Changkong inquired eagerly, and the other 2 elders also turned their attention toward her, still remembering the discussions they had shared with Yuqing regarding array techniques. I am well aware, and I can take the 3 of you to pay our respects to him at once. Nanshi responded promptly. No, there is no rush, no rush. Ing Changkong quickly interjected. While they were eager to engage with Yuqing on array techniques, they still harbored a degree of trepidation toward him. With the matter of the guild's headquarters not yet fully settled, they could not dare to make an audience with him. It would be prudent to wait until the establishment of the headquarters is completely finalized before paying our respects to Elder Yu. Ing Changkong advised, rest assured, your majesty, we shall issue the announcement regarding the guild's headquarters in Shangnan City today. Once the announcement is made, the Guild of Array Masters and the Southern Nation will truly be aligned. Should the Fuyao Empire abandon their ambitions against the Southern Nation, it would be for the best. If they persist in their folly, we shall make them witness the might of the Guild of Array Masters. Excellent. With your words, Master, I can rest easy, Nanshi replied excitedly. Then, if that is the case, we 3 shall take our leave for now. Ing Changkong and the other 2 masters stated, attendants, see these 3 masters off. Nanshi commanded. Once Changkong and the others had departed, Nanshi turned her back to the ministers, a tear of joy cascading down her cheek. She felt an immense sense of gratitude for the decision she had made previously, which had culminated in the southern nation's current fortune. Wiping away her tears, she turned resolutely to the ministers and declared, "We must still prepare for contingencies. Proceed as we have arranged." "Yes, Your Majesty." The ministers responded with enthusiasm. They all understood that this preparation was merely a precaution. With the binding of the Guild of Array Masters, even if conflict were to arise, the southern nation need no longer fear the Fuyao Empire. Once the ministers had withdrawn, Nanshi finally took her seat, and on the long table lay an unfinished portrait. Gazing at the image, Nanshi fell into a contemplative reverie. "It seems you are not what everyone believes you to be," she murmured. But as the sovereign of a nation, her ability to read the room had reached its zenith. She had noticed the reverence in the way the three masters referred to Elder Yu, as well as the subtle hint of fear in their voices when speaking of him. The status of the three in the southern frontier was enough to illustrate Yuqing's extraordinary nature. In the Fuyao Empire, within the Fuyao Palace, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head of the table, flanked by numerous military generals in orderly formation. "General Longhu, I grant you a deadline. Capture the southern nation within a month." "Do you have the confidence to do so?" Nangong Fuyao inquired, eyeing the formidable middle-aged man before her. "Your Majesty, with the might of the Fuyao Empire at my disposal, the insignificant southern nation does not require a month. Give me 20 days, and I shall suffice," the middle-aged man replied with vigor. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's face brightened with delight. "Very well. 20 days it shall be. In 20 days, I shall prepare a grand celebration to welcome your triumphant return." "Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall set forth immediately." With General Longhu's command, the multitude of generals exited the Fuyao Palace, ready to march southward. Watching the organized ranks of generals, Nangong Fuyao could not suppress a cold chuckle. "Yuqing, oh Yuqing, you had your chance to return, yet you believe that clinging to Nanshi's favor would allow you to defy me. You are gravely mistaken. In fact, I must thank you for providing me with a pretext to deploy my forces against the southern nation. Now, even if you wish to repent, the opportunity has slipped away. Once the southern nation is subdued, the fortunes of the Fuyao Empire will undoubtedly surge. The previously lost fortunes of the demon suppression would pale in comparison. She could even harness the fortunes plundered from the southern nation to eradicate the underground demons." With this thought, Nangong Fuyao extended her slender hand to lift a cup of tea nearby. Savoring it leisurely, Nangong Fuyao dreamed of a glorious future. A sharp voice pierced the air from outside the palace. "Report. Urgent news, Your Majesty, urgent news." A eunuch rushed in, prostrating himself before her. Why such a fluster over a mere issue? "What kind of decorum is this?" Nangong Fuyao remarked nonchalantly, savoring her tea. "You better pray that the matter is truly urgent. Speak. What is the situation?" "Your Majesty, the Guild of Array Masters has announced in the southern frontier that their headquarters will be established in Shangnan City of the southern nation." The eunuch trembled as he delivered the news, his voice sharp and piercing. "What?" The previously composed Nangong Fuyao was taken aback, her teacup crashing to the ground as she leapt to her feet. Her long fingers reached out, drawing the eunuch closer with an overwhelming force. She grasped him fiercely by the collar. "What did you just say? Repeat that." The frost on Nangong Fuyao's face was palpable as she questioned him. "Word by word. Your Majesty, the Guild of Array Masters has established their headquarters in Shangnan City of the southern nation." The eunuch stammered in fear. "Damn it." Nangong Fuyao flung the eunuch away, her palm crashing onto the table with such force that it splintered, reducing the entire table and its documents to dust. Chapter 32. Nanshi, who falls after one cup. From the look on his face, it was evident that he was already aware of the matter at hand. "Pray tell, why has the Array Master Guild established its headquarters in the southern nation?" Nangong Fuyao's chest heaved violently as she fixed her gaze on Grand Tutor Sun, questioning him word by word. "Your Majesty, the information I have received indicates that the reason the Array Master Guild has set its headquarters in the southern nation is due to Yuqing." Grand Tutor Sun prostrated himself on the ground and spoke. "What? Yuqing?" Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Are you certain your intelligence is not flawed? What qualifications does Yuqing possess to influence the location of the Array Master Guild's headquarters? Admittedly, he shares a good rapport with the ancient Taoist, but such decisions are not solely at the discretion of the ancient Taoist. Your Majesty, reports indicate that the Array Master Guild recently held a conference in the Kingdom of Qing, after which 3 vice presidents of the guild visited the southern nation to meet with Nanshi. Grand Tutor Sun recounted in detail why Yuqing was also present at this conference. and although we are yet unaware of the specific details, all evidence suggests that Yuqing indeed played a role in the decision to locate the headquarters in the southern nation. Upon hearing Grand Tutor Sun's words, Nangong Fuyao felt a surge of anger that nearly caused her to stumble backwards. Her face turning as pale as death, a tumult of emotions surged within her, a mixture of regret and resentment. Never did she expect that Yuqing, a man deemed utterly useless, could wield such influence over such a significant matter. Had she known of his capabilities earlier, she would never have expelled him from the Fuyao Empire, allowing the Array Master Guild's headquarters to be established there, which would have ensured the future prosperity of the Fuyao Empire and solidified its position as the core region of the entire southern frontier. The implications were overwhelmingly beneficial. She trembled slightly as she steadied herself against a nearby chair, struggling to come to terms with the shocking revelation. Your Majesty, General Longhu, and the others have just set out. What shall we do at that moment? Grand Tutor Sun's words jolted her back to reality, adding weight to her already heavy heart. Not only had she missed this fortuitous opportunity, but any plans to attack the southern nation must also be abandoned. Although the Fuyao Empire had previously faced a prohibition from the Array Master Guild, it was merely a restriction and did not signify outright opposition. However, to launch an attack on the southern nation would mean engaging in direct conflict with the guild. While she bore no fear of the Array Master Guild itself, the powerful figures backing it were another matter entirely. After all, which nation does not require the assistance of Array Masters? Which nation has not owed favors to them? If she were to stubbornly press forward with her attack on the southern nation, she could find herself besieged by a coalition of nations come dawn. Summon them back. Finally, Nangong Fuyao shouted in frustration, her clenched fists trembling with rage. The decision to place the Array Master Guild's headquarters here had thoroughly disrupted her grand plans, causing her spirits to plummet from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall summon General Longhu back at once, Grand Tutor Sun replied. Rising from the ground, he glanced at Nangong Fuyao, hesitating momentarily before bowing again. Given the circumstances, I hope Your Majesty can temper your anger. However, the threat of the demonic plague persists, and our empire's fortunes continue to wane. Therefore, Your Majesty must devise a new strategy to both reclaim lost fortunes and quell the demonic menace. You must personally make a trip to the barbarian nation tomorrow to expedite the alliance negotiations. Nangong Fuyao composed herself and stated, Understood. Grand Tutor Sun sighed, realizing that this was the only course of action left. The barbarian nation, being one of the foremost nations in the southern frontier, would indeed bolster the fortunes of the Fuyao Empire if an alliance were successfully established. Meanwhile, in Shangnan City, by the banks of the Moshui River, a tranquil scene unfolded to celebrate the absence of aerial forces that day. Yuqing took it upon himself to prepare a feast of roasted fish. The little carp devoured it greedily, while Cui Wei poured wine for both Yuqing and Nanshi. Nanshi looked at Yuqing with a face full of gratitude, with the Array Master Guild now settled in Shangnan City, and the latest reports indicating that the Fuyao Empire had also withdrawn its troops. The future of the southern nation appeared exceedingly bright. Sir, Nanshi raised her wine cup, about to express her thanks, only to be interrupted by Yuqing waving his hand. Drinking is fine, but there's no need for thanks. It was but a small favor. While Yuqing smiled, Nanshi was taken aback. She had prepared numerous expressions of gratitude, but found herself swallowing them back, leaving only boundless appreciation. Subsequently, she downed the contents of her cup in one go. Perhaps due to her usual abstinence from alcohol, she immediately erupted into a fit of violent coughing, her charming face turning a deep shade of crimson before she collapsed onto the table. Yuqing, who had just lifted his cup to drink, was left momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at Nanshi before glancing over at Cui Wei. Cui Wei scratched his head, smiling awkwardly as he said, I apologize, sir. Her Majesty has never consumed alcohol before. Very well. You should help her to the inner quarters to rest, Yuqing replied nonchalantly. Is that appropriate? Cui Wei glanced at the inner room. Normally, the little carp did not reside there, and he himself would meditate on the upper floor at night. Thus, there was only Yuqing's single bed in the entire loft. Under the circumstances, it seems we have no other option, Yuqing said with a hint of resignation. After all, it would be inappropriate for the esteemed Empress to return to the palace in such a state of disarray. Understood. Cui Wei promptly summoned Nanshi's personal maidservant to assist her, carefully laying her upon Yuqing's bed. Upon returning, Yuqing addressed him, Join me for a drink. Yes, sir. Cui Wei, not daring to neglect his duty, quickly filled Yuqing's cup, having learned of the Array Master Guild's headquarters being established in Shangnan City. Chui Wei's admiration for Yuqing had reached a fervent peak. Whenever Yuqing expressed a desire to drink, he complied eagerly, continuously toasting Yuqing with cup after cup. Although the young man had a decent tolerance, he was no match for Yuqing. Before long, he collapsed onto the table, sliding under it like a slippery eel, clutching the table leg as he fell into a deep slumber. That Wei Yuqing watched him with a shake of his head, a smile gracing his lips as he stood up. Holding the wine jug in hand, he strolled to the railing, gazing at the pristine river. Lost in thought, the setting sun cast a long silhouette, stretching into the horizon. Inside the room, the inebriated Nanshi gradually regained consciousness, her cheeks still flushed. This sensation of waking up after a drunken stupor, oblivious to everything, was a first for her. Instinctively, she pushed open the window to see what time it was, only to catch sight of that familiar silhouette. Though the sunlight was somewhat blinding, her gaze remained fixated, captivated by the figure. After a long while, she finally snapped back to reality. Looking down, she realized she was lying on Yuqing's bed. For reasons unknown, her delicate form nestled deeper into the covers, and her jade-like hands reached out to pull the blanket closer, inadvertently brushing against her own nose. The blanket bore a faint, indescribable fragrance that compelled her to take another gentle whiff. Turning her head to glance at the silhouette, her face flushed even deeper. "So comfortable. What if I don't want to get up?" she murmured softly to herself. Just then, her personal maidservant approached, bowing low as she spoke. "Your Majesty, you are awake. Allow me to help you sit up. My head hurts." Nanshi quickly placed her hand on her forehead, feeling as though the effects of the wine still lingered. "Your Majesty, I shall fetch a hangover remedy for you at once," the maidservant hurriedly declared. "There's no need. I'll just sleep a bit longer. And please don't tell anyone I've awakened," Nanshi replied. After saying so, she buried her head back into the blankets. Chapter 33. You young whippersnapper, do you still aspire to hold office? Nanshi enjoyed a comfortable slumber on Yuqing's bed until the night fully descended, at which point she bid farewell to Yuqing. As soon as Nanshi left, Chui Wei followed closely behind. "Your Majesty, is there something else you require?" Nanshi inquired. "I wish to report to you that I have received great benefits from Sir and acquired insights from the sage," Chui Wei respectfully reported. Initially, he had hesitated to speak of this, fearing it might unveil Yuqing's secrets. Though he was a subject, he felt uneasy bringing trouble to someone who had bestowed such kindness upon him. However, after several encounters, and with the establishment of the Array Master Guild's headquarters in Shangnan City, Chui Wei discerned that such matters seemed inconsequential to Yuqing. Nanshi was genuinely taken aback. Insights from the sage were an extremely rare treasure, and she was well aware of what it signified. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was Little Carp. After a moment's hesitation, Chui Wei continued. "In addition to the sage's insights, he bears the supreme bone to this revelation." Nanshi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Earlier that day, she had encountered Little Carp and, sharing a table with this ordinary child, had felt no particular sentiment. Perhaps out of affection for Yuqing, she had developed a fondness for Little Carp as well. Yet, she had never imagined that Little Carp possessed the supreme bone. "I see. You may return now. Since the insights from the sage were bestowed upon you by Sir, they belong to you. You must strive diligently and not let Sir down," Nanshi advised earnestly. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall certainly do so." Time flowed quietly by. The establishment of the Array Master Guild's headquarters in Shangnan City progressed smoothly. It was evident that many unfamiliar faces had begun to appear in Shangnan City, including Array Masters and skilled individuals from other nations drawn by the allure of the guild. Meanwhile, life for Yuqing and his companions remained simple. On this day, after finishing his training, Little Carp returned home. His family had been fishermen for generations, as had his parents. Though residing in the region of Shangnancheng, an area of Kyoto, this locale is not a bustling district in comparison to the heart of the city. It remains rather remote. This also elucidates why Yuqing initially chose this place. Hence, their lives are relatively modest. "Mother, just you wait. I will certainly become an official one day." Shaoli sat beside a woman, confidently sipping porridge as she proclaimed, "Once I ascend to an official position, I will ensure your health is well taken care of." "You little rascal, dreaming of becoming an official." The woman, slender in form and evidently in poor health, could not help but tease Shaoli by pinching her nose and chuckling. "My dear, I don't expect you to achieve much. As long as you can be happy every day, that would suffice." Indeed, children should not aim too high. Being an official is not an easy path, interjected a man nearby who was mending a table. "In a year's time, I shall send you to school. If you can study diligently and become a scholar, it would be a blessing for our family, the Zhongs. You all doubt me." Xiao Li's face flushed as she retorted, "Just the other day, I dined with Her Majesty the Empress," upon hearing Xiao Li's words. The couple was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. "Humph, I shan't converse with you any longer." After finishing her porridge, Xiao Li hastily discarded her bowl and stormed out in a huff. "Ha ha ha." The couple exchanged amused glances and called out to the departing Xiao Li, "Do remember to return early. Don't wander too far." Shortly after Xiao Li left, a knock resounded at the simple courtyard door. "I shall go open the door," the woman said as she stood up. "Madam, you are still taking your medicine. Allow me to go instead," the man remarked, setting aside his work with a smile before stepping outside to open the courtyard door. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Before him stood a young woman. Though her attire was not extravagant, her presence left him utterly astonished. "Old Zhang, who is she?" The woman approached, and, upon seeing the young lady, was equally mesmerized. She swore she had never encountered a woman of such grace. "This lady must belong to a distinguished lineage. May I inquire whom you seek?" the man asked instinctively. The young woman smiled warmly and inquired, "Is this Xiao Li's home?" "Yes, but she is not here at the moment." The couple exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that this lady had come seeking their daughter Do. "She is not here. May I come in and sit for a while?" The woman hesitated before asking. "Of course." The couple nodded in astonishment, clearly still in disbelief. They welcomed the young lady inside and hurriedly fetched water and snacks to entertain her, seated at the courtyard table. The young woman surveyed her surroundings, engaging the couple in casual conversation while inquiring about their health. After a good 15 minutes, she finally stood up and addressed her female guard beside her, saying, "Please contact Physician Lu for Madame Zhang." "Understood," the guard nodded. However, the couple was taken aback upon hearing the name of Physician Lu. "No, miss, we cannot afford Physician Lu," the woman hastily replied. "Do not worry, Madame Zhang. You need not concern yourself with the costs. Just focus on your health," the young lady said with a gentle smile, offering further instructions before taking her leave. "How can we accept this?" The couple hurriedly saw her off, their hearts swelling with excitement as they realized their daughter had caught the attention of such a prominent figure. To be able to summon Physician Lu undoubtedly indicated that this was a family of great standing, perhaps even one with official ties. As the couple escorted the young lady to the door, they discovered that the once bustling street outside was now surrounded by guards, leaving no room for passage. To their astonishment, they noticed a dignitary from the city government of Nanjing, crouched in a corner, wiping the sweat from his brow. Only then did they comprehend the true identity of the young woman. And in their shock, their legs weakened, nearly compelling them to kneel. Chapter 34, The Barbarian Kingdom Rejects Alliance. Was it all for naught? After departing from Xiao Li's home, Nanshi dismissed the others, bringing only her personal guard as she knocked on Yuqing's courtyard door. "I pay my respects to you, sir," Nanshi greeted with a graceful bow. "What brings your majesty to my humble abode today?" Yuqing asked with a smile. "I have come today to apologize. For I had intended to accompany you for a drink yesterday, yet I inadvertently dampened your spirits," Nanshi expressed with regret. "Thus, I have brought a fine bottle of imperial liquor from the palace, and I hope you will enjoy it." As she spoke, Nanshi received a beautifully crafted wine jug from her guard and presented it to Yuqing with both hands. "Your majesty is exceedingly gracious," Yuqing replied, not wishing to be overly formal. After accepting the jug, he brought it to his nose for a whiff. Indeed, it was exquisite wine. Unable to resist, he poured himself a cup and took a sip. "Perhaps I should toast you again, sir," Nanshi suggested, reaching for another cup. Yuqing hesitated. "Are you certain?" At her words, Nanshi felt a flush rise to her cheeks for reasons unknown. "Never mind, you should refrain from drinking. Your face is already reddening just from the aroma." Yuqing took the cup from her hand and set it aside. Nanshi secretly pouted, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance as she said, "Very well, that if you are pleased with this wine, I shall bring you more next time. For now, I must take my leave." So soon after arriving, Yuqing felt something was amiss with Nanshi's demeanor that day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally saw her out the door. In the barbarian kingdom, the two leaders sat upright and serious. It appears that fellow has completely severed ties with the Fuyao Empire and resides in the south now, Man Shan remarked. "Indeed, I did not expect the headquarters of the Array Mage Guild to be established in the south." Gong Sun too added. "It seems we should cultivate a good relationship with the south. Is that truly necessary?" Man Shan could not help but question. "Geographically, our territories do not connect, so an alliance would hold little significance. This is unlike our previous intention to ally with the Fuyao Empire. Due to historical frictions, they consistently sought our engagement, compelling us to express our stance through an alliance. No, your perspective is misguided," Gong Sun too countered. "Initially, I believed that fellow possessed an alarming level of power. Now that the headquarters of the Array Mage Guild is located in the south, it is clear that this individual is far more formidable than we previously thought. Establishing a rapport and demonstrating our willingness to collaborate would yield nothing but benefits for us. Do not forget, the true power behind the South is not held by us nations, but rather, Gong Sun Tu's argument was articulated with clarity, outlining both advantages and disadvantages. Manshan nodded in agreement. Previously, due to the historical tensions between the Barbarian Kingdom and the Fuyao Empire, they were compelled to ally in a defensive posture. Now, however, they found themselves in a position to proactively seek goodwill from Yuqing. Report. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. Your Majesties, the Grand Tutor's son from the Fuyao Empire requests an audience. The Fuyao Empire? And he comes directly? The two leaders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They decided to receive Grand Tutor's son, reasoning that since he had come all this way, it would not hurt to meet. Grand Tutor Sun Li. I pay my respects to both leaders. Sun Li entered. Bowing with a composed demeanor. Grand Tutor, what brings you to our barbarian kingdom without prior communication? Manshan inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Sun Li offered an awkward smile before clasping his fists and explaining. I must admit my urgency. I hope both leaders can forgive me that I have come at the behest of our Empress to discuss matters of alliance with you both, although our three nations have had their share of historical conflicts. Under the leadership of both leaders and our Empress, our relations have progressively improved. If we can facilitate this alliance, it would serve to completely avert the devastation of war between our nations. A truly momentous opportunity for future prosperity. Sun Li spoke in a measured tone, emphasizing the benefits of the alliance from the perspective of the three nations. However, the leaders Manshan and Gong Sun Tu listened with expressions of derision. Were it not for Yuqing, the Fuyao Empire would have been trampled by our two barbarian kingdoms long ago. Sun Li continued. Thus, I have come to inquire whether the specifics of the alliance can be expedited. But before he could finish, Manshan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Grand Tutor, after careful consideration, we have concluded that since our two nations and the Fuyao Empire have been at odds for so many years, it would be best to continue our conflict. Therefore, there is no need for an alliance. What? Sun Li was left dumbfounded, instinctively asking, why is that? Did I not make myself clear? Manshan raised an eyebrow and replied. Otherwise, would not those preceding years have been in vain? As soon as these words fell, Sun Li was left even more bewildered. What kind of twisted logic is this? Is this truly the sort of rhetoric one expects from a leader? He quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he said, Please, do not jest with an old man like me. Do you think I am joking? The expression on Man Mountain's face darkened, and a heavy oppressive force surged towards Grand Tutor Sunday. Within the entire hall, the temperature plummeted. The forced smile on Grand Tutor Sun's face became rigid. Did the two leaders have any dissatisfaction with the alliance treaty? If there were any grievances, they could voice them. We could discuss further. Considering the significance of an alliance with the two great barbarian nations, Grand Tutor Sun was still striving to make efforts. Yet, facing him were the two cold expressions of Gong Sun Tuesday. Grand Tutor Sun, please take your leave. Man Mountain evidently had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Grand Tutor Sun, waving his hand to send him away. The words that Grand Tutor Sun had pinned up were swallowed down with great difficulty. With the eviction order already issued, any further words would be meaningless. He sighed and departed with a forlorn expression, leaving with a heart full of confusion, entirely unaware of which aspect had gone awry. Just months prior, negotiations with the two great barbarian nations had been progressing smoothly, and their attitudes had been far from this. They even exhibited a stronger desire to promote the alliance, making repeated concessions in the treaty. It was only because Empress Fuyao sensed the abnormality in their attitudes and feared deception that the discussions were deliberately delayed for several months. Little did he expect that mere months later, the attitudes of the two great barbarian nations would shift dramatically. Although he could not discern the cause of all this, Grand Tutor Sun knew he must swiftly convey this information to Nangong Fuyao. Thus, he hurried back to the Empire of Fuyao. Chapter 35, Blame Yourself in the Empire of Fuyao. When Nangong Fuyao received the news, it struck her like a thunderbolt. She had never anticipated such a drastic change in the barbarian nation's stance at this juncture. For the current Empire of Fuyao, it was akin to a leaky roof being caught in a torrential downpour. Everything was going awry. Could it be that they are dissatisfied with some aspect of the alliance treaty? Nangong Fuyao inquired anxiously. Your Majesty, the old minister has stated this, but judging by their attitude, it seems to be far from the truth. Grand Tutor Sun replied hastily. Could it be that they feel my sincerity is lacking? No, I must personally visit the barbarian nations. Nangong Fuyao resolved decisively. I will go in person to demonstrate my sincerity. Even if they're unwilling, I will demand an explanation. You must act immediately. I shall depart tomorrow. Understood. Grand Tutor Sun recognized the urgency of the situation and hastened to arrange the itinerary for Nangong Fuyao. After Grand Tutor Sun left, an exasperated Nangong Fuyao rubbed her forehead. Then, with a face full of worry, she made her way to the area afflicted by demonic calamity. In the void of the region, her imperial jade seal still lay suppressing the chaos, although the seal had quelled the disturbances of the demons. As the ruler of a nation, she could distinctly feel that the national fortune condensed within the seal was depleting daily. Why? Why has everything been going awry lately? Raising her gaze to the imperial jade seal, Nangong Fuyao simmered with quiet fury. At present, forming an alliance with the two great barbarian nations was the only straw to salvage the waning national fortune. Yet now, it appeared that even this last straw was in jeopardy. Early the next morning, Nangong Fuyao, accompanied by a large entourage, set forth with great momentum towards the two great barbarian nations. In order to facilitate the alliance, she not only ventured forth personally, but also made extensive preparations. She was ready to make various concessions in the alliance treaty, as long as they did not touch upon her bottom line. By the time Nangong Fuyao arrived at the two great barbarian nations, 2 days had passed. In the barbarian realm, Man Mountain and Gongsun too sat at the head of the assembly. Nangong Fuyao has arrived at the city outskirts. She truly does not know when to give up. Man Mountain remarked impatiently. Whether she gives up or not is inconsequential. Gongsun too replied indifferently. After all, it is the visit of an empress. Should we not extend a proper reception? Man Mountain inquired. I have already dispatched a eunuch. Gongsun too stated coolly. A eunuch? Teste. Man Mountain cast a glance at Gongsun too and said, she is the empress of a nation. Sending a eunuch to receive her may not be well received. I did not summon her. If she is displeased, she may return. Gongsun too replied nonchalantly. Outside the capital city of the barbarian realm, Nangong Fuyao's entourage was stationed at the city gates, aside from Grand Tutor Sun. She was accompanied by several high-ranking officials and various vehicles carrying gold, silver, and textiles, which she had brought from the Empire of Fuyao. She had believed that she had come prepared with sincerity. But upon being welcomed at the city gates by a eunuch, her face darkened to the point where it seemed water could be wrung from it. Her fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. You barbarian nation are utterly unreasonable. I, the dignified empress of the Fuyao Empire, am treated in such a manner. The officials accompanying her could no longer contain themselves, their necks reddening with anger. Your Majesty, if this alliance is to be refused, let us return. Several officials' faces turned ashen. Nangong Fuyao bit her crimson lips, and after a long moment, she concealed all her emotions and approached the eunuch. I thank you for your hard work, and I hope you can lead me to meet the two leaders. Since she had already come this far, she felt it necessary to meet them in person. The eunuch looked at Nangong Fuyao with surprise, and then replied, only the empress may enter. What? At this, even Grand Tutor Sun grew anxious. Your Majesty, you cannot go alone. If anything were to happen to you, you barbarian nation are bullying us. This is the rule of our barbarian realm. Should the empress be unwilling, we kindly ask you to return, the eunuch stated. Very well, I shall go. Despite the fury boiling within her, Nangong Fuyao suppressed it at that moment. She refused to believe that the two great barbarian nations would dare to harm her. On the contrary, she was more eager to discern the true attitude of the barbarian nations. Was it a temporary whim to secure greater benefits from the alliance treaty, or was there another underlying reason? Yet, she silently vowed to remember all the humiliation inflicted upon her. The eunuch bowed and led the way, while Nangong Fuyao's palanquin followed slowly behind. Soon, she found herself before the two leaders of the barbarian nations. Empress Fuyao, we regret the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive us. Upon meeting Nangong Fuyao, the two leaders of Man Mountain exchanged perfunctory pleasantries. Nangong Fuyao could not discern their true thoughts. She maintained an outward composure. This visit is indeed an impertinence on my part. I do not blame the two leaders, she smiled and added. I have long heard of the exceptional prowess of the two leaders. Indeed, seeing is believing. By the way, I have heard that the barbarian nation produces fine wines, so I have brought some exquisite liquor from the Empire of Fuyao as a gift for the two leaders. In addition, there were some gold and silver treasures, which she intended as her first offering to the two leaders. However, due to the customs of the barbarian nation, all the items remained outside the city, so she hoped the two leaders would personally send someone to bring them inside. Nangong Fuyao spoke with poise and grace that in her view, This was a powerful rebuttal to the barbarian nation's treatment of her. She arrived with gifts, yet they barred her offerings at the city gates, which indirectly suggested the barbarian nation's pettiness. Thus, she raised her lips with a hint of interest, observing the expressions of the two barbarian leaders, eager to see their reactions. However, to her surprise, the two leaders of the barbarian nations showed no inclination to entertain her overtures. Man Mountain bluntly stated, "Nangong Fuyao, since you have come to our barbarian realm, there is no need for such theatrics. To speak frankly, we do not welcome you, nor do we require your offerings. Please return. As soon as Man Mountain's words fell, even with her impeccable demeanor, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened considerably. They had not even begun negotiations and had already issued an eviction order, which was utterly unexpected. Do the two leaders not wish to form an alliance with the Empire of Fuyao? She inquired, enunciating each word. Your inquiry will not alter the outcome. It is meaningless that I previously informed your grand tutor son of this, Man Mountain replied with a heavy tone. Nangong Fuyao's pupils contracted, fury churned within her. But recognizing that she was on another's territory, she suppressed her anger and replied, I have traveled thousands of miles with sincerity for the sake of the two nation subjects, yet I did not anticipate that the two leaders would go back on their word. This truly astonishes me. Spare me your sarcasm, Man Mountain interjected, then spoke gravely. If you wish to place blame, direct it at yourself. Chapter 36. With Yuqing gone, what is your Fuyao empire worth? What do you mean by that? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she detected an underlying implication and hurriedly asked, It has come to this, and I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Let me be clear, Man Mountain snorted coldly. Did you think we were eager to ally with your Fuyao empire due to your self-proclaimed prosperity? Did you believe it was because of your capable leadership, or that we, the barbarian nations, were intimidated by your current development? Isn't that the case? Nangong Fuyao asked in a low voice. Man Mountain's retort nearly made him laugh. You truly enjoy embellishing your own image. Let me be frank. We have never regarded your Fuyao empire with any seriousness. The only reason we considered an alliance was due to Yuqing. Who? Who is Yuqing? Hearing this news, Nangong Fuyao felt as if she had heard the greatest joke of all time. No, it is inconceivable that a mere Yuqing could possess such immense power. Even if you have no desire for an alliance, there is no need to resort to such absurd justifications. Nangong Fuyao, of course, could not bring herself to believe the words of Manshan. Yet, at the same time, she was perplexed as to how Manshan could possibly know of Yuqing. Observing Nangong Fuyao's demeanor, the previously mocking expressions of Manshan and his companion inexplicably softened, revealing a hint of pity in their eyes. It was indeed tragic that the illustrious empress was oblivious to the true nature of her own allies. Do you truly believe that Yuqing is as you perceive him? Do you genuinely think he is a mere wastrel? Manshan scoffed disdainfully. When he is present, we need not your prompting to forge an alliance. Yet, what we could never have anticipated was your audacity to expel him from the Fuyao Empire yourself. To put it bluntly, while Yuqing was with you, we could afford you some respect. Now that he has departed, what does your Fuyao Empire amount to? Is this not a self-inflicted calamity? Manshan's words struck Nangong Fuyao like a thunderclap, rendering her incapable of maintaining her composure. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. After the War of the Three Kings, his dantian was undeniably destroyed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could he possibly have regained his strength? I refuse to believe any of this. I will not accept it. Her eyes were fixed intently on Manshan, as if hoping for a denial from him. However, Manshan remained impassive, issuing an eviction order. Empress Fuyao, I have said all that needs to be said. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Unless Yuqing returns, there shall be no possibility of an alliance among our three nations. So please take your leave. Nangong Fuyao was at a loss as to how she exited the capital of Manshan. The words Manshan had spoken echoed incessantly in her mind. Yuqing has not been rendered powerless. The reason Manshan had previously sought an alliance with their Fuyao Empire was solely because of Yuqing. Your Majesty, it is merely Manshan. If they do not wish to ally, then so be it. The Fuyao Empire shall endure for generations. The absence of an alliance is a loss for the two great barbarian nations, not for us. On the way back, noticing Nangong Fuyao's silence, Sun Taifu could not help but step forward to offer comfort. Leave me be. Yet, what awaited her was a sharp rebuke from Nangong Fuyao. Sun Taifu exchanged bewildered glances with several high officials nearby, each puzzled by the sudden instability of the Empress's emotions. Upon returning to the Fuyao Empire, Nangong Fuyao almost immediately retreated to the Fuyao Hall, dismissing all the palace maids and guards. The furnishings within the hall were reduced to chaos as she vented her fury. casting aside those who brought medicine and meals. Outside the Fuyao Hall, civil and military officials gathered, their faces etched with concern. Sun Taifu, you should enter and inquire about the Empress's condition. Find out what has transpired. Several officials urged him. Sun Taifu wore a troubled expression. In the past 2 days, he had been ejected 7 or 8 times. However, seeing the earnestness in their eyes, he reluctantly nodded and prepared to make another attempt. As expected, just as he approached the entrance of the Fuyao Hall, he was summarily expelled by Nangong Fuyao once more. He sighed and shook his head at the officials waiting outside, preparing to leave. When suddenly, Nangong Fuyao's voice resounded from within the hall. Return. At her command, Sun Taifu froze in shock, hurriedly turning around to enter the Fuyao Hall with trepidation. Inside, the hall lay in disarray, a testament to Nangong Fuyao's rage. The once imposing figure of Nangong Fuyao appeared haggard, her eyes bloodshot from a lack of rest. I ask you, has Yuqing's strength truly been restored? Before Sun Taifu could respond, Nangong Fuyao's piercing gaze bore into him, demanding an answer. This question left Sun Taifu utterly bewildered. Why would Her Majesty suddenly inquire about this? Sun Taifu stammered, perplexed. It is I who is questioning you. Nangong Fuyao raised her voice. Terrified, Sun Taifu quickly knelt, responding in a panic. Your Majesty, I do not know. Useless fool. Get out. Sun Taifu dared not linger for a moment longer, hastily retreating in a flurry. Yuqing, why have you deceived me? Within the Fuyao Hall, Nangong Fuyao's expression was dark, her heart a tumultuous storm. Ever since Yuqing's departure, she had been reluctant to mention him. The name Yuqing was like a scar upon her heart. She feared hearing it from others. And even more so the implications of her being the empress who had exiled a once-cherished minister. Yet, the darker corners of her mind whispered that she felt satisfaction in having expelled him. For she was even more afraid of the notion that her ascent to empress was built upon Yuqing's past sacrifices. Thus, upon learning that Yuqing was deemed useless to the Fuyao Empire, she confidently believed she could secure the empire's foundation on her own and did not hesitate to cast him out. Yet now, Manshan revealed to her that Yuqing had not been incapacitated. Indeed, the willingness of Manshan to ally with the Fuyao Empire was entirely due to Yuqing. Could it be that I was mistaken? No, that cannot be. If not for your deceit, how could I have acted thus? Had you informed me of your restored strength, would I not have kept you by my side? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and her resentment towards Yuqing deepened. Yet, she could not help but recall recent events. Had Yuqing not departed, the ancient path would not have imposed restrictions upon the Fuyao Empire through the Array Masters Guild. Perhaps the issues plaguing the imperial capital could have been resolved sooner. Had Yuqing not left, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild would not have been established in the city of southern Nan, but would surely have remained in the Fuyao imperial city. Had Yuqing not departed, it would not have been she, Nangong Fuyao, who forged the alliance, but rather the two great barbarian nations. This would not only have spared the Fuyao Empire from waning fortunes, but would have propelled it to unprecedented heights of prosperity. Now, instead, she found herself in this predicament, grappling with unresolved demonic afflictions. All of this led her to realize that without Yuqing, she seemed utterly incapable of securing the Fuyao Empire's foundation, even though she vehemently resisted acknowledging this truth. It remained an undeniable reality. An idea began to take root in her mind. Should she lower her pride and seek out Yuqing in hopes of persuading him to return? With Yuqing back, the alliance with Manshan would be a mere formality. Given Yuqing's relationship with the ancient path, he would also assist in resolving the demonic issues plaguing the imperial capital. Furthermore, the Array Masters Guild had merely issued a notice. The relocation had not yet been finalized, leaving an opportunity to change its headquarters back to the imperial capital. Chapter 37. Must the Fuyao Empire necessarily decline without Yuqing? Yet, as this thought emerged, Nangong Fuyao shook her head to extinguish it. No, this is utterly impossible. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. How can a sovereign lower themselves before a subject? Moreover, she was even more unwilling to believe that without Yuqing, she, Nangong Fuyao, would be incapable of succeeding. Must the Fuyao Empire necessarily decline without Yuqing? Difficulties are surely only temporary. She reassured herself thus. Just then, an urgent and excited voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Your Majesty, splendid news, a tremendous piece of news. Speak plainly. What is the news? Nangong Fuyao replied tersely, her agitation palpable. It is from the immortal sect. They have sent word. Sun Taifu called out excitedly from outside. The immortal sect? Nangong Fuyao raised an eyebrow in curiosity, quickly summoning Sun Taifu inside. She inquired eagerly, what news has the immortal sect conveyed? It is not surprising that Nangong Fuyao reacted this way. The southern region appears to be a realm of myriad nations, yet those in power are acutely aware that the so-called multitude of nations merely govern the mundane world and some secular forces. The true rulers are the transcendent immortal sects that exist beyond the worldly sphere. A mere disciple stepping forth from an immortal sect possesses extraordinary prowess in the secular realm. However, immortal sects seldom interfere in worldly affairs, generally refraining from meddling in the conflicts among these nations. The only time the Fuyao Empire had any contact with the immortal sect was when Xiao Wuchen first revealed his supreme bone, and an immortal sect had expressed interest in accepting him as a disciple. Yet, the Fuyao Empire, driven by selfish motives, believed they had a rare talent and thus temporarily declined the immortal sect's overtures, choosing to keep Xiao Wuchen within their ranks. Of course, neither they nor the immortal sect comprehended the true significance of the supreme bone. Had they known, the immortal sect would have forcibly taken Xiao Wuchen back for cultivation. After all, the supreme bone did not originally belong to this world. Is it the feather transformation immortal sect? Nangong Fuyao's eyes sparkled with hope as she inquired, is it regarding Xiao Wuchen? It is not the feather transformation immortal sect, but rather the Tai immortal sect. Sun Taifu promptly replied, the Tai immortal sect? This revelation filled Nangong Fuyao with confusion. It is worth noting that they had never had any prior contact with the Tai immortal sect. Speak quickly, what is the specific message? The Tai immortal sect has expressed that our Fuyao Empire is a rare land of fortune in the entire southern region. Furthermore, they have long heard of your majesty's illustrious name and are aware of your adept governance. Thus, the Tai immortal sect wishes to send a few disciples to our Fuyao Empire for training, ideally to hold certain positions within the empire, allowing them to learn while honing their abilities. Sun Taifu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. They stated this explicitly in their correspondence. Nangong Fuyao could scarcely believe her ears. Absolutely, word for word. Sun Taifu confirmed eagerly. Ha 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 ha. With Sun Taifu's affirmation, Nangong Fuyao threw her head back and burst into laughter. I knew the difficulties were only temporary. The Fuyao Empire shall undoubtedly rise. Even the immortal sect acknowledges that we are a land of flourishing fortune. Congratulations, your majesty. Your wise leadership has garnered admiration even from the celestial realm. Standing nearby, Sun Taifu beamed with joy, confessing that upon first seeing the news, he could hardly believe that such happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. He confirmed it multiple times, for in his perception, the celestial realm seemed far too lofty and distant. Although I have dedicated considerable effort to the advancement of the Fuyao Empire, it still pales in comparison to the recognition from the celestial realm, Nangong Fuyao humbly remarked, yet a hint of pride unmistakably shone through his demeanor. Please respond promptly, he ordered. Following this, Nangong Fuyao hastily commanded, first, let us express our gratitude for the celestial realm's praise. Furthermore, we shall extend a grand welcome to the disciples from the celestial realm to train in our Fuyao Empire, and I shall personally arrange suitable positions for them. Yes, your majesty, I will attend to it immediately, Sun Taifu replied, his face alight with happiness. After he departed with a brisk pace, Nangong Fuyao felt a surge of elation. Bring forth the meal. I am hungry, he declared. Also, ensure that the Fuyao hall is tidied up. Yes, your majesty. The maidens waiting outside collectively sighed in relief and hurriedly set to work. Before long, the grand Fuyao hall appeared renewed. Nangong Fuyao sat at the table, a smile gracing his face as he began his meal. The recognition from the celestial realm overshadowed any prior misfortunes with the skills of the celestial disciples. The impending demonic afflictions would surely be resolved effortlessly. As for the barbaric nations, let them remain unallied. Once they learn of the celestial realm's regard for the Fuyao Empire, their regret shall be theirs alone. Yuqing, I truly did not anticipate your strength to have recovered. I must concede that your departure has caused me considerable trouble. However, I wish for you to understand that without you, the Fuyao Empire shall not falter. This has been true in the past, remains true now, and will continue into the future. Meanwhile, in a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Fuyao Empire, where clouds and mist entwined amidst the towering peaks, a jade-green pavilion flickered into view. In addition, celestial cranes and white-clad disciples riding flying swords soared past. This was none other than the Tai celestial sect. Within the grand hall, a middle-aged man and several youthful elders sat in silence, exuding an aura that felt unfathomably deep. They were none other than Li Wufeng, the current leader of the Tai celestial sect, along with several esteemed elders. Beneath them stood a group of young disciples, both male and female, exuding an extraordinary presence. Have we confirmed that it is indeed these five? Li Wufeng inquired of the elders. Indeed, after careful selection, it is they. If there are no issues, I shall send them down the mountain tomorrow. One elder responded, there is no rush. This matter is of great significance, and the ancestor must review it personally. Li Wufeng gestured. The elders exchanged glances, pondering whether this was overly cautious, but refrained from voicing their thoughts. After a prolonged wait, An elder in simple robes, carrying a wine gourd, ambled in with hands clasped behind his back. "Greetings, ancestor." Everyone present rose and bowed in unison. The elder waved his hand dismissively and then turned his gaze to the 5 disciples. Nodding in satisfaction, he then solemnly instructed, "You must understand that this so-called training is not merely for the sake of experience. It is to cultivate a relationship with that individual. If you can establish a good rapport and obtain some opportunities from him, your lives will be set. However, remember not to be overly deliberate. Focus on doing your tasks well, and opportunities to interact with him will arise naturally. Do you understand?" The elder earnestly conveyed his message. "Isn't this a bit excessive, ancestor?" Li Wufeng could not help but interject. The other elders shared his sentiment. "You know nothing." The elder shot them a glare. "Although I interacted with that individual a year ago, we were not particularly familiar. Just before parting, I mentioned my intention to send several disciples to experience the secular world, seeking to connect with him in his homeland. Thus, while this isn't without precedent, to him, it may have seemed merely a polite gesture. Being overly forward may lead him to perceive us as greedy. Therefore, I have instructed you to contact the Emperor of the Fuyao Empire beforehand." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the 5 disciples, adding, "Of course, as long as you focus on your tasks, even if he understands your underlying intentions, he will likely choose to overlook them. Given his stature, whether you succeed or not depends on your own efforts, and indeed, the future of our sect may hinge upon you." "Yes, ancestor, we understand." The 5 disciples responded in unison, filled with eagerness for the journey ahead. A year prior, this elder, who had seemed to face imminent demise, returned revitalized and even attained a breakthrough in his cultivation. They soon realized that he had encountered a person of great significance during his travels. Representing their sect in this noble individual's realm was a tremendous honor, and they were eager to witness such a remarkable figure in person. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. After making all necessary preparations, the following morning, the 5 young disciples were escorted down the mountain by the elder. They swiftly mounted their flying swords, transforming into 5 streaks of light, racing towards the Fuyao Empire. Chapter 38. How do you perceive my fortune? Upon receiving news that the disciples from the celestial realm would arrive today, the Fuyao imperial capital prepared a grand welcoming ceremony, with Nangong Fuyao personally attending to greet them last, amidst the anticipation of the multitude. 5 beams of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching the Fuyao imperial capital. These 5 streaks of light shimmered like meteors, capturing the attention of all. As they drew nearer, the crowd recognized them as the disciples of the Tai celestial sect. Standing upon their flying swords, their expressions were serene, as if untouched by worldly affairs. Moments later, the 5 landed gracefully in the plaza of the Fuyao imperial capital, immediately drawing the gaze of everyone present. The aura they radiated and the faint energy surrounding them inspired a sense of reverence among the onlookers. Many marveled, "Are these truly the disciples of the Tai celestial sect? They appear as if they have descended from the heavens." Even Nangong Fuyao's eyes momentarily glimmered with admiration. "Surely, these 5 must be the prodigies of the Tai celestial sect. I am Nangong Fuyao, Empress of Fuyao. Upon learning of your arrival today, I have come to welcome you," she said warmly as she approached. "We are honored to meet your majesty." The 5 disciples responded, maintaining a respectful demeanor, neither overly humble nor arrogantly proud. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Fuyao continued, "You noble prodigies must be weary from your travels. I have arranged a banquet in your honor. Your majesty is too kind. We are merely here to gain experience and cannot accept such lavish treatment." They replied with courtesy. However, unable to withstand Nangong Fuyao's repeated invitations, they reluctantly agreed. Internally, Nangong Fuyao couldn't help but admire their demeanor. It was rare to find celestial disciples who were not haughty or arrogant upon entering the secular world. Their composed and humble behavior spoke volumes about the Tai celestial sect's principles while simultaneously reflecting Nangong Fuyao's own capabilities. After all, respect is often a reflection of strength. In terms of power, the Fuyao Empire could not compare to the celestial realm, thus reinforcing the notion that the Fuyao Empire was indeed a land of prosperity and great potential, as the Tai celestial sect had suggested. This was likely why these celestial disciples were so humble and courteous. Yet, the 5 remained unaware of Nangong Fuyao's contemplations. They were instead focused on when they might meet that esteemed individual. The banquet was set in the nearby Tianguang Hall, attended by officials from both the civil and military sectors. Nangong Fuyao personally led her ministers in toasting the 5 disciples. "Wuchan, with such a grand reception, we have feasts and toasts. One might think we are here to assert our dominance over the Fuyao Empire," one female disciple remarked to the male disciple at the forefront. The male disciple, named Wuchan, nodded in agreement. He stepped forward to address Nangong Fuyao. "Your Majesty, we 5 have come to the Fuyao Empire for training purposes, so it would be best to arrange our position swiftly, allowing us to commence our duties." Nangong Fuyao, suspecting that they were not merely here for positions but rather that the Tai celestial sect had utilized some means to foresee the Fuyao Empire's future and had sent their disciples to foster cooperation and strengthen ties. Hesitated. While she was hesitant to grant them official positions, there was indeed a matter she wished to request their assistance with. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously stated, to speak candidly, "I do have a request that I hope the 5 prodigies might assist with." Nangong Fuyao's inquiry was merely exploratory. She did not expect them to offer help immediately upon their arrival. To her surprise, the 5 disciples' eyes lit up with enthusiasm as they responded, "If the Empress has any tasks for us, please do not hesitate to command us. We shall not disappoint your trust." Their eagerness astonished Nangong Fuyao. "Are you truly sincere?" she inquired. "Absolutely," they affirmed. Nangong Fuyao exchanged a glance with Sun Taifu beside her. And without further ado, she immediately began to discuss the matters concerning the underground demons of the imperial capital. What could be difficult about this? If we were to confront those demons directly, it would likely be troublesome to deal with them, but merely reinforcing the seal? I can do that right away. Having spoken, Wuchen stepped into the void and swiftly made his way towards the afflicted area. The crowd rushed to the hall and looked up, witnessing Wuchen conjuring a grand seal in midair, which he then directed downwards towards the realm of the demons. As the seal descended, a wail echoed from beneath the imperial capital, followed by an eerie silence. It was swift and efficient. "What a formidable seal," Nangong Fuyao murmured, her expression quickly transforming into one of joy. The demonic affliction that had plagued her for so long was thus effortlessly resolved. Sun Taifu and the others also wore expressions of delight, offering their congratulations to the Empress, rejoicing that the demonic threat had been eliminated. Indeed, it has finally been resolved. Nangong Fuyao felt invigorated with the cooperation of the celestial sect. What weight did the barbarian nation hold? What significance did Yuqing possess? She promptly retrieved the long-lost imperial seal. At that moment, Wuchen, having completed the sealing of the demons, returned. The 4 junior disciples hurried to greet him. "How did it go, senior brother? Was it taxing?" "It was manageable. I sensed that those 2 demons were once quite powerful, but their strength has been significantly diminished over the years. My own power combined with the Fantion seal was just sufficient," Wuchen replied. "However, senior brother, I noticed that Empress Fuyao even utilized the imperial seal to suppress these demons. Is that truly necessary?" a junior sister remarked, catching on to certain nuances. This remark made Wuchen furrow his brow, pondering deeply but failing to arrive at a conclusion. "Regardless, we must continue to act diligently, ensuring that the esteemed elder is not displeased by our presence when we are eventually known to him," Wuchen instructed. The brothers nodded in agreement. Just then, Nangong Fuyao approached, intending to express her gratitude to Wuchen, but he preemptively continued, "Your Majesty, I observed several issues within the protective formation of the imperial capital. Although my brothers and I are not professional formation masters, we do have some knowledge and shall proceed to rectify these formations." Without affording Nangong Fuyao a chance to respond, Wuchen took to the skies with the other 4, commencing their repairs on the formations for the imperial capital. This sight left the onlookers exchanging glances in bewilderment. Sun Taifu could not contain his curiosity and moved closer to Nangong Fuyao, whispering, "Your Majesty, what exactly are they up to?" Nangong Fuyao narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Time passed quietly. A few days later, within the Fuyao Hall, Nangong Fuyao stood by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the Fuyao imperial capital. Sun Taifu stood respectfully behind her, quietly reporting, "Your Majesty, according to the scout's intelligence, the barbarian nation has allied itself with the southern kingdom." Nangong Fuyao's pupils constricted slightly. Then she scoffed. "Yuqing has truly exceeded my expectations, managing to sway the barbarian nation in such a manner. Yet, it is merely a trifling barbarian nation. I have nothing to fear." Sun Taifu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, now that we have established relations with the celestial sect, the minor barbarian nation seems inconsequential," he continued, reporting. "Furthermore, they have completed the repairs on the formations of the entire Fuyao imperial capital and have personally visited the heavenly palace to guide the younger generation there." Oh, upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao could not suppress a smile. She then inquired, "Sun Taifu, you are well versed in both celestial phenomena and earthly matters. What, in your opinion, is the essence of destiny, and how can it be controlled?" Sun Taifu appeared contemplative, then sighed and shook his head. "Destiny is something that an old servant cannot fully comprehend, let alone control. The average person merely understands that certain actions can diminish or enhance destiny. Even the destiny they perceive is merely superficial, making it futile to discuss control. As for the celestial sect or the mighty, they can only achieve a degree of foresight, preparing or adapting to the great tides of destiny that are about to unfold." Nangong Fuyao listened intently, unable to help but reflect on her life. Despite the setbacks, she had now risen to a position of unparalleled authority, a reality that few, including herself, could have anticipated. What of the future? Would she forever remain a monarch of the Fuyao Empire? Chapter 39. How could a mere secular emperor dare to drive away the esteemed elder Yuqing? What do you think of my destiny? She questioned again. Your Majesty's destiny is undoubtedly unmatched. Sun Taifu responded hastily at these words. Nangong Fuyao smiled broadly, then declared, inform them that I wish to dig a moat around the city and inquire if they possess any methods to accomplish this. They are disciples of the celestial sect. It may not be appropriate to burden them with such laborious tasks. Sun Taifu hesitated. Do as I say. Nangong Fuyu replied with a leisurely gaze. Understood. Sun Taifu bowed and retreated. Days later, an astonishing scene unfolded outside the Fuyao imperial capital, as a true sword cleaved the mountains before the eyes of the spectators. On the city wall, Nangong Fuyao stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Observing the moat taking shape, a look of satisfaction gracing her features, she then turned to Wuchen and the others beside her, expressing her contentment. Wuchen, you have truly worked hard lately. Your Majesty, it is our duty to serve the Fuyao Empire. Wuchen replied with a smile. Excellent, I am greatly comforted by this. Nangong Fuyao appreciatively patted Wuchen on the shoulder, then proposed. How about assisting me with another task in a couple of days? We, your brothers, are willing to serve your Majesty. In the days that followed, Wuchen and his companions tirelessly executed Nangong Fuyao's various commands. The Empress truly experienced what genuine power entailed. Should she desire rare and precious materials for her cultivation, Wuchen would travel great distances to procure them for her. Even if she wished to taste the unique spirit beast from the southern borders, Wuchen and his companions could hunt them for her. She had initially believed that being the ruler of a nation made her a victor in life, but after acquiring Wuchen and the others, she realized that merely being the emperor of the Fuyao Empire was far from sufficient. Gazing at the 5 individuals standing respectfully below her, Nangong Fuyu declared, Wuchen, rest assured, as long as you assist me diligently, I shall undoubtedly fulfill all your future needs. Thank you, your Majesty. You may all return to rest now. Yes, your Majesty. After Wuchen and his companions departed, one female disciple could no longer contain herself and whispered, Senior brother, we have been in the Fuyao Empire for quite some time, yet no one seems to mention that esteemed elder. Wuchen furrowed his brow tightly, equally perplexed. They had not dared to hope that upon their arrival, they would encounter or have any dealings with that esteemed elder. However, the complete absence of any mention of him indeed felt rather strange. Such a figure should not be overlooked. Just as they were pondering, they happened upon Sun Taifu. Over the course of their collaboration, Sun Taifu had become quite familiar with these individuals. Initially, he viewed the celestial sect as a lofty presence. Yet now these disciples followed the Empress's commands, leading him to feel that apart from their superior strength, they were not so different from ordinary folk. Everyone, as we now work together, there is one taboo regarding the Empress that you should be aware of. Sun Taifu felt compelled to warn them. A taboo? Wuchen and his companions expressed their confusion but humbly inquired, what is this taboo? It is that in the presence of the Empress, there is one individual you must never mention. Regardless of whether you have heard of him or ever knew of him, Sun Taifu stated earnestly, it is strictly prohibited to speak of him. May I ask who it is? Wuchen inquired. Yuqing, Sun Taifu replied, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned to depart, he found Wuchen and his companions blocking his path, their brows furrowed in concern. Why is it a taboo? Why must we not mention him? Wuchen asked with a serious tone. It is not for you to question why, but you must understand that you should not mention it. Furthermore, when serving the Empress, do not ask too many questions. Sun Taifu admonished, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure descended upon Sun Taifu, overwhelming him. Despite his considerable strength, he felt like a small boat amidst a tempest. Before he could react, Wuchen, with a grim expression, seized him by the throat. I am asking you a question. Wuchen's voice was icy, each word deliberate and chilling. What are you doing? Sun Taifu exclaimed, his face paling. Let me go. I am asking you a question, Wuchen reiterated, tightening his grip around Sun Taifu's throat. The looming threat of death enveloped Sun Taifu. And it was only then that he truly felt fear. In that moment, he realized that these 5 were disciples of the celestial sect, fully capable of easily subduing him. I will tell you. Sun Taifu stammered, then recounted the circumstances of Yuqing's exile and the conflict between him and Empress Fuyao in detail. However, the moment he spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, even upon hearing that the taboo referred to Yuqing. Wuchen and the others felt there was more to the story, but when they learned the full extent of the situation, they could hardly accept it. Others were completely unaware, yet they had prepared for this moment for so long. The 5 of them were meticulously selected by their sovereign, only to toil relentlessly in the Fuyao Empire, subjected to the whims of those they had once regarded as mere ants. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered that Yuqing had been expelled from the Fuyao Empire. Had all their efforts been in vain? And now that Yuqing was no longer present, what right did these people of the Fuyao Empire have to command them? Are you certain you are not lying? Wuchen's forehead throbbed with veins, his gaze fixed intensely on Sun Taifu as he barked. No, I dare not deceive you. Sun Taifu had never encountered such formidable presence and was already rendered speechless. Trembling and begging for mercy, upon receiving Sun Taifu's confirmation once more, Wuchen's expression turned icy. He exerted a sudden force, snapping Sun Taifu's neck with a swift motion, after discarding Sun Taifu's lifeless body. Wuchen wasted no time and soared into the air, heading straight towards the demon-infested region, extending his hand. He then retracted the Dantian seal that he had previously imposed, since Yuqing was no longer within the Fuyao Empire. They had no reason to assist it any longer. As the Dantian seal was withdrawn, the entire imperial capital suddenly trembled, fissures appearing as if an earthquake had struck. What was happening at that moment? Nangong Fuyao, resting in the Fuyao Palace, descended from the air. Upon seeing the Dantian seal in Wuchen's hand, she questioned in a deep voice, "Wuchen, what are you doing?" Upon encountering Nangong Fuyao, Wuchen's expression darkened. "You arrived just in time. I wish to inquire how you dared to do such a thing. You, a mere sovereign of the mundane world, an insignificant being, how could you have the audacity to expel Senior Yuqing?" Senior Yuqing? Yuqing? Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding flooding her heart. Yuqing, again with Yuqing. Chapter 40. The Emergence of Demons, Nangong Fuyao's deep regret. Wuchen, let us speak civilly, return the Dantian seal first. Nangong Fuyao said anxiously, her gaze darting towards the demon-infested area. Clearly, she was now preoccupied with other concerns. Should the demons emerge, the entire imperial capital would face calamity. Speak civilly. What right do you have to talk to me in such a manner? Wuchen retorted coldly. How dare you address me this way? Nangong Fuyao replied sternly. What are you? Have you grown accustomed to giving orders? Do you truly believe that your so-called Fuyao Empire is a land of fortune? Do you think you, Nangong Fuyao, are truly a prodigy among men? Surely you do not think we came here for you, do you? Wuchen said, showing no regard for her. His words struck Nangong Fuyao like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her expression darkened further, and she inquired, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?" Wuchen snorted coldly, stating, "Are you still oblivious? If it were not for the belief that Senior Yuqing was in the Fuyao Empire, do you think our Tai sect would have any knowledge of your Fuyao Empire? We came here because of Senior Yuqing, and yet your insignificant mortal nation dared to expel him. How could you have the gall to do so?" As Wuchen's words fell, Nangong Fuyao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Her entire being seemed to lose its essence, despite her earlier intuition of something amiss when Wuchen mentioned Yuqing. Hearing him assert that they had come for Yuqing exceeded her expectations. Disciples of the immortal sect, indeed, had come for Yuqing. They referred to him as senior with such reverence. It was at this moment that she realized the so-called Fuyao Empire as a land of fortune, and her status as a prodigy were all mere illusions. During this time, their compliance had not stemmed from her self-perceived superiority, but rather, it was all because of Yuqing. But are you not disciples of the immortal sect? Even if Yuqing possesses some extraordinary qualities, could he truly command your allegiance? Nangong Fuyao still could not accept this outcome. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Humph, a summer insect cannot speak of ice, and a cicada knows not the seasons. Your limited understanding and narrow perspective cannot possibly grasp the true heights of heaven." Wuchen scoffed. At that moment, as the Dantian seal was removed and no other means to suppress the demons were available, the entire imperial capital seemed to descend into chaos. Buildings collapsed, and the ground fissured wider and wider. Finally, amidst the tremors, two powerful auras shot skyward. Then, two towering shadows erupted from the earth. The immense pressure they exuded compelled many to prostrate themselves in fear. The two demons, long sealed, had finally emerged. "Ha ha! We are finally free. We have regained our freedom." The voices of the two demons resonated with excitement, echoing throughout the imperial capital. "Damned humans, let us collect some interest from you first." Without further ado, the two demons unleashed their mighty strength upon the buildings of the capital. The overwhelming force flattened entire structures in an instant. Fortunately, the capital had been plagued by demons for so long that ordinary citizens had long since evacuated, leaving only officials of the Fuyao Empire behind. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost under their onslaught. Nevertheless, a significant number of Fuyao soldiers perished. At this moment, the two demons seemed to have caught a whiff of something and approached Nangong Fuyao's location. They hovered menacingly above her. Nangong Fuyao gazed at the ravaged capital, her eyes bloodshot, and then looked up at the two demons hovering above her, trembling uncontrollably. "Fuyao Empress, we know you'd." At this moment, the demons spoke. Under the sunlight, their true forms were revealed. Though they bore a resemblance to humans, they were covered in dense fur, their muscular frames towering, their limbs slightly bent as they stood in size and aura. Humans appeared as mere insects before these prehistoric behemoths. Although we harbor hatred for you, we must express our gratitude. Had it not been for your expulsion of that demon Yuqing, we two brothers would likely never have seen the light of day again. However, your life, we shall spare you for a while longer. In due time, we will return to settle the score for this seal. The two demons spoke gravely, casting a glance at Yuqing and his companions. Clearly, even in their weakened state after just breaking free, Yuqing and his group posed a considerable threat to them. Fuyao Empress, prepare for our vengeance to come. With that, the two demons transformed into streaks of light and vanished, leaving behind a devastated Fuyao capital. Yet even as the demons departed, Nangong Fuyao found herself staggering, nearly losing her balance. Her trembling intensified. She finally comprehended why the demons had remained sealed for so many years without issue, and why they had recently begun to stir. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. For reasons unknown, Nangong Fuyao recalled Yuqing's earlier words. She could not help but murmur them softly as she did so. The visage of Yuqing began to flood her mind, accompanied by memories of their time together. It was a stormy night, as she cowered in a corner, emaciated and on the brink of death. That she first met Yuqing. He had pulled a steaming bun from his bosom and gently took her hand. From that moment on, having gone without food, she was nourished and clothed, no longer subjected to the bullying of others. Later, individuals from the palace came to find her. She was a princess lost to the world. She yearned to reclaim her rightful identity, and he unhesitatingly protected her, helping her regain what was hers. Subsequently, as the previous emperor lay dying, and with the princes vying for the throne, Nangong Fuyao, too, harbored ambition. She merely expressed her desires to him, and he took up his sword to assist her in seizing the throne. Ultimately, she achieved her aspirations. As the Fuyao Empire grew stronger and its fortunes flourished, she found herself atop a mountain of power, and she realized that she no longer needed him. She even perceived him as a part of her past she wished to forget. She feared he would expose her former vulnerability, the time she had been a frail, starving girl. She dreaded losing face. Moreover, she felt that now, as someone who commanded the fates of thousands, she no longer required his feigned concern like that of an elder. This burden weighed heavily upon her, and gradually, her disdain for him grew, intensifying. Yet now she recognized that she had always lived under his protective wing. He had perpetually shielded her. Chapter 41. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. It turned out that he had quietly safeguarded the Fuyao Empire, suppressing the demons lurking beneath the imperial capital. It was also due to his presence that the barbarous nations, long eyeing the Fuyao Empire, dared not act recklessly, even willingly suffering losses to foster alliances. He was the one who compelled even the formidable Tai sect to send disciples for training, dutifully following her commands. Had Yuqing not departed, all the privileges enjoyed by the Southern Kingdom today would have rightfully belonged to the Fuyao Empire. The headquarters of the Array Master Guild should have been established within the Fuyao Empire. The barbarous nations would have long since allied with them. The so-called demon plague would never have existed, and these disciples of the immortal sect might have truly been of service to her. In that moment, it dawned upon her that she had profoundly misjudged her situation. A wave of regret washed over her, leaving her breathless. I seemed to have truly erred. She felt utterly enervated, her body swaying unsteadily. This is what one might call a self-inflicted calamity. The 5 individuals from Yuqing gazed at her with indifference, their expressions icy as they declared, "We acknowledge your status as a sovereign of the mortal realm, one whose whims can affect countless lives. We, your fellow disciples, shall not hold this against you, and shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Take heed of your actions." With a disdainful huff, they turned away, vanishing in a blink as 5 streaks of light. After their departure, Nangong Fuyao finally collapsed onto the ground, her eyes devoid of life as tears streamed down her cheeks. In the days following the upheaval in the capital of Fuyao, reconstruction efforts had commenced. For regardless of the chaos, a nation must continue to function. As the ruler, Nangong Fuyao could not help but empathize with her people. "Your Majesty." Upon her arrival in the streets, the populace bowed in reverence. Yet, after their salutations, many displayed no trace of the admiration they once held for her. On the contrary, murmurs of dissent echoed throughout the land and the court, following the emergence of the demons. The news had spread like wildfire across the capital. Many common folk, previously oblivious to the exile of Yuqing, were now aware that this once heroic figure, who had quelled the 3 kings, had been banished by Nangong Fuyao. It became apparent that Yuqing had been the one suppressing the 2 demons, and it was only after his expulsion that they broke free from their seals, leading to the devastation of countless families. Thus, Nangong Fuyao was seen as an indirect perpetrator. Though no one dared voice such sentiments, she could feel the weight of their gazes. Seated in her palanquin, She, who should have shown compassion for her subjects, found herself too fearful to alight. The silent yet piercing glances, as if laden with unspoken accusations, sent shivers down her spine. Even among the troops she had once nurtured, their enthusiasm had waned into a morose silence upon her arrival. Nangong Fuyao opened her mouth but could utter no words. After instructing an increase in the compensation for the wounded soldiers, she retreated to the Fuyao Palace. Upon her return, news from the Ministry of Personnel reached her. Numerous officials had resigned, including several of significant stature. It was evident that these were the repercussions of Yuqing's expulsion. As a foundational hero of the empire, many in the court were witnesses to Yuqing's contributions when he departed. Dissatisfaction brewed among the populace. Though Nangong Fuyao had forcibly quelled any dissent, the recent upheaval brought about by the demons had become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, unleashing pent-up frustrations. Why? Why must the Fuyao Empire be driven to the brink of ruin? Nangong Fuyao screamed in anguish, frantically striking the table. I have erred. Is that not enough? Her breakdown seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a sachet hanging beside her desk, where she reviewed documents. Unable to resist, she grasped the sachet tightly, recalling that it had been gifted to her a year prior by Yuqing, who had come to check on her, fearing she worked too hard. Just a mere sachet, she had thought little of it at the time, casually hanging it aside, denying Yuqing the opportunity to converse further before dismissing him. Since then, she had not thought of the sachet again, and in the wake of Yuqing's exile, all reminders of him had been cleared away, the sachet forgotten. Now, seeing the sachet, memories flooded back to her. She remembered how she would often visit Yuqing, indulging in feasts, always pestering him to prepare hot pot, which he would readily do, ensuring her favorite ingredients were at the ready. She recalled how, when Yuqing was stripped of his title, she stood steadfastly by his side, leveraging the Fuyao Empire's influence to procure renowned physicians for him. Yet, she could not recall when everything had changed, nor could she remember the last time she had savored a hot pot prepared by him. Gripping the sachet tighter, she brought it to her nose, hoping to lose herself in its fragrance, to conjure the feeling that Yuqing still resided within the Fuyao Empire. However, as she inhaled, she felt her very essence respond. Her cultivation energy stirring within her, causing her to realize how her powers had been subtly shifting. Staring in shock at the sachet, her hands trembled as she unfastened it. Soon, the materials contained within were revealed: Tianxing Dan, Xingtian Bai, Wuchen grass, and Tongshua stone. Each item was exceedingly rare in the entirety of the southern frontier and held immense value. The sachet's simplest purpose was to aid in spirit cultivation, yet the aroma released by these materials held the potential to cleanse the marrow and aid practitioners in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, as well as simply enhancing their abilities. Reflecting on the past year, her cultivation had soared as if propelled by a rocket, devoid of any obstacles, particularly during her time within the Fuyao Palace, where the effects were pronounced. She had attributed her rapid ascent to her own innate talents, believing herself to be favored by heaven. Yet now, it was evident that she had merely thrived under Yuqing's protective wings. She had always been that frail girl, never truly departing from his shelter. This realization plunged her deeper into despair. As she clutched the sachet, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears cascading down like raindrops, her sobs echoing in the silence. If only she had been more patient, had not hastily dismissed Yuqing, had allowed him to finish speaking. If only she had valued this sachet, had not hung it carelessly in the palace, but rather taken it to her chamber and stored it in a sealed environment. Perhaps her cultivation would have flourished even more. In the Grand Fuyao Palace, amidst the comings and goings of officials and attendants, the sachet's effects likely had never been fully realized. Now, it was too late. A whole year had passed, and even the most miraculous of substances would have lost most of their potency by now. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Chapter 42. To invite Prince Qing back. Your Majesty must go yourself. On the borders of the Fuyao Empire, nestled within the mountains at the intersection of two nations, lay a secluded village, untouched by worldly affairs, apart from the occasional hunter from distant lands. Few outsiders ever ventured here. At the foot of the mountain was a reservoir, a modest expanse of water that nourished the surrounding land. On the dam sat an elderly man, fishing with a bamboo pole, while a few barefoot children with braided hair frolicked nearby. Before long, the boisterous children were led away, and just as the old man reeled in a fish, he rose slowly, bowing towards a nearby path. Commoner Sun Xuanji greets Your Majesty, the Empress. For reasons unknown, Sun Xuanji's calm demeanor elicited a wry smile from Nangong Fuyao. Approaching him, she gently assisted him, speaking softly, Director Sun, there is no need for such formalities. She then glanced at his catch, a few plump carp, and couldn't help but smile. Might I indulge in some of this fresh carp tonight? Your Majesty jests. What in this world can you not procure? Sun Xuanji replied. You surely do not covet these humble fish of mine. You still hold a grudge against me, Nangong Fuyao observed, her expression tinged with bitterness. How could a commoner dare? He replied that in truth. I have come to apologize and to request your return, she said, her expression sincere. You owe me nothing, so wherefore this apology? He replied. The bitterness on Nangong Fuyao's face deepened. The empire needs you. Without news of Xiao Wuchen and with Sun Taifu. She hesitated before recounting the recent troubles to Sun Xuanji. Upon hearing her account, Sun Xuanji's expression grew complex, yet he displayed little surprise at the unfolding events. I truly know I have made mistakes. Nangong Fuyao admitted after a moment's reflection. I have come not only to request your return but also to ask that you carry my edict to my brother. Sun Xuanji looked at her in astonishment, but quickly shook his head. Perhaps it is best to refrain from that. Director, I genuinely recognize my errors. I will sincerely apologize to my brother and truly wish for his return, she implored, without hesitation. Sun Xuanji shook his head. I have no face left to seek out Prince Qing. I had previously urged you to sincerely invite Prince Qing back, not only because of the demonic calamity, but also due to his contributions to the Fuyao Empire. He ought to be welcomed back. However, at that time, my voice was too feeble to sway your decisions. Later, His Majesty finally issued a decree, instructing me to summon Prince Qing from the southern lands. Yet, it is precisely due to that earlier decree that the last vestige of goodwill between Prince Qing and myself has vanished. Therefore, if His Majesty truly wishes to bring Prince Qing back, it would be best for His Majesty himself to extend the invitation, for I possess neither the standing nor the privilege to do so. Sun Xuanji's words rendered Nangong Fuyao's countenance exceedingly grim, a sensation akin to a burning flame coursing through her. Furthermore, there is an additional matter that requires addressing with your Majesty, Sun Xuanji continued. What matter? Nangong Fuyao inquired hastily. Xiao Wuchen is unlikely to return. After my return from the southern lands, I dispatched individuals to investigate, and the last location where Xiao Wuchen was seen was indeed at Prince Qing's residence. The skilled individuals he brought along, upon closer scrutiny, were found to have perished there. Additionally, on the day I journeyed to Qingshan town, I had buried my findings from the southern lands, which my spies, obeying my commands, reported that a supreme bone had recently appeared in the southern kingdom. Considering the events that have transpired in Fuyao Imperial City, the assessment of Prince Qing's capabilities, and the origins of Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone, which even he could not elucidate, it can be reasonably deduced that Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone was, in fact, bestowed upon him by Prince Qing. This implies that Xiao Wuchen, the so-called foremost individual of the younger generation, was essentially crafted by Prince Qing himself. He possesses the power to create, yet also the authority to destroy. Therefore, I hope your Majesty can grasp this reality. Sun Xuanji's words were evidently profound, revealing the crux of the situation. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Wuchen had previously trained under Yuqing, the fundamental truth was largely irrefutable. Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's statements, Nangong Fuyao's delicate frame trembled slightly, her expression inscrutable. She found herself at a loss for words. It dawned on her that the left hand she once relied upon was also forged by Yuqing. The most absurd part was that she had dispatched Xiao Wuchen, who was nurtured by Yuqing, to forcibly retrieve Yuqing. I have grown old and can no longer fulfill the responsibilities of the Academy's head, especially since this world now belongs to the youth. Thus, I implore your Majesty to allow me to live out my days as a humble fisherman. At this moment, Sun Xuanji turned to gather his fishing gear and bamboo chair, bowing slightly to Nangong Fuyao. My wife awaits my return at home, so I shall take my leave now, your Majesty. Feel free to proceed as you wish. With that, Sun Xuanji did not linger, taking his bamboo pole and stool along the mountain path until he vanished from sight. Nangong Fuyao gazed in the direction of Sun Xuanji's departure, at a loss for words. Yet, her desire to summon Yuqing back grew increasingly fervent. However, recalling the unfolding events, he would surely blame her. He cherished her so deeply, yet she had cast him out from Fuyao Imperial City. Surely, he must feel aggrieved. In that moment, Nangong Fuyao felt uncertain about how to face Yuqing. Nevertheless, she would always be his sister. Although there was no blood relation, they had endured so much together. If she were to sincerely admit her mistakes, he would likely forgive her. Chapter 43. I am merely a harmless little demon high above the vast sky. Two shadowy figures flashed past. These were two demons that had broken free from their seals beneath Fuyao Imperial City, now reveling in their regained freedom. The feeling of liberation is truly exquisite, one of the demons exclaimed. Indeed, having been sealed for so many years, we are finally free. The other demon responded with equal fervor. However, my dear third brother, we remain on human territory. Our powers have yet to be restored. We must exercise caution. Fear not, my fourth brother, I have already devised a plan. Oh, what sort of plan? To the south of the Fuyao Empire lies a small kingdom known as the Southern Kingdom, a remote land devoid of formidable experts. Even without our full strength, we can easily traverse this place. unimpeded in our quest to capture those wretched humans and drain their essence to regain our powers. What a splendid strategy! Then let us not delay. We shall make our way to the southern kingdom at once. Thus, the two demons struck a pact and transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the southern kingdom. In the southern kingdom, atop the Mistwater Pavilion, a fishing rod lay broken in two. Ever since arriving in the southern kingdom, Yuqing had become enamored with fishing, captivated by the serene waters. However, human enthusiasm is finite. And after days of fruitless attempts, his last flicker of passion for fishing extinguished 2 days prior, resulting in his frustration manifesting in the shattering of his in truth. Fishing had merely been a fleeting interest. He had pursued many hobbies before, yet his greatest passion lay in medicine and alchemy. Despite possessing a talent that could only be described as lackluster, leading him to abandon his pursuits numerous times. He was unable to resist the allure of his passion, repeatedly returning to it, and now, once again, he had resumed his studies, draped in a white coat and adorned with gloves crafted from sheep gut. He stood before a long table laden with various medical instruments. At the center of the table, he had placed several toads, the subjects of his medical experiments. While Yuqing diligently dissected and sutured the toads, absorbed in his work until they could no longer endure and succumb to death. He then retrieved a handful of tiny pills, no larger than grains of sand, which he had concocted himself, and fed them to the toads, hoping they might be resurrected. After waiting for a full half-hour under the sun's rays, the toads had begun to emit a foul odor, yet they still failed to revive. Alas, another failure. While Yuqing removed his gloves in frustration, slamming them onto the table. Using toads as experimental subjects felt rather inappropriate, but employing humans for experiments would be even more morally reprehensible, Yuqing muttered to himself. His gaze inadvertently wandered to a nearby sheep. Bah! Seemingly sensing Yuqing's stare, the sheep, which had previously appeared lethargic, suddenly bleated and sprang to life, eyeing Yuqing with suspicion as it cautiously retreated to the corner of the room. Just as Yuqing pondered where to find a suitable test subject, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky above the southern city, heralding the arrival of 2 formidable demons from the Fuyao Empire. Ah, this place is rather delightful. Look at how sprightly the humans are. We shall restore our powers here, the third demon remarked. Of course, the key is that the humans in this city are pathetically weak, posing no threat to us whatsoever, the fourth demon added. Haha, fragile and humble humans, prepare to welcome the arrival of the 2 of us brothers. The 2 demons surveyed the southern city from above, already envisioning it as their domain. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. It seems you 2 little demons have managed to escape. What brings you to this place? Have you missed me? As soon as the voice resonated, the 2 large demons quivered in fear, the third demon trembling so violently that he lost control of himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 demons kicked off from midair and fled. However, they had scarcely traveled several paces when they felt an overwhelming force enveloping them, inexorably pulling them back. In midair, Yuqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded them. Since you have arrived, why attempt to flee? The 2 demons, now appearing like mere hills before Yuqing, trembled uncontrollably, their expressions reflecting a mix of despair and terror. They had to suppress their discomfort and force smiles upon their faces. Hee, what a coincidence, esteemed sir, the third demon whimpered, nearly in tears. Indeed, what a stroke of luck. Oh great one. We were aware of your presence here and came specifically to pay our respects, the fourth demon chimed in, all the while prostrating themselves before Yuqing, their tiny fists, smaller than Yuqing's own arms, patting his thigh in an absurd display. Oh, what I just heard was not quite in line with that. Yuqing's expression turned. I see why. As soon as those words left his mouth, the 2 demons dropped to their knees mid-air. Unjust, it is a great injustice. Indeed, we are but harmless little demons. How could we ever contemplate causing harm to humans? Yes, we are law-abiding citizens. No, law-abiding demons. The 2 demons raised their fingers, tears streaming down their faces, presenting themselves as the very embodiment of innocence. They had no desire to escape from the dragon's den only to fall into the tiger's lair once more. If you wish for me to spare you, you must accompany me for a time. I require your assistance in achieving a great endeavor. Upon hearing that they would have to stay by Yuqing's side, the 2 demons felt as though they might perish from despair. However, upon hearing the latter half of his statement, they exchanged glances filled with both curiosity and dread. Achieving a great endeavor, they were acutely aware of Yuqing's formidable nature. Could this mean he intended to elevate them? Yet, under the intimidation of Yuqing's gaze, they scarcely had time to consider their options. Agreeing was no longer a choice but a necessity. Mo san. Mo shall see, we are willing to serve our master, they pledged as they knelt, hoping that their future days might be a touch more bearable. I do not appreciate conversing with you while you keep your heads lowered, Yuqing declared. The two demons quickly realized their error, producing a series of crackling sounds as they transformed into human-sized figures. Once they had shrunk, their appearances resembled that of black gorillas. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuqing nodded in satisfaction, casually casting a spell that effectively shrouded the demonic aura surrounding them. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he enveloped them and returned to the courtyard by the Mosui River. "You lie down," Yuqing commanded, tapping the table as he addressed Mo-san, momentarily dazed, glanced at the table, and then at the orderly array of cold instruments nearby, an ominous feeling bubbling up within. He promptly crouched beneath the table, pitifully shaking his head at Yuqing. Yuqing shot him a look. Mo-san hurriedly scrambled out from under the table and lay atop it. The sensation of lying in such a position felt decidedly off, prompting him to close his legs and cover his groin with his hands. While Yuqing, ignoring his fidgeting, focused intently on the medical text before him. Eventually finding his aim and plunging a knife down decisively. The courtyard erupted with a sound reminiscent of a pig's wail. Nearby, Mo Laosi, witnessing this spectacle, was so startled that he attempted to flee. However, Yuqing conjured a table from thin air, yanking him back and tossing him onto it. Don't run. I intend to conduct 2 experiments and make a comparison. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. To prevent disturbing others, Yuqing casually cast a soundproofing barrier. Time passed. Quite impressive. The resilience of these demons is indeed formidable. They remain vigorous even now, their shrieks growing increasingly loud. With the 2 of you, I may well become a renowned healer. As he sutured the wounds of the 2 demons, Yuqing's voice carried admiration. Just as he finished stitching, he added, "My apologies. The knife slipped into your abdomen." The demons cried out. After a flurry of activity, Yuqing finally completed his work. He then pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down notes. It became evident that even in this fantastical realm, surgical practices remained invaluable. In certain cases, the efficacy of surgical intervention surpassed that of magical healing. As a healer, he resolved not to be careless in the future. Incidents of knives slipping into abdomens must never recur. Once he meticulously recorded his insights, Yuqing contentedly closed the notebook. Although he had attained extraordinary powers, the art of healing, seemingly trivial to him, bore a sense of achievement and passion that ordinary folk could scarcely comprehend. "You 2 should remain here for now." While Yuqing unceremoniously tossed them into a small dark room, adding, "Remember, do not reveal your demonic identities in public. If anyone questions your nature, simply claim you are." Pausing, as it occurred to him that there were no gorillas in this world, he amended, "Just say you are monkeys, particularly robust ones." Upon finishing, Yuqing shut the door to the small dark room. Whimpering ensued the moment the door closed, followed by the sounds of bickering. "Damn you, Mo-san, is this what you call a place where no humans can threaten us? How can you blame me?" That demon can talk. In the days that followed, the 2 demons endured a most dismal existence. At last, on one fateful day, Mo-san and his companion no longer saw the table they had dubbed the butchering block. Just as they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Yuqing entered with 2 bowls of medicine, forcing them to ingest the concoction he had prepared based on his own expertise, originally intended for healing. The result was that the 2 demons lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and on the brink of death. After a grueling struggle, the 2 demons barely survived this ordeal, only for Yuqing to produce several self-crafted pills in the ensuing days. The demons either succumbed to poisoning, became incapacitated with festering sores, or experienced paralysis, their limbs losing sensation. Meanwhile, Yuqing diligently noted every detail, as it was proven that every medicine harbored toxicity, and even among similar substances, clinical effects varied considerably. Sighing, he felt increasingly that the 2 demons were far from sufficient for his studies. However, he decided to make do for the time being. In the small dark room, the 2 demons leaned against the wall. "Eyes filled with nostalgia, old 3, I long for the days we were sealed in the Fuyao Empire. Indeed, back then we still had dreams." Just as their conversation faded, the door to the dark room swung open, and Yuqing reappeared, carrying 2 large bowls of medicine. The demons promptly closed their eyes. When they opened them again, without a word, they downed the entire bowl in one go. "I'm tired. Let it all end. Whatever will be, will be." Chapter 44. This disciple is not necessarily required. On this day, the sun shone brightly. By the banks of the Mosui River, sunlight cascaded, casting golden reflections that danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. The willows along the riverbank swayed gently, lush green foliage thriving, and a light breeze carried the refreshing scent of the river, mingling with the floral fragrances from afar, invigorating the senses. Yet, not far above, a figure descended from the sky, wobbling before crashing to the ground. It was a woman clad in black, her long, dark hair cascading behind her, and her delicate features pale as death. "Damn it, Though I have temporarily evaded my pursuers, my current situation is far from optimistic. The woman clutched her chest, struggling to rise from the ground. In her prime, she could have easily resolved such a predicament. But now, her powers diminished, and in this unfamiliar, obscure locale, she feared there might be no capable healer to assist her, potentially becoming the final straw that broke her back. As she spoke, a sweet taste overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Glancing around her surroundings, she dragged her weary body forward. Never mind. I must find a place to recuperate. After a considerable time, she finally arrived at a small courtyard and knocked on the door. In recent days, to focus on honing his medical skills, Yuqing had already sent Cui Wei and Xiaoli away. Upon hearing the knock, Yuqing's gaze flickered slightly. He personally approached the door and opened it. The moment the door swung open, their eyes met. The black-clad woman regarded Yuqing with mild surprise. She had merely knocked on a random door, only to find a young man of considerable poise standing before her. Compared to the rough and foul-smelling men she had encountered, this individual's abode should be relatively clean, a stroke of good fortune, indeed. Without further ado, she retrieved a gold ingot from her bosom. I will leave this place. Before I depart, do not return. For an ordinary household, a gold ingot was more than sufficient for a night's lodging. Yuqing frowned, replying, then I suppose I shan't return. What do you mean? The black-clad woman's expression darkened. I am acutely aware of your injuries. In your current state, the most I could do is prepare your corpse, Yuqing stated calmly. The woman's face instantly froze, yet her gaze turned to Yuqing with disbelief. What he had said was indeed true. Her injuries were grave, and even with her utmost effort to recuperate, survival was uncertain. However, she had no other options left and could only strive for survival against the odds. Do you possess healing abilities? She inquired sternly. A little, Yuqing indicated with 2 fingers. The black-clad woman nodded, a bitter expression crossing her face. This battle had inflicted severe wounds upon her. She had barely carved a path to safety using secret methods. Yet the aftermath of those methods had severely diminished her powers. She now found herself at a level indistinguishable from that of an ordinary practitioner. I can save you, Yuqing declared. You can save me? The woman looked up at Yuqing, her eyes filled with skepticism. Although her injuries would have been easily resolved in her prime, they were not matters that an ordinary person could address. If Yuqing truly could help her, she would have to reevaluate her perception of him. Very well. If you can assist me, I will grant you anything you desire, the black-clad woman hastily replied. No, I do not require anything material. My sole condition is that you must take me as your master. Yuqing stated calmly as he gazed at the woman. When she had knocked on the door, the system had already provided a prompt that moment. Yuqing had thought to himself that the system was indeed reliable, as it had led him to the south to find a disciple. And he had encountered one here. However, upon hearing Yuqing's words, the black-clad woman's expression darkened, fury igniting in her eyes. You know who I am. To dare suggest becoming my master. You think you are worthy? Despite her current diminished state, she was not someone who could be casually taken as a disciple. Even if she had fallen from grace, she would not be so easily disrespected. Oh, well then, good luck to you, Yuqing said nonchalantly, closing the door to the courtyard. Although the system had instructed him to take on a disciple for a significant reward, he was not obligated to do so. Besides, he was not without the means to defend himself now. Thus, foregoing the reward was not a loss. As for the notion of being a do-gooder and assisting those in need, he had had his fill of such experiences, seeing the door shut with a clean finality. The severely injured woman stood momentarily stunned, her face a mask of fury. Humph! With a cold snort, she turned to leave. Even though she bore injuries, the pride of a strong warrior remained unyielding. Not even a mere youth from this remote corner could be deemed worthy to be her master. Likely, there were few in all of the southern region who met such a criterion. Yet, just as she rose to leave, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alarmingly, her condition had deteriorated to a critical state. Leaving no room for further delay, the woman murmured with a grave expression. Without regard for her surroundings, she promptly sat down at the entrance of the courtyard, entering a state of healing and recuperation. As she focused her energy, faint ripples emanated from her, intertwined with strands of dark mist. Evidently, in addition to her severe injuries, she had also been poisoned. A mere quarter of an hour later, she expelled another mouthful of blood. Judging by her pallor and condition, her situation had not improved with the healing. Instead, it had grown increasingly dire as time passed. This won't do. In my current state, I am utterly incapable of resolving this predicament. I must have assistance, or I fear I shall perish here. Should I meet my end in a conventional manner, the woman would not be particularly distressed. However, having carved a path through bloodshed and temporarily escaped her pursuers, the prospect of dying now, when hope was finally within reach, was intolerable to her. She could not resign herself to such a fate. Gritting her teeth, She cast her gaze toward the small courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, she rapped on the door once more. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no sign of it opening. Damn it, why is it taking so long? With every passing moment, her injuries worsened. She knocked again. At last, the door creaked open, revealing Yuqing once more. Is there something else you require? Yuqing asked, regarding the woman in black with a detached demeanor. I assure you, I will find a way to meet your desires, be it techniques, spiritual artifacts, or spells. You need not exert yourself in healing me. Simply assist me as per my instructions. What do you say? The woman in black immediately proposed substantial benefits to Yuqing. Yet, Yuqing remained unmoved, responding coolly, so, do you wish to become my disciple? The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, nearly incensed by Yuqing's words. Did he not understand human speech? I cannot, and will not take you as my master. Nor will I take anyone as my master, she declared resolutely. Very well then. In that case, I suggest you find a more suitable place to die. Perishing at someone else's doorstep is truly discourteous. It would also bode ill for me, Yuqing remarked, preparing to shut the door with a creak. The woman in black felt an overwhelming urge to kill Yuqing. What sort of person was he? So obstinate, leaving no room for negotiation. Did he not comprehend the significance of the promise she had made? Just as the door was about to close, recalling her dire injuries and her profound unwillingness to die here, she grappled with her thoughts and, with gritted teeth and a face filled with reluctance, finally spoke. Fine, I agree. Although Yuqing halted the door's closing motion, his expression wavered with uncertainty. Seeing this hesitation on Yuqing's face nearly drove the woman in black to despair. Wait, I've already agreed. Why are you hesitating? Do you have any idea how difficult it was to make this decision? If word gets out, it could cause an uproar throughout the southern region. Why Yuqing indeed hesitated. If this female disciple were a docile one, constantly cooing and sweetly calling him master, and helping him with trivial tasks, it would be one thing. But this woman, with her fierce demeanor, furthermore, Yuqing, despised trouble. Even minor inconveniences. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the system's rewards. After all, one could not remain stagnant. That would be a sign of lacking ambition. After much internal conflict, Yuqing resolved to accept her, to save her life and, in turn, receive the system's reward. As for the future, he preferred to keep his distance from her. Speak, Yuqing urged, as the woman in black's growing impatience nearly brought her to tears. Come inside, he said coolly. Help me quickly. The woman in black shouted at Yuqing. Who is the master here, you or I? Yuqing retorted, ignoring her and turning to walk into the courtyard, adding, besides, a few more steps won't kill you. You. The woman in black was incensed, her chest heaving with rage. Truly, it felt like a tiger being bullied by a dog. Very well. Once I recover, you shall pay for this. She struggled to move her wounded body into the courtyard. However, upon entering, Yuqing did not immediately tend to her injuries. Instead, he plopped down onto a stool. Come now, let us perform the formalities of becoming your disciple, he said to the woman in black. You. She trembled with fury, her gaze filled with resentment fixed firmly on Yuqing. I made it clear from the start that I could save you, but the condition was that you take me as your master. This was a straightforward and fair exchange. You either accept it or find your own means to heal. If you accept, you must adhere to the terms. Why Yuqing said coolly from his seat. Thus, there is no need for you to look at me with such disdain. It was not that Yuqing lacked compassion. He could see that this woman had no genuine desire to become his disciple. Therefore, he initially viewed this as a fair transaction, with both parties gaining what they needed. Since she could not fulfill her end of the bargain, why should he be compelled to save her? Please, this is not a civilized society. After saving someone, they might not only refuse to honor their promise but could also turn against him. Acts of misguided altruism serve only to invite trouble upon oneself, yielding no other benefit. Chapter 45. The First Disciple. Unlocking New System Rewards. Yuqing's words rendered the woman in black speechless. She clenched her teeth, as it was truly difficult for someone as proud as her to kneel and perform the rites of apprenticeship. Yet, as her injuries worsened and the specter of death loomed closer, her fear of dying intensified. There were still so many things she wished to accomplish. Ultimately, after a tremendous internal struggle, the woman in black performed the rites of apprenticeship to Yuqing. Aren't you going to call me anything? Yuqing inquired again. Under the withering glare of the woman in black, she reluctantly uttered the word master. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's expression remained impassive. He did not even nod. However, the ritual was completed, and she had called him master, which should suffice to fulfill the system's requirement for accepting a disciple. Indeed, it was not long before the system's feedback echoed in his mind. The task of accepting a disciple was deemed complete. Nevertheless, Yuqing did not rush to claim his reward. Since she had fulfilled the necessary condition, it was time to attend to her injuries. Please wait here for a moment. I will prepare the medicine, Yuqing instructed, then made his way to the small black room. You had better be able to save me, the woman said, her voice heavy with gravity. After speaking, compounded by earlier delays, she finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Though her consciousness remained, her body had lost control. Her expression was complex. She never imagined she would one day take someone as her master, let alone a young man of such low standing. She had never envisioned that her life would now be at the mercy of another. This feeling of powerlessness was truly unbearable. In the small black room, a flicker of excitement crossed Yuqing's face. Not only had he completed the task of accepting a disciple, but he would also have the opportunity to personally heal someone. This would mark a monumental moment in his journey as a healer. As he perused medical texts, he began to prepare the medicinal ingredients. No, this is unnecessary. Oh no, I've added too much of this herb. In a corner of the small black room, Mo San and Mo Xiao watched Yuqing concoct the medicine. Shrinking back into the corner, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Finally, after a short span of time, Yuqing emerged with a thick paste he had prepared. Approaching the woman, he knelt beside her and said, "Here, take this medicine. I assure you, with this, you will be cured." Could this person be a pharmacist? Hearing Yuqing's words, the woman's complex emotions eased slightly. At least he was a pharmacist. Perhaps her injuries could indeed be healed. However, upon seeing Yuqing forcefully scoop the thick paste toward her mouth, her heart sank once more. The paste entered her mouth, releasing a foul and rancid taste, and the woman nearly retched, without hesitation. Yuqing blocked her mouth. The woman struggled desperately, tears nearly spilling from her eyes in her panic. Yet, despite her resistance, Yuqing continued to pour the entire bowl of paste into her mouth. Soon, the effects of the medicine began to take hold. The woman realized, alarmingly, that she had lost her ability to speak. Furthermore, her already immobilized limbs became numb, completely unresponsive. As she looked down, she could visibly see her lips swelling. Blood began to ooze from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. No, I don't want this. Internally, the woman screamed, desperately shaking her head with the last vestiges of her consciousness. She had never imagined that at the brink of death, she would endure such humiliation, not only being coerced into apprenticeship, but also subjected to such inhumane torment. Yet, as the effects of the medicine intensified, her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Just before her awareness faded completely, she could vaguely see Yuqing squatting beside her with a small notebook in hand, a pen poised in his mouth, deep in thought. Although the physique of humans may not rival that of demons, their immunity to toxins is not necessarily inferior. However, this particular concoction is far from perfect, resulting in symptoms such as numbness in the limbs and bleeding from the orifices, which must be addressed. Dazed and confused, the woman clad in black could hardly discern what Yuqing was saying. Ultimately, she lost consciousness completely. Time slipped by unnoticed, and she could not ascertain how many days had passed. Within her mind, only hatred lingered. Compared to the enemies who had pursued her to the brink of despair, she yearned to rend that seemingly refined beast to shreds at the first opportunity. "I will kill you." At last, a chilling cry escaped the lips of the woman in black as she abruptly sat up in bed. However, upon taking in her surroundings, her eyes widened in disbelief. She tentatively touched her own body, astonished to find that she was still alive. Hastily, she began to circulate her inner energy, inspecting her condition, and was relieved to discover that her injuries had significantly healed. Complete recovery was merely a matter of time. The poison within her had also been entirely dispelled. The only lingering discomfort was the numbness and lack of control in her limbs, which would occasionally spasm uncontrollably. With great effort, the woman in black forced herself to rise from the bed, managing only a shaky walk. Upon stepping outside, the sunlight bathed her in warmth, evoking a sense of vitality. How wonderful it is to be alive. In the attic, Yuqing was seated at a table, engrossed in note-taking. Upon seeing him, the woman in black's expression became exceedingly complex. The memory of that viscous substance forced into her mouth lingered vividly, even through her haze of consciousness. Yet, she could not deny that she had indeed survived the perilous ordeal. The debt of gratitude for her life was immeasurable. She shuffled over to Yuqing's side, hesitating momentarily before finally uttering a single word. "Thank you." Yuqing turned his head to look at her, nodded, and replied, "The numbness in your limbs is a normal reaction. It will alleviate in a couple of days." The woman in black nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Yuqing truly was an alchemist. However, she found it difficult to gauge the extent of his alchemical prowess. If deemed inadequate, she knew better than anyone the severity of her previous state. It was unlikely that an ordinary alchemist could have facilitated such rapid recovery. Conversely, if deemed exceptional, The quality of the concoction he produced was difficult to articulate. I will provide you with a substantial amount of resources to repay your life-saving grace. At that moment, the woman in black spoke again, her expression caught between hesitation and resolve. But as for the matter of master and disciple, if you do not wish to take on the role of a disciple, you are free to leave at any time. Yuqing said nonchalantly that as for material compensation, that is unnecessary. The woman in black cast a surprised and grateful glance at Yuqing, puzzled by his sudden amiability. This was indeed advantageous, sparing her the need for excessive verbal exchanges. However, hearing Yuqing decline her offer of material recompense, she could not help but shake her head. Perhaps he solely perceived her as a manifestation of her current weakened state. Completely unaware of her true capabilities prior to her decline, and oblivious to the significant value of the resources she intended to offer. Furthermore, her identity was rather sensitive. Uttering a single word could invite danger and attract enemies. Moreover, refraining from discussion was, in essence, for Yuqing's own good. After all, such disputes were not something a humble alchemist like him should be embroiled in. Thank you for your understanding, but for the time being, I may need to stay here a while longer. The woman in black stated. Is that acceptable? Yes, Yuqing nodded, saying, you may wait until you have fully recovered before leaving. Although they could not become master and disciple, it was still a transaction of sorts. The woman in black nodded gratefully. Given her current condition, she could not venture far, and hastily changing locations could potentially lead to her enemies finding her. Thus, remaining here would be comparatively safer. Rest assured, I promise to send someone with the resources once I returned. The woman in black added. Yuqing did not dwell on this matter any further, but instead gestured towards the table beside him, saying, there is food over there. If you wish to eat, please do so. Upon hearing this, the woman in black turned her gaze to the table, which was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. Although her previous cultivation had long reached the level of fasting, her abilities had stagnated during her unconscious state. Thus, upon seeing the food, she realized she was indeed quite hungry. Thank you. The woman in black sat down at the table and began to eat. As the food entered her mouth, her beautiful eyes lit up. Once a cultivator reaches a certain level, they often transcend mundane desires, rendering them uninterested in ordinary fare. However, with that first bite, her taste buds awakened, evoking memories of her youth, when she savored her parents' cooking in a small village before embarking on her cultivation journey. Though she chewed slowly, she soon finished one bowl and eagerly filled another. During her meal, her gaze frequently drifted towards Yuqing. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this young man struck her as a figure of dissonance. Before her unconsciousness, she had harbored an intense desire to strangle him. Yet now, he seemed far less detestable, even bringing her a flicker of surprise. Just as she pondered this, 2 large, furry faces suddenly approached her, belonging to Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi. They regarded the woman with wide eyes. Having witnessed her consuming the medicine that Yuqing had prepared, how could she be well? Was it not entirely a side effect? Even the well-informed woman could not help but be taken aback by the sight of the 2 creatures, standing up with a wary expression and asking, what are you? Yuqing, noticing her reaction, quickly explained, no need to be alarmed. These are 2 monkeys I raised. Chapter 46. What is true southern speed? Monkeys. The woman in black was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such an ugly monkey in this world? Such a robust one at that? She scrutinized the 2 creatures, but despite her efforts, she could not deduce their nature. Since Yuqing claimed they were monkeys, then they must be. She needed to recover swiftly. Although she was temporarily safe here, no one could predict when her pursuers would arrive. The woman in black murmured to herself, if that time came, not only would she be in peril, but the young man who saved her would also face utter ruin, along with everything here. Due to the side effects of the medicine, her limbs remained numb, compelling her to return to the bed, where she assumed a reclining position to cultivate and heal. Knock, knock. Knocked out at that moment. A knock resounded at the door. It was Nanshi, accompanied by Cui Wei, who had temporarily stepped out. After greeting Yuqing politely, they entered. Your Majesty, what brings you here today? Yuqing smiled. How could I not make time for you today? I heard from Cui Wei that you were busy recently, so I refrained from disturbing you. I thought you must have finished your tasks by now, hence bringing you some wine. Nanshi chuckled, producing a jug of the imperial jade liquid wine she had brought previously. I truly appreciate your kindness, Your Majesty. Yuqing accepted the fine wine and drank it immediately. Meanwhile, the woman in black, still lying in bed and cultivating her healing, stirred at the sound. She had not anticipated that a mundane empress would arrive. However, that was all. A mere mortal emperor held little interest for her. It was Cui Wei, standing beside Nanshi, who caught her attention. Though young, his strength was impressive. She had not expected to encounter such potential in this remote area. Yuqing also surprised her. It indicated that his status was relatively respectable within this nation. After all, given her dire circumstances, his ability to rescue her might be considered average in their world. But in this small place, he was indeed a figure of prominence. The woman in black dismissed further thoughts and continued to close her eyes, focusing on her recovery on the misty water pavilion. Yuqing and Nanshi engaged in casual conversation. Understanding Yuqing's nature, Nanshi refrained from expressing her gratitude verbally, yet her eyes could not hide her appreciation. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild was already under construction. Recently, an alliance treaty with the barbarian nation was signed. Moreover, many surrounding countries were eager to curry favor with her southern nation. This was something that would have been unimaginable for her entire nation in the past. If past emperors of the southern nation were aware of this, they would likely rise from their graves in excitement. All of this was merely a result of Yuqing's presence in the southern nation. As Yuqing had been in the southern nation for quite some time, and given their frequent interactions, Nanshi no longer felt the initial restraint. She even appeared less like a sovereign and more like a lively young woman. "Sir, the scenery here is truly magnificent. No wonder you chose this place," Nanshi remarked, strolling into the room. "Sir, where are your fishing rods? I would like to try my hand at fishing as well." Upon entering, her gaze instinctively fell upon the wooden bed she had once lain upon. Stealing a glance outside, she noticed no one was watching and contemplated lying down for just a moment. However, when she turned her gaze back, she found someone else occupying the bed, a woman of notable beauty. Immediately, her brows furrowed. For reasons unknown, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, and she lost all desire to fish. Instead, yearning to leave quickly, yet as she reached the door, an unexpected surge of courage compelled her to turn back and ask the woman on the bed, "May I inquire who you are?" Though she attempted to maintain a calm tone, her breath betrayed a hint of urgency. "Who I am is of no concern to you," the woman in black replied, her brow furrowing as she opened her eyes. How arrogant. How impressive. This was the first thought that crossed Nanshi's mind. To be so audacious here, her identity, or rather her relationship with Yuqing, must be significant. She seemed to have lost the courage to inquire further and was about to turn away when Yuqing suddenly entered and said, "She was injured and I happened to rescue her, so she is temporarily settled here. Speaking of which, I haven't yet asked for your name," he added, looking at the woman in black. By duo, the black-clad woman hesitated slightly before responding. After all, it was merely a name. There were countless people in the world with the same name, and it would not expose her. So it is Miss Baiduo. Please continue to rest well," Yuqing said before turning to leave. For some inexplicable reason, his words felt like a healing balm to Nanshi at that moment. She even forgot the black-clad woman's earlier haughty indifference and instead began to express concern for her. It turned out that the young lady was injured. She wondered if she was feeling better now. "If you need any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall send someone at once." The black-clad woman, hearing this, nodded slightly towards Nanshi and replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." "Very well then," Nanshi nodded, casting another glance at the wooden bed, her expression betraying a hint of jealousy or displeasure before she swiftly followed Yuqing out. "Sir, shall I find someone to help you expand this house?" Nanshi hurriedly suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Yuqing nodded. "That would trouble your majesty." Originally, Yuqing felt that such a space was unnecessary. But considering he now had a small dark room and 2 additional monkeys, his courtyard was indeed somewhat insufficient. "All right, I shall arrange it immediately." Nanshi's face lit up with joy, and she promptly took her leave. The task of constructing a building was no small feat, requiring extensive planning. Why Yuqing mused that it would likely take some time to complete. However, he did not anticipate Nanshi's efficiency. Within half an hour of her return, the head of the construction department arrived. After swiftly finalizing the plans and Yuqing's requirements, work commenced that very morning, continuing through the night. Why Yuqing witnessed the remarkable speed of the southern kingdom. By deep into the night, the expanded courtyard was already completed. Even Yuqing could not help but give a thumbs up. The newly built Mishui pavilion was considerably larger than before, complete with a dedicated room for him to prepare medicine and conduct experiments, as well as a designated area for his experimental subjects, now occupied by 2 monkeys. In addition, there was a study, a kitchen, and several guest rooms. Furthermore, a spacious courtyard measuring several dozen feet in length and width was planned for Yuqing to cultivate flowers and plants. With the completion of the project, Baiduo was moved to a guest room without having to spend the night there. Meanwhile, in the new small dark room, the 2 demons were still bickering. "Mo Sanson, you owe me my freedom." "Mo Xiaoxi, you can't entirely blame me." You were the one who agreed to come to the southern kingdom in the first place. I don't care. I'm blaming you. Thus, the two demons continued their quarrel. Suddenly, Emos Sanson shouted, "Stop talking." What? I sense a stirring in the bloodline. It feels like the eldest and second brothers. Yes, I feel it too, Emos Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. After all these years, the eldest and second brothers have finally come to find us. Quick, use the secret method to send a message to them and let them come rescue us. Chapter 47. System Divine Level Reward. An existence of heavenly proportions. But can the eldest and second brothers be a match for these demons? It should not be a problem. I sense the power of their bloodline, and it is indeed formidable. Emos Sanson rationally analyzed. It seems so. The eldest and second brothers have indeed broken through. Their aura feels strong. Emos Xiaoxi also sensed the might of the eldest and second brothers' bloodline through the demon's secret technique. Without a second thought, the two demons conveyed information to the two who had already entered the southern border. After the message was successfully sent, Emos Sanson and Emos Xiaoxi were filled with excitement. Finally, we are about to escape the clutches of the demons. Once the eldest and second brothers arrive, they will surely avenge us. That damned human, that detestable Yuqing. I will make him consume all the potions he concocted himself and let him truly experience what it feels like to live in hell. Yes, we will await the arrival of the eldest and second brothers. That night, the stars sparkled brilliantly while Yuqing sat by the banks of the Mishui River, the river breeze refreshing against his skin as he diligently took notes. He could not deny that the medicine he had concocted had healed Bai Duo, instilling him with great confidence. Rather than aspiring to be an invincible celestial being, he yearned to be a renowned divine healer. Recently, he had made substantial progress in the medical field that I hope to achieve even greater breakthroughs in this path and begin to attempt experiments I previously dared not try. However, with only 2 experimental subjects at hand, he felt it was far from enough to accurately discern the differences under varying configurations. Therefore, it would be best to acquire 2 more experimental subjects. After completing his notes, Yuqing stood up, gazing at the shimmering waters, murmuring to himself that it then occurred to him that since taking on disciples, he had yet to claim his reward. He wondered what the reward might be and felt a surge of anticipation. Claim system reward, Yuqing declared. System reward is being claimed. System reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine level talent, turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold, cooldown time of 12 hours. Meaning the host can use it once a day. Is that it? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yuqing's expression darkened. Just this? His mindset began to crumble. He had looked forward to the system reward. Yet he never expected it to be such a lackluster skill. Turning stone into gold. What use could that possibly have? This is a world of cultivation. What would he do with so much gold? Moreover, gold is only valuable in the mundane world. At a certain level, it would be regarded as no more than stone in their eyes. Sighing, Yuqing suppressed the impulse to immediately expel Bai Duo. Raising a finger. A lackluster skill it may be, but I might as well test the effects of this turning stone into gold. He leaned against the railing and walked to the riverbank, searching for the largest stone to test this skill. Just as his hand touched the railing, the system suddenly chimed again. Congratulations, host. Stone transformation successful. What? I didn't even touch the stone. Yuqing was puzzled when he suddenly noticed his entire house shaking violently. Initially thinking it was an illusion, he soon saw the house move again. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Mishui courtyard. Greetings, master. At the same time, he clearly observed the front eaves of the entire house dip slightly, as if bowing to him. What the? Why Yuqing was taken aback. Even with his current cultivation and knowledge, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment that a house, alive, turning stone into gold turned out to be such an extraordinary skill. Just as Yuqing was astonished, another voice emerged in his mind. Report to master. Detected that enemies are approaching. Activating home defense mechanism. Why Yuqing's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness extended outward. Meanwhile, above the city of Shangnan, dark clouds gathered, rendering visibility near zero, while a massive whirlwind swirled above the Mishui courtyard. A violent and chilling aura spread throughout the city, causing widespread unease among the populace, yet none understood the cause of the turmoil. Within the storm, 2 fur-covered creatures emerged from the vortex, their ominous gazes fixated on the riverbank and the Mishui courtyard. According to the clues relayed by the secret method, the 3rd and 4th brothers were believed to be here. It appeared they were imprisoned by humans. A shadow emerged, uttering a deep voice. These insignificant humans dare to imprison our kin. They shall be reduced to ashes, and this human city shall have no reason to exist. Another cold voice echoed in agreement. Subsequently, the two great demons advanced towards the Mi Shui courtyard. As they drew closer, the two demons suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, they revealed expressions of astonishment as a barrier, seemingly rising from the ground, lashed out at them. Humph, a trivial trick. One of the demons scoffed, merely perceiving this maneuver as peculiar, yet his gaze was filled with disdain. With a casual swipe of his hand, he attempted to crush the barrier, and then there was nothing after that. All that could be heard was his cry of surprise, followed by him losing consciousness and plummeting from the sky. The other demon furrowed his brow at this sight. Just as he was about to retaliate against the barrier, he was suddenly confronted by a door panel that descended upon him from an unknown direction. The impact rendered the demon dazed, and in the blink of an eye, he lost the ability to act. Thus, the two demons, having barely made their entrance, were knocked unconscious as they were about to crash to the ground. The gate of the small courtyard swung open, resembling a gaping maw, swiftly swallowing the two demons whole. With two resounding thuds, they transformed to the size of humans and were unceremoniously discarded at Yuqing's feet like lifeless corpses. Report to the master. The Mosui courtyard has successfully withstood the external threats, and the foes have been captured, awaiting your disposal. It was only when the voice in his mind echoed that Yuqing gradually emerged from his earlier shock that he blinked, inhaling sharply. What had seemed like an eternity was, in fact, merely a fleeting moment, during which the two demons had already collapsed at his feet, devoid of consciousness. Is this the alchemy of turning stone to gold? It feels excessively monstrous, doesn't it? Yuqing found it difficult to regain his composure. A mere house possesses such formidable power. What would happen if this news were to spread? One must understand that these two demons were not to be trifled with. Had he not been present, they could effortlessly have obliterated the southern kingdom. Yet, a single house had dispatched them so effortlessly. Unable to contain his excitement, he raised a finger, his face alight with exhilaration. This system is truly not a scam. Chapter 48. But wait, weren't we promised that demons would never be enslaved? What thrilled him further was that he had just been fretting over where to procure two test subjects, and now they had essentially delivered themselves to his doorstep. It was as if someone had come to offer him a pillow when he was in need of sleep. Recalling his research, Yuqing wasted no time in bringing them into his laboratory, eager to commence his studies. After administering a potion to the two newly acquired demons, he prepared 2 more bowls of medicine to compare for differences, heading towards the small dark room. Meanwhile, inside the small dark room, Mo Sanson and Mo Xiaoxi were whispering to one another. It had been quite a while. Why had the boss and the second not arrived yet? They should be here soon, I reckon, came the reply. Just then, a creaking sound echoed as the door to the small dark room swung open. While Yuqing entered, carrying 2 bowls of medicine, the two demons couldn't help but shudder. Why has that detestable human returned? Mo Xiaoxi communicated. Stay calm, stay calm. It's probably just the last time, Mo Sanson replied. Indeed, at most it will only be the last time. Mo Xiaoxi's face reflected a restrained bitterness. But after this final encounter, all the suffering they had endured over the years would be repaid to this human 1,000-fold. The two demons experienced unprecedented exhilaration. After downing the potions Yuqing had handed them, they collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. When had they become so proactive? Their sudden enthusiasm took Yuqing by surprise. After squatting down to document the conditions of the two demons, he turned and left. In the early morning, after a night of labor, Yuqing stretched and returned to his room, ready to sleep. Meanwhile, in the small dark room, as Yuqing had recorded, even among the same species, there were notable differences in response to the medicine. Mo Xiaoxi was the first to awaken, his gaze vacant and his pupils dilated, embodying a sense of utter despair. After a long while, Mo Sanson finally stirred, and upon waking, exclaimed excitedly, "Old 4, have the boss and the second arrived?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxi replied expressionlessly, "They have." "Where are they?" Mo Sanson asked eagerly. "Over there," replied Mo Xiaoxi. "Over there?" Mo Sanson looked bewildered, following Mo Xiaoxi's gaze to see the boss and the second suspended from the beams above, looking worse than the two of them. "Gah!" Mo Sanson emitted a sound reminiscent of a dry duck. Feeling an overwhelming sense of collapse, he rushed over, incredulously confirming their identities. "No need to check. I've already done that," Mo Xiaoxi remarked, devoid of hope that it's indeed them. Mo Sanson slumped to the ground, unable to believe that the boss and the second had indeed come. Yet it was worse than if they hadn't come at all. That moment, the boss and the second, having endured a night of torment, slowly regained consciousness. Mo Sanson and Mo Xiaoxi hurriedly approached. "How are you, boss and second?" they inquired anxiously. "Old 3, Old 4. What on earth is happening? The boss and the second asked, their expressions weary. Alas, Emo Sanson sighed. Recounting the years they had been suppressed in the Fuyao Empire, and how they had barely escaped a den of tigers only to fall into a dragoness lair. You too have truly suffered. Upon hearing Old 3 and Old 4's account, the boss and second were filled with compassion. What suffering is there? It is merely that these humans are too treacherous, Emo Sanson stated with righteous indignation. But don't worry, boss and second. Despite being suppressed for many years, we have never submitted, nor have we ever bowed our heads to humans. Well said. Truly, our demons are remarkable sons. We take pride in you. The boss and second expressed, before adding, it is us who have let you down, failing to rescue you know. It is we who are sorry, had we not sought your aid through secret methods. How could we have caused you such harm? Emo Sanson interjected hastily. Why speak of such things among brothers? The boss and second said, though we have now fallen into the hands of humans. We are reunited as brothers, as long as we join forces. We shall surely escape and make the humans pay dearly. Yes, united as brothers, we shall surely escape and make the humans pay dearly. Demons shall never be enslaved. Indeed, demons shall never be enslaved. In an instant, the 4 demon brothers embraced tightly. The bond of brotherhood is as strong as iron. In the next moment, the door of the small dark room unexpectedly swung open. Yuqing stood at the entrance, looking at the 4 demons with a bemused smile. After a brief pause, he said, I suddenly recalled something. How did these 2 demons arrive here without cause last night? As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Emo Sanson and Emo Xiaoxi. The significance of his gaze sent chills down the spines of the 2 demons, causing them to shudder involuntarily, nearly collapsing to their knees. Old 3, think of something. Emo Xiaoxi kicked Emo Sanson, urgently conveying. Under this pressure, he was on the verge of tears, having interacted with Yuqing in the Fuyao imperial capital. He was acutely aware of the consequences of giving an unsatisfactory answer. Emo Sanson felt the same dread. Seeing the growing impatience on Yuqing's face, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hastily began to flatter. Ah, esteemed master, you have arrived just in time. I was about to discuss this matter with you. Yuqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued to hear what Emo Sanson would say. Master, you wish to embark on a new path. Dantian, my brother and I understand that it requires various validations. Thus, we thought you would need new test subjects, which is why we lured these 2 here for you, hoping to surprise you. As if fearing Yuqing would not believe him, Emo Sanson quickly patted Emo Xiaoxi. Still in a daze, Emo Xiaoxi eventually caught on and quickly chimed in. Yes, Old 3 is right. We just wanted to give you a surprise. The words of Emo Sanson and Emo Xiaoxi utterly stunned the boss and second, who were hanging from the beams. They struggled violently. Emo Sanson, Emo Xiaoxi, you actually didn't we agree on brotherly unity? Didn't we promise that demons would never be enslaved? The boss and second roared, their eyes blazing like copper bells. However, Emo Sanson swiftly silenced them. Master, don't listen to their nonsense. My brother and I have always been obedient little demons. They, on the other hand, are powerful and resilient, sure to make significant contributions. Please, quickly use them for testing. Chapter 49, Chickens and Ducks Converse, Flowers and Grass Quarrel TSK. Even Yuqing hadn't anticipated that Emo Sanson would conjure such a rationale. You certainly possess a silver tongue. In that case, you shall consume this bowl of medicine. With that, Yuqing produced a large bowl of goo. Upon seeing this, Emo Sanson fainted on the spot. Thus, the days passed slowly. Within the Fuyao Empire, the Fuyao Palace witnessed a visible decline in various aspects, and the prestige of Nangong Fuyao similarly waned. That moment, from behind the Fuyao Palace, the young man in white emerged once more. Since you've expended so many resources, I suppose I shall assist you a little, the young man said languidly. What do you intend to help me with? Nangong Fuyao inquired hurriedly. And, have you recovered? I have indeed recovered somewhat, though not completely. However, assisting you with a minor task has been sufficient for my recovery, the young man replied with a cold smile. They asked for what I will specifically do to assist you. You will find out in due time. With that, the young man vanished from the Fuyao Palace. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom, the 4 demons continued to endure inhumane torment, subjected to testing of no fewer than 10 to dozens of medicines daily. Due to the expansion of the courtyard, Cui Wei remained by Yuqing's side, assisting him while training with Xiao Liar. Weizhuo was also rapidly recovering. Naturally, for Yuqing, aside from daily research on medicines, he would not waste the opportunity to utilize the alchemy of turning stone to gold, and through these days of experimentation, he had thoroughly grasped the true effects and limitations of this transformative ability. First and foremost, the effect of turning stone to gold is that any successfully transformed subject will be endowed with spirit, gaining consciousness and considerable strength, while automatically recognizing him as their master. The limitation lies in its inability to be utilized on humans. However, it can be employed on animals. For instance, the ducks and geese by the river in front of the door have all been touched by Yuqing. Now, they no longer paddle in the water or catch fish. Instead, they sit by the river, their legs folded in a meditative pose. Yuqing has no choice but to let them remain as they are. For only then will they retain their previous habits, appearing no different from ordinary ducks. Moreover, the transmutation of stone into gold cannot be applied to entities of excessive magnitude. Take, for example, the river flowing in front of the door. Yuqing could not resist attempting it, only to find it ineffective. This is, however, understandable. The entire courtyard could be considered a singular entity, and in a sense, the world itself is a singular existence if such limitations were absent and he were to apply this power to the world. Would it not mean that the world would acknowledge him as its master? Having grasped the essence of transmutation, Yuqing found himself yearning to apply it to everything in sight. Thus, beyond the ducks at the door, he instructed Cui Wei to procure several chickens, which he also transformed. He also transmuted a few fish caught from the river and applied it to the flowers and plants at the entrance, as well as various other items. Consequently, the entire courtyard became exceedingly boisterous, filled with incessant chattering. For instance, conversations among the chickens and ducks, and quarrels between the flowers and grasses became increasingly commonplace, but it was only when Yuqing commanded them to be silent that they would comply. Fortunately, their exchanges existed in a dimension separate from that of others. Apart from Yuqing, no one else could hear them. In the courtyard, Cui Wei and Xiao Li were engrossed in their training, while Bai Zhu observed from the side. In such a small setting, having someone like Cui Wei was somewhat surprising to her. However, it was Xiao Li who astonished her even more. She could sense that Xiao Li harbored a certain secret. Although she could not yet discern it, she was certain that Xiao Li was an unparalleled talent. Even detached from the mundane world, such brilliance was rare. Knowing that Xiao Li was Yuqing's disciple caused Bai Zhu to suppress her thoughts multiple times. Yet today, upon seeing Xiao Li, she could no longer contain herself. "How about you take me as your master?" she proposed, approaching Xiao Li with a hint of hesitation before voicing her desire. Xiao Li opened her eyes. "I am my master as disciple. He saved you, yet you seek to undermine him. If my master were to find out," Xiao Li retorted. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhu's expression turned awkward. She naturally understood that such actions were somewhat unethical. Yet she simply could not bear to let such a promising talent slip away. After a brief pause, she continued, "I will speak to your master myself. If you follow me, your future potential will be greatly enhanced. I can offer you the finest techniques, providing the most efficient path and the most seasoned experience for your cultivation, allowing you to avoid many detours. After you become my disciple, it does not mean you must forsake your master. In the future, as you cultivate under my guidance, you will be in a better position to repay him, will you not?" Listening to Bai Zhu's words, Xiao Li cast her gaze upon her, meeting Xiao Li's eyes. Bai Zhu felt an inexplicable sensation, as though the child were looking at a fool. Xiao Li then firmly declared, "You need not speak to my master. I will not agree to your proposal." With that, she turned her back on Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu sighed, not having anticipated the child's resolute nature. However, it was not the right time to say more. Patience is key. This little one will eventually understand what this means for her. Yet, just as she was about to retreat to her room to meditate, her expression suddenly shifted, her gaze drawn to the distant sky. This is the aura of the members of the Five Elements Alliance. She had not expected them to locate the southern country so swiftly based on their aura that as she spoke, her delicate face turned grave. At the same time, she swiftly darted into the house. Inside, she retrieved several treasures to set up barriers, concealing her own aura to the utmost degree. She silently prayed for the ability to evade their detection. With her current cultivation, she was far from capable of facing the impending threat, and thus resorted to such a desperate measure. Meanwhile, several men in identical attire appeared several miles away from the Mishi courtyard. They hovered in mid-air, their auras surging, clearly not ordinary individuals. "Humph. Bai Zhu, do you think that by fleeing to the mundane realm, we would be unable to find you?" The leader, a man with an icy demeanor, spoke coldly. "We are aware of your methods of concealing your aura, but do you believe we lack our own means?" He then produced a compass. Utilizing the blood left behind from Bai Zhu's previous injury, he gestured to a companion behind him, who conjured a drop of crimson blood at his fingertip, which subsequently fell onto the compass. In the next moment, the compass radiated a blinding light, revealing a direction. She is that way. She cannot escape, the man declared frostily, retracting the compass and leading the others toward the Mishi courtyard. Chapter 50. Where on earth did these terrifying ducks come from? At the same time, on the riverbank opposite the Mishi courtyard, a man dressed in white had appeared inexplicably, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and arms crossed behind him. He stood with a slight smirk, his gaze fixed on the Mishi courtyard across the way. He was none other than the man in white who had traveled from the Fuyao Empire. With his prowess, he had no difficulty locating this place, just as Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji had done. Yuqing, a rather fine name, he mused, his pupils narrowing slightly, an expression akin to that of a predator preparing to ensnare its prey glimmering in his eyes. Emerging from the mundane world, he had managed to attract the attention of the Tai immortal sect. I am curious to see what extraordinary qualities you possess. Do not disappoint me, as he spoke. He took a step forward, exhibiting an almost magical ability to traverse distances. However, just as his foot grazed the water's surface, he furrowed his brow. Turning his head, he sensed several powerful auras approaching swiftly. Seemingly aligned with his own objective, his brow slightly furrowed before relaxing, revealing a look of intrigue. How fascinating. Observing the spectacle should prove entertaining. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his foot, stepping back to conceal himself in the shadows. At the very moment the white-clad youth concealed himself, the powerful auras had already arrived. Those who had come bearing the compass. Within the courtyard across the river, the leader's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Fixated on the courtyard across the river as he issued a direct order. Kill without mercy. As soon as the command was given, the group exuded a powerful aura, effectively locking onto the entire courtyard. In the next instant, they traversed the water's surface, drawing closer and closer. However, at that moment, a tremendous sense of danger washed over the leader. First, be cautious, he shouted, executing a roll in mid-air. As he did so, a feather, like a piercing blade, sliced through the air toward him. The feather narrowly grazed his neck, leaving a fine line of blood. The man touched his neck in shock, his heart racing. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely ended up as a corpse, sinking into the river to feed the fish. Who goes there? Show yourself. The man unsheathed his sword, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Below him, the river flowed steadily. The scene tranquil, but as he surveyed the area, he saw no one. Only a group of ducks that had appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to dismiss the ducks, he noticed an unusual glint in their eyes, prompting him to sense something was amiss. How can ducks possess such expressions? He mused, narrowing his gaze on the peculiar assembly. No, it was not entirely ducks. There was also a goose among them. 5 creatures in total, a lineup of ducks and 1 goose. All quacking in unison. The casual observer. They appeared to be nothing more than ordinary poultry. Without further ado, the man swung his sword toward the assembly of ducks and goose, demonstrating his caution. Given his strength, attacking a flock of fowl seemed excessive, yet his prudence proved justified. As his sword descended halfway, he felt an insurmountable force halt its progress, and no matter how much he exerted himself, he could not budge it further. His expression darkened as he gazed in disbelief. One of the ducks had placed a webbed foot on the water's surface, extending another leg to intercept his sword with its foot. A tempest of astonishment and fury surged within him. Although he had not wielded his full strength, it was inconceivable that a mere duck could withstand his strike, especially using its foot. The other men accompanying him mirrored his incredulity, their expressions tense as they faced off against the peculiar ducks and goose. Are they beasts? One questioned. Impossible. I've never heard of poultry transforming into monsters. Then perhaps they are puppets. Some skilled practitioners possess remarkable puppet techniques. This may be a troupe of crafted dolls. However, this explanation failed to convince. Over the years in the cultivation world, no one had ever heard of a puppeteer crafting puppets in the shape of ducks and geese. At that moment, the duck withdrew its foot and quacked. Brothers, we have some fun ahead. The 5 Elements Alliance members gasped in astonishment. Regardless of what they were merely a bunch of supernatural tricksters. They would be dealt with accordingly. The leader of the group issued a command once more. Despite being astonished, he did not believe that a mere flock of ducks and a goose could obstruct their path. With a commanding shout from him, those who followed instantly sprang into action. In an instant, blades flashed and swords gleamed. A formidable assault descended upon the flock of geese and ducks. However, the moment they made contact with the birds, the expressions of the 5 Elements Alliance members changed dramatically. Quack, quack, quack. Among the ducks, a large white goose, with its body arched, let out a series of calls, flapping its wings as it charged forward with unmatched fervor. It collided head-on with a skilled fighter, sending him flying. The expert let out a piercing scream. It felt as if his entire body was being torn apart, akin to being struck by a colossal mountain. With several ribs snapping under the impact, after the initial assault, the large white goose reached the opposite bank of the river and soon turned back, charging at him once again in the same manner. The others fared no better in mere moments of contact. They were thrown into disarray by the ducks. One duck executed a sweeping kick, causing one of the experts to crash heavily onto the water's surface. Another duck plunged into the water and, upon resurfacing with a quack, shot upward like a rocket, targeting the lower body of an attacking member of the Five Elements Alliance. The assaulted expert was sent soaring into the sky. Reaching a height of 100 feet, before he could recover from the intense pain in his lower body, he suddenly noticed another duck flying up to a slightly higher elevation, then, with an indifferent glimmer in its eyes, the duck extended its webbed foot and descended. With a quack, the duck's foot landed squarely on the chest of the expert, who plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, with a thunderous crash. The water surface erupted, sending waves soaring dozens of feet high. Before long, the battle escalated further. Some ducks even unleashed their skills. Amidst the flurry of feathers, one duck aimed its rear at a nearby fighter, declaring, "Taste my duck droppings." Following that, a barrage of projectiles erupted like a machine gun, and despite the fighter's formidable strength and high defenses, he was still reduced to a sieve under the relentless assault. Within that brief moment, several members of the Five Elements Alliance met their demise. Do not panic. Everyone, gather together. Do not give them the chance to pick us off one by one, he shouted, his face grave, with a bright red webbed footprint visible on his cheek. Just as his voice fell, his expression darkened as he seemed to sense something unusual. The next moment, a number of hens burst forth from a nearby path, flapping their wings. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Duck brothers, goose brothers, leave one for us. Leave one. Chapter 51. Terrifying poultry, frightened man in white. Before long, this flock of hens swiftly joined the fray. The members of the Five Elements Alliance felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as these hens proved even more ferocious than the ducks. Their attacks were chaotic. They rushed in, flapping their wings, and began a frenzied assault with beaks and claws. Within mere breaths, the remaining few were left bloodied and battered by the relentless onslaught of the hens. Retreat! Quickly, retreat! Finally, the leading middle-aged man realized that they were utterly outmatched by these poultry, although he was filled with 1,000 doubts about how such a group of birds could be so terrifying. Survival took precedence. Following his command to retreat, the already demoralized group turned and fled. Yet, as they turned, they sensed something amiss. Opening their eyes, they discovered several massive mouths looming behind them, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The corners of these mouths were adorned with whiskers, their lips pursed and puckered, above which were large, rolling eyes. Fish. It looks like a carp, a gigantic carp, one of the experts shouted in terror. However, before his words could settle, he was swallowed whole, disappearing without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! Quick, scatter! At this moment, the members of the Five Elements Alliance lost all sense of order, their cries almost hysterical as they shouted for their lives. But now, with geese and ducks in front, hens behind, and monstrous carp lurking in the water, escape was far from simple. Soon, only a few remained. The leading man, drenched in cold sweat, glanced around and, with a swift motion, pushed the last two companions away to shield himself from a lethal attack. Finally, seizing a fleeting opportunity. This time, we concede defeat, but the Five Elements Alliance will surely seek vengeance, he declared, producing a glowing scroll. As he opened the scroll, a pained expression crossed his face, but survival took precedence over all else. Once the scroll was activated, a spatial rift appeared, and he stepped into it without hesitation. Just as he thought he could escape unscathed, a vine stealthily crept up to his hand. What the hell is this? His face paled, but recalling the terror of the chickens, ducks, and fish, he raised his sword and severed his own arm. The severed limb fell into the water as the rift closed behind him. What a pity, we let one escape, one duck muttered, before the flock dispersed, losing interest. Soon, the poultry returned to their usual state, appearing no different than before. The signs of battle, having occurred on the surface of the river, were washed away by the flowing water, leaving no trace behind. Everything seemed as if nothing had transpired. Only the members of the Five Elements Alliance lay buried here, having arrived with great fervor, now reduced to a single injured man who fled in a disheveled state thanks to the teleportation scroll. However, in the shadows across the river, another figure lurked, having witnessed the entire battle unfold. I am truly fortunate, he murmured, his heart racing and filled with dread, no longer possessing the calm demeanor he once had. Even as he whispered, his body trembled slightly. Had the experts of the Five Elements Alliance not suddenly appeared, it would have been him who perished, as an eyewitness to the entire ordeal. He could grasp the terror of these poultry even more than the Five Elements Alliance members, let alone in his current state. He doubted he could cross this river even at his peak. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Even with his vast experience, he could not fathom the means that could render a flock of birds so horrifyingly powerful. As he gazed once more at the misty water courtyard, his expression shifted to one of deep apprehension and fear, retreating further away, unwilling to approach any closer. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the misty water, Yuqing reclined in a lounge chair, gently swaying, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The capabilities of these poultry had genuinely surprised him. Moreover, observing their methods of attack, it was evident that they were more than merely spirit-imbued. They seemed to exhibit unique personalities and even distinct combat techniques. Additionally, this already spirit-imbued courtyard exceeded his expectations, as it nearly isolated everything from the outside world, save for him, the master, the small carp, and Shui Wei. Seated in the courtyard meditating, remained entirely oblivious to the chaos of the recent battle. This skill seems rather impressive, he mused, raising a finger to consider what to enhance next. Meanwhile, in a room, Bai Duo continued to meditate, concealing her presence while employing various methods to remain hidden. This veil lasted for several hours before she cautiously withdrew it, upon sensing that the Five Elements Alliance had entirely vacated the vicinity of Shangnan City. She finally exhaled in relief. However, her actions were akin to a game of wits with the air itself. "Miss, if there's nothing urgent, please refrain from venturing outside," he reminded her the following day. As he stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the loft, his courtyard could effectively mask her presence. Logically, those pursuing Bai Duo should not have been able to detect her. The only explanation for their pursuit was that Bai Duo must have left the courtyard at some point, allowing them to pick up her trail. Oh, why is that? Bai Duo couldn't help but inquire. "Within this courtyard, you are sufficiently safe that if you venture out, your safety cannot be guaranteed," Yuqing replied calmly. "Guarantee my safety?" Bai Duo raised an eyebrow, then couldn't help but chuckle. She found herself at a loss for words. If her enemies truly came knocking, she did not believe Yuqing could protect her. Furthermore, whether she was within the courtyard or not made little difference. Perhaps Yuqing had set up some traps or formations in his own domain. But in the face of her enemies, such measures would be of little consequence. However, considering that Yuqing was unaware of her true identity and strength and acted out of goodwill, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you." Why Yuqing paid her no mind and resumed his experiments with the four mystical creatures. His actions toward Bai Duo stemmed purely from a sense of integrity. After all, he had completed his system task and acquired a remarkable skill. So he endeavored to assist her recovery as much as possible. Nothing more. In the afternoon, after a simple disguise, Bai Duo left the courtyard and headed to the streets of Shangnan City to procure some medicinal herbs to hasten her recovery. While she was aware that Yuqing was an alchemist, she did not wish to owe him any favors. Additionally, the potions he concocted were rather complicated. Conveniently, she had her own means. Just as she stepped outside the courtyard, Shaoli opened her eyes and followed her. "Little one, why are you tagging along?" Bai Duo asked, glancing back at the small carp with curiosity. "Master instructed me to follow you whenever you leave." Shaoli replied. Little ear, clutching a sword nearly as tall as himself, inquired, "Are you following me?" "No. I am here to protect you." Protect? Chapter 52. Bring forth the owners of that flock of chickens and ducks. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bai Duo couldn't help but stifle a laugh, especially at the sight of little Lear's earnest expression, which only made her amusement grow. "You, little one, are going to protect me. Based on what?" Bai Duo bent down and playfully tapped little Lear's forehead with her jade-like hand. Then added, "Do try not to make me laugh too hard. You little rascal, hurry back. I have matters to attend to." With that, Bai Duo dismissed little Lear and hurried towards the largest apothecary. "Humph, if it weren't for my master's instructions, I wouldn't even bother with this." Little Lear, with a childish huff, ignored Bai Duo's words and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, surrounded by majestic mountains and abundant spiritual energy, atop the highest peak stood a scenic pavilion. Within the pavilion sat a strikingly handsome man with flowing white hair. His tall, slender figure exuded an ethereal presence, with bright eyes and white hair cascading down his shoulders, giving him an otherworldly charm. As if he were untouched by mortal affairs, butterflies and small birds flitted about him as he sat in tranquility. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both radiating a restrained aura. Resembling stone statues, Utterly motionless, at the foot of the pavilion knelt a middle-aged man, trembling in fear with a severed arm. This man was none other than the one who lost an arm in the misty water courtyard and barely escaped with the teleportation scroll. However, despite kneeling in silence for quite some time, the white-haired man did not spare him a glance. Preoccupied with the small bird in his hand, while gazing at the distant sunset, it was only after the sun had set that the white-haired man lazily reclined in his chair and said, "Speak." What transpired? At this moment, the woman who had been following him spoke in a low tone. Reporting to the alliance leader, we tracked by Duo's whereabouts using a compass, but upon our arrival, we fell into an ambush. The one-armed man stammered, "All my men perished there, and even my subordinate lost an arm. It was only thanks to the teleportation scroll bestowed by the alliance leader that I managed to escape." "An ambush? What kind of ambush? Could it be that you were using this as an excuse due to your own inadequacy?" The woman replied coldly that I would never dare deceive the alliance leader. The one-armed man quickly bowed his head, his voice trembling. "Moreover, not only did we fall into an ambush, but the enemy's tactics were exceedingly peculiar. We were besieged by a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. Oh, and there were even carp that resembled aquatic monsters." He recounted the events in detail. His words concluded, the white-haired man, who had not once glanced at the one-armed man, seemed to finally take an interest. "Come here, let me see your arm," he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, alliance leader. Thank you," the one-armed man replied, cautiously approaching him. The white-haired man raised his long, elegant hand, but instead of touching the wound, he placed it directly on the man's crown. The one-armed man let out a pained scream, his face contorting as he appeared to endure excruciating agony. Moments later, he lay on the ground, a mere shell of his former self. As if all life had been drained from him. Chickens, ducks, geese, and man-eating carp. Quite intriguing indeed, the white-haired man mused, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. "Alliance leader, if that is the case, then what he said must be true?" The woman inquired, astonished. "Though they may be incompetent, their strength is not insignificant in the southern region. How could chickens and ducks be so formidable? And Chong, if I am not mistaken, we have encountered worthy opponents this time." The white-haired man replied languidly, "I fear it may require your efforts to pay them a visit. As for by Duo, I need not mention her, but regarding the one who assists her, do not kill him. Bring him back to me. I find his methods with chickens and ducks quite fascinating. Imagine if these little ones could also transform in such a manner. How delightful that would be." As he spoke, the birds surrounding him began to chirp excitedly. "Yes, alliance leader, I know what to do," and Chong affirmed, leaping from the cliff before disappearing into the mist. Meanwhile, in Shangnan City, the bustling atmosphere had noticeably intensified since the Array Masters Guild established its headquarters there. On the streets of Shangnan City, two elderly men appeared. One, disheveled and carrying a wine gourd, was tugging at the other. This scruffy old man was none other than Li Bugu, the ancestor of the Tai immortal sect. The other elder, in contrast, exuded an air of refinement, with a long white beard and a slightly aged but dignified visage. "By May, heed my counsel. Accompany me to pay respects to that esteemed elder. It will do you no harm." After the 5 disciples of the Tai immortal sect returned from the Fuyao Empire, Li Bugu resolved to personally pay a visit to Yuqing, coincidentally, the elder of the Qianquan immortal sect, whom he had not seen in years, had come to the Tai immortal sect to reminisce, and he had brought him along to Li Bugu. "If you wish to go, then go. I will wait for you at a tavern." Bai Mei retorted, shaking his sleeve in anger at cultivators. "We should embody righteousness. Flattery is not our way. If word of your actions as the ancestor of the Tai immortal sect gets out, wouldn't that be a disgrace?" "What nonsense are you spouting, Bai Mei? What do you mean by flattery?" Li Bugu exclaimed, his anger flaring. "They have shown me kindness, and I wish to pay my respects. Moreover, I am only bringing you along out of long-standing friendship. I would not have done so for anyone else." "Humph. Even if he is a venerable elder, I am also an ancestor of a sect. Regardless, if you wish to go, then go. I shall not accompany you." Bai Mei scoffed. "You stubborn old fool. You are as unyielding as ever," Li Bugu shouted. Just then, as the two elders continued their heated exchange, Bai Duo, as usual, arrived at the largest apothecary in Shangnan City to procure medicine. Although the herbs available here would do little to aid her recovery, every bit helped. However, when she noticed little Leo trailing behind her once again, her brow furrowed. "Little one, what exactly do you want? Why do you keep following me?" Bai Duo inquired, her tone laced with annoyance. "I said I am here to protect you," little Leo replied, clutching his sword with a childish lilt. Bai Duo couldn't help but facepalm. This child is merely indulging in childish fantasies. The audacity of a mere child attempting to protect her was laughable. that I presume you are not following me in hopes of me buying you something to eat. If so, just tell me what you want, and I shall procure it for you, Baiduo offered, as that was the only conclusion she could reach. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression shifted dramatically. Little Lear, still clutching his sword, wiped his nose and adjusted his sagging pants. The atmosphere around them had inexplicably grown tense. The gentle breeze that had been blowing suddenly turned fierce, slicing across their faces like a blade. Chapter 53. Finally, I understand Little Lear's true strength. Something is amiss. Should we investigate? The two previously quarreling elders ceased their argument at a distance, exchanging glances before swiftly disappearing from sight, but on the street, where Baiduo stood. The sense of foreboding grew stronger, leaves swirling chaotically from the ground in that moment. Even the ordinary passers-by and street vendors felt the abnormality. Hurry, hurry! The vendors hastily packed up their stalls, and pedestrians quickened their pace to leave. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling street became deserted, leaving only Baiduo and Little Lear standing alone in the center. Little one, you need to leave, quickly, Baiduo urged, her brow furrowed and her expression serious as she scanned the surroundings. Her voice tinged with urgency, yet Little Lear seemed disinclined to depart, instead taking a step closer to her. You should go. As Little Lear advanced rather than retreating, Baiduo instinctively prepared to scold him. But as her words escaped her lips, she felt as though her throat had been constricted. At the end of the street, an enigmatic woman clad in red had appeared, her icy demeanor fixed on Baiduo. With her arrival, the already plummeting temperature dropped even further, the ground visibly icing over, sending chills down their spines. Baiduo gazed intently at the red-clad woman, her expression revealing a blend of anxiety and defiance. If her intuition was correct, this woman was one of the two mysterious venerables from the Five Elements Alliance. Last time, when the Five Elements Alliance pursued her, she had managed to evade them using her concealment techniques, believing they would not return to Shangnan City anytime soon. Yet, to her astonishment, not only had they returned, but they had also dispatched one of their revered members. This left her perplexed, in the previous pursuit. The Five Elements Alliance had not sent a single venerable. Why had they chosen to do so now? She yearned to run, yet she understood that, at this moment, the opportunity to escape seemed exceedingly bleak. The woman in red cast a cold glance at Baiduo, and then languidly remarked, "Summon the person behind you." "What person behind me?" Baiduo's expression reflected her confusion. "The master who controls the chickens." "Ducks and geese," the woman in red replied indifferently. "Chickens, ducks, and geese? What chickens, ducks, and geese?" Baiduo's expression turned one of utmost bewilderment, as she longed to inquire, "What on earth are you talking about?" "Very well, let us first eliminate you. By killing you, we can draw out that person behind you," the woman in red stated flatly. "Wait." Just as the woman in red was about to strike, Baiduo suddenly shouted, "This child is innocent. He is merely a young boy from an ordinary family. Can you let him go?" The woman in red did not even flinch, completely disregarding Baiduo's plea. Her crimson attire left a fleeting shadow as a glimmer of cold light emerged. Enveloped by a fierce intent to kill, heading towards Baiduo, Baiduo summoned her strength, attempting to retaliate. However, the speed of the woman in red's strike was too swift, due to the aftereffects of her previous secret technique. Baiduo had only regained less than 10% of her power and was utterly incapable of withstanding that blow. In truth, she could not even discern the direction from which the woman in red was attacking. Yet, as the woman in red unleashed her strike, Baiduo had already sensed it. Even if she had been at her peak, the woman in red's prowess would likely have made her a formidable opponent. Let alone in her current state. Am I to perish here? A sense of unwillingness flickered in Baiduo's eyes. She wished to resist. She did not wish to meet her demise so easily. Yet now, her diminished powers rendered her unqualified to fight back. The disparity between them was insurmountable, making any resistance akin to merely awaiting death. However, just as she believed her fate was sealed, a melodious clashing sound resonated before her. Clang! It was the sound of blades colliding. Baiduo's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned her head, then lowered it, and beheld Xiao Lier beside her, who had drawn a blade from its sheath and intercepted the woman in red's strike. No, it was not a sword that Xiao Lier wielded, but a broadsword, a horizontal blade. This broadsword had been a gift from Yuqing to Xiao Lier, and since then, she had kept it close at all times. The blade steadied itself against the woman in red's strike, even causing her to stagger back 2 steps. Surprise filled Baiduo's eyes. Her lips parted slightly, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable event in the world. Xiao Lier did not glance at her, but instead focused on the woman in red. The woman in red, too, revealed an expression of astonishment. She had never anticipated that the boy she had overlooked from the beginning was the true expert. Anger welled within her. Her strike had been thwarted by a mere child, leaving her with a sense of humiliation. Yet, before she could retaliate, she found that the boy had already made his move. The broadsword shimmered, its blade gleaming as it swung directly towards her. She did not take it lightly. The sword's light surged as she aimed to counter the horizontal blade. However, she did not foresee that her strike would miss completely. The woman in red silently cursed, realizing that Xiao Lier had feigned the attack. Indeed, as she processed this, she discovered that Xiao Lier had somehow appeared beneath her feet. She widened her eyes, unable to comprehend that the attack was aimed at her lower body. By the time she sought to defend herself, it was already too late. That kick sent her reeling backward, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground as her legs skidded across it. Who says only men feel pain when struck below the belt? In that moment, the woman in red lost her previous composure, her body trembling in an awkward contortion, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet, as the saying goes, strike when your opponent is down. Almost instantaneously after delivering the kick, Xiao Lier continued her assault. The broadsword descended vertically upon the agonized woman in red. The latter stared wide-eyed, yet her body remained frozen, motionless in the blink of an eye. A crimson line appeared from her forehead to her chin, blood oozing forth before she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Who? The broadsword spun gracefully through the air, then sheathed itself with a clean precision. The My master has warned me that the outside world is fraught with danger. However, considering your earlier words, you have become slightly less irritating to me. With that, Xiao Lier cradled the broadsword and resumed her journey towards the apothecary. Chapter 54. Even we may not be able to withstand that strike. Xiao Lier had already ventured some distance away. Yet Bai Duo remained rooted in place, evidently still in shock. This seemingly simple-minded child had actually killed one of the esteemed members of the Five Elements Alliance. She felt as though everything that had just transpired was a dream. Yet, the corpse lying nearby confirmed the harsh reality. Furthermore, upon reflection, Xiao Lier had not merely killed her. More accurately, it was a swift execution, for apart from blocking that one strike, Xiao Lier had employed only 2 moves from start to finish. The first move, though somewhat unglamorous, did not diminish the fact of the execution. Such power had surpassed Bai Duo's prime. With this thought, a mixture of shock and complexity crossed her features. She had attempted several times to take Xiao Lier as her apprentice, only to realize now that this prospective disciple was far stronger than she. With that, she gazed at Xiao Lier's retreating figure and hurried after her. Despite having learned of Xiao Lier's capabilities, she still held countless questions. She felt that answers could be found in Xiao Lier. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 2 elder figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. The 2 were Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Recalling the previous events, even Li Bugu had ceased his nonchalance, quickly stroking his little mustache while his small eyes darted around. That boy's strength rivals ours. We may not even be able to withstand that strike. This, Bai Mei remarked. Indeed, and what of the slain woman? I have never heard of anyone like her before, if I am not mistaken. She must be the mysterious figure from the Five Elements Alliance who appeared recently, Li Bugu noted, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. The Five Elements Alliance, you say? Bai Mei's gaze darkened, lost in thought. The south border is likely to undergo a transformation. Indeed. As the 2 pondered, Li Bugu suddenly tugged at Bai Mei, saying, if that is the case, we should hasten to pay our respects to that elder. Come, let us go. I won't go. I told you I refuse. Who do you think I am? Bai Mei. In an instant, the 2 elders began to bicker once more, tugging and pulling as they arrived at the entrance of the Misty Water courtyard. Yuqing had been in the southern kingdom for quite some time, never taking particular measures to conceal his whereabouts. Thus, it was not difficult for capable individuals to discover where he resided. If I am not mistaken, the elders should reside here. Hurry, let us go pay our respects, Li Bugu exclaimed excitedly. Enough, Li Bugu. Bai Mei forcefully shook off Li Bugu's arm, retorting, I accompanied you to the southern kingdom merely to see where the Array Masters Guild is located. Now that we are here, you can go alone. Do not drag me along. You old fool. What are you so proud of? Just don't regret it later, Li Bugu scoffed, dismissing Bai Mei as he strode towards the Misty Water courtyard. Regret? What could I possibly regret? Bai Mei huffed, his interest in visiting the elder Li Bugu mentioned overshadowed by a greater curiosity to engage with that remarkable boy. Del I Bugu successfully entered the courtyard. Old Li, is that you? Long time no see. Upon seeing Li Bugu, Yuqing's excitement was palpable. Though they were not particularly close, The memory of this old fellow lingered in his mind. Why Yuqing? I did not expect you to remember me, Li Bugu replied, taken aback. How could I forget? What do you say, shall we share a drink? Yuqing smiled. Absolutely. I just so happen to have brought some fine wine with me. Li Bugu replied eagerly. With that, the two, appearing as an old man and a young lad, raised their cups and began to toast. After a few rounds, Li Bugu spontaneously recounted how he had sent 5 disciples to the Fuyao Empire some time ago. I was hoping those 5 little rascals would gain some valuable experience and perhaps encounter an elder like you for guidance. Yet I never anticipated that you had already left the Fuyao Empire. Li Bugu stated candidly, a hint of embarrassment in his expression that this. Yuqing merely smiled faintly. Such matters bore no disgrace that he recalled when he had just traversed to this world. He too had sought out powerful figures to apprentice under. Li Bugu's frankness only endeared him further. However, he had not anticipated that his 2 experimental subjects would make their escape in such a manner. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to the affairs of the Fuyao Empire. Seeing Yuqing's understanding, Li Bugu expressed his gratitude and continued to toast him. Master, we are back. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door pushing open rang out, revealing Xiao Lier. Xiao Lier was followed closely by Baiduo. Despite having walked a considerable distance, Baiduo's heart remained unsettled, especially upon returning to this courtyard. If Xiao Lier possessed such strength, then was Yuqing, her master, truly as she had imagined. Especially as she recalled what Xiao Liu had mentioned earlier, that Xiao Lier was following her as a precautionary measure specifically arranged by Yuqing for her safety. Upon this realization, for reasons unknown, Baiduo's footsteps as she entered the courtyard grew heavy, that a sense of discomfort mingled with a heat of embarrassment washed over her. Simultaneously, not far from the small courtyard, Bai Mei also caught sight of them. Initially consumed by boredom and harboring unflattering thoughts about Li Bugu, upon seeing Xiao Lier and Baiduo, his eyes widened in surprise when he heard Xiao Lier calling out for her master at the entrance. His mouth fell agape. Even a fool could predict that the master she was calling out to was likely the esteemed figure Li Bugu intended for him to meet. After all, in the same courtyard, who else could it be? Instantly, Bai Mei felt a surge of agitation. His heart tightened uncomfortably. Although he had known Li Bugu for quite some time, he did not doubt his words. On the contrary, he understood that there must indeed be a remarkable individual involved. However, in his view, even if this individual was accomplished, their prowess should merely surpass theirs by a slight margin. After all, he was also a revered ancestor of a sect. There was no need to adopt such a deferential demeanor simply to pay respects to someone who was only marginally superior. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Lier, the sentiment shifted entirely. The brilliance of the disciple she had trained left him astounded, leading him to ponder how formidable the master must be. Unconsciously, he began to pace back and forth, his gaze intermittently darting towards the Mistwater courtyard. Why hasn't this old man come out yet? How long has it been? It's merely a visit. After the meeting, he should be able to emerge, right? Could it be that he is indulging inside? Thus, he continued to wait, pacing restlessly. After a while, when Li Bugu still had not appeared, his patience wore thin, and he promptly took out a communication jade slip. Old Li, have you come out? If not, never mind, seeing your determination. I've come to terms with it. I shall accompany you to meet that esteemed individual you mentioned. Chapter 55. Nonsense. How could the venerable ancestor of a sect be envious? However, Li Bugu was entirely oblivious to the anxious Bai Mei waiting outside. Upon witnessing Xiao Lier and Baiduo enter, he too was taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Xiao Lier was actually Yuqing's disciple, although he was already aware of Yuqing's formidable reputation. This revelation still exceeded his expectations. After entering, Xiao Lier promptly reported the events that had transpired to Yuqing in great detail. After listening, Yuqing nodded, seemingly unfazed. He merely cast a normal glance at Baiduo. For reasons unknown, Baiduo felt a twinge of embarrassment under Yuqing's gaze. Internally, she was far from calm. That why Yuqing's composed demeanor after hearing Xiao Lier's report evidently indicated that he had long been aware of the situation and had anticipated the outcome. It was clear that Yuqing was confident. This effectively dismissed her previous notion of feeling fortunate that Xiao Lier was merely skilled due to her own efforts rather than Yuqing's influence. Now, it was apparent that this was not the case. Why Yuqing was not just an ordinary young man with some cultivation. He was a superlative existence beyond her imagination. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of complexity. She wondered whether she was fortunate to have fortuitously encountered such an individual during her time of need. Yet, recalling her previous arrogance before Yuqing, she felt a sense of absurdity. Baiduo found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed. I still have guests here. Please, take a rest. Yuqing said, noticing her awkwardness, and smiled. Thank you. Bai Duo nodded, casting a glance at Li Bugu beside Yuqing before retreating into the room. Oldly, let us continue drinking, Yuqing said with a smile. Very well, senior. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Mei continued to wait impatiently. Damn it, why has Li Bugu come out yet? Moreover, he had not even responded to the message I sent. Bai Mei remained on the lookout in the courtyard. Several times he was tempted to knock on the door, but each time he approached, he hesitated. What would it mean to knock? It would be rude and would surely invite ridicule from Li Bugu. He straightened his posture with a sense of pride, but could not help but steal glances towards the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Yuqing and Li Bugu, engaged in laughter as they stepped outside. Come, let me take you to get some peach blossom wine, Yuqing said with a smile. Excellent. I have long heard that the peach blossom wine of the southern lands is renowned. Today, I must try it, Li Bugu exclaimed. Just as they conversed, Bai Mei suddenly coughed from a distance. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the sound, both Yuqing and Li Bugu turned their attention towards him. Bai Mei stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the distant South City, exuding an air of distant elegance. The gentle breeze lifted his long robe, and his hair billowed, showcasing an ethereal demeanor. Yet, his brows occasionally furrowed as he cast glances towards the two. Li Bugu, call me. Call me. Why don't you call me? Yuqing glanced at him, about to inquire further, when Li Bugu quickly interjected, Senior, let us hurry to get the wine. Why Yuqing nodded, not overthinking it, and proceeded with Li Bugu towards the tavern. Seeing them about to leave, Bai Mei coughed even louder. Ahem. He coughed increasingly loudly, even expelling a mouthful of phlegm. But the two were engrossed in their conversation about wine. Paying him no heed, frustrated, Bai Mei paced back and forth, feeling as if he had collided with Li Bugu, wondering why he wouldn't come to pull him along when he saw that the two had walked far. He stubbornly pursued them, reappearing on the roof ahead of Yuqing and Li Bugu. Adjusting his beard, he began coughing once more. Senior, please go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Seeing this, Li Bugu's expression darkened as he greeted Yuqing before hastily making his way towards Bai Mei. Bai Mei, what are you doing? Li Bugu barked. I'm doing nothing. Is it wrong for me to cough? Bai Mei replied with feigned seriousness. Coughing? I don't see that as something simple. Li Bugu frowned and then smirked. Oh, I see now. You wish to befriend that esteemed individual, don't you? Bai Mei's expression shifted, but he feigned bravado, saying, Nonsense. I have no such intentions. Suit yourself. Just don't keep hovering around. I am enjoying a delightful drink with the senior and will likely remain in the southern lands for quite some time. If you wish to leave, please do so, Li Bugu stated before making to depart. You plan to stay for quite some time. Bai Mei immediately panicked and blocked Li Bugu's path. Cough. After much consideration, given our long-standing friendship, I see your persistence, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to accompany you, Bai Mei insisted, standing firm. Alas, your willingness to think this way is commendable, but I was merely anxious before meeting. Now that we have encountered the individual, companionship is unnecessary, Li Bugu replied, attempting to leave once more. Bai Mei, truly anxious now, exclaimed, No, please don't go. I can genuinely accompany you. Hearing this, Li Bugu finally noticed something amiss and turned back, looking at Bai Mei with an insightful gaze. You're not quite yourself, are you? You've been waiting outside all this time. Could it be that upon discovering the child who vanquished the Five-Element Alliance is the disciple of the esteemed one, you've changed your mind? Seeing such a formidable figure so close, are you feeling envious, now wishing to forge a connection? Nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am not that kind of person. Bai Mei straightened his back and declared, I merely wish to accompany you out of kindness. How can you be so ungrateful? I am not lonely in the slightest and do not require your company. You may return, Li Bugu waved dismissively. You, Li Bugu, stop right there. Bai Mei's face flushed as he retorted. After so many years of acquaintance, who is the elder brother here? You or I? I said I will accompany you, and as the elder brother, my word stands. Lead the way. Without further ado, he seized Li Bugu and marched towards Yuqing's direction. You old fool. You're clearly feeling envious but refuse to admit it. Nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am the venerable ancestor of a sect. What have I to be envious about? Hurry and lead the way. The two old men bickered and finally caught up with Yuqing. Upon seeing Yuqing, Bai Mei exchanged knowing glances with Li Bugu. Li Bugu shot him a fierce glare, yet when it came time for introductions, he graciously honored Bai Mei. Delighted, Bai Mei quickly bowed to Yuqing. I am unworthy. It is merely old Li's high praise. I have often heard old Li speak of the senior. Bai Mei, at your service. Chapter 56. What face do you have to desire to be a master-disciple pair? Immediately, the two old men jovially clustered around Yuqing and subsequently went to procure wine. After securing the wine, the three returned to the Mistwater courtyard to raise their cups in merriment. After a few rounds, Bai Mei grinned broadly, revealing his prominent front teeth. Senior, I have a wonderful gift for you. I believe it will be of great use though. What wonderful thing is this? Intrigued by Bai Mei's mysterious tone, Yuqing could not help but inquire, as a member of the Kunlun immortal sect. My personal strength is not particularly impressive. Rather, I excel in peculiar arts, among which puppet mastery stands supreme. Upon my person rests a puppet, and today, I intend to bestow this puppet upon my esteemed senior. It shall serve as a humble aid in the Misty Water courtyard, attending to menial tasks and overseeing the premises, and when necessary, it can even run errands. Bai Mei elaborated, raising his hand as a humanoid puppet descended before the trio. Though termed a puppet, its appearance bore no distinction from that of a living being. Truly a remarkable likeness, why Yuqing could not help but be astonished. Chang'an, come and pour the wine, Bai Mei commanded the puppet with a wave of his hand. Yes, the puppet responded obediently, respectfully pouring wine for the three individuals before standing aside in an orderly manner. This puppet, in addition to what I have just mentioned, possesses the capability to learn, should my senior have the inclination to teach. It can acquire knowledge in various arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or poetry. Most importantly, it can cultivate as well. Of course, its cultivation level may not impress my senior, but it is sufficient to deal with common miscreants. Upon concluding, Bai Mei extended his hand, stating, this puppet has been with me for 20 years, and I have now decided to present it to my senior. You need only imprint your spiritual mark upon it, and it will be entirely at your beck and call. After hearing Bai Mei's words, even Yuqing was left momentarily speechless. Was this not akin to the artificial intelligence from the world he had traversed before? Capable of learning and assisting, it was undeniably a remarkable asset. However, a gentleman should not covet another's treasures. Though tempted, he still declined, saying, No. Bai Mei hastily replied, upon meeting my senior, my admiration has surged like the relentless flow of the misty water, akin to a flood that cannot be contained. You must accept it. Should you refuse, it would imply a lack of regard for me. Bai Mei. Seeing Bai Mei's earnestness, Yuqing, genuinely fond of this item, nodded and ceased to decline. Ever since acquiring the system, he had lost some interest in merely enhancing his cultivation. Instead, he found peculiar and extraordinary objects far more captivating. This puppet would indeed serve a purpose for him, particularly as he required assistance during his experiments. If that is the case, I shall accept this item. Of course, in gratitude, should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, my good brother Bai Mei. Yuqing grinned. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei's countenance brightened instantly. Amidst laughter, he promptly raised his cup to toast Yuqing once more. It was not until the sky began to darken that the two reluctantly took their leave. However, since Bai Mei had introduced the humanoid puppet, Li Bugu's mood had been somewhat askew. After exiting the courtyard, he could no longer contain himself. Bai Mei, I must say, you truly are full of surprises. If I am not mistaken, that puppet you just showcased is one of your most prized creations from the Kunlun sect, is it not? This is akin to the treasure that guards the Kunlun sect. Did you not claim that you, Bai Mei, are a person of integrity, disdainful of flattery, yet here you are, displaying your treasured possession? Upon hearing this, Bai Mei shot him a sidelong glance, humming a little tune, leisurely shaking his body. What is the matter? Are you feeling envious? Since my senior has made a promise to me, is it making you uncomfortable? If you have the audacity, why not give a gift as well? Humph. With that, Bai Mei walked ahead with an air of pride. Why would I feel envious? I have been acquainted with my senior for quite some time. The nature of our relationship is beyond your comprehension. Li Bugu retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Oh, and yet my senior has not made any promises to you. Bai Mei shot back. Li Bugu was at a loss for words, then mustered his resolve to say, my relationship with my senior does not require any promises. If I were to seek assistance in the future, I am confident my senior would lend a hand. Humph. Anyone can boast, Bai Mei scoffed. That is still far superior to your sycophantic ways. In no time, the two old men were engaged in a heated exchange. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yuqing was engrossed in examining the puppet at this moment. The puppet had recognized its master and was obediently following Yuqing's commands. Not far from the entrance, Bai Duo observed Yuqing's silhouette with a complex expression. In truth, she had not entered the room at all. She had witnessed the scene of the two old men drinking with Yuqing and could not confirm their identities until Bai Mei unveiled the puppet. With the subsequent conversation, she had formally recognized the identities of the two elderly men. One was an ancestor of the Kunlun sect, and the other was an elder of the Tai sect. These two represented the pinnacle of power in the southern wilderness. However, she noted their frequent address of Yuqing as senior, even engaging in acts of flattery. Although she had understood Yuqing's exceptional nature when witnessing Xiao Li slay the Five Elements Alliance's venerable, the impact was far more profound when observed firsthand, recalling her previous demeanor in his presence. A sense of ridicule flooded her thoughts, intensifying her embarrassment that as she pondered. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly having made a decision, and approached Yuqing. "Miss Baiduo, is there something you wish to discuss?" Yuqing inquired while continuing to study the puppet. Baiduo's expression was complex. Her face flushed as she hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. "Today, I wish to thank you." Wai Yuqing nodded in response and asked, "Is there anything else?" Baiduo hesitated, her palm clenched tightly beneath her sleeve, so much so that her fingertips turned pale. Baiduo, nervously gazing at Yuqing, finally managed to stammer, "May I inquire if the bond between master and disciple can still be established?" Hearing this, Yuqing raised his gaze to meet hers, withdrawing his thoughts from the puppet. After a brief silence, he walked to the railing, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the expanse of azure waters before him. He then retorted, "Do you not recall that since our first encounter, you have never once called me master? You have never regarded me as such." Wai Yuqing's counter left Baiduo feeling flustered, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. "Therefore, once you have recovered from your injuries, it would be best for you to take your leave," Yuqing stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Baiduo felt a wave of shame wash over her. Biting her lip as she kept her head down for an extended period before finally whispering, "Yes, of course, there is no need for such formality. As I mentioned earlier, you may take your time to recuperate before departing." Yuqing added with a warm smile. After all, when business fails, there remains the virtue of kindness. With that, he patted her shoulder and returned to the house with a smile. However, Baiduo remained rooted in place. Unable to recover for a long while, her delicate form trembled, her eyes glistening with tears, a blend of shame and regret consuming her heart. Since entering this courtyard, she had consistently underestimated Yuqing. Whether it was acknowledging him as her master or addressing him as master, her heart was filled with reluctance and even resentment. Even after he had genuinely saved her, she had never regarded him as a master. Only now, witnessing Yuqing's might and extraordinary nature, did she realize that becoming his disciple might offer immense opportunities. She had finally let go of her stubborn pride and yearned to genuinely become his disciple. Yet now, she questioned herself, by what right, what audacity did she possess? Meanwhile, Yuqing had never held it against her. He had first saved her life by neutralizing the poison and then dispatched Xiao Li to slay a venerable, providing yet another life-saving favor. Even at this final juncture, he still suggested that she could recuperate before leaving. The mere thought of this left Baiduo's heart heavy with sorrow, and she understood clearly that once this opportunity was lost, it would never return. Chapter 57. My brother would never abandon me. At the entrance, Yuqing paused to glance back at Baiduo, shaking his head without uttering a word. The mere fact that they had encountered one another indicated a bond between master and disciple. Had she wished to call him master after he saved her life, he would have willingly accepted that role. Yet, many things ultimately lie beyond human control. Sometimes, choices made are simply that choices. As he had said, let it be regarded as a transaction. She had regained her life, and he had fulfilled his system task. The transaction complete, they each continued on their paths. The only difference being, should they cross paths in the future, she might invite him to share a drink. Meanwhile, while Yuqing enjoyed a leisurely existence, the Southern Kingdom was preparing for a grand event. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild had officially completed construction. In the heart of Upper Southern City, a magnificent 9-story building had risen, becoming a landmark of the Southern Kingdom. To celebrate the completion of the Array Masters Guild headquarters, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom had decreed a grand celebration to take place in 7 days. At that time, Array Masters from throughout the Southern Wilderness would gather, alongside envoys from various nations bringing gifts, for no nation could do without Array Masters. Some sovereigns would even personally attend, both to partake in the festivities and to strengthen diplomatic relations with the Southern Kingdom. Currently, over 20 sovereigns had confirmed their attendance, including several from powerful nations. Within the Fuyao Empire, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head of the Fuyao Hall. Having received this news, beside her stood a middle-aged man. After the departure of Sun Xuanji and the passing of Grand Tutor's son, Nangong Fuyao had to appoint someone new to oversee the Heavenly Palace. His name was Zhao Qian. The Chancellor Zhao has sent a decree to the Southern Kingdom, stating that I shall also attend to offer my congratulations. Nangong Fuyao remarked, Your Majesty, previously we had planned to attack the Southern Kingdom. They are likely still wary of us. Your visit may not be prudent. Zhao Qian cautioned, The Southern Kingdom? Humph. What does it matter? In the Southern realm, power flourishes, and it is not without reason. If not for my brother, what would the southern kingdom amount to? Nangong Fuyao exclaimed in anger. Indeed, Prince Qing is the brother of His Majesty. Regardless of the circumstances, no bond is stronger than that between the emperor and Prince Qing, Zhao Qian quickly interjected. However, while His Majesty may not regard Nanshe highly, Prince Qing is still quite upset with the emperor. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, revealing his deep concern. You do not understand, Nangong Fuyao replied solemnly. You have no comprehension of the bond we share as siblings, nor of the trials we have endured together. Yes, he is indeed still angry with me, but it is to blame on my failure to sincerely apologize. Thus, my visit is ostensibly to offer congratulations. Yet in truth, I intend to bring my brother back. I shall take his favorite wine and gifts, and I will inform him that two malevolent beings have declared their intent to claim my life. If he learns of this, he will not abandon me, that he will always be reluctant to part with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian felt a sense of relief. Although misunderstandings exist between Prince Qing and His Majesty, I believe they will soon reconcile. I shall make preparations at once. We will set off shortly. Nangong Fuyao nodded in agreement. After Zhao Qian withdrew, her brow knitted once more, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the back of Fuyao Palace. That reborn by Xian claimed to handle something for her, yet he has yet to return. How much time has passed? Where could he have gone? Surely he has fled. Damn it. Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow tightly. She had invested considerable resources to aid his recovery. If he has truly run away, it would be a significant loss for the Fuyao Empire. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days had gone by. As the grand festivities of the Southern Kingdom drew near, the entire region became extraordinarily lively. Not far from Shangnan City, atop a mist-shrouded peak, two figures appeared. One man, with hair as white as snow, had several brightly colored birds chirping upon his shoulder. The other, clad in black, followed silently behind him, his expression inscrutable. Shang is dead. This situation has grown intriguing, the white-haired man mused, teasing the birds with his hand, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth despite the loss of a trusted subordinate. My lord, should I make another trip? The black-clad man inquired respectfully. No need, since Shang has met his end. Your journey would merely lead to a similar fate, the white-haired man replied languidly. Let us go. You and I shall personally pay a visit to the masters of those foul. Within Shang's demise, I find myself in desperate need of capable individuals, and the grand celebrations of the Southern Kingdom align perfectly with my intentions, do they not? If our Lord takes action personally, it is certain that he will sweep aside any opposition in the southern border, the black-clad man remarked with excitement. Spare me the flattery. Let us depart. With the white-haired man's indifferent voice, the two vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear within Shangnan City. Chapter 58. Not a monkey, but a demon. Within Shangnan City, the white-haired man and his black-clad guardian appeared without a sound. Leave. A commanding voice emerged from the black-clad guardian, causing the surrounding crowd to erupt in chaos, their heads buzzing. Within moments, the once bustling street lay empty, save for the two figures. This diminutive Shangnan City is indeed a fine place, brimming with fortune. Starting from here seems a splendid choice. As he spoke, the white-haired man playfully rolled his tongue before gently plucking a bird from his shoulder, savoring it as though it were a delicacy. Swallowing it whole along with its feathers, his elongated fingers curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a lingering taste of satisfaction. My lord, what shall we do next? The black-clad guardian inquired respectfully. We shall split up. You seek out those foolish monarchs, while I will endeavor to locate that mysterious individual that I can scarcely contain my eagerness to bring him into my fold. As he spoke, a sinister aura irradiated from him, and a hint of malice flickered across his fair visage. And what of Baiduo? The black-clad guardian asked. She is no longer of importance. The white-haired man waved dismissively. Understood, my lord. The black-clad guardian acknowledged. Before vanishing without a trace on the street, there seemed to be no evidence of their passage. Even those who had been scattered appeared to have forgotten the encounter. In the Mosui courtyard, Yuqing was engrossed in the study of puppetry. The day after parting with Bai Mei, he eagerly applied the transmutation technique to his puppets, while the puppets appeared unchanged on the surface. They were entirely different from before. Meanwhile, one of the four great demons, San, knelt before him. Drink this potion, Yuqing commanded. Looking down upon him, must it be me? San whimpered, lamenting. There are 4 of us, and I am the most obedient, gentle, honest, and cooperative among us. Sobbed in a desperate bid to avoid testing the potion. San was prepared to utter anything. It is precisely because you are the cleverest that you are the first to drink. Yuqing stated. Enough of this. Mo San pleaded with imploring eyes. Yuqing's expression darkened. Seeing this, Mo San wasted no time in downing the potion. How do you feel? Yuqing inquired anxiously once he had finished. This was the culmination of many trials and errors in his potion-making endeavors. It itches. Mo San scratched his body, visible red rashes emerging across his skin. As he spoke, his lips, having just come into contact with the potion, became swollen, as if scalded by boiling water. And then, Yuqing pressed, eager for further details. There is more to Mo San began to mention numbness in his limbs, but suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his veins, rejuvenating his blood. In mere moments, the cultivation he had lost while suppressed in the Fuyao Empire began to return rapidly. Not only that, but he surged toward the next critical threshold. In an instant, a terrifying demonic energy enveloped the entire courtyard. Were it not for the fact that the Mosui courtyard had already undergone transmutation, the mere presence of this demonic aura could have plunged all of Shangnan City into chaos. Demons? How can there be demonic energy? By Duo, practicing in the courtyard, immediately sensed the aura and rushed to its source. Are those the monkeys I raised? They are not monkeys, but demons? He has been raising demons in his home and using them for potion testing? Bai Duo gazed incredulously at Mo San, then turned her astonished gaze toward Yuqing. Having lived with Yuqing for so long, she was aware of his alchemical pursuits and the torment he inflicted upon the four for the sake of testing potions. She had once naively believed them to be mere monkeys, only now did she realize that they were all demons. Recalling how the four demons had trembled before Yuqing, Bai Duo felt a surge of shock. Simultaneously, she noticed that the demonic energy emanating from Mo San was intensifying, pressing down upon her and making it difficult to breathe. Nearby, the young Koi and Chui Wei exchanged glances. Is this what demons are like? Chui Wei exclaimed in astonishment. The master has actually been testing potions on demons. Yet Koi, perhaps due to her youth, appeared relatively unfazed. Ha ha ha. Not only have I recovered, but I have also broken through. Moments later, Mo San burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he turned to Yuqing. In an instant, he knelt before Yuqing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. I am immensely grateful. In that moment, Mo San's address shifted completely. Having been suppressed beneath the Fuyao imperial capital for so many years, his cultivation had steadily declined, which only emphasized his excitement at this breakthrough. It seems this potion has indeed been successfully concocted. A smile of reassurance spread across Yuqing's face, but as he observed the side effects still plaguing Mo San even after his breakthrough, he remarked, while the side effects may be somewhat pronounced, what of it? If it proves useful, that is all that matters. You may return now, and be sure to summon that Mo Xiaoxi to drink the potion as well. But remember, do not think that just because you have broken through, you are exempt from further testing. You must continue to obediently partake in the trials. Yes, master, please feel free to test the potions on me. Do not let my brothers endure such suffering. Allow me to bear it alone. Mo San knelt earnestly, his tone sincere. This caused Yuqing to chuckle, and he waved his hand, sending him back to the small dark room. After his breakthrough, Mo San's demeanor transformed, striding with an air of confidence. Such behavior would only be tolerated in Yuqing's presence. Outside, he would surely face reprimand. Back in the small dark room, the two who had previously succumbed to slumber during the last trial awoke just in time. Remembering the torment they endured during the last potion test, their resentment towards Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi grew even deeper. Mo San, Mo Xiaoxi, may you both meet a miserable end. You traitors shall not find peace. The elder and the second cursed vehemently. Heaven knows the tribulations they have endured during this period, especially since Mo San remarked that one possesses formidable cultivation while the other is robust and strong. Yuqing has indeed been relentless in his efforts to fortify the two of them. Not a single day has passed without side effects plaguing their bodies. Previously, when confronted with the scorn of the eldest and second brothers, Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi could only bow their heads in silence, too intimidated to speak. Yet this time, faced with the insults from the eldest and second brothers, Mo San merely cast them a sidelong glance, a look that conveyed sheer ignorance. Subsequently, he puffed out his chest slightly and silently revealed his cultivation, confined within the small dark room, due to the isolation imposed by the Mishui courtyard. All breath of their presence was cut off. They were unaware that Mo San had made a breakthrough. Therefore, when the aura emanating from Mo San manifested, the other three demons were immediately engulfed in incredulity. You have restored your cultivation, and not only that, you've advanced further? Mo San nodded with an air of pride, then settled into a corner, crossing his legs. How could this be? The other demons were incredulous. But Mo Xiaoxi quickly deduced the cause, exclaiming, it must be the medicine The medicine has elevated your abilities. Indeed, Mo San affirmed with a nod. Mo Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily inquired. Third brother, what kind of medicine is it? Feeling the aura radiating from Mo San, he was genuinely envious. Both had been suppressed in the Fuyao Empire for many years. Now that Mo San had not only recovered but also advanced. How could he not desire the same? Observing Mo Xiaoxi's eager demeanor, Mo San did not respond immediately, but instead summoned Mo Xiaoxi, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and speaking earnestly. Little fourth. Let me speak frankly, you know why I chose to head south after escaping from the Fuyao Empire. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxi's eyes lit up with disbelief. Could it be? Indeed, did Mo San affirmed. You see, when we emerged from the seals of the Fuyao Empire, our strength was almost non-existent, and we found ourselves in human territory. What were we to do? Return to the realm of demons. But we were exiled from there, and that path was closed to us. Remaining in human territory would only lead to further imprisonment or being hunted down by humans. Ultimately, I calculated that there was great fortune waiting for us in the south, and thus I resolutely led us in that direction. After listening to Mo San, Mo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Alas, Mo San sighed, continuing, it is also my fault for not mentioning this sooner. After all, I foresaw that to witness the blooming of flowers, one must endure numerous trials. I feared that if I told you in advance, you might not withstand these tribulations. Mo Xiaoxi listened. His face expressed profound emotion and shame. Third brother, did you truly have everything under control? You managed to think of so much. How foolish I was to resent you for bringing me to the south. Ending up in the hands of demons. It turns out you did all this for my benefit. All is well now. All is well. Mo San said with a sense of relief. Everything is in the past. I have already spoken favorably on your behalf to the master. He has agreed to help you restore your strength. You should go now. Really? Mo Xiaoxi was filled with excitement. Of course it's true. Go quickly. Mo San urged. Mo Xiaoxi hurriedly exited the small dark room. As time passed slowly, when he returned, although the side effects were more pronounced, his aura was evidently restored and even enhanced. Third brother, allow me to bow to you. That moment, Mo Xiaoxi gazed upon Mo San with unbridled admiration. Meanwhile, the eldest and second brothers looked on in stunned disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. When did the third brother become so formidable? At that moment, Mo San's gaze fell upon them. After a long sigh, he remarked, eldest and second brothers, I understand that you harbor grievances against me. However, given the current circumstances, let me reveal the truth to you. The truth? What truth? The eldest and second brothers exchanged puzzled glances. Mo San spoke slowly. Although you have not been sealed, and your cultivation remains intact, we have been cast out from the realm of demons and can only wander aimlessly in human territory. But what of the future? This soul-searching question truly stumped the eldest and second brothers. They had never contemplated the future. You think I lured you here just to subject you to hardship? Mo San continued. You are gravely mistaken. As your brother, I fear for your uncertain fate. That one day you might fall victim to a human power and end up sealed once more. That is why I devised this plan to bring you here, to seek refuge with a worthy master. After all, if we too can make a breakthrough, why can't you too? These words struck the eldest and second brothers profoundly. Upon reflection, there was indeed merit in Mo San's assertions. Demons and humans are inherently adversarial. These years have been spent walking on a knife's edge, facing numerous deadly encounters with humans, barely escaping with their lives. Thus, I took the liberty of choosing a master for you and determining your future path. However, I feared you would refuse or reject this, and so. As he spoke, Mo San covered his face and bowed his head, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, observing Mo San's pitiable demeanor. The eldest and second brothers felt their hearts soften. Third brother, is what you say truly so? The eldest could not help, but inquired, do not doubt him. Mo Xiaoxi interjected. Third brother has borne so much for us. How can you still question him? The eldest and second brothers exchanged glances, unsure, but Mo San's reasoning held some merit, and they could scarcely find any flaws in his argument. They felt a mix of guilt toward Mo San. Third brother, you have truly endured much. We brothers have wronged you. On that day, Mo San knelt before Yuqing, recounting the conversation that transpired in the small dark room in its entirety. Master, we have all resolved to genuinely commit ourselves to your service, and we hope you will accept us. Wherever you direct us, we shall follow without question. If you command us to slay chickens, we shall not harm dogs. If you require us to test medicines, we shall do so willingly. As long as you are willing, we will serve as your loyal companions, and we willingly accept the mark of servitude. We do not seek anything in return, only that you may succeed in your endeavors and elevate us further. Having spoken, Imo-san bowed deeply before Yuqing, sitting languidly in a recliner. Yuqing regarded Imo-san with a knowing gaze. It must be said, this fellow is indeed talented. Moreover, he is quite astute, knowing well the difficulties that demons face in the human realm. By willingly offering himself as a servant and accepting the mark of servitude, he demonstrates his understanding of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, Yuqing acquiesced to Imo-san's request. Firstly, he indeed required subjects for long-term experimentation. Secondly, with the mark of servitude in place, there would be no fear of rebellion, as a mere thought would suffice to reduce them to ashes. Lastly, at times, demons can be more reliable than humans. Yuqing extended his hand, hovering it in the air. Upon seeing this, Imo-san's face brightened, and he eagerly leaned forward, placing his head beneath Yuqing's palm. With a slight pressure, a radiant mark was inscribed into Imo-san's mind. After a brief moment of daze, he knelt heavily on the ground. Imo-san pays respects to the master. Rise, and summon the others. Yuqing instructed. Yes, master. I shall do so immediately. Imo-san replied excitedly as he hurried back to the small dark room. Returning with Imo shall see and the others. Yuqing then marked each of them with the mark of servitude. Thus, the 4 demons were collectively brought under Yuqing's command. You may come to me for experimentation whenever you wish. And when you do not require such, you may roam freely in the vicinity, Yuqing stated. Since the mark of servitude had been established, he granted them a measure of freedom, rather than confining them to the small dark room perpetually. Thank you, master. The 4 demons responded with excitement. As time gradually passed, the bustling atmosphere of Upper South City intensified. Many emperors from various nations had already arrived in the city. In anticipation, Nanshi had long ago designated a parcel of land in Upper South City, undertaking extensive construction to erect a series of interconnected palaces, collectively referred to as the Hall of Many Emperors. This complex was divided into dozens of grand halls, each allocated to the emperors from different nations. Thus, the Hall of Many Emperors was not only heavily guarded by the forces of the Southern Kingdom, but the troops brought by other nations had also reinforced the defenses, creating an impenetrable fortress. The Earthen Emperor's Hall served as the temporary residence of the Emperor of the Earth Kingdom. Though the Earth Kingdom was situated in a remote area, its people were known for their fierce nature and martial prowess, which meant that only those with true strength could claim the title of Emperor there. However, at this moment, within the heavily fortified Earthen Emperor's Hall, a figure clad in black appeared silently. Who are you? Emperor Zhao Guang of the Earth Kingdom demanded, his face betraying a look of vigilance, for he could not fathom how this stranger had managed to appear unnoticed. There is no need for alarm. Earth Sovereign. I have come to discuss a collaboration, the cloaked figure replied straightforwardly. Collaboration? I do not even know who you are. What could we possibly collaborate on? The Earth Sovereign scoffed. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether the Earth Sovereign is willing to alter the existing dynamics of South Jiang, to subjugate those nations that overshadow the Earth Kingdom, such as the current Southern Kingdom. The black-clad figure stated languidly. Alter the dynamics of South Jiang. The Earth Sovereign was momentarily taken aback by the figure's words, but after hearing the latter part, he could not help but raise his head and inquire. Are you out of your mind? The figure merely smiled coldly. Then, for imperial seals manifested in his hands, the Earth Sovereign was astonished once more. As an emperor himself, he recognized the authenticity of the 4 seals, especially the imperial aura that surged around them, which could not be feigned. This indicated that prior to his arrival, 4 emperors had already formed an alliance with this black-clad figure and had willingly surrendered their seals. The Earth Sovereign quickly processed a wealth of information. Narrowing his eyes at the figure, he pondered for a long moment before asking in a low voice, "Be clear, what exactly do you mean?" Noticing that the Earth Sovereign was evidently intrigued, the figure smiled slyly. It is quite literal. South Jiang has remained unchanged for too long. A territory as vast as this does not require so many nations. Therefore, it won't be long before most nations are obliterated, leaving only a select few loyal to us. So, Earth Sovereign, will you choose obliteration? Or do you wish to become one of the few remaining great powers after the reconfiguration of South Jiang? The figure's words seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, yet they also greatly shocked the Earth Sovereign. So, what will it be? Make a choice now. Will you face obliteration or pledge your loyalty to us and ultimately become one of the true elites of South Jiang? Humph, your words are but beguiling nonsense. Do not think you can intimidate me with a few imperial seals. The Earth Sovereign scoffed, his voice resolute. If you do not believe me, then I shall assume the Earth Sovereign has made his choice. The figure retorted coldly before turning to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, he was called back by the Earth Sovereign. The figure's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to face the Earth Sovereign. How can I trust you? The Earth's sovereign scrutinized him from head to toe. Let me offer you this. You shall surely believe now. With a wave of his hand, a burst of light darted forth and landed in the Earth sovereign's grasp. Upon inspection, the Earth sovereign's expression shifted to one of shock. A spirit artifact. Indeed, should you agree, this spirit artifact shall be yours. Of course, this is merely the bare minimum benefit for aligning with us. The figure remarked leisurely. The Earth sovereign, upon hearing this, felt his breath quicken. Though he was a ruler, even with the might of his kingdom, acquiring a spirit artifact was nearly impossible, as they were monopolized by the immortal sects and strictly forbidden from circulating outside their confines. The mere fact that this individual could produce a spirit artifact was enough to astonish the Earth sovereign. With such an artifact, his power could multiply several times over. However, despite the apparent multitude of nations in South Jiang, the true power brokers remained hidden within the immortal sections. If you wish to alter the dynamics of South Jiang, you must first contend with the immortal sects. Merely controlling a few nations amounts to little. At this moment, the Earth sovereign spoke up again. The immortal sects. Ha ha. The black-clad figure laughed coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. With our leader in place, what do the immortal sects count for? I am unafraid to inform you that we have already destroyed one of them. The likes of the Tai immortal sect and the Qiankuan immortal sect will soon follow. It is merely a matter of time. When it occurs depends solely on our leader's mood. Haha. Your leader? The Earth sovereign could not help but inquired at AS for who our leader is. You are not yet qualified to know. Once you become one of us, perhaps you will have the chance to meet him. Until then, you only need to understand this. With our leader present, nothing is beyond reach. He embodies invincibility, capable of sweeping across all of South Jiang with a mere gesture. Simultaneously, not far from the Mistwater courtyard, a white-haired man appeared quietly on a nearby pavilion. Is this the place? He mused, admiring the picturesque scenery of the courtyard. What a pity it would be to destroy such beauty. However, when dealing with those who possess a modicum of strength, I prefer to crush them from the onset, erasing their confidence entirely. Therefore, if you manage to survive, you may be worthy to follow me. In an instant, the white-haired man extended his slender hand into the air, summoning a massive palm print that loomed 100 feet above the Mistwater courtyard. He then brought it crashing down with a savage smile. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. Without a word, he turned on his heel and fled. Mamma mia, I was wrong, for as his hand descended, 6 beams of light shot into the sky, effortlessly dissipating his strike. Each beam radiated an aura that made him tremble with apprehension. One of them bore no trace of humanity, resembling a corpse, yet its explosive might was enough to send shivers down his spine. Another was a small boy wielding a knife, whose weapon instilled a sense of terror within the white-haired man. The remaining 4 emanated a power that seemed to rival his own, yet they instilled a primal fear deep within his soul. This could only signify a natural bloodline suppression. His strike had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, and deadly hornets surged forth in a furious swarm. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired man realized he had stepped into a perilous situation. Under the threat of death, he lost all semblance of calm. Fleeing for his life until he was far beyond the borders of Upper South City. As he ran, he could not help but lament his misfortune, cursing his ill fate for encountering such overwhelming odds upon his return. Yet, despite his rapid pace, the pursuers were even quicker, especially the emotionless being devoid of humanity, who surged ahead and hurled a fist toward him. This punch seemed to freeze time and space, cutting off all avenues of escape and instantly reducing his head to a pulp. With a resounding crash, it seemed the white-haired man was doomed to perish. However, accompanied by a surge of demonic energy, he revealed his true form, a serpentine creature, a 9-headed hydra stretching 100 feet long. Yet at that moment, only 6 heads remained. One had been obliterated by the puppet, Chang'an, while the other 2 had been lost long before. In legend, the 9-headed hydra was known as the Undying Corpse Worm, possessing 9 lives. Not dead? How splendid! Brothers, quickly, join the fray. Among the pursuers, the 4 great demons were visibly elated upon seeing the hydra still alive. Having just allied with Yuqing, they were eager to prove themselves, fearing that Chang'an might eliminate it with a single blow, leaving them with no merit. Thus, without a second thought, the 4 demons charged toward the hydra. Weakened by the loss of 1 head, the hydra was quickly overwhelmed, with each demon destroying a head in mere moments, leaving only 2. Just then, a flash of blade light appeared as Shao Li's knife descended, severing the last remaining head. Do not kill it. Capture it to serve as a test subject for the master. As Chang'an prepared to act once more, Emo Sanson shouted. Chang'an tilted his head, a look of contemplation crossing his face, then summoned a formidable force that enveloped the 9-headed hydra. Under this immense pressure, The colossal creature was forcibly compressed to a mere half-foot in size, and he seized it by its vital point, dragging it back. When the six of them returned, Yuqing, seated in the courtyard, had not even begun his tea when he saw them approach. "Master, teacher, we have captured a small 9-headed hydra for you, which can serve as a test subject for your experiments," Emos Sanson said, a sycophantic smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Yuqing cast a glance of approval at Emos Sanson. "Indeed, I have had the pleasure of sampling by Duo's concoctions, but the 4 great demons have yet to provide any for me to test upon a demon. Very well, let us use it for experimentation." At this moment, the 9-headed hydra, pinned beneath Chang'an's foot, flicked its tongue in fury, its cold gaze flashing with murderous intent. "Human, cursed human, release me at once. Do you know who I am? I, the Hydra, serve as the earthly representative of the demon clan. We are devoted to our kind, and within my being flows the blood of demons, signifying my allegiance to them. Should you choose not to release me, and if my kin were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly come to lay waste to this place, turning you into mere sustenance for the demons. Ah, and you possess half of the demon blood?" Upon hearing this, Yuqing felt a sudden intrigue. While the 4 great demons sensed an opportunity for amusement, Mo Sanson squatted down, seizing the serpent's head, and with a knowing tone remarked, "Little reptile, would you care to see what we truly are?" At that moment, the 4 demons unleashed their demonic aura as the aura enveloped the surroundings. The Hydra's eyes widened, feeling its soul tremble under the weight of the bloodline suppression. You. Despite having sensed the bloodline pressure from the 4 demons before, it had not crossed the Hydra's mind that it was, in fact, facing demons. "Enough. You may disperse for now. I have a potion here. Let us conduct a small experiment with him." Once the crowd respectfully retreated, Yuqing grasped the Hydra and poured a large bowl of medicinal liquor down its throat. Before long, the Hydra was reduced to a state of near demise, helplessly held in Yuqing's grip. Senior at that moment, Bai Duo approached, hesitating to intrude upon Yuqing's task. "It's all right. Speak your mind," Yuqing said, continuing to manipulate the Hydra in his hands. "There is a matter I have pondered for some time. One I believe is crucial to the safety of the entire southern region," Bai Duo replied with a furrowed brow. "A matter of such significance." Yuqing raised his head in interest. Bai Duo solemnly nodded, stating, "Although this issue does not directly involve you, I feel it necessary to inform you, as you reside within the southern region." Subsequently, Bai Duo relayed the details. Upon completion, Yuqing's pupils narrowed slightly. "Are you suggesting that a 5 elements alliance has emerged in the southern region? Aside from the 2 sovereigns, there exists a mysterious leader whose strength may surpass even that of the immortal sect. Indeed, their power is formidable, potentially rivaling your own," Bai Duo responded with grave seriousness. As she observed Yuqing struggling to administer the potion, she swiftly moved to assist by holding the serpent's head, continuing, "If I am not mistaken, this enigmatic figure harbors grand schemes against the southern region." Chapter 62. Allowing your Fuyao Empire to become the greatest nation. "How did you come to know all this?" Yuqing inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Bai Duo's expression dimmed as she lowered her gaze. "I was originally an elder of Fuyao, the sect that was annihilated by him. I am the last survivor of our entire clan. Before the sect leader passed, he entrusted me with the treasured artifact, the Gathering Cloud Cauldron, and the key to our sect's treasury, which holds the legacy of countless years. He told me that as long as the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the treasury remain, Fuyao shall endure, and even if I am the sole survivor, I can one day rebuild our sect. However, the 5 Elements Alliance seeks to eradicate us entirely, pursuing me to seize the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the treasury key. In my injured state, I encountered you, Senior," Bai Duo recounted in detail. "I see." Yuqing nodded, quickly offering her some words of comfort. By the way, is this serpent part of the 5 Elements Alliance?" Yuqing asked, gripping the serpent's head. "No, it likely is not." Bai Duo shook her head, as in her understanding, the 5 Elements Alliance did not include serpent demons. "Then it seems this serpent is not here to trouble you." Yuqing nodded, having sensed that this serpent had clearly targeted him from the outset. "Let us return to discussing this mysterious individual you mentioned. When he attacked your sect, did you catch a glimpse of his appearance?" Yuqing inquired further. "He was far too powerful. His true form only manifested once, and I could not discern it clearly. Only that he was a mysterious man," Bai Duo replied. "Your strength is commendable. To be unable to perceive his true form indicates he possesses considerable power. We must indeed be cautious," Yuqing remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. After a pause, he shoved another mouthful of potion into the Hydra's mouth. Bai Duo glanced at him and quickly assisted in holding the serpent's head. This man has a deep-seated vendetta against me. The sole purpose for my existence now is to exact vengeance upon him. To tear him apart, Baiduo declared, her forehead veins visibly throbbing as her grip instinctively tightened. Whether due to the potion or Baiduo's force, the Hydra writhed in response. Thank you for sharing this information with me, Yuqing said, and I wish you success in rebuilding the Feiyun sect. However, given the commotion caused by the Five Elements Alliance, it is likely that other sects are already aware and have devised countermeasures. Therefore, I believe the southern region will not face any grave issues. And I trust that one day you will have your revenge. Thank you for your comforting words, Senior. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Emperors, several sovereigns had taken residence, including Nangong Fuyao, who had arrived from the Fuyao Empire. Although the Fuyao Empire had previously launched military actions against the southern kingdom, they were met with courtesy upon their arrival. At least on the surface, this upper southern city is truly vibrant and bustling. Upon entering the hall, the newly appointed head of the Heavenly Palace, Zhao Qian, could not help but express his admiration for the prosperity he witnessed. Even as a seasoned individual, be silent. This upper southern city was merely a speck on the map, thriving solely due to the presence of the Array Masters Guild, and it is all thanks to my brother. Nangong Fuyao replied, her tone heavy, yet the bitterness and jealousy seeped through her words. All of this should have belonged to our Fuyao Empire. Zhao Qian realized he had misspoken and quickly knelt in apology. However, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly turned icy. That a man cloaked in black appeared unexpectedly. Who goes there? Zhao Qian drew his sword, placing himself protectively in front of Nangong Fuyao. The black-clad man cast a disdainful glance in his direction, effortlessly sending Zhao Qian flying with a wave of his sleeve. Raising your head now, Fuyao the Empress. I know you harbor many questions, but there is no need for alarm. I have come to discuss a partnership. Observing the vibrancy of Upper Southern City, he continued, does it not feel rather disheartening? This all seems like it was meant to belong to your Fuyao Empire. So, what do you think? Would you like to see the Southern Kingdom vanish from this world? The black-clad man's words immediately struck a chord with Nangong Fuyao. Is this for real? She asked. Absolutely, he replied with a smile. But you have yet to inform me of your identity. She pressed. The specifics of my identity are inconsequential to you. You only need to know that we are preparing to alter the landscape of the southern region, leaving behind only those nations willing to pledge their loyalty to us. And you, Empress Fuyao, are among those we have chosen, the black-clad man stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement and exhilaration bubbling within her. How might I show my loyalty to you? She inquired. It's quite simple. First, you must present us with the imperial seal. We have need of it, and I will inform you of our subsequent actions later, the black-clad man replied candidly. The imperial seal? Nangong Fuyao frowned at the mention. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, but can you truly contend with the immortal sect? Surely they will not remain uninvolved. The immortal sect? What does that even matter? This so-called speck on the map. What right do a few small sects have to call themselves an immortal sect? To be frank, the Feiyun sect has already been obliterated by us. Behold, this spiritual weapon was seized from the Feiyun sect. As he spoke, the black-clad man produced a long sword, radiating a faint glow, exuding an aura far beyond that of an ordinary weapon. If you are willing, I will gift you this spiritual weapon, he declared, tossing it to Nangong Fuyao with ease. Upon receiving the spiritual weapon, her face lit up with excitement, for it was indeed a genuine artifact. This spiritual weapon is merely the most modest reward for our allegiance. Once our plan succeeds, you will be one of the most prominent emperors in the southern region, the black-clad man remarked, casting a lingering glance at Nangong Fuyao before embellishing his words. Suppressing my excitement, Nangong Fuyao maintained a composed facade and asked, one final question. Such a grand endeavor must involve more than just you, correct? Of course, we are part of a vast alliance, led by a wise and powerful leader, the black-clad man replied. Leader? Indeed, our leader possesses immense strength. With him at the helm, annihilating several immortal sects and subjugating the southern region is a trivial matter. Thus, aligning with us entails no risk, the black-clad man assured her. Such an existence truly astounds. In Nangong Fuyao's eyes, a gleam sparkled, and her excitement was impossible to conceal in that fleeting moment. She sensed her horizons had expanded significantly. Before such a remarkable figure, what did the mere southern kingdom and its humble mage guild amount to? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, Nangong Fuyao declared, producing the imperial seal with palpable exhilaration. Your Majesty, this is ill-advised. The imperial seal is of utmost significance, pertaining to the very fate of my Fuyao nation. Do not heed this individual's deceitful words." At that moment, Zhao Qian, gravely injured, struggled to rise from the ground, his expression fraught with urgency as he cried out. Yet, as soon as his words fell, a flash of sword light erupted from the black-clad man's hand. Zhao Qian's heart was instantly pierced, and he collapsed to the earth. Nangong Fuyao's countenance darkened, and just as she was about to speak, the black-clad man interrupted, saying, "What? Do you have an objection? A matter decided by the emperor is beyond the scope of a mere subject to contest. Besides, such a minor character can simply be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression softened. "You are correct. The imperial seal is yours." With that, she presented the seal with reverence. The black-clad man accepted the seal. A smirk graced his lips. "Excellent. You are the most astute and resolute of the emperors I have encountered. I hold you in high esteem. Once our objectives are achieved, I shall elevate the Fuyao Empire to become the largest nation in the southern frontier." Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao was overwhelmed with excitement. As if she could already envision a future where she stood above all, and she hastily bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your recognition, my lord." Chapter 63. San, a naturally enchanting body. After a considerable time, the black-clad man finally exited the assembly hall of the emperors. Gazing at the national imperial seal he had just acquired from Nangong Fuyao, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. "The final objective has been successfully accomplished. I have not disgraced the mission of the alliance leader. I await only their command, and the southern frontier shall belong to my Five Elements alliance." Contemplating this, the black-clad man's smile grew ever more pronounced. He then retrieved a jade slip, preparing to report back to his alliance leader. However, after waiting for quite some time, he received no response. That wasn't the leader supposed to subdue the one aiding by duo? Given the time that has passed, they should have subdued their opponent. Why is there suddenly no news? The black-clad man's face was filled with perplexity. Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern, never considering that his alliance leader might encounter unexpected difficulties. Instead, he chose a location in Shangnan City and patiently awaited further instructions from the leader. Simultaneously, in the Mosui courtyard, Yuqing observed the newly stabilized Sen post-breakthrough and felt something was distinctly different. It appeared more alluring. Yes, it had indeed become enchanting. Though he had sensed this before, it now seemed even more pronounced, as its appearance had a somewhat effeminate air compared to the other three demons. However, after San's breakthrough, this feeling intensified. "What is with this effeminacy?" Yuqing couldn't help but inquired. San shyly scratched its head. Beside them, Xiaoxi quickly interjected, reporting to the master. "This is the third one's innate Dao rule talent. Innate Dao rule talent." Upon hearing this, Yuqing slightly parted his lips. He had some understanding of the term. It is well known that human realms are categorized into acquired, innate, human wasteland, earth wasteland, heaven wasteland, moon wasteland, and sun wasteland. In simpler terms, these correspond to the sun, moon, earth, and humanity. In a place like the Fuyao Empire, achieving the heaven wasteland realm could position one as the leader of a sect. Meanwhile, the sun wasteland realm serves as the pinnacle of the secular world in the southern frontier. 20 years prior, during his conquest of the Three Kings, Yuqing himself was at the sun wasteland realm. Yet even then, he recognized that these so-called classifications of sun, moon, earth, and humanity were merely superficial terms in secular cultivation. Their understanding of cultivation was limited, merely grasping some basic techniques to enhance their physical strength, allowing them to store a modicum of spiritual energy within their meridians and acupoints for combat. This, however, cannot truly be considered as genuine cultivators. Why, then, do sects like Tai, Xianmen, and Qiankuan Xianmen surpass these secular nations? Even a single disciple from such sects can command the respect of a national ruler. This is because these so-called sects possess the authentic methods of cultivation, deserving the title of true cultivators. Their disciples can effortlessly break through to realms unattainable by ordinary individuals, embarking on the genuine path of cultivation. Their realms are divided into perceptual spirit, primordial Dan, opening acupoints, touching the heavens, transcending the heavens, divine abilities, chaos, saints, and supreme realms. Each realm further subdivides into lower, upper, and perfected stages. The understanding of cultivators in this realm diverges from Yuqing's preconceived notions. In his previous understanding, cultivators acted against the natural order. Yet in this realm, cultivators aligned themselves with it. Thus, upon reaching certain realms, they receive blessings from the Tao. The initial blessing is that of the primordial Dan realm, which is none other than the innate Tao rule talent. This talent allows all beings, upon entering the primordial Dan realm, to comprehend a Tao rule talent related to loss. However, the talents comprehended by different individuals vary greatly. Some are active, while others are passive. Some powerful, and others weak. For instance, certain innate Tao rule talents naturally enhance their master's attack or defense, granting them a significant advantage in battle. Others, however, are rather trivial, such as being compelled to sleep at night or suffering a decrease in lifespan from murder. There are even bizarre and nonsensical ones with exceedingly stringent triggering conditions, such as consuming water at 38 degrees paired with 3 dishes and a soup within half an hour to enhance one's comprehension. Or using fire to roast rice flour mixed with a 1,000-year-old tung tree placed in a premium alchemy furnace while attempting to bark like a dog could lead to self-destruction. In summary, there is a vast array of types, each with different triggering conditions. Yet, there exists one terrifying premise. The innate Tao rule talent can disregard cultivation level. When Yuqing first heard of these phenomena, he couldn't help but recall some peculiar skills he had encountered on the internet in his previous life on Blue Star. For instance, the ability to catch a blade with bare hands or cause anyone to become pregnant merely by staring at them. Thus, Yuqing pondered, does this world truly have individuals who have comprehended such innate Tao rule talents? Unfortunately, Yuqing lacked his own innate Tao rule talent, as his cultivation was somewhat dissimilar from this realm. His cultivation system did not adhere to any specific realms. He simply knew that he was somewhat powerful. As for how powerful he was, or what realm corresponded to this world, he was entirely oblivious. He only knew that in the past 20 years, none of his adversaries who had engaged him in life and death conflicts had ever landed a blow on him. Naturally, he did not consider himself invincible. Recognizing that perhaps his exposure to the world was limited, even beyond the southern frontier, his encounters were rather few. So, what exactly is the innate Tao rule talent you have comprehended? Yuqing couldn't help but ask Mo-san. Reporting to the master, my innate Tao rule talent is somewhat passive, known as the naturally enchanting body, and its influence increases with my cultivation. Thanks to the master, I have broken through, hence my enchanting body has also enhanced. Furthermore, my enchanting body can affect individuals regardless of gender. Upon hearing this, Yuqing furrowed his brows tightly, nearly retching that as he regarded Mo-san's robust form, its thick mane, limbs reminiscent of a gorilla's, and its rather unappealing facial features. He found it exceedingly challenging to associate those words with the term enchanting. An enchanting body should ideally belong to a beauty, particularly a stunning one, should it not? Moreover, what on earth does it mean to affect individuals regardless of gender? It wouldn't influence me in the future, would it? After all, the innate Tao rule talent disregards cultivation levels, the mere thought of potentially falling in love. Yuqing contemplated whether he should eliminate this threat before it could blossom, casting this creature as far away as possible. Chapter 64, Nine-Headed Serpent. My mind is shattered. I'm exhausted. Just annihilate me. Ultimately, Yuqing managed to suppress the urge to discard Mo-san. Thus, the days passed, and in the span of 2 to 3 days, the nine-headed serpent underwent 176 experiments. Were it not for the instinct for survival, he would have long since succumbed. Following the drug trials, Yuqing casually tossed him in a corner, unafraid of his escape or any antics he might attempt. This cannot continue. If it does, I will inevitably perish here. In the corner, the nine-headed serpent flicked its tongue, its eyes darting around. He had come to understand his present predicament. Under normal circumstances, escape was utterly impossible. He then turned his gaze towards the small carp practicing nearby. This is the only plan I have left. His eyes glimmered as he crawled towards the small carp. Just as he approached within a short distance, a blade came crashing down, threatening his final head, causing him to tremble in fright. Little hero, spare me. I mean no harm. The nine-headed serpent quickly pleaded for mercy, realizing that to survive in this situation, he must first humble himself. What is it that you desire? The small carp replied with an expressionless face. Little hero, it is like this. I see that at such a young age, you possess such cultivation. Your future achievements are boundless. The person of your caliber is destined to be a dragon among men. And there must surely be a place for you in this vast world. Upon hearing the nine-headed serpent's words, the previously expressionless small carp's lips subtly curved upward, and its bashful face seemed to flush slightly. Ahem, do not speak to me of such trivialities. It is impossible for me to let you go. The small carp cleared its throat, slightly raising its head with a serious demeanor. Little hero, I am not asking you to release me. Rather, it is my fervent admiration for you that has led me to wish to follow you. The nine-headed serpent hastily proclaimed, Follow me. Little Lear gazed at him in astonishment. Then her expression hardened as she declared, I refuse to believe you. After I severed one of your heads, you still harbor such fervor for me and wish to follow me. You wretched worm, I shall not trust you. Truly, I am not deceiving you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to receive your brand of servitude and forge a beastly contract. The nine-headed serpent hastily replied, "A beastly contract." Little Lear regarded the serpent with surprise at his unexpected proposal. Then, half convinced, remarked, "You would show such kindness and willingly become my slave. Consider this, young hero, if you were to brand me with servitude and establish the beastly contract, you would have complete control over my life and death. Even if I had any nefarious schemes, a mere thought from you could render me to ashes," the nine-headed serpent quickly added. Hearing this, Little Lear displayed a thoughtful expression. "Wait here, I shall consult my master." She rose and sought out Yuqing, recounting the matter at hand. A contract with a spirit beast? Yuqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, Little Lear nodded obediently. "Very well, you may proceed with the contract." Yuqing understood that many practitioners capture spirit beasts for contracts, as such beasts are invaluable allies on the path of cultivation. In the southern wilderness, it would be difficult to find a more formidable beast than this nine-headed serpent. Moreover, forging the contract would not hinder the testing of medicines. "Master, then I shall proceed with the contract," Little Lear said before taking her leave. Under the hopeful gaze of the nine-headed serpent, she nodded and proclaimed, "All right, I accept your proposal." The serpent's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Wonderful. Let us hasten to the contract. I shall be your most formidable ally henceforth." Little Lear, with a somewhat naive demeanor, nodded in agreement. They then commenced the process of forming the contract, which was not overly complex and took merely half an hour. The moment the contract was solidified, the nine-headed serpent felt a surge of joy, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Yet, in the next instant, a sudden assault on his soul struck him. The nine-headed serpent let out a pained cry, feeling as though he had been struck by a colossal bolt of lightning, his entire serpentine form trembling on the ground, paralyzed at the core of his being. "What are you doing?" the serpent exclaimed incredulously, staring at Little Lear, whose face was twisted into a mischievous grin. He had believed he had tricked the child, only to discover that at the moment the contract was sealed, she had unleashed a soul attack upon him. "What are you saying?" Little Lear's expression turned icy, shedding her earlier innocence. With that, she utilized the contract once more to strike at the depths of the serpent's soul. I yield. I was wrong," the nine-headed serpent pleaded, fully aware that his very life now lay in Little Lear's hands. "Humph, you crawling insect. Did you think that by entering into a contract with me, you would escape punishment? How naive," Little Lear said with a cunning glint in her eyes. "The purpose of this contract is merely to afford me greater pleasure in tormenting you." With that, she launched another assault on the serpent's soul through the contract. As the master of the contract, she could inflict immense suffering upon the nine-headed serpent without risking his demise. After several rounds of torment, the serpent was left on the brink of collapse. He had underestimated the child, thinking her an easy target, only to realize she harbored a well of malice. "You shall remain there, bound and motionless in the corner. Move even a little, and I shall end you," Little Lear commanded. Yes, the nine-headed serpent complied, not daring to resist, curling up obediently in the corner. Once he had settled down, Little Lear sat cross-legged, re-entering her state of cultivation. Yet, though the serpent appeared subdued, the darkness in his eyes was chillingly profound. "You little brat, I shall surely repay this grudge," he seethed internally. "I shall endure for now, but in a few days, once I escape and fulfill my grand designs in the southern wilderness, I assure you, all of you shall meet your demise." The nine-headed serpent was consumed by resentment. His desire to form a contract with Little Lear stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, it served as a protective charm, allowing him a semblance of peace as long as he feigned compliance. Secondly, it was due to his unique talent for the heavenly rules. This talent enabled him to dissolve the contract at will, provided the other party was not of a significantly higher realm. This seemingly trivial ability had saved his life more than once. He had chosen Little Lear precisely because her cultivation was comparable to his own, both at the peak of the touching heaven realm. The only reason she had managed to sever one of his heads was due to the weapon she wielded. Of course, dissolving the contract required a certain amount of power, and the smaller the gap in realms, the less power it demanded. Thus, with Little Lear being of a similar level, even in his weakened state, he could easily dissolve the contract. He merely needed to bide his time for an opportunity to escape and fulfill his schemes in the southern wilderness, after which he could return to exact his revenge. A cold smile crept across the serpent's face. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. disbelief flooding his features as he turned to stare at little Lyra. At that moment, she was seated peacefully, her body radiating a faint glow, and then she began to break through. Chapter 65. Sanner. Look, sister, what a beautiful human girl. What the hell? The nine-headed serpent cursed internally, his mental state crumbling. He had anticipated being able to dissolve the seal at any moment. But if little Lyra broke through now, he was far too weakened to contend with her. This meant the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Truly, it was a classic example of how fleeting joy can be no worries. This little brat has merely achieved a minor breakthrough. She is still at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. As long as she doesn't ascend to the celestial realm, the gap in our levels is not significant. With a bit of power restoration, I can still dissolve the contract. Thus, he convinced himself that her breakthrough would only delay his plans for a few days. The advantage still lay with him. There was no need for panic. With this thought, the nine-headed serpent flicked his tongue, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, regaining a semblance of confidence and wisdom. The next day, the entire Shangnan city was adorned in festive decorations, as the grand celebration of the Array Masters Guild was set to commence. Many citizens of Shangnan City had eagerly made their way to the city center to partake in this grand event. To enrich the festivities, Nanshi had already arranged various performances and dances, with food and drink provided free of charge to all guests. Days prior, Nanshi and Gudaurin had personally invited Yuqing to inaugurate the Array Masters Guild while delivering a speech. Yuqing, however, had little fondness for such official and public affairs. Rather than cutting ribbons, he preferred to immerse himself in the vibrant crowd, enjoying the performances and savoring the array of fine wines. Early in the morning, he prepared to set out with little Lyra, and even Bai Zhua had donned a simple disguise to join in experiencing the excitement of Shangnan City that day. Meanwhile, Cui Wei, as an official of the Southern Kingdom, had requested leave from Yuqing days earlier to oversee the order in Shangnan City. Master, take us along. At this moment, the four monkeys jumped out. Bursting with excitement, Yuqing regarded their eager expressions with a hint of hesitation and said, "If you wish to go out, first disguise yourselves. We wouldn't want to frighten anyone." "Understood, master." The four demons seemed to have prepared in advance. Quickly donning black robes that covered their entire forms, the robes were designed with hoods that concealed their non-human features, leaving only their curious eyes visible. Not bad. But remember, do not cause any trouble. Yuqing reminded sternly. "Yes, master." The four demons straightened up, bowing respectfully before eagerly preparing to set out in a corner nearby. The nine-headed serpent also piped in. Master, take me along too." "Let us go." Little Lyra reached out, reducing the serpent to the size of a chopstick, placing it upon her shoulder. "Is that a promise?" The nine-headed serpent felt a whirlwind of complex emotions on little Lyra's shoulder. Elation battled with frustration. Elated because, due to the contract, he could easily accompany her outside, yet frustrated because he was still bound by the contract, his strength too feeble to escape. Had little Lyra not broken through the day prior, he would have had the chance to flee. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his previously healed wounds now aggravated once more. "Calm down, Gu Jiuqian. You are destined for greatness. Your first task is to remain composed." He repeatedly reassured himself, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the city center, where a battalion of guards was stationed, meticulously inspecting those entering. As expected, Yuqing and his companions were halted for inspection. "What are you doing? Stand down." Just then, a commanding voice echoed, prompting the guards to salute in unison. "We greet the Deputy General." As the voice faded, a young martial general clad in armor and wielding a spear strode forward with an imposing presence. The valiant warrior, with his hair tied back, exuded an aura of righteousness. "Blinded are your eyes, sir, yet you dare to investigate," the young warrior bellowed, then approached Yuqing and the others, smiling as he performed a respectful bow. "I have met you, Sir Da. What a handsome young man. So imposing," Yuqing remarked as he admired the young warrior, unable to suppress his praise, for it was none other than Cui Wei. Hearing this, Cui Wei's face flushed slightly, and he bashfully scratched the back of his head. "Sir, could it be that you are Yuqing?" At that moment, the guards, having regained their senses, eagerly inquired. "Indeed, it is Yuqing," Cui Wei replied, extending his hand. "Ah, it truly is the esteemed sir. We have met you, sir," the guards quickly responded, bowing in unison. "Please do not hold it against us, for we were blind to your greatness. You have rendered great service to our southern kingdom. 20 years ago, if not for you, how could the headquarters of the Mage Association have fallen into our southern kingdom? The glory of our land today is all thanks to you. sir, the guards fervently expressed. The crowds that had gathered stirred at these words. We have met you, sir. Countless citizens performed their customary gestures of respect, bowing deeply to Yuqing. Observing this, Yuqing did not dare to be pretentious. He reciprocated the Southern Kingdom's unique gesture, sweeping his hands around. You are all too kind. In an instant, the entrance to the city center became a scene of considerable commotion due to Yuqing's arrival. Then let us proceed inside, Yuqing said with a smile. Chui Wei, responsible for security and order, would not accompany the sir. After you enter, should you require anything, feel free to summon the guards. All are under Chui Wei's command and can be dispatched at your request. Chui Wei respectfully stated. There is no need for that. I merely wish to join in the festivities and seek out some fine wine, Yuqing replied, patting Chui Wei on the shoulder before leading the group into the heart of the city. As they entered that vibrant area, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Before their eyes lay a plethora of delicacies, most of which were selflessly prepared by the citizens of Upper South City. Available for anyone who wished to partake, all for free. The vendors, much like street hawkers, called out to entice visitors to savor the culinary delights of their southern kingdom. The shy little Li timidly picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn, only to have the vendor insistently offer him several more. Come now, my dear boy, take a few more. There is plenty to go around, a kindly old man exclaimed with a warm smile, clutching several skewers of candied hawthorn. Little Li shyly glanced at Yuqing. Master, I am already a cultivator. Surely, you won't fault me for indulging in candied hawthorn? The boy asked with sparkling eyes. Huh? Yuqing could not help but chuckle, responding, what is the purpose of cultivation if not to live freely? Thus, if you wish to eat, then eat. 3, quick. Look, a beautiful human girl. One of the 4 bumbling figures in black robes exclaimed excitedly. Where? Came the synchronized responses from the others. The 4 black-robed figures turned their gaze towards several elegantly dressed maidens passing nearby, their attire accentuating their grace, while subtle blush adorned their cheeks, leaving the 4 black-robed figures drooling in admiration. Ah, this maiden, what more could one desire? Mo-san sighed wistfully. Only when the maidens vanished into the throng did the 4 demons withdraw their entranced gazes, revealing their lingering desire. While Yuqing cast them a disapproving glance before the group continued onward toward the city center. Along the way, Yuqing sampled various delicacies and savored dozens of exquisite wines. Another bowl, please, he called out from in front of a tavern, thoroughly enjoying himself. Beside him, Bai Duo had also indulged in quite a bit. Her complexion flushed, and the usual worry etched upon her face seemed to dissipate considerably today. 1 bowl is hardly enough, since you enjoy my wine so much. Take 2 jars to go. The tavern owner, a plump man, beamed with joy at Yuqing's praise and hurriedly prepared 2 jars for him to take away. Huh? Thank you. Good sir, I shall surely frequent your establishment in the future, Yuqing said with hearty gratitude. Turning around, he noticed that the 4 mischievous monkeys had vanished. After a brief search, he found them bouncing about, drawn to any excitement they could find watching cockfights here. Marveling at acrobats there, their eagerness to share the spectacle with him unyielding that as he observed the antics of these mischievous companions, he could not help but smile. Senior, Bai Duo, walking half a step behind Yuqing, turned her head to gaze at him, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Yuqing took a leisurely sip of his wine, glancing her way. I never understood why, with your formidable abilities, you would choose to remain in such a place. Surely, you could achieve greatness elsewhere on the continent. Now, however, I find myself grasping a fraction of your reasoning. Bai Duo, slightly tipsy, spoke with a rosy hue on her cheeks, her hands spread wide as she expressed her feelings. This sensation is truly liberating. In my memory, I can scarcely recall how long it has been since I last experienced such freedom. It takes me back to my childhood, when my father would take me to the market in town, bustling with life, the gentle breeze caressing my face as I would joyfully chase after the wind. Each time we visited the market, my father would buy me my favorite cotton candy. By the time we returned home, it would be midday, and my mother would have prepared lunch, waiting for us to come home. Yet, I cannot pinpoint when those market scenes began to blur in my mind, or when my parents' faces began to fade. Over time, my world has become consumed by cultivation, sect duties, vying for resources, or striving for higher status. But these years have been so exhausting. Especially now that the sect leaders have departed, I feel as though I bear the weight of Feiyun's future alone. I scarcely dare to contemplate death. As she spoke, Bai Duo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, Yuqing looked up at the sky and sighed softly, a smile of resignation gracing his lips. He offered no words of comfort, unsure of what to say to in the world of adults. nothing comes easily. Instead, he lifted his wine jar in a silent toast to her. "Thank you, senior," Duo acknowledged, raising the wine jar that hung from Yuqing's neck. Twisting open the lid to clink it against his, she understood that this gesture represented his greatest consolation. Meanwhile, the four demons were leading little Li through the crowd, eager to partake in the festivities. "Quickly, old one, bring the young master to see the maidens. Hurry, hurry, otherwise they'll be gone," Imo Sansen shouted from nearby. Upon hearing this, Imo Shaoxi hoisted little Li onto his shoulders and plunged into the throng. Not far away, a stage showcased several exquisitely dressed young women performing a belly dance. Little Li's eyes widened as he watched the enchanting dancers, though he should have been oblivious to such matters. Memories from the sage's teachings suddenly flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Embarrassed, he reached into his pocket, pulling out a silver coin, and, like many other men, tossed it onto the stage. "Oh, thank you for the generous donation, young master," the vibrant host on stage exclaimed upon noticing the coin. Amidst the commotion, the young master was invited onto the stage, surrounded by a flurry of attention. "Ahem, since our young master is so generous, surely he must be rewarded," Imo Sansen shouted from below. "Yes, indeed. He must be rewarded," Old Demon One chimed in, and as more voices joined in agreement, the young women, delighted by the lively atmosphere, gathered around little Lier, each planting a playful kiss on his rosy cheeks. First, little Lier blushed deeply, appearing shy and bashful. Yet, as the kisses continued, he could not help but break into a goofy grin. Meanwhile, who cared for the plight of the Hydra? It had long been trampled beneath the crowd, its head spinning in disarray. Cursed humans, a wretched lot, the Hydra seated in a dark corner, its expression grim. However, as if sensing something, its gaze drifted toward the outskirts of Upper South City. Outside the city, amidst the rolling mountains, a black-clad man sat cross-legged in a secluded ravine. Periodically, he would retrieve a communication jade slip. His expression fraught with confusion. Why has the leader yet to provide further instructions? Just as he pondered, his face brightened at the sight of a streak of light approaching from the sky, swiftly transforming into a man as it landed nearby. With his flowing white hair, it was none other than the Hydra. "Subordinate, I greet you, my lord," the black-clad man exclaimed joyfully as he bowed respectfully. After the formalities, he dared to raise his gaze to the white-haired figure. Yet, he could not help but notice the usually formidable leader appeared somewhat haggard today, even a touch disheveled, though he did not dwell on it. "I report to you, my lord, that the tasks you assigned have been completed. The imperial seals of the 10 nations are now in hand, and the members of the 5-element alliance await your command. Prepared to cooperate at a moment's notice," the black-clad man reported dutifully. "Indeed, well done." The white-haired man nodded in appreciation. "Today is the grand celebration, and shall we seize this moment?" The man in black exclaimed excitedly. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the white-haired man. "There is no rush today." The white-haired man hastily waved his hand. "Leader, then when shall we proceed?" the man in black asked in confusion. "Ahem, this leader is still in the process of concocting a significant plan. Only after this grand endeavor is complete can we take action," the white-haired man stated. "I see. The grand affair you are brewing must surely be earth-shattering." The man in black replied with fervor. The expression of the white-haired man shifted slightly before he said, "Remember, do not act rashly until I give you my next command, and let our plans remain as confidential as possible. It is imperative that you remember this. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, that group of rascals from beyond the southern border has likely arrived in the region, so during this time, it is best for you not to expose your whereabouts. The others of the 5 Elements Alliance should also remain hidden as planned. It would be wise to wait for me right here." "Yes, leader, I shall remember," the man in black nodded in agreement. Seeing the man in black resolutely commit to his words, the white-haired man nodded in satisfaction. "Black Dust, the little brat, Shaoli, is no more. You are now the one I trust the most. Once our grand ambitions are realized, I shall elevate you to a position just beneath me, above countless others," he said to the man in black. This proclamation seemed to invigorate him. Hearing this, the man in black's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as he replied, "Leader, rest assured, I will remember your words. Until you issue the next command, I shall not act rashly. I will wait for you right here. I will wait in vain." Chapter 67. Master says he has no sister. "So you may leave very well. I will wait in vain." The 9-headed serpent nodded with relief. After taking 10 imperial seals from the man in black, he hurried back to Shangnan City. Upon his return, he found 4 demons still frolicking in the city with Shaoli, No one noticed his departure, which relieved him greatly. After all, despite Xiao Li's seemingly harmless demeanor, he could be quite merciless when tormenting him. He would often launch soul attacks at him through their contract. If Xiao Li found out he had left midway, he would surely receive a thorough beating. Wait a moment, why do I feel as if I have truly become a slave? Fearing for my safety, the nine-headed serpent's expression darkened. However, after meeting with the man in black, he felt considerably more at ease. Everything was in place, and he was merely waiting for the right moment. Once his strength was slightly restored, he would be able to break the contract. Meanwhile, at the grand celebration, numerous emperors gathered together, including those who had surrendered their imperial seals. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound meaning. According to the information previously conveyed by the man in black, their grand scheme would officially commence on this day of celebration at the forefront. Under the witness of countless citizens, Nanshi and Gu Daoren presided over the festivities, basking in the limelight. Yet, amidst this grandeur, Nangong Fuyao seethed with deep resentment. Previously, Gu Daoren had imposed restrictions on her Fuyao empire, while Nanshi had reaped the fruits that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, watching them bask in glory was unbearable for her. Yet she completely forgot the true purpose of her visit to the southern nation. Why hasn't Black Dust taken action yet? How long must we wait? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. She then recalled what Black Dust had mentioned about the leader. If her intuition was correct, that leader was expected to appear today. How exhilarating it would be to finally witness the true bearing of such a figure. Black Dust had promised me that once the plan succeeded, he would introduce me to the leader. As long as I earn the leader's favor, the Fuyao Empire will undoubtedly ascend to unparalleled heights among these nations. However, due to Black Dust's arrival, her original intentions had shifted. Still, she continued to scan the area for Yuqing. Has he not arrived? She furrowed her brow, but dismissed the thought that on stage, Nanshi was speaking, inciting a wave of excitement. This only intensified Nangong Fuyao's impatience. Let him bask in the limelight for now. Once Black Dust gives the order, Black Dust has issued a command. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she received the instruction through a sound-transmitting jade slip. But the next moment, her expression changed. No action today? How infuriating. Nangong Fuyao glared at Nanshi, concocted an excuse of feeling unwell, and promptly left. Thus, the day of celebration passed without incident. 10 emperors, like Nangong Fuyao, who had pledged allegiance to Black Dust, remained in the imperial palace, tacitly waiting. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 emperors grew increasingly anxious. They had clearly agreed to take action around the time of the grand celebration. Yet, half a month had elapsed since the celebration, and there was still no sign of movement. Meanwhile, they had all handed their imperial seals over to Black Dust. Within the imperial palace, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head, deep in thought. After much contemplation, she decided to head outside. Behind her, an elderly man with a mustache followed closely. This man was Chong Wei, who had been promoted alongside Zhao Qian to the vice president of the Heavenly Palace Institute. Following Zhao Qian's demise, Chong Wei had been elevated to the true president of the institute. Ironically, this marked the fourth president of the Heavenly Palace Institute in a short span since Sun Shuji had stepped down. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Chong Wei respectfully inquired as he trailed behind Nangong Fuyao. He seek Yuqing. Nangong Fuyao replied, her pupils narrowing slightly. You previously indicated you had no intention of searching for Yuqing. Chong Wei remarked. Unable to restrain himself, I have come to realize that even after our plans come to fruition, I will still require capable assistance. Although, by that time, I may not regard these so-called celestial sects of the southern border highly. Nevertheless, Yuqing was able to mobilize the celestial sects before, indicating he possesses some value. Of course, this also stems from my remembrance of his past merits, which is why I intend to seek him out and allow him to accompany me on a path to success. Nangong Fuyao said with a slight upturn of her lips. Your Majesty is wise that I trust that Prince Qing understands your intentions and will be most grateful. Chong Wei hastily responded. Nangong Fuyao couldn't help but chuckle before adding, and what of Sun Shuji? When he resigned, was it not due to blaming me? He believed my decisions were flawed, leading the Fuyao Empire down a path of decline. Once Black Dust and I achieve our grand ambitions, I shall relish witnessing his expression then. Nangong Fuyao scoffed. You speak wisely. Chong Wei nodded in agreement. Nangong Fuyao glanced at him. Rest assured, I shall not allow Sun Shuji to return that he betrayed my trust. And once the Fuyao Empire grows strong, it will not be so easy for him to come back. On the contrary, I previously overlooked you, yet you have proven to be deeply in my favor. Nangong Fuyao remarked. Hearing this, Chang Wei's face brightened. Thank you. Your Majesty, for your recognition. I shall not disappoint your trust. Let us go. Nangong Fuyao smiled, then led Chang Wei towards the Mosui courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the courtyard dressed in plain clothes. I shall knock on the door, Chang Wei volunteered, stepping forward to rap on the door. After a brief moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Xiaoli peering out. Who are you looking for? Xiaoli inquired. Tell Yuqing that his sister has come. He will see me, Nangong Fuyao instructed. His sister? Where did he get a sister? Yuqing waved his hand, frowning as he pondered which materials to choose, dismissively saying, Let them go. Oh, Xiaoli nodded, then returned outside. Master said he has no sister. You may leave. With that, Xiaoli promptly shut the courtyard door, leaving Nangong Fuyao and Chang Wei's faces darkened to an extreme. As the ruler of a nation, she had lowered herself to visit personally, only to be met with a closed door. Your Majesty, I shall break down the door. Chang Wei's face was filled with fury as he lifted his foot, preparing to kick the door. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from nearby. Let us see who dares to kick it. Disturb the master's tranquility, and I shall sever the heads of those who dare. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. Turning to look, she saw Nanshi approaching briskly, accompanied by a middle-ranking officer, Chui Wei. Nanshi. Nangong Fuyao nearly spat the name through gritted teeth. Nangong Fuyao, I respect you as a sovereign. I have not held your past actions against the southern nation against you, and I have treated you with courtesy. But if you are foolish today, I will not care whether you are the Empress of Fuyao or not, nor will I concern myself with the potential for war between our nations. Nanshi's words were sharp, the authority of a sovereign emanating from her, her fierce gaze directed at Nangong Fuyao. Nanshi, this is a family matter. It is beyond your jurisdiction, Nangong Fuyao retorted, defiantly asserting. So what if I let him kick the door? A family matter? Do not forget that this is the territory of the southern nation, Nanshi sneered. So, go ahead and try kicking it. Nanshi's words ignited a fiery wrath within Nangong Fuyao. She commanded coldly, Kick it down. At her words, Chang Wei raised his foot again, delivering a forceful kick to the courtyard door. Attack. At the very moment he made his move, Nanshi swiftly and decisively spoke up. Chapter 68. I wouldn't mind slaying you, the Empress of Fuyao. Behind her, Chui Wei, upon hearing her words, wasted no time. With a flash of his sword, he struck towards Chang Wei without hesitation. It was no idle threat. With that single sword strike, he severed Chang Wei's entire leg, leaving him with but half a limb. Instantly, Chang Wei rolled on the ground, emitting a piercing scream of agony. I commanded you to kill. Nanshi's piercing gaze locked onto Chui Wei. He was taken aback. He had initially thought a show of strength would suffice, considering that Chang Wei was the head of the Heavenly Palace. Killing him in front of the Empress of the Southern Kingdom could provoke a war between their nations, and as a subordinate, he was understandably apprehensive. In the brief moment that Chui Wei hesitated, Nanshi took action herself. Her prowess was indeed formidable, and her strikes were swift and decisive. Seizing the longsword from Chui Wei's grasp, she swiftly ended Chang Wei's cries. Thus, the fourth head of the Heavenly Palace of the Fuyao Empire met his untimely demise. You dare! You possess such audacity! Witnessing Chang Wei perish before her eyes, Nangong Fuyao gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with hatred as she fixed it upon Nanshi. In response to Nangong Fuyao's glare, Nanshi slightly raised her chin, meeting her gaze without flinching. Does the Empress of Fuyao wish to continue? If I can slay a head of the Heavenly Palace, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well. As she spoke, Nanshi lifted her bloodied sword, pointing it directly at Nangong Fuyao. The latter, filled with fury, felt her chest heaving violently. Yet, she dared not make a move, fully aware that she was indeed on Southern Kingdom's territory. From Nanshi's gaze, she recognized a resolute and murderous intent. Should she act rashly, she believed Nanshi would truly dare to kill her. Nanshi, you truly are arrogant. Nangong Fuyao enunciated each word with conviction. What is your insignificant Southern Kingdom worth? It is merely my brother who has brought a modicum of benefit to your realm, granting you the audacity to be so presumptuous, even if you dare to end my life. Have you considered the consequences? Yuqing is my brother. We have supported each other through countless trials over the years. Even if we have had our disputes, do you believe an outsider could surpass the bond we share in such a short time? Do you think that in his heart, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom compares to me, his sister? Humph. You, who repay kindness with malice, are fortunate that the master does not stoop to your level. Nanshi retorted sharply. You believe the master to be useless, cast him aside, and now that you comprehend his true worth, you presume to wield the title of Empress of Fuyao as if it grants you immunity. Your audacity truly astonishes me. Her words struck a nerve with Nangong Fuyao. You slanderous fiend. The reason I dismissed my brother was merely due to believing the deceitful whispers of treacherous individuals. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. Yet, my brother has always cherished me. Even if I made a grave mistake, I trust he would forgive me. With that, she called out, Brother, your sister has come to find you. Am I to be bullied at your doorstep without your intervention? This woman dares to exploit the confidence you bestowed upon her to torment your sister. Will you allow this to continue? At that moment, Nangong Fuyao appeared almost deranged, a hint of hysteria evident. Finally, after a brief pause, the courtyard doors swung wide open. Yuqing emerged slowly. Greetings, master. Upon seeing Yuqing, both Nanshi and Shui Wei quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, your majesty, Yuqing said with a gentle smile. I presume you have come to visit, having concluded your affairs. Indeed, I am nearly finished, and thought to pay my respects to the master, Nanshi replied with a smile. Observing the two engage in pleasantries, completely disregarding her, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she turned to Yuqing. Brother, why do you ignore me? Upon hearing this address, an unexpected smirk of derision crossed Yuqing's face. Your Majesty Fuyao, do I know you? He fixed his gaze upon Nangong Fuyao, his expression devoid of emotion. This statement left Nangong Fuyao momentarily stunned. She had assumed she could once again rely on her usual charm to elicit Yuqing's forgiveness. The failure of this tactic left her feeling disoriented. You. She looked at Yuqing incredulously. I am your sister, Nangong Fuyao. You once cherished me dearly. Have you forgotten? Empress Fuyao, the past is but a distant memory. Our relationship has long since faded. Henceforth, please do not invoke your identity as my sister. Yuqing seemed disinclined to engage further, instead turning his head towards Nanshi and saying coolly, how you choose to resolve matters between yourselves is your affair. My opinion is unnecessary. Understood, master, Nanshi replied with a nod. Yuqing, you are truly heartless. Beside them, Nangong Fuyao seethed with resentment. I still reminisce about our past sibling bond, which is why I set aside my pride to seek you out. Yet, despite my yearning to rekindle our connection, you remain so callous. Do you truly believe I have come to you today out of necessity for the Fuyao Empire? Am I that type of person? To be frank, the Fuyao Empire will soon be unrecognizable, and as for your southern kingdom, it will not last long. What do you mean? Nanshi's expression turned icy as she cast her gaze in Nangong Fuyao's direction. With a cold laugh, Nangong Fuyao continued, allow me to clarify. I have long since aligned myself with the Five Elements Alliance, which is poised to overthrow the entire southern region. Soon, nations like yours, including the southern kingdom, will cease to exist, while my Fuyao Empire will ascend to unparalleled heights. You may argue that the Immortal Gate stands behind the southern region, but the Five Elements Alliance harbors no fear of the Immortal Gate. Under our leader's guidance, some Immortal Gates have already been obliterated, and others can be eradicated with a mere gesture. The Fuyao Empire is on the brink of unprecedented prosperity that I had hoped to invite you back to join me on this path to greatness. Yet, this was an opportunity you failed to appreciate. What? Both Nanshi and Yuqing's expression shifted, with the latter's pupils narrowing slightly. The most startled, however, was the serpent perched upon the shoulder of the small fish beside Yuqing, which recoiled in fright. Chapter 69. What sort of bumbling allies are these, speaking so recklessly? He cursed inwardly. Who instructed you to say such things? Was this arranged by Haichin? Wasn't it agreed that this was to remain a closely guarded secret? Who is this foolish idiot, blabbering so carelessly? The nine-headed serpent nearly wished to strangle Nangong Fuyao. Remember, Yuqing, I came here to seek your assistance. It is you who chooses to disregard our bond. And thus I bear no blame. I assure you. You will regret today's decisions. Nangong Fuyao screamed in a fit of hysteria, unable to accept the disdain with which Yuqing treated her after she had lowered herself to seek him out. Yuqing cast a cold glance in her direction, akin to viewing a jester, lacking any desire to engage with her further. Begone, he said flatly, turning his back to her and retreating into the room. Stop. I command you to halt. Yet the more Yuqing ignored her, the more enraged Nangong Fuyao became as she charged towards him. However, in the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped her as Yuqing's hand shot out, gripping her delicate neck and lifting her slowly off the ground. Nangong Fuyao, do you think you hold any significance? In my eyes, you are even less than a mere jester. Without me, you are but a worthless wretch barely clinging to life. What you value means nothing to me. What right do you possess to give me orders? The so-called Empress Fuyao, should I wish to end your existence, it would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. The only reason I spare you is to witness just how far you will sink without the wings of Yuqing to support you. Mockery filled Yuqing's eyes as he applied pressure with his grip. Struggling for breath, Nangong Fuyao's face flushed crimson, but it was only when she neared the brink of unconsciousness that Yuqing lightly waved his hand, unceremoniously casting her to the ground like a discarded rag doll. Beside them, Nanshi dared not even draw a breath. To her, Yuqing had always appeared aloof and indifferent, as though nothing in this world could stir his emotions. Yet, for the first time, she witnessed the true fury of Yuqing. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyao slumped to the ground, clutching her throat, gasping for air, her once proud demeanor now shattered and bruised. In that moment, she truly felt as if death was imminent. Nangong Fuyao, did you hear the master's words? Gather your people and leave the southern kingdom at once. Should you fail to depart, there will be no mercy. After Yuqing departed, Nanshi pointed her sword at Nangong Fuyao, with bloodshot eyes. Nangong Fuyao glared fiercely at her. Nanshi, I guarantee you, and Yuqing will regret treating me this way today. You will both come to regret it. After hissing those words through clenched teeth, Nangong Fuyao fled swiftly. Nanshi then glanced at the corpse at the doorway and instructed Cui Wei, dispose of this body to feed the dogs and clean up the scene. We must not sully the master's eyes. Indeed, your majesty, I shall attend to this matter forthwith. Upon receiving the order, Cui Wei hastened to dispose of the bodies. Meanwhile, Yuqing returned to the courtyard and immersed herself once more in her alchemical experiments. Keeping her around was merely an experiment to observe what South Palace Fuyao could achieve without her. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Of course, this was not to suggest that Yuqing harbored any deep resentment towards South Palace Fuyao. On the contrary, she felt an untroubled serenity regarding her. After all, one would hardly be emotionally swayed by an ant, even if one had nurtured it for a period. Rather, it was the insidious shadows of envy that stirred within. At the entrance, Nanshi gazed at Yuqing's earnest expression as she diligently studied her alchemical formulas. A faint smile gracing her lips. It was evident to her that Yuqing was entirely indifferent to South Palace Fuyao's fate. Indeed, this was the mindset of a true master. However, the mention of the Five Elements alliance by South Palace Fuyao did not seem to be fabricated, which instilled a sense of unease in her. At that moment, Yuqing suddenly spoke. I possess some knowledge regarding this Five Elements alliance. There may indeed be a significant conspiracy aimed at the southern region. Master, does this imply that what South Palace Fuyao said is true? These individuals might be lurking within the southern kingdom? Nanshi inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Contact the elder of the Tai Immortal sect and inform him of this matter. Urge him to collaborate with the various sects for a thorough investigation. Yuqing instructed. Tai Immortal sect? Nanshi exclaimed in surprise. But master, the elder of Tai Immortal sect may not believe me. Simply state that it was my command. He will not disregard you, Yuqing replied. Upon hearing this, Nanshi was taken aback again. Even the sects dared not disregard the master's authority? Very well, I shall attend to it immediately, she declared. Wait, I shall accompany you to that moment. Baizhuo emerged, wielding a long sword, and approached the two. At your majesty of the southern kingdom, I shall assist you in this matter, Baizhuo proclaimed. This, Nanshi, still unaware of Baizhuo's true identity, glanced at Yuqing for guidance. Allow her to accompany you. She possesses the most insight regarding the Five Elements alliance and rightfully should be involved, Yuqing affirmed. Understood, Nanshi nodded. Baizhuo cast a grateful glance towards Yuqing, then set aside her longsword and knelt before Yuqing, saying, I thank you, esteemed senior, for your understanding, for saving my life, and for your hospitality during this time. Your kindness, I shall never forget. Once I fulfill the entrusted mission and avenge my kin, I shall return to serve you, willing to be your humble servant without any expectation of reward. With that, Baizhuo performed a deep bow. There is no need for servitude. If we meet again in the future, do treat me to a few fine bottles of wine, Yuqing replied nonchalantly. Additionally, I have a blade here that I can lend you temporarily. Upon hearing this, Baizhuo's gaze shifted to the broad-backed blade in Yuqing's hand, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a former elder of the Feiyun sect, her discerning eye immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the blade, which was far superior to ordinary spiritual weapons. Although its appearance resembled a butcher's cleaver, possessing such a weapon might significantly enhance her combat prowess. Please remember to return it, Yuqing said as she handed over the blade. Thank you, master, Baizhuo replied, carefully accepting the weapon before turning to leave with Nanshi. Damn it, that pig-headed fool. In a nearby corner, the nine-headed serpent seethed inwardly. Though the activities of the Five Elements Alliance in the southern region were no secret to the sects, having already annihilated the Feiyun sect, what they did not know were the specifics of his schemes against the southern region. The sects merely believed it was a feud between the Five Elements Alliance and the Feiyun sect, and were only on guard. While he was not afraid of these sects, the situation was becoming unpredictable. Most critically, he was still in danger. Without him, the other members of the Five Elements Alliance were no match for the sections. I must hasten to dissolve the contract. Chapter 70. My serpent life seems to dwindle in luster. His gaze flickered as he stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. The current contract offered him the greatest benefit, freedom of movement, as long as he concealed his intentions. After exiting the courtyard, he transformed into a streak of light, pursuing South Palace Fuyao. While he longed to exact vengeance upon this incompetent ally, he could only suppress his fury and seek an opportunity for leverage through her at this moment. South Palace Fuyao had already ventured outside the city. Her aides, having received her summons, were en route from the imperial palace to return to the Fuyao Empire. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair appeared before her. "Who are you?" South Palace Fuyao asked. Her demeanor wary, the nine-headed serpent straightened slightly, adopting an indifferent pose as he addressed her directly. "I am the leader of the Five Elements Alliance. I find myself injured, and without medicine that I require you to swiftly prepare a batch of spiritual herbs for me. In due time, I shall alter the landscape of the southern region, and upon success, I shall grant you 2 shares of the sect's treasures, allowing you to become the greatest emperor of the Southern Empire." With that, the nine-headed serpent regarded South Palace Fuyao with arrogance. Though he wished to throttle this incompetent ally, he sought to utilize her to procure the spiritual herbs necessary for his recovery. However, he had positioned himself as the leader while treating South Palace Fuyao as a mere vassal, neglecting the fact that his grievous wounds rendered him far from imposing. South Palace Fuyao did not believe that a leader would suddenly materialize. In her mind, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance should be an awe-inspiring figure, commanding respect. What was this fool before her? A charlatan from the underworld. "Be gone." South Palace Fuyao's countenance darkened. And upon encountering the nine-headed serpent, she exhibited no trace of cordiality, thrusting her sword directly at him. The nine-headed serpent was infuriated. How dare the subordinate point a sword at him? He was ready to explode in rage. But just then, a group of formidable warriors, having accompanied South Palace Fuyao to the southern kingdom, arrived, surrounding the nine-headed serpent. "Kill the charlatan," South Palace Fuyao commanded sternly. "Yes," the warriors responded in unison, advancing towards the nine-headed serpent. Damn it, the nine-headed serpent's face turned green with fury. Under normal circumstances, he would dismiss such a ragtag group without a second thought. Yet at this moment, he was injured and did not wish to waste any of his remaining power on them. "You wretched woman, once this leader returns, you shall be the first on my list." The nine-headed serpent cursed vehemently before swiftly transforming into a streak of light, escaping. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. This month seemed tranquil on the surface, yet beneath, the southern region was rife with turbulence. With the collaboration of the Tai Immortal Sect and Baizhua, the hidden masters of the Five Elements Alliance were systematically unmasked. Some perished. Others captured. In the mountain gorge outside of Upper Southern City, the cloaked figure of Haichin sat like a meditative monk, concealing his presence completely. No one could discern his existence. Another half-month has passed. But there is no need for haste. The leader has significant matters to attend to. Only once completed shall further instructions follow. All he need do is wait patiently for the leader's return. Recalling the promises made by the leader, determination filled his gaze. Meanwhile, within the misty water courtyard, Yuqing and the others continued their lives in a tranquil yet enjoyable manner, having exhausted many of her medicinal materials during her previous experiments. Yuqing remembered the expansive area of vacant land during the courtyard's expansion. She decided to utilize this space to cultivate some relatively common yet essential herbs for alchemy. The task of planting was assigned. But the arduous labor fell upon the nine-headed serpent. Throughout these days, he had endured significant hardship. The once proud leader of the Five Elements Alliance was now reduced to tilling the earth with his serpentine form. After turning the soil, he was required to expel water. Failing to perform adequately resulted in lashes from the 4 overseers led by Mo San, who were relentless in their supervision, even seeking assistance from Little Carp. His contracted beast proved futile, as a soul attack was the only response he received. Little Carp had formed a close bond with the 4 demons in a corner. After completing a day's labor, the nine-headed serpent felt utterly exhausted. These 4 demons truly showed him no regard as a serpent. They treated him like a mere beast of burden, pushing him to his limits. However, he believed that these dreary days would soon come to an end. During this time, the leader had been focusing on recovery, and he was nearing the point where he could dissolve the contract. In 1 to 2 days at most, he would be able to escape this predicament. The suffering inflicted upon him during this time would be repaid 1,000-fold. The nine-headed serpent's gaze turned cold, particularly towards the 4 demons that in his eyes. They were unworthy of the title of demon. True demons were beings of pride, never to be enslaved. He had already devised a plan for how to deal with these four demons once his grand scheme succeeded. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from the courtyard. Instinctively, he tilted his head to observe, discovering that the source of the disturbance came from Little Carp. A breakthrough. Perhaps, it must be said that this little rascal's talent is truly extraordinary. Just a short while ago, he made a breakthrough, and today, astonishingly, he has done so again. No breakthrough. What? In an instant, his entire serpentine body leaped, as if propelled by springs, his eyes fixated intently on the Little Carp. Clearly, he has just realized what this breakthrough signifies for him. At that moment, the Hydra's expression was filled with stupor, his gaze locked onto the Little Carp, his entire being trembling with agitation. His breath grew increasingly erratic. Meanwhile, after receiving the insights of a sage, the Little Carp, in a sense, has truly harnessed the effects of the supreme bone that in such a short time since following Yuqing. He has transformed from a naive little fellow into a being on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm. Compared to the previous Yuqing, the Little Carp is undeniably extraordinary. He possesses a remarkable physique, yet was unable to fully unleash its potential, with the sage's insights combined with the supreme bone. The Little Carp's ascent to the celestial realm came as no surprise. Even if the Hydra cursed his fate, wishing for unforeseen circumstances or hoping for him to falter, the Hydra found himself slumped against the ground. His face ashen, filled with doubt about the world, shrouded in gloom. He, having merely touched the celestial realm, now found himself overshadowed by the Little Carp's breakthrough, which elevated him to an entirely new level. This meant that until he himself reached the celestial realm, he could forget about utilizing the Tao's rules to dissolve their contract. Moreover, there was a prerequisite. The Little Carp must not ascend to the divine realm before he himself achieved the celestial realm. Regardless, for the foreseeable future, the Hydra had no chance of escape. In a state of utter despair, he could only curse, banging his head heavily against the nearby wall. Chapter 71. The leader seems to have vanished without a trace. The Hydra's mental state collapsed entirely. He felt as if his serpentine life had lost all luster, devoid of hope. Unable to restrain himself, he lamented, "What kind of unparalleled demon is this? In such a brief span, he has made 2 breakthroughs." The key point being, he was unaware of the Little Carp's true training timeline. Otherwise, he would never have dared enter into such a contract. No, I cannot remain in this state of despondency. However, after a brief moment of discouragement, he rallied himself once more. If I give up now, I shall forever be a slave. I have greater matters to attend to. Even if this little brat has ascended to the celestial realm, I am not without opportunities, though it may take considerable time. His thoughts were not without merit. As one's realm ascends, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Many practitioners take a century to reach the celestial realm, yet may require 2 centuries to attain the celestial realm. There will always be a significant gap between him and the Little Carp, and this would be his chance. Thus, time passed in this manner, and a month slipped by once more. The Hydra huddled in a corner, lost in thought. I'm exhausted. I no longer wish to live. He muttered with a sense of disillusionment. A month prior, when the Little Carp broke through to the celestial realm, he had still encouraged himself, believing that he still had a chance. But today, that final glimmer of hope was extinguished, for just moments ago, the Little Carp had broken through again, this time to the upper echelons of the celestial realm. The most infuriating part was that the Hydra had yet to fully recover from his injuries. How could he possibly catch up with such a vast difference in realms? He truly wished to voice his incredulity. Is this speed of cultivation even human? I'm done. I no longer care. He felt as if life had dulled his edges, leaving him devoid of ambition. Meanwhile, Li Bugue and Bai Mei came to pay a visit. Senior, after a month of effort, we have completely eradicated the hidden members of the 5 Elements Alliance. The woman who was previously slain by the senior's disciple was one of the revered members of the 5 Elements Alliance. However, we find ourselves puzzled, as the leader of the 5 Elements Alliance and another revered member seem to have vanished without a trace, with no news for nearly 2 months. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yuqing, the two began discussing matters concerning the 5 Elements Alliance. The leader has vanished without a trace, Yuqing remarked, intrigued. Although it did not concern him directly, curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. Indeed, the various sects among us have dispatched spies throughout the southern region in hopes of uncovering the whereabouts of that mysterious leader. Bai Mei continued. Oh, by the way. Just as Bai Mei finished speaking, Li Bugue interjected. According to the Southern Nation's Empress, it is possible that some countries have connections with the 5 Elements Alliance. But we have not yet found conclusive evidence. It is no wonder, really. The 10 emperors subdued by Haichen are all under his influence. One could say that apart from him, no one else in this world is privy to this matter. Even that mysterious leader is likely unaware of which countries are involved. With the revered member currently missing, it is only natural that concrete evidence eludes us. Yuqing nodded, showing indifference to these matters, and instead inquired, I heard from Baiduo that the leader of the Five Elements Alliance possesses considerable strength. Even if you locate him, do you believe you can handle him? Upon hearing this, Bai Mei could not help but chuckle, replying, Senior, in fact, we have assistance from others as well. This piqued Yuqing's curiosity. Senior, you are likely aware that we, so-called celestial sects, are merely a title in the secular world. To put it plainly, we are just an ordinary sect. Beyond the southern region, there exist countless sects far more powerful than us. Coincidentally, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance once killed the son of an elder from the Hongtian Sword sect beyond the southern region. This elder's son was a promising seedling in the Hongtian Sword sect, and naturally, such a loss breeds deep-seated enmity. The Hongtian Sword sect has learned of the Five Elements Alliance's activities in the southern region and has sent experts to investigate. Once they discover the whereabouts of that mysterious leader, the Hongtian Sword sect will certainly take action. I see. After listening, Yuqing nodded, realizing that the sects from beyond the southern region had also become involved. So, Senior, the experts from the Hongtian Sword sect are currently in Shangnan City. Should we go meet them? Li Bugui suggested. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuqing nodded, since there was nothing else to do. It might be worthwhile to meet the formidable sect experts from beyond the southern region. Inside a bustling tavern in the city, Yuqing followed Li Bugui and Bai Mei. Upon reaching the second floor, Yuqing was drawn to two individuals seated by the window. Among them was a somewhat aloof-looking woman, her delicate hand holding a glass of wine as she savored it while gazing out the window. Opposite her sat a man in his 60s, clad in simple clothing, appearing no different from any other elder. True enough, Li Bugui and Bai Mei led Yuqing towards them. These are the two as they approached. Li Bugui whispered to Yuqing. Yuqing nodded. These individuals indeed exuded an aura that set them apart as members of a sect from beyond the southern region, but at that moment, Li Bugui addressed the two. Missing, Elder Su. This is the Yuqing senior I previously mentioned. Li Bugui enthusiastically introduced Yuqing. Observing this, Yuqing offered a polite nod, greeting the two. However, the two displayed little reaction to Yuqing's greeting. The woman continued to gaze out the window, her jade-like hand slightly twisting the glass. Only after a prolonged silence did she glance at Yuqing. She then turned to Li Bugui and inquired, Do you have any leads on that individual? Hearing this, Li Bugui's expression turned awkward as he quickly replied, Not yet. Then please expedite your search, the woman stated flatly. The sooner this is resolved, the sooner we can return to report. Li Bugui cast an embarrassed glance at Yuqing. The latter frowned, but chose not to dwell on it. He had initially thought it would be beneficial to establish connections with the influential figures from beyond the southern region, as Li Bugui had suggested. But if they were not inclined to connect, there was no point in forcing it. Thus, he moved to another window, choosing an empty table to sit down at, before calling out, Waiter, bring me some wine. Chapter 72. This person is quite interesting. The two continued their conversation. Observing this, Li Bugui nodded towards the two women before walking to Yuqing's table with Bai Mei. Senior, I apologize, Li Bugui said, his face filled with embarrassment. Yuqing waved his hand to interrupt, smiling, We came out to drink, so let us maintain a relaxed attitude. Upon hearing this, Li Bugui looked at Yuqing with gratitude. Soon, food and drink were served, and the three began to enjoy their meal. During this time, Li Bugui and Bai Mei raised their glasses and approached another table. The woman, however, showed little reaction, merely lifting her glass for a token sip. Sigh, it is understandable. Li Bugui whispered. In the grand scheme of the continent, our southern region is an insignificantly small place, primarily comprised of secular nations, and pales in comparison to the true realms of cultivation. Bai Mei, hearing this, could not help but chuckle in agreement. Yuqing, however, had not given much thought to such matters. His sole focus was on drinking, and these affairs were of no concern to him. At that moment, two streaks of light swiftly traversed the sky above the southern city. Even Bai Mei and Li Bugui failed to notice their passage. Only the two women seated by the window exchanged glances, and then transformed into two beams of light, pursuing the source. What is this? Li Bugui questioned, perplexed by their actions. Pay them no mind. Let us enjoy our drink, Yuqing replied with a faint smile. Li Bugui and his companion nodded, yet their gazes remained fixed on the window. Meanwhile, the two women from the Hongtian Sword sect halted their chase outside the southern city, watching as the two streaks of light disappeared into the distance. Su Lao, judging by their aura. Could they be from the Qing men? One of the women inquired, tilting her head towards the elder. It is possible, the elder known as Su Lao replied, furrowing his brow. But why would the Qing men come here? The woman continued, Could it be that they are after us? It is quite likely. The relationship between the Qing men and our Hung Tian sword sect is notoriously poor, always leading to a life-or-death confrontation upon sight. Su Lao spoke gravely, and judging by their auras, one of them is exceptionally powerful. Should we confront them, even in unison, our chances of victory would be no more than 30%. That's so. The woman's expression grew increasingly serious. Fortunately, our Hung Tian sword sect excels not only in swordsmanship, but also in stealth techniques, which all disciples are trained in if we do not take the initiative to reveal ourselves. They are unlikely to find us, Su Lao stated. Therefore, regardless of their intentions for coming here, we should avoid them as much as possible. Agreed. The woman nodded, yet she couldn't shake off the feeling that this small region of the southern wilderness should not be so tumultuous. First, the Five Elements Alliance, and now the Qing men. It seemed as though the southern wilderness concealed secrets unknown to them. Meanwhile, countless miles away from the Hung Tian sword sect, near the borders of the Fuyao Empire, two figures stood atop the highest peak within 1,000 miles. Both were clad in black garments, appearing youthful, yet the slightly older one displayed great respect towards the younger. They were indeed the Qing men members that Su Lao had spoken of. The leader Chen Dongyang and his disciple Duan Feng. Anyone who had not encountered Chen Dongyang before would be astonished to see him so young. However, the truth was that he had employed secret techniques to maintain his youthful appearance. Feng, if I recall correctly, your talent in the Tao of Heaven leans towards aggression, enhancing your offensive capabilities, yes? Chen Dongyang inquired, glancing at Duan Feng. Indeed, Master, Duan Feng affirmed. That talent is quite commendable. With diligent practice, you have a promising future ahead. Chen Dongyang praised. Thank you for your kind words, Master, but compared to the ability to enhance my attacks, I truly yearn for your kind of talent. After all, offensive power can be gained through training. But a safeguard for one's life is rare, Duan Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyang chuckled. Speaking of his own talent in the Tao of Heaven, he felt immense satisfaction. It was indeed a supreme life-saving technique. He could withstand any single attack while preserving a thread of vitality. Although it could only be utilized once every few decades, it was precisely this skill that allowed him to become the leader of the Qing men. Escaping death on multiple occasions, let us not dwell on that. We must focus on the matter at hand, Chen Dongyang said, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings, shaking his head. That I must admit, the spiritual energy in this land is quite feeble. Recently, the heavenly mechanism disk emerged, pointing towards this direction in the southern wilderness, and that fool Gu Jiutian believes this place harbors immense fortune, attempting to exploit the energies here for his own gain. Such foolishness, Chen Dongyang scoffed. Little does he know, the true fortune lies not within this land, but rather within a certain individual. If we eliminate that person, we can assimilate their fortune. Duan Feng nodded in understanding. Nations possess their own fortunes. When a nation flourishes, its people thrive, and favorable weather abounds, it becomes easier for exceptional talents to emerge, gradually strengthening the nation. Individuals, too, possess fortunes. Those with great fortune experience fewer bottlenecks in their cultivation, encounter more fortuitous opportunities, and can navigate dangers with ease. That a nation can devour the fortunes of others, and individuals can do the same. By slaying a being of great fortune, much of their fortune can be transferred to oneself, allowing one to become that being of great fortune. But Master, while this land may be weak, its population is not insignificant. How can we possibly locate that individual of great fortune? Duan Feng respectfully inquired. That is relatively simple. Individuals of great fortune are always the center of attention wherever they go. That we need only conduct a brief investigation to discover who has recently garnered the most acclaim in the southern wilderness. And we will be quite close, Chen Dongyang replied. Earlier, we passed through a city. Though small, its vibrancy was extraordinary. If we inquire there, we may uncover some clues. Yes, Master, let us depart at once, Duan Feng responded. Chen Dongyang smiled, unfurling his folding fan, transforming into a graceful gentleman as he led Duan Feng, soon descending upon the southern city. Once within the city, he casually captured a few low-level cultivators and commenced soul-searching. The Array Masters Guild that the southern Empress Nangong, none of these seem right. Chen Dongyang meticulously sifted through the auras gleaned from the soul search, shaking his head. Yet, after a moment, he appeared to seize upon something. Benefactor of the southern nation, Yuqing, the Array Masters Guild is situated in the southern nation, and its current prosperity is entirely due to him. This individual appears intriguing. Chapter 73, Reciprocity, I shall strike you as well through the soul search. He had even grasped a general likeness of Yuqing. After all, many had seen Yuqing during his previous visit to the southern nation, so knowing his appearance was not surprising. Guess what? At that moment, Chen Dongyang's eyes gleamed as, almost instantaneously, he spotted someone resembling Yuqing emerging from the tavern ahead. His gaze sharpened, and with a mere glance, he confirmed this was indeed the true Yuqing. After all, one could often sense a person's essence. The individual before him, in both temperament and presence, matched the one from the soul search that in such a small place as the southern wilderness, it was impossible to find another. Moreover, he could faintly sense that Yuqing harbored immense fortune. If such a person could meet their demise at his hands, that great fortune would undoubtedly transfer to him. Master, who is Yuqing? Is he the one you referred to as the being of great fortune? Where is he? Duan Feng inquired beside him, in no need to ask, for he is both far and near. Chen Dongyang replied with a chuckle. Oh, this revelation astonished even Duan Feng. It is him, Chen Dongyang asserted, pointing through the crowd directly at Yuqing. Ha! He could not suppress his laughter, astonished by the fortuitous turn of events. It was as if he had effortlessly stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Duan Feng quickly followed his gaze, his spirit invigorated. Congratulations, Master! Congratulations! Duan Feng exclaimed. However, the two individuals beside him are no weaklings. They seem to be from the sects of the southern wilderness. Does that not signify he must be extraordinary? Chen Dongyang replied, in this mundane little place, individuals from the sects are regarded almost as deities. Yet here is Yuqing, flanked by such figures. Master, you are astute, Duan Feng acknowledged. Yet, to me, these sect members, though revered by ordinary folk, are no different than ants. Chen Dongyang replied with a cold smile. In an instant, he locked onto Yuqing's aura, revealing his intent without any concealment. Just as Yuqing, having exited the tavern with Bai Mei and Li Bugu, felt the shift in energy, his brow furrowed. Bai Mei and Li Bugu also sensed something amiss, a chilling aura enveloping them. Chen Dongyang's body trembled, akin to a predator honing in on its prey. As an aura quietly expanded, seemingly engulfing the entire area, the once bustling street became a quagmire, throwing the crowd into disarray. If you wish to live, get out of my way, Chen Dongyang barked coldly. He had no desire to create unnecessary carnage, especially among the innocent, as it would inadvertently affect his fortune and potentially give rise to inner demons during his breakthrough. Perhaps this was the way the heavenly Tao protected the innocent. As Chen Dongyang's voice echoed, the suffocating sensation lifted momentarily, and the panicked masses scattered in a frenzy. Soon, the once crowded street lay desolate, leaving only Yuqing and his companions. Senior, we are under attack. Li Bugu and Bai Mei remarked gravely, their vigilant gazes fixed upon Chen Dongyang, sensing the formidable pressure exuding from him. You are Yuqing. Chen Dongyang's gaze locked onto Yuqing as he spoke coldly. I am. And you are? Yuqing replied, his expression revealing little agitation as he regarded Chen Dongyang. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I have come today for your life. Chen Dongyang replied with a chilling smile. In the next instant, he made his move. The terrifying force loomed ominously over Yuqing. Clearly, Chen Dongyang had unleashed a lethal strike without any hesitation, delivering the most formidable attack from the outset. After all, Chen Dongyang was acutely aware that such a great wielder of fortune was not an ordinary individual and was considerably difficult to slay. This was evident from the very beginning when he used his aura to lock onto his target, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would transpire. The moment this power was unleashed, Bai Mei and Li Bugu's expressions changed drastically. It was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that they could barely lift their hands. Instinctively, they turned their gaze towards Yuqing, for at that moment, he was their only hope. As they watched this formidable killing intent descend upon them, Yuqing, under the expectant gazes of Li Bugu and Bai Mei, finally took action. He stood expressionless, then waved his hand. The tidal wave of murderous intent was effortlessly dissolved. This sensation was most palpable to Li Bugu and Bai Mei, who felt the surrounding space revert to its original state in an instant. The oppressive pressure dissipated in a heartbeat. They turned their astonished eyes towards Yuqing, their expressions akin to that of children witnessing a wondrous spectacle, their mouths agape, their eyes alight with fervor. They were aware of Yuqing's exceptional prowess and had witnessed the abilities of his disciple, Shaoli. However, they had never comprehended the full extent of Yuqing's true strength. At that moment, they were witnessing, for the first time, Yuqing's genuine capabilities, and they were utterly astonished by the absurdity of it all. How could such a powerful killing strike be so effortlessly neutralized with just a wave of his hand? Yet, the most astonished of all was Chen Dongyang himself. He was acutely aware of the strength of the blow he had delivered. That it could be so easily dispelled with a mere gesture signified something monumental, an impenetrable barrier. He could scarcely ponder why such a remote place as Nanjing possessed such formidable defenses. Instead, he turned and fled into the air, his legs propelling him with fervor, as if to hasten his escape. He even abandoned his prized disciple, leaving him behind without a second thought. Do you think it will be that simple to escape? Yuqing remarked coldly. Standing firm, he observed Chen Dongyong's slight movements, extending his fist nonchalantly. That simple punch transformed into a colossal shadow that enveloped Chen Dongyong. What? Chen Dongyong, who was in the midst of fleeing, was filled with horror upon witnessing this scene. This punch had completely sealed off his escape routes. Realizing there was nowhere to run, he halted his flight, attempting to block the impending strike. Without hesitation, he donned all the defensive spiritual artifacts he had accumulated throughout his life. Yet, that seemed insufficient. He unleashed a barrage of punches in midair, trying to dissipate the force behind Yuqing's blow. In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided. Chen Dongyong had anticipated that his strikes would at least mitigate some of Yuqing's power. However, he was gravely mistaken. Why Yuqing's punch shattered all of Chen Dongyong's defenses as if they were mere dry twigs, ultimately reaching the protective artifacts adorning his body. Yet, the so-called defensive artifacts crumbled like fragile bubbles under the weight of that singular punch, disintegrating in an instant. Wow, before the attack even made contact, Chen Dongyong coughed up blood. In the next moment, he was utterly obliterated by the force of that punch. Meanwhile, not far from the bustling streets of Shangnan City, two members of the Hongtian sword sect were making their way back. The current state of Nanjing seemed to conceal secrets unknown to them. The strikingly beautiful woman could not help but exclaim, "The only person capable of uniting us with less than a 30% chance of success is undoubtedly Chen Dongyong. Indeed, there is no profit without early effort," nodded the elderly Su, continuing. Given the personalities of Gu Jiutian and Chen Dongyong, they would not venture into such a place without absolute gain. It seems Chen Dongyong may not even be aware of our arrival, the woman observed. Nevertheless, let us avoid his path as much as possible. Su added. It is best we do not involve ourselves in other matters. We should simply eliminate Gu Jiutian and report back. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, her expression shifted as she turned to Su. Su, noticing her change, exclaimed in astonishment, "There are signs of battle, and it's a formidable one." After exchanging a glance, they both rushed toward the source of the combat, eager to discern what had transpired. After all, aside from their swordsmanship, the Hongtian sword sect also excelled in stealth techniques, allowing them to retreat unscathed should the situation demand it. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Chen Dongyong launch a punch at Yuqing. "It's actually Chen Dongyong. Is that him?" They gasped in shock from the shadows. They recognized Yuqing as the individual brought forward by Li Bu Gu to curry favor with them. Although they had chosen to ignore him, not wishing to engage, they had not expected him to confront Chen Dongyong directly. "It's over for them," Su muttered. The woman merely nodded, speechless, clearly agreeing with Su's assessment. Even if they combined their strengths, they would find it challenging to withstand Chen Dongyong's onslaught, let alone Yuqing and his companions. Yet, the next moment, they beheld Yuqing effortlessly neutralize Chen Dongyong's attack. Before they could process their astonishment, Yuqing unleashed a punch, and they watched in horror as all of Chen Dongyong's efforts disintegrated like bubbles beneath its might, leaving nothing but shattered fragments behind. Both of them stared wide-eyed, particularly the woman, who instinctively covered her mouth with her palm, fearful of exclaiming in disbelief. This punch was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even from a distance, they felt their hearts race. Had they been struck by such a force, their chances of survival would have been nearly non-existent. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes, recalling the earlier events in the tavern. They had never anticipated that the young man seeking to curry favor with them held such inscrutable strength. At least we didn't treat him poorly at the tavern, nor did we speak ill of him, Su remarked with a bitter smile. The woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are fortunate in our misfortune. That moment, Yuqing slowly retracted his fist and shook his hand. After such a long absence from combat, he felt somewhat out of practice. However, Bai Mei and Li Bugu struggled to maintain their composure. Not only had he effortlessly neutralized Chen Dongyong's attack, but he had also obliterated him into fragments. The sheer shock of such overwhelming power ignited their fervor, their gazes toward Yuqing practically glowing with admiration. Meanwhile, Duan Feng stood in a daze, trembling. His mind had yet to process the reality that his master had found a target. Still lingering on the moment his master had made a move. In the blink of an eye, his master was no more, leaving him utterly alone. Who am I? What am I doing? Alone and trembling. He stood there, paralyzed by uncertainty. Should he raise his fist in vengeance for his master or flee? Yet, the thought of running left his legs weak. Before he could decide, Yuqing's gaze locked onto him. "Who are you? And why have you come to kill me?" Yuqing regarded Duanfeng with an impassive expression, his voice steady and low. We are members of the Qingtian sect, Duanfeng stammered, fear rendering him nearly incoherent. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's brow furrowed. The Qingtian sect? He had never heard of it. Evidently, it was not a faction from Nanjing. This struck him as rather unusual. Previously, there had been that Hydra who inexplicably attacked him, claiming a desire to seize his treasure. Now, another faction appeared, launching a lethal assault against him. Of course, the Hydra had merely concealed its identity, concocting a story why Yuqing had believed it, thinking he had inadvertently revealed something valuable. To avoid further complications, he had remained vigilant regarding such matters. Now, could it be that the Qingtian sect was also after his treasure? Why did you attempt to attack me? Yuqing pressed on, his inquiry relentless. Duanfeng remained trapped in his paralyzing fear, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Seeing this, Yuqing's expression shifted to one of impatience. Enough. It's no longer relevant. He swiftly struck Duanfeng, reducing him to a mere pancake, clean and efficient. Let us go. We should return now, Yuqing said to Li Bugu, and by Mei, his tone nonchalant. Understood, Li Bugu, and by Mei responded. Still in a daze. As they made their way back to the Mosui courtyard, the atmosphere was thick with silence, as both men remained in shock. However, after taking just a few steps, Yuqing's brow furrowed once more. He halted, turning his gaze back toward the spot where Qin had been obliterated. He is not dead yet. Yuqing quickly turned around, spotting a heart amidst the shattered remnants. Not only was it there, but it was still beating, pulsating with life. He is still alive. Nearly deceived, Yuqing, without uttering a word, delivered another resounding slap, shattering the last remnants of life from the heart, thus putting an end to the matter. His perceptive nature was truly admirable, as he was able to discern that the individual had not perished. Indeed, a remarkable feat. Li Bugu and the others witnessed this and began to shower him with flattery. However, Yuqing's brow remained furrowed, his mood decidedly sour, bordering on vexation. For years, he had believed himself invincible, capable of dispatching anyone with a mere punch. Consequently, he had gradually lost interest in enhancing his cultivation. Yet, now he encountered someone who could withstand his might, particularly a youth who, by all appearances, seemed to be of the younger generation and not particularly noteworthy. The realization that he could not defeat such a person with a single blow instilled in him a profound sense of insecurity regarding his own strength. It appeared he must strive to become even stronger. Chapter 75. Armoring oneself to the teeth. The fear of insufficient firepower seemed to be an innate affliction. This symptom exacerbated Yuqing's sense of crisis. In truth, there was another reason behind it all. Ever since acquiring the system, Yuqing's cultivation and training framework had diverged significantly from that of this world. He could only rely on his past experiences to gauge the realm of his opponents, estimating their strength through their aura. Beyond that, due to dimensional differences, he could not perceive the specific information of his adversaries. Naturally, regardless of one's strength, true insight could only be gained through direct confrontation. This was the fundamental reason for his uncertainty about his own capabilities. There were no benchmarks for comparison. All he could do was gauge how many punches his opponent could withstand. The youth, Qin, who appeared so young yet could endure his strike, implied that many beyond the southern wilderness could similarly withstand his might without succumbing. The anxiety was palpable. Moreover, there was a more significant reason. Yuqing was unaware that Qin possessed a life-preserving innate ability. Anyone within this realm could not breach that rule. It seemed he could no longer afford to be complacent. Diligent training was essential, and he must refrain from continually rejecting the system's tasks. Yuqing could not help but reflect on this. He glanced at his fingers, which could turn stone to gold. It appeared that he could no longer whimsically choose what to transmute. It would be prudent to select items that could be carried with him, providing protection when needed. In the event of encountering a threatening entity, he could readily unleash a multitude of transformed objects. Furthermore, his Mishi courtyard should also be fortified to the hilt, for Yuqing was willing to admit that he harbored a substantial fear of death. After confirming the inevitable demise of Qin and his companions, Yuqing departed with Li Bugu, and by Mei, he had expertly controlled his strength during the fatal blow, ensuring no damage was inflicted upon the street. As the trio prepared to leave, two individuals from the Hung Tian sword sect emerged hurriedly from the shadows, landing before Yuqing and his companions. We have met the esteemed predecessor, they bowed respectfully. Previously, we were unaware of your might and mistakenly thought you to be a sycophant, thus offending you. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. Clearly, upon discovering Yuqing's strength, their desire for camaraderie surged. However, Yuqing merely glanced at them, offering no further acknowledgement. He was a person of contradictions, at times petty, yet also generous. Some matters could easily be dismissed, while others he could remember for an extended period, dictated solely by his whims. In any case, he had his own principles. As for these two, who had previously strutted about, now seeking friendship, he thought dismissively, get lost. I can be proud too, ignoring their overtures. Yuqing swept past them with Bai Mei and Li Bugu in tow. Yet, internally, he felt a modicum of relief. Initially, he had thought the seemingly youthful individual he had just dispatched was merely an ordinary presence beyond the southern wilderness. However, the demeanor of the two from the Hung Tian sword sect indicated that he was far from simple. His strength was at least on par with that of an elder. This realization slightly alleviated Yuqing's fear of inadequacy, yet it remained a lingering concern. Ultimately, the seed of diligence had been sown in Yuqing's heart as they departed. For reasons unknown, Bai Mei and Li Bugu began to assume an air of authority. Trailing closely behind Yuqing, casting sidelong glances at the two from Hung Tian, who paid them no heed. Observing Yuqing's indifference, the Hung Tian duo exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Although their earlier encounter in the tavern had not constituted a direct offense, it had nonetheless left a negative impression. Su Lao chuckled wryly before speaking, to which the woman beside him nodded in agreement. Who would have guessed that within this small southern wilderness, a dragon lurked? The mighty leader of the Chi-Men likely never anticipated falling prey to such a humble locale. Time passed silently, and a full month slipped by. During this period, nearly all of Yuqing's transmutations had been expended. He meticulously transformed numerous items within the Mishi courtyard, including brooms for sweeping, shovels for herb gathering, and drying racks for laundry. In essence, he transmuted everything within sight. As the Mishi courtyard served as his foundation, should he encounter any peril in the future, these various implements might prove invaluable. Additionally, due to a shortage of medicinal materials, even with Nanshi's assistance, he could not sustain the extensive apothecary work he undertook daily. Thus, Yuqing set aside his potion-making endeavors for the time being and became enamored with sculpture that he carved small figures, albeit with crooked and unrefined craftsmanship. But once transmuted, they became imbued with spirit. Each animated figure was stored within a storage ring, ready to be unleashed in times of dire need. Through this period of transmutation, Yuqing discovered another effect of his ability: ordinary objects, upon being transformed, not only recognized him as their master but also experienced an enhancement in quality. For instance, the broom, seemingly neglected in a corner, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a finely crafted spiritual artifact. Of course, as one afflicted by the fear of insufficient vitality, Yuqing, aside from these preparations, also delved into numerous insights from sages. Although the divergence in cultivation frameworks rendered much of the experience irrelevant to him, he gleaned valuable knowledge from some esoteric techniques and life-preserving methods. Techniques such as the art of escape, defensive turtle shell formations, and deceptive doppelgangers became part of his arsenal. Previously, Yuqing had remained somewhat isolated in the southern wilderness, encountering few skilled individuals. However, with the recent unrest, he found himself increasingly surrounded by formidable opponents, compelling him to arm himself thoroughly. Simultaneously, several nations within the southern wilderness commenced unified discussions, with Nangong Fuyao prominently participating. They were none other than the emperors who, after being persuaded by Haichin, had surrendered their imperial seals to join the Five Elements Alliance. Has anyone received news? No, wasn't it agreed that action might be taken during the southern nation's grand celebration? It's been ages, and not a whisper of movement, not to mention that Haichin has seemingly vanished without a trace. What in the world is happening? My imperial seal still rests in his hands. In the sealed hall, the emperors voiced their opinions, growing increasingly anxious and unsettled. Ultimately, silence enveloped the assembly as they gradually came to the realization that they had likely fallen victim to a scam. Under the guise of high returns and persuasive rhetoric, they had so easily relinquished their seals. Although they now possessed spiritual artifacts, such items paled in comparison to the significance of the imperial seals for sovereign rulers. Chapter 76. This sheep is clearly a prehistoric demon. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened to an extreme. She was utterly unwilling to accept this outcome. She had envisioned leveraging the Five Elements Alliance to rise to true supremacy in the southern wilderness. After all, she was unlike the emperors present. Haichin had promised her the title of the greatest ruler in the southern wilderness. She yearned to use this opportunity to humiliate Yuqing and Nanshi, making them regret their past treatment of her. Especially, she wanted Yuqing to acknowledge his mistakes and plead for her to return. As this thought crossed her mind, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Everyone, do not lose your composure. Overthrowing the southern wilderness is a grand endeavor that cannot be achieved overnight. It requires meticulous planning and strategy. Moreover, Haichin must have informed you all of the mysterious and powerful leader behind our Five Elements Alliance. Correct. Nangong Fuyao's words captured the attention of the assembly. Her encouraging voice continued. According to Haichin, this leader possesses unparalleled strength, capable of annihilating even the celestial sects of the southern wilderness at will. Therefore, with their presence, we need not concern ourselves unduly. We must simply focus on our respective duties and await further developments. I concur with Empress Fuyao, spoke the ruler of the Red Sun Kingdom. Shunbinsi Guang, who sported a small mustache, with the leader and Haichin on our side, our plans are bound to succeed, and their immense power renders deceit unnecessary. Indeed, I too find the words of the Empress Fuyao to be quite reasonable. It seems we should simply await in silence. At this moment, the ruler of the Li Kingdom stepped forward to speak. As his words settled in the air, the assembled monarchs nodded in agreement. Clearly endorsing the sentiment. It is evident that humans are often reluctant to confront truths they wish to avoid. They even go so far as to concoct justifications and excuses, desperately seeking to comfort themselves, while simultaneously clinging to their desired outcomes with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, the powerful leader they spoke of languishes in the courtyard of the Mosui, toiling under the scorching sun. Occasionally, he gazes skyward or peers through the crevice of the courtyard gate, observing the world beyond. When will this endless cycle come to an end? I yearn for freedom. With a woeful expression, he notices the four great demons casting their menacing glances in his direction, prompting him to hasten his transformation into the humble farmer, Xiashesh, and resume his labor. It is only when night falls that he drags his weary body back to his diminutive corner. This corner, lacking even a proper roof, has become his home, seemingly a place exclusively his own. Yet, it is far too confined. He can only curl up into the smallest of shapes, for any attempt to occupy more space might result in being crushed beneath the feet of the four great demons. Inevitably, his gaze drifts towards a more spacious and pristine corner. Jiu Jiutian, despite your misfortunes, you are of the nine-headed serpent clan. How can it be that a mere sheep enjoys a better existence than you? With this thought, he rises high and strides boldly towards the opposite corner. You, lowly and indolent sheep, shall exchange places with your esteemed nine-headed serpent lord. He raises his head high, exuding an air of authority, looking down upon the lazily slumbering sheep. Upon hearing his words, the sheep merely blinks its eyes, showing no inclination to move, and simply kicks out a leg. However, in the eyes of the nine-headed serpent, it is not just a simple kick. It feels as though a myriad of demons are lunging towards him, mouths wide open as if to devour him whole. Instantly, he is propelled backward, crashing into the distant courtyard wall, his bones shattering upon impact, before collapsing to the ground. Gasping and sputtering, he soon finds himself expelling blood in great heaves. When he glances back at the sheep, his eyes are filled with terror. At this moment, that sheep appears not as a mere sheep, but as a prehistorical demon. How could he have been so blind as to contest for his territory after enduring days of recovery? Regaining his strength to its peak, he never anticipated being sent back to square one by a single kick. He even realizes that the sheep had shown mercy. Had it not, he would be. Ultimately, the shock to his very soul from that kick lingers in his heart, instilling an enduring sense of dread. He cannot fathom how such a being could appear here. Just who is this Yuqing? In an instant, the mystery surrounding Yuqing elevates in his mind that he finally foresees that even if he escapes and accomplishes the grand scheme of the southern frontier, achieving a significant breakthrough, he may still not be able to compare with Yuqing. How could he even contemplate revenge? His previous disdain for the four great demons' sycophantic behavior gradually diminishes, and he finds himself in reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, as days pass, the Five Elements Alliance has vanished without a trace in the southern frontier, the enigmatic leader seemingly evaporating into thin air. Consequently, the two members of the Hungtian Sword Sect departed from the southern frontier, returning to their Hungtian Sword Sect. Nestled amidst the mountains, the aura of spiritual energy is palpable, with a series of architectural structures peeking out from the hills. Occasionally, disciples clad in Hungtian Sword Sect attire can be seen soaring through the air, their swords beneath their feet, having encountered senior sister Ying and elder Su. The two were greeted warmly by the assembled disciples. "Where is the sect master?" Elder Su inquired. "The sect master and the elders are currently convening in the Hall of Affairs. It seems there is a significant matter at hand." A disciple replied with a grave expression. "A significant matter?" Elder Su's countenance shifted as he asked, "What exactly is happening?" The disciple, uncertain, merely stated that the situation was urgent. The sect master had summoned numerous elders early this morning. If Elder Su wishes to know, he should proceed to the Hall of Affairs. Elder Su exchanged a concerned glance with the woman beside him, both exhibiting an expression of trepidation. The sect's development had been proceeding normally, with such large gatherings of elders being rare outside of the customary decade-long assembly, suggesting that something serious must indeed be afoot. Chapter 77. I thought it was something else. but it turns out to be the Qitian sect elder Su, and the woman dared not delay. Hastening towards the sect's hall of affairs, upon their arrival, they found the upper echelons of the sect already assembled, all bearing solemn expressions. After greeting the sect master and the various elders, the woman inquired, "What has transpired, master?" Upon seeing the two return, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table promptly asked, "So, how did things go?" "Master, the Five Elements Alliance has indeed been uprooted, yet their leader remains elusive. We suspect he may have fled the southern frontier, which is why we returned temporarily," the woman reported. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing this and replied, "Let us set aside the matter of the Five Elements Alliance for now. You two take a seat first. Master, esteemed elders, what exactly has occurred?" The woman, unable to remain seated, could not help but ask, particularly upon noticing the agitated expressions of the elders, which heightened her anxiety. "Alas, holy maiden, it is none other than the Qingtian sect, this moment." An elder could not contain himself and began to explain. "They have gone too far, launching surprise attacks on 3 of our Hengtian sword sect's spiritual veins, resulting in countless disciples suffering grievous injuries." As he spoke, the elders' faces were filled with fury, their teeth gritted in anger. The Qingtian sect is clearly taking advantage of the turmoil in our sword tomb, which requires suppression to instigate conflict, intending to initiate a full-scale war with us. If a true war were to break out, the Qingtian sect possesses numerous powerful figures, particularly Qin Dongong. To secure victory over our sect's experts, we would have to deploy all our might. However, with no one to suppress the sword tomb, we risk our own downfall while trying to safeguard our rear, effectively playing into the Qingtian sect's hands. Yet if we choose to endure, the Qingtian sect will only become more brazen. How can we swallow this humiliation? What will the other forces in the wasteland think of our Hengtian sword sect? Thus, the decision to fight or not truly weighs heavily upon us. Indeed, it is especially troubling that the sword tomb is currently in turmoil. Otherwise, how could the Qingtian sect be so audacious in an instant? The elders were in an uproar, their voices rising in a cacophony of conflicting opinions. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man at the head of the table, radiating authority without anger, remained silent, evidently struggling to reach a conclusion. However, upon hearing the others speak, the woman's complexion visibly relaxed. "I initially thought it was something grave, but it turns out to be the Qingtian sect," she remarked. As soon as her words fell, all eyes turned towards her, some filled with reproach. "What do you mean, holy maiden? Your tone suggests this is not a serious matter, as if the deaths of our disciples are insignificant," an elder questioned. The middle-aged man also fixed his inquiring gaze upon her. In response, the woman quickly clasped her hands, saying, "Master, esteemed elders, I do not mean to imply that the deaths of our disciples are trivial. Rather, I wish to convey that the Qingtian sect is not a formidable threat at present." "The Qingtian sect is not a formidable threat?" Upon hearing the woman's statement, the elders exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. Many felt an even stronger sense of discontent. Such significant matters concerning the sect should not involve these inexperienced juniors. Yet, the next words from the woman left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. "For Qin Dongong has already died." Her melodious voice resonated throughout the hall, akin to a massive stone plummeting into water, sending forth tremendous ripples. "What?" The middle-aged man at the head of the table was the first to rise, incredulous as he asked, "Hour, you cannot jest about such matters." "Indeed, holy maiden, such jesting is unacceptable. How could Qin Dongong, the leader of the Qingtian sect, possibly die?" All eyes were fixated on the woman, desperate for an answer. "I would not dare speak lightly of such matters, for Qin Dongong truly perished in the southern frontier, and we witnessed it with our own eyes," she stated gravely. "Elder Su can attest to this. The holy maiden speaks the truth. Qin Dongong has indeed met his demise." At this moment, Elder Su also stood to confirm, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of exhilaration as he looked at the woman, asking, "Chower, how did this come to pass?" This was also the question on everyone's mind, all eyes turning towards her in anticipation. The woman, not daring to withhold any details, recounted everything she had witnessed. "He was killed in an instant." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a minor region as the southern frontier harbors such a formidable predecessor. Despite not having witnessed the event firsthand, they could already envision the scene's shock from her brief account. Everyone was aware of Qin Dongyong's prowess, even including the sect master. No one would confidently claim they could defeat him in single combat. Therefore, to be able to slay Qin Dongong implies that the assailant's strength must be of a caliber that commands their utmost respect. Indeed, it seems that the heavens have favored our Hengtian sword sect. With the demise of Qin Dongong, we have lost a formidable force, leaving our adversaries in disarray and bereft of leadership. Thus, the Qingtian sect is no longer a cause for concern. Let my command be heeded, under the leadership of the Grand Elder. We shall first reclaim the 3 vital spiritual veins usurped by the Qitian sect, and then we shall formally launch our offensive against them. However, to minimize casualties among our disciples, we must not act hastily. A gradual approach is necessary, the middle-aged man declared with resolute authority. Understood, I shall obey the command, replied the Grand Elder, an aged man of remarkable integrity, who, upon receiving the order, stood with renewed vigor and a palpable battle spirit. Having long harbored a deep-seated fury, he finally had the opportunity to unleash it. After issuing a series of commands, the middle-aged man continued, regardless of the circumstances, that esteemed individual who vanquished Qin Dongyang is indeed a benefactor of our Hung Tian sword sect. Chower, you and Elder Su shall accompany me to the southern frontier to express our gratitude in person. At this moment, Ing Chao's expression soured. What is the matter? The middle-aged man inquired, his brow furrowing. Master, it is because we. Subsequently, Ing Chao recounted the incident at the tavern, where Yuqing was disregarded by Li Bugu and by Mei, detailing the events with precision. Upon hearing her account, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened. And with a tone of disappointment, he exclaimed, Foolishness. Chower, how have I instructed you? When venturing into the world, one must always maintain an air of humility and never underestimate others, regardless of their perceived status. Even those of lesser realms may harbor profound depths or hidden talents governed by the laws of the heavens. Have my teachings fallen upon deaf ears, Master? I was wrong, Ing Chiao stammered in a fluster. It was not my intention. After arriving in the southern frontier, those individuals were incessantly obsequious, and it became quite tiresome, prompting my outburst. Indeed, sect leader, it was not intentional, Elder Su interjected in defense. Silence, the middle-aged man retorted sharply. You dare to speak. Chower may be young and inexperienced, but you, a venerable elder, ought to know better. His words left Elder Su blushing, silenced by the reprimand. After a lengthy admonition, the middle-aged man finally waved his hand and said, Enough of this fruitless discourse. Regardless, since that esteemed individual has aided us by eliminating Qin Dongyang, it is only fitting that we visit and extend our gratitude. You two shall accompany me at once to offer our apologies. Yes, both Elder Su and Ing Chao responded promptly, bowing their heads in acquiescence. The following day, under the guidance of Ing Chao and Elder Su, the trio arrived at Shangnan City, given that the site of Qin Dongyang's demise was not far from the Mosui courtyard. And since Ing Chao and Elder Su had nearly seen Yuqing off, locating the Mosui courtyard proved to be an effortless task. Li Bugu and Bai Mei had mentioned that the esteemed individual's name was Yuqing. If my suspicions are correct, then this Yuqing must reside here, Ing Chao surmised. The middle-aged man nodded, adjusting his robe, before stepping forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knocked out. A small head peeked out, revealing little Lier. Who are you looking for? She inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing little Lier, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly. Though he maintained his composure, he greeted her courteously, saying, Young master, we hail from the Hung Tian sword sect, here to pay our respects to Elder Yuqing. We kindly request you to convey our presence. Oh, you're looking for my master? Please wait a moment. Little Lier nodded before retreating to announce their arrival. After she left, the middle-aged man sighed deeply and turned to his companions, asking, What do you think the strength of Elder Yuqing might be? Master is at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. Qin Dongyang was equally matched with him, also at that pinnacle. Yet this esteemed individual was able to dispatch Qin Dongyang effortlessly, indicating that he must have reached the transcending heaven realm, Elder Su surmised. Furthermore, I believe he is not just any transcending heaven expert, but likely a formidable figure of the upper echelon, or even at the pinnacle. I share the same sentiment, Ing Chao concurred. However, the middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Initially, I held the same assumptions as you, but upon encountering that young lad, I realized our perspective is rather limited. Limited? Ing Chao was momentarily startled, asking, Master, did that little child conceal something extraordinary? Little child? The middle-aged man chuckled. Chower, do not refer to him in such a manner. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, you ought to regard him as a senior. A senior? Ing Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that he possesses such power? Indeed, he is formidable, the middle-aged man declared. Though I could not detect any fluctuations of cultivation from him, my experience and intuition inform me that the young lad is exceedingly powerful, perhaps even comparable to myself. At these words, Ing Chao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How could this child, so young, possess such strength, as the direct disciple of the Hung Tian sword sect's leader and a revered holy maiden? She prided herself on her exceptional talent, yet in comparison, she felt utterly insignificant. If even a disciple could rival her, what then of his master? The middle-aged man did not finish his thought. But both Elder Su and Ing Chao grasped the unspoken implications. Their initial estimation of Yuqing's capabilities had likely been far too modest. It seemed that Yuqing was most likely a significant figure beyond the transcending heaven realm, a master of profound abilities. The realm of divine powers. In this desolate land, such beings are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of strength. The Hung Tian sword sect seeks an audience. Inside the courtyard, while carving, Yuqing recalled the woman and elder from the tavern. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let them leave." "Yes, master," little Lear replied. Returning to the entrance, "My master says he will not see you. You may go back." With that, she disregarded the expressions of the visitors and firmly shut the courtyard door. At the entrance, the middle-aged man wore a bitter expression, while Ing Qiao and Elder Su appeared profoundly uncomfortable. You see, it is fortunate that this esteemed individual merely chooses to ignore you. Otherwise, could you even converse with me now? The middle-aged man shook his head. After contemplating briefly, he placed the prepared gifts at the door. With a respectful bow, he proclaimed, "Esteemed elder, I am El Tianqi, the leader of the Hung Tian sword sect. I have come today both to apologize for my wayward disciple's earlier disrespect and to express gratitude for your assistance in eliminating Qin Dongyang, who bore enmity towards our sect. I have prepared a token of appreciation for you. Of course, if you prefer not to meet, I do not wish to impose, but I kindly ask you to accept this token as a gesture of my sincerity." After offering a final bow, he turned to Ing Qiao and Elder Su, saying, "Let us return to the desolate lands." Ing Qiao and Elder Su nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to leave, the courtyard door swung open once more, and little Lear re-emerged. "My master says you may come inside and stay for a while." Upon hearing this, El Tianqi and his companions were taken aback, their expressions brightening with joy. "Thank you, young brother, for the message." With that, El Tianqi adjusted his attire and cautiously stepped through the courtyard door, being an outsider from the southern frontier and the leader of the Hung Tian sword sect. His perspective was indeed extraordinary. Not only had he sensed little Lear's remarkable strength, but upon entering the courtyard, he felt an unusual aura. It was as if every flower and blade of grass here, even the objects casually placed against the wall, were alive. He felt a multitude of eyes watching them, instilling a sense of foreboding that if he were to entertain any ill thoughts, he might find himself facing dire consequences. "Do not touch anything recklessly," El Tianqi cautioned his companions. Ing Qiao and Elder Su nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Within the courtyard, Yuqing sat at a stone table, pouring tea as the guests entered. He extended his hand and smiled. "Please, take a seat." Upon seeing Yuqing, El Tianqi's heart leaped in surprise. Truly, he exuded an extraordinary presence. He quickly clasped his hands together, saying, "I am El Tianqi, accompanied by my wayward disciple Ing Qiao and Elder Su Feng. Paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. Do not stand on ceremony. You may simply call me Yuqing," he replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor approachable. While Yuqing's amiable manner eased El Tianqi's apprehension significantly. He had not anticipated such accessibility from him. "Esteemed elder, regarding the earlier incident involving my disciple and Elder Su at the tavern." El Tianqi began to apologize, but Yuqing raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is no need to dwell on the past. It is sufficient that you have made your presence known." Why Yuqing's indifference to the previous incident was a relief for El Tianqi. Although he had felt slight annoyance earlier, he understood that interactions often hinge on attitude. With the right demeanor established, trivial matters lost their significance, and this was precisely why he had decided to meet El Tianqi. However, more importantly, he had felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing El Tianqi's words outside the courtyard, prompting him to seek clarification. "May I inquire about the origins of the individual I eliminated a few days prior?" Yuqing asked straightforwardly. El Tianqi, sensing the gravity of the question, did not hesitate to divulge all pertinent details regarding Qin Dongyang's background, the master of the Qingtian sect. Why Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that he is not merely a minor character. With such a consideration, the fear of inadequate firepower can indeed be somewhat alleviated. However, I am perplexed as to why he, the leader of a faction from beyond the southern wilderness, has come here, especially since I am not acquainted with him. Why Yuqing then inquired further. "Thus, it is improbable that he has come specifically to kill me, clearly. What he wishes to ascertain is the reason behind Qin Dongyang's initial intent to take his life. I am unaware of why he acted against my senior, but his arrival in the southern wilderness might be related to the presence of the Five Elements Alliance in this region." At this moment, Lu Tianqi elucidated. "To my knowledge, the Qingmen and the Five Elements Alliance have always maintained a close relationship and have had dealings for some time. Once again, it pertains to the Five Elements Alliance." Upon hearing this, Yuqing nodded, unable to suppress his thoughts of the enigmatic leader of the Five Elements Alliance. Does Master Lu know the true nature of that leader? Yuqing asked that I ask for the specifics. I am also unsure, but I do know that the leader is not human but rather a beast, specifically a nine-headed serpent. Lu Tianqi replied, yes. Soon as Lu Tianqi's words fell, something in the corner leaped suddenly. Chapter 79. Anima, exposed, exposed. Anima, exposed, exposed. The nine-headed serpent had just been enjoying an early dismissal from work today, looking forward to resting comfortably in its lair. But now it found itself frozen in place. A nine-headed serpent? Indeed, upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yuqing's lips. He then directed his gaze toward the corner. How could the leader of the Five Elements Alliance have suddenly vanished from the southern wilderness? It seems he has been hiding right under his nose. Under Yuqing's scrutinizing gaze, the nine-headed serpent trembled in fear. Before it could make a move, Yuqing stood and approached it, extending his hand to seize it. Master Lu, by coincidence, not long ago, a nine-headed creature attacked me, and my disciples managed to subdue it. Its true form is that of a nine-headed serpent. Could you help me confirm this? Yuqing stated, tossing the nine-headed serpent before the others. This aura. Lu Tianqi stared intently at the nine-headed serpent, his mind shaken as he spoke. It is he, indeed, although I have only encountered this nine-headed serpent once. Its aura is unmistakable. Lu Tianqi gazed at the weakened nine-headed serpent, taking a deep breath. He had not anticipated that this nine-headed serpent had long since fallen into Yuqing's hands. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Tianqi felt that there were too many alluring things within, which led him not to notice the small serpent. Otherwise, he would have recognized it the instant he laid eyes on it. How intriguing! Why Yuqing chuckled softly and gently placed his foot upon the nine-headed serpent. Now speak. Why did you and Qin Dongyang come to kill me? Yuqing inquired in a low voice, faced with Yuqing's questioning. The nine-headed serpent broke into a cold sweat. It understood that a single misstep in its answer could mean the end of its life. Although its situation was dire, at least it was still alive. However, as Yuqing applied slight pressure with his foot, it felt as though its body would snap, leading it to realize that it had no choice but to tell the truth. With that thought, it steeled itself and stammered, I never intended to kill you. I merely wished to come and subdue you. As it spoke, it recounted how it had once dispatched soul-searching subordinates to hunt down by duo, during which it encountered some extraordinary poultry and developed a keen interest in their owner, detailing the events in full. Naturally, as it concluded, its voice dwindled to a whisper. At the time, it had no idea. In hindsight, its actions were nothing more than an ant hoping to command an elephant. Utterly ridiculous. Yuqing regarded it with a contemplative gaze, reflecting on past events to ascertain that the nine-headed serpent was indeed not lying. In truth, he had been too lazy to think things through. Otherwise, he might have guessed the identity of the nine-headed serpent long ago. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqi and the others, having listened, felt differently, especially when the nine-headed serpent mentioned the poultry. Their gazes instinctively drifted toward the ducks swimming nearby in the river. If their suspicions were correct, this flock of ducks had previously dispatched a number of experts from the Five Elements Alliance, each of whom possessed at least the Yuan-Dan realm. Although the Yuan-Dan realm was not particularly significant in their eyes, the shock of having a mere flock of ducks under Yuqing's command eliminate such formidable opponents was truly beyond words. What then of Qin Dongyang? Why did he seek to kill me? Yuqing subsequently inquired in a grave tone. I do not know. The nine-headed serpent replied. Why Yuqing's foot pressed down harder. I genuinely do not know. The nine-headed serpent was on the verge of tears. Since that day, it had been a prisoner and had no idea why Qin Dongyang was even more obstinate than it was. Yuqing frowned and shifted his approach, asking, then let me ask you this. What was the purpose of your and Qin Dongyang's journey to the southern wilderness? For those of you from the desolate lands, southern wilderness is hardly a significant place. Setting Qin Dongyang aside, I cannot believe you brought the Five Elements Alliance here without any ulterior motives. Why Yuqing had evidently grasped the crux of the matter quickly. This was also the concern shared by Lu Tianqi and the others. Setting aside Lu Tianqi, even Su Lao and Ding Qiao would likely never have set foot in the southern wilderness had it not been for the nine-headed serpent's arrival. The nine-headed serpent realized it could no longer conceal the truth. Now, it had no choice but to come clean. Recently, Qin Dongyang discovered an ancient secret realm. Because we share a past, and given that my nine-headed serpent lineage is naturally adept at navigating secret realms, he sought me out with the intention of collaborating to unlock it. After we dismantled this secret realm together, we discovered the legendary celestial mechanism disk within. The celestial mechanism disk? Lu Tianqi interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. Master Lu, may I inquire as to what the celestial mechanism disk is? Yuqing asked. Allow me to enlighten you. Senior. I have only heard some rumors about it. Lu Tianqi patiently explained. It is said that the celestial mechanism disk reveals celestial secrets at intervals. offering guidance on certain future events. Legend has it that a particular sect obtained it and utilized its guidance, essentially granting them a prophetic ability, which allowed them to rise to prominence in a short span of time. That I had thought the celestial mechanism disk was merely a myth, that I did not anticipate that it truly existed, Lu Tianqi remarked, filled with emotion. After hearing this, Yuqing nodded, gaining a vague understanding of the celestial mechanism disk. Indeed, the celestial mechanism disk mentioned was the very one he had just referred to. But by the time they found it, it was already in a fractured state. While it still offers some guidance, it is not as precise as it would be in its pristine condition. The nine-headed serpent added. So, the guidance it provided you was concerning the southern wilderness. Yuqing quickly discerned the key point. Indeed, the nine-headed serpent admitted honestly. The celestial mechanism disk indicated that the southern wilderness possesses great fortune and opportunities. Considering the southern wilderness's uniqueness as a rare place where secular empires thrive, I surmised that this fortune might reside within these nations. Thus, I commanded my subordinates to persuade and deceive several nations into handing over their imperial seals, intending to siphon their fortunes and use these nations as a foundation to seize the entire southern wilderness's fortune, thereby breaking through my own limitations and ultimately controlling the entire southern wilderness. In such a scenario, even if the celestial mechanism disk's guidance did not pertain to these nations, by then, the southern wilderness would already be under my dominion. Upon hearing the nine-headed serpent's words, Yuqing was reminded of the day when Nangong Fuyao had boldly proclaimed that by joining the Five Elements Alliance, she would become a singular existence in the southern wilderness. It now seemed evident that she was merely one of the first naive pawns in the nine-headed serpent's scheme to siphon its fortune. Thus, Yuqing couldn't help but feel both pity and amusement for Nangong Fuyao. If he was not mistaken, the Fuyao Empire was indeed one of the first nations you convinced, was it not? I do not know which nations my subordinate Hachin managed to persuade. He has yet to report the specifics to me, and I doubt the nine-headed serpent hesitated. However, that blabbermouth should have revealed some of them. So it is likely that it was evident that even now, this leader of the Five Elements Alliance harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Nangong Fuyao. Even if Xiao Li did not break through, if he truly regained his freedom, it was unlikely that Nangong Fuyao would become any kind of unique emperor. She would likely be the first target for the nine-headed serpent, regardless of how things developed. Nangong Fuyao's allegiance to the Five Elements Alliance had already rendered her a grand joke. Ironically, she took pride in it. Chapter 80. The Celestial Mechanism Disk's Guidance. The Southern Wilderness Secret Realm appears. So, what of Chen Dongyang? Why Yuqing pondered deeply at this moment. Lu Tianqi interjected. Allow me to report, Senior, that I have fought with Chen Dongyang for countless years, and I have come to understand him somewhat. This individual, despite his lack of innate talent and humble origins, possesses ruthless methods that in the past, he has orchestrated the deaths of several fortunate individuals, seizing the fortunes they bore. From that point on, Chen Dongyang encountered one opportunity after another, ultimately becoming the master of Qingmen. Given his style, he likely came to the southern wilderness due to the guidance of the celestial mechanism disk. And he may have sensed your extraordinary nature, knowing you are a person of great fortune, thus developing a desire to plunder from you. After listening to LV Tianqi's analysis, Yuqing nodded in agreement. LV Tianqi's conjecture was likely quite accurate, which also elucidated why Chen Dongyang had unexpectedly turned against him at this moment. Yuqing finally achieved clarity regarding these matters. However, he simultaneously developed an interest in the guidance of the heavenly mechanism disk. What do you think the guidance of the heavenly mechanism disk truly refers to? Yuqing posed the question. LV Tianqi fell into deep contemplation. His visit to Yuqing's residence today could indeed be considered as having uncovered a significant secret. During their discussion and speculation, they suddenly noticed that the clouds over the southern frontier were in tumult, and extraordinary phenomena manifested in the heavens and earth. The sky was ablaze with radiant golden light, stretching endlessly. At that moment, not only Yuqing and the others, but people throughout the southern frontier, and even beyond, were captivated by this celestial spectacle. Everyone ceased their activities and turned their gazes skyward. As time passed, the shifting clouds gradually coalesced into a vortex, gathering together 1,000 miles distant from Yuqing and the others. This celestial phenomenon hinted at a grand legacy or a hidden realm, or perhaps a rare treasure on the verge of emergence. LV Tianqi gazed up at the swirling vortex in awe, murmuring, "That place should be where the clouds converge, transforming into the vortex. How intriguing." If my assumptions are correct, this is precisely what the heavenly mechanism disk points to. Why Yuqing also raised his head and murmured, "The location of that vortex should be within the territory of the barbarian kingdom, not far from the border of the Fuyao Empire." LV Tianqi was not well versed in the geography of the southern frontier, but upon hearing Yuqing's musings, he couldn't help but cast a glance at him. In Yuqing's eyes, he perceived a spark of interest. Indeed, Yuqing was intrigued. He was no fool. This opportunity was practically at his doorstep. Who wouldn't he be interested, even if he possessed a system? The system merely provided assistance, while opportunities and rare treasures also offered aid. The two were not mutually exclusive. I suppose the senior will soon be occupied with matters related to the hidden realm. I shall not disturb you any longer, and will take my leave for now. Should you find yourself in the wilderness in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly extend a warm welcome. LV Tianchi said, cupping his hands in respect. Since Master LV intends to leave, I shall not keep you. When you come to the wilderness, I will definitely request a couple of fine drinks from you. Yuqing replied with a smile. Although there had been some unpleasantness with the Hung Tian sword sect previously, Yuqing's brief interaction with LV Tianchi had left him with a favorable impression. Upon hearing Yuqing's words, LV Tianchi felt unexpectedly flattered, realizing that this trip had not been in vain. Subsequently, LV Tianchi departed with Ing Qiao and Elder Su, leaving Shangnan City. For a long while, the celestial phenomenon remained unabated, hovering in the air, and the shock it instilled in people intensified. Master, such a magnitude of celestial phenomena has likely spread beyond the southern frontier. I suspect that other factions in the wilderness are also taking notice. Ing Qiao remarked, unable to contain her thoughts as she spoke to LV Tianchi. Does Master truly remain unmoved? If we could partake in even a fraction of it, would it not be a tremendous boon for our Hung Tian sword sect? Yet, LV Tianchi interrupted Ing Qiao with a wave of his hand. Shower, you are still too young. While this celestial phenomenon is indeed grand, there are some things that cannot simply be taken because one desires them. You must be able to claim them with your life. LV Tianchi admonished seriously. Moreover, consider this. We are in the southern frontier, the territory of that esteemed predecessor. If that predecessor shows no interest, it is one matter, but I have clearly seen a profound interest in his eyes. Thus, this opportunity is not one we dare to covet, nor can we, he added. Upon hearing this, Ing Qiao nodded, slowly grasping the underlying meaning. At the very least, in the wilderness, there exists an unwritten rule. Any spiritual veins, hidden realms, or even talents discovered within the territory of a particular faction rightfully belong to that faction. Attempting to lay claim to them would be tantamount to declaring war against that faction. Unless one possessed absolute strength to overpower the opponent, or unless it was a hidden realm that belonged to no faction, only then could there be fair competition. However, as this celestial phenomenon occurred in the southern frontier, logically speaking, it should have nothing to do with the wilderness. But Master, even so, it is likely that the factions in the wilderness will find it difficult to resist being drawn in by this celestial phenomenon. Ing Qiao couldn't help but say as for how other factions respond. That is beyond our concern. We must focus solely on our Hung Tian sword sect. LV Tianchi instructed earnestly. Understood, Ing Qiao nodded, taking her master's words to heart. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the celestial phenomenon not only failed to dissipate but instead intensified. The barbarian kingdom had not anticipated that such a great fortune would fall into their hands. Interestingly, while Yuqing was still in Shangnan City and had yet to make his way to the barbarian kingdom, he received an urgent letter from them. The message was quite straightforward. If Yuqing was interested, it would be considered an opportunity belonging to the barbarian kingdom, graciously offered to him. The barbarian kingdom only sought to share in the benefits. It had been a while since he had invited these two fellows for tea, and they had grown increasingly clever. Glancing at the urgent letter from the barbarian kingdom, a faint smile appeared on Yuqing's lips. Chapter 81. I am curious to see what your backing is. Meanwhile, within the barbarian kingdom, Manshan and Gongsun too sat in the hall. Have you really contacted that fellow? Manshan couldn't help but ask. What other choice do we have? Such a vast hidden realm is beyond what our two great barbarian kingdoms can consume. Gongsun too replied, but I have heard that there are others beyond the southern frontier who have also set their sights on our hidden realm, Manshan said solemnly. That is precisely why I made this decision. Gongsun too asserted, the hidden realm of the southern frontier must remain in the hands of the people of the southern frontier. How can we allow outsiders to seize it? Indeed, the treasures of our southern frontier should rightfully belong to our own people. Manshan agreed wholeheartedly. Just as the two barbarian kings were deliberating, a subordinate rushed in urgently to report. Reporting to the two kings, intruders have arrived at the hidden realm, and without a word, they have killed dozens of our barbarian guards, the subordinate exclaimed. What? Who dares to be so bold? The expressions of the two barbarian kings darkened as they rose simultaneously. They claimed to be from the flying sky gate of the wilderness. Possessing extraordinary strength, General Mengshan, who was responsible for guarding the hidden realm, was severely injured by a youth with a mere wave of his hand. The subordinate said, his face grave. The two barbarian kings exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Those from the wilderness truly live up to their reputation for promptness. Let us go and see, they decided, not daring to delay, and set off towards the hidden realm. Upon their arrival, they found the barbarian guards, who had been stationed near the hidden realm, surrounding a group of individuals. At the center of that group was a young man clad in white, flanked by several elders. Despite being encircled by numerous barbarian guards, they appeared utterly unfazed, even neglecting to glance sideways. Instead, they were engaged in discussion about the translucent forbidden portal formed beneath the clouds. Unfortunately, this portal is filled with formations. It may take some time to open it. Otherwise, we could have already claimed the treasures of the hidden realm as our own. The white-clad youth remarked, I wonder what exactly lies within this hidden realm. Judging by the celestial phenomena it has produced, it seems we in the wilderness have never experienced anything like it. No matter what it is, it will belong to us. The white-clad youth and his accompanying elders continued their conversation. Hearing this, Man Shan and Gong Sun too, who had just arrived, were instantly filled with fury. Do you all perhaps look down upon our barbarian kingdom too much? Man Shan, known for his direct temperament, couldn't help but exclaim. This is a hidden realm within our barbarian kingdom. When did it become yours? The words of Man Shan elicited laughter from the white-clad youth. The barbarian kingdom? What is that? When did it dare to speak so brazenly before me? With that, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that struck Man Shan, sending him flying. Your Majesty. Witnessing this, the surrounding barbarian guards were thrown into turmoil, their expressions darkening as they raised their weapons to protect their king. Only to be hastily stopped by Gong Sun. Tuesday. Gong Sun too, his face grave, observed the white-clad youth, unable to fathom the sheer arrogance of the other party, who had resorted to violence upon their first encounter. The reason he prevented the barbarian guards from intervening was that the strength of the white-clad youth was too formidable. While Man Shan was no pushover, the youth could easily overpower him with a mere gesture. Sending the guards forth would only lead them to their demise. How are you? Gong Sun too quickly asked as he helped Man Shan to his feet. Cough, cough, cough. It's a bit serious. Man Shan wheezed out blood, his expression grave. The incoming party is too strong. They are beyond our control. Gong Sun too nodded, his serious gaze fixed on the white-clad youth and his companions as he pondered their next move. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools, the white-clad youth sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the barbarian guards who were ready to spring into action upon seeing Man Shan injured. He then raised his head slightly, adopting an arrogant posture as he addressed Man Shan and Gong Sun too. I'll give you a chance. Treat us well until the hidden realm officially opens, and perhaps we might reward you with some scraps. Upon hearing this, even Gong Sun too, who was usually composed, felt his anger flare. While your strength is indeed formidable, do you not find your words somewhat humiliating? Gong Sun too retorted. This is the hidden realm of our barbarian kingdom. It is not your place to discuss its ownership. You two certainly have quite the audacity. The young man clad in white darkened his expression, and as he spoke, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Gong Sun too and his companion. Under this immense force, Man Shan and Gong Sun too felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dripping down their faces. They had yet to collapse, displaying a modicum of resilience. The young man in white let out a cold chuckle, unleashing an even greater wave of pressure. Crack, crack, crack. They felt as if their very bones were shattering. Gong Sun too fared slightly better, but the already injured Man Shan was forced to kneel on the ground, struggling futilely to rise. In the face of such absolute power, mere will was insufficient to withstand it. Is this the limit? The young man in white smirked coldly, tauntingly declaring, apologies, but this is not my limit. As his words fell, the pressure intensified. Gong Sun too and Man Shan could no longer maintain their stance, their bodies pinned to the ground. The young man then approached slowly, lifting his foot to press against Man Shan's face, grinding it down as he languidly inquired, I now ask you, from this moment forth, this secret realm is mine. Do you have any objections? You, the dignified monarch of a nation, found himself humiliated beneath someone's foot, an unbearable shame washing over Man Shan. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his gaze and shouted, kill me if you must, but you lack the qualifications to claim this secret realm as yours. Do not think for a moment that the South has no one. When Lord Yuqing arrives, you will be forced to retreat in disgrace. Lord Yuqing. Upon hearing this, the young man in white revealed a glimmer of interest, mockingly stating, so that's why you ants are so defiant. It appears you have someone backing you. Yuqing, have you heard of him, elders? Haha. As he spoke, he turned to those beside him, derisively asking, reporting, young master, We have never heard of this Yuqing. He must be some insignificant character. Indeed, daring to claim such titles as lord. A few elders behind him shared in the derision. Hearing your words, I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you. The young man in white sneered coldly, adding, in fact, I am willing to grant you a chance to summon this so-called lord of yours. I wish to see how he intends to make us flee in shame. Is this true? Manshan asked excitedly. Of course it is true, for I revel in witnessing despair. The young man in white replied with a chilling grin. He then withdrew his foot and addressed the elders behind him. Elders, since the secret realm has yet to open, let us find some amusement. The elders nodded in agreement. After all, in a place like the South, it was fitting for their young master to take the lead. They were eager to teach these ignorant ants a lesson. Manshan hastily produced a communication jade slip to contact Yuqing. Just then, a voice echoed from the air nearby. No need for such actions. I have already arrived. Chapter 82. To eradicate the roots and blast the foundations. As the voice resonated, both Manshan and Gong Sun Tu's expressions brightened. The young man in white narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to locate the source of the voice. He beheld three figures descending from the sky. The leading youth donned green attire, exuding an extraordinary aura, accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old child and a black-clad man whose presence was imperceptible. The young man in white ignored the child entirely, immediately recognizing the black-clad man as a puppet. The trio were none other than Yuqing, accompanied by Xiao Lier and the puppet Chang'an. Aware that the current celestial phenomenon did not signify the true opening of the secret realm, Yuqing had arrived late. Yet he had not anticipated such a scene unfolding upon his arrival. Are you the one they refer to as their support? The young man in white assessed Yuqing with keen interest, inquiring. Indeed, that is I. Yuqing replied with an expression devoid of emotion, neither warm nor cold. I must admit, you have indeed provided them enough confidence to speak so boldly to me, the young man in white mused. To suggest that your arrival could make us flee in disgrace. No, they are mistaken. Yuqing shook his head, then added earnestly, you will not have the opportunity to escape. Upon hearing the initial statement, the young man in white assumed Yuqing was intimidated. But upon hearing the latter, his expression abruptly darkened. The air around them grew icy. You possess quite the audacity, he said, scrutinizing Yuqing, word by word. Of course, To prove my point. Allow me to demonstrate. Yuqing replied nonchalantly. Before the young man in white could comprehend Yuqing's intentions, he witnessed one of the elders accompanying him suddenly explode, without warning. Bang! Blood and flesh erupted in a gruesome display, splattering across the face of the young man in white. Elder Bai, how could this happen? The young man in white's expression shifted drastically, panic overtaking him, but he stared fixedly at Yuqing. Unable to comprehend how the elder had perished in an instant, it was crucial to note that while Elder Bai was not the strongest among them, he was certainly not the weakest. He was at least stronger than the young man in white. If that attack had been aimed at him, his eyes widened in horror as he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, slowly realizing he had encountered a true master. Yet before he could react, Yuqing drew the horizontal blade from Xiao Lier's hand and pressed it against his neck. Is the secret realm still yours? Yuqing inquired languidly. The young man in white, feeling the chilling edge against his throat, dared not utter another word. Kid, we are from the Flying Sky sect. The person before you is the young master of our sect. One of the remaining elders finally reacted, pointing at Yuqing and shouting. However, before he could finish, Yuqing swung the blade toward him. I did not ask for you to speak. Kindly be silent. As his words fell, a head rolled from the elder's shoulders, the lifeless eyes still wide in disbelief. It seemed he could hardly fathom that Yuqing would not afford him even a moment to speak. After the act, Yuqing did not spare a glance at the fallen elder. Instead, he lightly tapped the young man's dazed face with the blade, stating coolly, it is now your turn to respond. With two elders falling before him, the young man in white was paralyzed with fear, stuttering as he trembled, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees before Yuqing. Senior, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I was merely joking with you. As he spoke, the young man raised his hand, delivering slaps to his own face. The remaining two behind him hurriedly knelt as well, pleading for mercy. The sheer ruthlessness demonstrated by Yuqing had left them utterly terrified. In just one encounter, one elder had been obliterated, and another had been decapitated. They understood that if they did not beg for mercy, they would soon share the same fate. In that moment, they were truly frightened to the core. Meanwhile, the severely injured Manshan and Gong Sun Tu watched with immense satisfaction. Did they truly believe they were spineless? Did they think the term demon was merely a jest? Should anyone have judged Yuqing by his appearance and considered him a refined gentleman, they would have been gravely mistaken. So, what do you think of my support? Yuqing looked down upon the young man in white. The senior is undoubtedly formidable. We are truly blind, the young man in white hastily declared. By the way, you mentioned you are the young master of the Flying Sky sect, yes? Yuqing seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. Yes, I am the young master of the Flying Sky sect. The young man in white replied eagerly, thinking that perhaps this esteemed figure now regarded his identity with some deference. However, Yuqing's next statement left him utterly bewildered. Then summon your father here. Father? You mean your father? Yuqing quickly clarified. As a time traveler, despite the years that had passed, some customs from his former world remained ingrained in him. Bring him here, and I shall spare your life, Yuqing declared. Very well, I shall notify my father immediately. Upon hearing that Yuqing would spare him, the young man in white hastily produced a communication jade slip to contact his father. Once he completed the transmission, Yuqing tossed the horizontal blade to Xiao Lier. Since we have embarked on this path, we must practice by eliminating a few more. Go. Take care of them, Yuqing said, casually stepping aside. Upon hearing this, the young man in white and his companions widened their eyes. Accusing Yuqing, you promised that if I notified my father, you would spare me. You are going back on your word. Fool, it is he who will kill you, not I, Yuqing replied dismissively, without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Lier swung his blade toward the young man in white with precision. The young boy's movements were swift and decisive. Despite his tender age, he understood the weight of this task. He recognized that this was a test from his master, a means of safeguarding his future. Having comprehended the insights of the sages, he bore no psychological burden. The ground soon bore witness to more corpses. Master, why must we summon his father? Xiao Lier scratched his head in confusion and asked. Because I detest the tactic of eliminating the young to lure out the elders. It is another lesson I have taught you. If you decide to act, eradicate the roots and blast the foundations. Chapter 83. The annihilation of the Flying Sky sect to cut the grass without uprooting the roots. The spring breeze blows, and they sprout anew. Is it not so, master? I understand now, Young Li said. His comprehension only partial. Wai Yuqing took the horizontal blade from Young Li's hand, gently ruffled his hair, and affirmed, indeed, the child is teachable. That moment, not far away, Manshan and Gongsun too cautiously approached. My lord, they both respectfully bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your timely rescue. Wai Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement and cast an appreciative glance at the two. That you both have shown commendable wit this time. After this matter is settled, I shall pay you a visit for tea. Rest assured, this time it will truly be for tea. Manshan nearly gasped in surprise, hastily responding, your praise is unwarranted, my lord. This opportunity within the secret realm belongs to the Man Kingdom. Naturally, it is yours as well. Gongsun too, demonstrating keen insight, added, my lord, the opening of the secret realm may take some time. Allow me to arrange a banquet for you. Sparing us the agony of waiting here. Wai Yuqing smiled lightly, let us postpone it. With blood strewn all around, I lack the appetite. Manshan immediately offered to call for corpse retrieval, but was halted by Yuqing. There is no rush. A few more should arrive shortly. We shall collect the bodies together once everything is concluded. Wai Yuqing spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, while Manshan and Gongsun too exchanged nervous glances. Their hearts pounding. They had anticipated a tumultuous storm before the secret realm's opening, but it appeared to be more catastrophic than they had imagined. Indeed, before long, an overwhelming aura surged from the horizon, accompanied by a furious roar. I am Xiang Tianshi, the master of the Flying Sky sect. Who dares harm my son? A tall, imposing middle-aged man clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, led a group of formidable figures rushing toward them. They're here, Yuqing said with a faint smile, gently patting Young Li's head. Disciple, remember this. While it is noble to strive to be virtuous, in the realm of cultivation, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. If you do not kill, then you will be the one to perish. Thus, when faced with such situations, employing the right methods makes it quite easy to eradicate the root, for the roots will seek you out. As his words fell, the master of the Flying Sky sect, Xiang Tianshi, landed before the group. Upon seeing the corpse of the young man in white on the ground, he trembled, letting out a thunderous roar. Yuan, gazing at his son's lifeless form, Xiang Tianshi's eyes bulged with fury. Turning his head, he spotted Yuqing, who still held the horizontal blade, blood yet to dry upon it. Who is the murderer? It is evident to anyone not blind. It was you who killed my child. Xiang Tianshi's eyes turned crimson, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. How dare you remain here after slaying my son? Should you die even a moment more lightly today? I, Xiang Tianshi, vow never to be human again. Driven nearly to madness by the death of his only son, Xiang Tianshi raised his hand to strike without a moment's hesitation. Yet, In that instant, he felt a blur before his eyes as Yuqing, who had been several dozen paces away, appeared right before him, raising his blade in a swift motion. Enough with the chattered, "I in honor of your father-son bond. I shall grant you a reunion and no need for thanks." With a flick, Yuqing wiped the blood from his blade. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Tianshur's head rolled from his shoulders, a fountain of blood erupting from his neck, showering his subordinates behind him in a crimson deluge. This all transpired with such swiftness and surprise that even now, they had yet to process the event. As realization dawned upon them, their legs turned to jelly. Their sect's leader, the strongest man within the Flying Sky sect, had been decapitated with a single stroke. It was hardly a battle. The blade flashed, and he was no more, simpler than slaughtering a chicken. The shock rippled not only through the ranks of the Flying Sky sect, but also among the concealed figures surrounding the entrance to the secret realm. The commotion surrounding the emergence of the secret realm was so profound that nearly half of the powers in the wasteland were stirred. The Flying Sky sect, merely the closest, had its strongmen arrive first, while others, unable to make it in time, dispatched their spies to ascertain the situation. The sight of Yuqing slaying the master of the Flying Sky sect left many speechless. Yet, it was not over. Yuqing, casting not a single glance at Xiang Tianshur's headless body, inverted his blade and placed it against the neck of the nearest strongman from the Flying Sky sect. "Are all the strongmen from your sect present?" The man, shaken to his core, trembled uncontrollably as he hurriedly nodded. Several elders accompanied the young master here. The master received news of the young master's danger, infuriated, and brought the remaining capable hands from our sect. Xiang Tianshur was not foolish. Knowing his son was accompanied by elders, he understood that they posed a significant threat to his enemies, thus bringing all capable fighters. As a sect leader, he had performed adequately. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yuqing. Upon hearing the man's response, Yuqing nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, it seems the time has come to eliminate you all." Saying this, he retracted his blade. As he sheathed his weapon, the others exhaled in relief, only to be struck by an odd sensation. Did he just say he would spare us? As they pondered, their heads felt as though they might detach, in the literal sense. They were about to lose their heads. The moment Yuqing's blade returned to its sheath, the heads of over a dozen men simultaneously separated from their necks, rolling lifelessly to the ground. They were utterly oblivious to when their own executions had occurred. The sight of blood geysers erupting like fountains was quite the spectacle. Yet, Yuqing paid it no heed, turning back to young Li and tossing the horizontal blade to him. His seemingly indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings. Those hidden in the shadows stiffened under his scrutiny, their blood seeming to congeal. Finally, his gaze fell upon Man Shan and Gongsun Tuesday. "Now we can collect the bodies. For a short while, no one should come to court death." Startled, Man Shan and Gongsun Tu nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord." The figures concealed in the shadows regained their senses, their expressions filled with dread as they melted back into the darkness. The annihilation of the Flying Sky sect. This news spread like wildfire across the wasteland, reaching every major force with astonishing speed. They quickly learned that within the Man Kingdom, where the secret realm lay, there existed a formidable and ruthless cultivator. The first to set their sights on the secret realm, the Flying Sky sect, had been utterly eradicated. From the master down, all experts had been slain, tantamount to an obliteration. This revelation sent shockwaves through numerous factions within the wasteland. Though the Flying Sky sect was not considered overwhelmingly powerful, they were certainly not weak. The ease with which Yuqing had extinguished the Flying Sky sect signified that he could do the same to them. This was precisely Yuqing's intention. While he was prepared to kill as many as necessary, he found the incessant influx of them, akin to swarming flies, to be exasperating. Of course, as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Even in the face of a formidable foe, countless factions still cast their eyes upon this place. Chapter 84. Who truly takes him seriously? After all, the unusual phenomena surrounding the emergence of the secret realm had been so spectacular that it evidently signified something extraordinary. There clearly existed a significant opportunity within. Few were willing to simply abandon it. Thus, many remained restless, eager to act. However, the individual who had obliterated the Flying Sky sect possessed extraordinary skills, and prior to the opening of the secret realm, no one intended to be the one to test the waters for others. As a result, no other factions openly approached the entrance of the secret realm for the time being. On the surface, the situation appeared calm, yet beneath, preparations for the ensuing competition for the secret realm's treasures surged like an undercurrent. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. On a particular morning at the Hung Tian Sword sect, the sect master, El Tianchi, was engaged in administrative duties when he received a report. Sect master, the master of the Purple Thunder Sword sect, Master Shun, has arrived. Oh, Brother Shin has come. El Tianqi's gaze shifted, and before he could rise, he heard a hearty laugh resonating from outside. Ha, El old brother, it has been a long time. How is your health? Upon hearing that familiar voice, El Tianqi's expression brightened as he rose to greet him. Exiting the hall, he was met by a robust man with a bearded visage and a coarse appearance, approaching with jovial strides. Brother Shin, you remain as spirited as ever. El Tianqi welcomed him warmly, and the two shared hearty laughter. The Purple Thunder Sword Sect and the Hung Tian Sword Sect were both sword sects within the wasteland, and the sect master Shin Jiutao and El Tianqi shared a deep and long-standing friendship. Once they entered the hall and exchanged pleasantries for a while, El Tianqi finally inquired, Brother Shin, what brings you to the Hung Tian Sword Sect today? Shin Jiutao laughed heartily. El old brother, your question lacks wisdom. Why else would I come at this time? Naturally, it concerns the recently emerged secret realm. Did you not tell me that the Hung Tian Sword Sect has no interest in it? Upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, El Tianqi's expression shifted, as if struck by a sudden realization. However, Shin Jiutao remained oblivious to El Tianqi's unusual demeanor and continued unabated, El old brother, we've both been stagnating at our current levels for some time now. If an opportunity arises, we have no reason to let it slip away that I have heard that the Liuhe sect has already allied with the Jinhuang sect. Yet, if you and I join forces, what is there to fear? The treasures of the secret realm should rightfully belong to our two sects. As his words concluded, Shin Jiutao turned to El Tianqi, expecting an unhesitating agreement, given their similar strengths and deep friendship. He anticipated that the Hung Tian Sword Sect would naturally choose to ally with the Purple Thunder Sword Sect for this endeavor. However, to his surprise, El Tianqi shook his head. Brother Shin, regarding this secret realm, our Hung Tian Sword Sect has no intention of intervening. El Tianqi spoke up. Not only that, I advise your Zile Sword Sect to refrain from involvement as well. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiutao was taken aback. That El brother, what is the reason for this? El Tianqi paused for a moment and replied gravely. This secret realm is entangled with certain matters that are not easily grasped. You must have heard that the Fei Tian men, who arrived at the secret realm first, have been exterminated. Shin Jiutao raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Ha. El brother, you truly have a knack for humor. What is the Fei Tian men? Do I need to elaborate? The entire sect, aside from that Xiang Tian sure, possesses only a modicum of strength, and even that is negligible. If we brothers were to act, who couldn't obliterate the Fei Tian men? Killing that individual was merely a show of force, seemingly to intimidate others, but in reality, who regards it seriously? Have you truly been frightened by it, El brother? You are not one to shy away from such matters. El Tianqi remained silent. In truth, upon hearing the news of the Fei Tian men's destruction, he had learned that it was the work of a single individual, and he surmised that it was most likely related to Yuqing. This confirmed his belief that his earlier decision to abstain from involvement was indeed prudent. However, now faced with Shin Jiutao, he was uncertain how to express this. If he were to mention Yuqing, he could not be sure if the other party would believe him, and should that elder learn of it afterward, blaming him for divulging information without consent would lead to trouble. After a moment of contemplation, El Tianqi spoke. Brother Shin, after all these years of friendship, you ought to know my character. I would never deceive you. The depths of this secret realm are profound. Becoming entangled within it could jeopardize even our lives and fortunes. Thus, I urge you, do not partake in this secret realm. Observing El Tianqi's solemn expression, Shin Jiutao's smile faded. El brother, you jest not? El Tianqi nodded. Of course not. Did you not say that the Liuhe sect and Jinhuang sect have formed an alliance? It is likely that before long, you will realize my words hold truth. Moments later, Shin Jiutao, deep in thought, departed from the Hung Tian Sword Sect and returned to his own Zile Sword Sect. This moment, within the Zile Sword Sect, numerous powerful figures, including several elders, were already prepared. Upon receiving news, they had commenced preparations, awaiting their sect leader to finalize arrangements with the Hung Tian Sword Sect, so that both sects could set out together. However, instead of an alliance from the Hung Tian Sword Sect, they received an unexpected response. Not going, the Grand Elder of the Zile Sword Sect displayed an expression of shock. Sect leader, are you jesting? We are fully prepared, Shin Jiutao replied solemnly. Indeed, our Zile Sword Sect shall not participate in this secret realm. That I have received word from sect leader L of the Hung Tian Sword Sect that this secret realm is extraordinary, entangled with perilous matters that should not be taken lightly. Instantly, an uproar ensued among the crowd. This secret realm is exceptional. How can we simply abandon it? Sect leader, if we do not go, shall we allow the Liuhe sect and Jinhuang sect to seize it unopposed? The opportunity of the secret realm is not only desired by Xinjiotao. Everyone hopes to gain from it. Pio declare we shall not go is hardly convincing. Some even voice their dissent. Sect leader, have you been deceived by El Tianchi of the Hung Tian Sword sect? How does he know of any hidden truths? I believe the Hung Tian Sword sect desires to monopolize the benefits, thus deceiving you. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiotao's gaze turned icy. Impudence, his voice echoed throughout the hall, imbued with a terrifying aura akin to thunder, which immediately stunned the assembly. Shun Jiotao's eyes swept over the crowd as he coldly stated, Sect leader L and I share a bond of life and death. He would never deceive me in such matters. Moreover, even if we abstain, the Luha sect and Jin Huang sect will still vie for the secret realm. What benefit would it be for L's sect leader to deceive us? Does he truly believe his sect can contend with the other two? Do not utter such words again. For this secret realm, our Lei Sword sect shall observe from the sidelines. My decision is final. Chapter 85. Everyone retreat 10 miles, or face death. Yet, despite Shun Jiotao utilizing his position to suppress the matter, once the crowd dispersed, whispers and murmurs filled the air. Not only the elders, but even many disciples expressed their discontent regarding the situation. Observing the vehement opposition from his entire sect, Shun Jiotao could not help but let out a wry smile while sitting in the hall. That brother, I truly trust you. Please do not lead me astray. In truth, not only others, but even Shun Jiotao himself had contemplated changing his mind several times. However, recalling El Tianchi's words, he ultimately suppressed the thought. They had been friends for countless years. He understood this brother well and knew he would never speak without reason. Thus, he placed his faith in him. Meanwhile, as El Tianchi and Shun Jiotao made their decision, other forces in the wilds were stirring restlessly. Some formed alliances while others sought to watch the conflict unfold, hoping to reap the benefits in any case. The entire barbaric nation was rife with turmoil, hidden currents surging beneath the surface. Gongsun, you are indeed clever. The recovering man Shan could not help but give a thumbs up to Gongsun too, saying, given the current situation, not only between us two in the barbaric nation, but even if all the nations of the southern frontier were to unite, they could not secure this secret realm. Indeed, Gongsun too nodded in agreement, feeling he had made an exceedingly wise decision by contacting Yuqing at the first opportunity. Had he not done so, they would likely have perished at the hands of the Fei Tian men, let alone the various experts they had observed around the secret realm, and those they had yet to detect. Meanwhile, 10 miles beyond the secret realm, atop a desolate mountain that offered a panoramic view of the secret realm, stood a middle-aged man and a young servant. My lord, perhaps we should take our leave, the servant suggested. You have always disliked such desolate places. Let us make haste to the next location. The middle-aged man, clad in white garments, with long flowing hair that exuded an air of elegance, smiled lightly and replied, Xiao man, the world is a vast place for cultivation, though I hold no interest in this secret realm. The young friend guarding it possesses a demeanor reminiscent of my youth. I am rather curious to see how he will handle the tempestuous events unfolding in this secret realm. My lord, I believe he is merely a fool dazzled by the secret realm. Although he possesses some minor tricks and cleverness to intimidate others, the results thus far indicate he is overestimating himself. The servant could not help but voice his opinion. If he were wise, he would retreat upon realizing he is outmatched, but if he remains obstinate, the outcome may be dire. The white-clad man fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Clearly, the servant Xiao man's words held merit. Very well, let us depart. Perhaps there is indeed nothing of interest. The white-clad man nodded, gesturing to leave with a wave of his sleeve. However, as if noticing something, he withdrew his hand at the last moment. Observing as Yuqing appeared before the entrance of the secret realm, finding a shaded spot, he set up a tea table with a flick of his hand and leisurely began to brew tea. Hey, this lad possesses some intrigue. The white-clad man's pupil shifted, focusing on Yuqing's actions, revealing a spark of interest. What had initially seemed dull and uninteresting now piqued his curiosity. The secret realm, having manifested in the southern frontier, by convention, belonged to the southern frontier. Thus, others had no right to intrude. Tea this moment. After pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring a sip, Yuqing's voice, infused with energy, resonated throughout the surroundings. I advise all to return whence they came. Clearly, those fixated on this place were not merely the two men atop the desolate mountain, but numerous forces eyeing the secret realm. Little brat, you are far too arrogant. At that moment, a voice resounded, clearly displeased. The instant Yuqing's words fell, a figure emerged, an elder in his 60s, his face shadowed with gloom. You have merely extinguished a small Fei Tian men and truly believe yourself significant? The elder exuded a formidable aura, evidently powerful, surpassing even the former leader of the Fei Tian men. Yet, Yuqing merely cast a fleeting glance at him, returning to his tea. He then raised his voice once more. I've already enjoyed 2 cups of tea. After waiting so long, is this all I get? An old man jumping out. You little brat, I can no longer tolerate you. Indeed, as Yuqing's words fell, several others launched into the air, soon joining in. Elder Yin, this little brat is rather arrogant. He must possess some strength. Why don't we join forces to eliminate him? A graceful beauty, her waist resembling that of a water snake, approached the elder, saying languidly, though the Fei Tian men is a minor sect. They have developed over time. Surely, they possess some resources that this brat might seize. After we eliminate him, we can divide the spoils from the Fei Tian men, treating it as an advance on our gains from this expedition into the secret realm. What say you? Agreed. The elder nodded first. We concur. Several individuals who had jumped out nodded in agreement, subsequently directing their gaze towards Yuqing. They encircled him, advancing with the intent to strike, effectively cutting off his escape route. The battle was on the verge of erupting. What was initially anticipated to be a back-and-forth confrontation turned out to be a swift massacre. Within mere moments, several assailants fell victim to Yuqing's prowess. Only the woman who had instigated the assault remained, trembling in terror as she knelt on the ground. Please, don't kill me. I can be your dog. I will do whatever you command, as she pleaded in horror. She desperately exposed her figure, hoping it might spare her life. Yet, what awaited her was a powerful punch, one that was even more brutal than those dealt to the others. In her final moments, she was subjected to utter humiliation. With her demise, the remaining concealed onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes filled with trepidation. They had clearly underestimated the capabilities of such a formidable expert emerging from this remote region of Nanjiang. And this was precisely the effect Yuqing sought. Since entering this secret realm, he had never contemplated adopting a low profile. You have 10 breaths to retreat 10 miles away. Otherwise, you will perish. Had this been stated earlier, the various powers present would have dismissed it with scorn. After all, the forces that dared to approach, knowing Yuqing had obliterated Feishimen, were not weaker than Feishimen itself. However, after witnessing Yuqing's swift execution of several foes, their perceptions drastically shifted. Whether it was the sinister old man or the beautiful woman struck down by Yuqing, their strength was not to be underestimated. Many present were on par with them. If Yuqing could easily eliminate the old man, he could undoubtedly do the same to the rest. In an instant, numerous factions chose to withdraw, opting not to provoke Yuqing. Soon, the atmosphere around the secret realm grew significantly quieter. Yet, in a camp several miles away from Yuqing, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. At the forefront was a middle-aged man of opulent stature. Slightly plump. One might mistake him for an ordinary wealthy merchant, but those familiar with the forces of the wasteland would recognize him as the esteemed leader of the Liuhe sect, Sun Fu. He had witnessed the earlier scene of Yuqing's slaughter. Observing the multitude of factions retreating in fear, an elder from the Liuhe sect could not help but inquire, "Sect leader, what should we do now?" "Just a skirmish among the weak," Sun Fu scoffed derisively. "That rabble fears him. Do they think they can intimidate us, the Liuhe sect? What can they do to us?" The elder, hearing this, nodded sheepishly. He had sensed Yuqing's formidable strength, which had prompted his question. Yet, he suddenly remembered that he was not the only one present. Many high-ranking members of the Liuhe sect were also there. It's the Jinhuang sect, and the two sword sects that have yet to reveal themselves that we need to be wary of. Besides, the secret realm has not truly opened yet. Let that boy frolic for the time being. Sun Fu continued, to exaggerate, if the Liuhe sect were to act, a single spit from each of us could drown this boy. The true contest lies solely among our major sections. His words were met with consensus from the other Liuhe sect members. Among them, very few genuinely regarded Yuqing as a threat. However, just as they were complacent, a blinding flash of blade light suddenly surged forth. Wherever the blade light struck, the earth seemed to split apart, like a pillar of light descending from the heavens upon the Liuhe sect members. The rotund Sun Fu, standing at the front with his hands clasped behind his back, was the first to face this onslaught. He was instantly slain. Many elders behind him were thrown into chaos. With several sustaining fatal injuries, the remaining elders gaped in horror, their eyes wide as they stared at their leader, now severed into two halves, bloodshot with disbelief. The sect leader is dead, in their panic. Someone shouted, their voice trembling with fear. In their despair, they realized another wave of blade light was descending upon them. The surviving elders could only watch as the blade light loomed larger and larger in their vision. In an instant, the entire Liuhe sect was annihilated. Concurrently, in another encampment not far from the Liuhe sect, another group of over a dozen individuals had gathered, The aura emanating from them was equally formidable. Rivaling that of the Liuhe sect, sect leader, let the other sects retreat. We of the Jinhuang sect need not regard such a threat. An elder addressed a young man clad in black standing at the forefront. Indeed, the black-clad youth, known as the renowned sect leader of the Jinhuang sect, Shi Wuming, replied nonchalantly. The next moment, they witnessed two beams of blade light erupting from the Liuhe sect's direction. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they found a similar blade light hurtling toward them. In an instant, the destructive force was poised to engulf them. Suddenly, Shi Wuming dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "I am willing to lead my sect in submission." In that moment, he almost forced the words out. The instant his plea fell from his lips, the descending blade light halted, suspended half a foot above his head. As he gazed up at the ominous blade light, laden with destructive power, Shi Wuming swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The elders behind him, still grappling with the urgency of the moment, had not yet grasped the gravity of the Liuhe sect's fate. Yet, as the leader of the Liuhe sect, he clearly witnessed Sun Fu being cleaved in two and the entirety of the Liuhe sect being obliterated by two strikes, having been in a long-standing rivalry with the Liuhe sect. He was acutely aware of its strength. A single strike that could slay Sun Fu would undoubtedly yield the same result if it fell upon him. Thus, in that critical moment, he had uttered the words of submission to preserve his life. It was that he lacked resolve. Faced with absolute power and means, his spirit faltered. The resilience he once boasted would only lead him to share the same grim fate as the Liuhe sect. Behind him, the elders of the Jinhuang sect began to realize the severity of their situation. Comprehending the annihilation of the Liuhe sect, they looked up at the blade light hovering above their sect leader's head. They exchanged glances, a wave of fear washing over them. Had their leader not decisively made that choice, had that individual opted for them instead of the Liuhe sect, they would have met the same dire end. They could hardly fathom that the Yuqing they had dismissed was, in fact, endowed with such overwhelming strength. That moment, the blade light hovering above their heads suddenly retracted, leaving behind a single phrase, "You may approach now." Shi Wuming, with a complex expression, slowly rose and turned his gaze toward the elders behind him. Though they too bore complicated expressions, their looks toward their leader were imbued with understanding. For Shi Wuming's decision not only saved himself, but also spared them. While the weight of the words lead in submission was immense, without them, they would have long since become victims of the blade. Thus, this elite group of the Jinhuang sect, under Shi Wuming's guidance, approached Yuqing with trepidation. This scene was not lost on the factions that had chosen to withdraw. 10 miles away, the gathered crowd exchanged glances, gasping in disbelief. Chapter 87. Yuqing's control over hearts. The eyes of the crowd were filled with palpable fear and trepidation. As fellow forces of the wasteland, they were acutely aware of the strength of both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect, witnessing the annihilation of one and the submission of the other. They realized that had they hesitated even slightly, they too would have found themselves in dire straits. The members of the Jinhuang sect approached Yuqing, their expressions fraught with complexity, beneath the shade of the trees. The young man remained sipping tea. This juncture, no one would regard him as merely a youth. Shi Wuming and the others appeared tense. In truth, this was their first genuine encounter with Yuqing. "We pay our respects, Senior." Shi Wuming led the Jinhuang sect members in a formal greeting. "Please, be seated." Yuqing lifted his gaze, gesturing for Shi Wuming to take a seat, glancing nervously at Yuqing. Unsure of his intentions, Shi Wuming, acutely aware of the precariousness of his own life, cautiously seated himself opposite Yuqing. Yuqing poured a cup of tea for Shi Wuming. He spoke leisurely. "No need to be so tense. Drink this cup of tea, and then take an oath before the heavens, and you shall be one of us." Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming felt a weight in his heart. Yuqing's seemingly casual remark was, in reality, immensely significant for them. After all, an oath before the heavens was not to be taken lightly. Those who dared to breach it would face divine retribution. Their souls obliterated. Upon the issuance of the heavenly oath, they were compelled to heed the commands of Yuqing, bound by the constraints of the oath, and none dared to defy it. Even if Yuqing commanded them to march to their deaths, they had no choice but to comply. The plea for mercy was a declaration made by themselves, not a coercion from Yuqing. Shi Wuming, however, acted decisively. Glancing at the tea before him, he lifted the cup and drained its contents, then rose and raised his finger. "I, Shi Wuming, hereby establish a heavenly oath, willingly submitting to my esteemed predecessor. Should I transgress this vow, may my soul be obliterated." Witnessing their leader's actions, the other elders dared not delay. Promptly following Shi Wuming in swearing the heavenly oath. "We pay our respects, esteemed one." After all had sworn their oaths, The assembly bowed in unison to Yuqing. Excellent. Yuqing smiled and continued. Now, proceed to fulfill the first task I have assigned to you. We await your command, esteemed one. Shi Wuming inquired nervously, apprehensive about what Yuqing would demand of them. The Liuhe sect requires your attention, Yuqing replied, his pupils narrowing. Clearly, Yuqing intended to eliminate future threats. He was never a paragon of virtue. Having reached this point of no return, he sought to eradicate any potential complications that might arise at this. Shi Wuming's gaze involuntarily shifted. He understood that this declaration amounted to a death sentence for the Liuhe sect. In the desolate future, the Liuhe sect would cease to exist. Even as a first-hand witness, the thought of the Liuhe sect, once on par with the Jinhuang sect, vanishing from the world stirred a sense of melancholy within him. It truly validated the saying, one can never predict what will transpire in the next moment. Moreover, you may take the remaining resources of the Liuhe sect for your use. Utilize them as needed. I shall retrieve what I require in due course, Yuqing added. Upon hearing this, the members of the Jinhuang sect, including Shi Wuming, felt a wave of gratitude wash over them as they regarded Yuqing. They understood that the Liuhe sect, as one of the prominent sects in the desolate lands, possessed a foundation that was undoubtedly comparable to that of the Jinhuang sect, although they dared not truly utilize it. Yuqing's words indicated that, despite their oaths, he regarded them as individuals rather than mere pawns to be commanded at will. This instilled a sense of dignity within them. Rest assured, esteemed one, we shall complete the task. Shi Wuming proclaimed, bowing respectfully, with Sun Fu and many of the elders deceased, leading the charge against the remnants of the Liuhe sect would require little effort on his part. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Yuqing replied with a faint smile. Once the matter with the Liuhe sect is resolved, I will need you to return to help maintain order here. Hearing this, Shi Wuming glanced around and nodded. Clearly grasping Yuqing's intent, under Yuqing's iron-fisted measures, most would refrain from causing trouble. Yet, with the mystic realm ahead, no one could predict what would transpire when it truly opened, after Shi Wuming and his companions departed. Tranquility returned to the surroundings of the mystic realm. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away on a desolate mountain, a white-clad man accompanied by his attendants could not suppress a smile. That I must admit, I underestimated this situation. The white-clad man chuckled, turning his gaze toward his attendant. Xiaoman's face flushed, evidently embarrassed by the earlier remarks that now seemed misguided in light of current events. Ha ha ha, Xiaoman. What do you think of my decision to take this individual as my disciple? The white-clad man inquired with a grin. Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the case, esteemed one? You have traversed countless realms and encountered innumerable prodigies, yet you have never felt inclined to take on a disciple until now. This young man hardly compares to the talents we've encountered over the years. Shaking his head, Xiaoman's expression was one of confusion and doubt. That I acknowledge that I misjudged this individual, but considering those we've seen in the past, he hardly ranks among the foremost. Your legacy is exceptional. Please reconsider. Not at all. Not at all. The white-clad man waved his hand dismissively, laughing. A person's achievements derive from several factors: innate talent, strength, and lineage. However, whether one can ascend to greatness ultimately depends on their methods, actions, style, and fortune. Thus, the future accomplishments of an individual cannot be dictated by merely 2 or 3 elements. That a genius may perish prematurely, while a rat in the gutter might yet turn its fortunes around. As for my decision to take on a disciple, I'm no longer concerned with external factors, the white-clad man declared, raising his finger thoughtfully. What I seek is simply someone who appeals to my eye. This young fellow's mannerisms increasingly resemble my own from my youth. Let us observe him for a while longer. When the time is right, you may accompany me to take him as my disciple. Ha ha, understood, esteemed one, Xiaoman replied, thoroughly convinced by the white-clad man's rationale, feeling that the young man under the shade was indeed fortunate, having attracted the attention of his master without any effort. Chapter 88. This foresight certainly merits a lifetime of application. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. The news of the Liuhe sect's obliteration and the Jinhuang sect's capitulation spread like wildfire throughout the desolate lands, far swifter than the earlier reports of the Feitian sect's demise. The entire region erupted in commotion. After all, the Feitian sect was considered a lesser entity among the sects of the desolate lands, with many factions on par or even superior to it. In contrast, both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect represented true first-tier forces within the desolate realm. Few could rival either when considered independently. Thus, the annihilation of one and the subjugation of the other at the mystic realm's threshold sent shockwaves through the populace. The Jinhuang sect had suffered losses, But the Liuhe sect's leader and core members had been utterly wiped out. Though some minor figures remained, they were insignificant and would soon be consumed by other factions. Moreover, not only these two sects suffered, numerous renowned powerhouses, such as the enigmatic Elder Yin, met similar fates before the mystic realm. The ripple effect was profound, marking a genuine turning point in the landscape. When the news reached the Zilei Sword sect, Sect Master Xinjiotao was engaged in a tea session with several elders. Once a rough man, he had taken to refining himself in recent years and began to appreciate the art of tea. During their tea gathering, a few close elders expressed their dissatisfaction regarding the sect master's decision to abstain from the mystic realm, prompting Xinjiotao to offer a conciliatory smile. Simultaneously, he had dispatched scouts to monitor developments within the mystic realm. Indeed, before they had finished their tea, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. When they heard the report, the sound of teacups shattering filled the air as the elders reacted in disbelief. What? The Liuhe sect has been destroyed. The Jinhuang sect surrendered to avoid annihilation, and it was all at the hands of a single individual. How can this be possible? The usually composed Grand Elder was so taken aback that tea spilled onto his beard, leaving him no time to clean it as he turned to look at Xinjiotao. Remain calm, Xinjiotao replied, seemingly unfazed as he lifted his teacup and sipped, exuding an air of confidence and foresight. Did I not warn you all? The mystic realm is not to be trifled with in an instant. The elders, now grasping the situation, gazed at their sect master with a mix of awe and respect. As fellow first-tier forces in the desolate lands, both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect were not much different from the Zilei Sword sect. If either could be extinguished, so too could they. Had it not been for their sect master's decisive stance against the mystic realm, their names might have been among those circulating in whispers of doom. The thought sent shivers down their spines. As they reflected on this, their gazes toward Xinjiotao were filled with gratitude and admiration. If not for your foresight, the consequences would have been dire, they acknowledged. Truly, sect master possesses foresight. I am ashamed to have doubted your wisdom earlier. Thanks to our esteemed leader, we have avoided the fate of the Liuhe sect. At that moment, the elders rose and clasped their fists in salute, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Xinjiotao took a calm sip of tea. Without this level of insight, how could one lead a sect? The elders bowed in unison again. Our sect master is truly wise. Just then, an observant elder noticed that Xinjiotao's cup was already empty, and the sect master was sipping air with a serene expression. Meanwhile, his other hand, hidden behind his back, trembled uncontrollably, suggesting that he was not as composed as he appeared. The elder opened his mouth, but ultimately decided to keep this observation to himself. Meanwhile, the news also reached the Hongtian Sword sect. Within the grand hall, Lu Chanqi sat at the head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Beside him, his pupil Ling Qiao's expression shifted dramatically. Although they were aware of Yuqing's formidable presence in the southern region and had anticipated that the Liuhe sect's pursuit of the mystic realm might end in vain, they had never envisioned such a catastrophic outcome. Both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect facing extinction, the desolate lands were on the brink of a monumental transformation, altering a long-standing status quo due to the emergence of the mystic realm. Master is truly perceptive, Ling Qiao remarked. Beside him, Ling Qiao could not help but clasp her hands, expressing her heartfelt admiration aloud. Not only did her master resist temptation and refrain from meddling in the secrets of the southern wilderness, but he also established a rapport with that individual well in advance. Such foresight was indeed worthy of her lifelong study. She deeply understood the wisdom imparted by her master, to maintain humility while venturing into the world, to hold reverence for others, and to recognize the profound truth that there are always greater skies and more capable individuals beyond oneself. In the ensuing 2 days, news spread throughout the wasteland. Under the leadership of Jin Huangzong, the unnamed force from the west launched an assault on the Liuhe sect, leading to its official annihilation on that day. Although this outcome had long been anticipated, the moment Liuhe sect ceased to exist, a wave of emotions washed over the observers. Meanwhile, as the wasteland buzzed with discussions regarding the downfall of Liuhe sect, the surroundings of the secret realm remained eerily tranquil. Due to the system, Yuqing found material possessions to be less alluring than before. Normally, a secret realm would not warrant such concern, yet for some inexplicable reason, this particular realm seemed to possess an unseen force drawing him in. Under the shade of a tree, Yuqing savored a sip of tea and cast his gaze towards the portal suspended above him. The taboo still loomed large. It appeared that the day of its opening was still some time away. In this world, taboos were akin to formations, albeit with a more sophisticated nomenclature. Yuqing had some expertise in formations. Even before he acquired the system 2 decades ago, he had engaged in research, not to mention the insights he had gleaned from numerous masters of formations after obtaining the system. Thus, he harbored a notion of forcefully breaching the taboo to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of his own strength and the potential consequences of such an action. Despite the 99.98 likelihood of ensuring his safety, the remaining 0.02 uncertainty loomed ominously that it was far too risky. Perhaps it was best to wait, he mused as he pondered. He could not help but set down his cup. His gaze directed forward that a man clad in white was approaching, accompanied by a servant. Remarkably, what had seemed like a distant figure mere moments ago was now within mere strides of him, even from afar. The man in white had greeted him with a benevolent smile. Chapter 89. Are you here to show off? Young friend, would you not invite me for a cup of tea? In the next moment, the man in white arrived within 10 paces of Yuqing. Leisurely speaking, of course, Yuqing replied with a smile, gesturing towards the seat opposite him. He had already sensed the presence of this man, who felt somewhat different from the others vying for the secrets of the realm. The man in white, eschewing any formalities, took a seat across from Yuqing, while Xiaoman stood beside him. This tea is exquisite, he remarked after savoring a sip, pushing the cup forward to signal Yuqing to refill it. Unfazed, Yuqing obliged, pouring him more hot water. Are you not concerned that I am here to compete with you for the secrets of the realm? After a couple of cups of tea, the man in white asked with a leisurely smile. You are not here to contend for the secrets. Yuqing shook his head. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The man in white inquired, intrigued. Because you are here to show off, Yuqing replied candidly, though I am unsure of your motives. I know your interest in the secret realm is rather minimal. The man in white paused, momentarily taken aback. The hint of embarrassment crossed his gentle, refined face, as Yuqing's words had indeed exposed his earlier pretentiousness. After all, he had intended to display some prowess upon entering, especially since he was about to accept a disciple with such a distinct personality. He had not anticipated that his little schemes would be so effortlessly unveiled by Yuqing. Scratching his nose, the man in white blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. He took a sip of tea, redirecting his gaze to Yuqing with a bemused expression that in conversations, the energy of dialogue is crucial. To guide the other party along one's narrative is to seize the reins of the conversation, thus making it easier to sway hearts and minds. From Yuqing's perspective, this suddenly appearing enigmatic figure, whose cultivation level and intentions were inscrutable, should have elicited his curiosity. Shouldn't he be speculating about the man's motives? Yet, if Yuqing posed a question, he would assume control of the dialogue. However, Yuqing seemed engrossed in his tea, refilling his cup leisurely, appearing even less hurried than the man in white. The atmosphere became oddly tense, marked by an unusual silence. Are you not curious about my purpose in seeking you out? The man in white finally could no longer contain himself. It is you who sought me, not the other way around. Yuqing replied with a smile. So, if you have something to discuss, should it not be you who speaks? Ah, it seems you have a point. The man in white frowned slightly, realizing the truth in Yuqing's words. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly placed himself at a disadvantage in their interaction. As for Yuqing, he merely found the man in white peculiar. His ostentatious entrance and feigned mystery seemed rather unnecessary at that moment. The man in white was evidently unsure how to proceed. To candidly express his intention to take on a disciple. Given Yuqing's current demeanor, he would most likely be rebuffed. He feared that such a rejection would complicate any future interactions. Thus, he hesitated to broach the subject. However, he devised a plan to draw closer first, believing there would be an opportunity to showcase his abilities and earn Yuqing's trust, eventually leading to a moment when he could propose the idea of discipleship. I am Li Xianbai. I happened upon this place and observed the secret realm's opening. I found your actions reminiscent of my own style, hence my desire to forge a connection and perhaps make a friend that. The man in white introduced himself, speaking genuine words. However, the pretense of friendship veiled his true intention of recruiting a disciple. Thus, Yuqing remained oblivious to any ulterior motives. Though Li Xianbai was somewhat eccentric, Yuqing detected no hostility from him. If he were indeed an enemy, Yuqing would show no mercy. If he extended goodwill, Yuqing was open to accepting it. He firmly believed that having more friends opens more paths. I see. Yuqing nodded with a smile, refilling Li Xianbai's cup. To be truthful, I did exhibit a hint of ostentation earlier. I feared that without displaying some skill, you might not regard me highly, Li Xianbai remarked with a chuckle. His explanation was adeptly articulated, alleviating any potential annoyance while justifying his earlier display. Haha, you overestimate me, my friend, Yuqing replied, not giving it much thought. As Li Xianbai's rationale was indeed plausible, since we are to be friends, shall we exchange tea for wine and indulge a bit? Yuqing suggested with a grin. Excellent. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Li Xianbai echoed with a smile. Soon, both men produced their treasured bottles of wine, filling each other's cups. Fine wine. Indeed, Li Xianbai exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration that they toasted and drank. Several casks of wine were soon emptied. While the merriment flowed, Li Xianbai never lost sight of his initial objective. During their toasting, he unintentionally glanced towards the direction of the secret realm. My dear brother, you seem quite intrigued by this secret realm. I have a thought. Would you care to hear it? Li Xianbai could not help but voice. Please, go ahead. Yuqing encouraged. The celestial phenomena surrounding this secret realm are growing increasingly intense. The petty nuisances you previously dismissed are inconsequential. But who knows if they might attract genuine experts? Thus, I pondered. If you were to collect the treasures within the secret realm before it fully opens, would that not be a more prudent course of action? Li Xianbai mused. By the time the secret realm truly opens, you could have already secured your treasures and departed. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon hearing this, Yuqing chuckled, then shook his head. While your reasoning is sound, the entrance to the secret realm is laden with numerous taboos. Breaking through to enter prematurely is no easy feat. This, Li Xianbai smiled, slightly lifting his chin as he spoke leisurely. To be honest, I have researched formations extensively over the years. While I cannot claim to be a master, I possess considerable knowledge and experience with many formations, including taboos. Chapter 90. A solid 60 assurance. Yuqing's eyes brightened, astonished as he regarded Li Xianbai. The man's confidence suggested he must have substantial assurance in his abilities. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Yuqing's face, Li Xianbai chuckled softly. Before this future disciple, he aimed to elicit precisely this reaction. With a hint of pride, he remarked, if I can share this with you, it certainly indicates a considerable degree of confidence he spoke. He raised a finger. 60%. I possess a solid 60% certainty. What do you think? After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Yuqing, hoping to see fervor reflected in his eyes. However, after hearing his words, Yuqing, who had been brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Elder brother, perhaps we should continue drinking, he stammered. What do you mean by that? Li Xianbai asked, confusion etched on his face. Does my junior brother think 60% is insufficient? It's not that it's insufficient, merely that Yuqing could not help but swirl the wine in his cup. How should I put it? A 60% certainty, in my view, is akin to having none at all. That entails a full 40% chance of mishap. The risk is simply too great. If I were to speak on my own behalf, I would have an even greater certainty, yet I have not resolved to proceed. It would be wiser to patiently await the opening of the secret realm. However, such sentiments were difficult to articulate. So after a moment of contemplation, he said, while the confidence is indeed substantial, it also carries significant risks. I still believe it prudent to wait for the secret realm to open. Li Xianbai pondered this for a moment. Indeed, while he had no interest in the secret realm, having his own path to tread, he could not predict the consequences of prematurely venturing into it. Very well, since my junior brother feels this way, we shall let it be. Li Xianbai conceded. I worry for you, my junior brother. This secret realm is creating quite a stir. What if powerful figures arrive? Will you be able to confront them? At this point, he hesitated slightly, then retrieved a jade pendant from his sleeve, placing it on the tea table. A token of our camaraderie. I present this jade pendant to you. Li Xianbai said with a smile. Seeing this, the young woman beside him, Xiaoman, could not help but display a look of alarm. She opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a glare from Li Xianbai. How can I accept this? Yuqing reached out to take the jade pendant, feeling a refreshing chill emanate from it, uncertain of what material it was crafted from. Please, my junior brother, do accept it, Li Xianbai urged with a languid smile. Since you are so gracious, I shall accept it, Yuqing replied, tucking the pendant away. He then pulled out a small sculpture from his sleeve and pushed it toward Li Xianbai. I in the spirit of reciprocity. Since you have gifted me something, I ought to present you with a token as well. Yuqing said with a smile. This is a carving I made myself. Although it may not be exquisite, it carries my heartfelt intentions. Very well. I shall accept it. Li Xianbai scrutinized the sculpture, finding it to be rather ordinary and giving it little thought before stowing it away in his sleeve. As he accepted it, Yuqing smiled. This was one of the wooden carvings he had carried with him after his ability to transmute stone into gold. After the transformation, it had automatically recognized him as its master. Now, having gifted it to Li Xianbai, Yuqing commanded the carving to act as a protector for him. Although Yuqing could perceive that Li Xianbai was no weakling, he believed that if Li Xianbai were to encounter a crisis, this sculpture might prove helpful. Today has been truly delightful that I preemptively wish my junior brother a successful outcome in the secret realm, that I shall take my leave now, and may we meet again by chance. At this moment, Li Xianbai slowly rose to bid farewell. Understanding the importance of knowing when to withdraw, he also reminded Yuqing to keep the jade pendant close to him. After their farewells, Li Xianbai departed with Xiao Man. As they walked away, Xiao Man's face was filled with perplexity. Master, why did you give him the warm heart jade? That jade can carry a portion of your power. Automatically protecting its owner, it is an exceedingly precious item. You only have 3, one given to the young lady and one to the family head. He is to be my future disciple. There is no issue in bestowing it upon him in advance. Li Xianbai replied, of course, at this stage, I will also protect him from the shadows. After all, the commotion surrounding the secret realm is growing. Whether he can handle the pressure ahead remains uncertain. That warm heart jade should ideally be reserved for a critical moment in the future, as using it even once will diminish the power it can hold. Therefore, keep a close watch on it. With that, the two returned to the desolate mountain. With a wave of his hand, Li Xianbai unleashed a force that seemed to isolate everything around them. Let us try not to let this young man realize that I am secretly safeguarding him. Only when he truly encounters danger should I intervene, so that he may appreciate my assistance. Li Xianbai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance toward the secret realm, a serene smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, a colossal flying vessel soared through the sky. Akin to a behemoth, cleaving through the clouds, a large black flag stood tall atop the vessel, emblazoned with the vivid words Duhan, fighting soul. As the vessel passed, the onlookers were filled with awe. For this flying vessel belonged to the true first power of the wasteland, the Duhan sect. The Duhan sect's status in the wasteland was unparalleled. No other sect could compare, while the Hongtian Sword sect and the Lihua sect were considered first-rate powers. Collectively, they were no match for the Duhan sect. This very vessel alone could overpower any sect in the wasteland. At that moment, a large crowd of powerful figures from various factions in the wasteland gathered ahead of the vessel. We bow to Dawn, they proclaimed. It is said that fortune favors those with destiny, yet the south border secret realm is currently monopolized by one person. Many factions in the wasteland have suffered losses. We beseech the Duan sect to take action on our behalf. Indeed, that individual is too overbearing. The secret realm is clearly a neutral territory, yet he brazenly claims it for himself, driving all the powers of the wasteland away, even subjugating the Jinhan sect and commanding them to completely annihilate the Lihua sect. This is truly an affront. As if there were no one left to oppose him, we implore the Duhan sect to intervene and eliminate this menace. The roadblocks were the various factions that had been driven away by Yuqing. They feared Yuqing and dared not contest the secret realm, but could not swallow their indignation. Hence they united to seek out the Duhan sect. As the flying vessel came to a halt, a young man in white appeared on the front deck. He had a stern countenance, long flowing hair, and his eyes revealed no emotion. Yet there was an air of arrogance, as if the entire world were beneath his notice. He first cast a disdainful glance at the crowd from the wasteland, then spoke in a calm and undeniable tone, "Send a few people to bring the Jinhan sect's leader to me." Chapter 91. A magnificent house soared through the sky. At this moment, the true terror of the Duhan sect was on full display. As the words of the young man in white fell, several streaks of light shot forth from the vessel. Merely 2 hours later, the Jinhan sect leader, Shi Wuming, was brought before the young man. Ho Gongzi, Shi Wuming stammered as he gazed at the youth before him, feeling somewhat anxious. "There is no need to be nervous, sect leader Shi," the young man in white said calmly. "That I summoned you here not for any other reason, but simply to hear your account of the events that transpired in the secret realm that day. Is that so?" Only then did Shi Wuming relax slightly. The Duhan sect was the absolute giant of the wasteland. And although this young man was merely a minor sect leader, he genuinely wished to avoid becoming adversaries with him if possible. Thus, he recounted the events of that day in the secret realm in detail. Naturally, he was somewhat vague in his descriptions of Yuqing, omitting anything that might disclose his true nature. He skirted around any information that could betray Yuqing's secrets. Other details, however, could easily be gathered. For many were present during the Lihua sect's demise, not just the Jinhan sect. The reason for this was not solely due to their subjugation by Yuqing. More importantly, Yuqing had afforded them dignity, treating them not as mere servants. Compared to the Lihua sect, they bore no animosity toward Yuqing and even felt a hint of gratitude. After finishing, Shi Wuming anxiously awaited the young man's response. "Very well, you may leave," the young man said after a prolonged silence. Waving his hand, Shi Wuming's countenance brightened. scarcely able to believe how easily he could depart. Thank you, Ho Gongzi. He quickly exited the vessel. Meanwhile, around the vessel, countless onlookers from the wasteland expressed their confusion. Why did he let Shi Wuming go? Indeed, Shi Wuming has already submitted to that individual from the south border. He should have been executed. Many voiced their concerns, eager to stir discord. The young man in white, however, remained expressionless, sweeping his hand to silence all noise. Behind him, an elder approached. Young master, that Shi Wuming was not entirely forthcoming. I am aware. The young man replied calmly, we have come for the secret realm, and in my view, we ought not to have let him go. The elder insisted. Mo Lao, you are mistaken. The young man shook his head. His omissions are of little consequence to me. What can a freshly subjugated individual truly know? As he spoke, the young man leisurely rose to his feet. While we have indeed come for the secret realm, both the individual from the south border and Shi Wuming are, in essence, not our enemies. Therefore, at this juncture, we may choose to assert our dominance to claim the rights to the secret realm. And we should not discount the possibility of allying with the individual from the south border. If we were to eliminate Shi Wuming outright, we would immediately position ourselves as adversaries to that person, effectively closing off any potential for cooperation. Moreover, as the next heir of the Duhan sect, I have come to seize the secret realm at the behest of our sect leader, which in truth serves as a test for me. I am acutely aware that my every action will be scrutinized by many discerning eyes. Thus, it is imperative that I proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing these words, the elder displayed a look of admiration. Unable to restrain himself from bowing respectfully, acknowledging the young master's thoughtful consideration, therefore, it would be prudent for us to remain discreet on this occasion. Let us temporarily conceal this flying vessel. After declaring this, the young man in white slightly levitated, ascending above the vessel. With a flick of his wrist, the enormous ship transformed into a stream of light and vanished into his sleeve. That he chuckled softly. Let us depart. As for those individuals in the wasteland, there is no need to pay them any mind. The young man uttered these words with indifference, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing from the perplexed gazes of the various powerful factions in the wasteland. Before long, the members of the Duhan sect arrived in the southern region. The landscape here is indeed quite barren. The young man in white extended his hand, feeling the spatial surroundings, and frowned slightly. Young master, what shall we do next? We await your guidance. The followers behind him bowed respectfully. First, let us find a place to settle down. As for the secret realm, the young man's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at the two enchanting women behind him. Lure, Jiamian, you shall go and investigate that person's background. See if they can be of use to me. If they're of average caliber, bring them back to me. If they prove interesting, report back. The young man stated calmly. Understood, young master. The two women swayed their hips as they stepped forward. They were not human, but rather a six-eared cat demon and a masked fox, both formidable subordinates cultivated by the young man. Tasks that were inconvenient for him were often effectively handled by them. Indeed, I have full confidence in their capabilities. The elder beside him nodded. Given their status as demon beasts with unique skills and formidable realms, ordinary human practitioners would hardly pose a challenge to them. In a place like the southern region, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could sweep through effortlessly. After receiving their orders, the two women swiftly transformed into streaks of light and flew towards the direction of the barbaric nation. The scenery here is quite pleasant. Not far from the secret realm, there lies a picturesque location with a courtyard standing proudly. This courtyard is none other than the Moshui courtyard of the southern nation. Upon receiving a command from Yuqing, this grand house traversed mountains and rivers, flying to its current location. Consequently, many have recently witnessed this astonishing spectacle of a massive structure soaring through the sky. Meanwhile, the four demons and the little carp who had remained at home, accompanying the house on its flight, were filled with excitement. Only the Hydra felt utterly despondent. With his intellect, it was beyond comprehension what kind of sorcery this could be. He silently cursed himself for having inadvertently stepped into such a quagmire. Another source of his despair was that the little carp had achieved a breakthrough once again. His desire to regain his freedom from the contract was becoming increasingly distant. Of course, upon learning of the Hydra's identity, Yuqing had no intention of eliminating him. After all, he was now bound by contract to the little carp, whose life and death were in his hands. It would be more beneficial to utilize him rather than dispose of him. Disciple, you are now a true practitioner and need not linger by my side. If you wish, venture out and hone your skills throughout the southern region. As Yuqing administered the potion to the four demons, he turned to the little carp, speaking gently. Understood, master. The little carp blinked, his young mind not grasping everything. Yet he understood that whatever master said was absolute. In no time, he packed his belongings, with the Hydra perched on his shoulder, embarking on a journey afar. Yuqing smiled, untroubled. After all, with the little carp's current strength. He was capable of self-preservation. It was undoubtedly advantageous for him to gain experience in the southern region. However, not long after the little carp set off, a jubilant voice erupted from Emo Sanson. I have broken through. I, Emo Sanson, have achieved a breakthrough. Thank you, Master, in the envious gazes of the other 3 demons. Emo Sanson knelt in excitement, his comical appearance exacerbated by the side effects of the potion. Oh, you've broken through, have you? Yuqing observed the potion list, noting that while the enhancement potion had been successfully concocted, the side effects were considerable. He then instructed Emo Sanson, find a suitable place to consolidate your breakthrough and return to continue testing the potions afterward. Thank you, Master. Emo Sanson replied enthusiastically, then turned to the other demons, saying, eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, accompany me to protect me. The 3 demons nodded and hurried outside the courtyard, preparing to find a place to break through. Meanwhile, 2 shadows appeared silently outside the courtyard. If my conjecture is correct, the person the young master instructed us to investigate resides here. The masked fox emitted a chilling laugh. While speaking, her face underwent a bizarre transformation, shifting from that of a pure young girl to an aged crone, and then to a charming woman. The 6-eared cat demon beside her remained quiet, though the 3 pairs of ears hidden in her hair subtly twitched, sensing someone emerging. Someone is coming, the 6-eared cat demon remarked. Soon after, 4 figures leapt out from the courtyard. 4 individuals. Could they be that person's subordinates? If so, let us capture them and extract information about their master. The masked fox cackled. Allow me to handle this. You stay here and keep watch. After the 6-eared cat demon nodded, the masked fox transformed into a streak of light and pursued the 4 small beings. Surrender easily, as the masked fox's claws began to materialize. She lunged toward Emo Sanson and the others. However, as she closed the distance, the moment Emo Sanson's face came into view, her mind went blank. She completely forgot the orders from the Duhun sect's young master and the purpose of her arrival. Her thoughts were consumed by the visage of Emo Sanson, a paragon of beauty, utterly captivating. The masked fox struggled to dispel the thought, but found it impossible to banish Emo Sanson from her mind. In that instant, Emo Sanson also turned to face her. In truth, they had sensed each other's presence long before the masked fox had approached. Damn it, this is not just any pretty face. Realizing the gaze from Emo Sanson, the masked fox hastily covered her face, retracting her attack as she landed, transforming her countenance into that of an unblemished beauty. So, you are but a small demon beast, Emo Sanson observed the masked fox coolly, asking icily, speak. What is your purpose in following us? I have no ulterior motive, the masked fox quickly explained, her demeanor pitiful, fearing Emo Sanson would misinterpret her intentions. I just couldn't help but follow. What should we do? Kill her, or what? Emo Xiaoxi looked to Emo Sanson. This fox seems to be of some significance, but my breakthrough is paramount. After capturing her, 4th brother, you will guard her, and I will inquire later. Emo Sanson decided to understood. In response, Emo Sanson led the charge against the masked fox. The masked fox made no attempt to resist, allowing herself to be effortlessly captured by Emo Sanson. 4th brother, watch over her. Emo Sanson ordered before taking eldest brother and second brother to pursue their breakthrough. Stay put and behave, Emo Xiaoxi commanded the masked fox sternly. When will he return? The masked fox asked hopefully. Who? Emo Xiaoxi inquired. You, the one you refer to as 3rd brother, San Lang, the masked fox blushed, questioning. San Lang? Emo Xiaoxi paused, then smacked her, admonishing, do not refer to 3rd brother in such an unpleasant manner. After being slapped, the masked fox appeared pitiful, yet her thoughts were solely consumed by Emo Sanson. It was hardly surprising. Emo Sanson's innate talent for the Tao, coupled with his demon heritage, rendered him utterly captivating. In essence, demons are a variant of demon beasts, yet they possess a more advanced lineage due to the integration of demonic blood. This inherent bloodline bestowed a natural suppression over ordinary demon beasts. Thus, under the influence of Emo Sanson's Tao talent and the bloodline suppression, the masked fox found herself utterly entranced. She waited anxiously, not knowing how much time had passed. Emo Sanson returned with eldest brother and second brother after his breakthrough. However, upon seeing Emo Sanson post-breakthrough, the last remnants of her rationality were completely stripped away. Her eyes were filled solely with Emo Sanson, her mind fixated on his profile, those enticingly swollen lips, and his unique visage. Before Emo Sanson could even pose a question, she divulged her origins and the purpose of her visit in a torrent, even betraying the 6-eared cat demon lurking outside the courtyard. Damn it. She's targeting the master. Upon hearing the words, Emo Sanson's expression darkened with fury as he seized the masked fox, exclaiming, return with me to meet our master. The masked fox replied without hesitation, I am willing to do anything as long as I can see you. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the courtyard. The six-eared cat demon, having lurked here for quite some time, felt a sudden chill upon witnessing the masked fox mingling with Emo Sanson and his companions. Wasn't she supposed to subdue them? Why were they now mingling together? The six-eared cat demon was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, she saw the masked fox pointing directly at her, urging, "Come with me." The masked fox seemed intent on seizing any opportunity to curry favor in front of Emo Sanson. Emo Lauda and Emo Lao exchanged glances before rushing towards the six-eared cat demon alongside the masked fox. "Damn it, this masked fox has actually betrayed us." The six-eared cat demon's expression soured as she transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee. However, Emo Lauda and Emo Lair had already sealed off her escape route, swiftly capturing her. "Masked fox, you traitor! Why?" The six-eared cat demon glared at the masked fox with resentment. With her stealthy abilities as a six-eared cat demon, had she not been betrayed by the masked fox, she was confident no one would have detected her presence. "You do not understand." The masked fox shot her a disdainful glance, unfazed by her resentful gaze, and dashed off to seek Emo Sanson's approval. "You despicable wretch, how dare you betray our lord?" Yet, as the six-eared cat demon spoke, her voice faltered, for Emo Sanson's handsome profile had also caught her eye. She quickly lowered her gaze, fearing that her disheveled appearance might tarnish the impression. Just a glance, and she found herself utterly captivated by Emo Sanson's allure. When Emo Sanson and the others presented the two demon beasts before Yuqing, he was rendered speechless. From the testimonies of the two women, it was evident that they were not to be underestimated, possessing considerable strength. Yet here they were, appearing as if they were willing to sacrifice their lives for Emo Sanson. Their eyes filled with longing. He couldn't help but marvel at Emo Sanson's terrifying talent for destiny. Chapter 93. A secular emperor worth less than an ant at the Duhun sect. Yuqing's gaze shifted. Having heard of it before, though he had never paid it much heed. As for the two demon beasts, they were indeed a stroke of luck for him, especially for his experiments. Age and gender could greatly influence the results. Just as he pondered how to acquire the two demon beasts for testing, they had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. Thus, he entrusted the two demon beasts to the four great demons for safekeeping. Upon seeing Yuqing hand them over, the four great demons were beside themselves with excitement, especially Emo Sanson, who transformed into a domineering figure before the two demon beasts, commanding them with authority. The two demon beasts were utterly entranced by Emo Sanson's stunning visage, unable to extricate themselves from his charm, reveling in their delight. Meanwhile, at a town near the border of the barbarian kingdom, close to the Fuyao Empire, there was an apricot grove. Within the grove stood a quaint tavern. Inside, a woman donned a conical hat, seated with numerous skilled individuals concealed around her. She removed her hat, revealing a delicate yet shadowed face. It was none other than the Fuyao Empress, Nangong Fuyao. Since the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom, each day had been an ordeal for her. What she had thought to be the pinnacle of her life had turned out to be an utter deception. The dark dust had completely vanished, and the Five Elements Alliance was silent as ever. As for the mysterious leader of the Five Elements, she had never even caught a glimpse of him. Most critically, the imperial jade seal, which contained the fortune of the nation, had been deceived away. She dared not speak of this matter. If it were to spread in the Fuyao Empire, she would be drowned in scorn. Even as the Empress, damn it, still no news from the dark dust. Nangong Fuyao attempted to contact the dark dust, but there was no response. Thus, she exhausted every means to turn the tide. Finally, she encountered a celestial phenomenon, and the secret realm had opened. What vexed her greatly was that while this secret realm was close to her Fuyao Empire, it had unfortunately landed in the barbarian kingdom, merely a few dozen miles away. Even though she knew that even if it had landed in the Fuyao Empire, she would not be able to access the secret realm, it could still provide unexpected opportunities for her empire. Despite her limited perspective, she was aware that countless experts from various sects, even those surpassing celestial realms, had gathered there. If she could build relationships with such figures, how could the Fuyao Empire not grow stronger? Losing a national jade seal would be trivial in comparison. Thus, filled with dissatisfaction, she brought several skilled individuals from the Heavenly Palace to the Barbarian Kingdom, hoping to find some opportunities. Once inside the Barbarian Kingdom, she cautioned her companions, "We must not reveal our identities. Proceed with utmost caution." Yes, they nodded, their breaths restrained as they spread out. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the tavern, and numerous figures appeared silently before it. "Young master, this place is not far from the secret realm, and the environment is quite pleasant. Shall we settle here?" An elder spoke to the white-clad young master leading the group. The young man in white nodded and stepped toward the tavern. "My young master prefers tranquility. All unauthorized individuals, be gone." The elder's imposing aura filled the tavern, and his voice, laced with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the space, causing all present to feel a heavy pressure. The patrons' expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily fled, and you lot. Noticing a few lingering individuals, the elder turned his icy gaze upon them. They were none other than Nangong Fuyao and her companions. Boldly, "Do you know who she is?" One of the experts beside the Fuyao Empress instinctively shouted. Yet, before he could finish, the elder sent him flying with a single blow. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Fuyao and her companions paled, hesitant to act rashly. As for Nangong Fuyao, her fist clenched tightly. How humiliating it was for her, the empress of a nation, to be so unceremoniously dismissed. "Your Majesty, their strength is formidable. They must be from one of the sects." One expert whispered, "What of the sects? I am still the empress governing countless subjects," Nangong Fuyao replied coldly. "But we are likely not their match, especially here in the barbarian kingdom," her subordinate quickly added. Hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's face hardened, and she fell silent. Just as she prepared to leave, she caught sight of the white-clad young man surrounded by admirers, instantly captivated by his extraordinary demeanor, having never seen such charisma. She recalled the elder's strength beside him, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If such a subordinate possesses this level of power, what of the white-clad young man? She promptly removed her conical hat, revealing her self-proclaimed stunning features, and addressed the young man. "This esteemed gentleman, I am Nangong Fuyao, Empress of the Fuyao Empire. May I have a word with you?" However, as she presented her identity as the Empress, expecting astonishment from the white-clad young man, he did not even cast her a glance, not even a fleeting look. Instead, those following him revealed expressions of disdain that a secular emperor worth less than an ant. Nangong Fuyao's face turned ashen, burning with humiliation. Regardless of her status as an empress, she approached him to extend a greeting, only to receive such a response. Yet she was unwilling to yield. The more dismissive he was, the more she sensed his extraordinary nature. "I can assist you in seizing the secret realm at this moment," Nangong Fuyao called out again. Upon hearing this, the white-clad young man paused slightly, glancing at the elder beside him before continuing on his way. "You come here," the elder commanded, pointing at Nangong Fuyao. She nodded, leading her companions forward, but an invisible force pushed her subordinates aside. "Only you." Nangong Fuyao nodded, following the elder back into the tavern. Beneath the apricot trees, the white-clad young man sat cross-legged, quietly observing Nangong Fuyao. "Speak," the elder instructed. "The location of the secret realm was once part of our Fuyao Empire many years ago, and although it was reclaimed by the barbarian kingdom, I am intimately familiar with this place. As the Empress of the Fuyao Empire, I can leverage my subordinates to gather vital information and provide various conveniences for you." Nangong Fuyao spoke hastily. "Is that all?" Chapter 94. Behold the handsome blade of youth. The elder beside the white-clad young man scoffed dismissively, preparing to send Nangong Fuyao away. However, the white-clad young man raised his hand to halt him. "What do you want?" he asked casually. Nangong Fuyao was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression brightened as she quickly replied, "I need, after success, for the barbarian kingdom to merge with my Fuyao Empire. And no, also the southern kingdom. As you wish," the white-clad young man replied nonchalantly. Nangong Fuyao never expected that he would so easily agree to her request. "Since we are collaborating, may I inquire who you are?" she asked. The young man clad in white remained silent, yet the elder spoke slowly. "You are not yet worthy to know the identity of the young master, but suffice it to say, we are members of the Duan sect." "Duan sect?" Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted in shock. In that instant, she paid no heed to the elder's tone, as the name Duan sect consumed her thoughts. The recent commotion surrounding the secret realm had stirred up widespread speculation. As an empress, although she lacked detailed knowledge of the specific events transpiring within the secret realm, she was nonetheless aware of some information that was akin to the understanding of an ordinary citizen, who might grasp that significant changes were occurring among the elite, recognize their names, yet remain oblivious to the particulars. This was the result of social stratification. Hence, beyond the southern frontier existed even greater sects. And without a doubt, the undisputed overlord among them was the Duan sect. She could hardly fathom that she had so casually allied herself with the Duan sect. "We have matters to discuss." "You may withdraw," the elder said in a grave tone. "Very well. I shall now gather all pertinent information regarding the secret realm. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me," Nangong Fuyao assured with excitement. Before retreating, however, her promise elicited a hint of disdain from the elder, who, after her departure, remarked, "Young master, why concern ourselves with mere worldly emperors? Having just arrived, we may indeed possess certain insights that these locals lack." The young man in white mused, slightly lifting a cup of wine to savor a sip before continuing. "In any case, it is prudent to be prepared. If she proves useful, accommodating her, being merely two earthly nations, is hardly burdensome. Indeed, your considerations are thorough as always. The elder nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the tavern, Nangong Fuyao shed her previous despondency, enveloped in an imperial aura, brimming with vigor. The Duhan sect. It is the most formidable force in the wasteland, unmatched by any other. Soon, all the grievances I have endured will be repaid. Yuqing, you shall come to realize that even without you, Nangong Fuyao can still thrive. I shall make you regret your refusal to return when I offered you the chance. Consequently, Nangong Fuyao issued numerous commands, diligently collecting useful intelligence for the Duhan sect. Several days later, she personally arrived with a confidential letter, eager to meet the young man in white. Yet she was denied even a glimpse of him. Just give it to me. You may leave, the elder stated impassively. This is a confidential letter, and I must deliver it personally to young Master Ho. Nangong Fuyao insisted. Is the young master someone you can see at will? The elder's voice darkened. Nangong Fuyao's complexion paled, and she departed with a face full of unwillingness. Young master. This is the letter delivered by Nangong Fuyao. The elder approached the young man in white and whispered, these messages are not entirely without value, but one might say they are utterly useless. The young man nodded, unfazed, and simply remarked, let her continue her inquiries. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, is there still no news of Lu'er and the masked one? The young man furrowed his brow and nodded. Logically, that should not be the case. We possess their life tokens. If they had encountered any misfortune, the tokens would not remain intact, indicating they have not faced any mishaps. The elder frowned, speaking in a low voice. After all, they are beasts. Could it be that? Impossible. Although the masked one and Lu'er have not sworn allegiance to me, they remain fiercely loyal. Besides, without my presence, no one else would offer them such favorable treatment, the young man in white declared confidently. The elder asked, what shall we do next? Let us wait. News will eventually arrive, the young man replied. The elder nodded. Just then, from a distance outside the tavern, a chilling aura of murderous intent swept through the air, followed by powerful waves of battle. Both the elder and the young man in white exchanged solemn glances. Extending their senses outward, they soon witnessed a group of individuals, frenzied with rage, pursuing a young boy with murderous intent. You little beast, stop right there. You have ruined my son. Now you shall pay with your life. The leader, a middle-aged man, was livid, brandishing various spiritual artifacts and recklessly hurling them toward the fleeing boy. 7 or 8 elders, along with dozens of core disciples from the sect, followed suit, their eyes bloodshot as they desperately chased after the child. Shouting, we have invested so much effort in nurturing the young sect master. You vile wretch have ruined him. Not only have you incapacitated him, but you have also stolen his treasures and hung them upon the city wall. You treat our Chunling sect with utter disdain. You must die today. Our Chunling sect will not rest until you are dead. Meanwhile, the boy, gripping his sword, shouted back as he ran. You lot are spewing nonsense. It was your young sect master who first took my sister and then coveted my sword. I did him a favor by not killing him. I merely taught him a lesson. I warn you. Do not pursue me any further. If you do, I will incapacitate you all. How dare you, you little beast. You still dare to argue. Prepare to meet your end. The members of Chunling's sect were nearly driven mad with rage. The elder and the young man in white exchanged astonished looks, not anticipating such a spectacle. They were somewhat familiar with the Chunling sect, a faction of middling power in the wasteland, noted for its unique practice of dual cultivation to enhance strength. The young sect master was known to be proficient in dual cultivation techniques, and if not for any unforeseen circumstances, he could have become a notable figure in the wasteland. Now, however, it seemed he had been rendered powerless, possibly losing the most critical aspects of his abilities. Naturally, neither of them had any intention of intervening. They merely observed the unfolding drama with interest at that moment, seeing that the Chunling sect was relentless in its pursuit. The boy finally grew furious. Clearly, his master had taught him well. If one chooses to become an enemy, one must eradicate them entirely. I shall make short work of you. Behold my magnificent strike. With a fierce snort, the boy turned and charged at the members of Chunling's sect. Wielding his sword, if he had chosen to flee, he might have had a chance. However, confronting the Chunling sect head-on was a different story altogether. The elder beside the young man in white shook his head. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed the boy execute a stunning strike in mid-air. As the sword descended, the sky itself seemed to shift in color. As if the very fabric of space had fallen silent, the members of Chunling's sect, still in pursuit, found themselves frozen in place. Moments later, their bodies split in two, plummeting from the sky. Chapter 95. It suddenly dawned on me that the ancestor seems to share the same surname. The elder was left speechless by this strike, astonished by the identity of the boy.in all of the wasteland. He had never heard of such a presence. The sheer power of that strike caused even him, observing from a distance, to feel an unsettling sense of dread. He had no confidence in his ability to withstand it. Young master, have you ever heard of such a person? The elder could not help but ask. However, when he turned to look at the young man, he found him staring wide-eyed, trembling, muttering to himself. The ancestor Dai is the ancestor. The ancestor? The elder exclaimed, unable to suppress his curiosity, his gaze filled with disbelief. Having watched the young man grow up, he knew his character well. He had never seen him lose composure in such a manner. That strike was the Duhun blade technique. The young man cried out. What? The Duhun blade technique? The elder gasped in shock. Young master, are you certain it is the Duhun blade technique? Without a doubt, it cannot be mistaken. The young man insisted with fervor, but the technique in our sect is incomplete. And both my master and I can only master the third scroll. I would recognize this feeling, which shares the same origin, without fail. The elder, upon hearing this, fell into a deep contemplation. The Duhun blade technique was a secret transmission of the Duhun sect. Forbidden to all but its core members. It was the very foundation of the sect, the reason it held its paramount position in the wasteland. Then who is he? Is he a descendant of our ancestor? The elder inquired. Upon hearing this, the young man shot him a disapproving glance. Unable to restrain himself, the ancestor has been missing for 3,000 years. Right. The elder replied sheepishly, slapping his forehead. So who could he possibly be? Regarding the past of the ancestor, the master had once shared that the ancestor was not originally from the wasteland but had inadvertently wandered there and subsequently established the Duhun sect. Shortly after its founding, the ancestor departed, leaving behind these 3 incomplete volumes of the Duhun blade technique. The reason only 3 volumes remained was that this technique belonged to the ancestor's family. Only those of his bloodline could learn it. The boy had clearly demonstrated a mastery of more than just the third scroll. Thus, if my conjecture is correct, this boy must be of the same lineage as the ancestor. The young man concluded, his eyes gleaming with insight. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in agreement. Come, we must hasten to pay our respects, the young man in white urged eagerly. The elder nodded, understanding that if this individual were indeed a member of the ancestor's family, regardless of their age, anyone capable of wielding such a powerful strike would undoubtedly be a significant figure in the Duhun sect. Please, do not leave just yet. At that moment, after the young carp had seized the storage ring and obliterated the evidence, he was just about to depart when the young man in white, accompanied by others, pursued him. Hao Wuchang, at your service, my lord. We pay our respects, my lord. Upon catching up with the young carp, led by the young man in white, they once again bowed before him. Who are you? The young carp inquired, brandishing his sword, his gaze wary as he regarded the young man in white and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hao Wuchang, the young master of the Duhun sect, and the individuals behind me are also from Duhun sect. The young man in white, Hao Wuchang, said, we have come specifically to pay our respects to you. My lord, pay your respects to me for what reason? The young carp asked, perplexed. This left Hao Wuchang and his companions momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. The Duhun sect was merely a creation of their ancestor, and the young carp's family likely had no knowledge of its existence. You see, our ancestor established the Duhun sect and left behind the Duhun blade technique, within which lies the very technique you just displayed. Subsequently, Hao Wuchang recounted the lineage and history of the Duhun sect's ancestor. If I am not mistaken, you should be of the same lineage as my ancestor. He once mentioned that if someone from the Duhun sect were to encounter his kin in the future, they should treat them as if they were seeing him. Hao Wuchang respectfully clasped his hands together. I do not recognize your ancestor. This blade technique was taught to me by my master. The young carp replied, not lying. This technique was included in the sacred teachings bestowed upon him by Yuqing. Your master? Hao Wuchang could not help but exchange a glance with the elder Mo beside him, then asked curiously, may I inquire who your master is? My master is Yuqing, the young carp declared directly. Why Yuqing? Hao Wuchang frowned slightly, then turned his gaze toward the elder Mo. Indeed, according to various sources, the one who intends to monopolize the secret realm, eliminate the Liuo sect, and subdue the Jinhuang sect, is named Yuqing. Hao Wuchang's brow furrowed even deeper. How could the boy's master be that person? Gah! At that moment, the elder Mo suddenly exclaimed unexpectedly, why did you shout? Hao Wuchang could not help, but asked, I just remembered that the ancestor also seems to have the surname Yu. The elder Mo stammered. As soon as these words fell, it left Hao Wuchang astonished. In an instant, the answer dawned upon him. The one from the same lineage as the ancestor was not the boy before him, but rather the Yuqing behind him. It made sense that Yuqing imparted the Duhun blade technique to his disciple, and the young master, the elder Mo, continued to transmit his thoughts. I observe that this young lad's bone age is indeed very young, and he does not merely appear this way due to disguise. To possess such extraordinary strength at such a tender age only further corroborates it. After hearing this, Hao Wuchang nodded. Although the ancestor was a matter from long ago, the remaining records indicated that their ancestor hailed from a prominent lineage and was indeed a member of a distinguished family. Only individuals from such esteemed families could cultivate a prodigious talent like the young carp. Thus, everything seemed to align perfectly. We must hasten to pay our respects to that esteemed you, Hao Wuchang exclaimed with excitement. However, he quickly shook his head. No, I cannot go. I am not yet worthy. This matter must be relayed to my master and the others within the Duan sect. They must come personally. The elder Mo nodded in agreement. My lord, I must return to inform my master, so that he may lead the members of the Duhan sect to pay their respects to your esteemed master. Therefore, I kindly ask you to wait here for a few days until I return to the Duhan sect. After which I shall request you to guide us for an introduction. At this moment, Hao Wuchang bowed again. After finishing, he issued commands to the few individuals following him. You few, tend to the Lord diligently during these days and take care of him until we return. Among these individuals, aside from a shadowy male, all were Hao Wuchang's personal maidservants, meticulously trained by the Duhan sect since childhood, as maidservants of the young master. They were certainly not ordinary. Each was graceful and poised. Yes, young master. Without hesitation, they accepted his orders. I have no time to wait for you. I still need to train. The young carp frowned, intending to refuse. Being still young, he was utterly bewildered by Hao Wuchang's roundabout references to ancestors and masters. However, before he could finish, Hao Wuchang's maidservants curtsied to the young carp and obediently stood by his side. Hey. The young carp scratched the back of his head bashfully and said, My master once said that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. So waiting a bit for you all is no rush. Chapter 96. To pay respects to that esteemed one in the grandest manner, then I shall trouble you, my lord. After bowing, Hao Wuchang turned to Elder Mo and said, Elder Mo, I kindly request your assistance to accompany me. Very well. Without further ado, the two transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Once airborne, Hao Wuchang waved his hand, summoning the flying vessel exclusive to the Duhan sect. Such a model of vessel consumed a significant amount of resources. However, in pursuit of the fastest return to the Duan sect, Hao Wuchang disregarded such considerations. Eager to return, the vessel darted through the air, swiftly exiting the southern region and entering the realm of the wasteland. Standing at the forefront of the vessel, Hao Wuchang's hands were clasped behind him, his brow tightly knitted, revealing a countenance laden with concern. Young master, what troubles you? Elder Mo could not help, but inquired. I was pondering about Lu Er and the masked one, Hao Wuchang replied. Based on my understanding, they should not have been out of contact for such an extended period. However, in hindsight, it is not difficult to comprehend. Their life tokens have not shattered, indicating they are still safe. Elder Mo remarked. My concern is not for their safety. Hao Wuchang clarified. I worry whether they might have inadvertently offended that esteemed one. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's expression darkened, his heart sinking. After all, the masked one and Lu Er were dispatched by Hao Wuchang. I fear that if they truly offended that esteemed one, it might provoke ire toward our Duhan sect. Hao Wuchang said, anxiety evident on his face. It should not escalate to that extent. If they had indeed offended that esteemed one, their life tokens would have shattered by now. Elder Mo offered reassuringly. I hope so, Hao Wuchang nodded. Regardless, once we encounter that esteemed elder, I will personally offer my apologies. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. For now, that was all they could do. By the way, upon returning to the sect, I will seek out my master. You should bring some gifts and pay a visit to the Jinwang sect, Hao Wuchang added. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo nodded. Mentioning this reminded him of past apprehensions. Fortunately, Hao Wuchang had not made things difficult for Shi Wuming of the Jinwang sect. Although Shi Wuming was merely a minor force subdued by Yuqing, one must still consider the master when dealing with the dog. Had Hao Wuchang acted against the Jinwang sect, it would have severely offended that esteemed one. Now, in a sense, the Duhan sect and Jinwang sect could be considered as allies. Bringing some gifts to apologize would not be out of line. If it could reach that esteemed one's ears, it might even garner some goodwill. Thus, Elder Mo grew increasingly respectful of his young master. With the flying vessel operating at full speed, the two soon returned to the Duhan sect. Unlike other sects in the wasteland, the Duhan sect, established by the ancestors' arrangements, formed a small paradise. Upon the vessel's arrival, it caught the attention of many, including the elders and higher-ups of the Duhan sect, as well as the sect leader, Ling Han. I pay my respects to my master. Upon returning, Hao Wuchang immediately stowed the flying vessel. The sect leader, Ling Han, a middle-aged man, stood before the main hall, exuding an aura of authority as he gazed at Hao Wuchang, asking in a deep voice, "Didn't I instruct you to contend for that southern secret realm? Why have you returned?" At that moment, other elders of the Duhan sect also approached, their expressions filled with curiosity. "I report to my master and esteemed elders. I encountered the latter two forms of the Duhan blade technique," Hao Wuchang replied. "What?" This revelation stirred a tempest of astonishment. The crowd erupted in exclamations of shock. "What transpired? Speak quickly," Ling Han urged. Hao Wuchang dared not conceal anything and proceeded to recount his encounter with the young carp and their conversation in detail. "Thus, I speculate that the esteemed Yuqing must be of the same lineage as our ancestor. Therefore, I did not dare to act presumptuously and hurried back to report to my master and all esteemed elders." After hearing Hao Wuchang's words, Ling Han did not hesitate. He took to the air. And above the Grand Duhan main hall stood a massive bell known as the Duhan bell. Since Hao Wuchang's memory began, he had never seen the Duhan bell ring. In that moment, Ling Han suddenly struck the bell. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Hao Wuchang asked, perplexed. "Notify the few individuals in the sect to accompany me to pay respects to that esteemed one," Ling Han said solemnly. "The few individuals in the sect?" Hao Wuchang questioned in confusion. In the next moment, he sensed three profound auras rising from the back mountain of the Duhan sect. "Xiao Han, have you not detected any enemy presence? Why did you ring the Duhan bell?" As the voice echoed, three figures, all elderly with white hair, appeared before them. The leading elder frowned as he looked at Ling Han. "Ling Han, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders." Ling Han quickly bowed. However, after Ling Han's departure, many elders, including Hao Wuchang, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Was it mere rumor that these esteemed elders had passed away? It was utterly unexpected to discover that they were still alive. Nevertheless, they dared not delay any further and hastily approached to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to the esteemed elders." The three venerable elders disregarded their presence, continuing to fixate on Ling Han. Before solemnly inquiring, "Ling Han, I am addressing you. I report to the three esteemed elders that the last two techniques of the Duhan blade technique have emerged," Ling Han replied. "What?" Upon hearing this news, even the three venerable elders could not contain their excitement. "Oh, you mean to say that a member of our clan has appeared?" One of the elders eagerly questioned. "Indeed," Ling Han affirmed. "Where is he? Quickly take us to pay our respects," the leading elder urged. "He is currently in the southern wilderness," Hao Wuchang interjected. Observing the three elders' demeanor, it appeared that encountering a member of their clan was of even greater significance than anticipated. "And you are?" One elder turned his gaze toward Hao Wuchang. "This is my disciple and the prospective next leader of our sect. It is he who has encountered him," Ling Han explained. "Indeed," the leading elder nodded in approval, hastily stating, "Let us descend the mountain at once to pay our respects to him. There is no need to rush." At that moment, the elder on the right, who had remained silent until now, raised his hand to interject. "When our ancestor was alive, he relished grand displays. One can only assume that his kin does as well. Ling Han, issue the command for all members above the guardian level of the Duhan sect to assemble and descend the mount. Additionally, arrange for the highest level of ceremony." "Understood." Ling Han promptly accepted the order, swiftly dispatching commands with fervor. Chapter 97. It would suffice to apologize, yet to present such a grand gift. Half a day later, the Duhan sect set forth in a magnificent procession. Within the confines of their small celestial realm, 1, 2, 3 colossal vessels emerged, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. These were the 3 flying boats of the Duhan sect. Such vessels, capable of traversing the skies while possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, were unparalleled. No other sect in the desolate lands could boast even a single one, yet the Duhan sect possessed 3. Their profound heritage was evident. Upon the foremost vessel stood Ling Han, the 3 venerable elders, Hao Wuchang, and other ordinary elders. On the subsequent vessels were the various officials managing other affairs of the Duhan sect, as well as elite disciples who were being cultivated, with the exception of Hao Wuchang. In essence, this mobilization represented the current and future backbone of the Duhan sect. The ancestor had once expressed a fondness for grandeur, stating that the more lavish the display, the greater the respect shown to others. The 3 venerable elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, stroking their beards. These 3 vessels represent the utmost display our Duhan sect can muster. We hope the esteemed elder will find it to his liking. Rest assured, esteemed uncles, I have also brought 3 portions of our sect's most treasured resources amassed over the years, as a token of respect for the esteemed elder," Ling Han added at that moment. That is splendid, splendid indeed. The three venerable elders nodded in agreement, instructing, additionally, ensure that upon our arrival, everyone maintains utmost respect. Should anyone falter, they shall be expelled from the Duhan sect without question. After all, a member of our ancestors' kin has appeared, and we cannot afford to be negligent. Thus, following the Duhan sect's meticulous preparations, the three flying vessels soared one after the other towards the southern wilderness. It was no wonder they were so diligent. For many years, they had enjoyed the advantages bestowed by their ancestor that in their eyes. The ancestor's prestige was unparalleled. The grand display of the Duhan sect stirred a great commotion among countless individuals. Including the emperor himself, the three flying vessels traversed the skies. Those unaware might have thought a monumental upheaval was afoot, believing the Duhan sect was mobilizing to annihilate a formidable force. Look, the Duhan sect is heading towards the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is where the secret realm lies. Not long ago, the Duhan sect's young master, Po Wuchang, had ventured into the southern wilderness with a cadre of experts. Then, just half a day prior, he was seen hastily returning to the Duhan sect aboard a flying vessel. Could it be that something had transpired concerning the Duhan sect's young master? It seems quite likely. Yuqing's strength is formidable. Having single-handedly repelled numerous forces, annihilating the Liuhe sect, and subjugating the Jinhuang sect, it would not be surprising if the young master of the Duhan sect encountered difficulties at his hands. Indeed, it is plausible that he returned seeking reinforcements after facing setbacks. However, the scale of this mobilization is truly immense. Regardless, there will certainly be a spectacle to behold. Let us hasten to follow, under the influence of the Duhan sect. A tempest of activity ensued, drawing countless experts towards the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, in another direction, Shi Wuming led numerous experts from the Jinhuang sect towards the southern wilderness as well. Sectmaster, the spoils from exterminating the Liuhe sect were truly bountiful. Indeed, it even surpasses the foundational wealth of our Jinhuang sect by twofold. We had always believed we held an advantage over the Liuhe sect, yet it seems we were mistaken, had it not been for the master's emergence. Leading to the Liuhe sect's downfall, the gap between us and the Liuhe sect would have only widened. A group of elders engaged in fervent discussion. Enough of that. The extermination of the Liuhe sect is complete. Following the master's instructions, we must swiftly proceed to the southern wilderness to assist him in safeguarding the periphery of the secret realm, Shi Wuming commanded. Understood. The elders nodded in agreement. Just then, a fluctuation in the surrounding space caught Shi Wuming's attention. Furrowing his brow, he looked towards the distance. Moments later, an elder appeared before them. The people of the Duhan sect. Shi Wuming's brow furrowed tightly. Sect Master Shi, it has been several days since we last met. I trust you are well. The newcomer was none other than Elder Mo. Elder Mo. I have already conveyed all that needed to be said a few days ago. What brings you to impede our way now? Shi Wuming inquired solemnly. Aware that the Duhan sect was also interested in the secret realm, Shi Wuming could not shake a natural aversion towards them, as if instinctively placing himself in Yuqing's camp. It was merely that the reputation of the Duhan sect in the desolate lands was too immense. He, as the overlord of the Jinhuang sect, could only maintain politeness, unwilling to provoke them. Haha, Sect Master Shi. You misunderstand. I do not wish to trouble your esteemed sect. I have come primarily to apologize for the previous incident. Elder Mo hastily chuckled, producing a storage ring that a small gift, a token of my respect. I hope Sect Master Shi will not harbor grievances over the previous matter. As he spoke, the storage ring landed in Shi Wuming's hand. This is. The storage ring bore no distinctive markings. However, with a mere thought, its contents became clear. Upon sensing the array of treasures within, from techniques to spiritual tools and elixirs, Shi Wuming could hardly believe his eyes, left momentarily dazed. While it was true that the Duhan sect had indeed forcibly invited him previously, when had the overlord of the desolate lands ever been so accommodating? To offer an apology after the fact was one thing, but to present such a grand gift, Shi Wuming could not help but mutter to himself. Might as well have invited me over a few more times. Elder Mo, what does this mean? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Shi Wuming felt. As I have mentioned, I am simply apologizing for the previous matter. After all, the Duhan sect and the Jinhuang sect are not enemies. We are more like family, so there is no need for you to overthink this. Just accept the gift, Elder Mo said with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Having said that, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Shi Wuming and the others, departing without a care. Family? Shi Wuming could not help but scratch his head, increasingly perplexed. Yet, he could sense an underlying strangeness in the situation. Let us set this aside for now. I will discuss it further with the master upon returning to the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, at another location in the desolate lands, within the gates of the Hung Tian sword sect, Ying Xiao rushed into the grand hall, her brow furrowed in concern. Inside the hall, El Tianchi and Shin Jiotao were engrossed in a game of chess. How did you come to know that individual? Shin Jiotao inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he placed a piece on the board. It was somewhat faded. El Tianchi replied with a leisurely smile, recounting the events leading up to Yuqing's slaying of the Qi Min master. Detailing everything to Shin Jiotao. So you have witnessed him with your own eyes. Shin Jiotao pressed further. Indeed, El Tianchi nodded, still feeling awed by the depth of that individual. In any case, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for your warning, my lazy sword sect might have met the same fate as the Liuhe sect and the Jinwang sect. Shin Jiotao could not help but express his relief. Still haunted by the gravity of the situation, just then, Ying Qiao arrived, her expression grave. Master, Uncle Shin, there is trouble. What is the cause of such urgency? El Tianchi frowned. Inquiring. I have just received news that the Duhan sect has mobilized 3 flying vessels. Nearly all their high-ranking personnel are heading towards the southern wilderness. Ying Qiao reported gravely. What? El Tianchi's hand froze mid-move. Chapter 98. If you deem it worthwhile, I shall accompany you. Are you certain there is no mistake? Shin Jiotao, too, lost his focus on the game, raising his head to ask. This information is absolutely reliable. It was just received moments ago. Ying Qiao affirmed. El Tianchi and Shin Jiotao exchanged glances, concern etched in their features. What are your thoughts on this? Shin Jiotao inquired. I presume you are aware of the recent news regarding the Duhan sect's young master venturing to the southern wilderness. Given the Duhan sect's interest in the secret realm, it is certain that they will encounter conflicts with the elder, El Tianchi remarked, furrowing his brow. Thus, if I am correct, the Duhan sect's current mobilization is likely aimed at confronting the elder. What do you plan to do next? Shin Jiotao pressed. Shin Jiotao inquired once more. El Tianchi furrowed his brows, remaining silent for an extended period. When the Duhan sect displayed an interest in the secret realm, although it was known that Elder Yuqing might find himself at odds with the sect, it was not prudent for us to intervene, for when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer, El Tianchi remarked. After all, we cannot afford to offend either side. Our involvement is unnecessary. However, with the Duhan sect deploying 3 flying vessels, such a grand display indicates they will not easily relent. At this point, Lu Tianchi paused briefly before continuing. While we cannot assist Elder Yuqing directly, to be candid, our presence would be of little use before the Duhan sect. However, what we can do is to notify the elder in advance, allowing him to prepare accordingly. But what if the Duhan sect discovers this and seeks retribution against you? Shin Jiotao asked gravely. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? There is little time for such concerns. Elder Yuqing has eliminated my sworn enemy, the master of the Qingtian Gate. Thus he is akin to a benefactor to our Hengtian sword sect. I shall meet him without pretense, treating him with utmost courtesy, Lu Tianchi replied. With the Duhan sect making such a significant move, I cannot remain indifferent. Lu, I did not expect you to retain such spirit from your earlier days. Shin Jiotao said, unable to refrain from patting Lu Tianchi's shoulder with earnestness. This is precisely why I am willing to stand by your side as a brother. Speak. How shall we proceed? I shall accompany you. El Tianchi gazed at Shin Jiotao with gratitude, saying, I can undertake this matter alone. Should the news indeed leak, it need not implicate your Zile sword sect. What nonsense! Such words do not reflect the bond of brotherhood. Shin Jiotao's expression darkened, displeased. Very well. Then Lu Tianchi shook his head. The 2 brothers, having known each other for many years, understood each other's dispositions well. Yet, the 3 vessels of the Duhan sect moved with astonishing speed. Even though the Hengtian sword sect is closest to the southern wilderness, by the time we arrive, we may not reach them in advance. At that moment, Shin Jiotao expressed his concerns once more. I have already devised a plan. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tianchi produced a talisman shimmering with a faint glow, the Wanli talisman. Upon seeing this, Shin Jiotao's countenance shifted in surprise. I did not expect you to resort to using the Wanli talisman from your Hengtian sword sect. This artifact is indeed a supreme treasure. Whether ensnared in a perilous secret realm, trapped within a formation, or facing various crises, activating the talisman allows one to be transported to any location within 1,000 miles. However, it can only be used once, and as far as I know, you have not used it many times over the years. I must confess, I have but 1 use remaining. After this, the Wanli talisman will be utterly depleted. Lu Tianchi said with a wry smile. Are you certain it is worth it? Shin Jiotao asked solemnly. Once a decision is made, it is undoubtedly worth it, Lu Tianchi affirmed. Very well, if you deem it worthy. I shall accompany you. There is no time to lose. Let us depart at once. Shin Jiotao declared. Hour, I shall be journeying to the southern wilderness with my uncle Shin. You must guard this place and permit no one to enter. Should anyone inquire, Simply state that I and Uncle Shun are engaged in discourse and have yet to depart. Lu Tianqi instructed earnestly. Rest assured, master. I know what to do. Ing Qiao nodded seriously, comprehending the underlying implications of Lu Tianqi's instructions. After Lu Tianqi acknowledged her with a nod, he activated the talisman. The talisman's radiance enveloped both Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao, and a peculiar force drew them into a spatial realm. Simultaneously, the talisman in Lu Tianqi's hand lost its luster. Disintegrating into dust with its final USE, Lu Tianqi cast a reluctant glance at the talisman, reflecting on how, over the years, it had saved him from peril on numerous occasions as the two traversed through the spatial plane. They were soon expelled back into reality. Looking around, they found themselves no longer within the halls of the Hengtian sword sect, but rather in the vicinity of the secret realm, observing the convergence of celestial phenomena above. Lu Tianqi urged, "We must hasten to find the elder and deliver the news." Without hesitation, they moved swiftly, extending their senses. Moments later, Lu Tianqi spotted the familiar courtyard. Over there, he pointed. Shun Jiutao nodded and followed Lu Tianqi as they flew towards the courtyard. Before long, they stood before the entrance. Lu Tianqi, not daring to delay, knocked on the door. It opened to reveal Yuqing. "Oh, it is you, Sect Master Lu," Yuqing said with a slight smile. Somewhat surprised, he then turned to Shun Jiutao and inquired, "And who might this be?" "Greetings, Elder," Lu Tianqi promptly bowed. "This is my good friend, the Sect Master of the Zilei Sword Sect, Shun Jiutao." Shun Jiutao, "Greetings, Elder." Shun Jiutao also bowed, quietly assessing Yuqing, acknowledging him as the one who had annihilated the Liaozong and subdued the Jinhuangzong. It was evident that he exuded an air of inscrutability, just as Lu Tianqi had described. Despite his formidable prowess, he was approachable and unpretentious. "You are Sect Master Shun. Please, both of you, come in," Yuqing replied with a smile. However, the two did not intend to enter. Lu Tianqi, his expression anxious, stated, "Elder, we have come to deliver urgent news. According to reliable sources, the Duhan sect has assembled 3 flying vessels and is heading toward the southern wilderness, seemingly targeting you. Elder. We urge you to prepare accordingly." As he spoke, Lu Tianqi's expression revealed reluctance, and he added, "We regret that we cannot assist you directly. As we represent 2 major sword sections, we hope you can understand." Finally, he implored, "We also request that you do not disclose our visit to anyone." With that, they both offered a formal bow and departed decisively. Chapter 99. Let us head to the secret realm and confront the Duhan sect. Watching the two depart hastily, fearful of being discovered, even Yuqing felt a stirring in his heart. Setting aside everything else, their willingness to risk their safety to warn him spoke volumes. He could not help but etch this kindness into his memory. His gaze narrowed. The Duhan sect, indeed intriguing. Was it because of these 2 small beasts, or some other reason? However, the specifics mattered little. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. And the thought stirred his long-dormant bloodlust that I hope they do not disappoint. Yuqing glanced into the distance before returning to the courtyard, retrieving an ordinary long sword that had once been embedded in the depths of the Fuyao royal capital, and began to sharpen it. Meanwhile, the 3 flying vessels of the Duhan sect had already entered the southern wilderness. Such colossal vessels naturally caused a stir and commotion within the region. In another location, not far from the secret realm, Nangong Fuyao was exhausting every means to gather intelligence for the Duhan sect. She understood that aligning with such a powerful entity would render the loss of the imperial seal inconsequential. However, upon investigation, she discovered news about Yuqing. What? It is Yuqing again. He intends to monopolize the secret realm and has even repelled various factions from the wildlands. The Liaozong and the Jinhuangzong from the wildlands have been annihilated and subdued. What kind of strength does he possess? Isn't he merely a prince of my Fuyao empire? While our southern wilderness's celestial sects may show him respect, how could the forces of the wildlands be incapable of contending with him? Why did you not inform me earlier? Nangong Fuyao slammed her fist on the table, her expression filled with indignation. Despite her reluctance to admit it, receiving this news left her deeply unsettled. No, it was never my intention to drive you away. It is that you possess such formidable strength yet conceal it. Whether I drive you away or not, you would not serve the Fuyao empire. Your departure changes nothing, Nangong Fuyao murmured to herself. Yet, despite attempting to console herself, she felt increasingly suffocated. Had she known of Yuqing's strength earlier, the Fuyao empire would not be in its current predicament, nor would the imperial seal have been lost. Of course, she never believed herself to be at fault, attributing everything to Yuqing's failure to disclose his true capabilities. Your Majesty, urgent news. At that moment, a skilled member of the Tiangong Academy, rushed in to report. Speak. Nangong Fuyao replied with a composed expression. The three massive flying vessels of the Duhan sect have entered the southern wilderness, with their high-ranking members emerging. Their intentions seem hostile, and they appear to be coming for King Qing. The subordinate informed. What? Is this news credible? Nangong Fuyao's eyes brightened, rising swiftly. Absolutely certain. They should arrive here within the next quarter hour, the subordinate replied. Excellent. Quickly, let us go to greet them. Nangong Fuyao commanded eagerly. However, Your Majesty, King Qing was once a renowned contributor to our Fuyao Empire. Should we not inform him? The subordinate hesitated to ask. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, her voice cold as ice. Since when did he become a contributor to our Fuyao Empire? He has long since severed ties with us. Do you not realize this? However, the subordinate beneath displayed a conflicted expression. There is no however. If you dare speak such words again, you shall be banished from the Empire of Fuyao, Nangong Fuyao stated coldly. The subordinate dared not utter another word. Nonetheless, your words have served as a reminder to me. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Fuyao continued. I have never been a heartless and unfeeling person, as you pointed out. I do not deny that Yuqing has contributed somewhat to the Empire of Fuyao. Therefore, if he acknowledges his mistakes and sincerely bows to me, I would not be averse to granting him a chance. At a critical juncture, I might even intervene on his behalf before the Duhan sect, perhaps securing his life. Of course, this is contingent upon his genuine apology and his return to the Empire of Fuyao, where he must diligently serve me with his abilities. Naturally, any ambitions regarding the secret realm must be abandoned. Upon finishing her words, Nangong Fuyao raised her chin slightly, her eyes shimmering with a glint of wisdom. Clearly, even though she had detected Yuqing's commanding presence that had repelled the forces from the wilderness, she did not believe he possessed the strength to resist against the onslaught of the Duhan sect's masters. Let us proceed to the secret realm and prepare to welcome the Duhan sect. Without further ado, Nangong Fuyao led her companions towards the secret realm. Within the territories of another nation, she felt no fear of exposing her identity. After all, the Duhan sect had arrived. What was a mere barbaric nation in comparison? In fact, this was her domain. As she approached the vicinity of the secret realm, she found a multitude of people gathered. Among them were remnants of the wilderness forces who had not departed the southern frontier and local factions, all drawn together by the news. The two principal figures of the barbarian nation, Manshan and Gongsun II, were also present, effectively mobilizing all the elite forces of their nation. Even though they understood that facing such entities with their limited power was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, they were resolute. The enemy had come to their doorstep. The barbarian nation had never been a timid or cowardly lot. Meanwhile, within Yuqing's courtyard, Li Bugan and Bai Mei, who were merely spectators to the excitement surrounding the secret realm, hastened to join. Seniors, although we two old fellows may be of little use, we cannot allow outsiders to bully our southern frontier. That if you need us, do not hesitate to call. We shall fight tooth and nail. The two old men flushed with indignation, their expressions reflecting a readiness to face death. Their fervor stemmed from a sense of territorial pride. The emergence of the secret realm in the southern frontier was, by all rights, a matter belonging to its people. The wilderness forces had never regarded the local sects as equals, which stoked their anger. Recently, Yuqing's actions had somewhat vented their frustrations by repelling the multitude and decimating two major sections. Additionally, they wished to gamble on a chance for greater aspirations. The southern frontier, being a small region, had limited resources and horizons. If unforeseen circumstances did not arise, these sects might be trapped within their borders for a lifetime. Victory could lead to a brighter future. Defeat would mean a futile struggle. That why Yuqing nodded at them. Perhaps it was only during times of adversity that one could discern the true hearts of people, distinguishing between those who lend support and those who seek to undermine a key. That moment, Manshan and Gongsun II caught sight of the suddenly appearing Nangong Fuyao, their expressions darkening instantly. Nangong Fuyao. This is the territory of the barbarian nation, as the Empress of the Empire of Fuyao. What business do you have trespassing here? Manshan demanded, his face a stormy shade of anger. Humph. In response, Nangong Fuyao let out a cold snort and raised her chin defiantly, stating, I am here, of course, to welcome the Duhan sect. Chapter 100. Our Empire of Fuyao has a cooperative relationship with the Duhan sect. Welcoming the Duhan sect, Manshan retorted coldly. What does the Empire of Fuyao have to do with the Duhan sect? Who says the Empire of Fuyao has no ties to the Duhan sect? Nangong Fuyao replied with a mocking smile. Let me speak plainly. Our Empire of Fuyao has long established a cooperative relationship with the Duhan sect. This partnership was forged through my own discussions with the young master of the Duhan sect, Lord Ho. Thus, as the Duhan sect approaches the secret realm, it is only fitting that I personally extend my welcome as she spoke. Her voice rose in volume, drawing the attention of many present, especially as she faced off against Manshan. Indeed, once her words fell, countless gazes turned towards her, murmuring amongst themselves. Many regarded her with a mix of awe and envy. Instinctively, Nangong Fuyao lifted her chin slightly. Reveling in this attention, it differed from the way she was perceived within her own Empire of Fuyao. Those qualified to be in the vicinity of the secret realm were not ordinary individuals. They were either forces from the wilderness or sects that surpassed national borders within the southern frontier. Manshan and Gongsun Tu's faces turned ashen. The confidence emanating from Nangong Fuyao seemed genuine, as if she had substantial backing. In that moment, they hesitated to take any action against her, though they suspected the Duhan sect's arrival might be aimed at Yuqing. The exact intent remained uncertain. With the situation still ambiguous, any rash move against Nangong Fuyao could lead to unpredictable consequences. Thus, they could only endure her audacious demeanor, their faces a mask of suppressed anger. Nangong Fuyao glanced provocatively at Manshan and Gongsun Tu, then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Empress of the Empire of Fuyao. Should any esteemed masters wish to visit the Empire in the future, feel free to inform me, and I shall extend a warm welcome. In response to her overtures, numerous factions quickly returned the courtesy. We are from the failing sect of the wilderness. After the matters of the secret realm are resolved, we shall certainly pay a visit to the Empire of Fuyao. I am a scattered cultivator from the wilderness. I wonder if the Empire of Fuyao is in need of followers. If so, I would be eager to serve. Indeed, if the Empress of Fuyao were to visit our Batian sect, she would surely be welcomed. Most of these individuals hailed from smaller factions within the wilderness, drawn to the secret realm for excitement and potential gain. The favorable responses Nangong Fuyao received stemmed from the association with the Duhan sect. Well said, she replied with a smile, her vanity thoroughly appeased. In the past, these lofty sects would hardly have regarded their mundane nations, yet now the dynamics had shifted entirely. The fiery glares from Manshan and Gongsun Tu only added to her satisfaction. If only Nanshi of the southern nation were present, she would realize that even among female emperors, there exists disparity. That moment, a stir arose in the distance, as three small black dots swiftly magnified in the observer's sights, transforming into three colossal vessels speeding towards them. These were the three ships of the Duhan sect, racing through the skies. Crafted from specific materials, the ships exuded a heavy aura, casting vast shadows over the gathering, invoking feelings of insignificance and reverence in the onlookers. Manshan, Gongsun Tu, and the others wore grave expressions. If they were to confront such formidable entities, the barbarian nation would likely be annihilated with ease. One could observe the formations swirling around the vessels, their power teetering on the brink of release. The single strike could obliterate everyone present. In contrast, Nangong Fuyao's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. This was the true essence of a grand sect, the power she had long yearned for. Compared to this, what were the southern frontier and Yuqing? Come, let us approach and welcome the esteemed masters of the Duhan sect, Nangong Fuyao exclaimed passionately, leading her entourage of experts into the air to greet the ships on the foremost vessel. Aside from the sect leader Ling Han, the young master Ho Wuchang, and the three esteemed elders, there were a few others, including Xiao Li and several personal maids of Ho Wuchang. The Duhan sect had picked up Xiao Li on their way, for they needed her as an introduction. Without her, their sudden arrival would seem presumptuous. Upon seeing Xiao Li, the three esteemed elders were instantly convinced of Yuqing's identity, as they could not discern her true strength, only finding her unfathomable. Young one, may I inquire about the exact location of your esteemed master? They asked, their faces lit with smiles and courtesy. When we arrive, please do remember to introduce us. Of course, Xiao Li replied, casually spitting out a grape seed before staggering towards the front of the ship to survey the surroundings. Ho Wuchang's maids swiftly followed, feeding her peeled grapes. In just a few days, Xiao Li had noticeably gained weight, her round face appearing somewhat comical. My master is in the courtyard just ahead, Xiao Li indicated after her observations. Upon hearing this, the three esteemed elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. Follow the directions provided by the young one, and proceed at full speed to pay our respects, they commanded eagerly, already impatient to meet Yuqing. As their orders were issued, the vessels prepared to approach the courtyard. However, just as they moved forward, Nangong Fuyao, accompanied by her attendants, soared into the air, blocking their path. Nangong Fuyao, I extend my greetings to the esteemed members of the Duhan sect. The esteemed members of the Duhan sect are expected to arrive here today. and Nangong Fuyao has specially gathered everyone to extend a warm welcome. Arrangements for food and drink have already been made, and it is hoped that the distinguished guests will make their way over to in midair. Nangong Fuyao appeared visibly excited. Although the situation was somewhat abrupt, she had still ordered preparations for a grand reception. Confident that the Duhan sect would be pleased with her sincerity, this, she believed, would mark a pivotal moment in her ascent to the pinnacle of her life. Chapter 101. Nangong Fuyao? What connection does she have with the Duhan sect? However, the members of the Duhan sect were eagerly anticipating their meeting with Yuqing. Suddenly, an overly self-important woman emerged. The three grand elders exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly questioning, "Do we know you?" Their attention then shifted to the sect leader. Ling Han. Nangong Fuyao. Who is she? Ling Han shook his head in bewilderment. At that moment, Ho Wuchang recognized Nangong Fuyao and remarked, "Nangong Fuyao is the Empress of the Fuyao Empire in the southern regions." Before he could finish, the leading grand elder's expression darkened. "What business does a mere mortal empress have interrupting us? What connection do you have with the Duhan sect? This is absurd." The grand elder was filled with ire, as he was anxious to meet Yuqing. How could an insignificant secular empress dare to obstruct their vessel? This is the epitome of ignorance. The grand elder impatiently issued a sharp command, and with a flick of his robe, he sent Nangong Fuyao and her companions sprawling away. Nangong Fuyao, who had been anticipating the opportunity to ally with the Duhan sect, suddenly felt herself cast aside by a mere wave of a sleeve. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. Particularly, the grand elder's voice had not been suppressed, resonating in everyone's ears and causing a stir. What a surprise! This woman has no connection to the Duhan sect at all. It seems she was merely embellishing her own stature. How can she be so brazen? Just moments ago, she was so arrogant. It is truly shameless. Indeed, I was also deceived by her, believing she had some affiliation, leaving me feeling like a fool. Whispers of disbelief erupted around them. The expressions of the Mongwas Manshan and Gongsun too were particularly telling, as they realized that Nangong Fuyao had been deceiving everyone. Witnessing her current predicament, they felt a profound sense of embarrassment on her behalf. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyao had fallen to the ground. In truth, the grand elder had not exerted excessive force. Given his status, it was beneath him to harm a commoner. It was merely a casual display of power to reprimand her. Thus, while Nangong Fuyao's injuries were not as severe as she feared, she remained unconscious for a considerable time, her face, hidden in the shadows, burned with humiliation as she felt the stinging pain. Especially under the scrutiny of the crowd, she wished fervently to vanish into the earth. The pride she had moments ago was now replaced with profound embarrassment. She could not understand how the situation had devolved so drastically. Wasn't she meant to have a partnership with the Duan sect? After all, Ho Wuchang was the young master of the sect, and she had been aboard the vessel just moments prior. In reality, she had overestimated her significance to the Duan sect. Not only was their collaboration insignificant, but it barely qualified as a transaction. Ho Wuchang's initial approach was merely based on the possibility that Nangong Fuyao might possess valuable insights about the area, potentially uncovering unexpected information. Thus, the truth was that neither the Duan sect nor Ho Wuchang regarded her, the so-called Empress Nangong, with any seriousness. Whether she was present or absent was inconsequential. Furthermore, for the Duhan sect at this juncture, the secret realm was merely secondary. Meeting Yuqing was the paramount concern. It was evident that only Ho Wuchang had been dispatched to the secret realm, while the entire sect was mobilizing for the meeting with Yuqing. As the assembled crowd continued to gossip about Nangong Fuyao, and as the Duhan sect prepared to depart for Yuqing's courtyard, a figure clad in white appeared in the distance, flanked by two elderly companions. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the white-clad individual, whose appearance was familiar to everyone present. It was none other than Yuqing, the very person who had recently thwarted the forces of the wasteland, vanquished the Liuhe sect, and subdued the Jinhuang sect. Today, he was another central figure in this unfolding drama. The two elders accompanying him were Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Meanwhile, the unconscious Nangong Fuyao caught sight of Yuqing. In this moment, her expression soured further. Regardless of the day's events, he was undeniably another main character, while she was relegated to the shadows, a mere jester overshadowed by the arrival of the true protagonist. This stark contrast stung her heart deeply. In another hidden corner, Shun Jiutao and El Tianqi, having altered their appearances, observed Yuqing's entrance. They had arrived through talismans and could not return to the wasteland promptly. So they chose to conceal themselves among the crowd and witness the events unfold. Watching the ethereal Yuqing, who appeared unassuming yet lacked any formidable backing, contrasted sharply with the imposing presence of the Duhan sect. The two exchanged wry smiles, silently praying that Yuqing could navigate the impending peril for them. Alerting Yuqing was the extent of their capability, for they still bore the responsibility of their sects, which numbered in the tens of thousands. On the vessel, the three grand elders of the Duhan sect and Ling Han sensed Yuqing's arrival. As they puzzled over his identity, they were taken aback when the young disciple, Shaoli, joyfully soared from the vessel and rushed towards Yuqing. Master. Upon hearing Shaoli's greeting, the members of the Duhan sect were startled to realize that he was the very person they had come to meet. Yuqing, observing the Duhan sect's members, felt a surge of long-dormant enthusiasm awaken within him, yearning for an exhilarating battle. However, he was taken aback when his own disciple emerged from the opposing camp, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What is happening? Before he could grasp the situation, he witnessed the members of the Duhan sect disembarking the vessel, led by the three grand elders, followed by the sect leader, elders, and junior sect master, all aligning in an orderly fashion. In unison, they bowed deeply to Yuqing. We, the disciples of the Duhan sect, pay our respects to Elder Yuqing. But that was not the end of it. Suddenly, from the three vessels, banners were unfurled. Duhan sect welcomes Elder Yuqing. Elder Yuqing, blessed with great fortune. Elder Yuqing, may you live for 1,000 autumns. As the banners were displayed, the defensive formations originally meant to fend off attacks began to coalesce. Waves of energy surged from the vessels, soaring into the sky. These forces erupted in midair, creating ripples that blossomed into brilliant fireworks, illuminating the entire firmament. The cacophony echoed thunderously and astonishingly within the fireworks formed by the energy waves. Two characters gradually took shape. Yuqing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Duhan sect had truly gone all out to create a ceremonial atmosphere. Chapter 102. The utter discomfort of Nangong Fuyao. Yuqing stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. His expression was one of complete bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. He could only gaze at his young disciple, equally perplexed. The others present were even more astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape, nearly causing their eyeballs to pop out. That wasn't the Duhan sect supposed to eliminate Yuqing. Why were they now bowing in reverence? Someone please explain what in the world is happening. At that moment, Shaoli finally recounted the entire story to Yuqing, detailing her experiences during her training, her encounter with Ho Wuchang, and how he returned to the Duhan sect, leading to the present circumstances. After listening to Shaoli's account, Yuqing finally grasped the situation. The ancestor of the Duhan sect bears the surname Yu and hails from a prominent family beyond the wasteland. By chance, he had arrived in the wasteland, establishing the Duhan sect, and leaving behind the first three moves of the Duhan swordsmanship. Upon witnessing Shaoli's application of the Duhan swordsmanship, he had deduced that she was a descendant of the sect's founder because she shared his surname. Well, what a mix. Up. That why Yuqing couldn't help but scratch his nose. Unfortunately, he was not related to them. The reason Shaoli knew the Duhan swordsmanship was due to the insights imparted by a sage. If Yuqing's suspicions were correct, that sage was the true kin of the Duhan sect's founder. However, observing the reverent gazes of the Duhan sect's members, who awaited his favor, Yuqing felt reluctant to reveal the truth. The crux of the matter was that this situation was inexplicable. Was he to claim that he had acquired the sage's insights through his system? Who knew what kind of trouble that would stir up? Yuqing surmised that he had no choice but to accept this identity. It was regrettable that the fervor he had just ignited, anticipating a thrilling battle, had instead led to this. Master, they want me to speak well of them to you and make an introduction. Shaoli then added. Very well, have them come over, Yuqing replied resignedly. Upon hearing this, Shaoli waved them over. The members of the Duhan sect approached eagerly, resembling maidens awaiting favor. Upon noticing, their eyes instantly lit up. The three grand elders, Ling Han, Ho Wuchang, and the other elders hurried over, first casting a reverent glance at Yuqing before bowing once more. Hong Tian, Hong Di, Hong Ren, leading the disciples of the Duhan sect. Pay our respects to Elder Yuqing. The current leader of the Duhan sect is Ling Han, and this is my disciple, the prospective deputy leader of the sect, Ho Wuchang. Behind them are the esteemed elders of the Duhan sect. After exchanging greetings, the members of the Duhan sect began to introduce themselves one by one. Once the introductions were complete, Hong Tian cast a knowing glance at Ling Han, who immediately understood the unspoken message. He then produced 3 storage rings and respectfully handed them to Yuqing. Senior Yuqing, this is a token of our Duhan sect's hospitality, a modest gesture, not meant to impose. Upon receiving the rings, Yuqing was taken aback by the sheer value of the gift. Even with his seasoned disposition, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. However, one does not refuse a gift offered with sincerity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuqing said, "My disciple has informed me of the circumstances. You have all shown great consideration. Please, join me in the courtyard for a discussion." Yes, we are honored, senior, the members of the Duhan sect replied, visibly pleased. Yet, this scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Initially, when the Duhan sect paid their respects to Yuqing, the crowd was too astonished to react. It was only when they witnessed the sect's leaders bowing and scraping before him that they grasped the reality. The Duhan sect was not here to attack Yuqing, but rather to pay their respects. Curiosity about Yuqing's identity began to ripple through the crowd. After all, the Duhan sect was an absolute sovereign in the wilderness. The sight of such a powerful entity bowing with such deference raised questions. Was this truly the Duhan sect? Among the crowd, the most incredulous was Nangong Fuyao. No. Why? She found it nearly impossible to accept the day's events. The very force she had hoped to curry favor with was now bowing before Yuqing. What did that make her? Moreover, who was Yuqing, and what was his true strength? Why had she remained oblivious to it all this time? Ironically, prior to her arrival, she had imagined that if the Duhan sect were to come for Yuqing's life, she would use her connections to speak favorably on his behalf, hoping to keep him as an ally. In retrospect, such thoughts seemed utterly ludicrous. She could not bear to witness the scene before her, nor the sight of the Duhan sect bending over backwards for Yuqing. It was far more painful than when the sect had previously cast her aside with disdain. Rising from the ground, she fled the scene with several elite members of the Fuyao Empire, her expression one of utter defeat. The expressions of her companions were equally complex, their gazes toward Nangong Fuyao, laden with unspoken emotions. Today, the embarrassment of following her was trivial, but the reality remained. That man was once the king of Qing in their nation. How had their empress fallen to such depths? Meanwhile, in another part of the crowd, the disguised Xinjiotao and El Tianchi were equally astounded. After a long pause, they exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle bitterly. It seems we have misjudged the situation and acted unnecessarily. El Tianchi remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, who would have known that the Duhan sect came to pay their respects to him? Our efforts were clearly superfluous, Xinjiotao replied, filled with a sense of regret. I wonder what the true identity of this senior is, to command such respect from the Duhan sect. He mused, the true dragon is beyond comprehension, El Tianchi replied, shaking his head. In light of this, we need not dwell on our fears. Let us return to the wilderness. Xinjiotao nodded in agreement, and the two transformed into streaks of light, disappearing from sight, with the attention of countless onlookers focused on Yuqing and the Duhan sect. No one noticed their departure. As for Bai Mei and Li Bugu, who had accompanied Yuqing, they shared similar sentiments of astonishment. Although they knew they could not be of much assistance, they chose to remain by Yuqing's side. Ultimately, this was the outcome. The members of the Duhan sect, seeing the two beside Yuqing, showed them no disdain. Their eyes. The three senior elders, who were otherwise inscrutable, treated them with utmost courtesy, addressing them as brothers. This left them flabbergasted. Under normal circumstances, not even these three would have deigned to glance their way. In short, they had struck an incredible stroke of fortune by associating with Yuqing, elevating their status immensely. Chapter 103. This little fellow truly exceeds my expectations every time. At last, the members of the Duhan sect arrived at Yuqing's courtyard. Of course, only the three senior elders and the leader, Ling Han, were qualified to enter. Among the younger generation, only Hou Wuchang was permitted within, while the others had to wait outside. Upon entering, they were greeted by two familiar figures, the masked fox and the six-eared cat demon. Seeing the Duhan sect approach, the two beasts tensed. Thinking they were the target of the visitors, they felt an urge to rush forward and kneel, pleading for their master to recognize their genuine affection and grant them freedom. However, before they could voice their intentions, Hou Wuchang was the first to kneel, a look of anxiety etched on his face. Senior Yuqing, it is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the Duhan sect. Please punish me alone. Kneeling on the ground, his face was ashen. What is going on? The three senior elders' expressions darkened. Why Yuqing, however, discerned the situation with a single glance. If I am not mistaken, these two female demon beasts were sent by you. Correct? Indeed, I am the sinner, Hou Wuchang, he admitted, lowering his head in submission. What exactly transpired? The three senior elders were visibly agitated, while Ling Han had already pieced together a rough understanding, having sent Hou Wuchang to the southern wilderness himself. His expression turned grim as he knelt beside Hou Wuchang without hesitation. Senior, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I sent Wuchang to the southern wilderness to compete for the secret realm. Please spare his life, for he is still young. Ling Han implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, the three elders finally grasped the overarching context. You two truly are the disgrace of the Duhan sect, Hong Tian exclaimed furiously, pointing at the kneeling pair. This was a crucial moment for establishing relations with Yuqing, yet they had created such a debacle. Ling Han and Hou Wuchang remained silent, heads bowed in acceptance of their fate. The three senior elders stated firmly, Senior, do as you wish. We, the Duhan sect, will treat these two as if they never existed. All eyes were on Yuqing, who had maintained his silence until now. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and walked into the courtyard, leisurely taking a seat. Rise. The three senior elders exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Senior, what do you mean by this? Those who are unaware are not to be blamed. Yuqing replied lightly. Moreover, these demon beasts were merely here to gather intelligence. Let bygones be bygones. In the past, each individual had come for the secret realm, driven by their own motives, so it was not a matter of right or wrong. Ultimately, the reason Yuqing chose not to pursue the matter was due to their willingness to take responsibility in this moment. Upon hearing this, the three senior elders' faces lit up with joy. They promptly turned to Ling Han and his disciple, urging, You two should quickly express your gratitude for the senior's magnanimity. Ling Han and Hou Wuchang, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, expressed their heartfelt thanks before rising. The masked fox and the six-eared cat, however, were left in disbelief. Their reason for staying was solely due to San. Their focus had been entirely on him, leaving no room for curiosity about this human. Yet, now that the senior elder of their master had arrived, even he was bowing before this human. What delighted them, however, was the thought that they might be able to remain with San forever. Without hesitation, they snuggled closer to him. Humph, two mundane women, go fetch firewood, San commanded. Rather than feeling offended, the two looked at him with sparkling eyes. So domineering. We love it. Meanwhile, Yuqing engaged the members of the Duhan sect in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, he found his perception of the Duhan sect shifting. Perhaps due to their long-standing status as a dominant force, they exhibited a hint of arrogance when discussing other powers in the wilderness. Yet they did not come across as tyrannical. Though the founding patriarch of the Duhan sect had established their legacy, it was clear that maintaining their position as rulers was no mere stroke of luck. Initially, Yuqing had assumed the Duhan sect's demeanor was one of ulterior motives, but it soon became apparent they were merely expressing respect for their ancestor. They even recounted how the founder of the Duhan sect had established the sect for the benefit of the Yu family. Now that Yu family members were present, the entirety of the Duhan sect was willing to serve Yuqing. Without hesitation, the three senior elders produced the highest token of the Duhan sect, the Duhan order. With this order, one could command any member of the sect. Holding the token in his hands, Yuqing found himself at a loss for words. He had done nothing to earn such a vast sect suddenly at his disposal, and a dominant one at that. Life is indeed full of unexpected twists. After their conversation grew more familiar, the members of the Duhan sect did not take their leave. Instead, they expressed their willingness to assist Yuqing in seizing the secret realm. Suddenly finding himself with such a substantial force, Yuqing welcomed the support with open arms. Thus, the members of the Duhan sect set up camp around the courtyard, ready to await the opening of the secret realm. Clap, clap, clap. Nearby, in the air, stood a man clad in white along with a companion. The man was none other than Li Xianbai, who had previously sought to take Yuqing as his disciple, accompanied by his attendant. Xiao man, this little fellow truly exceeds my expectations every time. Li Xianbai lavished praise without reservation, saying, with the arrival of the Duhan sect, I had thought the moment to take on disciples had finally come. Beside him, Xiao man remained silent for a prolonged period. He had initially perceived Yuqing as merely a commendable youth from a lesser-known locale, never anticipating that even the formidable Duhan sect would seek an audience with him. Although the reasons behind this were shrouded in mystery, the reality was undeniable. It appeared that a true master possessed a far more discerning eye for talent than most. Master, we have received news from the prison sky domain. Xiao man finally could not contain himself. What did they say? Li Xianbai inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. They stated that if you do not find a successor within a year, your qualifications will be revoked. Xiao man replied, his expression filled with indignation. Humph, inform them that I have already found my successor and will undoubtedly bring him back within the year. Li Xianbai responded in a grave tone. Ah, master, what do you mean? Xiao man asked, perplexed. Indeed, my disciple is that young man, Yuqing, Li Xianbai declared. But master, you have yet to officially take on a disciple, Xiao man pointed out. Moreover, stating this without evidence may lead them to doubt and continue applying pressure. Then I shall convey the information about my disciple, Li Xianbai retorted with a cold snort. Suddenly, a large brush appeared in his hand, and with deft strokes in midair, he conjured a vivid portrait of Yuqing. Name, Yuqing. Age, 50. Talent, innate Dao body, bearer of great fortune. Heavenly Dao rules talent. Let us say, a tenfold increase in spiritual energy absorption. Chapter 104. The astonished Lu Tranqi. What, my lord? This fabrication may not be wise. Xiaoman said, staring in disbelief at his master. There is nothing amiss. Even if it were true, would I divulge such a secret to those ruffians? All I need is for them to know I have a formidable disciple. If they remain unconvinced as he spoke, Li Xianbai retrieved a wooden carving gifted by Yuqing, drawing forth a wisp of the energy that Yuqing had left behind. Well, I understand now. Seeing this, Xiaoman collected the wisp of energy, the portrait, and the information before sending it back. Thus, for the time being, the concerns regarding the prison sky domain could be set aside. All that was required was to find an opportunity to take this young man under his wing and return with him within the year. Days passed quietly, one after another. The celestial phenomena above the secret realm showed no signs of dissipating, but it appeared that the entrance to the secret realm was on the verge of opening. Yet it still lacked a final touch. The members of the Jinhuang sect had also arrived at the secret realm. Initially perplexed by the motives of Duhan sect's elder Imo, the arrival of the latecomers finally clarified the matter. They had not anticipated that, in certain respects, the Jinhuang sect had truly become a part of the Duhan sect. This realization left Shi Wuming and the others feeling somewhat surreal. Reflecting on it now, they felt they had stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune to that moment. Within the ranks of the Hangtian sword sect, Lu Tianqi and Shun Jutao were engaged in a game of chess. During their match, both could not help but reminisce about the secret realm. They were still filled with emotion regarding the subservience of the Duhan sect to Yuqing. Presently, the entire wasteland, including the southern region, was rife with speculation and discussion on various conjectures. Countless versions circulated, yet neither Lu Tianqi nor Shun Jutao could pinpoint the exact reason. Regardless of the cause, the facts remained. They were sufficient to affirm that Yuqing was a figure of considerable significance and strength. So, do you regret your actions from that day? Shun Jutao could not resist asking. After all, that was your last chance with the talisman, and in the end, it resulted in a mere romantic folly. That elder likely doesn't even recall the incident. What is there to regret? Lu Tianqi replied dismissively that I never had high hopes to begin with. Given how things have unfolded, this is perhaps for the best. We need not worry about retaliation from the Duan sect. Indeed, it is good that you see the situation clearly. Shun Jutao remarked with a smile that I was just concerned that you might feel uncomfortable about having wasted your final chance with the talisman. Just as their conversation concluded, a disciple reported from outside. Reporting to the sect master, someone is requesting an audience at the mountain gate. Requesting an audience with me? Lu Tianqi inquired, puzzled. Did they say who they are? They did not specify, and I do not recognize them. However, they mentioned that you would know upon meeting them. The disciple replied. Lu Tianqi's curiosity intensified, and he exchanged glances with Shun Jutao, who shook his head in confusion. In these times, with sects being extinguished or weakened across the wasteland, and others merely observing the excitement surrounding the secret realm, who would come seeking him at this moment? Shall we go and take a look? Lu Tianqi proposed. Shun Jutao, finding himself with little else to do, nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of the disciple, the two sect masters finally arrived at the entrance of the Hangtian sword sect. There, for figures awaited them, at the forefront stood a young man clad in white, accompanied by 3 elderly men. Upon seeing Lu Tianqi and Shun Jutao emerge, the young man in white smiled and remarked, Esteemed sect masters, it is a pleasure to see you. Lu Tianqi and Shun Jutao were taken aback, for the visitor was none other than Yuqing, with the 3 elderly men alongside him being the 3 grand elders of the Duhan sect. A wave of astonishment washed over Lu Tianqi. He had never expected that Yuqing would personally arrive at the Hangtian sword sect with the 3 grand elders and TOW. Lu Tianqi. Shun Jutao, we pay our respects to Senior Yuqing and the esteemed grand elders of the Duhan sect. They both hastily bowed in greeting. Haha, Sect Master Lu, is this how you greet me on my first visit to your Hangtian sword sect? You leave me standing at the gate without inviting me in for a seat? Yuqing laughed heartily. Of course, esteemed elders, please, do come in, Lu Tianqi exclaimed, suddenly realizing his oversight as the news spread. Other elders of the Hangtian sword sect gathered, convening in the main hall to welcome their guests. Sect Master Lu, I have come primarily to express my gratitude for your timely warning the last time. Yuqing stated with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Qianqi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Yuqing's visit was solely to express thanks for that matter. He quickly rose, a look of embarrassment on his face, and replied, I hardly deserve such an honor, and I truly did not assist in any meaningful way. That you may feel that way. You, will remember your kindness. Yuqing responded, turning his gaze to Shun Jiutao. And of course, I must also acknowledge Sect Master Shun, who accompanied Sect Master Lu. Shun Jiutao, taken aback by the recognition, hurriedly stood, saying, I cannot accept such praise. I merely accompanied old Lu and had no part in the matter. The two sect masters were profoundly astonished, never having imagined that Yuqing would remember them and come to express his gratitude. However, their eyes instinctively drifted toward the three grand elders of the Duhan sect, feeling somewhat uneasy given that they were representing the sect. Noticing their gaze, Hong Tian, seated calmly, stroked his beard and smiled. Esteemed sect masters, I have gleaned some understanding of the situation. Sect Master Lu, out of gratitude for the assistance rendered regarding the Qingtian Gate, risked potential peril to provide a warning. While it is true that he acted on behalf of the Duhan sect, I hold great admiration for his character. Furthermore, since the Duhan sect is intrinsically linked to the esteemed elder, there is no need for either of you to worry about potential retaliation or suppression from us. My purpose in accompanying the esteemed elders today is to convey that our relations with your two sects have grown somewhat distant in recent years, and this is not acceptable. Thus, I wish to propose that we strengthen our ties moving forward, fostering more frequent communication and interaction. What are your thoughts? Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. The words spoken by the Grand Elder of the Duhan sect carried profound weight, even more so than those of Ling Han. They dared not show any signs of neglect and promptly rose to their feet, speaking in unison. Naturally, we would be honored to do so. Chapter 105. The cursed sword sealed within the sword tomb. Shun Jiutao and Lu Tianqi were overwhelmed with excitement. The implications of Hong Tian's statement were profound, signifying that not only would they not need to fear retaliation from the Duhan sect, but they could also establish amicable diplomatic relations. This development was undeniably advantageous for both sections. They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Yuqing, fully aware that this was a gesture of gratitude for their previous goodwill. Old Lu, I owe you a great deal this time, Shun Jiutao remarked, unable to contain his emotions. What you say is of no consequence. You were equally steadfast in accompanying me, Lu Qianqi replied, observing the current dynamics within the wasteland. It became evident to those with discerning minds that the remaining major powers had formed a united front. In the future, the entire wasteland would stand as one, and in the face of challenges, they would no longer engage in hostilities but instead share burdens and distribute resources equitably. Of course, that was merely speculation for the future. Just as Yuqing and Hong Tian prepared to take their leave, a sudden disturbance erupted from the back mountain of the Hangtian sword sect. A fierce aura of sword energy surged forth, filling the entire vicinity with an atmosphere of impending slaughter. The air felt as though it were laced with blades. While Yuqing remained relatively unfazed, the ordinary disciples of the Hangtian sword sect felt as if they were being carved by knives. Oh no, it's the sword tomb that has erupted once more. As L. Tianqi's expression shifted, he hurriedly clasped his hands towards Yuqing, saying, Senior, I must beg your pardon for not being able to see you off. I must immediately hasten to the sword tomb. Lao Shun, please assist in escorting a few esteemed seniors. With urgency etched on his face, L. Tianqi, after giving his instructions to Shun Jiutao, wasted no time and swiftly soared towards the back mountain. What is happening? Yuqing could not help but inquire. Shun Jiutao explained, to be candid, within the sword tomb at the back mountain of the Hongtian sword sect, there is a sealed broken sword. In recent years, this broken sword has been stirring restlessly, trying to break free from its seal. Old L has truly been worried sick over this matter. Can a broken sword possess such formidable power? Yuqing asked, curiosity piqued. This broken sword is indeed extraordinary. At this juncture, Hong Tian, who was beside Yuqing, interjected, this broken sword resembles a demonic sword that entered our wasteland region over 1,000 years ago. It seems that after experiencing a great battle, it was damaged and lost its original master, yet it has developed its own consciousness and intelligence. After entering the wasteland, it wandered about, killing and consuming the blood of others to restore itself, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Eventually, numerous factions in the wasteland allied together to suppress this sword, managing to seal it within the sword tomb of the Hongtian sword sect at great cost. Given the long history of the Hongtian sword sect, which predates even the Duhan sect, it became the most suitable place to contain this demonic sword. Hong Tian sighed, reminiscing, back then, I was still quite young. And neither the Hong clan nor the Hong people had yet joined the Duhan sect. I thought that so much time had passed that the ferocity of the demonic sword would have long been diminished. Who could have anticipated that it would still be stirring now? This is not merely a matter for the Hongtian sword sect, but for the entire wasteland. The Hongtian sword sect should have widely announced this issue to seek collective resolution. Hong Tian lamented. Senior Hong, to speak candidly, Old El has indeed sought assistance from various factions in the wasteland, but unfortunately, no one has paid heed. Although our Zile sword sect offered help, our strength is ultimately limited. Shun Jiotao could not help but reply. This is utterly absurd. Hong Tian exclaimed in anger, but then he shook his head. He surmised that perhaps the current younger generation had no inkling of the ferocity of the demonic sword in its heyday. After all, there were hardly any older individuals in the wasteland than himself. When the demonic sword caused turmoil back then, he was still a child. Those who did not experience the events firsthand could hardly grasp the terror involved. If the demonic sword were to resurface, it would spell disaster for our wasteland, and we cannot stand idly by. Hong Tian turned towards Yuqing and clasped his hands, saying, Senior, I kindly request permission for my 3 brothers and me to remain and investigate the sword tomb. Hong Tian's words caused Shin Jiotao to tremble slightly, his gaze towards Hong Tian filled with gratitude and respect. If the Hongtian sword sect had the assistance of the 3 from Hong Tian, they would surely find a way to resolve the threat posed by the demonic sword. He could not help but look to Yuqing, hoping for his agreement. In that case, I shall accompany you to have a look. Yuqing replied that it would be most excellent if you could join us, Senior, Hong Tian said, his expression brightening. Shun Jiotao also looked overjoyed. Esteemed seniors, please follow me. Shun Jiotao promptly took the lead, guiding them along a familiar path, indicating that it was not his first time assisting at the sword tomb. Upon reaching the entrance, the oppressive aura of lethal intent intensified, making it difficult for ordinary disciples to remain composed in such an atmosphere. Furthermore, a mysterious demonic energy emanated from within the depths of the sword tomb, seemingly capable of captivating the mind, and even the slightest misstep could lead to a mental shock, causing one to lose their sanity and succumb to brutality and rage. Meanwhile, El Tianchi, leading a multitude of elders from the Hongtian sword sect, hovered in mid-air, forming a formation to concentrate their power and suppress the sword tomb. Their expressions were grave, and it was evident that they had expended considerable energy in just this brief moment. At that moment, Shun Jiotao called out, Old El, look who has arrived. El Tianchi turned his head to glance, and his expression brightened immediately. It is Senior Yuqing, along with the 3 esteemed seniors of the Duhan sect. What brings you here? Hong Tian, observing the situation, furrowed his brow and stepped forward decisively. When the various factions in the wasteland previously allied to suppress this demonic sword, the predecessors of the Hongtian sword sect voluntarily took the risk to seal it within the sword tomb. Now that the demonic sword is stirring once more, how can we, the people of the wasteland, remain indifferent? Hearing Hong Tian's words, El Tianchi nearly wept tears of gratitude. Heaven knows how much the Hongtian sword sect has sacrificed over the years to suppress the demonic sword. Constantly deploying 2 or more elders to stand guard, sacrificing their own cultivation time and lifespan solely to prevent the demonic sword from wreaking havoc upon the world. Otherwise, with the long history and profound heritage of the Hongtian sword sect, how could they have fallen to the point where they could not even handle a mere Qingshan sect, only alleviated by Senior Yuqing's defeat of the Qingshan sect's leader, especially in the past 2 years? As the demonic sword stirred once more, how many factions in the wasteland had he sought assistance from? Yet these factions remained indifferent, some even attempting to take advantage of the chaos, as with the Qingshan sect before. Therefore, with Hong Tian's remarks, the sect leader who had lived for several hundred years could no longer contain the grievance that had built up within him. Other elders participating in the formation were equally stirred. Finally, someone understood their plight. Chapter 106. The Triad Formation, thousands of swords spirits boom. At that moment, the force summoned by El Tianchi and the others to suppress the sword sect was met with a backlash. As it fell into the sword tomb, it surged upwards, crashing back towards El Tianchi and the others like a deluge. Wawa in the midst of the storm, El Tianchi and the others were swept away, flung in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Hong Tian and the others instinctively sprang into action, but a near physical force surged from their bodies, forming a protective barrier behind El Tianchi, allowing their retreating bodies to land upon it, as if falling onto a bed of cotton, preventing them from sustaining further injuries and allowing for a safe landing. Thank you, esteemed seniors, El Tianchi said, still shaken, as he expressed his gratitude along with the other elders. Yet despite this, their faces were pale. Clearly suffering from the backlash of their own attack, Hong Tian waved his hand, his solemn gaze directed towards the depths of the sword tomb. At that moment, the sword tomb was engulfed in a swirling mass of demonic energy, as if a world-shattering beast had awakened. Amidst this chaotic energy, countless swords that had been embedded within the sword tomb for millennia began to rise, scattering in all directions like a meteor shower, ultimately descending upon every corner of the Hongtian sword sect. Wherever the swords fell, structures collapsed, and the ground was left riddled with gaping wounds. Many disciples of the Hongtian sword sect suffered grievous injuries and fatalities. "This is bad," El Tianchi said in a grave tone. "Every disciple of the Hongtian sword sect, from the lowest ranks to the sect leader and elders, awaits their final moments in the sword tomb, leaving behind their life swords to solidify the power of the sword tomb as sword spirits. For thousands of years, it has been the countless sword spirits left by our immortals that have allowed the sword tomb to suppress this demonic sword. Now, this demonic sword is clearly attempting to sweep away the swords within the sword tomb. Once these powers are lost, the sword tomb will likely no longer be able to contain this demonic sword." El Tianchi's expression grew increasingly grave as he turned his gaze toward Hong Tian and the others, who were equally furrowed in thought. However, since they were already present, they had no intention of standing by idly. After exchanging glances, the three of them soared into the air, each taking up a position at the three cardinal points of the sword tomb. "Heaven, earth, man," they cried in unison, simultaneously summoning three formation flags from their hands. In that moment, the flags transformed into three beams of starlight, dazzling rays flickering within, forming a straight line in the void, and creating an equilateral triangle. Within this triangular formation, it appeared as though the very fabric of space was locked and imprisoned. Countless sword spirits, previously forced out by the power of the demonic sword, found themselves entrapped in the triangular area above, as if caught in a quagmire, unable to move, merely trembling in the void. "What is this? Is this the legendary triad formation?" El Tianchi, having consumed a medicinal pill, stood alongside Shin Jiotao, gazing intently at the three formation flags above, unable to restrain his inquiry. "It seems so," Shin Jiotao replied. Breath-quickening 500 years ago, a mysterious force suddenly emerged in the wasteland, sweeping all before it, annihilating countless factions. Just as the inhabitants of the wasteland were gripped by fear, three mysterious masters appeared, employing the triad formation to obliterate that force overnight, after which those masters vanished without a trace. Some say they were experts from the Chotian domain, while others claim they were hidden powerhouses of our wasteland. At that time, various speculations abounded, yet no one could have anticipated that it would be these three esteemed seniors. Old El, since it is these three esteemed seniors, then it seems we need not worry about the threat posed by the demonic sword. Shin Jiotao congratulated with a smile. "Let us hope so." El Tianchi nodded, though a hint of uncontainable joy flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the brief moment of their conversation, the triangular formation had already gained control over the countless long swords soaring from the sword tomb, tens of thousands of them. Press. At that moment, the three of them, suspended in midair, simultaneously formed seals with their hands. The trio executed their hand seals with remarkable speed, their movements synchronizing in an astonishing manner at the precise moment the last seal was completed. An explosion of brilliance erupted within the triangular formation. Countless intricate runes shimmered visibly to the naked eyes. The light reached a critical point. Tens of thousands of swords, confined within the triangular array, simultaneously returned to the sword mound. The spectacle of a myriad of swords descending was profoundly awe-inspiring, resembling a torrential rain of blades. At the moment of their fall, everyone beheld an extraordinary sight. Each sword emanated a radiant glow, infused with a peculiar power that lingered around them. The luminescence of these swords varied in intensity, suggesting they were endowed with a certain will, intended to harmonize with the might of the triad formation to suppress the malevolent sword within the mound. It was evident that this will originated from the disciples of the Hongtian sword sect, who had once meditated within the sword mound. These swords possessed a spirit, despite their masters having perished centuries ago. The imprints of their former wielders remained, if anticipating the peril faced by the Hongtian sword sect at that moment. The will they left behind was awakened. Witnessing this scene, LV Tianchi and countless elders of the Hongtian sword sect were moved to tears, their bodies trembling violently with emotion. Boom! At last, the myriad of swords returned to the sword mound with a thunderous roar, causing the very ground of the mound to sink by 3 inches. Under the influence of the triad formation and the countless intentions left by the ancestors of the Hongtian sword sect, The brutal power within the sword mound suddenly dissipated, instantly suppressed. Tianchi trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. Overwhelmed with excitement, in midair, Hong Tian and his companions exchanged glances, revealing a hint of gratification. Yet, their features seemed to age slightly in that moment, and the pallor on their faces indicated that this endeavor had taken a considerable toll on them. After consuming a medicinal pill to regain some strength, they intended to retract the array flags. Suddenly, the previously subdued brutal power surged once more, even more terrifying and intense than before. Simultaneously, the myriad swords that had just descended were propelled skyward once again by this force. The expressions of Hong Tian and his companions changed dramatically. Ignoring their prior exhaustion, they rapidly executed the complex hand seals once more, attempting to re-establish the suppression. However, when the newly invigorated swords descended upon the triangular formation, they could no longer be contained. After a brief struggle, the power within the triangular array was abruptly pierced, the brilliance of the triangular formation shattered, and the three array flags disintegrated into fragments. Hong Tian and his companions suffered a backlash, simultaneously spitting blood as they were sent flying in three directions. Chapter 107. Who is the broken sword? What? The faces of Tianchi and the others paled in shock. It was evident that not only Hong Tian and his companions, but even the descending myriad swords were violently repelled by this sudden surge of brutal power. The sky was filled with scattered sword light, akin to a torrential downpour, enveloping the sword mound and injuring many disciples of the Hong Tian sword sect in the process. How could this be? Tianchi's face turned ashen. Not even the triad formation combined with the power of the myriad swords could suppress this malevolent sword. An elder sighed. How could this happen? After being sealed for so many years, the power of this malevolent sword is even greater than it was back then. Even the three formidable experts of the Dohan sect were easily overwhelmed. Tianchi could scarcely fathom what means could possibly contend with this malevolent sword. Meanwhile, the brutal power erupted once again, a frenzied and terrifying aura emanating from the sword mound, engulfing the surroundings. Disciples of lower cultivation found it unbearable and had to retreat step by step. The three who were sent flying by the backlash crashed through several pavilions before finally coming to a halt, each sustaining considerable injuries. Yet, they could hardly afford to dwell on their wounds. Hong Tian clutched his chest and sprang to his feet. Senior Yuqing, we must leave at once. This place is no longer safe. The malevolent sword is about to break free. Another companion's expression was equally grim. For some unknown reason, the power of this malevolent sword has increased significantly. If it breaks free, it could spell disaster for the wasteland. They had no choice but to retreat for now and later rally the various sects within the wasteland to face the impending threat together. Indeed, Senior Yuqing, we must ensure your safety first. However, despite their words, they held little hope. After all, the Dohan sect was the most powerful force in the wasteland, and even combined, the other sects could not match it if their trio could not suppress the malevolent sword using the grand formation. What could the other sects possibly do? Once the malevolent sword emerged, the entire wasteland would likely descend into chaos. Yet, that was a concern for later. For now, Senior Yuqing was right beside them, and if anything were to happen to him, Hong Tian and his group would face dire consequences. As they spoke, the fluctuations of power within the sword mound intensified, the violent aura shooting skyward, almost taking on a tangible form. Those present, sensing this aura, seemed to witness a colossal broken sword, radiating an infinite aura of slaughter, ascending from the sword mound. Clearly, the malevolent sword was on the verge of breaking through its seal. In that moment, everyone understood that any hope of suppression had vanished. Despite their reluctance, they could only turn to flee. The hint of helplessness flickered across Tianchi's face. The Hong Tian sword sect had guarded the sword mound for many years, only to find their efforts ultimately fruitless. At the very moment when everyone turned their backs to flee the sword mound, Yuqing made a move. However, his direction was contrary to that of the others. He swam against the tide, heading toward the sword mound. Hong Tian and his companions' expressions changed drastically. Senior Yuqing, do not approach. Although they regarded Yuqing as a noble scion, akin to an ancestor with unparalleled lineage, he still appeared quite youthful, and no matter how formidable the inheritance. Cultivation took time. No matter how high his talent, he could not possibly surpass the combined might of the three veterans wielding the triad formation, given the malevolent sword's already overwhelming force prior to breaking free. It would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. How could they not feel urgency at Yuqing's reckless approach? Hong Tian immediately suppressed his injuries and flew forward, enduring the pressure of the malevolent sword's aura. Racing to Yuqing's side. Senior, this sword is fierce. Be cautious. Just then, Yuqing spoke with a calm demeanor. It's no big deal that it's merely a broken sword. There's no need for such fuss as he spoke. He casually retrieved a sword, an unremarkable, rusted long sword. Hong Tian and his companions were momentarily stunned at a broken sword. Was this the sword he was referring to? In the next moment, Yuqing raised his hand and casually plunged the rusted sword into the ground. Precisely at the entrance of the sword mound, the instant the rusted sword pierced the earth, time seemed to freeze. The myriad swords soaring through the air and the ferocious aura from within the sword mound all simultaneously came to a standstill. Whether it was an illusion or not, Hong Tian and LV Tianqi felt as though they heard a mournful wail emanating from the sword mound in that fleeting moment that in the next instant. The soaring aura of the malevolent sword vanished without a trace. What? Hong Tian's mouth fell agape, unable to close. What was happening? The power of the malevolent sword, which they had just strained every effort to suppress with their grand formation, had disappeared with the insertion of this rusted sword. Moreover, the countless swords that had previously been within the sword mound now floated in the air, trembling incessantly, despite the malevolent sword's aura having dissipated. They hesitated to descend. Even the onlookers could sense a hint of trepidation emanating from the myriad flying swords. What were they afraid of? This rusted, seemingly worthless broken sword. This. Hong Tian found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, the sword mound remained eerily quiet, the aura of the malevolent sword no longer stirring in the eyes of LV Tianqi and the other members of the Hong Tian sword sect. A look of ecstatic joy emerged. Could it be that the malevolent sword had truly been suppressed? Cautiously, they approached Yuqing, gazing at the sword mound. Senior, what is this sword? Yuqing replied nonchalantly, it's just another broken sword. The crowd was taken aback. So that terrifying malevolent sword and this rusted sword capable of suppressing it are both merely broken swords in your eyes. Are there no divine or exquisite swords in the world? Regardless, it seemed the malevolent sword had indeed been thoroughly subdued by this rusted sword. LV Tianqi and the others breathed a sigh of relief, filled with joy. Had the malevolent sword broken free, the other sects in the wasteland could flee, but they themselves would have no escape, possibly facing annihilation that very day. Yet those were considerations for another time. For now, Senior Yuqing was right there. And if anything were to go awry, Hong Tian and his companions would face dire consequences. As they spoke, the aura of the sword mound surged once more, the violent energy soaring into the sky, almost materializing. The moment they felt this aura, it was as if they beheld a colossal broken sword, radiating an aura of unparalleled slaughter, rising from the sword mound. Clearly, the malevolent sword was on the verge of breaking its seal. In that moment, everyone understood that any hope of suppression had vanished, and though they felt reluctant, they could only turn to flee. The hint of helplessness flickered across LV Tianqi's face. The Hong Tian sword sect had guarded the sword mound for many years, only to find their efforts ultimately fruitless. As Yuqing pointed a finger, the azure sword aura surged directly skyward, transforming into a sprawling azure mist. It resembled a vast net, enveloping the countless long swords of the sword mound within its embrace. Each long sword represented a distinct node within this intricate web. In that moment, the essence of the myriad long swords coalesced into a singular entity, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear. Even the three most formidable members of the Duhun sect, Hong Tian and his companions, found themselves overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe in the face of this azure sword net. At that instant, it felt as if the brilliance of any single long sword could annihilate them in an instant. Meanwhile, Yuqing raised his hand and drew the rusted sword from the earth. As the sword emerged, an eerie silence enveloped the air for a brief moment. The demonic swords within the mound seemed to be awaiting confirmation, testing whether the terrifying presence that had subdued them had truly vanished. After a heartbeat, it appeared to have come to a realization. The brutal force within the sword mound surged violently, casting a shadow over the heavens. The power of the demonic sword erupted once more. This time, they could even sense an exuberant, tumultuous energy, as if liberated from long-standing oppression. Yet, this exuberance was short-lived. In the next moment, the myriad flying swords of the mound, connected by the azure sword aura and transformed into a sword net, descended once more. Like the weight of Mount Tai, the aura of the demonic sword shattered before the sword net. As the net fell to the ground, the aura of the demonic sword vanished entirely. In its final moments, it emitted a chilling, mournful wail, filled with dread and unwillingness, akin to a lamenting cry. Then, silence reigned. This time, the stillness persisted for an extended duration. The demonic sword remained utterly motionless. All was concluded. Yuqing sheathed the rusted sword, his tone relaxed and casual. It should no longer stir restlessly. The onlookers exchanged glances, speechless, while Hong Tian and his companions struggled to find their words that Liu Tianqi, clutching his astonishment, personally led a group into the sword mound and emerged moments later, his face reflecting profound shock. The demonic sword had indeed been subdued, and more thoroughly than before, devoid of even the same violent energy it once possessed. It was as if a frail maiden had been pinned to the ground by a towering giant, unable to struggle in the slightest. Upon learning this, Hong Tian and the others were left in utter disbelief. Their gazes toward Yuqing had transformed entirely. If it were merely the rusted sword that had subdued the demonic sword, it could be attributed to the sword's own strength. However, Yuqing had only employed a wisp of sword aura to empower the flying swords of the mound, completely suppressing the terrifying demonic sword. Such skill was beyond imagination. The Duhan sect initially revered Yuqing solely due to his status. Yet now, it seemed that this senior, hailing from the same lineage as their sect's ancestor, was deserving of their respect not only in status, but also in strength. After conducting several inspections to confirm the complete suppression of the demonic sword, Liu Tianqi approached Yuqing with a group of elders and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your immense grace, senior." The crowd's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The complete suppression of the demonic sword signified not merely an escape from calamity, but also the liberation of the Hongtian sword sect from years of burdens and responsibilities. Yuqing smiled lightly, "No need for thanks. Initially, I intended to simply break that broken sword and return it to the forge, but upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary that it might as well serve a purpose. Now that its demonic power and malevolence are entirely subdued, the sword intent remains that in the future, as you cultivate within the sword mound, you may glean insights from its sword intent, which should prove beneficial to your training. Consider this a modest compensation for your years of guardianship." As they listened to his words, Hong Tian and the others were increasingly astonished. The once tremor-inducing demonic sword now seemed to be treated like a mere toy by Yuqing, disposed of at will. The members of the Hongtian sword sect were profoundly moved. Had it not been for the calamity of the demonic sword, they would have undoubtedly grown significantly stronger without the need to suppress the sword mound. Liu Tianqi had already sensed the pure sword intent during his examination of the mound. For practitioners of swordsmanship like them, that pure sword intent was immensely beneficial. Even he, as the sect master, felt a hint of enlightenment just from his brief visit, sensing an impending breakthrough, let alone the disciples. From this day forth, the sword mound would transform from a burden for the Hongtian sword sect into a treasured ground. Compared to immediate gains, this was a long-lasting benefit capable of elevating the entire sect to new heights, and all of this was thanks to the presence of Yuqing. Meanwhile, far beyond the desolate lands, across countless mountains and rivers, lay the prison heavenly domain. At the heart of this realm, a strikingly crimson-black mountain range was ensconced within a searing valley of towering volcanoes, in a palace built atop a magma pool. Shrouded in a crimson glow, several figures radiating an unsettling aura engaged in conversation. "Has Li Xianbai still not found a disciple?" One voice spoke gravely that at this rate, in another year, his qualifications will be revoked. "Do any of you have opinions on this matter?" The others fell silent for a moment, before another voice chimed in. "There is still a year left. It is too soon to say." The first speaker scoffed coldly. "Our disciples in the prison heavenly domain are not just anyone who can be chosen. He has failed to find a suitable candidate for so many years. What chance does he have in just one short year?" Just then, one person at the waist emitted a faint white glow as he raised his hand, retrieving the source of the light, which revealed itself to be a white jade pendant intricately carved with elaborate patterns, seemingly pulsating with inner radiance. Holding the jade pendant, he sensed something, and after a moment, his expression shifted dramatically. "A message has just come in. Li Xianbai has found a successor." "What?" At this revelation, the others were taken aback. "With only a year left, he actually managed to find someone?" One voice expressed incredulity. I suspect he simply found someone to fill the role because time is running out. If that's the case, he must not be let off lightly." The individual holding the jade pendant shook his head. "It is not so simple. From the information he relayed, the person he found genuinely meets our requirements for a successor in the prison heavenly domain." As he spoke, he activated the jade pendant, revealing a luminous projection between them, which prominently displayed Yuqing's information. Of course, it was the version presented by Li Xianbai. Chapter 108. Observe my performance. master in an instant. The gazes of the figures converged upon it, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. A congenital Tao body, possessing great fortune, and only 50 years old. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, he does seem exceptionally youthful. And he possesses a Tao rule talent that enhances his spiritual energy absorption tenfold. One person exclaimed, "Such a prodigious talent has truly been found. In the desolate land? What a joke! Can such a genius really emerge from such a remote place?" It would seem that Li Xianbai discovering a prodigious successor should be considered good news. However, the expressions of those present were anything but pleased. Such talent was indeed sufficient to qualify as a seed successor for the prison heavenly domain. The first to speak, sitting in the center, declared solemnly, "If Li Xianbai brings this person back, we will have no justification for revoking his qualifications." Another voice interjected coldly, "That must not happen." Yet another shook his head, "But this individual possesses qualifying talent. We cannot simply disregard that." The group fell into silence for a moment, before one individual suddenly chuckled coldly, "It is not difficult to prevent this. Until the assessment concludes, we cannot take any action against Li Xianbai. But this young man is another matter." The individual stated casually, "Before Li Xianbai brings him back, we simply need to kill him. In the ensuing year, I refuse to believe he can find another successor of such talent. That a splendid idea." Upon this suggestion, the others displayed their agreement. "I'll go take care of it." One person stood to leave, but was halted by the central figure. "No, the old-timers on Li Xianbai's side are still watching us. If any of us act, it will surely alert them." Yet he spoke lightly. Moreover, he is merely a young man in his 50s. "Do we truly need to act ourselves?" Sin Minggu. With his strength and skills, even with Li Xianbai's protection, eliminating the young man should pose no challenge. The others nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed with that plan. With only a year left, we cannot afford any missteps." After the others departed, only one figure remained in the hall. He emitted a faint aura, lost in contemplation. Moments later, a man clad in black appeared silently within the hall. Bowing respectfully to the figure, tall and slender, he exuded a sharp aura, his form shrouded in a black cloak, resembling a weapon wrapped in cloth, concealing its deadly edge. "Elder, what do you require of me?" The figure gestured, and within the light, Yuqing's visage and information materialized. That faint aura drifted toward the man in black, who raised his hand to receive it. "Within a month, eliminate this individual and return with his corpse for a report. He is under Li Xianbai's protection. Do not allow him to catch wind of your intentions." The black-clad man merely glanced at the image before averting his gaze. "Understood." Once the man vanished, the remaining figure seemed to mutter to himself, "Such a rare congenital Tao body. To not utilize it would indeed be a waste. However, Li Xianbai, what a pity it is for you. With your extraordinary talent, you are far more suited than Zhou Fengtian. If you were to agree to the conditions laid out by this elder, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament." Thousands of miles away, in the desolate southern wasteland, after resolving matters with the Hung Tian sword sect and suppressing the sword tomb, Yuqing lingered for merely 2 or 3 days. Grateful for his assistance, he departed with Hong Tian and the others back to the entrance of the secret realm. Calculating the days, it was indeed time for the secret realm to open. As they looked upon Yuqing, Hong Tian and the others regarded him with an added layer of reverence. They had initially thought him merely of noble birth, only to discover his unfathomable strength far exceeded their expectations. The magical sword they could not contend with, even when united in a formidable formation, was effortlessly subdued by a mere thread of Yuqing's sword energy. Truly, he was an existence of the same lineage as their ancestor. His prowess perhaps even surpassing that of the elder from years past. Yet, as they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, Yuqing furrowed his brow. The entrance, suspended in the sky, remained unchanged. With no sign of the barrier preparing to open, something felt amiss. Why Yuqing stroked his chin and mused. It has been quite some time since the peculiar phenomena of the secret realm appeared. Yet this entrance shows no reaction. Could there be some unforeseen complication? A month has nearly passed. What difference is there between this and thunder without rain? At this moment, Hong Tian spoke up. "Senior Yuqing, how about we 3 investigate first and see if we can break the barrier directly?" Yuqing shook his head. "There's no rush. Let us wait a few more days. In 3 days. It will mark a full month since the appearance of the secret realm. Though I have little to do, it would be unreasonable to wait idly. One might think I am merely standing guard here." Thus, he resolved that if the entrance had not opened after 3 days, he would take matters into his own hands and forcibly breach the barrier, even if there were a minuscule chance of an incident. He deemed it inconsequential. At worst, he could make a hasty retreat and abandon the secret realm. With determination, Yuqing waved his sleeve and departed with Hong Tian and the others, returning to the Mi Shui courtyard. After all, it was nearby. Should the secret realm open, they could arrive promptly. Just as they left, two figures materialized in the half-air not far away. They were none other than Li Xianbai and his attendant. Xiao Man.Li Xianbai surveyed the entrance to the secret realm, deep in thought. The prolonged closure of the entrance suggested something unusual was at play. Xiao Man queried, "Master, what shall we do? He isn't coming to seek your assistance in opening the door. Are we to simply wait in vain?" Li Xianbai chuckled. "Of course not. If the opportunity does not present itself, we shall create one. Observe his demeanor. It is evident that he is quite troubled by the entrance's continued closure. Tell me, what do you think his reaction would be if I were to intervene now and break the barrier?" Xiao Man's eyes lit up. "Indeed, if Yuqing were to witness your prowess, he would surely be astonished, making it much easier for you to take him as a disciple." Li Xianbai nodded with a smile. "Precisely." Xiao Man then shifted the topic. "But, Master, did you not mention that you only have a 60% chance of breaking the barrier?" Li Xianbai was momentarily taken aback, responding rather displeased. "What do you know? The myriad formations of this world are ever-changing. No one dares to claim 100% certainty in breaking a formation they have never encountered. As for such an ancient and intricate barrier, having a 60% chance is already exceedingly high. To be frank, within this wasteland, I doubt anyone else possesses even a 10% certainty without my intervention." Xiao Man nodded, though only partially comprehending. Li Xianbai waved his sleeve, adopting a carefree demeanor. "Now, just watch how I, your master, perform." With that, he soared toward the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 109. Li Xianbai captured. The Duhan sect had long stationed individuals to guard this area. Yet Li Xianbai and his companion boldly flew overhead without drawing any attention from the watchful disciples. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Xianbai let out a commanding shout. "Heaven and earth, heed my call. Break the formation with the 7 techniques." As his words echoed, his fingers intertwined and transformed, resembling a blooming lotus, mesmerizing to behold. One by one, the seals took form, aligned in the 7-star positions, and struck the door of the secret realm. As the seals entered the barriers surrounding the entrance, the once semi-transparent door, previously hidden among the clouds, began to materialize more solidly with a tremor in space. The guards below were startled, looking up in astonishment. Although they could not perceive Li Xianbai and his attendant, they could clearly see the door undergoing a transformation. The entrance to the secret realm was about to open. They hurried to notify their sect leader. Li Xianbai, suspended in the sky, revealed a satisfied expression. Earlier, when he mentioned a 60% chance of opening the door, he had been overly modest. In truth, he had a 70% chance of breaching such a barrier. Just as he prepared to take further action to completely unlock the entrance, he noticed that the gradually solidifying bronze door was adorned with intricate patterns that suddenly shifted, emanating brilliant light, enveloping the door entirely, and threatening to retreat back into the void. "What?" Li Xianbai was taken aback. "This barrier still has new changes." Once more, he unleashed his seals. With every layer he broke, new barriers emerged instantaneously. His methods had their limits, yet the barrier's transformation seemed endless. Such ancient barriers possessed an enigmatic complexity. Li Xianbai felt a sense of foreboding. The disciples of the Duhan sect had already been alerted to report the situation, and it would not be long before Yuqing arrived. He had intended to surprise Yuqing by breaking the barrier in his absence and showcasing his abilities. However, if he were to be caught red-handed, he would be at a loss. Resolving this, Li Xianbai gritted his teeth. He could no longer afford to hesitate. In the next moment, he spread his hands, and a radiant light appeared before him, revealing its true form, a 2-foot-long, seemingly brass-colored taper, its surface covered in profound runes, exuding an astonishing aura. "The Tua Mo needle," Xiao Man exclaimed in surprise. "Master, the Tua Mo needle is a treasure of the domain. Each use requires years to restore its power. Are you truly going to use it here?" Li Xianbai's lips twitched. He had no desire to reveal his trump card, yet the stakes involved in taking on a disciple and preserving his reputation compelled him to act. With a thought, the Tua Mo needle transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing forth. The ever-changing barriers appeared trivial before the Tua Mo needle, which effortlessly sliced through them like a knife through butter. When the azure light struck the door, the heavens trembled, and the ancient bronze door solidified completely. Then, with a resounding boom, a gap opened, revealing a swirling vortex behind it, leading to an unknown destination. Li Xianbai sighed in relief. Retracting the Tua Mo needle, which now appeared considerably dimmer, he grimaced, feeling a pang of regret. The Tua Mo needle, crafted from countless precious materials using ancient secret methods, could breach any barrier or formation. However, each use not only required substantial time for replenishment, but also eroded his own vitality. In essence, each use diminished its availability. Nonetheless, he had successfully opened the entrance to the secret realm. Now, he merely awaited Yuqing's arrival. Confident that witnessing such prowess would leave him in a wait that point, he could easily express his intention to take on a disciple. While contemplating this, Li Xianbai found himself intrigued by the secret realm. Initially, he had little interest in it, but the intricacies of the ancient barrier piqued his curiosity, revealing that the realm's master was no ordinary individual. Who would have thought that within such a desolate wasteland, a secret realm of this caliber could exist? Although he had no intention of stealing it, his curiosity led him to draw closer to examine the patterns on the ancient bronze door. Hoping to uncover some clues, simultaneously, the vortex behind the entrance exuded an aura of mystery, instinctively drawing him nearer. Just as he approached, a long shadow suddenly shot forth from the narrow opening of the ancient door, ensnaring Li Xianbai around the waist and dragging him inside. Startled, Li Xianbai quickly regained his composure. Which fiend dares to act so boldly? His response was swift. He shouted loudly and raised his hand to strike the shadow. Despite his hasty action, with his strength, none in the wasteland could withstand this blow. However, the thunderous palm struck the shadow, causing it to tremble slightly, yet remain unscathed. What? Li Xianbai was astonished, before he could react further. The shadow pulled him into the secret realm, vanishing within the swirling vortex. Only Xiao Man was left standing outside, stunned for a considerable time before regaining her senses, panicking. How could this happen? Master! Master! She wanted to rush forward, but recalled the scene of Li Xianbai being dragged in, causing her legs to weaken in fear. She dared not approach any closer, only able to anxiously call out from outside the door. Despite calling out several times without response, she was too frightened to approach the entrance. Unsure of what to do, and could only pace anxiously outside. After a while, voices of surprise emerged from below. Did it truly opened? That's impossible. There were no signs during the day. Wait, is there someone there? As Xiaoman lowered her head, she beheld a group of individuals standing below, gazing upward. Who else could it be but Yuqing, Xiaoli, and Hongtian? Earlier, Li Xianbai had concealed their presence and aura, but now that he had been dragged into the mysterious realm by that shadowy figure, Xiaoman's form was inevitably revealed. Of course, even without this turn of events, she could not escape Yuqing's keen perception. He scrutinized Xiaoman for a moment, and then recollected, aren't you that attendant of the elder from before? What brings you here alone? Logically speaking, if even his master, Li Xianbai, could not withstand being captured and drawn into the secret domain, then the young Yuqing would stand even less of a chance. However, at that moment, Xiaoman was thrown into a state of panic by this unexpected development. In her desperation, upon seeing Yuqing and the others, she rushed over as if she had grasped a lifeline. Help! My master is in danger. Chapter 110. The tentacled monster. Yuqing cast a glance at the partially opened portal to the secret realm above, then turned his attention back to Xiaoman. Your master has entered the secret realm? He inquired, somewhat perplexed. Wasn't that elderly previously uninterested in the secret realm? Why would he venture there now? Although many sought after the hidden domain, with various factions involved, Yuqing could discern that the elder was genuinely disinterested in it, preferring instead to show off in front of him. Moreover, according to Yuqing's earlier observations, the restrictions surrounding the portal to this secret realm were still quite solid, showing no signs of disturbance, making it unlikely that it had opened at this moment. Thus, he shifted his gaze and asked, could it be that the entrance to the secret realm was opened by that elderly? Xiaoman hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. How should he respond? Should he say that his master wished to impress Yuqing in order to gain his favor? If successful, it would be one thing, but now the portal had opened, and he had been captured first. Admitting this would be utterly humiliating if he remained silent. He would struggle to explain why his master, who had previously expressed disinterest in the secret realm, had now secretly opened it, if he were to be misunderstood as coveting the realm. That would be a grave injustice. Fortunately, having traveled extensively with his master, he managed to calm himself, ponder for a moment, and organize his thoughts. Well, my master holds you in high regard, young master Yuqing, and wishes to befriend you. Seeing that the portal has not yet opened, and suspecting that you have been waiting anxiously, he decided to take action to break the restrictions and unveil the secret realm, to surprise you. Upon hearing this, Yuqing responded with an "Oh, so. It turned out that this was merely to show off before him. Xiaoman steeled himself to continue. Just now, after my master broke the restrictions, a long shadow emerged from within. Dragging him inside a long shadow, Yuqing squinted at the portal in the sky. Although he was not particularly adept at discerning others' realms, he could sense that Li Xianbai's strength was considerably greater than those he had previously encountered. To be so easily drawn into the secret realm indicated that the entities within were likely extraordinary. However, this only piqued Yuqing's interest further. He nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for your master's kindness. But if this leads to danger for Elder Li, it would be my fault. With that, he turned to the others, instructing, You all wait here that I shall venture inside to investigate. As his words fell, he casually drew Xiaoli's sword and leaped into the portal of the secret realm. The others complied, remaining in place, their confidence in Yuqing unwavering, while Xiaoman remained anxiously fixated on the portal that in his eyes. Although Yuqing was powerful, he could not possibly compare to his master, and he feared that if he could not assist his master, he too would become ensnared, leaving him utterly at a loss for what to do. Yet, he had no other options. With a year's time nearing its end, and Li Xianbai expected to return with his successor before then, he could not rely on the prison domain, and thus had no choice but to gamble on a dying horse. He could only hope that both his master and young master Yuqing would emerge unscathed. Unbeknownst to Yuqing, Xiaoman's thoughts were tangled, as he merely perceived that his earlier hesitance to break the restrictions stemmed from a fear of unforeseen consequences. Now that the portal's restrictions had been dismantled, he saw no reason for concern at that very moment. Within the secret realm, two figures of vastly differing sizes were engaged in a fierce struggle. One of them was Li Xianbai, his expression grave, as he was encircled by two radiant rings, one blue and one gold, that clearly emanated a precious light. His opponent, however, was a monstrous creature towering several dozen feet high, resembling a small mountain. This beast, neither fully human nor fully beast, appeared at first glance to be a mountain of flesh, its entirety a mottled greenish-white, crowned with lush green leaves. The contours of a human face were faintly visible upon its body. Yet it bore no limbs. Instead, countless tendrils, resembling strands of hair, flailed about, extending from beneath its form. 4 particularly massive tentacles, each 100 feet long, flanked its sides, serving as grotesque substitutes for arms and legs. It was one of these tentacles that had pulled Li Xianbai into the secret realm. Though the creature seemed to possess some semblance of intelligence, communication was impossible. Its tendrils dragged Li Xianbai toward the multitude of appendages below, a fate that promised certain doom. However, the creature's tentacles were exceedingly resilient and immensely powerful, and Li Xianbai found himself unable to break free. He was compelled to wield his divine weapon, the heavenly heart double rings, to finally sever the tentacle that ensnared him, enabling his escape. Yet, as one tentacle was severed, a multitude of others surged forth, blocking Li Xianbai's retreat. Realizing the futility of his situation, Li Xianbai began to seek an opportunity to flee. Just as his gaze traversed the myriad tentacles, landing upon the portal in the distance, he saw a figure emerge from it. The figure entered and glanced upward, their eyes itsu. Li Xianbai exclaimed. The newcomer was none other than Yuqing. What are you doing here? Li Xianbai's heart raced, but he quickly deduced that Yuqing had likely come in search of him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been thrilled at the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that he could only present the spectacle of himself being battered by the monster before he could fully process this. Yuqing's entrance had already attracted the monster's attention, and a tentacle shot forth, aiming to ensnare him. Chapter 111. This thing can be used for alchemy. Li Xianbai gasped in alarm, urgently shouting, Be careful! Quickly, flee! Seeing the tentacle hurtling towards him. Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Evidently startled by the creature's appearance, the tentacled monster, he instinctively dodged the incoming appendage, and in that fleeting moment, dozens of tentacles surged from all directions, blocking Yuqing's escape. This is bad. Li Xianbai gritted his teeth. That moment, he felt nothing but regret. Had he known, he would not have provoked this cursed secret realm. Not only was he in peril, but now Yuqing had also been drawn into the fray. He had intended to impress Yuqing and perhaps recruit him as a disciple. Yet now it seemed both master and apprentice might meet their end here, that he longed to assist Yuqing. But just then, one of the creature's 4 thick tentacles swept toward him. Li Xianbai summoned the heavenly heart double rings to defend himself, only to be sent sprawling by the force of the blow. Meanwhile, the multitude of tentacles wrapped around Yuqing's form. This is the thought that flickered through Li Xianbai's mind at that moment. However, in the next instant, A brilliant flash of light sliced through the air. The tentacles that ensnared Yuqing were all severed, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered like confetti across the expanse. That Yuqing's figure emerged from the chaos. This scene rendered Li Xianbai momentarily speechless. It was important to note that he had expended tremendous effort to sever a single tentacle while wielding a divine weapon. Yet, Yuqing had effortlessly sliced through dozens of them in the blink of an eye. Before Li Xianbai could fully grasp the situation, he saw Yuqing, still brandishing his sword, retreating rather than advancing, now standing before the tentacled monster. Yuqing's gaze swept across the creature, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment, this isn't a tentacled monster. It's ginseng." Upon hearing this, Li Xianbai snapped back to reality and followed Yuqing's gaze. Sure enough, the creature's foliage-covered head and lower half were adorned with long tendrils, and its outline indeed resembled that of a colossal mountain ginseng. However, its size, coupled with the visage of a human face and its grotesque movement on four thick tentacles, created a nightmarish scene that had previously obscured this possibility from Li Xianbai's mind. This secret realm truly harbors treasures. Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a ginseng essence, such a colossal ginseng. How many years must it have taken to grow? It must be at least several thousand. Perhaps even tens of thousands. Yuqing himself has no particular need for ginseng, but he is currently engrossed in alchemy to that end. Nanshi has been racking her brains to gather spiritual herbs for him from various locales. However, given the strength of the Southern Kingdom, the quality of the medicinal materials they can collect is rather limited. This ginseng essence, whether it has existed for thousands or tens of thousands of years, boasts an unimaginable quality if it were to be used for alchemy. It is simply inconceivable that Yuqing's heart stirred at the thought that moment. The gigantic ginseng essence emitted a peculiar low howl, and to his astonishment, the dozens of tendrils he had just severed began to regrow, returning to their original state in the blink of an eye. Li Xianbai, observing from the side, was utterly astonished. Truly, it is worthy of being called a 10,000-year ginseng essence. Not only does it possess formidable strength, but it also exhibits such terrifying regenerative abilities. Amidst the low howls, robust tendrils of the ginseng essence lunged towards Yuqing from all directions. Simultaneously, countless slender tendrils surged forth. Evidently, the ginseng essence was enraged by the severing of its tendrils and was now using its full might. Such a large ginseng. It is inexhaustible, utterly inexhaustible. Yet, as he beheld the multitude of tendrils approaching him, Yuqing's expression was one of delight. He then reached out his hand and seized one of the ginseng essence's tendrils. Then with a mighty heave, he swung it with all his might. Boom! The ginseng essence's massive, mountainous form was uprooted, and with the direction of Yuqing's force, it crashed back down to the ground. A deafening roar reverberated as the earth trembled, the ground cracking open like ripples on water, raising waves of earthy yellow. This strike was tremendously forceful, stunning the ginseng essence, whose bizarre shrieks echoed through the skies. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under the astonished gaze of Li Xianbai, Yuqing stood aloft, gripping the ginseng essence's tendril in one hand, furiously flailing and smashing it about like a whip. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the earth shook repeatedly, accompanied by the ginseng essence's mournful cries. The ground of the secret realm was soon left in utter disarray. The ginseng essence, in a pitiable state, was battered and bruised, having lost count of how many tendrils had been severed, thrashing desperately in an attempt to escape Yuqing's grasp, yet its enormous form was as helpless as a chick in his hands. No matter how hard it struggled. Ultimately, with another tremendous crash, a sharp crack echoed as the thick tendril in Yuqing's hand snapped cleanly. The ginseng essence's body flew away like a kite with a severed string, crashing into a distant small hill and obliterating it, rolling several times on the ground and carving out a deep trench before finally coming to a halt. Alas, I exerted a bit too much force. Yuqing furrowed his brow. I hope I haven't crushed it to death. That he flew over and, seeing the ginseng essence curled up on the ground, kicked it lightly, noticing that it was still twitching. He finally relaxed. Thankfully, it still breathed at this moment. Li Xianbai was utterly speechless. He felt as though his brain might crash. Is this truly the same ginseng essence that had just mercilessly pounded him? How could it now appear as powerless as a mere toy in Yuqing's grasp? Having personally experienced the ginseng essence's strength, he understood the sheer terror of Yuqing's current display of power. What realm could this seemingly youthful man, appearing to be under 50, possibly belong to? Even the elders from the prison sky realm would likely find it difficult to match such prowess. reflecting on his previous efforts to recruit Yuqing as a disciple. Li Xianbai felt as though something within him had collapsed. After a while, Yuqing's voice broke through his reverie. "Elderly, are you all right?" Li Xianbai jolted, coming back to his senses, only to see Yuqing dragging the ginseng essence back to his side. The ginseng essence, colossal as a mountain yet barely clinging to life, stood in stark contrast to Yuqing's seemingly diminutive figure. Li Xianbai's mouth twitched, rendering him momentarily speechless. Noting that Li Xianbai's breath was relatively stable and he did not appear gravely injured, Yuqing felt a sense of relief and turned to observe the ginseng essence, while simultaneously surveying the surroundings. Even for a 10,000-year ginseng essence, this size seems rather excessive. How could one cultivate a ginseng of such magnitude? Yuqing scanned the vicinity and found that the secret realm resembled a lush valley. Although the sounds of birds were absent, fragrant flowers wafted through the air. The sky bore neither sun nor moon, but radiated a gentle glow that illuminated the valley. Additionally, the air was filled with the aromatic scent of various herbs. This place seems to be a medicinal garden. Chapter 112. If you cannot be used for alchemy, what purpose do you serve? Yuqing's gaze swept across the valley, dense with vibrant flowers and lush foliage. He discerned that many of them resembled various spiritual flowers and herbs. Realizing that this was indeed a medicinal garden, Yuqing felt a surge of excitement. Even if there were nothing else, the various spiritual herbs alone would be immensely beneficial to him. After all, as an alchemist, one cannot do without spiritual herbs. However, after surveying the area, disappointment flickered across his face. He discovered that most of these spiritual herbs were of low quality. The few that appeared valuable were mostly still in their infancy, some barely having sprouted, and were far from maturity. What use are these low-grade spiritual herbs to him? Only a 10,000-year ginseng essence like this one is what he truly desires. Yet, if this medicinal garden can produce such a ginseng essence, how could it lack other high-grade spiritual herbs? They must have all been consumed by it. Just then, Li Xianbai's voice broke the silence. Yuqing turned to see Li Xianbai propping himself up to stand. After a moment, he finally caught his breath, his emotions settling somewhat. Yuqing, he intended to address him as brother, but recalling Yuqing's earlier display of power, his mouth twitched, and he could not bring himself to utter those words. Although Yuqing appeared youthful, his terrifying prowess made one wonder about his true age. Perhaps he is merely an old man masquerading as a youth. That, of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Li Xianbai shifted his address. "Taoist you, are you wondering why there are no other high-grade spiritual herbs in this garden?" Given his years of experience roaming the world, Li Xianbai had already surmised Yuqing's thoughts. Yuqing nodded. Indeed, logically speaking, a garden capable of nurturing such a 10,000-year ginseng essence should possess a high-leveled. Li Xianbai shook his head. It was indeed once of considerable stature, but once the ginseng became sentient, everything changed. As you should know, ginseng inherently absorbs the nutrients around it as part of its nature. When it is rooted in the ground, the range of nutrients it can absorb is limited. However, once it attains sentience, it can roam freely, transforming the entire garden's spiritual flowers and herbs into its sustenance. When it grasped me earlier, it instinctively attempted to drag me towards its root, likely intending to consume me as nourishment. Thus, Taoist you, the reason you observe the absence of high-grade spiritual herbs or only see tender sprouts is that they have all been devoured by it, while the low-grade ones that I wager it simply looks down upon them. Yuqing finally grasped the situation. No wonder this creature has grown so enormous. His gaze towards the ginseng essence turned distinctly displeased. So this thing has been nourished by the entirety of his medicinal garden. Indeed, at this moment, he regarded this garden as his own. With that thought in mind, anger surged within him, and he kicked out at the ginseng essence as if it were a wild boar raiding his cornfield. "Spit it out!" This kick sent the ginseng essence flying over 100 feet, and the tendril Yuqing was holding snapped, causing the ginseng essence to roll on the ground, its wails echoing into the heavens. Watching the once fearsome ginseng essence now appear as a mere punching bag in Yuqing's eyes, Li Xianbai's eyelid twitched, and he spoke up to advise. Once consumed, all that it has ingested becomes nourishment. It is unlikely it can regurgitate, Yuqing retorted in frustration. Then who will compensate me for the other spiritual herbs I lack? Sighing, he conceded, well, at least capturing a ginseng is not without its gains. He raised his blade, preparing to dismember the ginseng essence. I shall use this plump ginseng as the main ingredient for my alchemy. Li Xianbai hurriedly interjected. Taoist you, hold on. This ginseng essence may not be suitable for direct alchemy. Yuqing paused in surprise. Not suitable? Are you jesting with me? He eyed Li Xianbai skeptically. After all, He was a professional alchemist and had never heard that ginseng could not be used directly for alchemy. Li Xianbai shook his head. Ordinary ginseng can certainly be used, but this one is different. Have you considered that while 10,000-year ginseng may be rare, even 1,000-year or several thousand-year ginseng can be vastly different in size from that of a 10 or 100-year-old one? Yuqing pondered. That is true. Even a 10,000-year ginseng is simply too large for the species, Li Xianbai explained. Typically, the size of ginseng does not increase with age. Its medicinal properties become more concentrated, which is why it is deemed a treasure. However, this ginseng essence is different. After attaining sentience, it likely disregarded everything, consuming numerous spiritual herbs within this garden. The saying goes, all medicine has its poison. Imagine how many impurities and conflicts of medicinal properties exist within all those spiritual herbs. If we, as cultivators, were to refine or consume it, we would eliminate the impurities and toxins, harmonizing the medicinal properties. However, it was utterly oblivious, indulging in gluttony without a shred of awareness, lacking the ability to cultivate or refine medicinal powers. Consequently, its physique grew increasingly large and unwieldy, resulting in its current form. Although Li Xianbai had previously been left in a pitiable state after being brutally beaten by the ginseng spirit, his profound insights and experiences allowed him to remain composed now, analyzing the situation with clarity. Thus, it was uncertain how much impurities and toxins had accumulated within this ginseng spirit. Using it for alchemy would likely result in a swift demise at this juncture. For reasons unknown, the four demons waiting at the entrance of the secret realm inexplicably shuddered. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's expression darkened further. Did this mean that the plump ginseng could not be used for alchemy? What purpose would it serve then? Having consumed an entire garden of spiritual herbs, it could not be utilized. So was it to be kept for the new year? Just as Yuqing was preparing to obliterate the ginseng spirit, he suddenly recalled something and halted his movements. You just mentioned that it was unable to cultivate and refine medicinal powers, which resulted in the accumulation of impurities and toxins, rendering it unusable. Li Xianbai was taken aback and nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Yuqing stroked his chin. What if it could cultivate on its own? Li Xianbai replied. If it were to cultivate, gathering medicinal potency and expelling impurities, it would transform into a true treasure of the world. At that point, even a single ginseng tendril could possess boundless utility, not to mention its capabilities in reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bones. However, he quickly shook his head, but it appears that its intelligence is low, as it behaves like a wild beast, making cultivation impossible. Yuqing's eyes sparkled. This can be easily remedied. He stepped forward and pointed at the ginseng spirit. In the next moment, to Li Xianbai's astonishment, the ginseng spirit, which had just been on the brink of death, suddenly sat upright. Simultaneously, it let out a clear, childlike wail. It hurts so much. Chapter 113. Once you master cultivation, you can begin alchemy. Moments later, Li Xianbai's face still bore the lingering shock as he followed closely behind Yuqing. Indeed, it was two individuals now in front of him. In addition to Yuqing, stood a child. The child appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, plump and fair, with a head full of lush green hair. At that moment, the child's face was marked by fear as it scampered along beside Yuqing. It goes without saying that this child was none other than the ginseng spirit. After Yuqing's application of the touch of transformation, it had awakened its intelligence and taken on its current form. Without hesitation, Yuqing had given it a thorough thrashing and then provided it with a set of cultivation insights, instructing it to train diligently. You must cultivate well, understand? Once you master your cultivation, I can use you for alchemy. Do not let me down. Yuqing patted the round head of the ginseng spirit and pondered for a moment. I need to give you a name. Let us call you Shao Can. Thank you, master, for the name. The ginseng spirit. Oh no, Shao Can wore a grimace on its chubby face that was more sorrowful than be used for alchemy once it cultivated successfully. Had I known, it would have been better if you hadn't awakened my intelligence. That moment, Yuqing casually plucked a hair from Shao Can's head and gazed at it with regret. Such a fine ginseng tendril. What a pity it cannot be utilized. Shao Can trembled all over, clutching its head, tears welling in its eyes. This head of green hair was transformed from its ginseng tendrils, thus pulling one out was excruciatingly painful for it. The green color was indicative of the impurities and toxins accumulated within. All of this, to Li Xianbai, seemed like a dream. While it was one thing to possess immense strength, Li Xianbai, hailing from the prison heaven domain, had encountered countless powerful beings. However, Yuqing's ability to casually touch and transform a millennium-old ginseng spirit, awakening its intelligence and transforming it into human form, truly transcended his imagination at that moment. Yuqing appeared unfathomable in his eyes. The most evident change was that he no longer dared to refer to him as a fellow cultivator, reflecting on his previous inclination to take Yuqing as a disciple. Li Xianbai felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. Fortunately, he had not voiced that thought. Otherwise, it would have been a monumental embarrassment. After awakening Shao Kan, Yuqing chose not to leave, but instead continued deeper into the secret realm alongside Li Xianbai. At the end of the valley where the medicinal garden was located stood a basin surrounded by mountains, at the center of which was a stone mountain, that a staircase extended from the base of the mountain leading upward. And from afar, one could see a stone palace atop the mountain. It was evident that this stone palace was the very heart of the secret realm. Along the way, Yuqing inquired about matters concerning the secret realm from Shao Kan. Although Shao Kan had previously been dull-witted and possessed low intelligence, it retained some memories. Since its consciousness had begun, it had been within this medicinal garden of the secret realm, though it now appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Shao Kan was likely older than both Yuqing and Li Xianbai combined by 100-fold. In the early days of its memory, a figure would often enter and exit the medicinal garden to tend to them. The healthiest of the ginseng spirits, Shao Kan, received the most attention. However, due to the passage of time, Shao Kan could not recall the figure's specific appearance or whether they were male, female, old, or young. It only remembered that the figure was often accompanied by a fearsome beast, whose presence was deeply etched in Shao Kan's memory. It was uncertain when the figure had ceased to appear. After that, Shao Kan continued to grow, eventually gaining the capability to leave the ground and move using its tendrils. Following its instincts, it indulged in a feast of spiritual herbs, causing the entire secret realm to become its playground. It wandered throughout the realm, devouring treasures, yet it never encountered the figure again. Why Yuqing and Li Xianbai speculated that the figure was likely the master of this secret realm, though they were unsure whether that individual had left or perished. In fact, besides Shao Kan, there had originally been many other beasts in this secret realm. Some of those stronger creatures were initially beyond Shao Kan's capabilities. However, after consuming a portion of Shao Kan, they dropped dead on the spot, inadvertently becoming nourishment for Shao Kan. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. It appeared that Li Xianbai had indeed spoken the truth. This ginseng spirit had gone awry and transformed into a toxic ginseng. The master of the secret realm was undoubtedly powerful, and the creatures he had left behind were likely formidable. Yet, they had all fallen victim to the toxins of Shao Kan from years ago. Heaven only knew how toxic it had become by now. As Shao Kan's size grew to a certain extent, even without its toxins, no creatures in the secret realm could rival it, allowing it to run rampant. However, there was one place within the entire secret realm that Shao Kan dared not approach, the stone mountain at the center of the secret realm. According to Shao Kan, it had once attempted to approach the mountain, but, upon reaching the base, sensed a familiar aura emanating from the palace atop the mountain. It was the same aura of the beast that had often accompanied the figure in the medicinal garden. Back when Shao Kan was still rooted in the ground, it felt an overwhelming terror from that presence. Although it had not seen the true form since then, the aura was now infinitely more horrifying. At that time, Shao Kan, driven more by instinct than thought, had fled in terror and never dared to return. Not long ago, it sensed a peculiar aura coming from the direction of the valley where it had originated. Instinctively drawn back, it discovered the swirling vortex in the sky. Out of curiosity, Shao Kan lingered for a while, attempting to consume the vortex, but to no avail. Its tendrils could not penetrate it. Just moments ago, the vortex had suddenly emitted a life force, which prompted Shao Kan to instinctively extend its tendrils, allowing it to pull out a person from within. It goes without saying that it was none other than Li Xianbai. Upon hearing this, Li Xianbai's mouth twitched in no wonder he had been so unfortunate, being grabbed the moment he opened the door. However, through Shao Kan's account, they had gleaned much about the secret realm. The beastly aura it sensed was likely that of a creature once tamed by the master of the secret realm. The palace atop the mountain was presumably the residence of the former master. Whether the master had departed or perished, the fierce beast it had tamed remained in the palace, guarding it. If there were any treasures hidden in the secret realm beyond Shao Kan, they could only be found within that palace. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the foot of the stone mountain. Originally, this journey should have encountered several obstacles. They sensed the presence of numerous ferocious beasts. Yet, as those beasts approached and caught a whiff of Shao Kan's scent, they immediately fled in terror. It seemed that Shao Kan had long since established itself as the overlord of this realm, having reduced their troubles significantly. Gazing at the staircase leading to the mountain's peak, A trace of fear flickered on Shao Kahn's chubby face. This was it. Hissing. That creature's aura is still present inside. Chapter 114. The Fierce Winged Demon Beast. At this moment, Shao Kahn had awakened its intelligence and was far more alert than before. However, upon sensing this aura, its fear intensified. The presence of that creature was far more terrifying than it had been in the past. Clearly, over the years, it was not only Shao Kahn that had grown. Li Xianbai's expression also shifted slightly. He had personally experienced Shao Kahn's strength. If its mere aura could instill such fear in Shao Kahn, then what kind of horror awaited within the palace at the mountain's peak? However, he cast a glance at Yuqing beside him, and his heart settled. This individual could wield Shao Kahn like a meteor hammer at will. This was indeed a monster. Even now, he could not fathom Yuqing's realm, and coupled with that earlier display of turning stone to gold, Li Xianbai felt that Yuqing seemed even more inscrutable than the elders of the prison heaven domain. Indeed, Yuqing maintained his composure, leading Shao Kahn up the steps. Li Xianbai followed closely behind. The stone mountain was not particularly tall, and within half an hour, the trio reached the summit, standing before the grand palace. Li Xianbai gazed upon the grand hall, a note of admiration escaping his lips. This magnificent structure was extraordinary, undoubtedly the creation of an exceptional being. Why Yuqing nodded in agreement. The hall appeared to be a cohesive whole, devoid of any seams, as if it had been hewn from an entire mountain peak. Though its exterior seemed unremarkable, both men were masters of formations and restrictions, able to discern that every inch of the hall was imbued with multiple layers of enchantments. These restrictions seemed to be seamlessly integrated with the hall itself, as if they were innately formed. However, they did not serve to deter intruders. Rather, they appeared to be in place to safeguard the hall itself. The caliber of these restrictions surpassed even that of the entrance to the outer secret realm. To illustrate, Yuqing had a 99.8 chance of perfectly unraveling the restrictions at the outer secret realm entrance. Whereas his confidence in breaching the hall's defenses was reduced to a mere 99, the difference was palpable. Even a 1 risk felt akin to gambling with one's life. Fortunately, the entrance to the hall was not barred by any restrictions, sparing him the peril of risking his life to bypass them. Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment before giving a playful kick to Shao Kahn, instructing him to open the door, although there were no restrictions at the entrance. It was possible that opening the door might trigger a millennium-old ginseng spirit. Shao Kahn possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. While he was not needed for alchemical purposes at present, he could still serve as a means to probe for traps. Rubbing his backside, Shao Kahn hesitated to flee, his face a mask of grievance as he approached the door to push it open. The towering doors, standing several zhang high, creaked open with a resounding rumble. However, nothing else stirred in response. After a brief wait, and seeing no reaction from the restrictions, Yuqing, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward into the hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, Yuqing's gaze sharpened. The interior of the hall was exceedingly spacious, akin to a grand plaza. At the far end of the hall, several screens enclosed a particular area, yet nothing could be discerned within, for between the entrance and the screened-off section lay a colossal beast. Its exterior resembled that of a tiger or a leopard, cloaked in a deep black hue interspersed with blood-red markings, presenting a visage both fierce and menacing. Most striking were the enormous, bat-like wings that sprouted from its flanks. In terms of size, the beast was somewhat smaller than the unawakened Shao Kahn, yet its aura was far more terrifying. This was evident from the pallor of Shao Kahn's chubby face and his trembling form. It seemed the beast had been napping, but the noise of the door being pushed open had evidently disturbed it. Snorting heavily through its flared nostrils, its enormous, blood-red, serpentine eyes slowly opened, fixing their gaze upon the unexpected intruders. Shao Kahn's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. It was it. It had grown significantly since the last time he had seen it, but why Yuqing patted his head. You too. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment erupted from behind them. The fiend-winged devourer. Yuqing turned to find Li Xianbai staring, aghast, at the dark beast, exclaiming in disbelief. This creature hasn't gone extinct. Yuqing tilted his head. You recognize this beast? Li Xianbai shook his head, not so much recognize as having heard of it. Elder Yu, you should be aware that there exists a race of demons and monsters in this world. Yuqing nodded. He was all too familiar with this, having 4 monkeys residing in his courtyard. Li Xianbai continued in a solemn tone. The fiend-winged devourer was created in ancient times through the fusion of the bloodlines of the demon race and a formidable beast. They initially intended to tame the fiend-winged devourer as a steed to wage war against other races. However, upon its birth, its ferocity and strength far exceeded expectations, making it nearly impossible to control. ultimately turning against the demon race that it preys indiscriminately on humans, fierce beasts, and even demons alike. With its wings unfurled, it can dart as swiftly as lightning, making it nearly impossible for anyone to evade its pursuit. Hence its name. When it first emerged, it caused significant casualties and was ultimately slain by a joint effort of humans and demons, leading to its extinction. Who would have thought there would still be one here? The master of this secret realm must possess unimaginable abilities to have tamed a fiend-winged devourer. As the three conversed, the fiend-winged devourer began to shake its head and slowly rise to its feet. Perhaps having slept for too long, it initially seemed disoriented, but upon regaining its senses and focusing on the trio, it emitted a low growl from its throat, its blood-red eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. With its master absent, its ferocity was now unbridled. In the next moment, the fiend-winged devourer lunged forward with an unparalleled ferocity. Li Xianbai shouted, "Be careful! This fiend-winged devourer appears to be fully grown. Such a beast, once matured, is a formidable opponent even for those at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm." The reason he specified the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm was that he himself was at that level. In a desolate land where even a handful of those at the Divine Passage Realm were scarce, the cultivation of the Chaos Realm was already enough to dominate. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering a ginseng spirit capable of overpowering him. Followed by an ancient beast that could consume practitioners of the Chaos Realm as mere fodder. That moment, Li Xianbai's confidence was severely shaken. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his dismay. The next instant, Yuqing leapt into action, delivering a swift kick. The fiend-winged devourer was sent hurtling back with an even greater speed than it had charged. With a thunderous crash, the colossal beast collided with the wall on the opposite side of the hall. Invisible patterns manifested, emitting a radiant light. The protective enchantments of the hall had been activated. The activation of these enchantments produced a fierce recoil, sending the fiend-winged devourer hurtling back once more. It's back. Yuqing had just sent the beast flying when it charged back, snarling and thrashing. He frowned, lifting his leg for another kick, and once again, the fiend-winged devourer was sent flying back. Boom! As its massive form collided with the palace wall once more. The enchantments activated, and it was propelled back yet again. Boom! With yet another kick from Yuqing, the beast was sent flying back again. In the astonished gaze of Li Xianbai, the fiend-winged devourer transformed into a colossal ball. Being kicked back and forth by Yuqing within the hall, utterly unable to retaliate, only able to flail helplessly in the Li Xianbai was completely dumbfounded. As a high-ranking figure within the prison sky domain, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge. Yet today, as events repeatedly shattered his expectations, the fiend-winged devourer was a shared nightmare for both the demon and human races in ancient times. Even when besieging this beast, former foes, the humans and demons, had to temporarily set aside their conflicts and join forces, a testament to its terror. Within his own prison sky domain, there was an elder whose primary artifact was crafted from the skull of a young fiend-winged devourer, and he took great pride in it. Yet now, an adult fiend-winged devourer was being treated as a mere ball to be kicked by Yuqing. Who on earth was this person? How did such formidable beings emerge from this desolate land? While Li Xianbai was in a state of shock, Shaoqin was equally astonished. However, amidst his astonishment, there was also a glimmer of admiration in his gaze toward Yuqing. This fiend-winged devourer had left an indelible mark of fear upon him since he was still buried in the ground. And throughout the years, he had dared not approach this place, demonstrating his trepidation. Now, witnessing Yuqing effortlessly vanquishing his childhood fears with his powerful kicks, Shaoqin began to clap his chubby hands, cheering loudly while Yuqing was enjoying himself as well. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the fiend-winged devourer was surprisingly resilient, enduring each kick without faltering. Encountering such a sturdy opponent, Yuqing could not resist the temptation to play a little longer. Initially, the fiend-winged devourer struggled and roared, but as time passed, its roars grew softer, and its struggles became increasingly feeble. Gradually, its cries transformed into mournful wails, until it could no longer produce any sound. Only then did Yuqing halt his assault. Observing the fiend-winged devourer, now a limp heap on the ground, resembling a puddle of mud, motionless, furrowing his brow, he sighed. "Oh dear, I may have overdone it." He approached and gave it a gentle kick, shrugging his shoulders. It's out of breath. It seemed that in his excitement, he had inadvertently struck a bit harder than intended. What a shame. According to Li Xianbai, this creature was quite rare, on the verge of extinction. After pondering for a moment, he wondered if this beast could be used in alchemy, and if so, even its corpse could prove useful. It would not be a wasted journey. Little did he know how the fiend-winged devourer would feel if it were aware of Yuqing's intentions. Having slumbered in this hall for countless years, it was suddenly kicked to death upon awakening. If it had any spirit left in the heavens and could speak human language, it would undoubtedly utter the words. Aminos, Yuqing stored the lifeless body of the fiend-winged devourer in his spatial ring and returned to the dazed Li Xianbai, shaking his hand. What are you dawdling for? Come, let us see what treasures the master of this secret realm has left behind. Only then did Li Xianbai snap back to reality, swallowing hard, his gaze toward Yuqing now filled with profound reverence. This being was undoubtedly a powerhouse beyond the chaos realm. Such a figure, even in the present-day prison sky domain, was an exceedingly rare sight that it is unimaginable that such an existence would be encountered by oneself. Moreover, I had previously harbored the thought of taking this person as my disciple. At this realization, he suddenly stiffened that he had foolishly transmitted Yuqing's information back to the prison sky domain. What now? With a complex expression, Li Xianbai followed Yuqing across the grand hall to an area enclosed by screens. This place appeared to be the dwelling of the master of the secret realm during his lifetime. At its center lay a meditation mat, upon which rested a mirror and a tome. Besides these, there was a side table adorned with a brush and an inkstone. Other than that, there was nothing more. Upon seeing this, Yuqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Was it merely these items? The secret realm master had seemingly lived a rather austere life here. Nevertheless, with the mindset of having come this far, Yuqing waved his hand and collected all the items, including the table and the meditation mat, intending to examine them later. Just as he was about to survey the surroundings for any additional treasures, the entire grand hall suddenly trembled. Sensing something, Yuqing lowered his gaze. Li Xianbai followed suit and was immediately taken aback. Was this Dayan array? Indeed, countless intricate and profound array patterns illuminated beneath their feet, revealing a grand formation. However, they did not sense any perilous aura emanating from the array. Instead, a series of spatial fluctuations surged forth, reminiscent of the previous appearance of the secret realm's entrance from the void. Senior Yu. This is a teleportation array. Li Xianbai, equally adept in formations, quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed. Naturally, Yuqing had sensed it even earlier and, exhibiting a calm demeanor, nodded slightly. I am aware. Let us observe where it might lead us. He knew full well that this secret realm was far from simple. The absence of the secret realm master's presence suggested that this teleportation array might very well lead to where the master resided. In the next moment, the grand formation radiated brilliant light, and amidst the dazzling brilliance, the figures of Yuqing, Li Xianbai, and Shao Kan vanished within the array, simultaneously, outside the endless mountains and rivers, at the periphery of the prison sky domain. Within the center of this realm, at the back mountain of the Purple River sect, a group of figures stood solemnly, their expressions grave, enveloped in a tense atmosphere as they gazed upon a towering altar. 100 feet high, crafted entirely from jade and suffused with an air of ancient mystery. At this moment, surrounding the altar, led by the sect master, 15 elders were arrayed according to the 16 hexagram positions, channeling their utmost strength to activate the formation. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the center of the formation suddenly blazed with light, erupting into a brilliant beam that shot skyward. Old ancestor, just a moment ago, didn't they refer to him as a guardian spirit beast? How has he suddenly transformed into an old ancestor? Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Purple River sect, a group of individuals brazenly intruded. Each of them exuded a formidable aura, and at the forefront stood a robust middle-aged man, his square visage marred by a menacing air. Anyone who dared to obstruct their path was ruthlessly injured or maimed. Ji Changchuan, as the esteemed sect master, have you stooped to hiding like a timid turtle? The middle-aged man sneered, his voice dripping with derision. Just then, from the direction of the back mountain, Ji Changchuan's voice echoed. Pay respects to the old ancestor, the old ancestor. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Old ancestor? When did the Purple River sect acquire an old ancestor? Their arrogance stemmed from a profound understanding of the Purple River sect's capabilities, knowing full well that there was no room for resistance. Yet, an old ancestor had suddenly emerged. At this moment, one of his disciples spoke up. Great Guardian, have you forgotten? The Purple River sect does have an old ancestor, who is often mentioned. The middle-aged man finally grasped the situation, his brow furrowing. Nonsense. They speak of the founding ancestor of the Purple River sect, a figure from thousands of years ago. How could that old ancestor still be alive? Religious sects that have established roots in the prison heaven domain possess substantial histories. Although the Purple River sect appears weakened now, it is an ancient sect with a storied past that it is said that its founding ancestor, known as the Old Ancestor Ziyun, was an unparalleled powerhouse who once roamed the 36 domains of Yundong, compelling even the hidden masters of the prison heaven domain to bow in submission. At its zenith, the Purple River sect was hailed as the foremost sect in Yundong. Yet, one day, the Old Ancestor and several top-tier experts mysteriously vanished, leading to the precipitous decline of the sect over the millennia, leaving them struggling to survive even at the periphery of the prison heaven domain. Were it not for this, they would not have been subjugated by the Heavenly Radiance sect, and now, Ji Chanchuan is calling out for an old ancestor? The disciple scratched his head, but don't they often say that their old ancestor is merely missing, not dead, and will one day return? Are you foolish? The middle-aged man smacked the disciple on the head, nearly laughing in exasperation. This was not a matter of a century or two, nor even a millennium. Since the old ancestor Xian first made a name for himself, over 10,000 years have passed. Even a saint cannot live for such an extended period. Humph. This is mere trickery to frighten people. The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy as he looked toward the back mountain. Regardless of your schemes, if I do not obtain what I seek today, I will leave no trace of the Purple River sect. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let us head to the back mountain." Not even the King of Heaven could save you today. The group forcefully burst through the side door of the Grand Hall, storming toward the back mountain with an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Purple River sect, the crowd was astonished by Ji Chanchuan's actions. What is going on? Who are you calling old ancestor? Ji Chanchuan raised his head, casting his gaze over the crowd, and proclaimed loudly, "Have you all forgotten? The old ancestor simply vanished mysteriously, not perished. For millennia, a saying has circulated through the generations of the Purple River sect. The old ancestor does not die, merely departs with the wind. One day, Ziyun will return like a flash of lightning." This proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, reverberating above their heads. Every disciple of the Purple River sect had heard this saying since childhood. How could they not know? Ji Chanchuan continued. This altar was left by the old ancestor, leading directly to the old ancestor's celestial palace. We, the descendants of the Purple River sect, with our heartfelt intentions, have summoned not a guardian spirit beast. Who else could it be but the old ancestor? The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, these three individuals did not resemble guardian spirit beasts, so could they truly be the old ancestor? However, which one of them is the old ancestor? There are three on the platform. Meanwhile, Yuqing and Li Xianbai, standing atop the altar, were equally stunned. They had merely entered a secret realm and were transported here. How had they become the old ancestors? However, Li Xianbai quickly regained his composure and said, "Seniors, could the Ziyun old ancestor they speak of be the master of this secret realm?" Yuqing nodded, producing a copper mirror and a book from his hand, items he had just acquired in the secret realm. The front of the copper mirror was unblemished, but its back displayed an intricately carved character for Cloud amidst elaborate patterns. The cover of the book bore the title Ziyun's handwritten notes that it was almost certain that the old ancestor of this sect was indeed the master of the secret realm. Therefore, had they mistaken those emerging from the secret realm for their old ancestor? But where was the true master of the secret realm? What then was the object that had previously drawn Yuqing's attention? His gaze fell upon the people before him to uncover the clues. It seemed he would need to delve deeper into the affairs of the Purple River sect. Just as he prepared to descend the altar to inquire, a cold voice rang out. "So, you are here." A potent and aggressive pressure surged from the entrance of the back mountain. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Radiance sect swaggered in, leading his followers. Ji Chanchuan's gaze locked onto the intruder. His teeth clenched. "You, Ho Yinrong." This man was the great guardian of the Heavenly Radiance sect and the leader of this oppressive endeavor against the Purple River sect, known for his immense strength and ruthless methods. Several powerful members of the Purple River sect had already perished at his hands during previous confrontations, and even Ji Chanchuan himself had narrowly escaped severe injury in their encounters. This is the forbidden area of the Purple River sect. "How dare you intrude so brazenly?" an elder bellowed. Ho Yinrong's fierce gaze scanned the surroundings before he sneered and suddenly struck, sending the elder flying with a single palm. "Forbidden area? I would dare invade even your bed. What can you do about it? Today, if you do not hand over the treasures, the entire Purple River sect will be reduced to ashes. What is a mere forbidden area to me?" Ji Chanchuan. "You think you can escape by putting on a show?" Ji Chanchuan's face stiffened. Then he retorted angrily. "You can forget it. That treasure is left by our sect's old ancestor. Even if the Purple River sect perishes, do not expect us to hand it over. Moreover, with the old ancestor present today, who will meet their end remains uncertain. Chapter 118. The Red Cloud. Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor? Ho Yinrong turned his gaze, his cold eyes settling on the three figures atop the altar, finally resting on the leader among them. Yuqing did a mocking smile spread across his face as he erupted into laughter. Ji Chanchuan, are you truly at your wit's end, resorting to a mere child to impersonate your old ancestor? Ji Chanchuan was indeed at a loss. The current state of the Purple River sect was dire, and among its members, there were hardly any to boast about as formidable fighters. The gap between them and the Heavenly Radiant sect was insurmountable. They needed only send a great guardian like Ho Yinrong to suffocate them. He understood that the threats of annihilation from the Heavenly Radiant sect were not mere bluster. The Heavenly Radiant sect had a notorious reputation for such deeds if he could not devise a strategy. It could very well be the end of the Purple River sect's lineage. At this moment, the only glimmer of hope lay with the three individuals before him, although they clearly did not appear to be guardian spirit beasts. Since they were summoned from the ancestral altar of the Purple River sect, which had been passed down by the old ancestor, they likely had some connection to him. He could only gamble that if they were related to the old ancestor, they would not sit idly by and watch the Purple River sect perish. Regardless of the potential costs afterward, he needed to navigate this immediate crisis. Otherwise, there would be no future to consider. With this resolve, Ji Chanchuan gritted his teeth and proclaimed, boldly spoken, our sect has a saying that the old ancestor will return like a flash of lightning. Undoubtedly, this individual is our founding old ancestor. Ho Yinrong, you, a mere guardian of the Heavenly Radiance sect, dare to speak so brazenly before our old ancestor. What punishment do you deserve? Ho Yinrong was momentarily taken aback. Ji Chanchuan's fierce demeanor appeared to possess a semblance of confidence. He couldn't help but glance again at the three figures atop the altar, especially at Yuqing's remarkably youthful face, and doubt flickered in his mind. What a joke. This kid looks barely 50. And he is the old ancestor Ziyun. Although one's appearance may change with cultivation, if Ziyun were truly alive, he would be over 10,000 years old. How could he still look this way? Convinced that Ji Chanchuan was merely posturing, Ho Yinrong felt emboldened, revealing a cold smile as he advanced toward the altar. So, you are the so-called Ziyun old ancestor. Today, I shall exterminate your descendants and obliterate your sect. Do you have any final words? At this moment, the three on the altar, well, two people and one recently awakened spirit, were aware of the unfolding situation, bored with the sect conflict and feeling no need to intervene. Yuqing turned to Li Xianbai, saying, Senior, let us leave. I now know where we are. Here lies the periphery of the southeastern region of the prison sky domain, where I owe my life to the benevolence of my esteemed predecessor in the secret realm. It is a rare occasion to arrive at my prison sky domain, and I shall undoubtedly extend a warm welcome to my venerable elder. Li Xianbai conveyed this message to Yuqing. The Purple River sect has now diminished to a mere small faction, thus he had never heard of it. However, the Radiant Sky sect possesses some renown among the surrounding sects of the prison sky domain, allowing Li Xianbai to discern their location. Although he was astonished that the remote secret realm had transported them to the periphery of the prison sky domain, he, as an esteemed figure within the domain, regarded these outer sects with disdain and had no intention of acknowledging the ambitions of Ji Chanchuan, who feigned authority. Yet, Yuqing remained immobile, keenly observing the scene before him from their previous exchange. Yuqing had gathered that the Radiant Sky sect sought a particular treasure belonging to the Purple River sect, a relic left by their founding ancestor, Patriarch Yearned. It appeared likely that the master of the secret realm was, indeed, Patriarch Yearned. Thus, the object of Yuqing's resonance might not be within the secret realm, but rather within the Purple River sect itself, or perhaps something related to it. While he understood Ji Chanchuan's intentions, he pondered the implications of this revelation. In the midst of his contemplation, the Radiant Sky sect's Ho Yinrong approached the altar with malicious intent, intending to humiliate the Purple River sect. He mockingly addressed Yuqing. What say you, old ancestor? If you are afraid, I could spare your life and allow you to witness the slaughter of your disciples. How does that sound? At that moment, a smirk graced Yuqing's lips. The Patriarch Ziyun no longer existed. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the members of the Purple River sect. They had never truly believed that the youth on the altar was their ancestor. And observing Ho Yinrong's lack of fear, it was evident he shared their disbelief. It seemed that the Purple River sect was destined for annihilation that day. Ji Chanchuan's heart quaked, and he shut his eyes in resignation. However, Yuqing swiftly shifted the tone of his discourse, for Ziyun had become a matter of the past. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled towards the altar's edge, gazing down upon the assembly. I prefer the color red. Therefore, I am now the Red Cloud Ancestor. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Ho Yinrong, enraged and humiliated, retorted, "You jest, boy." Yuqing replied with an air of indifference, "Do you not think this place lacks a touch of red?" With a subtle flourish of his hand, a gleaming blade materialized. "Allow me to assist." With that, he swung the blade, its icy radiance slicing through the air, passing perilously close to Ho Yinrong. That it was only a heartbeat later that Ho Yinrong turned. Horror etched on his face, to witness 7 or 8 severed heads soaring into the sky. In the next instant, a crimson fountain erupted, raining blood upon the earth. All present were cultivators, their physical vitality far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Thus, the abrupt decapitation resulted in a towering geyser of blood, akin to several crimson trees sprouting from the ground, their branches unfurling. Concurrently, Yuqing's voice pierced the air once more. "The red fountain is indeed a sight to behold. Would you not agree?" Ho Yinrong felt a chill envelop him, his complexion paling. The swiftness and ferocity of the strike had left him utterly unprepared. In that moment, he recognized that the individual before him possessed strength far beyond his own. Could this be the return of Patriarch Ziyun? The thought flickered through his mind, and no, it no longer mattered. His next instinct was to flee. Without hesitation, he turned to escape towards the valley's entrance, disregarding the remaining disciples at his side. Yet, as he glanced back, he found Yuqing, who had been on the altar, now calmly standing behind him, observing with an impassive expression. Ho Yinrong had not even perceived when Yuqing had descended. Before he could react, Yuqing raised his blade once more. Another strike followed, this time aimed not at Ho Yinrong, but at a nearby disciple who had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. With a sickening thud, another head ascended, accompanied by the eruption of a blood fountain. In the midst of Ho Yinrong's terror, Yuqing raised his blade again, summoning yet another crimson geyser. These disciples were formidable members of the Radiant Sky sect, each a powerful figure in their own right. Had it not been for Ho Yinrong's intent to eradicate the Purple River sect today, they would not have accompanied him. However, Yuqing's strikes were executed with such ease that none could react in time to flee or retaliate. The act was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Indeed, Yuqing relished this sensation, wielding the blade with a finesse that rendered his current strength nearly irrelevant. The knife was simply cleaner and more decisive than a mere palm strike, which might not suffice or could result in a gruesome mess that in no time. The disciples accompanying Ho Yinrong became a macabre tableau of headless corpses strewn across the ground. Not only Ho Yinrong, but even the members of the Purple River sect gazed in shock, an icy dread rising within them. Ho Yinrong's face turned ashen as Yuqing nonchalantly dispatched the last of his disciples, turning to face him with an unsettling calm. "How swift!" Ho Yinrong gasped. Dropping to his knees, "Spare me." He stammered, "I had no intention of offense. I was unaware of the esteemed ancestor's identity. I beseech your forgiveness." At this moment, he began to genuinely believe Yuqing was indeed the legendary ancestor. Whether or not it was true was inconsequential. What mattered was that the youth before him, brandishing the gleaming blade, possessed the power to dictate his fate. Unaware of the ancestor's identity, Yuqing tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. "Did you not hear just moments ago? Your ignorance stems from disbelief." As the words fell, Yuqing raised his blade once more. Overcome with dread, Ho Yinrong instinctively cried out, "You cannot kill me. I am the Grand Protector of the Radiant Sky sect. If you slay me, the Radiant Sky sect will not rest until they exact vengeance." Before he could finish, a flash of steel severed another head, causing yet another crimson fountain to burst forth. This time, the blood tree loomed larger and taller than before. Silence enveloped the scene, and the members of the Purple River sect stood wide-eyed, scarcely daring to breathe. Just moments ago, the Grand Protector of the Radiant Sky sect, a figure of great renown throughout the periphery of the Prison Sky domain, had been effortlessly dispatched by this seemingly unremarkable youth, who had annihilated him and his cadre of powerful allies with the ease of a butcher. The strength and ruthlessness of this young man were profoundly unsettling. Furthermore, he had proclaimed himself the Red Cloud Ancestor. Could it truly be that their long-lost ancestor had returned after millennia? Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. Zichangchuan, steeling himself, approached and knelt before Yuqing, pressing his forehead to the ground. Disciple Zichangchuan pays respects to the ancestor. "Ancestor, display your might and vanquish these vile brigands." Your disciple humbly submits. Only then did the others regain their senses, and a cacophony of kneeling arose as they prostrated themselves before Yuqing, chanting in unison, "We pay respects to the ancestor." Zichangchuan remained bowed before Yuqing, the blade's edge hovering perilously close to his head, the oppressive aura palpable. Rumors had long suggested that their ancestor did not wield a blade. A sense of trepidation enveloped Zichangquan. Yet in the next moment, he witnessed Yuqing smile gently and sheath his long knife, raised at in that instant. A weight lifted from their hearts. Concurrently, Zichangquan resolved to make a momentous decision. After centuries of decline, the Purple River sect had now become the epicenter of astonishing rumors. The legendary founding ancestor, Patriarch Ziyun, had resurfaced after millennia, now known as the Red Cloud Ancestor, and had effortlessly slain the Grand Protector of the Radiant Sky sect along with numerous formidable disciples. In response, the Radiant Sky sect vowed vengeance, declaring they would annihilate the Purple River sect. This news was monumental, swiftly spreading throughout the southeastern reaches of the Prison Sky domain, igniting fervent discussions among many. Have you heard? The founding ancestor of the Purple River sect has returned. What? Patriarch Ziyun. Surely, this is mere fabrication. No, the Patriarch Ziyun indeed existed, a formidable force from a millennium past. A millennium? Preposterous. How could someone from a millennium ago still be alive? What kind of cultivation would that require? It's clearly a hoax. Who would believe such nonsense? It's hard to say. I heard that Ho Yinrong of the Radiant Sky sect was killed. Is that true? Patriarch Ziyun has been dead for thousands of years. How could he still exist? This must be a ruse by the Purple River sect. Debates erupted everywhere regarding this matter. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Radiant Sky sect headquarters, a cold voice reverberated. Patriarch Ziyun? Red Cloud Ancestor? Absurd. Can individuals from millennia ago truly survive to this day? Even the most revered sages would find such a feat impossible. Another voice interjected, remarking that anyone capable of slaying the guardian of the Tianhui sect must possess extraordinary abilities. Humph. Unless he is indeed a resurrected sage, no one can protect him after daring to kill a guardian of the Tianhui sect. This time, you shall join me in action. The Zai sect, a mere minor sect, holds no rightful claim to such treasures. That item must be acquired. If we fail, our fate will not differ greatly from that of Ho Yinrong. You must comprehend this. After a moment of silence, the other person responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, within the Zai sect, in the main hall of the front mountain, Yuqing sat in the principal position, facing the submissive and respectful Zichangquan. Since you have returned, naturally your treasures must be restored to their rightful owner. As they spoke, Zichangquan presented a brocade box with both hands that Yuqing did not immediately accept it. Instead, he regarded the box with keen interest. If I am not mistaken, this is the item that the Tianhui sect desires, is it not? Zichangquan nodded, confirming. Indeed, this item is the most treasured inheritance of our Zai sect. It has long been our greatest secret. But recently, for reasons unknown, it has come to the attention of the Tianhui sect. Initially, they sent people under the guise of negotiation, but when our disciples saw through their ruse and refused, they retaliated in anger, sending that Ho to wreak havoc in our sect, injuring and killing many of our disciples and elders, threatening annihilation if we did not surrender the treasure. With a bemused smile, Yuqing replied, the Tianhui sect desires it, yet you would rather face annihilation than part with it. Now you offer it to me so readily. Do you truly regard me as your ancestor? Yuqing was well aware that he was not the ancestral figure Zichangquan revered. This understanding was mutual. Both were acutely aware of each other's awareness. Nonetheless, Zichangquan's expression remained unwavering. Ancestor, you jest. Since you have emerged from the altar and saved our Zai sect from collapse, who else could you be but our ancestor? This treasure rightfully belongs to you, and now that you have returned, it shall be returned to you. However, the Tianhui sect has lost a great protector and has not obtained the treasure. They will certainly not relent. I do not dare to expect too much. I merely hope that, considering our filial piety and the bond of our lineage, you might, in due time, preserve a remnant of our Zai sect, Zichangquan expressed. Yuqing scrutinized Zichangquan, observing that despite his calm demeanor, his trembling hands and the flicker of anxiety in his eyes betrayed his apprehension. He understood Zichangquan's intentions, although he knew Yuqing was not the ancestral figure. It mattered not that Tio protect the Zai sect. Anyone could be deemed its ancestor. If Yuqing accepted the brocade box, it would signify his acceptance of that role. However, Zichangquan could neither dare nor hope to ensnare Yuqing in such a manner. For even with the treasure in hand, Yuqing could simply depart, leaving the Zai sect powerless to stop him. Thus, he merely implored that, should the Tianhui sect retaliate, Yuqing might spare a seed of heritage for the Zai sect in consideration of the treasure. Yet, even this request could not be compelled. Zichangquan was gambling, having no other choice. It was a desperate measure for a sect leader who had exerted great effort. Yuqing then lowered his gaze to the brocade box. Although he could not see its contents, he felt a familiar yearning sensation from earlier in the secret realm resurfacing, indicating that this treasure was indeed connected to that realm. That a smile graced his lips as he extended his hand to accept the box. You are correct. This is indeed the property of this ancestor, now simply returning to its rightful owner. However, do not forget, the era of Ziyun is past. Now, I prefer the crimson Hue. Yuqing had never been one to seize treasures through cunning means. If this treasure had originally been within the secret realm, and its master was deceased, it would be unclaimed. He would take it, and the Zai sect's lineage, whether alive or dead, was of little consequence to him. However, since this item now belonged to the Zai sect, if he were to take it, he would not do so without reciprocity. Basic transaction. What harm was there in acting as an ancestor? It was merely a matter of exchange. Shi Chanchuan trembled with excitement, unable to contain his elation as he prostrated himself. Disciple obeys. From this day forth, the ancestor shall be known as the Hongyan ancestor of our Zai sect. In the following days, the disciples of the Zai sect received a clear message from their sect leader and elders. The figure in the grand hall was indeed their ancestor. As for why Ziyun had transformed into Hongyun or how the ancestor had lived to this day, what did it matter? An ancestor is an ancestor. Why ask so many questions? Within the hall, after Shi Chanchuan departed, Li Xianbai appeared beside Yuqing. Senior, have you decided to protect the Zai sect? Actually, there is no need for you to intervene. A few peripheral sects are inconsequential. If you wish to protect them, I can convey a few words on your behalf, he said, as he held a significant position as the legitimate heir of the Qitian domain. Yuqing smiled slightly. No matter. I have little to occupy my time. By the way, since we have arrived here, we will likely not return to the wasteland for a while. Your little attendant and my disciples are still waiting outside the secret realm. We must inform them. Li Xianbai nodded. Of course. I just went to send word to Xiaoman previously. We could not communicate within the secret realm, but now that we are safe, we should inform them. Senior, would you like them to come here? Yuqing contemplated whether to summon them directly to the Wushui courtyard. However, the distance from the periphery of the Qitian domain to the wasteland was considerable. While the Wushui courtyard could fly, its speed was not particularly swift. It would take at least a month to arrive. That he might not even remain here for that long, and the back and forth would be cumbersome. Thus he decided against it. He instructed Li Xianbai to relay a message, telling everyone to return to the courtyard to focus on their cultivation. After Li Xianbai left, Yuqing was alone as he opened the brocade box before him. To his surprise, inside was a crystal resembling amber, roughly the size of a human head. Within the bright yellow, semi-transparent crystal, something seemed to be encased, but it was indistinct through the crystal. Upon seeing that object, Yuqing felt an even stronger sense of yearning than before. Indeed, this was the source of my earlier sensation, was it not? Yuqing's spirit lifted, and he began to study the crystal. The material was unknown, and even with the use of his divine consciousness, he could not penetrate it. Infusing it with power yielded no response. It appeared that the only way to access whatever lay within was to break the crystal open. He drew forth a blade and struck down gently. To his astonishment, the blade, which was known for its unparalleled sharpness, left not a single mark on the crystal. This crystal is surprisingly hard, Yuqing mused. Somewhat taken aback, he applied more force, yet still failed to break it, indicating the crystal's exceptional durability. Thus far, he had encountered no opponent that required him to exert additional strength. Previously, when he had kicked that fierce-winged demon beast in the secret realm, he had not dared to apply full force. Nevertheless, it had perished. The very nature of this crystal suggested that the master of the secret realm, the Ziyan ancestor, possessed considerable prowess, potentially even that of a sage as the legends foretold. After a moment of contemplation, Yuqing grasped the crystal firmly, exerting force with his fingers. In an instant, the entire hall trembled slightly, and the crystal emitted cracking sounds. Yuqing's intention was straightforward. If he could not cleave it open, then he would crush it instead. However, halfway through, as he noticed a crack forming on the surface, he sensed something and abruptly ceased his actions, furrowing his brow. It was not that he could not exert more force. He realized that with just a bit more strength, he could shatter the crystal. However, doing so would likely destroy whatever lay encased within as well. Similarly, even if he forced the crystal apart with his blade, it would be difficult to avoid harming the contents inside. This posed a conundrum for Yuqing. He had not detected any restrictions or traps atop the crystal and was at a loss for how to proceed. Clearly, the Ziyan ancestor had taken extensive precautions to safeguard this treasure. Yet, there should be a method to unlock it, he mused. Since it could be placed inside, there must exist a means to extract it. With this thought in mind, he called upon Shi Chanchuan for inquiry. However, Shi Chanchuan merely shook his head. Ancestor. To him, Ancestor, when you left this treasure, you did not leave behind any instructions on how to unlock it. For millennia, the predecessors of this sect have studied this treasure, yet none have discovered a solution. Of course, it is not without merit. Records indicate that when breaking through to the chaos realm while holding this treasure, one can accelerate their cultivation and gain insights into its power, thereby increasing their chances of success. Truly a precious artifact for cultivation. Since your disappearance a millennium ago, the sect has gradually weakened, suffering devastating losses in a great battle 4 millennia ago, where the sect leader and several elders perished in combat. The high-ranking members of the sect faced significant losses, and since then, no one has been able to break through to the chaotic realm. Consequently, this treasure has lost its purpose. At this point, Zichang Chuan felt a twinge of shame. After all, as an ancient sect that once produced a saint, to have no one capable of breaking through to the chaotic realm after thousands of years of inheritance is indeed embarrassing. However, Yuqing did not concern himself with such matters. He was preoccupied with how to unlock the crystal stone. Suddenly, Zichang Chuan recalled something and spoke up. It is said that thousands of years ago, there were rumors within the sect that you, the ancestor, left your legacy in a secret realm. Within it, there may lie a method to unlock this treasure. The altar at the back mountain is said to lead to the ancestor's celestial palace secret realm. You 3 have returned from the altar. Could it be? This was also why Zichang Chuan was willing to offer the sect's treasure and regard Yuqing as the ancestor. After all, they had emerged from the altar. Even if he was not the original founder, he was undoubtedly connected to the ancestor and their lineage. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's eyes brightened. Had he not retrieved numerous items from the secret realm? Among them was a volume titled The Purple Cloud Journal, which might contain clues. After dismissing Zichang Chuan, Yuqing took out the journal to examine it. As expected, the journal belonged to the venerable ancestor of the Purple Cloud, who was indeed the creator of that secret realm. The ancestor spent his later years within that realm, and the journal resembled a casual diary where he jotted down various musings. It began with his youthful reminiscences, recounting his legendary exploits across the world. The ancestor hailed from the prison sky domain and had traveled extensively. While these tales bore little relevance to unlocking the crystal stone, Yuqing found them captivating. Having traversed this world for quite some time, he had mostly remained in the southern wilderness and was not well acquainted with the outside world. Just as he was engrossed in reading, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A formidable and domineering aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Zai sect in an instant, accompanied by a deep, cold voice. I am Qi Yuan Tai, the Grand Elder of the Tianhui sect. A mere Zai sect dares to slay my sect's protector. I give you half a stick of incense as time. All elders and high-ranking members of the Zai sect, come forth and present yourselves before me to accept death and apologize. Otherwise, I shall leave none alive within the Zai sect. This voice carried murderous intent and an overwhelming pressure. The members of the Zai sect turned pale, and some weaker disciples could not bear the strain. Collapsing to their knees, Zichang Chuan had just left the main hall when he spotted the figure radiating power in the sky. He soon received news that a large force from the Tianhui sect had surrounded the entire Zai sect, sealing off all routes from the front and back mountains, creating an inescapable net. Clearly, the death of the protector had genuinely enraged the Tianhui sect, and he had heard of Qi Yuan Tai's formidable reputation. Known throughout the outer regions of the prison sky domain. A being of chaotic realm, he had walked the world and etched countless legends. Though he had prepared himself mentally, facing such a formidable opponent brought immense pressure to Zichang Chuan. He glanced back at the main hall, uncertain if the ancestor Hongyun could withstand the onslaught. If he truly was the ancestor, it would pose no issue. However, he could also see that Yuqing was quite young. To have effortlessly slain the protector of the Tianhui sect was nothing short of monstrous. Yet, now they faced a being of chaotic realm. Would they still? Just as he felt anxious, a voice suddenly rang out from within the hall. Impatient and commanding. Do not disturb this ancestor while reading. Begone. This voice echoed throughout the Zai sect, instantly dispelling the oppressive aura of Qi Yuan Tai, the Grand Elder of the Tianhui sect. Initially taken aback, erupted in fury. What audacity, to so brazenly disrespect me. Prior to his arrival, he had already investigated this so-called ancestor Hongyun, concluding that it could not be the return of the original Purple Cloud ancestor, but rather an impostor. Since that was the case, how dare this individual act so arrogantly before him? Come forth, you presumptuous fool. He bellowed and struck a palm toward the main hall. The attack of a chaotic realm expert was like the heavens collapsing, casting darkness across the sky. A colossal palm imprint emerged from the clouds, descending upon the hall to obliterate it. Outside the gates of the Zai sect, countless experts from the Tianhui sect stood ready. Behind them, atop a hill, a middle-aged man clad in brocade stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the descending palm imprint. The imprint fell unimpeded toward the hall, threatening to reduce it and the surrounding area to rubble. Yet the hall remained eerily silent, offering no response. He muttered, Have I overestimated you? This middle-aged man was the current sect leader of the Tianhui sect, Yuqiang. The Tianhui sect appeared arrogant and dismissive of the Zai sect. But in reality, they could not be so thoughtless, or they would never have built such a vast foundation. Upon learning of their protector's death, Yuqiang had never underestimated this so-called ancestor Honyun. Ho Yinrong was, after all, a peak expert in the divine realm. According to Yuqiang's understanding, aside from Zicheng Chuan, who was at the initial stage of the divine realm, the Zai sect possessed no other divine realm experts. Thus, sending Ho Yinrong alone had seemed a surefire plan. However, the fact that Ho Yinrong had not even had the chance to flee and had lost his life indicated that ancestor Honyun might also be a being of chaotic realm. The only chaotic realm experts in the Tianhui sect were himself and Grand Elder Qi Yuan Tai. So, without hesitation, he led the sect's forces to the forefront, initially allowing the Grand Elder to provoke and test the strength of ancestor Honyun while he concealed himself in the back, waiting to strike together with the Grand Elder once the true strength was revealed. Otherwise, victory would be uncertain, and allowing ancestor Honyun to escape with the treasure would pose a significant dilemma. The disciples and strong members surrounding the Zai sect were not there haphazardly. They were prepared. Led by 7 divine realm elders, they occupied various positions outside the Zai sect, ready to form the 7 stars confining dragon formation to seal off the entire sect. The vastness of the prison sky domain, coupled with the surrounding 36 domains, rendered escape nearly impossible. However, this preparation seemed in vain that it appeared that ancestor Honyun could not even withstand the Grand Elder's palm. Such strength dared to impersonate the purple cloud ancestor. Yuqiang shook his head. Eye in the sky, the Grand Elder was confident, a smirk playing on his lips. Yet the next moment, that smile vanished. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the hall, piercing through the descending palm imprint. The overwhelmingly powerful palm imprint disintegrated in an instant. The light's speed did not wane. It struck Grand Elder Qi Yuan Tai's face directly. That self-assured visage, along with his entire head, exploded in an instant. The light obliterated both the palm imprint and the head of Qi Yuan Tai, continuing its ascent into the heavens, clearing the clouds for miles. The headless body of the Grand Elder plummeted from the sky, lifeless, akin to a discarded doll. Even as a being of chaotic realm, it was impossible to survive without a head. Yet no one paid attention to him. All eyes were fixed on the sky, mouths agape in shock. This included the members of the Zai sect. Zicheng Chuan stared blankly at the heavens until a cold sensation on his cheek snapped him back to reality, as if raindrops were falling. Wiping his face, he found blood, mixed with something white. Simultaneously, with a thud, a headless corpse fell from the sky, landing several feet away from him. It was Qi Yuan Tai's body. Zicheng Chuan instantly realized what had dripped onto his face. Feeling nauseous yet overwhelmed with turmoil, he had thought that even if Yuqing could win, it would likely involve a fierce struggle, as the Grand Elder was a being of chaotic realm. Although he was merely at the first stage of the Taiyu realm, such beings held significant status across the 36 domains of Yundong and were notable figures even in the inner regions of the prison sky domain. Yet, to see him so effortlessly have his head obliterated was utterly shocking. Even more astonished was Yuqiang, who stood on the hill outside the Zai sect. He remained in a daze for quite some time, staring at the sky, when suddenly, something fell from above, striking him squarely in the face. The object had been descending slowly, but having just witnessed his Grand Elder's head being obliterated, he was too stunned to react in time to evade it. However, the object held no lethal power. Upon hitting his face, it simply bounced off and landed at his feet. Yuqiang instinctively looked down and was taken aback to see a shoe, a seemingly ordinary cloth shoe, worn and slightly faded. How could a shoe fall from the sky? After a moment of confusion, an epiphany struck him. The very shoe that had obliterated the Grand Elder's palm imprint and head was none other than this shoe. Yuqiang's face turned ashen, overwhelmed by an intense terror. What manner of being could obliterate the skull of a Chaos Realm expert with nothing more than an ordinary cloth shoe? The fear intensified as he realized that the shoe had fortuitously landed right before him. He thought to himself, how could a shoe fall from such a distance, several dozen miles from the summit of the mountain, straight into his path? Was this mere coincidence? As he continued to stare, his heart racing, a slender, fair hand suddenly reached out and grasped the shoe, lifting it effortlessly. At that moment, Zicheng Chuan hurriedly entered the grand hall, eager to pay his respects to the ancestor, only to find the seat conspicuously vacant. Outside the Zai sect, atop the hill, Yuqing picked up the shoe, frowning as he regarded the Tianhui sect's master, Yuqiang. Yuqiang trembled, his gaze dropping to the ground, where he noted the left foot of the young man before him was clad only in a sock. Suddenly, the truth dawned upon him. This shoe belonged to the very individual standing before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuqiang knelt. Ancestor, spare me. This lowly one is willing to plunge into boiling water or traverse fire. I beseech you to show mercy. Huh? Yuqing, who had been preoccupied with putting on his shoe, paused in surprise. Moments ago, He had been immersed in his reading within the hall when an annoying fly began buzzing about. Frustrated and unwilling to take action, he had impulsively tossed the shoe at it. A reflexive act, akin to how one might swat flies or cockroaches with a slipper. However, he regretted the decision as soon as the shoe was thrown. Realizing it would necessitate his own retrieval, thus, he leaped into the air to reclaim it, only to find the man before him kneeling. Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Who are you? Chapter 122. Zhou Fengtian. Yu Jianyun shuddered, pressing his forehead to the ground as he spoke. This lowly one is Yu Jianyun. Though I am the sect master, my attempt to seize your esteemed sect's treasures was not my intention. I was coerced by others, forced into this predicament that I implore you to discern my plight. Yuqing remained silent for a moment, recalling the incident involving the Tianhui sect's attempt to seize Zai sect's treasures. He was taken aback. How could a mere shoe land directly upon this sect master? While it was indeed a coincidence, since he had inadvertently stumbled upon the perpetrator, Yuqing was prepared to address the matter accordingly. As for the claims of coercion, he had little interest in investigating. Anyone who coveted what belonged to Zai sect would simply be dealt with. As Yuqing raised his hand, Yu Jianyun trembled violently, completely at a loss. Although he was also of the Chaos realm, with a cultivation level slightly superior to that of the Grand Elder, Qi Yuantai. He understood that this Red Cloud ancestor could just as easily crush him with a single strike as he had done to Qi Yuantai. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively cried out, "Predecessor, spare me. The Tianhui sect is backed by the Outworld Walker of the Prison Sky Domain." At this, Yuqing paused, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Outworld Walker. If memory served him correctly, the individual who had accompanied him, Li Xianbai, was indeed an Outworld Walker of the Prison Sky Domain. As he pondered this, he turned to see a figure descending from the sky, none other than Li Xianbai himself. The moment Qi Yuantai had made his move, it had alerted Li Xianbai, but before he could take action, Qi Yuantai had been vanquished by Yuqing's shoe. Li Xianbai arrived at the hall, but found Yuqing absent. However, with his formidable cultivation, he effortlessly extended his consciousness over dozens of miles, and quickly located Yuqing, who was retrieving the shoe atop the hill. He hastened towards him, only to arrive just in time to overhear Yu Jianyun's last words. As his feet touched the ground, he collided with Yuqing's impassive gaze, causing his heart to race in fear. Without hesitation, he began to refute. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not involved. Who instructed you?" He then turned to Yuqing, pleading, "Predecessor, the heavens can bear witness. I have no part in this matter. He slanders me. He slanders me." Yuqing did not truly believe Li Xianbai had instigated these events. Considering that he had spent a significant time in the wasteland and had only recently entered the secret realm with Yuqing, even being unaware of the Zai sect's existence. Li Xianbai fixed his gaze on Yu Jianyun, fury rising within him. "You clarify this at once. I, Li Xianbai, am indeed an Outworld Walker of the Prison Sky Domain, but I am not acquainted with anyone from the Tianhui sect. When did I become your backer?" Yu Jianyun's expression faltered as he studied Li Xianbai, recognition dawning upon him. After a moment, he gasped, "You are Lord Li Xianbai of the Prison Sky Domain." Li Xianbai scoffed, "So you recognize me? Then do enlighten me on how I have instigated you." Yu Jianyun trembled, hastily declaring, "Lord Li, you are mistaken. I was not referring to you, but rather another Outworld Walker, Lord Zhou." Li Xianbai was momentarily taken aback before he grasped the situation, his expression darkening. "I see. It is Zhou Fengtian." At this point, Yuqing had finished donning his shoe and spoke up. "Now, explain the situation to me." Li Xianbai quickly began to elucidate. "Predecessor, allow me to explain. The Prison Sky Domain does not have only one Outworld Walker. The tradition of the Prison Sky Domain is to select the most outstanding disciples from each generation to become Outworld Walkers, ultimately choosing one to become the next Domain Lord. Currently, there are 3 Outworld Walkers, of which I am one. And the Zhou Fengtian you mentioned is another. As he spoke of Zhou Fengtian, Li Xianbai scoffed. "That fellow is of rather mediocre character. I have had my share of conflicts with him in the past." While the two conversed, Yu Jianyun was utterly astonished. The Outworld Walkers of the Prison Sky Domain were akin to the venerated figures of the major sects, their status immensely elevated, even without direct acquaintance. He was aware of who the current Outworld Walkers were, hence his recognition of Li Xianbai. This realization left him even more shaken. The identity of the Outworld Walker within the Prison Sky Domain was comparable to the sons and daughters of those great sects. And any one of them would be someone whom he and his Tianhui sect would need to treat with utmost respect. The Tianhui sect's brazen actions stemmed from their association with Zhou Fengtian. Now, in the presence of another Outworld Walker, Li Xianbai, who showed such deference to this Red Cloud ancestor, even referring to himself as a junior, was unfathomable. Could it be that this Red Cloud ancestor was truly the reincarnation of the legendary Purple Cloud ancestor? The thought sent a shiver down Yu Jianyun's spine. After all, that figure had once been a saintly presence. Even if he was not, Someone who could command such respect from Li Xianbai must possess cultivation at least at the 4th or 5th level of chaos, an unimaginable force. Who could have anticipated that the Zai sect, which had languished for thousands of years, could still produce such an ancient being? Seeing Yuqing's expression soften, Li Xianbai finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yu Jianyun. Speaking coldly, "So, it was Zhou Fengtian who sent you to seize the treasures of the Zai sect." "Humph, what use does he have for those treasures?" Li Xianbai pondered. "Even if they were relics from a saint." The prison sky domain had its fair shared as an outworld walker. Zhou Fengtian should lack for nothing. Why would he covet the treasures of the Zai sect? Yu Jianyun hastened to shake his head. "I would not dare deceive you, esteemed lord. This was all Zhou Fengtian's directive. He never mentioned the reason, only instructing us to obtain that relic of the Zai sect at any cost out of course. Had I known that Lord Li and the ancestor were present, even if the Tianhui sect had tenfold courage, we would not have dared to offend." Meanwhile, just outside the hill, while the conversation unfolded in the southern region of the outworld, a shadowy figure emerged from the gloom within a valley. Clutching a compass, his icy gaze fixed intently on the needle, which had shifted from south to southeast, indicating a distance of no more than 10,000 miles from his location. "Could it be that Yuqing has arrived at the prison sky domain?" the shadow muttered. "Should I return to report to the elders? Engaging within the prison sky domain is a different matter than acting in the outworld." After a brief moment of silence, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Very well. I am not yet a successor of the prison sky domain. In that case, I shall bring his head back." Chapter 123. Within the prison sky domain. Outside the Zai sect, at Yu Jianyun's command, the entire Tianhui sect laid down their arms in surrender. Truth be told, there was no need for his order. Witnessing their grand elder being effortlessly dispatched had stripped the Tianhui sect of any fighting spirit. They had merely clung to the last vestiges of resistance, knowing their sect master was present. Now that the sect master had taken the lead, the others naturally followed suit. For Yuqing, it would have been simpler to eradicate these individuals, as it was merely a trivial task. However, he considered that since the deal had been struck, as the Red Cloud ancestor, he should ensure the preservation of the Zai sect. Yet, while killing was easy, he was uncertain how long he could maintain the title of ancestor as long as he was present. Anyone could be slain, but should he depart only for the Zai sect to be obliterated in his absence, it would be a significant loss of face. Thus, after careful consideration, Yuqing resolved to retain Yu Jianyun, compelling him to swear an oath to the heavens, uniting the Tianhui sect with the Zai sect. Yu Jianyun showed no hesitation in his compliance. Had the original Zai sect still existed, they would have undoubtedly looked down upon such matters. However, the current Zai sect boasts a figure traversing the realms beyond Qiutian, along with the enigmatic and seemingly returned ancestor Ziyun, who is reminiscent of a sage from ages past. Previously, they had been subservient to another wanderer from beyond, Zhou Fengtian, so the change in masters hardly seemed to matter. Within a mere day, the illustrious Tianhui sect, renowned in the outer realms of Qiutian, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a Zai sect transformed beyond recognition. The news sparked an immediate uproar. Though one might comprehend Tianhui's absorption of Zai, how could Zai possibly devour Tianhui? Was this not a reversal of the heavens? Yet, soon after, word arrived that the entire Tianhui sect had launched an assault on the Zai sect. In a dramatic display, the venerable elder Qi Yuan Tai was obliterated in plain sight by the so-called ancestor Hong Yun. The reputation of Qi Yuan Tai far surpassed that of the previous Ho Yinrong. In an instant, the outer realms were abuzz with rumors that this ancestor Hong Yun was indeed the long-lost ancestor Ziyun returned to life. Despite the passage of millennia, the legend of ancestor Ziyun, a sage of great renown, remained indelibly etched in the annals of Qiutian. Should this truly be the case, the entire Qiutian realm would undoubtedly face a seismic shift. My lord, a tall, slender man knelt respectfully within a palace of the inner domain of Qiutian. The rumors outside have escalated to such a degree. Might it be? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Ancestor Ziyun's return? Preposterous, scoffed the figure before him. A man clad in luxurious brocade, appearing to be in his 30s, he lounged lazily in a grand chair, his handsome visage marred by an air of arrogance, as though nothing could capture his interest. The tall man hesitated. Yet, he is a sage. One cannot discount the possibility of longevity techniques. The man huffed dismissively. Are you questioning me? The tall man trembled and lowered his gaze. I dare not. With 2 jade orbs spinning in his hand, the man continued. No one understands sages better than I do within Qiutian. Even a sage cannot live beyond 10 millennia. This is an immutable law of heaven and earth, he stated coolly. Though ancestor Ziyun was a figure from 10 millennia past, that merely denotes the height of his fame as a sage. His actual rise occurred far earlier, although he vanished without a trace. He is now undoubtedly dead. The so-called ancestor Han Yun is nothing but an impostor. Humph, at least he possesses the wisdom to know that a sage's name should not be misused, adopting a name as incongruous as Han Yun. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, yet Tianhui's sect was deceived, betraying me. They deserve death. Not a single one shall escape. The tall man bowed. Yes, my lord. Shall I take action? The man shook his head. Though the ancestor Han Yun is an impostor, he likely possesses some skills. Otherwise, he could not have subdued Yu Jianyun. He is likely at least in the second realm of chaos. If you engage, even if victorious, you may not be able to capture him. If he escapes with that object, it would be troublesome. His gaze flickered with a hint of greed as he uttered the four words, that object. The treasure of becoming a sage, the sacred heart of Ziyun, shall undoubtedly be mine. Do not rush. This time, I shall take action myself. Yes, my lord, the tall man replied, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. I do not understand, he ventured. Qiu Tian possesses countless secret treasures, including relics of sages. How could ancestor Ziyun, however powerful, surpass the ancestors of our Qiu Tian? Why is my lord so fixated on the relics he left behind? Zhou Fengtian cast a sidelong glance at the tall man before settling into his chair. Since you are so curious, I shall enlighten you. It is well known that sages are supreme beings. Throughout the history of Yundong, they are exceedingly rare. The reason Qiu Tian has become the pinnacle of the 36 domains is that we have produced more than one sage, the founding ancestor who unified the 36 domains, the second ancestor, and the third ancestor who vanquished the demon sage thousands of years ago. These three ancestors established our position. Unlike other factions that have birthed sages, Qiu Tian possesses a complete lineage of the sanctified path. However, possessing this lineage does not guarantee the emergence of a sage. Even with sacred techniques, attaining sagehood is fraught with challenges. Do you know why only Qiu Tian has produced 3 sage ancestors? The tall man shook his head. Zhou Fengtian smirked. It is because Qiu Tian once possessed a complete treasure for becoming a sage. A treasure for becoming a sage. The tall man shuddered at the revelation. Indeed, Zhou Fengtian confirmed. The relics left behind by sages can be deemed sage relics. Such items are plentiful within Qiu Tian. However, the treasure for becoming a sage is an entirely different matter. Each sage possesses their own path to the ultimate truth. If a sage, at the moment of their ascension, imprints their entire path onto an artifact, it transforms into a sacred treasure, also known as the sacred heart. If future generations integrate this sacred heart, they can inherit the sage's path in its entirety, significantly increasing their chances of achieving sagehood. Even if they do not succeed, they can at least attain half-sage status, although the tall man was a native of Qiu Tian. This was evidently his first exposure to such knowledge, and he could not help but display his astonishment. Such a treasure exists. Then why do not other sages create treasures for becoming sages? Would this not ensure their legacies endure as ours in Qiu Tian? Zhou Fengtian shook his head. Creating a treasure for becoming a sage is no trivial matter. It requires unique methods and can only be imprinted at the moment of ascension. Even so, the toll on the sage is immense. Our founding ancestor only managed to create the sacred heart by chance, and as a result, he suffered great depletion of his essence and soon after perished after establishing Qiu Tian. Thus, sages rarely undertake such a venture. Relying on the sacred heart left by the progenitor, the prison heaven domain has reached its current state. Throughout the ages, every domain lord has integrated the sacred heart of the progenitor, achieving at least a semi-saint level. With the success of the second and third progenitors in ascending to the holy ranks, how could the prison heaven domain not flourish? Alas, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon saint rose, shrouding the heavens in demonic flames. The 3 progenitors, alongside several saints, united to suppress him. That earth-shattering battle, while resulting in the slaying of the demon saint, left the 3 progenitors heavily wounded, and the sacred heart of the progenitor within them was shattered. Since then, the prison heaven domain has lacked a complete holy treasure, and no saint has emerged. An incomplete treasure can at most achieve a semi-saint. Which is why, during the reign of the elder Ziyun 10,000 years ago, even they had to bow down. Upon hearing this, the tall, slender man seemed to recall something, his pupils contracting. If that is the case, could it be that the master is so intent on the treasure left by elder Ziyun? Because Zhou Fengtian nodded. Indeed, that treasure is the sacred heart of elder Ziyun, a genuine holy treasure. The tall, slender man fell silent, clearly in shock. Zhou Fengtian's eyes sparkled. I stumbled upon the existence of the Ziyun's sacred heart purely by chance. It was over a decade ago, in a secret realm, where a saint left behind a fragmented journal mentioning a treasure. This treasure contained the opportunity to achieve sanctity. Such a description is precisely that of a holy treasure. I spent over 10 years searching for clues, ultimately confirming that the saint who left that journal was none other than Elder Xion. Furthermore, the Zai sect possesses a legacy treasure left by Elder Xion. It is said that this treasure cannot be utilized without reaching the Chaos Realm. And without a doubt, it is Elder Xion's sacred heart. Without reaching the Chaos Realm, one indeed lacks the ability to merge and carry the path of a saint. How laughable that the Zai sect, clearly a lineage of saints, has inherited a holy treasure, yet this group of incompetents cannot even reach the Chaos Realm, possessing a treasure mountain yet unable to claim it. This is also heaven's decree, leaving such an opportunity for me. The tall, slender man's gaze trembled as he suddenly knelt. The master is indeed destined. Zhou Fengtian laughed heartily. Exactly. Once I obtain the Xion's sacred heart and merge with it, with my talents, ascending to the holy ranks will be a certainty. At that time, whether it be Li Xianbai or the old men behind you, they shall all perish. As he finished speaking, the tall, slender man was about to congratulate him when he noticed something, his entire body trembling, a look of horror in his eyes. Zhou Fengtian revealed a cold smile and looked over. Do you think I would share such secrets with you? Even if you are my trusted aide, I could not possibly divulge this information. But you are about to die. What significance does it hold to speak to a corpse? Chapter 124. Demon Shadow. Great technique. A cold glint flashed in the tall, slender man's eyes, but he feigned shock, urgently exclaiming, Master, what do you mean? Zhou Fengtian remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, yet a strange smile crept onto his face. Stop pretending that I already know you were sent by those old geezers. I do not care. They wish to use me as a puppet and naturally need to plant hidden stakes beside me. But this time is different, even if I do not disclose the earlier matters. With your insight, you would discern the problem once I obtain the Xion's sacred heart. After all, merging with the sacred heart is not a task that can be completed quickly, should news leak during this time. Those old geezers would not let it slide. Thus, before acquiring the Xion's sacred heart, I must first eliminate you. What a pity. Were it not for this, having you as a trusted aide would have been quite useful. Zhou Fengtian spoke with regret, yet his expression bore no trace of sorrow. The tall, slender man's gaze shifted slightly as he began to slowly retreat. Zhou Fengtian grinned. By the look of you, it seems you do not wish to flee, but rather to relay what just transpired to those old geezers. Truly loyal, even at such a moment, your first thought is to send a message rather than preserve your own life. Do not bother. It is futile. Long before entering, I activated the sealing array within the Great Hall. Do you recall? This array was set up by your own hand. However, when you originally arranged the array, you accidentally left a small gap, allowing anyone who knew to bypass the array and send messages outside. Zhou Fengtian chuckled coldly. Therefore, I took the liberty of helping you repair this gap. No need to thank me. Only at this moment did the tall, slender man's expression changed. He slowly straightened his body, gazing intently at Zhou Fengtian. Master, it seems I misjudged you. No, the elders misjudged you as well. While your cultivation talent may not match that of the other two prominent figures, in terms of cunning and wisdom, you far surpassed them. The elders' choice of you was indeed in error. Today, let me rectify that mistake on their behalf. As he spoke, he stepped slowly towards Zhou Fengtian. Zhou Fengtian was not surprised by the tall, slender man's reaction and smiled slightly. Are you finally going to make your move? Indeed, your cultivation appears to be merely at the second realm, slightly lower than my peak second realm. However, in truth, you have already reached the third realm, the primordial stage. If it were a straightforward duel, I would not be your match. Third realm experts, even within my prison heaven domain, are rare, second only to the elders. To have someone disguised beside me for so many years is truly extravagant. The tall, slender man's steps halted, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that Zhou Fengtian had seen through his identity long ago and was even aware of his cultivation level. If Zhou Fengtian knows his cultivation, then what gives him such composure? As power surged through him, he prepared to strike but sensed something amiss. An invisible suppression had emerged in the air, rendering him capable of only exerting his peak second realm power. So that is it, the Hunyuan Demon Suppression Array. The tall, slender man spoke solemnly. You are indeed meticulous, not only sealing the hidden door I intentionally left in the array, but also enhancing it with the Hunyuan Demon Suppression Array to suppress others. But so what? I broke through to the third realm hundreds of years ago. My experience and skills far exceed yours. Even at the peak of the second realm, you will not be my opponent. Zhou Fengtian bore a strange, sinister smile. Is that truly the case? In the next moment, he suddenly stepped forward. As he did, shadows as dark as ink enveloped him. spreading with lightning speed to ensnare the unsuspecting tall, slender man within. It was only at this moment that the tall, slender man's expression changed drastically, unable to retaliate as he was completely consumed. He could only manage a startled cry. "You actually practiced demonic arts," before he could finish. A slight, pitiful scream was heard. Within the shadows, the chilling sounds of rustling and slithering emerged, akin to a beast devouring its prey. The tall, slender man's last breath gradually faded. Moments later, the shadows receded back into Zhou Fengtian's body, and the tall, slender man vanished without a trace. Zhou Fengtian wore a cold smile, muttering to himself, "What is wrong with practicing demonic arts? Because it is a taboo of the prison heaven domain." A joke. If your masters truly regarded taboos seriously, would today even be possible? Zhou Fengtian slowly turned his gaze towards the direction of the outer domain. "From now on, once I acquire the Ziyun Sacred Heart." Upon merging with the Sacred Heart, coupled with the might of the Demon Shadow Great Technique, who in the entire Yundong could possibly stand in my way? As he spoke, he himself did not notice a trace of dark shadow flickering deep within his eyes. Within the Zai sect, although Yuqing displayed no interest in the matter, Li Xianbai sighed and began to recount the affairs of the prison heaven domain. According to Li Xianbai, the rules of the prison heaven domain dictate that any disciple who achieves the chaos realm before reaching 1,000 years of age may become an outer domain walker. Each outer domain walker must complete a series of trials set forth by the prison heaven domain. The domain lord and elders will evaluate the performance of the disciples based on their completion of these trials and select the most outstanding individual to inherit the position of the next domain lord. Now, only a year remains until the conclusion of this outer domain walking trial. The final requirement of the trial is to accept a sufficiently outstanding disciple as an heir. This disciple will be nurtured as the next generation's outer domain walking seed of the prison heaven domain. Of course, any other disciples who meet the requirements may also become outer domain walkers. However, achieving the chaos realm before 1,000 years is exceedingly difficult. Even in the prison heaven domain, where countless prodigies exist, few can attain it. Throughout history, the number of outer domain walkers has never exceeded a dozen at most. Over the years, Li Xianbai has completed all previous trials during his travels, leaving only this final task of accepting a disciple. Only by completing the trials can one qualify for evaluation by the domain lord and elders. If one fails to complete even this, not only will they lose the chance to become the domain lord's heir, but they will also be stripped of their status as an outer domain walker, losing the right to roam freely outside, and instead be relegated to returning to the domain as a servant. Upon hearing this, Yuqing, who had been reading the Ziyun journal with his head lowered, suddenly raised his head, casting a knowing glance at Li Xianbai. "Thus, you previously wished to recruit me as your disciple, did you?" Chapter 125. The origin of the secret realm. Li Xianbai's face flushed crimson, his toes nearly gouging a hole in the ground. He never imagined that the once seemingly extraordinary Yuqing was, in fact, a formidable being capable of vanquishing the fierce winged demon beast and shattering the head of the chaos realm with a mere shoe. At that moment, he recalled having sent fabricated information about Yuqing back to the prison sky domain, and he immediately regretted his haste. Had he known, he would have been less eager. What now? Could he truly bring Yuqing back? While others return with disciples, he would be returning with a senior, just as Li Xianbai was caught in his dilemma. Yuqing casually inquired, "So, do you wish to become the lord of the prison sky domain?" Li Xianbai jolted, instinctively shaking his head. "Certainly not. What good is being a domain lord? Our esteemed lord is so busy that one hardly ever sees him. I have no grand aspirations to be a domain lord. Once we complete our trials, if we cannot become the heir to the domain lord, we may choose our assignments freely within the prison sky domain. When the time comes, after an elder's demise, one can take their place." Yuqing raised an eyebrow. "Is it true that one must queue for the position of elder in your prison sky domain?" In essence, an elder is merely a senior individual within a sect, distinguished by their qualifications and cultivation. The more, the merrier, one would think. It is not common to have fixed positions at this point. Li Xianbai's expression darkened. Indeed, within the prison sky domain, there have historically only been 10 elders. The domain lord seldom engages in daily affairs. Thus these 10 elders govern the realm, wielding substantial power. However, once one becomes an elder, they must remain at the demon forging hall and are rarely allowed to venture out. Yuqing shook his head. "If that is the case, then the position of elder doesn't seem particularly desirable." Li Xianbai chuckled wryly. Who would disagree? Despite being the most revered existence in the prison sky domain. Indeed, throughout all of Yundong, second only to one, they are continually constrained. If I were in their position, I would not be content either. Consequently, the current elders seem to have developed some ambitions. This is also why I have no intention of competing for the position of domain lord. These elders are cunning. Even if I were to become the domain lord, I would likely be unable to outmaneuver them. According to Li Xianbai, during his journeys beyond the domain, he had excelled during the early trials and had been discreetly summoned by several elders. Each of the 10 elders possesses profound cultivation, at least at the 4th level of chaos, akin to the highest ranks of power in the outer realms. Figures such as Yuqing from the Tianhui sect, who stands at the pinnacle of the 1st realm, already commands significant influence. The 2nd realm is predominantly comprised of hegemonic entities, while the 3rd realm is exceedingly rare. Each elder could effortlessly dominate the outer realms. However, due to the prohibitions passed down through millennia in the prison sky domain, the 10 elders must remain in the demon forging hall, maintaining the heavenly transformation demon forging array to protect the central sacred land. Unable to stray far, even when they do leave, only 1 or 2 may depart at a time. They have grown discontent with this arrangement, and their proposals to amend the rules have been consistently rebuffed. The former domain lord was immensely powerful and held great prestige, leaving them powerless to act against him. So they turned their ambitions toward the new domain lord. Should Li Xianbai agree to revoke these prohibitions upon succeeding the domain lord, granting more power to the elders, they would support his ascension as the heir. While the final decision rests with the domain lord, the elders' opinions carry considerable weight. If they were to strongly oppose him, even if he performed admirably, he might still be overlooked. Li Xianbai, being a man of great intellect, recognized the elders' ambitious intentions. He knew that should he comply, they would undoubtedly employ tactics to control him, ultimately turning him into a puppet once he became domain lord. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept such a fate. Consequently, those elders opted to align themselves with Zhou Fengtian, who had a notably poor relationship with Li Xianbai. And subsequently, over the years, they covertly obstructed Li Xianbai during his trials. Thus, despite being the most gifted individual of this generation, he completed the trials at a sluggish pace as the final year approached. He still had not found a suitable successor. Yuqing held little interest in the power struggles within the prison sky domain, but he was intrigued by Li Xianbai's mention of the heavenly transformation demon forging array, a formation that had been meticulously arranged to endure for thousands of years, requiring the constant presence of 10 individuals at the 4th level of chaos. This was a first for him. Is it true that you fear outsiders breaching your domain? Li Xianbai shook his head. That I cannot say for certain, that said that the heavenly transformation demon forging array suppresses something. Yet the sacred land at its center, what kind of malevolent force could it conceal? However, the domain lords of past generations have steadfastly maintained the array, suggesting there must be a reason. Yuqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to witness it firsthand. That I in the realm of alchemy. Yuqing was merely at the beginning of his journey. However, he was a genuine master of formations and held a keen interest in various arrays throughout the world. While conversing with Li Xianbai, he had been perusing the records of yearned, as expected. Within these notes, there were accounts regarding the treasures contained within the crystal. The records indicated that the esteemed ancestor Xin possessed extraordinary talent, breaking through to the 2nd level of chaos before the age of 1,000. However, the cultivation beyond the 2nd level became increasingly arduous, prompting him to traverse the world, seeking enlightenment from the heavens and earth. During his travels, he fortuitously encountered a falling meteor. He calculated the meteor's landing site to be merely a few hundred miles away. Thus, he set off overnight to the meteor's impact site, only to confront a ferocious beast. The species of the beast was typically no more than peak divine ability level, yet the one he encountered had astonishingly broken through to the chaos level and was in a frenzied state. Growing stronger with each confrontation as a 2nd level cultivator, the ancestor Zune expended considerable effort to slay it. Afterward, he dissected the beast and discovered the fallen star within its belly. By that time, the outer shell of the star had been nearly digested, revealing the true form of the treasure within. The notes did not explicitly detail the appearance or abilities of the treasure, only that the ancestor Ziyun, with this treasure, had achieved breakthroughs to the 5th level of chaos within a mere millennium. Ultimately, at the age of 2,500, he ascended to the holy rank, commanding respect far and wide. Thus, this treasure was the key to his sanctification. However, in the later sections of the notes, it was mentioned that this treasure attracted formidable enemies who coveted it to evade these adversaries. The ancestor Xin utilized the power of the treasure to create a secret realm and withdrew into it. Upon reaching this point, Yuqing finally understood the origin of the previous secret realm. Chapter 126. The method to open the crystal. The notes revealed that upon entering the secret realm, the ancestor Zune indeed lost track of his pursuers, who had no choice but to abandon their search. Before departing, he anticipated that his foes would not forget the path he had established, which is now the Zai sect. However, back then, it was not known as the Zai sect, but rather referred to as Zune sect in honor of the ancestor Zune. Thus, before leaving, the ancestor Zune instructed the Zune sect to rename itself to Zai sect and took with him everything associated with himself. Any enemy formidable enough to instill trepidation in the ancestor Zune must have been of saintly rank. For those of such stature, apart from anything related to the ancestor Zune, matters beneath the saintly level would naturally fail to pique their interest, as a saint would hardly concern themselves with a group of ignorant juniors. Hence, the Zai sect was able to endure until today, after secluding himself within the secret realm for over a millennium. The ancestor Zune felt that, given his innate talent, reaching this stage was already his limit. The secrets within the treasure were becoming increasingly difficult to fathom. Merely possessing the treasure would attract endless troubles. After much contemplation, the ancestor Zune resolved to seal the treasure away. That he employed all his cultivation and insights gleaned from the treasure to encapsulate it within a piece of heavenly crystal. Needless to say, this heavenly crystal is the very layer of crystal that exists outside. This heavenly crystal is incredibly hard. Even a saint would find it challenging to destroy. Furthermore, it significantly obscures the treasure's aura. Yet even the slightest leak can immensely benefit those below the saintly leveled. To unlock this heavenly crystal seal, 2 items are required. The ancestor Zune left one within the secret realm while departing with the treasure. He then left the treasure sealed within the Zai sect, taking with him the other item designed to open the heavenly crystal. The notes concluded at this point, indicating that after leaving the secret realm, he journeyed to the Zai sect and never returned. What the ancestor Zune did afterward or where he went remains unknown. While Yuqing was not particularly concerned with the fate of the ancestor Zune, he was invigorated to discover that the notes indeed contained the method to unlock the heavenly crystal. It was written therein that the heavenly crystal is a treasure born from the convergence of yin and yang. To breach the heavenly crystal, one must employ the powers of extreme yin and extreme yang simultaneously. However, the forces of extreme yin and extreme yang are inherently incompatible, making simultaneous existence nearly impossible. Thus, one of the 2 items left by the ancestor Zune is the ultimate yin treasure, the extreme cold ice flame. The other is the sacred artifact he refined through his lifetime's efforts, the yin-yang profound mirror. The yin-yang profound mirror encompasses the wisdom of his life, capable of transforming yin energy into extreme yang energy. Thus, by simultaneously refining the celestial crystal with the frigid ice flame and illuminating it with the yin-yang mystical mirror, the power of extreme yang could be transformed, allowing the celestial crystal to shatter. Upon realizing this, Yuqing couldn't help but admire the prowess of the purple cloud ancestor. Although he had little knowledge of weapon refining, he understood the intricacies of arranging formations and concocting potions, both of which require a delicate balance of yin and yang. Therefore, he grasped the underlying subtleties involved. The ultimate treasure that the purple cloud ancestor took was the frigid ice flame, a rare fire of the heavens and earth, serving not only as a formidable weapon, but also as a potent tool for combat. The yin-yang mystical mirror, on the other hand, was left behind in the secret realm. Is there such an object within the secret realm? Yuqing pondered, and then recalled that he had also retrieved a bronze mirror along with the notes from the purple cloud ancestor. He quickly took it out, and indeed, the mirror's surface revealed an ethereal flow of the yin-yang taiji symbol. That it was unmistakably the yin-yang mystical mirror. Yet, at first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable, and one would hardly discern its true worth without a thorough examination. Now that I possess the treasure and the yin-yang mystical mirror, where might I find the frigid ice flame? Yuqing rubbed his chin, deep in thought. One knew where the purple cloud ancestor had ultimately gone, making it challenging to seek out the frigid ice flame. Alternatively, perhaps he could substitute it with another treasure imbued with extreme yin and extreme yang powers. He wasn't overly troubled by this. If all else failed, he could always resort to using his blade with less force, gradually grinding the celestial crystal open, whether it took 10 days or half a month, or even 3 to 5 months, or a year. He was confident he could eventually pry it open. After all, he needed to keep himself occupied beyond just alchemy. However, he preferred a more conventional approach over such a seemingly underhanded method. For Yuqing, the allure of the treasures was not merely about achieving sainthood. He was primarily curious about the nature of the treasure that attracted him within the celestial crystal. Even now, He remained uncertain about the limits of his own strength, rendering treasures that could enhance his power and cultivation of little significance to him. Thus, his attitude towards the treasure within the celestial crystal was predominantly one of curiosity. Just as Yuqing was lost in thought within the Grand Hall, at the entrance of the prison sky domain, a figure emerged, respectfully sent off by the guards that it was none other than Zhou Fengtian. An outsider traversing the realms, the mission to retrieve the purple cloud sacred heart was of utmost importance, necessitating complete discretion. Consequently, Zhou Fengtian had no intention of bringing anyone from the prison sky domain along. After all, outsiders lack the understanding of the existence of such sacred treasures, unlike those within the domain. Humph, the Red Cloud ancestor? Just in time. I wish to witness this for myself. A smirk played on Zhou Fengtian's lips. Even without his trusted aide, the tall man, he felt confident in facing the challenge alone that he was already at the pinnacle of the second realm, and even without employing other means, he faced few equals among his peers. Moreover, he possessed two powerful trump cards, one of which was the forbidden magic technique known as the Shadow of Demons, a dark art hidden deep within the treasures of the prison sky domain. Only someone of his esteemed position among outsiders had the opportunity to access it. Initially, Li Xianbai had stood out among the disciples, excelling beyond his peers. Zhou Fengtian considered himself a rival to Li Xianbai, but consistently fell short. The elders had chosen Zhou Fengtian primarily due to Li Xianbai's lack of cooperation. Now, while Zhou Fengtian remained at the pinnacle of the second realm, Li Xianbai had already advanced to the third realm. Undeniably the foremost disciple of this generation, the jealousy in Zhou Fengtian's heart was palpable. To compete with Li Xianbai, he had recklessly broken taboos and secretly practiced the Shadow of Demons. Although this dark art was indeed a high-level taboo of the prison sky domain, requiring the life force of the living, including cultivators, as nourishment for its practice, its power was immeasurable, despite being merely at the peak of the second realm. Once he unleashed the Shadow of Demons, he could easily contend against those of the third realm. This was just one of his hidden cards. Upon the realization of the audacity of this ancestor, Zhou Fengtian's heart stirred that he raised his hand, and a flame of ice-blue fire, emanating an infinite chill, flickered to life in his palm. The eerie blue light illuminated his face, rendering his smile somewhat sinister, besides the notes containing the purple cloud sacred heart. This frigid ice flame was his most significant acquisition. Such a powerful exotic fire could only be rivaled by the ancient melting flame within the prison sky domain. Surely, the purple cloud ancestor had once wielded it to achieve great renown. Regrettably, with his current cultivation, he could not fully unleash its might, yet it was still sufficient for his needs. This frigid ice flame was discovered alongside the incomplete notes in a relic of the secret realm. Although he had not delved deeply enough to uncover the remains, he surmised that the relic was likely the place where the purple cloud ancestor had met his end. The frigid ice flame was indeed the purple cloud ancestor's weapon against foes. With such a sacred treasure left behind, it was highly probable that the purple cloud ancestor had perished beyond revival. This conviction further solidified his belief that the so-called Red Cloud ancestor of the Purple River sect was undoubtedly an impostor. With the frigid ice flame in hand, even if he could not wield its full power, he could easily dispatch those at the peak of the second realm. Even those at the third realm would be harmed by its chilling touch. Armed with both the dark art and the ice flame, he was confident that even Li Xianbai would no longer pose a threat. The purple cloud's sacred heart was merely within his grasp. The greatest challenge lay in how to fuse the sacred heart without being detected afterward. Once he obtained the sacred heart, he could feign a retreat for a few months to cultivate in seclusion. With this thought, Zhou Fengtian revealed a confident smile and soared into the air, transforming into a streak of blue light, heading southeast. Meanwhile, within the Purple River sect, Yuqing, still contemplating, could not discern where to locate the frigid ice flame. Fortuitously, he had already figured out how to open the celestial crystal and could seek out other treasures imbued with extreme yin and yang energy. After consulting Li Xianbai, the latter pondered for a moment before replying. As for treasures of extreme yin, I am unaware, but the ancient melting flame of the prison sky domain is indeed an authentic fire of extreme yang. Yuqing's eyes brightened. Where might I find the ancient melting flame? Li Xianbai explained. This fire is a treasure passed down through generations of the domain's masters that borrow it. One must seek the domain master. If you require it, you can accompany me back to the prison sky domain. And with my introduction, it should not be an issue. This was not mere bravado on his part. Despite the impending loss of his qualifications, he was still an outsider traversing the realms, and that was a year away. After all, in Yuqing's eyes, he appeared enigmatic. Being capable of effortlessly tossing a fully grown demon beast like the fierce-winged devourer was a display of terrifying strength, which led Li Xianbai to suspect he might be a half-saint. It was worth noting that the prison sky domain had not produced a saint in thousands of years, and possessing peak fifth realm cultivation allowed one to become a domain master, the highest being merely a half-saint. This meant that Yuqing was at the same level as the domain master, with such an esteemed presence to vouch for him. Borrowing the ancient melting flame should not pose a challenge. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the prison sky domain. As Yuqing prepared to depart, he suddenly remembered, oh, I must first attend to matters within the Purple River sect. Although the recent alliance with the Heavenly Radiant sect had significantly bolstered the Purple River sect's strength, it was still insufficient to ensure stability in the absence of Yuqing. Ironically, his role as the Red Cloud Ancestor had drawn considerable attention to the Purple River sect, as the saying goes. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Many were likely now focused on the Purple River sect, eager to uncover the truth about its Red Cloud Ancestor, while Yuqing mused for a moment before clapping his hands together. Then let the Purple River sect unify the surrounding factions. Li Xianbai was taken aback in the days that followed. The Purple River sect announced momentous news. 3 days later, a grand ceremony would be held at the Mountain Gate to formally announce the return of the ancestral figure and the merger with the Heavenly Radiant sect. The Red Cloud Ancestor extended invitations to numerous sects, large and small, in the vicinity, urging them to attend the event. Upon hearing this news, everyone was astonished. The Red Cloud Ancestor's actions were indeed audacious. As various sects sought to probe the veracity of the Red Cloud Ancestor, he openly invited them over, showcasing his confidence and fearlessness against scrutiny. Could it truly be that the legendary ancestor had returned? Upon receiving the invitations, the various sects deliberated before agreeing to attend. This move played right into their hands, following the news of the Heavenly Radiant sect's attempts to overpower the Purple River sect. The existence of treasures passed down from the Purple Cloud Ancestor became known, who would not covet the relics of a saint, although the Heavenly Radiant sect's recent setbacks had caused many to reconsider. There were still sects in the Prison Sky domain stronger than the Heavenly Radiant sect. Since the Red Cloud Ancestor had the audacity to invite them, they would seize this opportunity to assess his true strength. If he proved genuine, all would be well, but should he falter, it would be evident that he was an impostor, deserving of retribution, and they would be the ones to claim the saint's relics. Many held such thoughts, and concurrently, Zhou Fengtian, having just arrived in the outer realm, received wind of this news. This Red Cloud Ancestor possesses quite the audacity, he mused, narrowing his eyes. Well then, I was just worried you might flee with the treasures. Taking this opportunity to witness those who dare to usurp the name of a sage and snatch sustenance from my grasp, he thought with a fleeting glance, as he leapt forward towards the direction of the Purple River sect. In another direction, a shadow of somber demeanor was also en route. Having learned of the news, the Purple River sect, the Red Cloud Ancestor, he murmured, it seems the direction of the Purple River sect aligns with the compass indicating Yuqing's location. Although puzzled, he did not connect Yuqing with the recently sensationalized Red Cloud Ancestor. After all, one was merely a disciple of the outlander Li Xianbai, barely 50 years of age, while the other was a renowned figure. Rumored to be the sage returned, the ancestor of the Purple River sect, the connection appeared tenuous at best. Was it possible that Li Xianbai was leading him to observe the ceremony at the Purple River sect? The shadow's gaze flickered. With numerous sects converging, the presence of many formidable beings from the chaotic realm would likely pose a risk should he act indiscriminately. Yet, a glint of coldness crossed his eyes. Very well. If necessary, I shall eliminate them all. What of it? Chapter 128. The ceremony commences. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, the once desolate gates of the Purple River sect transformed into a bustling hub of activity. From every prominent sect in the southeastern region of the Prison Sky domain, invitations had been issued, and all those of note arrived in droves. The Purple River sect welcomed them without hesitation. The ceremonial venue had already been meticulously arranged at the Grand Plaza before the main hall atop the sect's mountain. Early in the morning, guests began to trickle in. Below the mountain, a gathering of various onlookers and local folk congregated, eager to witness such a rare assembly of influential forces. Occasionally, distinguished figures ascended the mountain, recognized by the crowd, causing a stir. Look, that is the Fire Heaven sect's blazing vessel. A gasp arose as a vessel adorned with fiery patterns, glowing red as if wreathed in flames, streaked through the sky. Its presence was no mere spectacle. Even at great heights, the air twisted in its wake, and those below felt a wave of heat wash over them. The Fire Heaven sect stood as one of the mightiest sects in the southeastern prison sky domain, and this vessel was their emblem that it boasted not only captivating aesthetics, but also formidable combat capabilities. Reputed to rival a being of the chaotic realm, only the highest echelons of the Fire Heaven sect were privileged to travel aboard such a vessel. The vessel docked at a mid-mountain plaza of the Purple River sect, designated for the reception of guests. That a man clad in a gold and red robe, his hair ablaze like fire, descended from the vessel. Lian Fenshan, the sect leader of the Fire Heaven sect, one of the few beings of the second realm of chaos in the southeastern region. His eyes swept the surroundings, noting several smaller sects vessels already moored there, causing him to frown. The Purple River sect truly lacks discernment. Allowing our vessel to share space with these second and third-rate sections. Though displeased, he remained silent. Typically, the Fire Heaven sect would have soared directly to the summit, but that would have belittled the Purple River sect. However, their motivation lay in the enigmatic Red Cloud Ancestor. While few believed the Red Cloud Ancestor to be the legendary sage of Yuqing returned, caution was prudent, even if there were a mere 1% chance of truth. Provoking the Purple River sect could lead to dire consequences, since no interests were at stake. It seemed unnecessary to dwell on trifles. Leader Lian, I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive. A voice echoed from above, drawing Lian Fenshan's gaze upward. At a flock of majestic white cranes descended, landing gracefully in the plaza. The largest among them, towering at over 10 zhong, bore a figure clad in flowing white, with snow-white hair and an ethereal presence. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lian Fenshan straightened, clasping his fists in greeting. Brother Yun Dao, you have come as well. The man replied with a smile, since it is the Red Cloud Ancestor's summons. How could I not attend? I too wish to behold this legendary ancient powerhouse. The visitor was Yun Yin Chun, the ancestor of the Misty sect, which stood on par with the Fire Heaven sect as one of the mightiest in the southeastern prison sky domain. In truth, only one other sect could rival these two in power. Since we are both here, the lady must be close behind. Lian Fenshan snorted lightly. As if on cue, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. From the southwestern sky, a cascade of violet mist heralded the arrival of a resplendent purple cloud, from which emerged several graceful figures, exuding an otherworldly aura. The people of the Cloud Mist Valley have arrived. The purple cloud settled at the mid-mountain plaza, dissipating to reveal the true forms of its occupants. Leading them was a woman dressed in pale purple palace attire, tall and elegant, her hair intricately styled, radiating an air of composure and strength. Appearing no more than 20 years of age, behind her followed several young maidens, each possessing exquisite beauty. The woman cast a cold glance at Lian Fenshan before addressing Yun Yin Chun with a graceful nod. Senior Yun, it has been a while. You remain as radiant as ever. Yun Yin Chun chuckled in response. Mistress Yu, you two are as captivating as always. It has been ages since the three of us have gathered. Who would have thought we would convene here today? The woman in palace attire was Yu Chi Luo, the leader of the Cloud Mist Valley, which stood alongside the Fire Heaven sect and Misty sect, marking the three most powerful sects in the southeastern region of the prison sky domain. The leaders of these three sects were all formidable beings of the second realm of chaos, renowned throughout the domain. In comparison, the Heavenly Radiant sect appeared merely second-rate. Nevertheless, today, beyond the three major sects, over a dozen second-rate sects, including the Heavenly Radiant sect, had also arrived, along with several others of slightly lesser stature. As the guests were ushered towards the mountain summit by the Purple River sect's attendants, by midday, the number of powerhouses from the chaotic realm gathered within the Purple River sect exceeded 20, a truly luxurious assembly. It could be said that the most formidable forces of the southeastern prison sky domain had congregated here. In the past, the Purple River sect would not have even been deemed worthy of their attention. Yet, even now, the Purple River sect remained formidable in its own right. After all, aside from the recently integrated leader of the Heavenly Radiant sect, Yu Jianyun, it had not yet produced a single being of the chaotic realm. The heads of the major sects took their seats, unperturbed by the presence of Purple River sect members, engaging in lively discussions regarding the recent events surrounding the Purple River sect and the Red Cloud Ancestor. The Purple River sect's annexation of the Heavenly Radiant sect had startled many, yet to the assembled, one Heavenly Radiant sect was hardly significant, beyond probing the authenticity of the Red Cloud Ancestor. Their primary objective was the rumored legacy of the sage coveted by the Heavenly Radiant sect, though the Purple River sect had waned and the Red Cloud Ancestor might be a fraud. The legendary sage of Yuqing had once been genuine. Chapter 129. A consultation. The sage's legacy, while perhaps not exceedingly rare within the confines of the prison sky, held the potential to captivate any entity in the outer realms. Each sage etched their name into the annals of history, recounted for millennia. Should the sage's legacy prove authentic, it could elevate a sect to prominence. Even the three major sects, like the Fire Heaven sect, stood to benefit. Appearances aside, the three sects had been embroiled in conflict for countless years. However, with their power nearly balanced, the relationship between the Cloud Mist Valley and the Fire Heaven sect was the most tenuous. Wary of the Misty sect's ambiguous stance, which navigated both sides, this stalemate persisted. Yet the sage's legacy might serve as the catalyst for change, securing it could enable one sect to rise above the rest, transforming the southeastern trio into the preeminent sect. As the sun reached its zenith, the assembled dignitaries had been seated for nearly half an hour, yet the leaders of the Purple River sect and the Red Cloud ancestor remained conspicuously absent, leading to a growing impatience among them. Lien Fenshan furrowed his brow. Humph, what sort of impostor ancestor is he to adopt such heirs? All three of our sect leaders are present, yet he does not deign to welcome us. Does he truly believe himself the reincarnation of the sage of Yuqing? Yun Yinshin chuckled. Leader Lien, there is no need for such haste. We shall meet him in due time. We are not pressed for this moment. Yuqi Luo shot a sidelong glance at Lien Fenshan, remarking coolly, if some cannot endure the wait, they may leave at their leisure. Lien Fenshan's temper flared. What did you say? The Cloud Mist Valley and the Fire Heaven sect had clashed numerous times. With Lien Fenshan and Yuqi Luo being long-standing rivals, their powers were nearly equal. Yet Lien Fenshan's divine fire arts were countered by Yuqi Luo's Misty Codex, leading to several defeats at her hands. Thus, their encounters were fraught with tension, often culminating in confrontation. The remaining powerful figures, upon witnessing the scene, instantly changed their expressions. If these two were to engage in combat here, it would not only devastate the square, but perhaps the entire Zai sect would also be caught in the chaos. Although there were many powerful beings present in the Chaos Realm, only 3 were of the second tier, that is in the Chaos Realm. Each tier represented a significant difference in strength. Even 10 first-tier Chaos beings would not stand a chance against a single second-tier powerhouse. This was undoubtedly why the 3 sects had established themselves as the strongest in the southeastern region. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, the grand doors of the Zai sect's main hall suddenly swung open, capturing everyone's attention. That a middle-aged man, donned in purple robes and exuding a prominent aura, slowly emerged from within. Lien Fenshan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this the Red Cloud ancestor?" Yun Yaochen shook his head, replying, "This is Zai sect's leader, Ji Chanchuan." Ji Chanchuan's expression was somewhat peculiar, appearing slightly awkward as he clasped his fists in greeting to the gathered crowd. "Thank you all for gracing our humble sect with your presence on this momentous occasion. Our ancestor has been occupied with certain matters, which delayed his arrival. I hope you can forgive us." As he spoke, he stepped aside respectfully, bowing deeply. "Welcome, ancestor." At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the grand entrance of the hall. That a figure gradually emerged, stepping into the sunlight, revealing a young man who appeared to be barely in his 20s. Yawning as he walked, despite having heard tales about the Red Cloud ancestor, the crowd was still taken aback. The legendary figure they had envisioned turned out to be such a youthful individual. While outward appearances may hold little significance at their level, where beings of the Chaos Realm could choose to appear young or old at will, the undeniable aura emanating from this young man was striking. He bore none of the weariness of a sage from millennia past. Though they had been skeptical before, witnessing him in person allowed the crowd to arrive at a unanimous conclusion. This young man was certainly not the legendary Ziyun ancestor of yore. Consequently, the initial apprehension among the crowd dissipated, replaced by a hint of disdain in their gazes. He appeared youthful, yet possessed the ability to subjugate the Tianhui sect, suggesting he was a prodigious talent. However, his arrogance was evident, as he dared to impersonate an ancient sage, displaying a lack of awareness regarding his own limitations. They asked for his strength. How formidable could he truly be at such a young age? In the next moment, the young man, Yuqing, approached the crowd, yawning once more before speaking nonchalantly. "Apologies, I just woke up." The crowd collectively reacted with disbelief. They had sensed his earlier yawn, but his frankness was startling. So, he had kept them waiting because he was still in slumber? Many faces turned sour, feeling that Yuqing's demeanor was excessively brazen. All present were powerful beings of the Chaos Realm. Even a century of sleeplessness was trivial to them. Such an attitude seemed to belittle their status, especially for Lien Fenshan, whose temper was already volatile. His countenance darkened at this insolent young man. "You arrogant brat," he declared. Striding forward, "I care not whether you are the Red Cloud ancestor or not." Lien Fenshan towered over Yuqing, glaring down at him. Hand over the treasures left by the Zun ancestor. The relics of sages are not yours to claim. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Yuqing recalled that he had not brought any alchemical tools with him the previous night and had chosen to rest instead. Just as he remembered the upcoming grand ceremony, he hastily rose to join Ji Chuan, who had been anxiously waiting outside. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw the towering figure before him, and feeling irritable from his interrupted sleep, he kicked out without hesitation, "Did I give you permission to speak?" In an instant, Lien Finchen, the imposing leader of the Tianhua sect, was sent flying like a meteor from the assembly. The sound of his collision echoed as he shattered the hall's entrance and soared thousands of feet into the air. Crashing into a distant peak, silence enveloped the venue. Everyone's minds momentarily stalled. What had just transpired? Lien Finchen had been sent soaring, and Yuqing, who had delivered the blow, nonchalantly walked to the front of the assembly and took his seat on the main throne. Now, let us discuss your collective decision to join the Zai sect. Chapter 130. Should we consider it? Still reeling from the shock, the crowd struggled to process Yuqing's words. Joining the Zai sect. The implications of this statement were even more staggering than witnessing Lien Finchen being kicked away. The previously composed Yun Yao Chun instinctively wiped his forehead, forcing a smile. Did I miss here? Are you suggesting that we, the sects, ally with the Zai sect? If that is the case, there would be no need for you to mention it. It is something we ought to do that we are all sects of the Qiu-Tian outer domain, and unity is essential. The others echoed Yun Yao Chen's thoughts, nodding vigorously as if they were chicks pecking at grain. Their prior disdain for the Zai sect and the Red Cloud ancestor had evaporated entirely. After all, the display of power was undeniably overwhelming. Lien Finchen, a second-tier chaos being, was not merely boasting. His reputation had been forged through relentless victories. In the southeastern Qiu-Tian outer domain, his name was well known. Yet, he had been dispatched without so much as a protest, a mere meteor in the sky, if it were merely a quick strike that sent Lien Finchen flying. It could be dismissed. However, Lien Finchen's absence of aura following his defeat suggested he might be gravely injured, if not dead. Given his fiery temperament, he would have returned immediately to confront Yuqing otherwise. Resolving Lien Finchen so effortlessly indicated that the Red Cloud ancestor was more than capable of handling them. Thus, when Yun Yaochen spoke, the others immediately followed suit, their previous skepticism replaced with a sense of urgency. Even the usually stoic Yushi Luo, leader of the Yuxiao Valley, nodded in agreement, though she remained silent. However, Yuqing frowned. "What foolishness are you speaking? I said for you to join the Zai sect. How did you interpret that as an invitation for an alliance?" With a casual gesture, he added, "The purpose of gathering you all today is simply for you to join the Zai sect. Henceforth, in the southeastern Qiu-Tian domain, having the Zai sect alone will suffice." His tone was light and unburdened, lacking any hint of sternness, almost as if he were engaging in casual conversation. Yet, the gravity of his words left no room for levity. Initially, the crowd had thought Yuqing was jesting, some even chuckling in response. But his demeanor was earnest, silencing their laughter. Yun Yaochen's expression darkened, revealing a hint of distress. He had not misheard. As a being of the chaos realm, he would not mistake the gravity of Yuqing's words. The implication was too serious to dismiss with a mere laugh. That moment, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. The other leaders shared similar sentiments, fidgeting uneasily, as if their seats were lined with nails. Yet, none dared voice their objections. What a preposterous notion! This Red Cloud ancestor had extended an invitation to the grand ceremony, only to propose the outright annexation of their sects. They had encountered ambitious figures in the past. But this was beyond audacity. It was not an exaggeration to say that any one of the forces represented in the assembly far surpassed the Zai sect in strength. Yet, Yuqing's demand for their total submission was akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, absurdly exaggerated. Despite their inner resistance, no one dared to speak against him. They had underestimated the Zai sect, but could not afford to provoke the Red Cloud ancestor. All were acutely aware that openly rejecting his proposal could lead to their downfall. Just like Lien Finchen's fate, many turned their gazes toward Yun Yaochen, as he was among the strongest present. Yet, Yushi Luo, being a woman of few words, was not as influential as Yun Yaochen in this critical moment. They could only hope for Yun Yaochen to take the lead. "Should you voice your concerns, we shall follow your lead." Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yun Yaochen maintained an impassive facade, internally cursing. "Damn it! Why should I bear the brunt of this? If the Red Cloud ancestor can send Lien Finchen flying, he could easily do the same to me. You expect me to be the scapegoat while you all sit back and relax." At that moment, Yuqing raised an eyebrow, surveying the crowd. Why is everyone so silent? He narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing. Are you unwilling? A sense of foreboding coursed through the crowd, causing them to break into a cold sweat. But still, they were silent, instinctively looking toward Yun Yaochun for guidance. Despite having cursed these silent sect leaders countless times in his heart, at this moment, Yun Yaochun had no choice but to step forward as the scapegoat. After all, considering his position at the forefront, if the venerable Han Yun were to unleash his wrath, he would likely be the first to attract attention, even if he remained silent. With great effort, Yun Yaochun forced a smile and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This, Senior Han Yun, does have a point. Indeed, the outer domain of Qingtian has long been fragmented, with numerous sects embroiled in relentless strife, which is rather unfortunate that it is only natural for the senior to harbor such thoughts. However, matters as significant as the merging of sects cannot be settled with mere words. This is a grave issue. Senior, in my humble opinion, perhaps we should deliberate further. As soon as these words were uttered, the other sect leaders appeared to awaken from a stupor, eagerly chiming in. Yes, indeed, fellow Taoist Yun is correct, Senior Han Yun. What fellow Taoist Yun proposes is reasonable. Such monumental affairs cannot be decided lightly. It would be rash. Observing the cacophony of voices before him, Yuqing chose not to speak further. He slowly raised his hand. At that moment, a figure swiftly approached and handed him a broadsword. In the next instant, Yuqing wielded the sword and struck forward with force that a sharp, piercing sound echoed as a brilliant blade light swept over the heads of the assembled crowd. Following closely was a series of thunderous roars. Within the southern region of the Zai sect, over 100 miles of towering peaks were instantaneously leveled. After the strike, the atmosphere fell silent, everyone wide-eyed and slack-jawed, unable to utter a sound, while Yuqing casually placed the broadsword by his side and calmly surveyed the crowd. Inquiring, is there still a need for further consideration? In such circumstances, it was Yun Yaochun who reacted first. Without hesitation, he straightened his posture, his face filled with righteous fervor. What is the senior saying? The outer domain of Qingtian is rife with division and conflict. We have witnessed it and felt the pain. Today, thanks to Senior Han Yun stepping forward to lead us, we, the sects, shall join the Zai sect. This is precisely to unify the southeastern region of the outer domain and restore peace. Such a righteous endeavor leaves no room for further contemplation. The crowd, as if roused from a dream, nodded vigorously in agreement. Fellow Taoist Yun speaks truth. Indeed, Senior Han Yun is a person of great virtue. Caring for the world, how can we lag behind? Such an opportunity is rare. There is no need to wait any longer. I, the Shenyang sect, shall be the first to join. Even Yu Chilua, usually expressionless, nodded along. Yuqing cast a sidelong glance at Yun Yaochun. There's no need to force yourself. If you have any hesitation, feel free to speak up. Yun Yaochun's gaze was resolute, exuding an aura of righteousness. I am not forcing myself. I speak for justice. Yuqing nodded approvingly. Then it is settled. Everyone, take this opportunity to make a vow of the heavenly way, leading your respective sects to join the Zai sect. Vowing never to betray. At this declaration, the faces of the crowd stiffened. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not expect Yuqing to be so decisive. To demand a vow of the heavenly way up front left them with no chance to evade. If they did make the vow, there would be no turning back. Yet, to refrain, the broadsword at Yuqing's feet glimmered ominously under the sunlight. Recalling the previous strike, the crowd felt their legs tremble. If before, the expulsion of life in Tian had merely made them feel overwhelmed by Yuqing's strength, the recent strike left them devoid of any resistance. When that brilliant blade light had swept overhead, death had never felt so close. Even if not a single hair was harmed, the unimaginable sharpness contained within that blade seemed capable of severing heaven and earth itself. They had no doubt that had Yuqing's strike been merely a fraction lower, they would have been a headless mass of corpses. To be capable of such a strike, the venerable Han Yun could only be described as terrifying. Thus, despite their deep reluctance, circumstances compelled them. All were esteemed leaders of their respective sects. Having devoted their lives to cultivation, they had only just achieved the chaotic realm and had scarcely enjoyed a few days of peace. None wished to perish here. Why not play the part of a subordinate? Where else could they assume such a role? As the crowd gritted their teeth, prepared to utter their vows of the heavenly way, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through the silence. Where is Yuqing? The abruptness of this voice stood out starkly in the stillness, prompting the assembly to instinctively turn towards its source. They beheld a figure standing in the western sky, hands clasped behind his back. Gradually descending, the man, clad in black, tall and lean, seemed to emerge from the shadows despite the clear blue sky, exuding an aura of coldness that obscured his features. Wherever he stepped, it appeared as if the very essence of the world. Even sunlight dimmed in his presence. He approached the edge of the gathering, speaking once more. "Where is Yuqing?" Upon witnessing this individual's evident might, the crowd's expressions shifted, revealing a mix of concern and confusion. They had never heard the name Yuqing before. After all, the tales circulating from the Zai sect spoke solely of the venerable Hongyun. Not only the others, but even the sect leader Zi Changchuan himself was unaware of the identity of the elder they had summoned. Yuqing himself paused momentarily, having not been addressed by his name for quite some time, causing a brief delay in his response. Upon regaining his composure, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. "I am Yuqing. Do you seek me for something?" The crowd gasped in astonishment that so. The venerable Hongyun's true name was Yuqing, yet the former Xian elder did not bear the surname Yu. Observing Yuqing's calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by his name's revelation, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Was he no longer pretending? He was indeed intrigued. This was neither desolate land nor the southern wilderness, but the outer domain of Qingtian. He had not anticipated encountering someone who recognized him in such a place. Yuqing spoke. The cold gaze of the black-clad man shifted towards him, scrutinizing his appearance and energy signature, confirming that this was indeed Yuqing. The man's eyes narrowed, and with a step forward, he stood just a few paces away from Yuqing. "That I have come to borrow something from you." Yuqing tilted his head, intrigued at "What do you wish to borrow?" A glint of icy malice flickered in the black-clad man's eyes. "That I wish to borrow your head." The instant the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura of terror surged from the black-clad figure. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the oppressive force emanating from his presence, as if the very fabric of reality was collapsing into a black hole, threatening to consume everything around it, even the world itself. What an overwhelming aura! Yun Yanshan's face paled. That must be at least the third realm of chaos. Only beings who have transcended the level of Taisher can possess such elevated existence and power, nearly overpowering the very heavens themselves. To exude such an aura. It should be noted that throughout the southeastern region of the outer domain of Qingtian, among numerous sects, there was not a single existence at the third realm of chaos. Each of the 5 realms of chaos signifies an elevation of power that a being of the third realm of chaos could sweep away all in its path. Previously, such entities were thought to exist only within the inner domain. Yet now, one had appeared unexpectedly, seemingly targeting the venerable Hongyun. The crowd exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their expressions. In the face of the black-clad man's overwhelming presence, Yuqing remained as composed as ever, as if he were merely dealing with a harmless kitten. He even turned to look at the crowd. "What? Wasn't it said that you would make your vows of the heavenly way? Why are you all just standing there?" At that moment, Yun Yanshan, gazing at the menacing black-clad figure, shifted his attention and cleared his throat. "Well, Senior Hongyun, upon reflection, the matter of merging is indeed too hasty. Perhaps we should consider it further." The crowd quickly caught on, echoing his sentiments without hesitation. Yes, fellow Taoist Yun is right. We should deliberate a bit longer. That it cannot be taken lightly. Yu Chua remained silent, merely nodding slightly, functioning as a machine of impassive agreement. Chapter 131. Speed. Meanwhile, the black-clad man, noticing Yuqing's casual demeanor, as if he had not acknowledged his presence, felt his gaze darken, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. What an arrogant little brat. Very well. Your time for arrogance is now limited. With those words, the black-clad man stepped forward, extending his left hand to grasp at Yuqing's face. At that moment, as he unleashed his power, one individual behind Yuqing suddenly raised his head, his expression shifting. That he took the initiative, stepping forward to stand in front of Yuqing, unleashing a palm strike that collided with the black-clad man's left hand. Boom! In an instant, a low rumbling sound erupted between the two, both combatants being supreme powerhouses. With a mere gesture, they condensed enough terrifying power to cleave mountains and split peaks into a compact form. Nevertheless, at the moment of their clash, the overwhelming pressure could not be contained, cascading outward and causing the expressions of the onlooking Yun Yanshan and other strong beings to shift dramatically. Under this pressure, it felt as if they were pressed down onto their seats, unable to rise. Only Yuqing remained unfazed, even yawning nonchalantly. The one who had intervened was none other than Li Xianbua. The very individual who had just handed the knife to Yuqing was none other than him. Previously, this task had always been performed by Xiao Lier, but with her absence, Li Xianbai had willingly stepped in. However, at this moment, His countenance was grim as he fixed his gaze upon the man in black. An imposing aura radiating from him. Seemingly astonished and enraged, the man in black, observing Li Xianbai, also revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Truly, he was a formidable figure, masquerading as a servant. I had underestimated you. He was a denizen of the prison heaven domain, and logically, upon encountering Li Xianbai, a traveler from beyond the domain, he should have recognized him immediately. Yet, just moments ago, Yuqing had been casually seated while Li Xianbai stood behind like an obedient attendant. The man in black instinctively overlooked this attendant, as the intelligence he had received stated that Yuqing had been accepted as a disciple by the traveler Li Xianbai. How peculiar it was that the disciple sat while the master stood. Even with his extensive experience, this was a first for him. For a moment, he believed that Li Xianbai was merely being cautious, adopting this guise to conceal his identity and safeguard Yuqing. Li Xianbai, however, was oblivious to the thoughts of his opponent. Yet, the instant the man in black made his move, Li Xianbai recognized the technique employed. It was the martial art of the prison heaven domain. Specifically one of its core legacies, a practice only accessible to those of high rank within the domain. The person before him, wielding such profound skills, was undoubtedly a senior figure from the prison heaven domain. Yet Li Xianbai had never encountered him before. The fact that this individual seemed intent on assassinating Yuqing left Li Xianbai unable to remain passive in the blink of an eye. He had pieced together the circumstances. Which elder sent you? Li Xianbai demanded. The man in black smirked coldly from the shadows, suddenly exerting force, causing Li Xianbai to stagger back several steps. You need not speculate on my identity. He retorted, but know this, I will definitely take his head today. Li Xianbai gritted his teeth, declaring, you may certainly attempt it. Although the man in black did not acknowledge it, Yuqing was indeed someone he had unexpectedly encountered in the wasteland. Prior to this, Yuqing had been entirely unaware of the prison heaven domain's existence, let alone any grievances with the inner domain. The sole connection was Li Xianbai that he surmised that perhaps it was Li Xianbai who had transmitted Yuqing's information back to the prison heaven domain, prompting the elders to take drastic measures to prevent him from bringing back a disciple and completing his trials. With this thought, Li Xianbai's fury surged. Had it not been for the fact that Yuqing had previously demonstrated the capability to effortlessly combat a fierce beast on par with the 5th stage of chaos, he would not have been concerned about Yuqing being threatened by the man in black. Yet, since the situation arose from his actions, he could not turn a blind eye, seeing Li Xianbai make his move. The man in black showed no sign of hesitation. Traveler, you are indeed the foremost among the younger generation of the prison heaven domain, he remarked coolly. However, you have only recently broken through to the 3rd stage and are no match for me. Step aside, or I cannot guarantee your safety. His words rang true. Sharing the same 3rd stage, the man in black had already reached its pinnacle, while Li Xianbai had only recently stabilized his breakthrough. Having yet to reach a decade in this realm, in terms of martial arts and techniques, the man in black's skills were not significantly inferior to Li Xianbai's. In a true confrontation, Li Xianbai would undoubtedly be outmatched. Nevertheless, Li Xianbai showed no intention of yielding, glaring at the man in black. If you wish to disrespect Elder Yuqing, you must first pass through me. This declaration momentarily stunned the man in black. Elder Yuqing, what nonsense is this? Is not Yuqing the disciple of Li Xianbai? Referring to one's apprentice as elder, what custom is this? The man in black shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, he was on a mission. Why dwell on such matters? All that mattered was eliminating Yuqing. The young man before him, in both appearance and aura, was undoubtedly the target of his mission. With a flicker of intent, the man in black coldly declared, in that case, do not blame me for my rudeness. As his words fell, he lunged forward once more, his entire being enveloped in a dense black aura that seemed to solidify, a manifestation of the chaotic energy one could only attain upon reaching the 3rd stage of chaos. This was a power capable of influencing the very heavens and earth around him. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was, in truth, a formidable ability. He was confident that Li Xianbai would not be able to withstand this strike. Of course, he did not intend to kill, as Yuqing was not yet a disciple of the prison heaven domain. His life or death was inconsequential. However, if he were to severely injure Li Xianbai, that would complicate matters significantly. Li Xianbai sensed the potency of the impending attack, his expression growing solemn at that moment. A hand rested upon his shoulder. Turning, he found Yuqing had appeared behind him, patting his shoulder. Enough, I do not require your protection. With that, Yuqing gently shoved Li Xianbai aside and directed a kick at the advancing man in black. Go roll somewhere else. Do you not see that I, your ancestor, am busy? The moment the kick was unleashed, The pupils of the man in black constricted. Years of cultivation had granted him access to certain profound realms. And in that instant, he felt an overwhelming aura of death approaching. Although it was broad daylight, all he perceived was an abyss of darkness that in that moment, the man in black abruptly halted, terror etched upon his face. Instinctively attempting to retreat. Yet, it was too late. As Yuqing's kick landed, the man in black was sent flying as if he were a mere puppet. Meanwhile, in the northwestern expanse beyond the Purple River sect, a figure brimming with confidence, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely toward the entrance of the sect. This was Zhou Fengtian, a traveler from the prison heaven domain. He was aware that today marked a grand ceremony for the Purple River sect. Yet he remained indifferent. Zhou Fengtian's singular goal was the sacred heart of Ziyun within the sect. Once he acquired it, to conceal the truth, not a single soul within the Purple River sect would emerge alive from this day. As he approached, the gates of the Purple River sect gradually came into view. A smile graced Zhou Fengtian's lips, though a chill began to permeate his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar, his attention sharpening. What is this? Having approached from the west, he only now noticed that the peaks of the mountains to the south of the Purple River sect had all become flat-topped. Moreover, they were aligned at the same elevation, presenting a remarkably uniform appearance, as if they had been sliced with a knife. While this might not seem extraordinary at first glance, the sheer scale of it caught Zhou Fengtian's attention. Could it be that the Purple River sect altered these mountains for some purpose? With a furrowed brow, Zhou Fengtian took flight, eager to investigate further. He was not one to seek trouble needlessly. His confidence was rooted in assured knowledge. Thus, he approached any unforeseen circumstances with caution. Had he not known that the elder Ziyun had perished, he would not have so readily come to the Purple River sect to seize the Sacred Heart. What? You say that even a fraud could be a formidable opponent? Nonsense. True powerhouses often possess renown and self-respect. Why would they resort to impersonation? With a hint of trepidation, Zhou Fengtian landed upon one of the flattened peaks, releasing his consciousness to probe the area. At that moment, he was suddenly startled by a piercing explosion, followed by a resounding roar, as the very air around him seemed to tremble. Instinctively, Zhou Fengtian turned to face the source of the sound, his expression shifting dramatically. From the summit of the Purple River sect, a meteor surged forth at an unparalleled speed, radiating a blinding light as it streaked across the sky, hurtling directly towards him. The velocity and force of this meteor were beyond comprehension as it tore through the air. It ignited into a blazing inferno, carving a fiery arc across the heavens, as if a scarlet brush had painted a bold stroke against the sky. Even from dozens of miles away, the oppressive force was nearly suffocating. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Fengtian instinctively prepared to defend himself, drawing upon his ultimate technique, the shadow magic. In an instant, a terrifying shadow enveloped him, yet even this did not alleviate the overwhelming pressure. Causing him to tremble with dread, the sense of threat surged within him, compelling him to leap into the air and flee in the direction from whence he came. However, the meteor's speed was simply too swift. He had barely taken off when it crashed into the mountain beneath him with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled violently, the heavens and earth quaking in a cataclysmic collision that was more than mere metaphor. The formidable impact, fraught with searing heat, obliterated the mountain in an instant, its fragments melting away in the ensuing blaze. In place of the vanished mountain, a colossal crimson pit suddenly emerged upon the earth. Expanding at an alarming rate, the surrounding terrain sank rapidly, forming a vast chasm, akin to a miniature basin. Debris ignited in the air, raining down like fiery hail upon the land below. The scene was one of utter devastation, akin to the annihilation of the world, sending shockwaves of terror throughout the surrounding miles, leaving countless beings in a state of panic. However, as the meteor fell between the mountains, no one was harmed. Except for Zhou Fengtian, who was walking in from the outer realms. Zhou Fengtian, being very close to the center of the meteor's impact, reacted swiftly and took flight to escape the impending disaster. Yet, before he could ascend even 100 zhang, he was engulfed by the terrifying shockwave that erupted. The shadow that enveloped him lasted less than a breath before it shattered. Zhou Fengtian was jolted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Yet, he dared not look back. In that moment, Zhou Fengtian summoned every ounce of strength, unleashing what could only be described as the most formidable power of his life. Fleeing frantically into the distance, although the shadow technique had collapsed almost instantaneously, leaving him severely injured, it had granted him a brief moment to escape several thousand zhang away, once distanced from the impact center. The residual waves were no longer as terrifying. Instead, They propelled Zhou Fengtian to accelerate further. He still dared not glance back, his mind consumed by a singular thought. To flee. It was too dreadful. What on earth was the Zai sect? He clearly saw that the meteor did not descend from the heavens, but was shot forth from the peak of the Zai sect. Clearly, some powerful being had intervened. Was it the Red Cloud ancestor? Such an attack could only belong to an existence above the fifth realm of chaos. And no, could it truly be the return of the Purple Cloud ancestor from years past? Furthermore, did this being know he was coming? How else could the meteor have been aimed so precisely at his direction? Zhou Fengtian could not fathom this, and the more he pondered, the less he dared to linger. He erupted into a blinding speed, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an EYEAT that moment, atop the Zai sect, in the grand assembly hall on the peak. Everyone turned to gaze at the vast pit in the southern sky, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time, although they had previously witnessed Yuqing sever countless mountain peaks with a single strike. It paled in comparison to this exaggerated kick. The earlier boast of kicking Lien Fengtian into a meteor was mere hyperbole. Now, the figure in black had truly been turned into a shooting star. As for his fate, it was needless to say. There would be nothing left, not even ashes. The jaws of the onlookers nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. This moment, someone hesitantly asked, "Do we still need to consider this?" Yun Yinshin suddenly shivered, unable to utter a word. Chapter 132. No need to consider. On the other side, in the northwest of the Zai sect, after escaping several thousand miles, Zhou Fengtian finally came to a halt, still shaken. Upon stopping, his face turned pale once more, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, some of which contained dark red fragments. Clearly, although he appeared whole, his internals had suffered grievous damage. He glanced back towards the Zai sect, a profound fear etched on his face. How could this be? What secrets did the Zai sect hold? Was it truly the Red Cloud ancestor? He had not even caught a glimpse of the assailant's appearance. The disparity was unfathomable. It was not even a proper confrontation. The meteor, which had struck from a distance, did not even hit him directly. Yet the residual force had already left him severely wounded. The more he calmed himself, the more fear gripped him. Just as he was about to arrive, a strike was aimed directly at his position. Could it be that the opponent had known of his existence and anticipated his arrival at the Zai sect? But that made no sense. Aside from the gaunt man he had previously consumed with his shadow technique, no one knew of his personal intent to leave the inner domain for the Zai sect. Did the opponent possess foresight? What level of power would allow one to foresee such occurrences? As far as he knew, such capabilities surpassed the realm of chaos. At the very least, the elders and domain lords within the prison sky domain did not possess such abilities. If they did, they would never have allowed him to reach this point. Could the Red Cloud ancestor truly be a returning sage? It was terrifying. After only a few steps, he spat blood again. The earlier impact had not only left him critically injured, but the hard-earned shadow technique had been dissipated as well. He had exerted every ounce of strength to suppress his injuries and escape several thousand miles away, compounding his wounds, although he still had the extreme cold ice flame as a trump card. Zhou Fengtian doubted it would make a difference. If that strike had indeed been unleashed by the Red Cloud ancestor, then it could only belong to a terrifying being above the half-saint level. Zhou Fengtian only wished to distance himself from the Zai sect, as though a fearsome beast were lurking in the southeast, roaring earth-shatteringly. With his injuries weighing heavily upon him, Zhou Fengtian dared not hesitate any longer. He retrieved several bottles of elixirs, swallowing them to stabilize his condition, and raced towards the direction of the prison sky inner domain. His earlier confidence had turned into utter disarray. Meanwhile, within the Zai sect, Yuqing appeared unfazed as he withdrew his foot, as if the one who had just kicked the figure in black into a meteor was not him at all. Behind him, Li Xianbai was also left in a daze. Although Yuqing had previously demonstrated his formidable strength before Li Xianbai, such as using the small disciple who could bully Li Xianbai as a meteor hammer or kicking the ancient beast to death like a mere ball, none compared to the sheer display of power in that single kick. Once they regained their senses, the gazes directed at Yuqing transformed from shock to fear. This man was not only immensely powerful, but also decisive and ruthless in action. Both Lien Fengtian and the figure in black had been kicked into the void without a second thought, leaving them no chance to plead for mercy. The magnitude of Yuqing's actions was beyond comprehension, and it was likely that many unfortunate souls had been caught in the aftermath, probably meeting a swift demise. In truth, this was a misunderstanding of Yuqing. While he had acted swiftly, he was not indiscriminate in his strikes. Before taking action, he had sensed that the southern region of the Zai sect was desolate and devoid of human presence. filled instead with ferocious beasts, often used as a trial ground for disciples. Thus, whether it was the kicks that sent Lien Fantion and the figure in black flying, or the intimidating slash he had executed, they were all directed towards the south. Otherwise, he would have no idea how many lives might be lost in his wake. Yuqing was quite aware of this, though he was no sage. He was not one to engage in senseless slaughter. The earlier strike had merely flattened a mountain peak. Even if there were any lingering souls in the vicinity, they should have fled in terror. Of course, if anyone was foolish enough to wander in the mountains post-attack, they could only blame themselves for the consequences as for whether anyone had missed seeing Yuqing strike and then entered the mountains afterward. What kind of absurd coincidence would that be? Any rational person, even if they had not witnessed Yuqing's attack, would have fled far away upon seeing the mountain peak leveled. Who would be foolish enough to approach? This was precisely Yuqing's reasoning. After retracting his foot, he patted the stunned Li Xianbai on the shoulder and returned to his seat, nonchalantly sitting down and looking towards the assembly of sect leaders and ancestors. Well then, have you all made your considerations? The crowd trembled at his words. Yunyan Chun, the leader, suddenly jolted, straightening his chest and revealing a gaze that was 100 times more resolute than before. The Red Cloud ancestor is merely jesting to is there really a need to deliberate on such matters? We firmly support the ancestor's intentions. The fragmented foreign realm in the southeast must come to an end. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Daoist Yun is absolutely correct. So well said. Who said we need to consider? I have no need to think about it at all. In this righteous matter, anyone who hesitates is an enemy to us. Observing the fervent declarations of the sect leaders, Yu Chilua, the leader of the Yunxiao Valley, felt a flicker of disdain and contempt in her beautiful eyes, yet she reluctantly nodded in agreement. There was no choice. Although she had no desire to associate with these sycophants, what could a weak woman do in the face of overwhelming circumstances? All she could do was nod along. Remaining silent was her last shred of dignity. Yu Chilua continued to act as a heartless nodding machine. Only then did Yuqing reveal a satisfied expression. Well, the buzzing flies have been dealt with. Let us proceed, since there are no objections, and you feel there is no need for consideration. Let us swear the heavenly Tao oath. In an instant, the assembly fell silent, all eyes converging once more on Yun Yanchen. Even Yuqing turned his gaze towards him. Yun Yanchen trembled. His old face twitching under the scrutiny of the crowd. It seemed he was destined to be the scapegoat today, that he longed for someone to interrupt this moment. But no miracle occurred. With no choice left, Yun Yanchen finally spoke slowly. The Red Cloud ancestor speaks true. Our hearts are resolute, and heaven bears witness. What is a mere heavenly Tao oath? Today, I shall vow here, in the name of the heavenly Tao, that I, Yun Yanchen, am willing to lead the entire Piao Miao sect to join the Zai sect. Never to. Chapter 133. Zhou Fengtian's despair. A stream of grandiose oaths flowed forth, with Yuqing occasionally interjecting to correct any flaws. Ultimately, a beam of white light emerged from the heavens, enveloping Yun Yanchen, disappearing into its brilliance. This signified the establishment of the heavenly Tao oath, binding them henceforth. Why Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yun Yanchen's face turned ashen. It was said that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could develop means to evade or defy the heavenly Tao oath and survive. However, such means only exist in legends. The individuals present would likely never attain such a level in their lifetimes. Thus, to them, the heavenly oath is absolute. If possible, a practitioner would prefer to avoid making any heavenly oaths throughout their life, as it would bind them with the heavy shackles. Yet, at this moment, failing to accept this bondage would mean losing their very lives. As the ancestor of the Misty sect, one of the three major sects, took the lead in pledging the heavenly oath, the others understood that there was no way to evade this fate today. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and followed suit, uttering their oaths. In stark contrast to the despondent sect leaders who appeared as if they had lost their way, Zichang Chuan, seated behind Yuqing, observed the scene in disbelief, as though he were caught in a dream. These venerable leaders, once formidable beings he could never hope to challenge, were now, one by one, pledging their oaths and joining the Zai sect. This signified that from this day forward, the Zai sect would unify the southeastern region of the Outer Domain, becoming one of the most powerful entities in the entire prison sky. Outer Domain. No, in all of Yundong. In that moment, Zichang Chuan felt that bestowing the ancestral treasure upon Yuqing was the wisest decision he had ever made. Although the treasure inherited from the true ancestor held immense significance for the Zai sect, it was virtually unusable without reaching the Chaos Realm, rendering it practically ineffective for the Zai sect at present. Even when there had been Chaos Realm practitioners in the past, No generation of sect leaders had managed to unify the realm using this artifact. Zichang Chuan had essentially exchanged a treasure of mere symbolic value for the Zai sect's rapid ascendance to dominance in the outer domain. This transaction could not merely be deemed advantageous. It was an undeniable windfall as the sect leaders successively pledged their heavenly oaths. The merger became an established fact. News of this development sent shockwaves throughout the entire prison sky outer domain in just a few days. No one had anticipated that the grand ceremony hosted by the Zai sect would culminate in such a dramatic outcome. The master of the heavenly fire sect, Lai Finchen, had perished, and the remaining powerful figures, each leading their respective sects, declared their intention to merge with the Zai sect. The magnitude of this upheaval was unimaginable. Of course, these matters were merely subsequent discussions on the day of the ceremony. As night fell, Zhou Fengtian, who had been fleeing for his life, finally returned to the inner domain of prison sky. His injuries were grave, despite the abundant resources and myriad celestial treasures available in the outer domain. They could only momentarily alleviate his suffering. Nevertheless, full recovery was not something that could be achieved swiftly. Within the palace, Zhou Fengtian recalled the events of the day, and a fleeting look of fear crossed his eyes. Yet, as he felt the extent of his injuries, a chilling realization settled in his heart. In less than a year, the deadline for the assessment would arrive. There was no conceivable way for him to recover fully before that time. In fact, he doubted whether he could even improve in the span of a single year. Burdened by his severe injuries, he would be utterly incapable of competing with the other two candidates. Regardless of the Elder's support, if he could obtain the Purple Cloud Sacred Heart and fuse it into a sacred treasure, he would be indifferent to the Elder's backing. Victory would be assured. But now, the mere thought of the Purple Cloud Sacred Heart was daunting. He dared not venture close to the Zai sect again, and if a situation like today were to repeat itself, he might not return alive. Moreover, not only was he affected, but the shadow he had painstakingly cultivated by secretly devouring countless mortals and practitioners as nourishment had also crumbled under the residual impact. Suffering even greater harm in the suffocating darkness, Zhou Fengtian's face contorted in rage, and he let out a low growl. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. I have sacrificed so much. How could I end up in this predicament? Years of plotting and effort were on the verge of dissipating into nothingness. How could Zhou Fengtian accept this? Moreover, the elders had invested considerable effort to support him. If he were to fail and allow Li Xianbai or another to ascend to the position of domain lord, the elders would undoubtedly be furious and would not spare him. That morning, he had been elated, seemingly on the brink of achieving sanctification. Yet, within the span of a single day, all of it had shattered like a bubble. Not to mention sanctification, his very survival a year from now was uncertain. It was as if in the blink of an eye, he had plummeted from the clouds to the depths of despair. In Zhou Fengtian's moment of despair, the shadow within him stirred restlessly, as if a voice whispered gently in his ear. Come here. Here lies the power you crave. Zhou Fengtian shuddered, abruptly lifting his head to gaze northward. That direction pointed to the innermost part of the prison sky inner domain, the center of the sacred land. This sensation indeed, within the center sacred land, there exists the essence of heaven and earth. As the most exalted taboo of the prison sky domain, the cultivation of the shadow magic could not be guided by anyone. It required his own exploration. Although the shadow magic possessed boundless power, its cultivation came at a steep price, necessitating the consumption of countless beings and the essence of heaven and earth as nourishment to forge formidable shadows. The shadow itself harbored an insatiable desire to devour all. The greater the power contained within a treasure or practitioner, the more alluring it became to the shadow. After forming the shadow, Zhou Fengtian often sensed that deep within the prison sky inner domain, in the center sacred land sealed by the elders with the heavenly transformation magic refining array, there lay some great fortune. This feeling was far more intense than any individual or treasure he had previously consumed, undoubtedly representing an extraordinary essence of heaven and earth. Once devoured, his strength would ascend to unimaginable heights. Although the center sacred land was barred by the heavenly transformation magic refining array, he could still vaguely perceive that he could use the shadow to break through the array and enter within. However, in the past, Zhou Fengtian had hesitated, fearing the elders would discover his intentions, thus never daring to attempt it. But now for Zhou Fengtian, who was at a dead end, there was another way as he stood at the edge of the center sacred land. His expression turned cold and ruthless. He had not noticed that the dark shadows in his eyes were gradually becoming clearer, exuding a foreboding aura. The voice in his heart echoed ceaselessly. Come, the true fortune lies within the sacred land. Compared to it, what is the mere purple cloud sacred heart? Obtaining the fortune of the sacred land would place the entire prison sky domain, and even the entire Yundong's 36 domains, under your control. In a daze, driven by an intense longing, Zhou Fengtian approached the periphery of the center sacred land, which was enveloped by the heavenly transformation magic refining array. This array comprised 10 focal points, each overseen by one of the 10 elders. Under normal circumstances, even if someone could navigate through the array, they would first have to pass by one of the 10 elders that it was impossible to slip in unnoticed. However, Zhou Fengtian was different. A figure of high status in the outer domain. Coupled with his prior covetousness towards the center sacred land, he possessed greater knowledge about the elders' affairs, allowing him to identify the vulnerabilities. While the elders needed to maintain the array continuously, it was unnecessary for all 10 to remain stationed at the focal points at all times. The absence of one or two individuals for a brief period would not destabilize the array. Thus, the 10 elders would take turns leaving, either to attend to matters that required external resolution or to relax themselves. It could be considered their rotating days off. Zhou Fengtian had long since ascertained the timing and locations of the elders' rotations through years of investigation, knowing precisely when and where the focal points would be unguarded. For instance, at this very moment, he hastened into the main hall. Although there were still guards on watch, Zhou Fengtian's status as an esteemed figure in the outer domain and his close relationship with the elders meant that the guards would not obstruct his entry. Upon reaching the center of the hall, where the altar of the focal point stood, a cold smile crept across Zhou Fengtian's lips. The shadow magic was extraordinary. Not only did it possess immense combat prowess, but it also granted him an extraordinary sensitivity, allowing him to perceive the flow of power within the entire array. By temporarily suppressing one of the focal points using the shadow, he could create a brief gap in the array and gain entry. How could such a powerful technique be sealed away merely because it required living beings as nourishment? As he felt the power of the shadow within him stirring, Zhou Fengtian sneered. The current prison sky domain is truly decayed to the core. In this realm of imprisonment, it is I, Zhou Fengtian, who shall seize control. As his words echoed, a tremor coursed through him, and a dark shadow surged forth, enveloping the altar's focal point. Eerie creaks emanated from the shadow. As if it were devouring something, the altar, once aglow with a soft light, began to dim progressively. Simultaneously, the immense power of the heavenly transformation demon refining array came to a standstill in that fleeting moment. A violent tremor shook the very heart of the sacred ground. In Zhou Fengtian's vicinity, the array seal began to dissolve gradually. Sensing this, a smile of desire blossomed on his face, for he could feel an irresistible force surfacing with the array's opening, fervently igniting his longing. What has transpired? The array is stirring. Outside, a cacophony erupted, as the anomaly of the heavenly transformation demon refining array startled the guards at the hall's entrance. They rushed in to investigate, and were taken aback at the sight of Zhou Fengtian at the altar. Lord Yuqing, what are you doing? The altar is the domain of the elders. But before they could finish their words, they were met with the terrifying aura of the dark shadow. A few guards, facing the shadow, offered little resistance and were swallowed whole in the blink of an eye. Zhou Fengtian grinned, proclaiming, "Now, no one can stop me." With a wave of his hand, the immense copper door at the back of the hall rumbled and began to creak open slowly. The intoxicating aura he craved wafted forth. Zhou Fengtian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to advance. That moment, a furious voice pierced through the air. Who dares to meddle with the array? Zhou Fengtian turned to see a figure hastily entering the hall. It was the 7th elder. Zhou Fengtian smirked. The newcomer was indeed the 7th elder among the 10 elders of the prison sky domain, whose position was closest to Zhou Fengtian's. Thus, upon sensing the disturbance, he had rushed over to ascertain the situation. What he beheld, however, left him utterly stunned. Zhou Fengtian, the outlander they had manipulated. The sight was shocking. And upon seeing the dark shadow enveloping Zhou Fengtian, the 7th elder's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a dark shadow. You dare to practice the dark shadow technique? No. What are you doing? How dare you intrude upon the altar and disrupt the array? Zhou Fengtian, do you wish to perish? Zhou Fengtian laughed maniacally. The ones who will perish are you. Now, none can hinder me. At this moment, the shadows within his eyes swirled, and he appeared utterly deranged. The 7th elder snorted coldly. Without further ado, he struck out with a palm aimed at Zhou Fengtian, an elder of the prison sky domain. He was at the pinnacle of the 4th chaos realm, while Zhou Fengtian was merely at the peak of the 2nd realm. Even with the dark shadow technique and the icy flames as his trump cards, he could scarcely contend with the seventh elder. However, at that instant, the copper door at the hall's rear swung wide open, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that melded into the shadow, amplifying its power. The seventh elder's palm vanished into the shadows as if a drop in the ocean, making no impact whatsoever. Chapter 135. The truth behind the dark shadow technique. What? The seventh elder was immediately alarmed. The scene before him left him bewildered. The 10 elders had always guarded the heavenly transformation demon refining array. Yet they had never entered the central sacred ground. This was their first encounter with such a situation, and they were oblivious to the events transpiring. Meanwhile, within the array, in the heart of the sacred ground, a deep pit occupied by a churning pool of fiery lava resembled a volcano. At its center stood a stark black pillar, reaching skyward. Perched atop this pillar was a distinguished middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple and gold robes, with a short beard and an extraordinary demeanor. Boom! The lava pool beneath him erupted unexpectedly, sending monstrous waves of molten rock soaring high into the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. Dark energy billowed from the lava pool, surging toward the southeast. The man atop the pillar abruptly opened his eyes, his expression shifting. This is bad. Someone has activated the array. Who could it be? He wasted no time, forming hand seals, channeling streams of light into the black pillar beneath him. The entire pillar illuminated with golden patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura that subdued the seething lava pool. The man then rose and soared toward the southeast, swiftly spotting the open copper door, his heart racing. Has one of the array's focal points failed? How could this be? He cast a protective spell around himself and burst forth from the dark energy, only to witness the confrontation between Zhou Fengtian and the seventh elder within the hall. The seventh elder, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, found himself struggling against the relentless tide of Zhou Fengtian's shadow attacks. Ha ha ha. Do you see? This is the true power of the dark shadow technique. Such divine prowess should aid me in achieving greatness. You timid old fools, too cowardly to practice it, have left this opportunity for me. Indeed, I am the destined sovereign. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. The dark shadow technique was cast aside and deemed the highest taboo for a reason. As the words fell, a tremendous aura erupted, forcefully suppressing the once mighty shadows. Zhou Fengtian turned sharply to see the middle-aged man. Despite his peculiar state and waning lucidity, his pupils constricted, and he trembled. Lord Domain Master. Indeed, the man before him was Gu Qifeng, the lord of the prison sky domain. Yu Qifeng's face bore shock and a hint of regret. As the domain lord, he recognized one of his potential successors. Yet, seeing Zhou Fengtian enveloped in shadows, his expression darkened. Do you think the dark shadow technique is forbidden merely because it requires the consumption of living beings and is cruel? The prison sky domain has amassed countless techniques that devour essence and souls. Why has none been classified as the highest taboo like the dark shadow technique? Zhou Fengtian furrowed his brow. Initially, he had practiced the dark shadow technique merely to compete with Li Xianbai, only to discover its immense power without any apparent side effects. He had assumed it was merely the domain lord and elders clinging to outdated traditions. Yet, it was only now, as Gu Qifeng elucidated, that he understood. The dark shadow technique was created thousands of years ago by a formidable figure of the demonic path. However, it was not intended for inheritance. The technique contained the creator's profound imprints, and upon practicing it, one would manifest shadows. Have you ever considered whose shadow it is? Zhou Fengtian's entire being trembled, as if awakening to the truth. Just as he was about to speak, the copper door, which had been ajar, suddenly burst open as if struck by an unseen force. Boom! At the same time, the entire central sacred ground, no, the entire prison sky inner domain, began to shake violently. As the copper door swung wide, a tempestuous wave of dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Zhou Fengtian entirely. This is bad. Gu Qifeng's expression changed drastically as he quickly acted, drawing forth an ancient longsword radiating immense power. With a single stroke, he severed the torrent of dark energy. Yet, it was too late to save Zhou Fengtian, who was already shrouded in the inky mist as countless tendrils of darkness penetrated his 7 orifices. Zhou Fengtian appeared to be in excruciating pain, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qifeng gritted his teeth and lunged forward with his sword aimed at Zhou Fengtian. As the lord of the prison sky domain, Gu Qifeng had achieved the 5th chaos realm, standing at the threshold of semi-sainthood, a being whose prowess was unrivaled across Yundong. However, in the next instant, a hand emerged, grasping the ancient sword with an iron grip. Gu Qifeng was taken aback, channeling his strength downward. yet the sword remained immobile, as if cast in molten steel, amidst the dark energy. A chilling laughter echoed. "Little one, do you wield a sword as well?" Although the voice retained Zhou Fengtian's essence, it bore a starkly different aura. Yu Qi Feng shuddered, a cold dread settling in. Could it be? Amidst the sinister laughter, the hand released its grip, causing Zhou Fengtian's shadows to swell wildly, unleashing an unfathomable force that sent Gu Qi Feng hurtling backward. The seventh elder, nearby, was also swept up by the erupting dark shadows. Struggling futilely to escape, the shadows rapidly enveloped him, and amidst the horrifying sounds of gnashing, the seventh elder's screams echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. When the shadows receded, the seventh elder had vanished without a trace. Though weakened, it shall suffice as a snack. Zhou Fengtian's form emerged from the darkness, appearing unaltered at first glance, yet his eyes had transformed to a dark golden hue, a smile gracing his lips. Devoid of any emotion, he bore an air of indifference, akin to a god or demon of great power. Who are you?" Gu Qi Feng slowly rose, fixating on Zhou Fengtian, murmuring in disbelief. Little one. Judging by your aura, you must be a descendant of that old fellow. Ji Tianzi, it seems you have recognized me." The Holy One Yu Qi Feng trembled all over, disbelief evident in his eyes. Only beings of sage caliber could dare to call themselves this sage. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Gu Qi Feng's realization of the identity of the figure before him. He was no longer Zhou Fengtian. "Very well, I shall deal with you later." The Zhou Fengtian before him wore a chilling smile as he turned toward the entrance. "First, I must break through the other array nodes. Let me fully unseal before we continue this conversation." Chapter 136. The Demon Sage of Slaughtering Heaven. As he spoke, Zhou Fengtian's figure had already reached the entrance of the Grand Hall. His movement was exceedingly bizarre. Gu Qi Feng could scarcely perceive how he had moved. Reflecting on the true identity of the individual before him sent a jolt through Gu Qi Feng's heart. Yet, with gritted teeth, he leaped forward, landing directly in front of the Grand Hall's entrance, blocking Zhou Fengtian's path. "Today, with this domain lord present, you shall not escape this hall." Zhou Fengtian halted, his shadowy eyes fixated on Gu Qi Feng, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Young man, though you rely on the grand formation, for a mere half-saint like you to have suppressed this sage for several millennia is already a matter of pride. At least you have not shamed that old fellow, Jidianzi. If you were to take the opportunity, while I break the formation, to flee, you might just preserve your life. Why, then, are you so eager to court death?" Gu Qi Feng replied coldly. "Do not feign innocence. The main formation remains intact. You are now merely a fragment of spirit that has escaped due to the destruction of a single array node. After being sealed in the Tianghua demon refining array for tens of thousands of years, your physical form must have been annihilated to nothingness. The vessel you now inhabit is but a peak body of the chaos second realm. Even with your formidable existence, a fragment of spirit combined with a chaos second realm body can muster little strength. At most, it is on par with a half-saint." Zhou Fengtian fell silent for a moment before laughing once more. "Indeed, you are worthy of being that old fellow's disciple. Even in such times, your clarity is commendable. You are correct. Although this boy has cultivated the demon shadow technique, effectively refining himself into my cauldron, his cultivation is still too weak, and my true essence is still beneath the array, leaving me with but a fragment of power. But so what? Do you truly believe that your half-saint cultivation will suffice to stop this sage?" He spread his arms wide, roaring with laughter as the hall filled with swirling demonic shadows and chaotic energy. "You think you can obstruct me, the demon sage of slaughtering heaven?" Gu Qi Feng's expression shifted. Yet he remained resolute at the Grand Hall's entrance. Historically, any powerful being who achieved sagehood through the demonic path was referred to as a demon sage. Over the past 100,000 years in Yundong, there has been but one name associated with the title of demon sage, the demon sage of slaughtering heaven, who rampaged across the 36 domains of Yundong several millennia ago, wielding unparalleled power and slaughtering countless beings. At the peak of his might, the demon sage controlled nearly all 36 domains, leaving only the prison heaven domain unclaimed. His notorious name, even after tens of thousands of years, still resonates within the cultivation circles of Yundong. In the end, it was the three ancestors of the prison heaven domain, allied with an ancient sage from the northern frost domain and another sage said to have come from the cloud continent, who combined their strength in a titanic battle to suppress and eliminate the demon sage of slaughtering heaven, thus ending the era of terror in Yundong. This is how history recounts it. However, Only the successive generations of the prison heaven domain's heirs know the truth. The demon sage of slaughtering heaven was never truly annihilated. His bizarre, demonic cultivation allowed him to grow stronger with each being he consumed. He once sacrificed millions of lives in a blood ritual to forge an unparalleled demonic sword. Any who fell to this sword's edge would find even a sage hard-pressed to escape death. The outcome of that battle saw one sage perish and two gravely wounded. The fallen sage from the Frost domain expended his life to destroy the demonic sword, allowing the other two to seize the opportunity to defeat and suppress the demon sage. Yet, this was merely suppression by that time. The demon sage had devoured countless lives, his vitality so potent that annihilation was impossible. He could even transcend the 1,000-year lifespan limitations of a sage, were it not for his demonic nature. He would truly be an unrivaled prodigy. The three ancestors of the prison heaven domain and the other sage exhausted every method to slay him, but to no avail. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to jointly set up the Tianghua demon refining array, confining the demon sage deep within the fiery heart of the Chishi volcano, hoping that the array and the boundless solar energy contained within the volcano would take countless years to fully refine and destroy him. This is also the reason why, for thousands of years, the prison heaven domain has had a rule that the 10 elders must guard the Tianghua demon refining array and must not leave. For if the array were to be unraveled, the demon sage would seize the chance to break free. Before his confinement, the demon sage had already condensed the essence of his path, creating the supreme demonic technique known today as the demon shadow technique. After thorough research by the two sages, they discovered that the demon shadow technique is actually an evolution of the demon sage of slaughtering heaven's profound imprint. Anyone who cultivates this technique is destined to become a puppet of the demon sage. The two sages attempted to eradicate the demon shadow technique to prevent its dissemination and the calamity it would bring to the world. Yet, no matter how they sought to destroy it, the technique would mysteriously reappear in some corner of the prison heaven domain after a time. The sages understood that this was due to the fact that the demon sage of slaughtering heaven, sealed within the Tianghua demon refining array, was still alive. As long as the demon sage lived, the demonic techniques would persist. Since destruction was impossible, they could only seal it away, which is why the demon shadow technique was preserved deep within the Sutra Hall of the prison heaven domain. Categorized as the highest taboo, forbidding anyone from practicing it, the demon shadow technique and the Tianghua demon refining array thus became the two supreme taboos of the prison heaven domain. Yet today, both taboos have encountered issues simultaneously. Yuqing's heart was filled with shock and rage, coupled with deep regret. As the domain lord, he was the sole individual privy to this secret and the only one permitted to enter the Tianghua demon refining array. This was due to the fact that the demon sage possessed the ability to manipulate minds. Any practitioner below half-saint level who became aware of the demon sage's existence and approached the Tianghua demon refining array could easily fall prey to his demonic whispers. Only he, as the domain lord with half-saint cultivation, could enter the grand array and fully suppress the demon sages while by utilizing the array nodes. Naturally, this also benefited him, for while the array refined the demonic energy of the sage, it simultaneously transformed it into pure solar power, allowing him to cultivate within to great effect. Thus, he spent most of his time within the array, seldom concerning himself with matters outside. This was not negligence. Rather, he hoped that one day he might achieve sagehood to reinforce the array, rendering constant suppression unnecessary. Yet, he had not anticipated that his path to sagehood was still a distant dream while the array would falter first. This was due to his prolonged stay within the array, causing him to neglect the internal affairs of the prison heaven domain. However, regretting now was futile. Yuqing could only brace himself to confront the demon sage of slaughtering heaven. As a fellow half-saint, he could not possibly lack the slightest means of resistance. In the next moment, he let out a great roar, wielding his ancient sword to unleash a radiant sword light spanning thousands of feet. Zhou Fengtian, or rather, the demon sage of slaughtering heaven, grinned. To wield a sword before me is truly a display of folly. Chapter 137. The arrival of Yuqing. In the next instant, the demon sage of slaughtering heaven raised a hand. Boundless demonic energy suddenly coalesced within his palm, transforming into a pitch-black long sword that did not evade or retreat, striking directly towards Yuqing's sword. The moment of impact, the demon sage staggered back half a step. While Yuqing was sent flying backward, the demon sage steadied himself, revealing a hint of surprise. You actually managed to force me back. I see now. That sword must be a relic left by that old fellow. Jidianzi. I can sense its aura. A holy grade treasure. What a pity that with your cultivation, you cannot unleash even a fraction of its might. As the words fell, the demon sage of slaughtering heaven surged forward. His pitch-black long sword accompanied by a tide of demonic shadows, launching a fierce assault on Gu Qifeng. Relying on the holy grade long sword in his hand, Gu Qifeng managed to withstand for a brief moment. But he found it increasingly difficult. With each clash, he was forced to retreat. This was not merely a disparity in strength, but a profound difference in swordsmanship. It must be noted that the weapon of the demon sage of slaughtering heaven in his prime was indeed a demonic sword. Not only was he a demon sage, but his mastery of the sword was also comparable to that of a sage. Had it not been for his ancient long sword, Gu Qifeng would likely have fallen within 3 exchanges despite their equal realms of cultivation. Is this the power of the demon sage from tens of thousands of years ago? Gu Qifeng's heart was filled with horror as he exerted all his strength, yet he remained unable to prevail. Ultimately, in a mere half a stick of incense's time, the long sword in Gu Qifeng's hand was swept aside by the demon sage's strike, and simultaneously, the black sword slashed a deep gash across Gu Qifeng's chest. Seizing the opportunity, the demon sage pressed forward, delivering a palm strike to Gu Qifeng's chest. Gu Qifeng spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing out of the grand hall's entrance. The demon sage, meanwhile, strode out of the hall. As he gazed at the sky beyond, the demon sage did not pursue Gu Qifeng, but took a deep breath. Is this the scent of freedom? It has been tens of thousands of years since I last inhaled it. However, this is merely the beginning. He did not even glance at the Gu Qifeng he had just sent flying. Making his way toward the nearest grand hall, a fragment of spirit and Zhou Fengtian's mere second realm body could not withstand much from him. Although he had suppressed Gu Qifeng moments ago, it had cost him a considerable amount of energy. Thus, he had no desire to linger with Gu Qifeng, intending only to break through other array nodes and liberate his true form beneath the Tianghua demon refining array. Upon arriving at the entrance of the next grand hall, a sharp reprimand pierced the air as an elder with a head of white hair hurriedly approached. Zhou Fengtian, what are you doing? This elder, one of the top 10, was startled by the commotion and confronted the demon saint of slaughter. The latter turned to the elder, his face adorned with a peculiar smile, another source of nourishment. Is it? Just what I need, as breaking the formation is quite laborious, and I could use your assistance. As the words fell, a dark shadow surged forth, enveloping the astonished elder. Simultaneously, at the edge of the prison heaven inner domain, 3 figures soared through the sky in succession: a young man, a middle-aged man clad in white, and a delicate boy with green hair. They were Yuqing, Li Xianbua, and Shaoqin, following the ceremony of the Purple River sect. Over 20 sects, led by the Misty sect and the Cloudy Valley, collectively announced their allegiance to the Purple River sect. That very day, Yuqing took them on a visit to the Fire Heaven sect. Originally, the Fire Heaven sect's strength was comparable to either the Misty sect or the Cloudy Valley. However, with the sect leader having transformed into a shooting star, it faced an overwhelming pressure from the 2 major sects and over 20 formidable Chaos Realm experts. Unsurprisingly, the Fire Heaven sect became part of the Purple River sect. This once thriving sect with a history of 1,000 years had fallen into decline for several millennia, relegated to a third-rate sect. Yet, within a mere 2 days, it unified the southeastern regions, ascending to one of the largest sects in the entire Prison Heaven outer domain at this juncture, unless someone from the Prison Heaven inner domain intervened. No external force could threaten the Purple River sect, hence, Yuqing felt no need to linger. However, there was still a potential threat from Zhou Fengtian, who had previously instigated the Tianhui sect to seize treasures. Additionally, Yuqing sought to utilize the ancient melting flame of the Prison Heaven domain's master to breach the heavenly crystal. Thus, at Li Xianbua's earnest invitation, he resolved to visit the Prison Heaven inner domain to address both matters simultaneously. Sparing himself future troubles, Li Xianbua, too, had his own concerns. The black-clad individual previously dispatched by the elders to confront Yuqing had been sent from the Prison Heaven domain. Should this issue remain unresolved, it could invite further pursuers after Yuqing. Although Yuqing himself was undaunted, Li Xianbua would find it shameful to face this esteemed figure again. Thus, he contemplated bringing Yuqing back, as this elder was comparable to their Prison Heaven domain master, and he believed that the elders would think twice before harboring any ill intentions upon witnessing him. Senior, cross this mountain range, and you shall enter the Prison Heaven inner domain, he remarked as they conversed. The two ascended a ridge, revealing a vast expanse of crimson-hued earth before them. Sensing the intense heat, and observing the towering volcanoes and barren land, Yuqing frowned. Why does your Prison Heaven inner domain resemble such a desolate wasteland? This was the first time Li Xianbua had heard anyone dare to voice such sentiments regarding the prison heaven inner domain. It was known as a holy land in the hearts of countless cultivators across the 36 regions of Yundong. Many would dedicate their lives to tread upon this ground, aspiring to be part of it. Thus, Yuqing's blatant disdain was quite shocking to Li Xianbua's eyelid twitched, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he could not deny that the environment in the prison heaven inner domain was indeed harsh. Well, senior, there's little we can do. The prison heaven inner domain is home to no less than 27 volcanoes, including the largest, the blazing world volcano, rendering the surrounding area utterly barren, he explained. Yet, this very harshness results in an abundance of spiritual energy. Infused with the essence of the sun, through unique secret techniques and formations, it can also balance yin and yang, thus aiding the cultivation of yin attributes. Cultivating here yields remarkable results. Achieving 1,000 miles in a day is not an exaggeration. So, despite the harsh conditions, Yuqing nodded, acknowledging the benefits for cultivators. However, were he to dwell here, he would refuse vehemently. Chapter 138. The Outer Domain Walker. Qing Shengmei. Strangely enough, while Yuqing may not favor this place, many others yearn to reside here. The entire prison heaven inner domain is strictly divided, with individuals of varying ranks confined to places commensurate with their status. The most sacred area, encompassing the blazing world volcano, is accessible only to the domain master. Surrounding this sacred ground, where the spiritual energy is densest, reside the elders and several outer domain walkers. Beyond them are the stewards and protectors, followed by the true disciples, and so forth. Each tier is heavily guarded, with no room for trespassing. Upon their entrance, Yuqing and Li Xianbua were halted. Who goes there? This is the prison heaven inner domain. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Several guards radiating formidable energy stood before them. Upon recognizing Li Xianbua, they hesitated, then hurriedly stepped aside to pay their respects. Realizing it was the esteemed walker, Li Xianbua surveyed the familiar surroundings. He felt a pang of nostalgia. I have traveled the outside world for many years. Once, I yearned to escape this scorching and monotonous locale, yet now that I have returned, I find myself somewhat nostalgic. Flying within the prison heaven domain was forbidden, so the two alighted onto the ground. Conversing as they ventured deeper, they attracted many astonished glances along the way. One of the three esteemed outer domain walkers, Li Xianbua, held a position just below the domain master and the elders, making him the foremost disciple. His return after many years certainly caused a stir. Wherever they went, people bowed respectfully, casting curious glances at Yuqing. Who is this young man walking alongside the esteemed walker, and why is he slightly ahead? Though their demeanor appeared casual, it was evident that Li Xianbua treated Yuqing with utmost deference. Even walking half a step behind, following closely, was a green-haired child peering around, drawing attention to the scene. This was none other than Li Xianbua, known for his exceptional talent among the walkers. In the entire prison heaven domain, aside from the domain master and the elders, who else could command such respect from him? Although most disciples had seldom seen the elders, Yuqing's youthful visage clearly indicated he was not one of them. Consequently, whispers erupted wherever they went. Some envious voices chimed in. What's there to discuss? He's merely a walker for now. I've heard that Li Xianbua has yet to complete his trials. What? How is that possible? Senior Li is the foremost among the three walkers. How could he fail to complete the trials? Why would I deceive you? I heard it from Steward Zhou. Even if he fails the trials, he will still be a protector or steward, not something you can compare to. But that's uncertain. Are you not aware that Zhou, another walker, harbors deep animosity towards him? If Zhou becomes the domain master's successor. These murmurs reached the ears of Li Xianbua and Yuqing, yet their expressions remained unperturbed, as if they were not the subjects of discussion. However, shortly thereafter, as they approached deeper within, a figure suddenly emerged. Accompanied by a dazzling sword light that aimed straight at Li Xianbua's face, Yuqing raised an eyebrow, showing no intent to intervene. As he sensed no malice in the sword's intent, Li Xianbua's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly raised his hand, capturing the sword's blade mid-attack. Your skills remain sharp. A voice, cool yet melodious, rang out as Li Xianbua released the sword, which withdrew without further aggression. The figure wielding the sword revealed herself as a young woman clad in a pale yellow gown. Her figure graceful and features flawless, yet her expression was as cold as ice. Upon recognizing her, Li Xianbua smiled slightly. It has been a long time. Shengmei, he then introduced Yuqing. This is the third outer domain walker. Qing Shengmei, aside from myself and Zhou Fengtian. Surpassing the mustache. Is it? A fine name, Yuqing remarked, raising an eyebrow. Qing Xingmei, however, did not spare Yuqing a glance, keeping her sword pointed at Li Xianbei. Enough with the pleasantries. I must ask, why have you deliberately delayed and not completed your trials? Li Xianbei was taken aback, then forced a wry smile. You must have misunderstood. I have no intention of delaying. Qing Xingmei replied icily. Do not quibble. There are a total of 9 trials. You completed the first 8 a full 30 years before us, yet it has now been 100 years since then. During your travels across the various domains of Yundong, have you not encountered a single sufficiently talented successor? The trials for the outer domain walkers in the prison heaven domain primarily assess their inherent talent and abilities in the first 8 challenges. The final trial of seeking a successor holds greater symbolic significance, as those who pass the trials are expected to bring new vitality to the prison heaven domain, even with concentrated resources. It is uncertain that the next outer domain walker will stem from the previous successor. Thus, it is the simplest trial for them. Finding a suitable disciple who aligns with one's ideals is naturally the most desirable outcome. However, in the absence of such a candidate, it suffices to select one with sufficient talent. After all, in the vast expanse of the 36 domains of Yundong, countless prodigies abound. With diligence, one can eventually discover those with innate gifts. But other aspects are purely a matter of fortune. Yet, Li Xianbei has taken an astonishingly long time, over a century, and still has not completed his search even in this final year. Li Xianbei shrugged. You know my temperament. Talent is not the focal point, but rather one's disposition. Even after 100 years, encountering a disciple who suits my taste is indeed quite a challenge. Qing Xingmei regarded Li Xianbei for a moment, and upon seeing his sincere expression, she let out a soft huff and sheathed her sword. Even if I surpass you, I would not feel content. However, I shall not be outdone by that scoundrel Zhou Fengtian. Once I have triumphed over him, we shall compete again. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Xianbei and remarked lightly, it has been several hundred years since we last met, and you have matured considerably. Li Xianbei smiled faintly. You, too, retain your grace. Meanwhile, Yuqing observed the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between the two, stroking his chin. Their relationship certainly seems intricate. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden roar echoed from ahead. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Li Xianbei was startled. What is happening? Qing Xingmei furrowed her brows and shook her head. I am uncertain. Since early this morning, tremors have frequently emanated from the direction of the sacred land. I was preparing to seek an audience with the elder domain lord to ascertain the cause. Chapter 139. The demonic saint of the heavenly slaughter breaks free. Just then, we, too, should pay our respects to the domain lord. Li Xianbei chuckled. Let us go together. Qing Xingmei remained silent, merely turning to lead the way deeper into the domain. Before turning, her gaze briefly flickered over Yuqing, and seemingly without intent, she remarked, Is this your chosen disciple? He does not appear impressive. What merits did you see in him? Li Xianbei stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Please, do not speak carelessly. Who is your elder? Qing Xingmei's charming face turned cold. Yet she observed Li Xianbei bowing respectfully to Yuqing. Elder, I hope you do not take offense. Her words were unintentional. Elder, Qing Xingmei was taken aback. She knew Li Xianbei had recently found a disciple and had been awaiting his return. Seeing Yuqing together with Li Xianbei, and noting his youth, it was natural for her to assume he was Li Xianbei's apprentice. As for the small attendant beside them, being a powerful being of chaos, she could sense that he was no ordinary creature and presumed him to be some transformed spirit companion. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she saw Li Xianbei referring to Yuqing as elder. At that moment, she shared the same confusion she had encountered with the dark-clad figure of the Purple River sect. What is this trend of addressing disciples as elders? Yuqing, however, was unconcerned by such trivialities. Responding with a calm smile, is this not the great array of heavenly transformation and demonic forging you previously mentioned? Indeed, this is the great array of heavenly transformation and demonic forging. You seem quite interested, elder. Yuqing nodded, gazing into the distance where a colossal volcano towered, reaching tens of thousands of zhang, resembling a pillar of heaven, with a vast formation that shrouded the volcano. Barely perceptible in the air, the ground continued to tremble intermittently, while Yuqing squinted at it for a moment and spoke. I am somewhat intrigued, but is this formation about to break? Li Xianbei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Break? Elder, you jest. Yet the next moment, upon seeing no hint of mirth on Yuqing's face, he exclaimed, What? You cannot be serious. Qing Xingmei, though unclear on their relationship, frowned. Do not speak nonsense. The great array of heavenly transformation and demonic forging is the pinnacle creation of the prisoning heaven domain, far more powerful than the outer protective arrays. For thousands of years, it has not only remained unbroken, but has not even shown the slightest flaw. Is that so? Yuqing smirked. Look, has it not broken? The two instinctively turned around, only to witness the massive array that enveloped the entire volcano suddenly shatter, scattering into countless luminous particles, cascading from the sky like a rain of light. Simultaneously, a colossal roar resounded, causing the earth to quake. The summit of the gigantic volcano erupted with a deafening explosion, sending forth streams of molten lava and billowing black smoke, rising thousands of zhang high. Akin to a massive fire tree blooming at the mountain's peak. In that instant, both Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei stood in stunned silence. Broken? It truly has broken? Still in shock and bewilderment, Li Xianbai instinctively looked back. Elder, you did not do this, did you? Yuqing frowned. What are you saying? I am merely standing here, having done nothing. Do not slander me, Li Xianbai muttered. But this formation has remained undisturbed for thousands of years. How could it break just as you arrived? Even Yuqing could not explain this anomaly. It was reminiscent of his previous visit to the Hung Tian sword sect, where the magic sword in the tomb erupted upon his arrival. Today he had only just arrived here and had not even begun to investigate when the great array of heavenly transformation and demonic forging shattered. Could it be that he possessed some sort of bane against seals? That should not be the case. The system had never granted him such a trait. However, it was regrettable that he could not study the broken formation. He casually asked, was there anything within this array? Li Xianbai shook his head. I have not heard of such matters. It was possibly merely a protective measure for the blazing world volcano. It is said that the volcano houses the legacies of past domain lords. Could it be that the eruption has broken the array? Yuqing recalled the previous magic sword and inquired. Could it be suppressing something? Li Xianbai shook his head. There have been legends of such a nature. But this great array has operated for thousands of years. What could possibly require such prolonged suppression? It seems unlikely. The next moment, a wild laughter echoed from afar, resonating throughout the prisoning heaven domain. Ha ha! After tens of thousands of years, I, the demonic saint of the heavenly slaughter, have finally broken free. Li Xianbai, Qing Shengmei, Yuqing. That after a moment of silence, shock ensued. The demonic saint of the heavenly slaughter? Li Xianbai's expression changed drastically. Is that not the title of the demonic saint who was slain by the three ancestors and two saints thousands of years ago? He is still alive. Suppressed within the prisoning heaven domain? How is that possible? Yuqing glanced at him. You are an outsider in the prisoning heaven domain. Why do you ask me? Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. This is a grave matter. We must hasten to investigate. Li Xianbai, disregarding the need to call out to Yuqing, abandoned the flying restrictions within the prisoning heaven domain and soared towards the volcano. Yuqing said nothing and followed suit. At that moment, atop the volcano, amidst the swirling, erupting lava and black smoke, a grotesque, gigantic face materialized, laughing maniacally. Finally, I have emerged. Ji Tianzi, it has been tens of thousands of years. I, the saint, still endure. Where are you now? Simultaneously, at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Fengtian, positioned at the last Great Hall Formation's epicenter, was also laughing maniacally. However, Zhou Fengtian was still in a state occupied by the remnant soul of the demonic saint of the heavenly slaughter. Alas, the tens of thousands of years of sealing had nearly depleted the body of the saint. Very well. Though weakened, I have still condensed my demonic shadow to as long as I devour all living beings in this place. I can replenish my foundation and be of use once more. In the next moment, Zhou Fengtian leaped into the air, soaring to the summit of the volcano in the blink of an eye. The immense face amidst the smoke and lava surged forth, merging into Zhou Fengtian's body. The aura emanating from Zhou Fengtian rapidly intensified, exceeding the limits of even a semi-saint in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the watchful eyes of Gu Qifeng, the lord of the prisoning heaven domain, who had just managed to suppress his injuries and catch up. His expression changed drastically as he realized that the demonic saint of the heavenly slaughter had completely broken free from his seal. What terror would it unleash, considering it took the combined efforts of three great saints to subdue him thousands of years ago? Meanwhile, Qing Shengmei, Li Xianbai, and Yuqing had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 140. Heaven aids me, only the small attendant lagged behind, still hesitant. Master, there seems to be something terrifying on the mountain. Why? Yuqing casually patted his head. Fear not, no matter how fearsome it may be. It cannot devour you. You would die. The The small attendant pondered this logic and finally felt reassured, following closely behind. Though the blazing world volcano was high, both Li Xianbai and Qing Xingmei were beings of chaos and above. With the array no longer obstructing them, they swiftly reached the summit within mere breaths. It is my first time entering the central sacred land. I did not expect it to be the seal of the demonic saint of the heavenly slaughter. Li Xianbai said with a darkened expression. As an outsider, he had not anticipated such secrets within the prisoning heaven domain. Yuqing remained silent. For some reason, he felt the violent demonic energy emanating from the mountaintop was oddly familiar. Soon, the volcano's mouth was in sight. There, on the edge of the crater, stood a figure drenched in blood, his chest rising and falling with exertion. Upon seeing him, both Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei exclaimed and rushed forward. Domain Lord. The figure was none other than Gu Qifeng, the Domain Lord. At this moment, he was covered in blood, in a worse state than before, clearly having just engaged in a fierce battle. Now he was staring intently at the volcano's mouth. He must not be allowed to escape. The two individuals noticed that the ancient longsword in Gu Qifeng's hand was emanating a faint glow. Delicate patterns radiated outward from the sword's body, enveloping the entire volcanic crater. Simultaneously, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. To their astonishment, the old scoundrel Ji Tianzi had made further preparations. Within this sword lay a restriction that could resonate with the power of the Tianhua demon forging array. Everyone turned their heads in unison towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing the speaker, Li Xianbai and Qing Xingmei were taken aback. Zhou Fengtian. They beheld a figure, cloaked in swirling demonic energy, hovering above the volcanic mouth. Indeed, it was the outlander Zhou Fengtian. No, he was not Zhou Fengtian. With great difficulty, Gu Qifeng managed to utter, Zhou Fengtian has brazenly broken the taboos and practiced the demonic shadow technique, and has now been possessed. What stands before you now is the slaughtering demon saint. Sealed away by the three ancestors thousands of years ago, it was Zhou Fengtian, under the control of demonic powers, who had breached a formation's eye, leading to the release of the slaughtering demon saint. The 10 elders had likely already been consumed by him. If we do not stop him, the entire prison heaven domain may face annihilation today. The weight of Gu Qifeng's words struck Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei profoundly. As outlanders, they were on the verge of undergoing an assessment to determine who would inherit the title of Domain Lord. Now, they were informed that a demon saint, once sealed within the prison heaven domain, had broken free and was poised to bring about its destruction. How could such an unprecedented turn of events occur during their brief excursion? The sheer volume of information left them bewildered, unable to process the reality before them. But Gu Qifeng had no time to spare. That he urged, "You two have arrived just in time. Lend this Domain Lord your strength to activate the restriction within this Ji Tian sword, channeling the power of the blazing world volcano to confine the slaughtering demon saint. If we can buy some time to send a message for those below to repair the formation's eye, we can re-establish the Tianhua demon forging array and seal this monster once more." Exchanging glances, Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei gritted their teeth, placing their hands upon the sword's body and channeling their entire strength into it. Despite being mere novices in the second and third realms of chaos, facing a legendary demon saint was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, they were disciples of the prison heaven domain. Outlanders and future inheritors. In this dire moment, retreat was not an option, even at the cost of their lives. As their unreserved power surged into the ancient sword, its radiance intensified, the intricate patterns growing clearer, effectively sealing the space around Zhou Fengtian. No, the slaughtering demon saint. The demon saint regarded the three before him with a cold smile. Alas, is this all that remains of Ji Tianzi's legacy, apart from a half-saint? I find not a single worthy opponent. How lamentable. Though he spoke of regret, there was no trace of sorrow on his face. With the restriction's power amplifying, the slaughtering demon saint's form was gradually being pushed down, nearing the molten lava below. At that moment, a mocking expression crossed his features as he suddenly raised a hand and waved it lightly. Countless patterns in the air shattered instantly, the sound of breaking resonating through the void. Simultaneously, Gu Qifeng and the others spat out blood, staggering back several dozen paces before barely regaining their footing. In the face of despair, the slaughtering demon saint began to rise slowly from the volcanic mouth once more. Had there been 3 peak half-saints to activate this restriction, perhaps they could have momentarily suppressed me. After all, in this form, I can hardly unleash my former might. Should I be forced back into the lava, this body would likely succumb and be incinerated. Truly a conundrum. For those capable of mastering the demonic shadow technique are rare indeed. But alas, You are far from sufficient that I doubt Tianzi ever anticipated that his descendants would be so inept. The demon saint's words chilled the hearts of the three that not only were there not 3 half-saints, but within the entire prison heaven domain, Gu Qifeng was the sole half-saint, and he was gravely injured. Li Xianbai thought of Yuqing, but even with the addition of the half-saint Yuqing, there were only 2 of them. How could they contend against a legendary demon saint? The emergence of the slaughtering demon saint seemed inevitable. Recalling the blood-soaked history from thousands of years ago, a shiver ran through them to eye in the past. With saints presiding and countless strong warriors in the 36 domains of Yundong, they had been shattered under the demon saint's ferocity. Ultimately, the demon saint had been sealed only due to the aid of a saint from Yunzhou. How could the current Yundong withstand the resurgence of the demon saint? In the midst of this despair, a large and small figure ascended the volcanic mouth behind them. It was Yuqing and Shao Can. The slaughtering demon saint naturally took note of them. He dismissed the weak presence of Yuqing, his gaze fixating on Shao Can. What potent essence. You are not human. Gu Qifeng also noticed the 2 from behind, momentarily stunned. Why was the demon saint hurling insults right off the bat? However, the slaughtering demon saint was not insulting. For Shao Can truly was not human. Such a powerful essence. Was it the spirit of a plant? Approaching the level of a saint, it was indeed something the demon saint had never encountered before. You must be a spirit derived from ginseng or reishi, am I right? The slaughtering demon saint laughed heartily. Heaven has indeed aided me. His gaze was fixed greedily and fiercely upon Shao Can. Instantly, Shao Can trembled and, without hesitation, hid behind Yuqing, clutching his leg. Yet this did not deter the demon saint's fervent gaze. It appeared that Shao Can had just assumed form, still containing a considerable amount of impurities. Most would not be able to partake in this boon. Yet encountering the demon saint was indeed fortuitous. The technique I practice devours all beings as nourishment. What need have I to fear impurities? Even the most toxic substances are merely food to me. I never expected that upon breaking my seal, such a treasure would present itself. Just by consuming you, I could recover half of my former strength. Gu Qifeng and the others knew well the decline of the cultivation community in Yundong, the scarcity of talent. But the slaughtering demon saint was oblivious. Having just broken free, he now occupied a new body. And after thousands of years, his power had diminished significantly, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable. Thus, encountering a millennia-old spirit at this moment was akin to a nap leading to a pillow being dropped, an unexpected boon. Even if he could only restore half of his strength, he would fear no one of the same realm. Filled with joy, the slaughtering demon saint reached out toward Shao Can. Come here to me. Simultaneously, an overwhelming, terrifying force, one that even half-saints would struggle to resist, surged from the demon saint's palm, crashing like a tidal wave towards Shao Can. Naturally, Yuqing, clinging to Shao Can's leg, was also caught within this pull. However, the demon saint paid no mind, seeing Shao Can as a delectable delicacy, while Yuqing was merely the leafy garnish beneath the roast. Yet, amidst this formidable allure, Yuqing stood his ground, as if rooted in place. Shao Can nearly lost his grip on Yuqing's leg, only to be saved when Yuqing held him down. While Yuqing gazed up at the slaughtering demon saint in the sky, frowning as he asked, "What manner of creature are you?" The slaughtering demon saint was taken aback. Then his expression turned icy. That a mere ant dares to speak to me in such a manner. I am about to enjoy a feast. What business is it of yours, Leaf? In the next instant, the leaf struck back, eye in the face of the demon saint's arrogance. Yuqing raised his hand and threw a punch. The strike appeared to lack any force, prompting the demon saint to scoff, too lazy to defend himself. But then, his head exploded upon impact, along with a significant portion of his upper body, with a dull thud. Flesh and blood erupted into the air, and the remaining half of Zhou Fengtian's body, previously possessed by the slaughtering demon saint, fell limply into the roiling lava below, vanishing in an instant. Poor Zhou Fengtian, even in death, remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. This ambitious outlander, who had endured years of hardship, was reduced to a wisp of smoke amidst the blazing world volcano. Time seemed to freeze. The air fell silent. Gu Qifeng and the others stood frozen in place for what felt like an eternity before regaining their senses. The catalyst for their return was Yuqing, who approached them and kicked their backs lightly. "Hey, are you still alive?" Startled, the three jolted, trembling all over, awakening to the reality. They gazed at Yuqing as if they had seen a ghost. The entire sequence of events had unfolded too suddenly and casually. Even if Yuqing had revealed astonishing cultivation, engaging in a fierce battle with the slaughtering demon saint for 300 rounds before ultimately slaying him, they would not have been as astonished. Yet, In the span of mere moments, a single punch from Yuqing had obliterated the demon saint. Had they not personally experienced the terrifying might of the sealed demon saint, they would never have believed such a thing was possible. Upon regaining his composure, Gu Qifeng swallowed hard and began, "Xianbai, this young friend. No, this esteemed elder is." Due to Yuqing's remarkably youthful appearance and demeanor, which suggested he was not yet 30, Gu Qifeng instinctively referred to him as young friend. Realizing his error, he quickly amended his address to Li Xianbai. Equally astonished, hastily assisted Gu Qifeng to his feet while introducing, "This is Elder Yuqing, who returned with my disciple." He had previously endeavored to overestimate Yuqing's capabilities, even believing that he was on par with his own domain master, a figure of semi-saintly strength. To his utter astonishment, he now recognized that this was a gross underestimation. The infamous Dantian Emosheng, who had cast a shadow over the entire 36 domains thousands of years ago, was obliterated by Yuqing's single punch, although Dantian Emosheng had only just revived and might not have regained full power. It was still beyond the capability of any being below the saintly realm to contend with him. The realization struck Li Xianbai like a thunderbolt. The elder he had once considered taking as a disciple was, in truth, a saint. He too swallowed hard. What did it mean to be a saint? Each was a living legend, transcending the mundane. Before achieving sainthood, both practitioners and mortals were, in essence, ordinary, with little distinction. The current situation in Yundong's 36 domains had not seen the birth of a new saint for nearly 10 millennia. The last, the venerable Ziyun from the Zai sect, had risen to prominence millennia ago, and now, a saint stood before him. The gravity of this moment was akin to standing alongside the ancestral figures of the Qiutian domain. Reflecting on his earlier desire to take Yuqing as his disciple, Li Xianbai felt as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Qing Sheng was equally bewildered, having closely followed Li Xianbai's affairs. She had rushed to investigate upon learning that he had found a successor, discovering that he had taken in a prodigy named Yuqing, blessed with an innate Tao body. Hearing Li Xianbai refer to Yuqing as elder, she initially assumed he had mistaken him for another. Now, confronted with the reality that he was indeed Yuqing, she was left incredulous. Did he truly go out to find a disciple and return with a saint? Even our ancestor did not possess such formidable connections. As the three at the mountain peak were engulfed in shock and confusion, none noticed a wisp of black mist stealthily escaping from the opposite side of the volcano. Swiftly making its way down the mountain to that moment, a steward from the Qiutian domain, alarmed by the commotion at the summit, approached to discern the situation. The black mist silently infiltrated the steward's body. He shuddered, his eyes reflecting a change, and upon confirming he was alone, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. It was not until he had left the inner region of Qiutian that a flicker of fear and rage surfaced in his gaze. Cursed be it, the moment I just revived, I encountered a saint. Are saints now so commonplace in Yundong? Chapter 141. The Dantian Emosheng, shall return. Indeed, the steward was no longer the man he once was, but had become Dantian Emosheng. For an ordinary individual, being obliterated by Yuqing's punch would mean certain death. Yet, as a Emosheng, renowned for possessing the most formidable vitality among saints, he had miraculously endured thousands of years sealed within the Chishi volcano. His body was one of possession. Even its destruction did not threaten his primordial spirit. However, the force behind Yuqing's punch had severely battered his already weakened essence, nearly causing it to dissipate entirely. In such a state, without a physical vessel, his fragmented soul would soon vanish. Thus, he was compelled to seek out a body to escape the Qiutian domain. Initially, after his unsealing, he had intended to wreak havoc and annihilate the entire domain to avenge the decades of imprisonment. Now he was too frightened to even contemplate that. Damn Qiutian domain, and that old fiend Dantian Emosheng recalled Yuqing's visage, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. Once I regain my power, you shall experience the true essence of terror. He acknowledged that Yuqing's ability to obliterate him in one punch indicated formidable saintly strength. Yet, he did not consider himself inferior to Yuqing. Nor did he believe Yuqing matched the likes of the ancient Jitianzi. After all, the three who had originally sealed him had ultimately been left with no choice but to imprison him within the volcano, attempting to use the volcanic and array powers to extinguish him. Had Yuqing been stronger than Jitianzi and his companions, they would not have needed to seal him. They could have simply dragged him from the volcano and dealt with him decisively. Thus, Dantian Emosheng remained confident that once he fully restored his power, vanquishing Yuqing would be trivial. However, such restoration was no simple feat. He had been sealed for thousands of years. His physical form nearly eroded. and his strength significantly diminished. Even after consuming the essence of that spirit-turned child, he believed he could only recover half of his prior abilities, having just been grievously injured by Yuqing's punch. He realized that even devouring hundreds of thousands of mortals might not suffice for his recovery. Regardless, he could not linger near the Chotian domain. Yuqing's gaze flickered, in his current state. Remaining near the Chotian domain was perilous. Should he be discovered, he might not have another chance to escape. Therefore, he must retreat to a distant location to recuperate and regain his strength, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings. He soon directed his attention toward a specific direction. There it was that a smirk crept across his lips. "Old comrade, it seems you are still among the living. Once you return to my grasp, we shall swiftly reclaim our former glory." Without hesitation, he strode toward the southwestern direction of the Chotian domain. Yet, after taking only a few steps, his complexion suddenly paled, and he trembled, spewing blood onto the ground. Gazing at the blood, Tu Tian Mo Sheng's expression darkened. "Indeed, this hastily acquired vessel cannot withstand my essence. Rebirth through possession is not a simple endeavor. Even as a Mo Sheng, one cannot merely swap bodies at will. On one hand, there is the issue of power. A body too weak cannot endure his might. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Power can always be refined, and he could also find ways to restrain and seal his strength. More crucially, however, is the aspect of compatibility. Each individual possesses unique innate attributes and qualities. A vessel with low compatibility, even through possession, would merely be forcibly animated. The moment it moves, it would be in a constant state of wear, quickly leading to its collapse. Such was the case with the body of the Chotian domain steward. Although it possessed the strength of the chaotic third realm, surpassing that of the former Zhou Fengtian, its compatibility with him was grossly inadequate. It was likely that it would fail to function shortly after activation. Nevertheless, Tu Tian Mo Sheng, a prodigious talent in his own right, had devised solutions, creating the Mo in great method. This method served two purposes: to disseminate knowledge, enticing others to cultivate it, and thus become his puppets, and to allow the shadows formed by practitioners to continually refine their bodies, enhancing compatibility with him. It was a flawless plan. Those who practiced the Mo in great method would be controlled to facilitate his liberation, and upon his release, he would immediately possess the most suitable physical form. In this way, he could wield saintly power to some extent, ensuring his survival and expediting his recovery. Hence, Zhou Fengtian, despite only being in the chaotic second realm, could serve as a vessel for Tu Tian Mo Sheng. Alas, such a meticulous plan was shattered by Yuqing's punch. Reflecting on this, a spark of rage flickered in Tu Tian Mo Sheng's eyes, but he soon found himself coughing up blood again. "This body was utterly unusable, that I must urgently seek a new vessel," he muttered. "The Mo in great method is not something just anyone can master. Zhou Fengtian had invested many years into it. And now to hastily find someone to cultivate it is a fanciful notion. Until he reached his destination, he would have to rely on continuously switching bodies, taking each step as it came. Just wait. I, Tu Tian Mo Sheng, shall return." On the other hand, within the Chotian domain, upon learning of the connection between Li Xianbai and Yuqing, Gu Qifeng was awestruck and promptly invited Yuqing to the hall at the foot of the mountain, personally hosting a banquet in gratitude. This time, although the revival of Tu Tian Mo Sheng had led to significant losses among several elders, it was thanks to Elder Yuqing's intervention that they were liberated from the burdens of countless years. In the great hall, Gu Qifeng raised his cup and sighed. It is indeed a case of fortune and misfortune intertwined. For thousands of years prior, the existence of Tu Tian Mo Sheng had bound the most powerful domain masters and elders of the Chotian domain to their sacred grounds, compelled to guard the seal and suppress the Mo Sheng. Now that the Mo Sheng was no more, they had finally been liberated. Regrettably, the elders did not live to witness this day. Their hearts had longed to break this taboo, and for that purpose, they had nurtured Zhou Fengtian, hoping for their own release. Ironically, the very Zhou Fengtian they cultivated had practiced dark arts, breaking the seal and precipitating today's events, inadvertently resolving the source of this taboo. Chapter 142. Li Xianbai takes a disciple. Gu Qifeng, as the domain master, was not completely oblivious to the actions of the elders. However, he devoted himself to cultivation, spending most of his time within the sacred grounds. Indifferent to external affairs, and was taken aback by the audacity of the elders, he never expected that the outsiders they nurtured would practice the demonic shadow technique. Regrettably, Zhou Fengtian, who prided himself on his cunning and schemes to outmaneuver Li Xianbai, unwilling to be a puppet of the 10 elders, ultimately became a pawn of the demonic saint of heaven. When the demonic saint broke free from his confinement, all but the fourth elder, who was absent, were devoured by the demonic shadow. It was because they were consumed as sustenance that Zhou Fengtang, whose soul was merely a remnant at the time, gained sufficient power to dismantle the formation. In this sense, they could be seen as having exerted their efforts to escape the forbidden rules. Regardless of the consequences, one could question whether the taboo had truly been broken. Upon understanding the cause and effect, Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Initially, they held Zhou Fengtian in contempt, considering him narrow-minded and lacking focus on cultivation, believing he was not of their ilk. They also never anticipated that he would arrive at such a juncture. Henceforth, the heavenly forging demon array would cease to exist, and the rules of the 10 elders would no longer be necessary. Gu Qifeng sighed, composed himself, and spoke solemnly. From now on, anyone whose cultivation meets the requirements may become an elder within the domain, each responsible for their respective duties, overseeing various matters within. The rules for outsiders will persist, but the requirement to find disciples for trials will no longer be enforced. The victor shall become the saint of the captured heaven domain, the heir of the domain lord, while the others will serve as elders. The scene that the elders had long desired finally unfolded, though they themselves would not have the opportunity to relish it. Within the grand hall, everyone lowered their heads in reverence. As you command. Yet, they were somewhat puzzled. The stipulations regarding elders were understandable, but why abruptly abolish the requirement for outsiders to seek disciples? Was this related to previous events? They quickly grasped the reason when Gu Qifeng turned to Li Xianbai and spoke. Li Xianbai, you two have contributed significantly during this expedition. Your assistance in bringing Elder Yuqing is commendable. In light of this, I declare you the first among those who ventured out. From now on, you shall be the saint of the captured heaven domain. Li Xianbai's arm, holding the wine cup, trembled, nearly spilling the contents. Despite being the one with the greatest talent among the 3 outsiders, he had always been the most lackadaisical. Never intending to vie for the domain lord's position, how did I suddenly become the saint? Meanwhile, the various guardians and high-ranking officials quickly reacted. No wonder the domain lord emphasized the abolition of the requirement for outsiders to seek successors. This was clearly arranged for Li Xianbai. Among the 3 outsiders, Zhou Fengtian was an obvious choice, while it was Li Xianbai who, thanks to his connection with Elder Yuqing, saved the captured heaven domain from destruction. Such merit warranted his elevation to saint. However, according to previous rules, the requirement to bring back a successor had not been fulfilled by Li Xianbai. With less than a year left, it was evidently too late to seek one. Yet, since he had returned with the saint, it would be inappropriate to raise such a matter now. After all, who knows what he might bring back next time? Thus, Gu Qifeng first abolished that requirement, allowing Li Xianbai's elevation to saint to proceed smoothly. Indeed, the old fox was still cunning. Qing Shengmei, upon hearing this, showed no sign of displeasure. Rather, a hint of joy sparkled in her eyes. Subsequently, Gu Qifeng turned his gaze to Yuqing, who sat at the head. He stood first, bowing respectfully. We, the captured heaven domain, are deeply grateful to Elder Yuqing for your immense favor, which spared us from calamity. To repay this great kindness, we wish to honor you as our sole and eternal Grand Elder. Everyone was taken aback, quickly rising to bow in unison. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. At this moment, they had realized that the figure seated above was a living saint, a powerful being not seen in the entirety of Yundong for nearly 10,000 years. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered. Grand Elder, Yuqing stroked his chin. I never claimed to want such a title, nor do I intend to linger here in the captured heaven domain. Gu Qifeng hastily clarified. Elder, please do not misunderstand. We would never impose any duties upon you. The title of Grand Elder is more of an honorary title, devoid of any responsibilities, regardless of your commands. All disciples of the captured heaven domain shall be willing to go through fire and water for you. An honorary title, you say? Only then did Yuqing nod. That sounds more reasonable, for the sake of young Li. I shall accept. Gu Qifeng finally let out a sigh of relief, joy illuminating his eyes. Even if it was merely an honorary title, possessing such a name would bind Yuqing to them. The captured heaven domain had not had a saint as a backing for thousands of years, resulting in having to bow their heads in deference when facing formidable foes like the rise of the Ziyun ancestor. Beside him, Li Xianbai couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had no idea when he had become young Li. However, he accepted the title with delight. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a determined look, he knelt before Yuqing. Elder, I have a request. Throughout this journey, I have been deeply impressed by your demeanor and feel that I am still too immature. The path ahead is long, and I hope to take you as my master, seeking your guidance. Upon hearing this, Yuqing showed no immediate reaction, while Gu Qifeng felt his heart leap into his throat. Good heavens, you have quite the audacity. The reason he had appointed Li Xianbai as saint was primarily due to his connection with Yuqing. Now, for Li Xianbai to directly seek to become a disciple? If it succeeded, it would be wonderful, but if it failed, would it affect Elder Yuqing's relationship with the captured heaven domain? Just as Gu Qifeng felt anxious, Yuqing casually swirled the wine cup in his hand, smiling nonchalantly. What? You don't want me to take a disciple anymore? This remark puzzled everyone present, causing Li Xianbai's face to flush crimson, almost digging a hole into the ground with his toes. That I was ignorant then. Please do not mock me, Elder. Yuqing smiled lightly. You wish to be my disciple? It won't be that simple. Li Xianbai's heart trembled, and he heard Yuqing continue. However, you seem decent enough. If a direct disciple won't do, shall we settle for a nominal disciple instead? Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Li Xianbai's face immediately lit up with excitement. Without a second thought, he bowed his head. Disciple Li Xianbai pays respects to master. Chapter 143. The entire domain trembles. Receiving Li Xianbai as a disciple, though unexpected, was quite reasonable in Yuqing's view. While this individual might have a penchant for showiness, his character was commendable. His demeanor was also quite to Yuqing's liking. And throughout their journey, he had been very respectful. Thus, even if Li Xianbai did not proactively seek to become a nominal disciple, Yuqing would have been inclined to do so. Gu Qifeng quickly realized this and was filled with joy. Originally, by honoring Yuqing as Grand Elder and allowing Li Xianbai to become saint, his goal was to forge a connection with Yuqing. Now that Li Xianbai could become Yuqing's disciple, it was even better, strengthening their ties. Although it was merely a nominal discipleship, it was still quite normal, as becoming a direct disciple of a saint was not easily attained. At least it was a good start, wasn't it? Without further ado, Gu Qifeng waved his hand decisively. The saint's initiation of the Grand Elder is a momentous occasion for the captured heaven domain. How can we not celebrate? Let it be known that we will host a grand feast for 3 days to celebrate the saint's initiation. Everyone immediately responded, bursting into cheers. While the Grand Elder's title was initially honorary, no one would dare to object if Yuqing chose not to involve himself in any affairs. However, now that Li Xianbai had taken him as a master, it was undeniable that in the future, should the captured heaven domain face any challenges, Li Xianbai, being a native of the domain, would certainly not stand idly by. Thus, even if Yuqing chose not to intervene, the mere existence of this connection would signify much. In no time, the entire captured heaven domain was filled with jubilance, celebrating together. The news swiftly spread that a saint had emerged from the captured heaven domain and had taken the newly appointed Saint Li Xianbai as his disciple. Within a few days, the surrounding areas trembled with excitement. Since the era of the Ziyun ancestor, not a single saint had appeared in Yundong for nearly 10,000 years, nor had there been any trace of saintly activity for thousands of years. Given this context, the emergence of a new saint was undoubtedly a monumental event. However, aside from a few, no one had yet connected this saint from the captured heaven domain with the previously seen figure in the southeastern outer domain, who had unified various sects under the Hongyun ancestor. Aside from those who had directly experienced it in the southeastern outer domain, few believed that the Hongyun ancestor was indeed the return of the Ziyun saint from years past. After all, such matters were too fantastical to comprehend. Conversely, since the captured heaven domain had a renowned reputation as one of the 36 supreme sacred grounds, the appearance of a saint there was easily accepted. Consequently, various powerful factions gathered from all corners, eager to pay their respects to this formidable being. At this moment, in the southwest of the captured heaven domain, a flying vessel glided gracefully through the skies. Its immense body, stretching over 100 feet, adorned with a magnificent exterior and emanating a powerful aura, indicated that it belonged to a highly formidable force. At the bow, a flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with a bold character. Those with any discernment could recognize that this flying vessel belonged to the first family of the Tianfu domain in the southwest of the captured heaven domain, the Yu family. The entire Yundong, spanning 36 domains, radiates its power from within and without. Beyond the confines of the prison sky domain, the outer realm and the surrounding number of domains boast unparalleled strength and influence. With numerous hegemonic forces firmly established, among them is the Yu family, one of the most illustrious clans across the 36 domains in the realm of Cloud East. Such formidable entities typically have ancestors who have attained the status of a saint. The patriarch of the Cloud East Yu family is indeed a revered saint, albeit this was a matter of many eons past. Blessed by the legacy of the saint, generations of strong warriors have emerged from the Yu family. While they may not possess the same prominence as those from the prison sky domain, they have nonetheless produced a plethora of formidable beings in the chaos realm, occasionally even reaching the pinnacle of the 4th and 5th levels of chaos. However, amidst this seemingly illustrious legacy, on a flying vessel, the conversation between an elder and a youth from the Yu family may astonish many. Tingji, the decline of our Yu family to its current state is largely due to the absence of any saints since our forefather. Sighed a dignified elder with a tall stature and white hair. Should outsiders overhear this, they would likely be left agape. Given the current might of the Yu family, could they truly be described as fallen? What of others then? Yet, the speaker was none other than the contemporary patriarch of the Yu family, Yuqing, a figure of great renown in Cloud East, whose prowess has reached the 4th level of chaos, making him one of the few to attain such heights outside the prison sky domain. He lamented, "Consider our ancestors, who hailed from the Cloud continent and were immensely distinguished. Our branch's forefather was a saint from the main lineage of Cloud continent. After a falling out with others, he left in anger to establish our branch here in Cloud East. Regrettably, in his later years, he expressed remorse and urged us to find a way back to the main lineage before he departed from this world." With a heavy heart, Yu Tianqing continued, "Alas, the descendants of our Yu family have not lived up to expectations. After the forefather's passing, although he left behind a legacy, none have been able to break through to the realm of saints. Even the number of semi-saints is scant, and in nearly 10 millennia, no one has managed to ascend to the 5th level of chaos. With such a level of strength, how can we hope to return to the main lineage of Cloud Continent?" He recalled that several millennia ago, individuals from the main lineage visited Cloud East. While they nominally acknowledged the Yu family as kin, attempts by the then head of the family to return to the main lineage were repeatedly rebuffed. Sigh, he shook his head. "They looked down upon us, unwilling to allow our return." Beside him, the handsome youth furrowed his brow, indignation evident on his face. "Patriarch, how can they regard us with such disdain? Do we not share the same blood of the Yu family?" Yu Tianqing shook his head. "While it is true that our ancestor hails from the main lineage, the current state of our family offers no benefits to them, and they may even perceive us as a drain on their resources. Their disdain is, regrettably, understandable." He then turned to the youth, gently ruffling his hair. "Tingji, you are the most gifted talent of our generation in the first and 3 generations. Your innate abilities surpass even my own from years past. With your talent, breaking through to the 5th level of chaos is merely a matter of time, and even achieving semi-saint status is not beyond the realm of possibility, once we have a semi-saint in our ranks. The pressure to return to the main lineage will be significantly alleviated." On the vessel, Yuqing appeared puzzled. "But Patriarch, what does this have to do with the prison sky domain?" Yu Tianqing gazed northeast, the direction of the prison sky domain. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Although our Yu family possesses the legacy of a saint, the scarcity of strong warriors is a hindrance, with my mere 4th level of chaos. How can I guide you to ascend to a higher realm? The entire Cloud East is currently bereft of talent, with strong warriors in short supply, while inheritance and innate talent are vital. Having an exceptional mentor is of even greater significance. If a saint were to teach you, coupled with our family's legacy, breaking through to semi-saint would be a certainty, and the possibility of reaching the status of a saint would not be far-fetched. Should you become a saint, leading our Yu family back to the main lineage would be a trivial endeavor. Why?" Yutingji's eyes sparkled with realization. "I understand now, Patriarch. You wish for me to seek that newly emerged saint from the prison sky domain as my mentor?" Yu Tianqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have harbored this thought for quite some time. But previously, there was no saint to be found in all of Cloud East, making the idea impossible to realize. The domain master of the prison sky domain, Gu Qifeng, is indeed a prodigious talent, yet he is merely a semi-saint. Not only are you not a disciple of the prison sky domain, but even if you were to seek him as a mentor, I doubt he could assist you in achieving saint status. However, the circumstances have changed. There is now a genuine saint, and such an opportunity must not be squandered." He sighed. "Years ago, your second granduncle traversed the 36 domains of Cloud East, leaving behind a legacy in hopes of finding a breakthrough opportunity for our Yu family. Alas, he perished far from home without any significant results. Now, we finally see a glimmer of hope." Yu Tingji pondered for a moment before speaking. "But Patriarch, seeking a saint as a mentor is not as simple as it sounds." "Naturally," Yu Tianqing replied. "I have heard that even the saint's son from the prison sky domain, Li Xianbai, is merely a nominal disciple of that saint. Rumors suggest that this saint is not originally from the prison sky domain but hails from elsewhere. This is the fundamental reason I am determined to bring you to seek his mentorship. As for whether he will accept you, I have my preparations. As he spoke, Yu Tianqing raised his hand, revealing a gem of fist-sized proportions radiating with multicolored light. "This is the inheritance pearl." Yutingji's face reflected shock. "Patriarch, Are you suggesting why Yu Tianqing nodded slowly? Even a saint would not be entirely disinterested in another saint's path of inheritance. Additionally, I have brought along an artifact that belonged to our forefather. Yu Tingji was greatly astounded. Without needing further elaboration, it was evident that Yu Tianqing was presenting the very foundation of their Yu family, saints' inheritance and relics. The majority of the family's worth lies within these treasures. Now, Yu Tianqing was willing to part with them for the sake of mentorship. While sharing the inheritance does not diminish its existence, it is still a considerable sacrifice, not to mention the relics of their forefather. The depth of Yu Tianqing's resolve is vividly apparent. Meanwhile, as Yu Tingji absorbed this shocking revelation, Yu Tianqing murmured, "In truth, I have also heard another rumor, though its authenticity remains uncertain. As powerful forces across various domains hurried toward Cloud East. A solitary figure moved in the opposite direction. A pale-faced middle-aged man clad in a blue robe hurriedly flew low through the air, heading southwest. Not long after taking flight, his complexion shifted, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, has my body begun to deteriorate within a day of its transformation? This middle-aged man in blue was none other than the escaped Tu Tianma. The body he had assumed, that of a steward from the prison sky domain, had become utterly unfit for use just 3 days post-escape. Before his body completely fell apart, he had managed to seize the vessel of a passing cultivator. However, this new body was inferior to his previous one, as stewards of the prison sky domain were typically no less than second-level chaos cultivators. Outside the prison sky domain, the number of such powerful individuals was scant, making it a challenge to find another. The blue-robed middle-aged man, being only at the pinnacle of the divine power realm, was the best he could find under the circumstances. Even so, it was barely sustainable. After just 1 day, he was already struggling. Fortunately, after several days of travel, he was nearing his destination. Once I traverse this mountain range, I will arrive at the sensed aura, murmured Tu Tianma. If I recall correctly. This place is called the Wasteland? Humph, truly a desolate and barren land. With such thin spiritual energy, the delineation of the 36 domains in Cloud East has existed for tens of thousands of years without alteration. Thus he could still remember some details. The Wasteland belongs to the Qingwang domain, one of the least favorable regions within the 36 domains. Even among the Qingwang domain, it is regarded as a backwater. It can be confidently stated that this area is one of the most desolate in Cloud East's 36 domains. Unless absolutely necessary, few cultivators venture near the central regions. Yet, in such a harsh environment, there exists a semblance of safety. Thus, Tu Tianma was not surprised to find his destination here. If what he sought were to appear near the prison sky domain, it would likely attract attention within days. However, before that, he needed to find another body. Grinding his teeth, Tu Tianma declared, "If all I can find are bodies like this, barely able to hold out for a few days, how can I regain my full strength? When will I return to my peak?" The mere thought of Yuqing, who had previously inflicted grievous injuries upon him, filled the demon saint of heaven with a seething hatred. He longed to restore his full powers and return to the prison heaven domain, where he could flay Yuqing and dismantle him piece by piece. With no other recourse, he decided to invoke a secret method, hoping to locate a suitable vessel for his essence. The demon saint's gaze flickered as dark energy surged around him. Coalescing in his palms, he formed intricate seals with his fingers. The dark energy shot upward, transforming into a black line that pointed toward the distance. His eyes gleamed with excitement upon realizing his fortune. A remarkably compatible body lay nearby. However, that moment of elation was quickly overshadowed by a pallor that spread across his face, blood oozing from his orifices. While this secret technique could indeed seek out a compatible vessel, it exacted a tremendous toll. The current body he inhabited could endure for no more than 2 more hours. Chapter 144, The Despairing Empress of Fuyao. Nevertheless, as long as he could find a body with a high degree of compatibility, any cost would be worth it. With blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his pale visage resembled a malevolent specter. Evoking fear, he murmured to himself before resolutely following the direction indicated by the secret method. Midway through his flight, his form began to fracture, pieces of flesh falling away to reveal a skeletal structure riddled with cracks, a truly horrifying sight. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, the demon saint's body finally shattered, disintegrating into a mass of flesh. Yet from the remnants, a dark mist emerged, unwavering in its quest as it continued toward the destination indicated by the secret method. Almost there. Even a saint could not sustain their spirit outside of a vessel for long without preparation or support. The demon saint's spirit had already been severely weakened by Yuqing's devastating blow. However, he sensed that the target indicated by the secret method was close enough to reach before his spirit was entirely depleted. If he could find a body of exceptional compatibility, He could seal a portion of his power and exist for an extended duration that in due course. He would elevate the strength of his physical form and gradually unseal his cultivation. Then, he could reclaim that coveted item, swiftly returning to his former glory. This desolate land presented an excellent starting point, far removed from the prison heaven domain, where the powerful of the central regions would be oblivious to his presence. As long as he could endure, victory would ultimately be his. At that very moment, 100 miles to the southeast, on a desolate road, a familiar figure was being shielded by several experts, surrounded by a horde of fearsome beasts with bloodthirsty fangs. Reminiscent of tigers and wolves, Your Majesty, rest assured, we will protect you at all costs. The familiar figure at the center, her complexion pale, was none other than Nangong Fuyao. Following the arrival of the Fighting Soul sect and a harsh confrontation with Yuqing, she remained undeterred. Although the Fighting Soul sect revered Yuqing as their leader, it did not negate her chances. After all, the Fighting Soul sect was incomparable to the celestial sects she had previously encountered. Even a minor connection with the Fighting Soul sect could elevate the Fuyao Empire among neighboring nations. Moreover, she had always felt a lingering bond with Yuqing. He was the leader of the Fighting Soul sect, and she was once his sister. No, not just once, she still was, despite their relationship facing some temporary discord. Thus, Nangong Fuyao lingered for over half a month, hoping to re-establish ties with the Fighting Soul sect. Even securing a single ordinary disciple to oversee the Fuyao Empire would dramatically alter the situation. Unfortunately, her efforts over the past half-month yielded no results. No one paid her any heed. In fact, her claim of being Yuqing's sister nearly led to her expulsion as an impostor. Nangong Fuyao contemplated seeking out Yuqing once more, yet upon inquiry, she discovered that he had been missing for some time. Even the Fighting Soul sect was unaware of his whereabouts. In despair, she resigned herself to return to the Fuyao Empire, for the situation within was dire, lacking a leader, and she could not remain outside indefinitely. With the connection to the Fighting Soul sect severed and the imperial seal still missing, the thought of this chaotic situation filled her with despair to compound her misfortunes as they journeyed back to the Fuyao Empire. They unexpectedly encountered ferocious beasts. This region was the territory of various sects, entirely distinct from the lands of the southern nations. The beasts that roamed here were formidable enough to wreak havoc within the Fuyao Empire. The current beasts, resembling a blend of tigers and wolves, were not only numerous, but each possessed considerable strength. The few esteemed experts accompanying her could barely fend off a single beast despite their utmost efforts. However, they were outnumbered tenfold by the beasts, and it seemed Yuqing was orchestrating the assault from behind the horde, testing their strength before launching a full-scale attack. If dozens of beasts surged forth simultaneously, even with extraordinary power, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. As she was overwhelmed by the stench and bloodlust of the beasts surrounding her, despair surged within Nangong Fuyao, accompanied by a rising resentment. Ultimately, all of this stemmed from Yuqing. I admit my faults, but aside from the facts, do you bear no blame? Just because I made a minor mistake and foolishly exiled you from the Fuyao Empire, you cast aside our bond so ruthlessly, leaving me in this predicament. Have you truly disregarded our sibling relationship? If only Yuqing were present now, she would demand answers from him. As her elder brother and the king of celebration of the Fuyao Empire, did he not possess a shred of compassion? Alas, regardless of her grievances and anger, no one could hear her thoughts at that moment, while her loyal companions remained steadfast and unafraid of death. The overwhelming odds rendered it impossible for them to ensure her escape. Was this truly the end of Nangong Fuyao's path, her empire, her grand ambitions? They had barely begun. Sensing her despair, the previously probing beasts, spurred by a long howl from the forest, launched a genuine assault. Nangong Fuyao's companions fought valiantly, but the disparity was insurmountable. Within mere moments, they began to fall, some dead and others gravely wounded, just as the pale-faced Nangong Fuyao was on the verge of being engulfed by the beasts. A chilling voice echoed from the sky. Finally found you. Here you are. In the next instant, a wisp of black mist descended, rapidly enveloping the area. The sky darkened, ominous clouds gathering as countless shadowy figures emerged, swiftly devouring all the beasts present. Stunned, Nangong Fuyao looked up instinctively, witnessing a humanoid black mist hovering above. Turning its gaze toward the forest, was there something larger within? The black mist let out a low growl, and the forest responded with a thunderous roar. A colossal beast, towering over 10 feet, emerged, resembling the previous horde but sporting a single horn. Foolish creature, do you dare to act brazenly before me? The humanoid black mist scoffed. And in the next moment, the shadows on the ground twisted and converged, transforming into a massive toothy maw that swallowed the monstrous beast whole. Amid the chilling sounds of gnashing, the once mighty beast vanished without a trace. This spectacle left Nangong Fuyao utterly astonished. Gazing at the figure of the black mist above, she cautiously inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed being has intervened?" Hope and joy flickered within her heart. Truly, her fate was not yet sealed. Even at such a critical juncture, she had encountered a powerful savior. At this moment, the humanoid black mist turned to face Nangong Fuyao, a woman. It seemed to express a tinge of regret, but quickly shifted to excitement. "Remarkably, your compatibility exceeds my expectations." In the next instant, Nangong Fuyao saw the black mist rush toward her with fervor. "Ha! I shall borrow your body." A jolt of alarm surged through her, and she instinctively attempted to flee. But escape was futile. In the blink of an eye, the black mist had overtaken her, merging with her being. Nangong Fuyao shuddered as dark shadows flickered in her eyes. She then threw her head back and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am destined for greatness." Yet, in an instant, her jubilant expression morphed into sheer terror as she clutched her shoulders, exclaiming, "Who are you? What are you doing within me?" The tone of her voice shifted dramatically, sounding as if she had undergone a complete transformation. Unmistakably, the humanoid black mist was none other than the demon saint of heaven, whose physical form had disintegrated, leaving only his spirit in search of a vessel to possess. Following the guidance of the secret method, he had located Nangong Fuyao and immediately identified her as the body of high compatibility. He sought to protect himself from the beasts. The already weakened demon saint had to act decisively, annihilating the horde of beasts around them. Consuming such a multitude of beasts should have provided him with sustenance. However, his injuries were too severe and his condition too poor. At this moment, forcing an attack would not compensate for the consumption he had endured. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in seizing the body of Nangong Fuyao. Though she was a woman, what did that matter to the formidable demonic saint of heaven? His sole pursuit was power, indifferent to gender. It proved that his choice was not misguided. The compatibility of Nangong Fuyao's body with him was surprisingly high. Although her cultivation was weak, the physical affinity was even superior to that of Zhou Fengdian, who had been altered by demonic shadows. This could not merely be coincidence. The demonic saint of heaven had once rampaged through Yundong for years, and before becoming a saint, he had left behind some descendants. In his view, the high compatibility of Nangong Fuyao's physical form with him suggested that she was likely one of his descendants. This was entirely plausible, considering that tens of thousands of years had passed. As long as his lineage had not died out, encountering them anywhere would not be surprising. Furthermore, despite Nangong Fuyao's weak cultivation, her body seemed to have undergone some form of refinement, resulting in an exceptionally pure bloodline with little impurity. She was indeed an excellent candidate for possession. If he exercised careful control, he could later use demonic shadows to further enhance her, eliminating the need for another body and allowing him to reclaim his peak power directly. Yet unexpectedly, the demonic saint of heaven found himself unable to fully control this body. How infuriating. What was happening? Was his strength deteriorating too severely, after being sealed for tens of thousands of years and suffering a grievous blow from Yuqing? He had forcibly seized control of an incompatible body and had just expended his last efforts to eradicate a horde of ferocious beasts. The current demonic saint of heaven was indeed the weakest he had been since his cultivation began. He could not even suppress the original spirit of Nangong Fuyao to entirely occupy this body. More troubling was the realization that, although Nangong Fuyao's cultivation was weak, her soul's power seemed to have undergone some form of tempering, rendering it remarkably pure. The danger of possession was precisely because it was fraught with peril. Unless there was a significant disparity in power, one would be contending for control over another's body in the latter's domain, risking suppression or even being devoured. Now, the demonic saint of heaven felt he was in imminent danger of such a reversal. If Nangong Fuyao became aware of this, she could very well expel him from her body, and he might vanish entirely. In this extreme crisis, the demonic saint of heaven's mind raced. The next moment, a composed and authoritative voice resonated within Nangong Fuyao. "Little girl, do not be afraid. I am the saint of the prisoning heaven domain from tens of thousands of years ago." The heavenly son. Nangong Fuyao was taken aback. Prisoning heaven domain. Heavenly son? Who are you? Within her consciousness, the soul of the demonic saint of heaven recoiled slightly. He understood that his reputation as a demonic saint had likely suffered a bit. So he invoked the name of his old rival, the heavenly son of the prisoning heaven domain. To his astonishment, this woman had never even heard of the heavenly son. Truly, it was fitting that she hailed from such a remote place as the wilderness. Devoid of knowledge, he cleared his throat and continued. "The wilderness you inhabit belongs to one of the 36 domains of Yundong, and the prisoning heaven domain is the supreme sacred ground among these domains." Nangong Fuyao was unfamiliar with the prisoning heaven domain. but she keenly grasped the two key phrases the demonic saint had just uttered. Senior, are you saying that you are a saint, even with her limited knowledge? Nangong Fuyao understood the significance of a saint. Regardless of whether in the wilderness or elsewhere, a saint was a legendary existence. The demonic saint of heaven feigned a sigh of lament, saying, "Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I have but a wisp of remnant soul left. What can I say about being a saint?" Tens of thousands of years. Nangong Fuyao's expression turned to one of shock. Perhaps she did not fully comprehend the extent of a saint's power. But the mere notion of existing for tens of thousands of years was beyond imagination. Senior, what is your purpose in entering the body of your junior, despite realizing the overwhelming strength of the entity before her? Nangong Fuyao still hesitated to ask, tinged with fear. The demonic saint of heaven replied nonchalantly, "Ah, it is somewhat amusing. My physical form has been destroyed, and I am left with this remnant soul, nearly on the verge of collapse. Yet upon seeing you, a junior, besieged by ferocious beasts, I could not bear to extend my hand to save you. Consequently, my remaining strength is nearly exhausted, and this wisp of soul is also on the brink of collapse. Reluctantly, I must borrow your body to temporarily stabilize my spirit. Little one, if you mind this, I can depart." Nangong Fuyao was taken aback, her mind racing, and she hastily replied, "No, no. If not for Senior's intervention, I would have already become a meal for the ferocious beasts. This is a life-saving grace, and it was because of this that you nearly dispersed your soul. Since I can assist you, how could I repay kindness with enmity if I can help restore you? It is my duty." The voice in her mind paused for a moment before sounding again, laced with a hint of admiration. "Indeed, it seems I have not saved the wrong person. You, little girl, despite your youth, possess a commendable sense of reason. But to be frank, the reason I intervened is that I sensed your bloodline and physique are remarkably similar to mine. That it is highly likely that you are a descendant of my bloodline from tens of thousands of years ago. Thus, your bloodline nourishes my spirit, compelling me to borrow your body for a time." Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao trembled all over. "What? I am a descendant of a saint." She did not doubt the veracity of his words. The might displayed by this heavenly son earlier had left her in awe. Such a powerful being could easily overwhelm her should he wish to do so. Why would he need to deceive her? With this thought, a surge of excitement welled within Nangong Fuyao. Having believed that her path in the Fighting Soul sect was at an impasse, and that retrieving the imperial seal was hopeless. Who could have imagined encountering such a fortuitous event? It turned out that she, Nangong Fuyao, was a descendant of a saint from tens of thousands of years ago, and today, she had met her ancestor. Indeed, when one door closes, another opens, and she was truly destined for greatness. With this realization, Nangong Fuyao no longer hesitated and promptly knelt on the ground. The junior, Nangong Fuyao, pays respects to the ancestor. The ancient voice within her resonated with warmth. Good. I did not anticipate that after tens of thousands of years, I would return to the world and still find my bloodline surviving. This brings me great comfort, according to the heavenly son. As the ancestor of the prisoning heaven domain, he had once battled the demonic saint who roamed the 36 domains, sustaining grievous injuries that nearly destroyed his physical form. He had no choice but to seal his soul within a secret realm to prolong his life. After a lengthy passage of time, although he had eradicated the influence of the demonic powers, his physical form had been completely annihilated, leaving his soul as a drifting wisp without roots, and his power had diminished significantly. Fortunately, in the final moments, he had encountered Nangong Fuyao. Can the ancestor still recover? Nangong Fuyao was genuinely concerned. After such an extraordinary encounter, if he could not recover, would it not be in vain? Ha ha ha. You need not worry. Back in the day, I cultivated a unique technique that allows me to reclaim the essence of the universe to replenish myself. As long as there is sufficient nourishment, using your body as a foundation, I can gradually restore my strength. At this moment, within Nangong Fuyao's consciousness, the heavenly son manifested as an elderly figure with white hair and an ethereal presence, adding credibility to his words. As I regain my strength, I can also nourish you, enhancing your cultivation and physique. This is also an opportunity for me to impart my legacy to you. Once my power has recovered to a certain level, I will truly be reborn into the world. Nangong Fuyao was elated, her spirit uplifted. She had not anticipated that the legacy of a saint would descend upon her while she was merely walking along her path. This fortune was worth 1,000 times more than a pie falling from the sky. With a saint residing within her, what immense fortune was this? The mere Fighting Soul sect, the mere Yuqing, were but trifles in the grand scheme of things compared to a saint. Indeed, when one door closes, another opens. She, Nangong Fuyao, was truly destined for greatness. She had already begun to envision a future where, under the guidance of her ancestor, she would become an unparalleled powerhouse and, once the ancestor revived, They would sweep through the entire southern region and even the wilderness. No, they would sweep through Yundong. At that time, it would be a true unification of power, a legacy for the ages. She would become a legendary empress, unmatched in history. By then, all celestial sects and gates would be forced to kneel beneath her feet. While Yuqing would be left with nothing but endless regret. Nangong Fuyao snorted coldly. You and I share a sibling bond. I merely sought to expel you due to your secrecy regarding the restoration of your cultivation. You have been so ruthless, yet I have endured humiliation time and again. Now that I have my ancestor, do I still need you? Yuqing, you have treated me with indifference today, and tomorrow, you shall find it impossible to even aspire to my level. On the other side, the heavenly son, the demonic saint of heaven, had also come to understand Nangong Fuyao's identity. His gaze flickered, a shadow passing through his eyes. Oh, she is the ruler of a mundane dynasty. Humph, to think that I, the demonic saint of heaven, have fallen to relying on the vessel of a mere mortal emperor. Very well. Those who accomplish great things do not concern themselves with trifles. This body indeed possesses a remarkable affinity with me. Yet, in my current state, it is still difficult to succeed in possession that I can only deceive this woman for now, using her to restore my strength. Once I regain even a fraction of my former power, I will be able to fully occupy this body and swiftly return to my peak. However, to expedite the recovery process, it is imperative to reclaim the sword of the Holy Emperor. Indeed, the reason the demon saint traveled thousands of miles to this desolate land in the eastern clouds was not merely to evade scrutiny. Rather, it was because this location harbors something he must recover, his unparalleled demonic sword. The very weapon that once allowed him to dominate the world. This sword represents the pinnacle of his life's work. Surpassing even the renowned shadow magic. It embodies the culmination of his millennia of cultivation in both swordsmanship and demonic arts. Infused with a fragment of his own soul during its forging. In its prime, the sword possessed the combat prowess equivalent to that of a saint. Furthermore, the sword's fate is intrinsically linked to that of the demon saint. Their combined might is exponentially greater than the sum of their parts. This synergy enabled him to face 3 opponents, overcoming the joint assault of the celestial emperor and 2 other saints with ease. As long as the sword and its master are united, victory is assured. Had it not been for the Frostwood Saint sacrificing his life to freeze the sword, allowing the celestial emperor to shatter its blade, the outcome of that battle would have been different. Even the arrival of another saint would not have instilled fear in the demon saint. Realizing his impending defeat, the demon saint exerted all his strength to cast the sword away, ensuring it would not be sealed alongside him. The sword, possessing its own spirit, fled immediately. At that moment, the 3 saints, having suffered 1 death and 2 grievous injuries, were too weakened to pursue and could only watch helplessly as the sword escaped. The sword, like the demon saint himself, can absorb the life force of others through slaughter to replenish its own strength. No one but him can wield the sword. Any who attempt to do so will be consumed by it. Anyone ensnared by its malevolence can still be summoned to shatter formations. The shadow magic and the sword serve as the demon saint's 2 trump cards for his future, established at the time of his sealing. Chapter 146. The sword's arrival. Regrettably, the sword seems to have suffered wounds no less severe than his own. Over these millennia, even in his sealed state, the demon saint has sensed the sword's existence. He also perceives that, having been broken and lost to its master, its power is waning. Nevertheless, the sword still stirs chaos and bloodshed in the world, although its power is limited, as a sacred weapon of unparalleled might. No one below the saintly realm possesses the capability to destroy it. It can only be sealed. Now that he has broken free from his seal, the distance between them has narrowed significantly, allowing for a clearer perception of each other. Once the sword is returned to his grasp, their powers will complement one another, facilitating the demon saint's revival at an accelerated pace. This is the foundation of his confidence. With the sword and his demonic arts, he shall surely reclaim his peak. At this moment, he can summon the sword across the distance. The reason he had not done so earlier was that he sensed the sword was still sealed. The sword and he are one. He can unleash his full strength only with the sword, and the sword can manifest its might only with him as long as he can sense the sword. He can call it back, but at that time, he was too far from the desolate land, and the connection was weak. The sword lacked the ability to break free from its seal and return to him. But now, he can distinctly feel the sword's power. With a mere thought, he can allow it to unleash its original strength and break its seal. Master, I shall return to the court and command the nation to gather rare treasures to restore your strength. Immersed in visions of future dominion, Nangong Fuyao could no longer contain her excitement. Within the sea of consciousness, the Holy Emperor chuckled softly. There is no need for haste that I once left behind a transcendent divine sword. The reason I am here is that I sensed its presence. Did you not mention that the situation in your court is dire? with the divine sword in hand, even with your current strength. You could effortlessly sweep through the desolate land. Nangong Fuyao trembled with surprise and joy. A divine sword? Where is it? I shall fetch it for you, master. The demon saint nodded, his gaze directed towards a certain point. I can sense that my sword lies in that direction, 7,300 miles away. Following his gaze, Nangong Fuyao exclaimed, northwest? I recall that is the direction of the Hongtian sword sect. To say that Nangong Fuyao had been running around aimlessly would not be entirely accurate. At the very least, she had gained a certain understanding of the power dynamics beyond the southern borders and within the desolate lands. In her previous years as the Empress Fuyao, she had been unaware even of the name Desolate Land. Over the past days, she had not only learned of the major factions within the desolate land but had also heard numerous rumors from the cultivation world, significantly broadening her horizons. She pondered. There are rumors that a sword is sealed within the sword mound of the Hongtian sword sect. Could it possibly be the demonic sword? Within the sea of consciousness, the celestial emperor's lips twitched in response. Such are the foolish notions of common mortals. A sword is merely a sword. What distinction is there between divine and demonic? Yet, divine swords possess brilliance that mere mortals cannot wield, and those who attempt to do so will be met with backlash. Hence they are deemed demonic. What a trifling sect the Hongtian sword sect is, merely a gathering of uninformed youths. Nangong Fuyao nodded, suddenly enlightened. I see now. It is indeed the inside of my master. I had not expected that the so-called demonic sword of the Hongtian sword sect would belong to you. Master, her faith in the celestial emperor's might grew stronger. Though she had only heard fragments of tales, she understood that the sealed demonic sword was formidable, having once reigned supreme in the desolate lands. The fact that her master knew of its location, despite being unaware of the Hongtian sword sect, lent further credibility to his power. Shall we proceed to the Hongtian sword sect to reclaim the sword for you? Master? Nangong Fuyao inquired eagerly. If she could wield the legendary demonic sword, as her master suggested, sweeping through the desolate land would be effortless. The celestial emperor chuckled. Ha ha, that sword is my personal weapon. There is no need for me to retrieve it myself. It is attuned to my will, intertwined with my life. With a mere summons, it shall return to me across mountains and rivers, clearing away all adversaries before me. Little one, simply observe and relinquish your body to my control. Nangong Fuyao, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, relaxing her spirit. In the next moment, she found herself raising her right hand towards the northwest sky, uttering the ancient yet commanding phrase. Sword, come. With bated breath, she gazed at the heavens. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting her hair, and the world fell silent. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Nothing occurred. Cautiously, Nangong Fuyao asked, Master, in the sea of consciousness. The celestial emperor, calm and ethereal, cleared his throat. It may be that the distance is too great and breaking the seal requires some time. Do not fret. Nangong Fuyao responded with an "oh," continuing to wait in anticipation. Another quarter of an hour slipped by, yet still, nothing transpired. Nangong Fuyao's expression grew peculiar. Master, despite being a soul, the celestial emperor felt his face flush with heat and coughed several times. It may be that after millennia, my power has waned, and my presence is not sufficiently strong within your being for it to respond. Allow me to try once more. Then, he manipulated Nangong Fuyao's form, releasing his aura at a terrifying might. Belonging to the demon saint of ages past, surged forth, filling the air with an overwhelming arrogance that viewed all life as insignificant. He waved his hand again, commanding with a deep voice, Sword, come. Then a stick of incense passed. The sun was nearly setting, and still, the world remained silent. By this time, even Nangong Fuyao found it difficult to maintain her composure. However, she dared not be too impudent and could only cautiously inquire. Mastered, is the sword coming or not? The demon saint's face turned crimson. He too could not comprehend the situation. He had sensed the sword's power and connection. Why was there no response? After holding his breath for a while, he could only manage a reluctant utterance. Sword, come or not come. Chapter 147. The convergence of yin and yang. Initially, he had intended to try a few more times. However, noticing the strange gaze of his descendant Nangong Fuyao, the demon saint could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkened, filled with questions. This cannot be right. Where is his sword? At such a close distance, even less than 1,000 miles away, it is inconceivable that the sword could not arrive. Master, could there have been an unexpected incident? Nangong Fuyao asked. I have heard that the demonic sword is sealed within a sword mound at the Hongtian sword sect. Might that be the reason it cannot escape? Impossible. The demon saint's immediate reaction was to deny it. This desolate land scarcely contained even a few practitioners of the divine realm. His sword, responding to his call, should have been able to break through any seal, regardless of its diminished power, and no existence below the chaos realm could withstand it. How could a mere sword sect in the desolate land possibly contain a sword? Then, where is your sword? Nangong Fuyao thought to herself. Could it be that you are merely boasting? Of course, she dared not voice such thoughts. Yet, even without speaking, the demon saint could sense her skepticism that a mix of embarrassment and anger washed over him. Had it been thousands of years ago, he would have unleashed a massacre by now. However, the current situation is more powerful than man. He can only endure. The Holy One has slumbered for tens of thousands of years. And perhaps something has occurred during this time. He spoke solemnly. But my divine sword resides within the Heng Tian sword sect you mentioned. This cannot be mistaken, since the demon sword cannot be summoned. I must make the journey myself. Nangong Fuyao had the same intention. Upon hearing this, she felt invigorated once more. Excellent. Ancestor, let us hasten to the Heng Tian sword sect. The demon saint nodded. Let us proceed. At that moment, a strong scent of blood surged into the air, jolting Nangong Fuyao back to reality, where she recalled that she was still on a road strewn with corpses. The experts from the Fuyao Empire who had accompanied her were now sprawled haphazardly along the path, their bodies marred by the savage claws of beasts. Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of sorrow. These were some of the finest talents of her Fuyao Empire, and she had not anticipated that they would all meet their demise here. This was indeed a significant blow to the strength of her empire. In light of your unwavering dedication to me, let us grant you a peaceful rest. However, as the Empress, she would naturally refrain from personally handling the corpses. She raised her hand, preparing to split the ground and bury her fallen subordinates. Just then, a shadow of darkness extended from beneath her feet, swiftly engulfing the bodies of her subordinates. Ancestor, what is this? In her consciousness, the ancestor Ji Tianzi frowned. What is it? These individuals were accomplished cultivators who refined their flesh and blood. If their bodies are not utilized properly, would that not be a waste? Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted slightly, sensing something amiss. She had never heard of any legitimate technique that devoured corpses. The demon saint noticed the change in her demeanor and felt a pang of unease. His usual demeanor was somewhat at odds with the image he was currently portraying. However, his mind raced, and he quickly spoke. There is no right or wrong in cultivation. Good and evil depend on the heart. When I created this devouring heaven technique, I anticipated that it might be misused for malevolent purposes, hence I have been cautious in passing it on. Fuyao, these subordinates of yours are loyal and valiant. I should not act thus. Yet, reconsidering, they have shed blood for you. Even if they cannot receive a grand burial, they should not be hastily interred in the wilderness. Therefore, let their flesh and blood transform into power, enabling them to serve their sovereign even in death. Surely, this is their wish. Nangong Fuyao suddenly understood. The ancestor speaks truth. They will surely comprehend this. No, they likely hope for this very outcome. I shall remember their sacrifices. Within her consciousness, ancestor Ji Tianzi stroked his beard, nodding with a smile of approval. Let us depart. In truth, this reasoning was rather tenuous. Nonetheless, it resonated with Nangong Fuyao's thought process. Even though she sensed some inconsistencies, she subconsciously chose to overlook them. Perhaps ancestor Ji Tianzi was not as principled as he appeared, but those who achieve greatness often disregard trifles. A general success may result in countless bones lying in the dust, as long as it aids in her quest for dominance. As an empress, why should she be troubled by minor details? Moreover, disregarding the facts, had they not perished due to their own inadequacies? Contemplating this, Nangong Fuyao set forth, filled with aspirations and hopes for the future, en route to the Heng Tian sword sect. Meanwhile, within the prisoning heaven domain, the inner realm remained bustling with activity. Daily, prominent figures from various factions arrived, eager to seek an audience with the saint of the prisoning heaven domain. Even a few words of guidance could yield immense benefits for their future. Naturally, Yuqing was still disinterested in these visitors. There was nothing that piqued his interest. He did not even bother to meet them. Furthermore, he had not forgotten his purpose for coming to the prisoning heaven domain, the primordial lava flame, inside the great hall. Upon hearing Yuqing's words, Gu Qifeng was taken aback. Indeed, I cultivated this fire within the Blaze World volcano, and if the elder wishes to borrow it, that is certainly not a problem. However, I was gravely injured during my previous confrontation with the demon saint. And until I recover, even if I can condense this fire, it may not last long. If the elder is not in a hurry, please wait a few more days until I am somewhat healed, and I shall serve you immediately. Wai Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded nonetheless. After all, a few days was not a significant delay. Just then, someone reported, Domain Master, Elder, there is something unusual in the Sacred Land volcano. Previously, the demon saint had broken free from the volcano, and upon hearing of its anomalies, Gu Qifeng's expression changed dramatically. What is the nature of this anomaly? Report it quickly. The reporting attendant hesitated briefly before speaking. The lava within the volcano has frozen. What? Gu Qifeng was momentarily stunned. After a moment, Yuqing, Gu Qifeng, and Li Xianbai, among others, arrived at the mouth of the Blaze World volcano. Yuqing, having nothing pressing to attend to, was intrigued by the news of the frozen volcano and decided to investigate. Although Gu Qifeng had not fully recovered from his injuries, the mention of the volcano's unusual behavior instinctively filled him with trepidation. However, upon seeing Yuqing beside him, his worries dissipated, with the elder present. What need was there for fear? Yet, when they laid eyes upon the scene before them, their expressions turned one of astonishment. The Blaze World volcano was the largest and hottest volcano across the 36 domains of Yundong. The temperature of its lava was so high that it could forge divine weapons. One could imagine its terror. Even from hundreds of feet away, the heat was sufficient to melt ordinary rock. Only those of the Chaos Realm could approach the volcano's mouth, and the temperature within was beyond description. At this moment, amidst the seething lava that resembled a burning hell, a patch of silvery white appeared. It was an entire area of ice, measuring a square foot, nestled within the molten rock, showing no signs of melting. Even the surrounding lava had ceased to churn. Such a sight of frozen lava was something most people would never witness in their lifetime. Yuqing was equally astonished, having never seen anything like it before, and he expressed his amazement. "Master, what is the meaning of this? Is it related to the demon saint?" Li Xianbai frowned. What could it mean? Yuqing stroked his chin. As for the cause that I believed, Li Xianbai and Gu Qifeng instinctively looked over. After pondering for a moment, Yuqing ultimately concluded, "I do not know." Gu Qifeng's cheek twitched. "You do not know?" After contemplating so intently? Of course, this thought remained unspoken. He would never dare to voice it aloud. As the master of the prisoning heaven domain, he was well versed in many matters. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "It should not be related to the demon saint. This frozen area bears no trace of demonic energy. Rather, it exudes a pure and extreme chill." Extreme chill? Upon hearing this, Yuqing's eyes brightened. He pondered for a moment, and then leaped directly into the lava. Li Xianbai and the others were taken aback, exclaiming in horror, "What is the elder doing? Is he attempting suicide?" As Yuqing vanished into the molten rock, he even playfully splashed around, as if he were swimming. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief, although they knew that a being of Yuqing's caliber would not be harmed by the lava. Given that the demon saint had been sealed within it for tens of thousands of years without perishing, the sight was still nerve-wracking. Soon, Yuqing dove beneath the lava, heading toward the frozen area. The others anxiously monitored from the volcano's edge. Moments later, the ice surface suddenly shattered, and a figure shot upward. It was Yuqing. They quickly surrounded him, noticing that he landed lightly at the volcano's edge. Pristine and unblemished, with an object in his hand. It was a ball of ice-blue flame, burning brightly in his palm. Even standing at the volcano's mouth, the others felt an intense chill emanating from this flame. What is this? Gu Qifeng stared wide-eyed at the ice-blue flame. Could it be the legendary extreme cold ice flame? Upon hearing the term extreme cold ice flame, Yuqing was momentarily startled. Is it related to that ancestor? Ziyun? Gu Qifeng nodded eagerly. Indeed, a millennium ago, Ziyun was known as the last saint of Yundong. Of course, not including you, elder. He roamed Yundong, and his crowning treasure was this extreme cold ice flame, said to be the coldest fire in the world. On par with the primordial lava flame passed down through the generations in the prisoning heaven domain. However, the power wielded by a saint with the extreme cold ice flame is incomparable to that which I possess. Li Xianbai, puzzled, asked, "But how could Ziyun's extreme cold ice flame appear at the mouth of the Blaze World volcano?" Suddenly, he trembled all over. Could it be that Ziyun's mysterious disappearance is linked to our prisoning heaven domain? Gu Qifeng was startled and quickly retorted, "We have nothing to do with it. You are also a part of the prisoning heaven domain, so do not indulge in wild speculation." Ziyun was indeed a true saint. Since the three ancestors of Ji Tianzi, we have not seen another saint emerge in our prisoning heaven domain. How could we have harmed Ziyun? As for why this frigid ice flame appeared in the blazing world volcano, his gaze shifted, and suddenly he recalled something. Indeed, it must be Zhou Fengtan. He had been resurrected by the domineering demon saint, then slain by the Grand Elder, and fell into the volcano. This frigid ice flame must surely be something that belonged to him. Previously, it was likely stored in his spatial ring, but after his belongings in the ring were incinerated by lava, the frigid ice flame scattered, causing such an anomaly, regardless of who brought it here. Yuqing was in high spirits. This was precisely what he sought. The treasure passed down from the ancestor Ziyun to unlock the celestial crystal seal, and another was this frigid ice flame. However, not knowing where to begin, Yuqing followed Li Xianbai to the prison of heaven domain, intending to borrow the ancient lava flow flame. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he found the frigid ice flame here. Indeed, the affairs of this world are remarkably serendipitous, as for the connections between Zhou Fengtian, the domineering demon saint, and ancestor Ziyun, and why the frigid ice flame was found here. Yuqing couldn't be bothered to think about it. With the item in hand, why ponder so much? He wondered how that former wanderer from beyond the realms, Zhou Fengtian, would feel upon learning of the current situation from the depths of the Nine Springs. After acquiring the frigid ice flame, Yuqing eagerly instructed Gu Qifeng to find a place for him to enter seclusion, in the quiet chamber. Yuqing took out the treasure enveloped in the celestial crystal, along with the yin-yang profound mirror and the frigid ice flame. With a thought, the celestial crystal sword, landing atop the frigid ice flame at the same time. The yin-yang profound mirror was also stirred by the extreme yin power of the ice flame, emitting a soft glow from its surface, revealing the image of the yin-yang taijid as it revolved. It transformed the extreme yin power emanating from the frigid ice flame into extreme yang. The dual forces of yin and yang simultaneously enveloped the celestial crystal. At the moment of their convergence, the incredibly hard celestial crystal, which had perplexed Yuqing, began to gradually melt away like ice and snow. Concurrently, he sensed the initial attraction he felt outside ancestors in secret realm re-emerging. Drawing his attention, unbeknownst to him, a peculiar aura emanated from the celestial crystal, permeating the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, beyond endless mountains and rivers, in a hidden place within a dark palace, a figure suddenly opened his eyes. After thousands of years, the aura of that object has finally re-emerged. Truly, one may traverse iron shoes in vain, and yet find it without effort. Chapter 148. Is it Yuqing again, in the Qingwang domain? Outside the Hengtian sword sect, indeed, this saint can sense it. My demon, divine sword is right here. Nangong Fuyao cautiously peered at the distant sword sect. Within her consciousness, Ancestor Jitian was closing his eyes, sensing something, and spoke. The sword comes. In the next moment, Ancestor suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Nangong Fuyao held her breath and looked towards the Hengtian sword sect. As expected, it was quiet inside. Nothing had happened. It shouldn't be like this. Jitian was equally perplexed. The distance was negligible for their level of power. How could he not summon back the demon sword? Nangong Fuyao had grown accustomed to this. Along the way, Ancestor would often attempt such a thing, seemingly deeply troubled. She wanted to say, Ancestor, do not bother with this sword, but thought better of it and held her tongue. The domineering demon saint, having tried several times to summon the demon sword without any response, darkened his face and said, there must be something amiss. His gaze shifted to the disciples entering and exiting outside the Hengtian sword sect. Surely, they must know something. Capturing one to inquire would suffice. Nangong Fuyao's heart jolted. Ancestor, these are disciples of the Hengtian sword sect. Although she had already envisioned herself becoming the unparalleled empress, the reality was that her current strength was limited. And without powerful protectors, encountering the Hengtian sword sect would spell her doom before she even realized it. The domineering demon saint scoffed, a mere third-rate sect. What is there to fear? Once the divine sword returns to my hand, I could easily obliterate the insignificant Hengtian sword sect. You are now considered my successor. How can you be so timid? Nangong Fuyao trembled. Ancestor was right. She was a descendant of a saint, the successor of Ancestor, destined to become the Empress of Yundong, a figure of dominance. If she were to fear even the Hengtian sword sect, how could she achieve greatness? With this thought, Nangong Fuyao cast aside her fears. She waited for a moment, seizing an opportunity, and spotted a solitary disciple of the Hengtian sword sect who appeared to be of low status. Without hesitation, she struck. Come here. Then she was sent flying by a single palm. The sword sect disciple, startled, shouted as the palm approached, who dares to ambush me? Huh? Why are you so weak? Nangong Fuyao had forgotten that no matter how lowly a position, they were still disciples of a first-rate sect in the wasteland. The Hengtian sword sect. In recent days, she had mingled with high-ranking individuals, including ancestors, leading her to perceive herself as an equal, believing that an ordinary disciple would be easy prey. Yet in reality, the Hengtian sword sect's strength far surpassed even the celestial sects she had previously encountered in her empire. Remembering how 3 celestial sect disciples had once suppressed her nation's situation, how could the disciple from the Hengtian sword sect be any less formidable? The disciple, having sent Nangong Fuyao flying, saw her weakness and charged forward without hesitation. Who dares to be so audacious in my Hengtian sword sect? Nangong Fuyao was immediately thrown into a panic, urgently calling out, Ancestor, save me. Witnessing Nangong Fuyao being knocked away, The domineering demon saint nearly fainted from rage. How could she be so weak? Forget it. I must take matters into my own hands. In the next moment, a shadow of magic emerged from beneath Nangong Fuyao's feet, swiftly ensnaring the Hongtian sword sect disciple and dragging him back to her side. The little strength he had regained was quickly depleted. Gritting his teeth in anger, the domineering demon saint wasted no time and employed a soul-capturing technique to seize the disciple's consciousness. In his prime, such a minor disciple could have been easily interrogated, but now he had to resort to this method. Speak everything you know about the sealed demon sword in your sect. The Hongtian sword sect disciple, his eyes dazed, recounted everything. The sword, he explained, had arrived from the outside world over 1,000 years ago, wreaking havoc and slaughtering countless lives, ultimately being sealed within the sword tomb of the Hongtian sword sect by the combined forces of various powers in the wasteland. Over the years, the demon sword would occasionally stir, compelling the Hongtian sword sect to remain vigilant and suffer significant losses across generations. Recently, the demon sword had stirred once more, nearly leading to the destruction of the entire sect. Fortunately, it had ultimately been subdued. As he spoke, the domineering demon saint's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could a mere small sect suppress the tumult of my demon sword?" In a moment of desperation, he let slip the words demon sword. Fortunately, Nangong Fuyao was too preoccupied to care, or perhaps she had some inkling of this, but it simply didn't matter to her, whether it was a demon sword or a divine sword. If it could aid her in achieving greatness, it was a good sword, the disciple murmured. Indeed, relying solely on the strength of our Hongtian sword sect, we could not possibly suppress the demon sword. Even 3 strong members from the Duhan sect had attempted to quell it and failed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression turned to one of surprise. She had not anticipated that the Duhan sect would be involved. Now she understood just how formidable the Duhan sect was, being the strongest faction in the entire wasteland. If even the strong from the Duhan sect could not suppress the demon sword, it was evident that Ancestor's sword was indeed fearsome. But why did Ancestor repeatedly fail to summon the demon sword? In the next moment, the disciple's words caused Nangong Fuyao's eyes to widen. After that, it was a predecessor named Yuqing from the Duhan sect who used sword energy to help us seal the demon sword. Why Yuqing? Who is he? In this wasteland, someone could actually subdue my demon sword. The domineering demon saint's expression soured. Nangong Fuyao's heart, however, was stirred by tumultuous waves. Oh, it was Yuqing who sealed the demon sword. How is it always you? Am I destined to encounter you wherever I go? The domineering demon saint noticed the change in Nangong Fuyao's expression and frowned. What's wrong? Do you know this Yuqing? Nangong Fuyao trembled all over. This Ancestor, actually, Yuqing was once the prince of celebration from my Fuyao empire. She briefly recounted her story with Yuqing, albeit from her own perspective. But the domineering demon saint was no ordinary figure. He was an ancient being who had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he not discern the truth? After listening, the domineering demon saint trembled with rage, nearly losing his temper, although he had never met Yuqing. The fact that this person possessed the means to suppress the demon sword meant that even if the sword was damaged, he could not possibly lack the strength of a half-saint or above. Such power would render him invincible in this wasteland. How could such a figure be driven away by this foolish woman? Chapter 149. The Storm in the Cloud Continent. In truth, the domineering demon saint did not care whether Nangong Fuyao was burning bridges. In his prime, he would have looked down upon even a half-saint. The issue was that if Nangong Fuyao hadn't chased away Yuqing, how could he have come here and sealed his demon sword? With his current strength, even a seal set by a half-saint would be beyond his capacity to break. This brat has ruined my grand scheme. The aura of the heavenly demon saint was on the verge of eruption. If it weren't for his intention to utilize Nangong Fuyao, he would have long since dealt a fatal blow to this woman, who was more of a hindrance than a help. Yet in this moment, he could only suppress his wrath. It seemed that Nangong Fuyao sensed her ancestor's fury and cautiously inquired, "Ancestor, are you all right? It is all that Yuqing's fault. He not only abandoned me but also sealed your divine sword. Truly despicable. I am well aware of his transgressions." The heavenly demon saint retorted, his irritation palpable. After tens of thousands of years, all of his former adversaries had perished, yet new enemies had emerged. Now, 2 individuals resided prominently on his list of foes. The first was that accursed sage from the prison sky domain. Were it not for his treachery and cowardice, his resurrection plan would have been flawless. Even if he could not swiftly restore his full strength, subduing a half-saint would have been effortless. How had he fallen to such depths? Unable even to possess a body, relegated to the status of a wandering spirit. The second was the junior, named Yuqing. How dare he seal his demonic sword while he was vulnerable? Otherwise, with the sword in hand, he could have rapidly regained his power. Once he restored his strength, he would ensure that both of you meet your demise first. The heavenly demon saint gritted his teeth in fury. "Ancestor, what shall we do now?" Nangong Fuyao asked. The heavenly demon Saint's expression darkened. With my current strength, I am unable to break the seal. We must depart for the time being. His gaze flickered. However, I know of another location not far from the Qinghuang domain. I am uncertain if it still exists after all these years. If it does, it can aid me in regaining my strength. We must not delay. Let us go now. Nangong Fuyao hesitated briefly. But ancestor, I am the Empress of the Fuyao Empire. The situation in the kingdom is tense. If I do not return soon, I fear the heavenly demon saint interrupted impatiently. What does it matter? A mere mortal empire? You are my successor. Once I regain my strength, I will impart my teachings to you. With power at your disposal, you may create as vast a kingdom as you desire. Do not be short-sighted over trivial matters that could jeopardize our grand undertaking. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Fuyao resolved herself. The ancestor was right. Let us embark on our journey. After all, she currently lacked the imperial seal and had not obtained the demonic sword. Returning to the palace would yield no solutions to the mess awaiting her. It would be wiser to focus on assisting the ancestor in regaining his power and receiving his legacy. Her gaze hardened. That ungrateful Yuqing and that vile Nangong Shi. Let them bask in their temporary triumph. When I return as a sovereign, they shall kneel at my feet, begging for my forgiveness. As Nangong Fuyao set forth with her aspirations, far beyond the endless mountains and rivers lay Yunzhou. This place was the heart of the continent, teeming with formidable beings. In the southeastern part of Yunzhou, Yu Tianfu, the Yu clan, within a magnificent manor, a tall and dashing young man hurried into a grand hall. Ancestor. Upon entering the hall, the youth bowed deeply. Before him sat an elderly man with a head of white hair. Emaciated yet stern in countenance. You honor, rise. You should already be aware of why I summoned you, the elder stated. The youth lowered his head. It is to send me to the east of Yin. The elder nodded. Indeed, a few days ago, a breath of a great treasure appeared in the east. The divination devices of the various clans in the eastern Yunzhou sensed it. Every time a grand treasure emerges, it causes a significant uproar, and all major forces in Yunzhou will be on high alert. Thousands of years ago, the aura of a grand treasure flickered in the east, prompting many to search for it. Yet they returned empty-handed. We thought the treasure had departed, but it seems it has been hidden in the east all along. The expanse of Yunzhou is vast, and our Yu clan is closest to the east. This is an advantage we cannot overlook. However, all factions are wary of one another. Until we ascertain the treasure's exact location, we must not act recklessly. Thus, I have decided to send you first to the east to seek the traces of the grand treasure. The youth nodded but looked troubled. But ancestor, I am not familiar with the east and do not know where to start. The elder smiled slightly. You honor. You are unaware. Our Yu clan has a branch in the east. The youth's expression shifted. Oh? Is that so? The elder confirmed. Yes, many years ago, the fifth-generation ancestor of the Yu clan, my great-grandfather, had a conflict with a distant uncle. In a fit of rage, that uncle left for the east and established a lineage that has persisted to this day. Though the Yu clan in the east is a collateral branch, it flows with the pure blood of our clan and has long sought to return to the main lineage. Due to past grievances and internal family issues, they have yet to recognize their ancestry. Nonetheless, they hold considerable power in the east. You can utilize their strength to help you locate the grand treasure, and if successful, promise them a return to the main lineage of Yunzhou. The youth nodded. I understand, ancestor. The elder sighed softly. You honor. You must succeed. Our Yu clan has been in decline for millennia. At this point, only I and your uncle remain to guard the family. This grand treasure is a divine opportunity bestowed upon us. It is pivotal for our clan to regain our place among the 10 great families of Yunzhou. The youth's expression turned solemn as he knelt. I, Yu Haoyin, shall not disappoint your expectations. Ancestor, a similar scene unfolded among the various factions in the eastern part of Yunzhou. Unbeknownst to most, a storm was brewing. What none realized was that the source of all this commotion lay within the confines of the prison sky domain. In a secluded chamber, this moment, Yuqing was examining an object in his hands, turning it over repeatedly. What on earth is this? Indeed, as recorded by the notes of the purple cloud ancestor. Under the convergence of the utmost yin and yang forces, the seemingly indestructible heavenly crystal had been breached. Within it lay treasures that finally revealed themselves. However, Yuqing found it challenging to articulate what this object truly was. To be precise, it resembled a fragment of a larger entity rather than a standalone item. It emanated an ancient bronze hue, yet it was clearly not made of copper. It was palm-sized, with one side curved and the other shattered. One could surmise that this object was once part of a spherical item, while Yuqing could sense no particular aura emanating from it, and probing it with his spiritual consciousness yielded no response. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable. However, upon testing its durability, he found it astonishingly hard. Even more so than the outer shell of the heavenly crystal, he exerted a third of his strength, but left no mark on it. Which was quite remarkable and left him somewhat vexed. Had he known it was so resilient, he would have simply crushed the heavenly crystal from the outset, thereby preserving this shard without the need for such complications. Beyond its hardness, the only peculiar aspect was the intense attraction he felt while holding it. Yet, despite this allure, Yuqing found himself at a loss regarding what to do with it. Surely he could not consume it. Strangely enough, he did entertain that notion, but upon gazing at the sizable bronze fragment, he found it impossible to swallow, not out of fear of damaging his teeth, but rather of potential indigestion. Moreover, he noticed the intricate patterns adorning its surface, which seemed to hold significant meaning. It was highly likely that the purple cloud ancestor had studied these engravings to attain enlightenment towards becoming a saint. However, Yuqing soon realized he lacked the aptitude for such analysis. After a futile attempt that left him dizzy, he abandoned the endeavor. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, a clear notification sound resounded from the system at why Yuqing jolted. Ever since he had acquired the ability to turn stone into gold upon taking a disciple, the system had not provided him with any notifications. He hastily checked and discovered that a new task had been triggered, detected that the host has obtained a fragment of the heart of the Tao. Triggering the collection task. Rewards will be settled based on the progress of the task. Current collection progress of the heart of the Tao fragment, 1-8. The first stage reward is completed. Do you wish to claim the reward? Yuqing's spirits lifted. This object is called the fragment of the heart of the Tao, but he was curious about what this heart of the Tao actually was. But that was secondary to the rewards. Without hesitation, he chose to claim his reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Jin Mountain Technique. What is this? Is it akin to the ability to turn stone into gold? Yuqing temporarily set that aside and continued to peruse the system notifications. After claiming the reward, the system chimed in again. Please continue to collect the fragments of the heart of the Tao. Progress can be settled for rewards with each increment. Only upon collecting all fragments of the heart of the Tao can the series of tasks be completed, resulting in a mysterious grand prize. A mysterious grand prize, indeed. Yuqing stroked his chin, intrigued, setting aside the untested Jin Mountain technique. The previously awarded stone-to-gold transformation was indeed a remarkable treasure. The ability to transmute all things into gold seemed rather extraordinary to him. Yet, despite its value, it was not regarded as the grand prize. Thus, the mysterious grand prize mentioned by the system evidently held immense worth. This was beginning to pique his interest. After leaving the Fuyao Empire, Yuqing had initially wandered aimlessly, drawn by the allure of the hidden realm of the purple cloud ancestor, which prompted his venture. Now that he had explored the realm and acquired its treasures, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Should he return to his previous life of fishing and alchemy? But then, this opportunity arose. It appeared that, besides the fragment he possessed, there were a total of 7 heart of the Tao shards. Although he no longer sought treasures, he remained eager about the system's mysterious grand prize. The question was, where to begin his search? Yuqing pondered for a moment and realized that his understanding of this world was rather lacking. In fact, before traversing the hidden realm into the prison sky outer domain, he had been oblivious to the existence of both the prison sky domain and the 36 domains of Yuqing. This was inevitable, as he had spent most of his life within the Fuyao Empire, primarily traversing between the southern barbarian nations and never venturing into the wastelands, leaving him unaware of the outside world. Now, seizing this opportunity to explore the world seemed quite appealing. However, he needed a direction first. With this thought in mind, Yuqing exited his meditation chamber. The disciples stationed outside were startled and quickly bowed in respect. Elder, you've emerged from seclusion? Yuqing nodded and inquired. Where is Yuqing? Please summon him. I have some questions, among all in the prison sky domain. Perhaps only this individual dared to directly address the domain lord by name. The disciples hurriedly relayed the message. Moments later, Yuqing rushed in, breathless. Elder, what do you need of me? Yuqing smiled gently. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Given that the prison sky domain has been part of Yuqing for so many years, you surely know more than outsiders. Yuqing replied earnestly. I wouldn't dare to withhold anything. Please ask, and I shall answer to the best of my ability. Yuqing continued. Do you know what the heart of the Tao is? Upon hearing this, Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of confusion crossed his face. After contemplating for a while, he finally shook his head. Forgive my ignorance. I have never heard of such a thing. Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was not entirely unexpected. He pressed on. Have you ever encountered anything similar? Gu Qifeng pondered. While I am unaware of the heart of the Tao, I have come across references to a type of treasure in some ancient texts within the prison sky domain. Known as the Supreme Tao Treasure. Supreme Tao Treasure? Yu Qing's eyes brightened. Do elaborate. Yu Qifeng hesitated. Well, my knowledge on the matter is limited. After all, Yundong is not a particularly prosperous region, and treasures are scarce. We have never come across a Supreme Tao Treasure. According to the texts, these Supreme Tao Treasures were shrouded in mystery, each containing the essence of the world's fundamental principles, from which one could glean profound insights. In ancient times, human sages obtained these treasures, deriving the ultimate truths of the universe, which ultimately laid the foundation for the cultivation paths we know today. Yu Qifeng paused. Of course, these are mere legends. However, when a Supreme Tao Treasure does appear, it is bound to cause a stir across the world. It is said that 100,000 years ago, a powerful figure from Yanzhou attained such a treasure, achieving the supreme realm and dominating the era. Yet, Yundong has never seen such an occurrence. That he chuckled wryly. If Yundong had such treasures, the major powers from Yanzhou would surely flock here. Yanzhou, Yuqing mused, tapping his chin, before asking, what kind of place is Yanzhou? Gu Qifeng was taken aback. Elder, have you never been to Yanzhou? Yuqing replied nonchalantly. Is that so surprising? Gu Qifeng was evidently astonished. In Yundong's history, there have been very few sages, yet nearly all sage-level beings have traveled to Yanzhou. After all, Yanzhou is the true center of this region. Yundong is merely a border territory, according to Gu Qifeng. The continent was divided into 9 regions, and Yanzhou was one of them. Theoretically, the 36 domains of Yundong also fell under Yanzhou's jurisdiction, but they were merely remote borderlands, and the inhabitants of the prosperous central Yanzhou hardly paid them any mind. The true major powers were concentrated within Yanzhou. There, countless strong beings resided, and sages, rare in Yundong, were commonplace. Even the top forces, such as the 10 great families, the 6 major sects, and the 3 great teachings, each had more than one sage in their ranks. Moreover, those existing above the sage level, the supreme realm, were exclusively found in Yanzhou, with none ever appearing in Yundong's history. Thus, anyone from Yundong reaching sage status would inevitably travel to Yanzhou to witness the vastness of the world. The lineage of the prison sky domain originated from Yanzhou, governing the 36 domains of Yundong under Yanzhou's mandate. It was for this reason that the 3 ancestors of the prison sky domain were once able to summon sages from Yanzhou to aid in the fight against the demon saint of annihilation. Many of Yundong's current major powers also had connections to Yanzhou, and the rumors surrounding the Supreme Tao treasures also originated from there. Yanzhou, Yuqing mused, realizing that if he were to seek the heart of the Tao shards, a journey to Yanzhou would be essential. At this point, Gu Qifeng recalled something and spoke up. By the way, Elder, I've heard that in recent days, various top-tier forces from Yundong have flocked here to pay their respects to your esteemed presence. Some forces that couldn't meet you have already left, but others remain, hoping to meet you in person. They are all significant figures within Yundong's top-tier forces, and even our prison sky domain cannot afford to underestimate them. However, without your consent, I wouldn't dare to make any decisions. Perhaps you could meet them if you have no objections. Among them are several forces that inherit the lineage of Yanzhou, and if you wish to learn more about Yanzhou, they may have valuable insights. Yuqing initially had little interest in meeting these individuals, but after considering Gu Qifeng's words, he nodded. After all, there was no harm in meeting them. Gu Qifeng was overjoyed. I will arrange for them to meet you in the main hall. The forces that arrived were pivotal in Yundong, with only one of the 10 elders of the prison sky domain remaining and its vitality severely depleted. He could not afford to ignore these influential beings. Moreover, the prolonged absence of Yuqing had led many to doubt whether the prison sky domain had truly produced a sage ancestor or if it was merely a fade. Although it was indeed a fade, as Yuqing was not originally from the prison sky domain, he had at least accepted the title of elder and taken the son of the prison sky domain as his disciple. Even to dispel such doubts, Gu Qifeng hoped to bring forth Yuqing for a meeting. Moments later, within the grand hall of the prison sky domain, over 10 imposing figures gathered, awaiting Yuqing's arrival. Among them were the elder of the Yu family, Yu Tianqing, along with his descendant, Yu Tingji. Aside from this elder and youth, the rest present were representatives of top-tier forces within Yundong, comparable to the Yu family. Their purpose for being there was not solely to admire the sage, but also to gather intelligence. For a region that had not seen a sage for thousands of years, the emergence of one would undoubtedly bring about a seismic shift in the power dynamics. As the original wielders of Yundong's dominance, these major forces could not afford to overlook this development. Soon, as they awaited with a mix of tension and anticipation, Gu Qifeng stepped onto the dais. his authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembly. We welcome the arrival of our esteemed elder, Yuqing, the Holy One, Sage. These titles were customary reverences for those of the Sage realm, so they were nothing unusual. However, upon hearing the name Yuqing, Yu Tianqing suddenly trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why Yuqing? The sage? Yu Tingji, observing his ancestor's shock, asked in confusion, "Grandfather, what is the matter?" Yu Tianqing took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself. Muttering, "It must just be a coincidence." But the very next moment, when they beheld a young man of extraordinary demeanor stepping forward from behind the hall, Yu Tianqing was struck again, nearly losing his balance. Yu Tingji rushed forward to support his grandfather. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Yet, Yu Tianqing was too engrossed in staring at Yuqing's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Meanwhile, as Yuqing entered the hall, he noticed an intense gaze fixed upon him. Turning, he saw Yu Tianqing's expression akin to that of a ghost. Frowning, he inquired, "Who is that old fellow? Why does he look like he wants to devour me?" Gu Qifeng noticed Yu Tianqing's peculiar reaction and quickly spoke up, "Elder Taishang, this is the ancestor of the Yudong Yu family, Yu Tianqing." Upon hearing this, Yuqing was slightly taken aback. Before anyone else could greet him, Yu Tianqing made a swift move towards Yuqing. Yu Qifeng was alarmed, exclaiming, "How dare you, villain, to act so recklessly in my Qiutian domain?" He positioned himself in front of Yuqing, ready to take action, but then witnessed Yu Tianqing perform an incredibly smooth motion, falling to his knees. His forehead touched the ground as he proclaimed, "Yu Tianqing, unworthy descendant of the Yu family, pays homage to Elder Yuqing." At this moment, Gu Qifeng was dumbfounded. The others were equally astonished. Chapter 152. We, the descendants, dare not forget our ancestor. Everyone in the hall was bewildered. They had come to pay their respects to the sage and build connections. Yet the Yu family had shamelessly come forward to acknowledge their ancestor. Some even wore mocking expressions, suggesting that Yu Tianqing had lost his mind and would soon be expelled. In the inner hall, Yuqing sat in a high position, observing the prostrated Yu Tianqing with interest. "Pray tell, how have I become the ancestor of your Yu family?" Yu Tianqing trembled as he raised his head and replied, "Ancestor, you have been away from the Yu family for nearly 10,000 years. It is only natural that you do not recognize your grandson. But we, the descendants, dare not forget our ancestor. It has been nearly 10 millennia since we received news of our ancestor. And we thought you had to our astonishment. You are still here, and even achieved the revered status of a sage. Truly, it is a blessing for our Yu family." Gu Qifeng, with a dark expression, interjected, "Hold on. While it is true that Elder Taishang bears the surname Yu, do not presume to establish connections recklessly." Yu Tianqing, growing agitated, retorted, "Who is establishing connections recklessly? The evidence is right here." As he spoke, he raised a scroll that materialized in his hand. "The portrait of our revered ancestor. How could I, Yu Tianqing, mistake him?" When the scroll was unfurled, both Yuqing and Gu Qifeng were taken aback. The image depicted a young man clad in white, with flowing long hair and an exceptionally handsome visage. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to Yuqing. Most importantly, inscribed in the lower right corner was a line of script, the third direct ancestor of the Yudong Yu clan. Qing. This revelation left even Yuqing momentarily speechless. Was it truly the ancestor Yuqing? Gu Qifeng, also momentarily stunned, turned to Yuqing, who fell into deep contemplation. He was certain he had never encountered this Yu Tianqing nor had any connection to the so-called Yudong Yu family. It was impossible for Yu Tianqing to have known Yuqing's appearance prior to their meeting. Thus, how could there exist a portrait of an ancestor resembling him? Chapter 153. You are indeed our ancestor, Yu. Gu Qifeng scrutinized the portrait for a considerable time before remarking, "The likeness is somewhat similar to Elder Taishang, but upon closer examination, there are substantial differences. Your nose is not as prominent, your face is more angular, and your eyes are not as narrow. This is clearly not Elder Taishang. You have mistaken the individual," Yu Tianqing insisted. "This portrait has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. Our Yu family's direct ancestors have always left behind divine images to be revered in our ancestral hall. This is merely a copy. The original is not a reflection and thus may be somewhat distorted. Given the passage of time, it is only natural for there to be discrepancies." Gu Domain Master. "You must speak with integrity. If he were not our ancestor, how could we possess this image?" Gu Qifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Even he was uncertain how to explain the situation. Although the name Yuqing was common, it was not particularly rare, and the resemblance was undeniable. Not just Gu Qifeng, but even Yuqing began to harbor doubts, while he knew his origins and was certain he was not the ancestor of the Yu family. The coincidence was striking. After a moment of reflection, he inquired, "Then, please tell me, what kind of person was this ancestor Yuqing of your family?" Yu Tianqing responded promptly, "Ancestor, you jest. How could we descendants dare to speak lightly of our forebears? We merely passed down the tales. You were the second son of the third-generation direct lineage of our Yudong family, the younger brother of the third-generation revered ancestor, and the most talented individual of your time. You broke through to the chaotic realm at a young age and were named the heir to the family head. However, in pursuit of a higher realm, to reach the status of the first-generation ancestor sage, you chose to relinquish your position as head of the family and ventured out into the world, after which you were never heard from again. Thus, only your youthful portrait remains in our ancestral hall. It has been nearly 8 or 9,000 years, and we believed you had passed on. It seems, ancestor, you have indeed fulfilled your wishes and achieved the sage realm. With you as our ancestor, our Yu family shall surely regain its former glory. We, the descendants, are truly in awe and await your return to the family." This speech left even Gu Qifeng somewhat incredulous. He had only known that Yuqing was a sage, encountered by Li Xianbai during his travels, and was unaware of Yuqing's specific history. Could it be that he truly was the ancestor of the Yu family? Only Yuqing himself was clear on the matter. He recognized it as mere coincidence, but could not dismiss the intrigue of such a coincidence. With a calm smile, Yuqing replied, "You have mistaken me. I am indeed Yuqing, but I do not hail from the Yudong family." Why Yu Tianqing trembled, falling to his knees. "Ancestor, why do you not acknowledge your descendants?" A sudden realization crossed his face. "That I understand now. There are rumors that when you left the family, it was not solely in pursuit of a higher realm, but also because you, as the second son, were made the heir, which caused resentment in your elder brother, the third-generation revered ancestor, leading to a bitter feud between brothers, almost resulting in fratricide. It seems that even after nearly 10,000 years, you have not forgotten the past, thus not recognizing us, your descendants. Although these are mere rumors, it is said that the revered ancestor harbored jealousy and, in a moment of folly, sought to harm you and seize the ancestral legacy, ultimately driving you to forsake both your inheritance and position, leaving the family behind. And I lament that we are direct descendants of the revered ancestor. It is no wonder you would not wish to acknowledge us. The family has wronged you. We, the Yudong family, are indeed ashamed before our ancestor." Upon finishing, he bowed deeply several times. "Regardless, you remain our ancestor. Even if you do not recognize the Yu family, the Yu family cannot fail to recognize you as our ancestor." "Yuqing, I have yet to say anything, yet you are already making assumptions. If I acknowledge you, it is one thing. If not, it is another. It seems I cannot escape the title of ancestor." The absurdity of the situation struck him. It was truly peculiar to encounter someone so insistent on being a descendant. Observing Yu Tianqing's earnest demeanor, Yuqing felt that if he had not traversed into this world, he might have believed it himself. In fact, Gu Qifeng beside him appeared to have been convinced, displaying a look of astonishment. "I never expected Elder Taishang to have such a past. Why are you so astonished?" Yuqing's lips twitched. Just then, Yu Tianqing, still kneeling, approached with something in hand. "This is the inheritance of our first-generation ancestor of the Yudong family, traditionally held by the highest-ranking individual within the family. It was precisely due to the struggle for this inheritance that you left the family. This was a mistake on our part, and after nearly 10,000 years, it is time for this item to return to its rightful owner." He presented a palm-sized orb radiating with a myriad of colors. Yu Qifeng's gaze sharpened. "Is this that the sage inheritance?" "Indeed," Yu Tianqing nodded. "Our first-generation ancestor of the Yu family came from Yunzhou to Yudong, founding our lineage, and his inheritance has remained intact within the family to this day." Although Yuqing had little interest in being an ancestor, the mention of Yunzhou piqued his attention. "The Yu family originated from Yunzhou?" Yu Tianqing was taken aback and hurriedly nodded, saying, "Of course, ancestor, you are surely aware. Our Yu family of Yudong is merely a branch. The main lineage resides in Yunzhou. The first ancestor of the Yudong family was a direct descendant of the Yu family in Yunzhou and a revered sage." Yuqing stroked his chin and inquired, "Does the Yu family possess any information regarding the revered treasures of the Tao?" After pondering for a moment, Yu Tianqing's eyes brightened. "Ancestor, you have asked the right question. I just recalled that within our Yu family's library, there exists a portion of the ancestral secrets brought back from Yunzhou by our first ancestor, which seems to mention the revered treasures of the Tao. It is said that long ago, traces of such treasures appeared in Yudong, dating back tens of thousands of years. The reason our first ancestor chose to leave Yudong was partly in search of these treasures. He believed that if he could find them, the Yudong branch would rise, surpassing the main lineage of Yunzhou, thus asserting his dominance over the main ancestor. Unfortunately, the ancestor was unable to find the revered treasures of the Tao before his demise. But our family library still holds records of the treasures as documented by him. Aside from our Yu family, it is likely that no other forces in Yudong possess such records. That why Yuqing's eyes glimmered with interest. As he had been at a loss for where to seek traces of the Tao heart fragments, was this opportunity presenting itself? Although he could not ascertain whether the revered treasures of the Tao referred to the Tao heart fragments he had obtained. It remained the only lead he had, and was not to be overlooked. Is it possible for me to enter your Yu family library? He asked. That why Yu Tianqing immediately knelt and replied, "What are you saying, ancestor? Although entry to our secret library has traditionally been reserved for the ancestors and heirs of the family, you are our Yu family's ancestor. Who else in this world is more qualified than you?" Yuqing narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing he had underestimated Yu Tianqing. The latter's eagerness to acknowledge him as the ancestor clearly indicated ulterior motives, while even Yuqing had to admit that this situation was indeed coincidental. It was not essential for Yu Tianqing to definitively conclude that Yuqing was the ancestor who had departed from their family. However, this was inconsequential. The crux lay in the fact that with this pretext, regardless of the truth, Yuqing could assume the role of the ancestor. Just as Zi Changchuan from the Purple River sect had recognized Yuqing as the Xian ancestor, the authenticity of such recognition was secondary to the potential for it to be genuine. Having another sage ancestor would undoubtedly benefit the Yudong Yu family immensely, and the fortuitous coincidence only added to the situation. The opportunity for sage inheritance and access to the Yu family library was Yu Tianqing's earnest offering. After all, he had lived for over 1,000 years and was not without insight. Under normal circumstances, Yuqing would have been disinterested in this proposition. He could let anyone claim to be an ancestor if they wished. The sage inheritance, for the Yu family, it might be as precious as the entire family legacy, but for Yuqing, he could easily produce an abundance of such treasures. Nevertheless, he was genuinely intrigued by the records of the revered treasures of the Tao in the Yu family library. Setting aside the Tao heart fragments, which could yield system rewards, he was entirely unaware of what they truly were or their purpose. Moreover, since the Yu family was an ancient lineage descending from Yunzhou, the library would undoubtedly contain numerous records regarding Yunzhou that piqued his interest. After contemplation, Yuqing spoke. "I am indeed Yuqing, but I am not your ancestor if you wish to regard me as such. That is your concern. If you allow me access to your Yu family library, in return, I can assist the Yu family in a crucial moment. Why Yu Tianqing trembled, kneeling once more. "Ancestor, you jest. You are undoubtedly our Yu family ancestor. And it is only right for you to enter the Yu family library. To even speak of a transaction is truly a disservice to us descendants." Why Yuqing smiled faintly. "Then I shall take that as your agreement. There is no time to waste. Let us proceed." Why Yu Tianqing's face lit up with joy. Is the ancestor truly returning to the family now? This is indeed a momentous occasion, and I shall make arrangements at once. Beside them, Gu Qifeng grew anxious. "Elder, are you leaving so soon? Just after a few days?" Yuqing smiled gently. "I am merely going to read some books. Even without this matter, I would not linger in the prison sky domain." Seeing that Yuqing had made his decision, Gu Qifeng, though reluctant, found no further words to express. Meanwhile, Yu Tianqing was filled with excitement. Bowing once more, "I welcome the ancestor's return to the Yu family." Chapter 154. Is the ancestor so easy to recognize? Though Yuqing did not ultimately claim to be the ancestor of the Yu family, it mattered little whether others believed it or not. Gu Qifeng was convinced. After all, he was unaware that Yuqing was a traveler from another realm, having spent only a few decades in this world. From Gu Qifeng's perspective, it was inconceivable for a sage-level entity like Yuqing to have merely appeared out of thin air. In fact, upon first hearing Yuqing's name, he had already associated it with the Yu family of Yudong, as the Yu family was the most renowned with that surname in all of Yudong. He marveled. "I never expected the elder would be an ancestor of the Yu family. Thankfully, I, as the domain lord, had the foresight to pay my respects to him as the elder. At this moment, his attitude towards Yu Tianqing improved significantly. "Elder Yuqing is also the esteemed elder of my prison sky domain, making our families akin to one that we ought to cultivate a closer relationship moving forward." Yu Tianqing, too, did not dare to neglect Gu Qifeng. Although he had forcibly acknowledged Yuqing as an ancestor, he understood the implication. The initial reason Yu Tianqing decided to bring Yuqing to pay homage was not only due to the rarity of sages in Yudong, but also because he had heard a rumor. The sage of the prison sky domain was referred to as Yuqing. This led Yu Tianqing to think of the Yu ancestor who had vanished from Yudong nearly 10,000 years ago. After all, this ancestor had left the Yu family at a young age, disappearing without a trace. He had not inherited the position of family head, hence could not be regarded as the official ancestor. Merely one of the forebears. Had it not been for the rumor linking the sage of the prison sky domain to the name Yuqing, Yu Tianqing would not have carried the portrait of that ancestor. Having heard this, he had hoped to establish a connection, and upon meeting Yuqing, he found a striking resemblance. For Yu Tianqing, this was a stroke of serendipity. In truth, as Gu Qifeng pointed out, upon closer inspection, the portrait of their ancestor Yuqing bore only a 6/10 resemblance to the real Yuqing. However, from the moment Yu Tianqing laid eyes on Yuqing, he resolved that this individual was indeed the ancestor of the Yu family. It could only be so, despite Yuqing's refusal to acknowledge it. The fact that this ancestor was genuinely interested in the records within the Yu family library was a fortuitous stroke of luck. Yu Tianqing would not let this opportunity slip away. Even if he did not agree, at least a connection had been forged at AS for the revered treasures of the Tao. Yu Tianqing did not consider them significant. To him, they were merely legends. Exchanging a few legends for the chance to connect with a sage was an incredible bargain that he had not even needed to use the sage relics he had meticulously prepared, only offering the opportunity for inheritance and access to the Yu family secret library. The next step was to find a way to have Yuqing accept Yuting as his disciple, thereby truly linking the Yu family to the sage's legacy. It is easy to imagine the astonishment on the faces of representatives from various powers when they witnessed Yu Tianqing reverently following Yuqing out of the rear hall, addressing him as ancestor. Was it really that simple to attach oneself to a powerful figure, just by acknowledging an ancestor? If that was all it took, then surely they could do the same. In this moment, it was the collective sentiment of those present. However, others lacked the audacity to act in such a manner and, upon reflection, realized they did not even share the surname Yu, making it impossible to forge such connections. Thus, they had no choice but to abandon their aspirations. Amid the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd, Yu Tianqing strode proudly beside Yuqing, his chest puffed out. Ancestor, our family's airship awaits outside, ready for departure at any moment. Yuqing nodded, noticing that the Yu family's location was closer to the wasteland, making it convenient to return there after visiting the Yu family. Even if he decided to explore Yunzhou later, he would first need to return to gather Shaoli and the others. Yu Qifeng reluctantly saw Yuqing off to the airship. Li Xianhua followed suit without a word, as he was now a registered disciple of Yuqing, and no one could object to his presence. Yu Qifeng, resembling a mother sending her child on a journey, held Li Xianhua's hand and earnestly instructed him to serve the elder well, while also remembering to bring the master back home whenever possible. Finally, he gazed longingly as the Yu family airship ascended, disappearing into the clouds. It was only after a considerable time had passed that he turned back with a heavy heart. Yet, less than half an hour after Yuqing's departure, a subordinate hastily delivered a message. Domain Lord, there are visitors. Yu Qifeng waved his hand dismissively. The elder has already left. What visitors could there be? Just send them away. No, they do not seek an audience with the elder. The subordinate hesitated before continuing. They claim to be from the sacred heavenly domain of Yunzhou and request your immediate presence to meet with them. Gu Qifeng trembled all over. The holy celestial domain. He hastily made his way to the grand hall. Upon entering, he saw 3 figures standing within, who turned to face him upon hearing the commotion. Are you the current domain master of the prison celestial domain? Among the 3 was an elderly man and 2 young individuals. The elder, clad in a silver robe adorned with cloud patterns, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. His cultivation prowess surpassed that of Gu Qifeng, revealing him to be a formidable half-saint. The 2 young figures, one male and one female, were both tall and strikingly beautiful, radiating an air of nobility that set them apart from the ordinary. Gu Qifeng discerned that these 2 youthful figures were merely around a millennium old, even younger than Li Xianbai. Yet, both had already reached the pinnacle of the chaotic 4th realm. It was noteworthy that Li Xianbai, at the age of 1,000, had only just broken through to the chaotic 2nd realm, earning him the title of the greatest talent in the prison celestial domain over the past few millennia. In comparison to these 2, he seemed somewhat inadequate. It was almost inconceivable that anyone in Yundong could cultivate such prodigies. A sense of dread filled Gu Qifeng's heart. Indeed, these 3 had come from the holy celestial domain. It had been previously mentioned that the prison celestial domain was also appointed by Yunzhou to govern the 36 domains of Yundong. Although it was not a mundane empire, the prison celestial domain could be considered half official. The entity that appointed the prison celestial domain and granted it authority over the 36 domains was none other than the holy celestial domain. The holy celestial domain stood as a sacred place in Yunzhou, holding a status equivalent to that of the prison celestial domain in Yundong. However, this hierarchical relationship was merely nominal. The holy celestial domain had not dispatched anyone to Yundong for several millennia. Why then did they suddenly send representatives today? As Gu Qifeng pondered this, the elder scrutinized him and spoke indifferently. Although Yuandong is a barren land, the prison celestial domain is still a branch of our holy celestial domain. How has it fallen to such a state? With a domain master of merely this level of cultivation, furrowing his brow, Gu Qifeng replied, "The younger generation's cultivation is indeed shallow. I apologize for the embarrassment." At this moment, the young man among the two spoke up. "Lao Lu, being stuck in a remote place like Yuandong is not entirely the fault of the domain master. It is said that there isn't a single saint to be found in all of Yuandong today." The young woman nodded in agreement. "While that may be the case, I heard my master mention that the prison celestial domain had produced saints thousands of years ago, yet no one has managed to break through to the saint realm since that generation. It is indeed a testament to the incompetence of the later generations." Their tone, though calm, betrayed a sense of superiority that left Gu Qifeng feeling uncomfortable. However, given their status and strength, he could not express his displeasure openly and could only respond mildly. "If you esteemed ones from the holy celestial domain have come merely to criticize the prison celestial domain, then this domain master accepts it. However, if there are other matters at hand, we may as well discuss the business at hand." At this, the elder known as Lao Lu's expression darkened as he gazed at Gu Qifeng. "That it seems you are quite dissatisfied with my words." With that, he huffed coldly and suddenly struck out, aiming a palm at Gu Qifeng. Startled, Gu Qifeng quickly defended himself. The moment their palms collided, Gu Qifeng was sent flying, spitting out blood. "You cannot even withstand a single attack from me," Lao Lu remarked coolly. Gu Qifeng gritted his teeth. The elder's strength was indeed formidable, but he had yet to fully recover from his previous battle with the demon saint of slaughter. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated. Given the circumstances, Gu Qifeng knew he had to relent. "That it was my subordinates who were disrespectful." "Enough," the young man interjected nonchalantly. "Though you know who we are." Gu Qifeng lowered his head and responded. "I am unaware of your esteemed names," Lao Lu coldly announced. "These two are young master Tai Shi Yuan and fairy Lingqing Wan, both of whom are contemporary Dao seeds of our holy celestial domain." Gu Qifeng's heart surged with shock. In the holy celestial domain, the status of a Dao seed was akin to that of an heir in the prison celestial domain, groomed to become future domain masters. Historically, Dao seeds achieved at least the saint realm. No wonder this half-saint elder acted as a guardian for the two. Tai Shi Yuan spoke indifferently. "You are Gu Qifeng, the domain master of the prison celestial domain. Correct? We have not come to trouble you, but rather, we carry a significant mission that requires the cooperation of the prison celestial domain." Gu Qifeng bowed his head and replied, "Please instruct me, young master. However, I must admit that Yuandong is impoverished. I am uncertain what matters could warrant the presence of two Dao seeds at this moment." Lao Lu finally spoke up. "Do you know of the great Dao treasures?" Gu Qifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing his surprise. Fortunately, he was looking down, so the three did not notice his expression. Nevertheless, Gu Qifeng's heart was in turmoil that he recalled that Yuqing had just inquired about the great Dao treasures. It was precisely because the Yu family's library contained records regarding the great Dao treasures that he had gone there. However, to Gu Qifeng, the notion of great Dao treasures had always seemed akin to legend. Now, with Yuqing's inquiry just days prior, it was suspicious that the holy celestial domain had sent Dao seeds for the same purpose. If one were to claim this was merely coincidence, it would be hard to believe. Yet, he quickly suppressed his astonishment and spoke with lowered eyes. "I have only heard a few things, but I am not well informed." The young woman, the Dao seed Lingqing Wan, smiled softly. "That is only natural. Given your status, how could you possibly understand the great Dao treasures? However, Yuandong is fortunate. Just 2 days ago, a trace of the great Dao treasures was sensed in Yuandong. We have come under the command of our domain master to investigate the whereabouts of the great Dao treasures. Ordinarily, you would not have the privilege to know such secrets, but given your familiarity with this region, we are disclosing a portion of it." Tai Shi Yuan nodded. "After all, you are the host of Yuandong.to search for the great Dao treasures. We require the assistance of the prison celestial domain. If we can locate the great Dao treasures, you shall receive credit for your efforts that I will report to the domain and ensure you are promoted to a significant position in the holy celestial domain, freeing you from this barren land." Had Gu Qifeng heard such words a few days prior, he would have been overjoyed. Anyone with ambition would not let a chance to advance in Yuandong slip away. However, now, clarity filled Gu Qifeng's mind. The so-called holy celestial domain had not shown its face for thousands of years, ignoring the plight of the prison celestial domain. Even during the reign of the demon saint of slaughter, they had not intervened. The only saint from Yunzhou was one of the original 3 ancestors whom he had met during his training in Yunzhou. For years, the prison celestial domain had suppressed the demon saint. With no assistance from the holy celestial domain, and now they sought help when it was convenient for them. Moreover, they spoke with an air of superiority, as if bestowing a favor, while others might cherish such an opportunity. Gu Qifeng was not swayed. Meanwhile, his mind raced, noting their words. 2 days prior, a trace of the great Dao treasures had appeared in Yundong. He recalled that the Grand Elder had just emerged from seclusion 2 days ago. This was no mere coincidence. Could the trace of the great Dao treasures be related to the Grand Elder? Was that why the Grand Elder had shown interest in the great Dao treasures? Personally searching the Yu family library for information, all these thoughts flashed through Gu Qifeng's mind in an instant. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied, "Understood," with the command of the upper domain. "I shall comply. I will certainly do my utmost to assist the 3 esteemed ones in locating the great Dao treasures." Tai Shi Yuan scrutinized Gu Qifeng, narrowing his eyes before suddenly asking, "Could it be that you, Domain Master Gu, possess some clues regarding this matter?" Gu Qifeng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. "Young Master Jest, to be candid, prior to your mention of the great Dao treasures, I had thought them to be mere legends." Tai Shi Yuan gazed at Gu Qifeng for a moment before a slight smile graced his lips. "Is that so? Then I shall trouble you further." Domain Master Gu, Chapter 155. Collision. Gu Qifeng put on a facade of compliance, respectfully arranging a banquet to host the 3. He promised to mobilize the entire prison celestial domain to assist in their search for the great Dao treasures. The 3 harbored no suspicions, for it was indeed a fact that the prison celestial domain originated from the holy celestial domain. Moreover, Gu Qifeng was merely an ordinary half-saint, far from being a match for Lao Lu. Even the entire prison celestial domain seemed insignificant in their eyes, and they were not concerned about Gu Qifeng harboring ulterior motives. After a few rounds of drinks, Gu Qifeng excused himself under the pretext of arranging personnel within the domain. He made his way to a secluded hall, where his expression darkened. Without hesitation, he took out a jade talisman and began to send a message. Meanwhile, at the banquet, the 3 watched the direction Gu Qifeng had departed. Appearing relaxed yet maintaining a calm demeanor, "Seems this domain master knows more than we anticipated," Tai Shi Yuan remarked, lifting a cup of wine to his lips. Ling Qingwan scoffed lightly. "Daring to conceal information from us is a capital offense." Tai Shi Yuan smiled faintly, remarking, "The prison sky domain has been separated for many years. During this time, the holy sky domain has hardly intervened. Now, they have almost become independent. A sense of distance and vigilance is quite natural. And there is no need for you, junior sister, to be angered. Rather, it could be considered good news for you at the very least. He possesses genuine information." Lu Lao lowered his head and inquired, "Should I bring him here?" "Bring him for what?" Tai Shi Yuan finished his drink and gently wiped his lips, his gaze profound and devoid of any ripples. "Let him be. Perhaps he can lead us to the supreme treasure of the great path." Ling Qingwan frowned and said, "Senior brother, you are remarkably unhurried. Our master has already mentioned that we are not the only ones eyeing the supreme treasure. The current Yunzhou is no longer the era when our holy sky domain could dictate terms. Without a supreme being to suppress them, it is exceedingly difficult for our holy sky domain to contain those ambitious forces. Moreover, this supreme treasure is not merely a means to achieve sanctity. It also relates to the opportunity for ascension. We must ensure it does not fall into the hands of others." Tai Shi Yuan replied with calmness, "That is indeed the case. But why rush? Compared to our holy sky domain, they have even less foundation in the east of Yun. Their starting point will only be further behind us. Besides, we already have leads, do we not? Simultaneously, far above the prison sky domain." On the flying vessel of the Yu family, Li Xianbai received a message from the prison sky domain. After reviewing the content, his expression shifted slightly as he entered the cabin. "Master, there is a situation." Yuqing, after reading the message, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the holy sky domain, quite intriguing. What is their relationship with the prison sky domain?" Li Xianbai chuckled wryly, to trace back to the origins. The first ancestor of the prison sky domain indeed came from the holy sky domain. Thus, we can be considered a branch of the holy sky domain. However, since the establishment of the prison sky domain by the first ancestor, the holy sky domain has remained indifferent, and any real connection has faded. But they hold name and power, and the domain lord is at a loss. So I ask for your understanding. Master. That Yuqing shook his head. "It's merely a trivial matter. No need to concern yourself with them." As for you, Ti beckoned to Li Xianbai. "Come here. Though you are a registered disciple, you are still my pupil. Accept this as a token of your apprenticeship." Li Xianbai was taken aback and quickly replied, "To be accepted under your esteemed guidance is already a tremendous fortune." The disciple would not dare to be greedy. Why Yuqing dismissed his concerns and casually tossed an object to him. "Take it. It is nothing to me. By the way, I previously gifted a weapon to Xiao Lier." I shall give you one as well. As he spoke, he rummaged through his belongings. When Li Xianbai looked at the object in his hand, he realized it was a colorful jade disc. Confused about its purpose, he pondered briefly before infusing his consciousness into it. In the next moment, he was jolted, nearly kneeling down. Is this a treasure of enlightenment? In this world, countless treasures exist. Some are directly used for combat, while many assist in cultivation. Sacred relics often serve such a purpose, with the most exceptional being the treasures of sanctity. Through these treasures, one can inherit the profound imprints of a saint's path. With Li Xianbai's aptitude, possessing a treasure of sanctity would almost guarantee his ascension to sainthood. However, treasures of sanctity come with limitations. By inheriting the path of another saint, one may find a shortcut but also bind themselves with shackles. Following another's path, how can one surpass their limits? For the vast majority, this is not a concern, as most will never achieve sainthood in their lifetime. For them, a treasure of sanctity is the road to transcendence. Another type of similar yet distinct treasure is the treasure of enlightenment. This also belongs to the realm of saints, encapsulating the essence of one's experiences and insights in cultivation. Because it does not imprint a specific path, but rather the understanding of the journey, it lacks the direct power of a treasure of sanctity, yet remains unbound. One provides a clear path, while the other offers the wisdom of exploration. Both are precious in their own right, and the value of the treasure of enlightenment is not inferior to that of a treasure of sanctity. Since the founding of the prison sky domain, its most valuable treasure was the treasure of sanctity left by the founding ancestor, which brought forth the second and third ancestors to prominence. After the treasure of sanctity shattered, the prison sky domain has been in decline until now. Possessing this colorful jade disc of enlightenment could enable the prison sky domain to rise once more. The fact that Yuqing casually bestowed such a precious treasure upon him astonished Li Xianbai. He knew Yuqing's strength was profound, but today he realized that his master was not just powerful but also magnanimous. Yet, this was only the beginning. Yuqing rummaged again and casually produced a short spear. Tossing it to Li Xianbai, try this out and see if it suits you. If it does, keep it for future use. Li Xianbai knew that Yuqing possessed a broadsword, which was given to his previous disciple. Xiao Li no. Now he should refer to her as senior sister Xiao Li at this thought. Li Xianbai's expression changed slightly, and he coughed lightly, quickly dismissing it from his mind. Xiao Li was undoubtedly under 20 years of age. As someone over 1,000 years old, to call a child barely in their teens senior sister was a disconcerting thought. With a sigh, he lamented that he had entered the fold too late. But he could not blame anyone. Returning to the matter at hand, he had seen the power of Xiao Li's broadsword, which was terrifying, capable of cutting through almost anything. Yet, he was unsure whether the sword was fearsome or if Yuqing's prowess was the true source of its terror. Regardless, this short spear was likely no less formidable than the broadsword. Upon grasping it, Li Xianbai, a powerful figure in the chaos realm, felt its weight and could only imagine how formidable it truly was. Likely comparable to a small mountain, he inhaled deeply, channeled a trace of power, and tentatively thrust the spear forward. With a resounding boom, a large hole suddenly erupted in the side of the flying vessel, and a chilling spear light shot forth like lightning, piercing through an entire mountain below. The Yu family members aboard the vessel were all startled, with Yu Tianqing being the first to rush in. Enemy attack. Protect the ancestor. With that, he recklessly placed himself in front of his ancestor. Yuqing. Li Xianbai's mouth twitched at the misinterpretation. This was a misunderstanding. I didn't anticipate the power to be so great. He swore it was unintentional. Fearing too much destruction, he had only infused a barely perceptible amount of power, yet the resulting force exceeded his expectations. After understanding the situation, Yu Tianqing relaxed. I thought a madman had infiltrated the ship to cause chaos. It turns out it was Li Shengzi testing a divine weapon. Since it is not an enemy attack, I can rest easy. Although Li Xianbai's mishap was unintentional, he could not help but cast a glance at Yu Tianqing. This old fellow was quite the actor, who would possess the audacity and capability to stealthily board a vessel and attack a saint. What kind of boldness must one have? A person with such strength would not be stopped by Yu Tianqing. It could only be said that Yu Tianqing, as the current patriarch of the Yu family, was indeed cunning. His affection for his ancestor was sincere, perhaps even more genuine than that of a true ancestor. Yuqing, however, paid little heed to Yu Tianqing, nodding at Li Xianbai. Not bad. It seems to suit you, so there is no need for a change. Regaining his composure, Li Xianbai hurriedly bowed. Thank you, master, for bestowing this treasure. He was also deeply shocked, judging by Yuqing's words. In addition to the broadsword and this short spear, there were likely other divine weapons of similar caliber in his possession, perhaps even more than one. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned a replacement. Unlike Xiao Lier, Li Xianbai could comprehend the might of these divine weapons. The spear light he had unleashed with merely a trace of power was already comparable to attacks he had previously unleashed with all his might using his portable magical treasures. As someone who traversed the realms beyond the prison sky domain, the Tianqing twin rings he had previously used, though not sacred treasures, were still top-tier artifacts that in comparison to this short spear, they were utterly insignificant. To Li Xianbai, this short spear might even surpass sacred treasures. At that moment, he began to question his master's identity anew. Previously, like Gu Qifeng, he had speculated whether Yuqing truly had any ties to the Yu family. But now, he had dispelled that notion. The Yu family was unworthy. It was even possible that his master, Yuqing, was not merely an ordinary saint. Li Xianbai never anticipated that he would one day describe a saint as ordinary. Yet, he could not help but feel that way at this moment. He suddenly realized that his decision to linger in the wilderness and choose to unravel the mysteries of that forbidden area was indeed the wisest choice he had ever made. The vessel continued its journey, with Yu Tianqing and the others temporarily sealing off the damaged side, allowing them to reach the Tianfu domain, where the Yu family resided. The Yu family was the foremost family in the Tianfu domain and the most powerful force therein. The entire center of the Tianfu domain belongs to the territory of the Yu family. As the flying vessel approached the urban center of Tianfu, a thunderous cheer rose from below, akin to a mountain roaring or a tsunami crashing. A glance downward revealed a throng of people. A sea of faces would be an understatement. The area, spanning several dozen miles, was densely packed with shadows of humanity, all of whom had come from far and wide upon hearing the news. Members of various branches of the Yu family. They gathered here today solely to welcome a figure of paramount importance to the Yu family. As the flying vessel drew closer, Yuqing and others had already arrived on the deck. Observing the scene below, Yuqing felt little emotion. Although he had previously resided in the Fuyao Empire, which paled in comparison to this place, he had once commanded vast armies as the Prince of Celebration and had witnessed grand spectacles before. At this moment, Yu Tianqing approached with Yu Tingji, bowing respectfully. "Ancestor, these are all disciples of the Yu family, gathered to welcome your return." Yuqing nodded slightly, remaining silent. Suddenly, Yu Tianqing gritted his teeth and knelt before him. "Ancestor, I have a humble request." Yuqing's lips curled slightly. "I have mentioned before that I am not your ancestor, but since I intend to make use of the Yu family's library, it is only proper that you voice your request." Yu Tianqing pulled his grandson Yu Tingji closer and said, "My grandson asks for nothing more than to have Tingji accepted as your disciple. Our Yu family is currently in decline, and although I am the grandson of the ancestor, my cultivation is shallow. It would be a waste of Tingji's talent to remain within the Yu family." Yuqing was not surprised by this request. He had suspected as much when he saw Yu Tianqing accompanied by a young man. However, his discipleship, even if only nominal, would not be so easily granted. Just as he pondered whether to accept a disciple, another, more magnificent flying vessel emerged from the clouds above. The young man on the deck of this new vessel was taken aback by the throng below. "Am I at the wrong place?" A middle-aged man beside him replied. "Young master, you are not mistaken. This is indeed the Tianfu domain of Yundong, the stronghold of the Yundong branch of the Yu family." The young man frowned. If this is the Yu family, why are there so many people gathered? The middle-aged man hesitated before realizing, perhaps our family sent word ahead of our arrival, prompting these branch members to gather and welcome you. Upon understanding, the young man nodded with satisfaction. It appears that although they lack strength, they are still quite considerate. The middle-aged man concurred. Indeed, they naturally wish to return to the main branch of the Yunzhou family, and thus they must display some sincerity. The young man smiled. Though it is impossible for all these branch members to return to the main branch, if they are reliable and can assist me in locating a great treasure, I may consider bringing along a few capable individuals outside the direct lineage. Our Yunzhou family is currently in need of manpower." The middle-aged man smiled. This would indeed be their fortune. They will undoubtedly be grateful. However, as they descended, they noticed another flying vessel below. Whose vessel is that?" The young man's brow furrowed. Although the square was vast, the sheer number of people crowded together limited the available space. If both vessels landed simultaneously, they would inevitably collide. The young man thought it was his moment to descend and receive the homage of the branch members. Who would dare to interrupt at this time? The middle-aged man quickly recognized the flag on the other vessel and remarked, "Young master, that is also a vessel of the Yundong Yu family. It may have just returned from afar." The young man's expression relaxed slightly. In that case, I shall be magnanimous and overlook it. Let us descend." The middle-aged man promptly complied, maneuvering the vessel downwards. Yet, before they could land, the other Yu family vessel touched down first. Immediately, the crowd surrounding it surged forward, effectively blocking any space for the young man's vessel to land. They found themselves caught in midair, unable to descend or ascend, a predicament that left them bewildered. The young man and the middle-aged man were momentarily stunned. The young man soon regained his composure, his expression darkening. "See, what is happening?" The middle-aged man, known as "See," was momentarily at a loss for words. But as they descended closer, they could discern the scene below. A white-haired elder stepped off the first vessel. It was Yuqing, the current patriarch of the Yuandong family. See had evidently been briefed on the current circumstances of the Yuandong family. Thus recognizing him immediately, the young man's expression softened slightly. It made sense. Although he regarded the branch members as insignificant compared to the main lineage, it was reasonable for the patriarch to be honored in his own territory. Yet, in the next moment, as the elder Yuqing disembarked, he approached the side with a respectful demeanor, bowing his head as if awaiting the arrival of another. Then, to the astonishment of the young man and See, a youth, seemingly of similar age, clad in white with an extraordinary aura, gracefully descended from the vessel. In that instant, the crowd of family members erupted into thunderous cheers, nearly shaking the very vessel upon which the young man stood. When the youth raised his hand, the previously raucous cheers fell silent, and all heads bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the ancestor of celebration. This moment underscored the youth's esteemed position within the family. Meanwhile, the young man aboard the flying vessel felt his expression darken. Who was this individual? Why did the family refer to him as the ancestor of celebration? Wasn't the patriarch Yuqing the ancestor? See, too, was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was there another ancestor apart from Yuqing? The young man's frustration mounted. If Yuqing had appeared as an elderly figure like Yuqing, it would have been more acceptable. Yet, the fact remained that Yuqing appeared nearly his age, possessing an aura far from that of an aged elder. A youth of similar standing was receiving the fervent adulation of the family, while he, a noble descendant of the main lineage, was left suspended in midair, unable to descend. This was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yuqing was oblivious to the presence of the second flying vessel as he excitedly disembarked. Joining the throng in welcoming Yuqing, the family members were already informed of the return of their revered sage ancestor, and their excitement was palpable. After all, a sage was a rare figure. Having not appeared in Yuandong for nearly 10,000 years, even the formidable Qiutian domain, which governed Yuandong, had no sages in its ranks. The family was on the verge of welcoming back their sage ancestor. How could they not be thrilled? As they bowed in unison, chanting, "We pay our respects to the ancestor of celebration," Yuqing felt somewhat helpless. The family's display was overwhelming. Throughout this encounter, he had never truly seen himself as their ancestor. His initial pretense of being the patriarch of the Zihua sect was opportunistic, spurred by the sect's eager offering of the treasured relic left by the ancestor of Ziyun, the contents of that celestial crystal. The fragments of the heart of the great Tao had indeed captivated him, prompting his decision to protect the Zihua sect. As for the family, their sincerity was undeniable. They had presented their treasured heirlooms and sage lineage. Yet, none of it held any real utility for Yuqing. The only thing that truly attracted him was the library containing records of the great Taoist treasures. Still, this was insufficient to elevate him to the status of the family's ancestor. However, given the grand display before him, he could not entirely disregard their efforts. Thus, he offered a slight nod and a smile, allowing Yuqing to respectfully escort him from the vessel. While Yuqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "After nearly 10,000 years, you have finally returned to the family, ancestor. This is truly a monumental joy for our family." He declared that a banquet would be held in honor of the ancestor, celebrating his return for 3 consecutive days. The crowd erupted into another round of cheers. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel of the main lineage of the Yunzhou family, the young man's expression had darkened to the color of a soot-covered pot. His face clouded with anger. He ordered, "Quickly ascertain what is happening." The middle-aged man regained his composure and promptly acknowledged with a nod. With a swift leap, he soared downward, but as he descended, he let out a cold snort, unleashing his formidable aura. This was unmistakably a powerful being at the 5th realm of chaos. It is worth noting that within the Yu family, the strongest ancestor, Yuqing, was merely at the 4th realm of chaos. As his presence enveloped the square, it instantly overwhelmed everyone. The members of the Yu family trembled, finally noticing that, aside from the flying vessel welcoming the ancestor, there was indeed another ship present. Whose vessel is that? Someone questioned in confusion. Why Yuqing's gaze turned icy. On this significant day for the Yu family, how dare someone disrupt the ceremony? Did they think that being at the 5th realm of chaos granted them the audacity to act recklessly? Humph. Despite the Yu family's current decline, even with my 4th realm cultivation, we are still the true descendants of a sage. No matter how weakened we may be, our foundation cannot be belittled by a mere 5th realm of chaos. especially not in front of the ancestor. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped up to confront the descending middle-aged man. "Bold ruffian, how dare you act fiercely during the Yu family's grand ceremony?" Yu Tianqing bellowed. Raising his hand for a strike, the middle-aged man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon encountering a member of the main lineage, they would not only fail to greet him but also launch an attack. Moreover, this old man was merely at the fourth realm of chaos. This is outrageous. Despite his humble demeanor aboard the ship, the middle-aged man possessed pride. As a scion of the main lineage, how could he endure being provoked and assaulted by someone from a distant branch, whose cultivation was inferior? Enraged, he retaliated without a moment's thought. "Impudence! Kneel before me." At the fifth realm of chaos, each realm represented a significant leap in power. As a formidable figure from Yunzhou, he was confident that his strike could easily send Yu Tianqing crashing down. Yet, in the next instant, as their palms collided, the middle-aged man was astonished to find himself jolted upward. While Yu Tianqing merely staggered a few feet before regaining his footing, a cold smirk directed at the man in the sky. "It is you who should kneel before the ancestor." The middle-aged man was taken aback, realizing that an unseen force enveloped the square, augmenting Yu Tianqing's strength. Was this the enhancement of a formation's spirit vein? Shock and fury surged within him. While Yu Tianqing, brimming with confidence, understood that despite his fourth realm cultivation, the Yu family had countless powerful ancestors, and even semi-saint level beings had emerged from their lineage. This was the Yu family's stronghold, fortified over generations, granting him the strength comparable to that of a fifth realm of chaos. "Come and meet your end," Yu Tianqing shouted, charging forward once more, determined to swiftly subdue the ruffian and assert his prowess before the ancestor. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, capturing the attention of all present, except for Yuqing, who squinted at the flying vessel overhead. His gaze fixated on the banner atop the ship, where large characters fluttered, resembling the character "for you." After glancing back at the banner on the Yu family ship, he made a quick comparison, confirming his suspicion. Yes, it was indeed the same character. He stroked his chin, observing the combatants. So, what is the situation here? Unaware of the underlying tensions, the Yu family members cheered as their ancestor displayed his might. The middle-aged man, initially caught off guard by Yu Tianqing's strength, quickly regained his composure and began to hold his ground, matching Yu Tianqing blow for blow. Yet, with each exchange, the young man's expression grew darker. As the rightful heir of the main lineage, he had descended to the distant branch after many years, only to be attacked upon arrival. If this were to reach Yunzhou, would he not become the laughingstock of his family? Just then, a deep, aged voice echoed suddenly. Enough. The voice, imbued with an overwhelming presence, reverberated throughout the square, silencing the Yu family's cheers. This formidable aura far surpassed that of the two combatants in the sky, revealing the presence of a semi-saint, an ancestor of the branch. "You dare to strike at a member of the main lineage? Yu Tianqing, do you intend to rebel against the Yu family?" Upon hearing these words, Yu Tianqing's body stiffened. What did he just hear? A member of the main lineage? His mind froze for several seconds before he awkwardly raised his head to gaze at the banner atop the ship. Landing upon the character "for Yu." In that moment, his heart raced with tumultuous emotions. How could he still react? The individuals aboard the ship, and the one he was currently battling, were members of the main lineage of the Yu family. No one had informed him that the main lineage would send someone. Moreover, it had been thousands of years since they last contacted them. Why would they arrive now? And it seemed they were not ordinary visitors. A semi-saint, even within the main lineage, held considerable status. He quickly glanced at a middle-aged man in the crowd, transmitting a furious message. Why was I not informed of the main lineage's arrival? Had he known, he would never have allowed Yuqing to arrive today. This was a collision waiting to happen. The middle-aged man, Yuanchun, the current ancestor of the Yu family, frowned deeply upon hearing this. "Ancestor. I intended to inform you when I sent the message, but you insisted that the ancestor was arriving soon and that nothing else mattered. So I didn't want to disturb you. I thought it would be best to wait until you arrived to discuss this matter." Who would have thought that both would arrive simultaneously? Yu Tianqing felt as though the world was closing in on him. What was happening? He had worked tirelessly to revitalize the Yu family and return to the main lineage of Yunzhou. Yet here he was, being attacked by a representative of the main lineage. And Yuqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, cast a sympathetic glance at Yu Tianqing. Being the ancestor was truly no easy task. Chapter 158. Eliminate them all. At this moment, the voice of the semi-saint from the flying vessel resonated once more, laced with a hint of ire. It seems that over the years, the branch of the Yu family has sought to sever ties with the banner of the Yunzhou Yu family. You never allowed us to return to the banner of the Yunzhou Yu family either, Yu Tianqing thought bitterly. Though he dared not voice such sentiments, he quickly retracted his aura, hurriedly explaining, "It was a misunderstanding." "All a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?" A chilling voice emanated from the flying vessel. A figure slowly descended, revealing the young man he had encountered earlier. You dare to assault my subordinate upon our meeting. And you call this a misunderstanding? The young man, Yu Hualong, stepped back a few paces, positioning himself behind the young master, and coldly declared, "This is my Yu family's direct heir, the foremost talent of the current generation, Yu Hualong. As a branch, you ought to bow before the direct descendants of the Yu family. What do you have to say for your rudeness?" Yu Tianqing's heart sank. He understood that the presence of a semi-saint indicated that the individuals from the main lineage were indeed extraordinary. Yet he had not anticipated that it would be Yu Hualong, the top talent of the younger generation, the very heir of the Yunzhou Yu family. The arrival of such a significant figure, and his own clash with his subordinate, was a thunderbolt to Yu Tianqing, who had long fantasized about the Yu family's return to the main lineage. In a fluster, he instinctively bowed. "I am Yu Tianqing, the ancestor of the Yundong Yu family. It is an honor to meet young Master Hualong. The previous events were truly a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge that members of the main lineage were present and mistook you for intruders seeking to cause trouble. I implore you to see reason. Why Yu Hualong, already in a foul mood, retorted with a sarcastic laugh. You claim ignorance of the main lineage's arrival? Was no one informed before my arrival? He then turned to his subordinate. A.C. trembled, hastily replying, "Young master, I certainly informed the branch prior to our arrival." Yu Hualong's icy gaze zeroed in on Yu Tianqing. The latter trembled, feeling a sense of helplessness. How could he explain? Should he admit that he had been too preoccupied with bringing the ancestor back to the family to pay attention? If he voiced that, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, he glanced down at Yuqing, who appeared bewildered, as if wondering how he had become embroiled in this situation. His intent had been to seek help, but Yu Hualong seemed to misinterpret the situation, smirking coldly. "It appears that your branch's audacity to disregard the arrival of the main lineage stems from this individual. I wish to see who else in Yundong dares to show such disrespect to the Yunzhou Yu family." Under the watchful eyes of all, he slowly descended, stopping just a yard above the ground. In truth, Yu Hualong had intended to land directly, but as he approached the ground, he noticed that Yuqing appeared to be slightly taller than himself. Instinctively, he halted, looking down upon Yuqing from his elevated position. "Might I inquire who you are, esteemed one? It seems that the Yu family of Yunzhou does not warrant your regard. As the scion of the main lineage of the Yu family." Yu Hualong was already displeased to see numerous members of the branch line treating Yuqing with utmost respect while neglecting his presence. His words dripped with cold provocation. Why Yuqing furrowed his brow, gazing up at Yu Hualong in the sky. "I do not appreciate being looked down upon. If you wish to speak, come down and do so." Upon hearing this, Yu Hualong was instantly incensed. "What did you?" Yet before he could finish, an immense force surged from beneath him, yanking him downward. Why Yu Hualong cried out, attempting to break free, but he was utterly powerless. Descending like a rag doll and crashing violently to the ground, the abruptness of the fall left him sprawled awkwardly, disheveled and appearing utterly wretched. The sight of his flailing limbs and the comical nature of his descent elicited laughter from the surrounding onlookers, a sound that spread rapidly despite their immediate realization of its inappropriateness. Though fleeting, the collective chuckles transformed into an uproarious laughter that reverberated through the crowd, followed swiftly by an eerie silence. In the sky, Yu Tianqing and USC were left dumbfounded, trembling in shock. A palpable, oppressive fury emanated from the flying vessel above. At the center of this spectacle lay the unfortunate protagonist, Yu Hualong, who lay on the ground, dazed for a moment before regaining his senses. As clarity returned, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging from his forehead, and his entire body trembled in a fit of extreme humiliation and rage, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Having been raised in privilege and recognized as the foremost talent of the Yu family, Yu Hualong had never experienced such a disgrace. The audacity of the branch family members to mock him was infuriating. Each suppressed laugh cut through him like daggers. "Scoundrels!" He cursed vehemently. Finally, USC reacted, rushing to assist his young master. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Before he could finish, Yu Hualong's wrathful voice interrupted. "You lowly wretches dare to insult me. Kill them, slay them all." USC trembled in fear. "Kill them all. There are too many here." Meanwhile, a cold voice from the flying vessel echoed with fury. "Such insolence! Execute them!" In the next instant, a ferocious aura erupted from the vessel as a figure shot down like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Yuqing below. It was only then that Yu Tianqing regained his senses, his heart sinking. This was disastrous. There was no chance for reconciliation with the main lineage of the Yu family after such a debacle. Despite the chaos, Yu Tianqing rushed to intercept the descending figure, calling out, "My lord, please refrain from anger." But in the next moment, he was sent flying, spitting blood. Even with the reinforcement of the formations, his strength barely matched the fifth realm of chaos, rendering him incapable of withstanding the wrath of a half-saint. Fortunately, the half-saint, although furious, had not lost his reason and refrained from attacking the surrounding Yu family members. Instead, after sending Yu Tianqing flying, he directed an unrelenting strike towards Yuqing. Believing that any insult to Yu Hualong was an affront to the dignity of the entire Yu family of Yunzhou, the descending palm was swift and merciless, causing everyone present, including Yu Hualong, USC, and other clan members, to feel a suffocating pressure that made their bones creak under the weight. Yet this pressure dissipated almost instantly, as Yuqing nonchalantly raised his hand and flicked his fingers at the half-saint. The half-saint was propelled backward as if severed from his tether, crashing into the edge of the family square, causing the entire formation to tremble and reveal fissures. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tianqing's heart, already frozen in despair, turned to ice. He was not surprised that Yuqing had effortlessly sent the half-saint flying. In his eyes, Yuqing was indeed a genuine saint. However, the humiliation of Yu Hualong and the subsequent defeat of the half-saint left any hope for reconciliation with the main lineage utterly dashed. While saints were rare in Yundong, they were not uncommon in Yunzhou, where the main lineage had historically maintained several saints. As Yu Tianqing pondered the implications, a cough from the distance drew everyone's attention. The half-saint, having been struck and sliding down the formation, was now bloodied and struggling to rise, though he was still alive. While Yuqing, however, remained unfazed. His flick of the finger had employed minimal force, recognizing that this half-saint was slightly stronger than the previous opponent. Yet, the half-saint was in turmoil, fully aware of his own strength and shocked that someone of Yuqing's apparent ordinariness could so easily inflict such harm. A genuine saint. But wasn't it said that no saints resided in Yundong? Meanwhile, Yu Hualong, in a blind rage, had not grasped the gravity of the situation and continued to shout for bloodshed. Noticing USC in a stupor, he bellowed, "You useless fools! If you won't act, I will take matters into my own hands." It is often said that extreme anger can unlock a person's hidden potential. In a fit of fury, Yu Hualong lunged at Yuqing, only to be met with a single, effortless strike that sent him crashing to the ground. The impact shattered the square's surface, leaving Yu Hualong feeling as if a mountain had fallen upon him, spitting blood and losing consciousness. While Yuqing frowned, observing his hand, he had intended to deliver a fatal blow, but in consideration of the surrounding family members, he had moderated his strength to avoid catastrophic damage to the square. Consequently, his strike was lighter than intended. And Yu Hualong, endowed with some form of protective charm, bore the brunt of the blow without perishing. Just as Yuqing contemplated delivering another blow, the half-saint lunged forward, shielding Yu Hualong. "Please spare him. Venerable one, the young are unaware of the weight of their actions. I beseech your mercy." USC, witnessing the unfolding drama, also fell to his knees. "Please forgive us." At this moment, Yu Tianqing rushed forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He too knelt down, pleading, "Elder ancestor, young master, you is merely young and reckless, unaware of his actions. I implore you to show mercy and spare his life." Upon hearing this, the semi-saint of the Yu family was taken aback. Wasn't Yu Tianqing the elder ancestor of the Yundong Yu clan? Why did he refer to this seemingly youthful saint as elder ancestor? Could it be? At this moment, Yuqing's hand, which was about to descend, hesitated. He gazed at Yu Tianqing and said calmly, "It is not impossible for me to spare his life. I once promised you that. As a gesture of gratitude for the library, I would assist the Yu family once. Sometimes, choosing not to act can be a form of action in itself, since you have spoken on his behalf. I shall refrain from striking, but that opportunity to act has already been utilized." "Are you certain?" Chapter 160, Yu Tianqing's choice. Yuqing's hand remained poised above the heads of the semi-saint and Yu Hualong, metaphorically hanging over Yu Tianqing's heart, causing it to constrict. Yet, upon hearing Yuqing's words, he began to waver. He understood that although he had shown the proper attitude, representing the Yu family and venerating Yuqing as elder ancestor, the latter did not genuinely regard himself as such. It was merely a transaction to gain access to the Yu family's library. While Yu Tianqing had initially intended to leverage this opportunity to ensure his grandson, Yuqing, could become Yuqing's disciple. This would not only establish a connection with Yuqing but also provide a promising future for Yuqing, potentially leading the Yundong Yu family back to Yunzhou. Such an opportunity was a rare treasure for the Yu family, and he was reluctant to forfeit it. However, if he chose not to exchange it, allowing Yuqing to strike down Yu Hualong and the others would undoubtedly mean the Yundong Yu family could never return to the main lineage. Moreover, should the direct descendants be slain, the Yunzhou Yu family would surely be enraged and hold them accountable, leading to dire consequences. Even with Yuqing present, could he withstand the wrath of the Yunzhou Yu family? Although Yuqing was a saint, the Yunzhou Yu family boasted more than one saint. After much contemplation, Yu Tianqing gritted his teeth and implored, "I beseech you to show mercy, elder ancestor. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. We must not take the lives of those from the main lineage." Upon hearing this, Yuqing nodded calmly. "It appears you have made your decision. In that case, I shall spare these two. Now, take me to the Yu family's library." At these words, Yu Tianqing felt a chill wash over him. He realized that Yuqing could never truly become the Yu family's elder ancestor in that moment. He seemed to age hundreds of years. Exhaling a heavy sigh as he nodded, "Please, elder ancestor, follow me." He commanded the Yu family members to disperse, allowing the previously scheduled welcoming banquet to continue, at least for appearance's sake. Simultaneously, he instructed the family head, Yu Wanshan, to escort Yu Hualong and the members of the main lineage into the estate for proper accommodation. He then led Yuqing to the secret vault behind the Yu family estate, where the family's most treasured legacies, books, secret techniques, and scrolls were safeguarded. Historically, only the family head and the elder ancestor had the right to enter. Of course, Yu Tianqing understood that the other contents of the Yu family library held no significance for Yuqing. After all, even the most precious saintly inheritance of the Yu family had failed to pique Yuqing's interest. What, then, would these techniques, which did not even reach the realm of saints, matter? The guardian of the secret library, an elder of profound stature, had already been informed of their arrival. Upon seeing them, he hurriedly welcomed Yuqing with a look of utmost reverence. "Elder ancestor, the scrolls documenting the treasures of the great path that you wish to see are all here." The elder guardian of the Yu family bowed respectfully, indicating the table before him, which displayed 2 ancient tomes, several scrolls, and a few jade talismans. "These are primarily what our first ancestor brought from Yunzhou, along with a few scrolls containing the elder ancestor's own notes." Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. While the collection was far less than he had anticipated, it still held considerable value in his eyes. "Very well, you may leave. I will not take anything. I shall simply peruse the materials here. If you are concerned, feel free to inspect afterwards. Should any scroll be missing, you may inquire with me." Yu Tianqing forced a smile, replying, "Elder ancestor, you jest. Even if you were to take everything, we would still welcome you." Soon, the two departed, and Yuqing sat alone at the table, picking up the ancient texts to examine them. These tomes appeared quite aged, with records dating back at least 70 to 80,000 years. Had it not been for the Yu family's excellent preservation, they would have long turned to dust. The texts themselves were not specifically focused on the treasures of the Great Path, but rather documented various secrets from ancient times. Thus, Yuqing did not rush to seek out the records of the Great Path's treasures. Instead, he patiently began reading from the beginning. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yu family, Yu Hualong was in a fit of rage. A saint? What of it? Just because he is a saint, does he believe he can disregard the Yu family? The Yu Hualong had donned his garments with the assistance of servants and had tended to his injuries with healing elixirs. Restoring his previous noble demeanor, his expression remained grim. Does he think a saint can act without restraint? Does our Yu family lack a saint? Beside him, the semi-saint of the Yu family remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing. In his view, the appearance of a saint was no small matter. Turning to Yu Tianqing, he inquired coolly, "I have heard that Yundong has not produced a saint in nearly 10,000 years. Where does this one come from?" Yu Tianqing, having apologized profusely, hesitated before responding, "This saint is named Yuqing. Yuqing." Both Yu Hualong and the semi-saint of the Yu family were momentarily stunned. While the surname Yu was indeed common, its association with a saint, particularly in the Yu family, was anything but ordinary. Yu Tianqing hurriedly explained, "This esteemed ancestor, Yuqing, is a direct descendant from nearly 10,000 years ago, the third generation of our family. He left due to family grievances and achieved the status of a saint outside. Today, he has returned." Upon hearing this, both Yu Hualong and the semi-saint's expressions shifted dramatically, reflecting on the earlier events. They finally grasped why the Yu family members, including Yu Tianqing himself, had shown such reverence toward Yuqing. In truth, Yu Tianqing had come to realize that Yuqing did not exhibit any familiarity or affection for the Yu family. He likely was not their ancestor after all. Yet, with the main lineage present, he felt compelled to speak as he had. Another saint has emerged from the Yundong branch of the Yu family? The semi-saint found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Although Yunzhou was different from Yundong, where saints were a common sight, they were typically figures of significant stature, the pinnacle of power within formidable factions. The strength of a family was often measured by the number and prowess of its saints. The emergence of a saint from a branch family was no trivial matter. After some contemplation, the semi-saint's expression softened. "I did not expect that after thousands of years, a powerful individual from our branch would achieve the status of saint. This is indeed a joyous occasion for the Yu family of Yunzhou." However, Yu Hualong's expression became increasingly grim. If it were a saint from another faction, it would be one thing. But within Yunzhou, aside from the top 10 families and other elite powers, the Yu family held no fear of others. Moreover, the saint from the impoverished region of Yundong was of little concern. Chapter 161. Seizing the advantage. Yet, if it were one of their own, the family would undoubtedly not dismiss a saint over such a trivial matter. This meant that Yu Hualong's losses in this incident would likely go unaddressed. For one as proud as Yu Hualong, this was an unbearable humiliation. Yet, should Yuqing return to the family, not only would he have suffered in vain, but he would also have to address him as elder ancestor in the future. How could he endure such a fate? In a moment of silence, Yu Hualong's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. The semi-saint then spoke. We have come bearing an important mission, entrusted to the Yu family. Should you execute it well, the elder ancestor has indicated that we might consider allowing the Yu family to return to the main lineage. Yu Tianqing trembled with disbelief, his eyes alight with astonishment. Is this truly the case? What instructions does the main lineage have? We, the descendants of the branch, would go to great lengths to fulfill this. Demonstrating our sincerity to return, the semi-saint stroked his beard, chuckling. This matter should not have been disclosed to you in detail, yet it is fortunate that a saint has emerged from the branch family. This is beneficial for both parties. It seems this endeavor is nearly assured of success. In fact, just prior, the major powers of Yunzhou had sensed the presence of a treasure of the Great Path emerging in Yundong. The elder ancestor dispatched me and the eldest son to seek out the traces of this treasure. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqing was shaken to his core, his expression one of incredulity. The semi-saint assumed his astonishment stemmed from the news of the treasure. Chuckling as he said, "You must be surprised. For you, the treasure of the Great Path is little more than a legend." Yet, that was not the case for Yu Tianqing. A maelstrom of thoughts swirled in his mind. The very reason Yuqing had chosen to visit the Yu family was for the records of the treasure in the library. Now, the main lineage was also sending people regarding the treasure's presence in Yundong. Such coincidental timing could not possibly be mere happenstance. Could it be that this elder ancestor Yuqing was connected to this matter? He hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed one, where exactly does the aura of this great treasure manifest?" The half-saint of the Yu family shook his head, stating, "The great treasure is a creation that can alter the heavens and the earth. Once it appears, its aura will disturb the laws and secrets of the world. All the top factions in Yunzhou are prepared for this, constantly observing the celestial laws of the entire Yunzhou. Therefore, as soon as the aura of the great treasure emerges, it can be promptly detected. However, this will only reveal a general location, not the precise details. Currently, we know that its aura is situated in the central region of Yundong. Yet, although Yundong is a border wasteland, it is not small in size. Among the 36 domains, many are near the center, including even your Tianfu domain. The exact location remains unknown. Otherwise, the ones present here would not be merely myself and the young master. I fear that nearly half of the saints in Yunzhou would rush over, and a cataclysmic battle would ensue for the great treasure. For this reason, saints must not act lightly. Once a war among saints begins, it is difficult to bring it to a close. Moreover, if one strikes too soon, they may be taken advantage of. Thus, until the true whereabouts of the great treasure are uncovered, the saints will not act recklessly. Leaving the search to us.at this point, the half-saint of the Yu family stroked his beard and chuckled, yet they do not realize that from our branch in Yundong, a saint has emerged. In a time when no saints are present in Yunzhou, this is an enormous advantage. Who can rival us? It seems that this time, the great treasure is destined to fall into the hands of the Yu family. With a saint presiding over you, and the monumental achievement of locating the great treasure, returning to the main lineage will be but a matter of a single word, when that time comes. As the ancestor of the branch, upon returning to the family, your status might even surpass mine, and we shall truly be brothers in arms. Had these words reached Yu Tianqing's ears previously, he would have relished them with delight, perhaps even becoming ecstatic. Yet at this moment, Yu Tianqing found it difficult to smile. Close to the central region of Yundong, did they not originate from the prison sky domain, the very heart of the 36 domains in Yundong? Connecting these dots, Yu Tianqing was now certain that the so-called aura of the great treasure appearing in Yundong was most likely related to Yuqing. If Yuqing were indeed the ancestor of the Yu family, that would be splendid. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Yuqing was not. Seeing Yu Tianqing's peculiar expression, the half-saint furrowed his brows and asked, "What troubles you? Is there still a need for deliberation? Are you still worried about today's events?" He displayed a magnanimous smile and waved his sleeve. "The great treasure pertains to the future endeavors of our Yu family. And that esteemed ancestor Yuqing is a respected saint. It is only natural for a saint to have some temperament. Although you were at fault initially, the young master was indeed somewhat discourteous. Let us treat this matter as if it never happened. Even if the ancestor learns of it, he will not take it to heart. Rest assured. Yu Tianqing managed a strained smile and bowed. "Then I thank you, esteemed one." The half-saint of the Yu family nodded. "There is no time to lose. Make arrangements swiftly. Shortly, I shall personally discuss matters regarding the great treasure with your ancestor Qing." Yu Tianqing felt a bitter taste in his throat, wanting to express something but finding himself at a loss for words. He could only take his leave. Inside the grand hall, only a few members of the Yu family remained. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Hualong finally erupted. "Elder Huang, how can we let this group of branch family members insult this young master without consequences? What does it matter if they are saints? How can you Hualong endure such indignation? The half-saint known as Elder Huang smiled faintly, his gaze shimmering. Young master need not worry. I understand your grievances, but the foremost priority now is to seek the great treasure. As I mentioned earlier, having a saint stationed on our side is an immense advantage. If we can find the great treasure, it will be a monumental achievement. At that point, your status as the heir to the family will be as solid as a rock. As the heir, being recognized as the foremost genius of the Yu family, the opportunity to utilize the great treasure will naturally fall into your hands. Given your talents, securing a saintly position is almost guaranteed. With the great treasure, your potential is limitless. Should Yuqing return to the main family, one day he too will find himself beneath you, becoming a force within the Yu family. When that time arrives, you will have many ways to reclaim your dignity, will you not? Chapter 162. Unforeseen consequences at this moment. Within the prison sky domain, in the domain Lord's main hall, which had originally been the residence of Lord Gu Qifeng, had now transformed into a sanctuary for Yuqing's meditation. With Yuqing's departure, it was repurposed to host the three esteemed ones from the Holy Heaven domain. This place is the most spiritually vibrant area in the entire prison sky domain, second only to the central Holy Land, the blazing world volcano. Although Gu Qifeng felt some anxiety, he concealed it well and settled the three esteemed ones here. He feigned a desire to arrange for the forces of the prison sky domain to seek news about the great treasure before taking his leave. At this moment in the Grand Hall, the two Dao seeds from the Holy Heaven domain, Taisher Yuan and Ling Qingyuan, were gazing intently at Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. An 8-trigram copper mirror resting between his knees. He was performing a series of hand seals, repeatedly changing them to cast various seals into the mirror's surface, causing the 8-trigram symbols surrounding it to flicker and fade in a captivating manner, enveloping the entire hall in an extraordinary atmosphere. In the depths of the cosmos, it seemed as if something was being drawn in, falling into the copper mirror. A prominent rune suddenly illuminated the mirror's surface. Elder Lu opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within them, and a smile appeared on both Taisher Yuan and Ling Qingyuan's faces. As expected, the aura of the great treasure had indeed once manifested here. It is even possible that the initial emergence of the great treasure's aura originated from this very location, the prison sky domain. Elder Lu declared. At this moment, he seemed to be transitioning through his technique. His complexion pale, yet his gaze was piercing. Taisher Yuan smiled slightly and nodded. Elder Lu, you have worked hard. We have now locked on to our target. Who would have thought that the great treasure would be located in the prison sky domain? It truly is a case of finding the needle in the haystack, effortlessly. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. However, the great treasure is evidently no longer in the possession of Lord Gu Qifeng. It has already left the prison sky domain. Otherwise, there would not be such minimal reaction. It has likely been taken away. Taisher Yuan chuckled lightly. Naturally, a mere half-saint like Gu Qifeng lacks the ability or courage to seize the great treasure. The one who has found the great treasure is likely someone else entirely. Ling Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. Wasn't that Gu Qifeng just making an excuse to leave to send a message to someone? Taisher Yuan laughed. Indeed, that is why I mentioned that Gu Qifeng would lead us to the great treasure. Ling Qingyuan nodded. Senior brother, you are indeed clever. Should we capture Gu Qifeng for questioning? Taisher Yuan shook his head. If he has any connections with that person, doing so would only alert them. Since they are currently not within the prison sky domain, once they learn of our actions, they will undoubtedly flee with the treasure. When that happens, with Yundong being so vast, where shall we find them? Have no worry. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate, and we should be receiving news shortly. Ling Qingyuan, intrigued, asked, You dispatched someone? Senior brother, weren't we the only three who came here? How could there be others? Taisher Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Though Gu Qifeng has ulterior motives, there are still many in the vast prison sky domain who revere our Holy Heaven domain. Look, they have already arrived. In the next moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward of the prison sky domain entered the grand hall, accompanied by another elder. Upon seeing the three, the elder trembled and immediately prostrated himself. I am Ruan Yuantai, the fourth elder of the prison sky domain, honored to meet the three esteemed ones. Indeed, this elder was the sole survivor of the previous calamity involving the slaughtering heaven demon saint. Is he not an elder of the prison sky domain? Ling Qingyuan's eyes gleamed. Senior brother, when did you make contact with him? Taisher Yuan replied nonchalantly, just a little trick. Before we arrived, I anticipated that the prison sky domain had been independent for many years, and its lord had likely lost the support of the people. However, there are still some who look up to our domain. I merely needed to find one of them and have them reach out to others. As he spoke, he turned to Ruan Yuantai. Since you are an elder of the prison sky domain and not without strength, I trust you know quite a bit. Speak, and I may consider bringing you back to the Holy Heaven domain. Ruan Yuantai's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, and without hesitation, he nodded. Yes, esteemed ones. Recently, Within the prison sky domain, there was an incident involving the ancient slaughtering heaven demon saints unsealing, which nearly led to the destruction of the prison sky domain. All the other elders, except for me, unfortunately met with misfortune. Upon hearing one Yuan Tai's words, the expressions of the others varied. The slaughtering heaven demon saint, Ling Qingwan's eyes flickered. I feel as though I've heard this name before. Old Lu nodded slightly, saying, it is quite normal for your generation of youth to be unaware. This individual was a scourge in Yundong tens of thousands of years ago, a saint of the demonic path. Possessing considerable strength. It is said that at that time, he was nearing the level of a Wangxing, rampaging through Yundong, utterly invincible, close to Wangxing. Shi Yuan was somewhat astonished. I never expected such a figure could emerge from a mere Yundong. I have indeed underestimated this place. Old Lu smiled and replied, if even the great Dao treasures can manifest here, then it is not entirely impossible. However, this person ultimately strayed onto a misguided path, and his accomplishments are limited. Yet, within Yudong, he remains unchallenged. At that time, the prison sky domain sought aid from the holy sky domain, but as you might have heard, we were embroiled in internal strife. Moreover, although this fiend was rampant, he only terrorized Yundong and did not encroach upon the Yunzu, which is why we did not respond. In the end, he was besieged and defeated, seemingly sealed within the prison sky domain, sustaining his life through demonic means to this day, which is quite remarkable. Alas, had we known sooner, perhaps we could have summoned the domain lord to subdue him, and he could have become a significant asset for our holy sky domain. He then mused about what Yuqing had just mentioned. Old Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. This is intriguing. If he truly is a saint, the situation changes considerably. Yundong has not seen a saint in nearly 10,000 years. And now one has appeared, particularly in relation to the Yu family. Ling Qingwan scoffed, and what of the Yu family, even at the peak of their power, as one of the 10 great families? They dared not be disrespectful to our holy sky domain. Moreover, after so many years of decline, they have fallen from the ranks of the 10 great families. What is there to fear? Old Lu shook his head. That is not entirely accurate. During the Yu family's zenith, they had a Wangsheng presiding over them, and even among the 10 great families, they were among the strongest, while they may appear to be in decline now. Who knows how much hidden depth remains? One must not underestimate them. The key point is that the saints of the major powers have yet to make a move. The emergence of Yuqing has indeed stirred the situation. If we do not seize the initiative, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 163, The Legend of the Great Dao Treasure. After pondering for a moment, Shi Yuan spoke, regardless of Yuqing's true origins. The Great Dao Treasure is very likely in his possession, and we must respond swiftly. However, only the 3 of us have arrived. Even with Old Lu's presence, we cannot confront a true saint head-on. Ling Qingwan dismissed the concern. What of a saint? Does he dare to defy our holy sky domain? Over the years, we have suppressed so many saints that I can count them on both hands. A mere ordinary saint cannot possibly safeguard the great Dao treasure. Shi Yuan smiled faintly. That may be so, but how we proceed is another matter entirely. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Soon, Gu Qifeng, who was in the main hall arranging personnel and preparing to conceal information, received a summons from the Grand Hall. With a sense of unease, Gu Qifeng entered the Grand Hall, where he was met by the penetrating gazes of the 3 individuals present. His heart raced as he bowed respectfully. What instructions do you have for me, esteemed ones? Shi Yuan, with an enigmatic smile, said, Gu Domain Lord, we have heard that a saintly elder named Yuqing has emerged in the prison sky domain. Gu Qifeng's body trembled. Only these 3 had come, and no one else had inquired. How did they learn of Yuqing? Could there be a traitor within? Before Gu Qifeng could ponder further, Shi Yuan continued, the prison sky domain is considered a subordinate of the holy sky domain. Since there is a saint, we, as juniors, should pay our respects out of courtesy. May I ask, Gu Domain Lord, if you could introduce us to this Saint Yuqing, beyond the vast mountains and rivers? In the secret library of the Yu family within the Tianfu domain, Yuqing had just emerged from the depths of knowledge, even without considering the matter of the great Dao treasure. The 2 books he had been reading captivated him, yielding substantial insights. Although he had been in this world for some time, his understanding of the realm beyond the southern wilderness was limited. Let alone the history of this world in contemporary discussions of the ancient times, definitions vary widely. After all, even saints typically do not live beyond 10,000 years. Thus, for many, anything from 10,000 years ago could be deemed ancient. And so could anything from 50,000 or even 100,000 years ago. Each person has their interpretation, making it a nebulous concept. However, according to the ancient texts, the true ancient era began 300,000 years ago, encompassing the period from 300,000 to 100,000 years ago as ancient times, while the era from 100,000 years ago to the present is considered the current age. The 2 ancient texts were penned just over 90,000 years ago at the transition from ancient times. Before the ancient era, which began 300,000 years ago, lay an even older age known as the primordial age, which can be traced back a million years. This was a miraculous era, regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation on this continent. During the primordial age, it was not uncommon for chaos to abound, and saints were plentiful. At that time, only those who reached the chaotic realm were deemed somewhat worthy, while saints were the true powerhouses. Among the saints, those who attained a certain level on the path of the Great Tao, rising to a higher echelon, were referred to as Wangxing. Only Wangxing had the right to establish sects and pass down legacies. Above Wangxing lies the currently known highest realm, the Supreme. The primordial age was the era with the most Supremes, yet achieving the Supreme status could not be accomplished merely through diligent training. Lacking unique opportunities made it almost impossible to attain. This unique opportunity is the Great Tao treasure. Every single one of these treasures is a miraculous artifact born of heaven, not a product of earthly creation. It is said that they manifest the principles of the Great Tao, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. The beginning of the primordial age, at a certain moment, divine stars descended from the heavens, scattering in all directions to become numerous Great Tao treasures, which then fell into the world. Upon reading this, Yuqing recalled the records in the notes of the ancestor Ziyan. The fragments of the heart of the Great Tao within the heavenly crystal also fell from the sky within a meteorite, subsequently consumed by a strange beast before evolving. Ancestor Ziyan slayed the beast to obtain this fragment. It appears that these Great Tao treasures originate from beyond the heavens, potentially representing the manifestation of the Great Tao principles. Regardless, with the Great Tao treasures raining down, the cultivation civilization on this continent began to advance at an explosive pace, with saints and Wangsheng emerging one after another. Through the comprehension of the Great Tao treasures, people created cultivation techniques that were more refined and powerful than those prior to the primordial age. It was only through understanding the Great Tao treasures themselves that Wangxing could progress further and achieve the supreme status. However, it is said that to attain the supreme status, one must consume the Great Tao treasures themselves. Thus, for every supreme that appears, a Great Tao treasure is lost. Currently, no one knows how to create a Great Tao treasure, meaning that each one lost is irreplaceable. Consequently, the cycle of prosperity leading to decline is inevitable. Although some have researched methods to prolong the Supreme's abilities, such as passing down their cultivation insights, these methods cannot endure. The treasures created by saints throughout their journey to become saints also emerged during this process. At the pinnacle of the primordial age, a great war erupted. The cause of this war remains unknown, but it engulfed the entire continent, drawing in nearly all powers and supreme beings. Countless saints and Wangsheng perished in this conflict, with even the majority of supremes meeting their end. Yet, the Great Tao treasures became exceedingly scarce. Following this war, the primordial age came to an end, transitioning into the ancient era. Since that time, the flourishing of the cultivation realm has plummeted dramatically, with supremes growing increasingly rare and new supremes appearing infrequently. Even to this day, in the vast land of Yunzu, there has not been a single Great Tao treasure revealed in tens of thousands of years, with each occurrence sparking frenzied competition among the major powers. By the time this book was written, the number of supreme beings had dwindled to a mere handful. Even Wangxing had become a regional overlord. While no further records exist, Yuqing could easily surmise that the situation today has likely worsened. It seems that the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao is indeed a Great Tao treasure. Why Yuqing speculated. Or perhaps the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao is the true name of the Great Tao treasure. If the task progress provided by the system relates to the number of Great Tao treasures in this world, does that not imply that only 8 remain? What might occur if all 8 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao were collected? Just as Yuqing pondered these thoughts, a knock echoed from outside. Chapter 164. An unexpected choice. Without looking up, Yuqing called, "Come in." "Yes, Ancestor Qing." A respectful voice responded, and a figure entered slowly. It was Yu Tianqing. "I have yet to finish reading. Is there something you need?" Yuqing continued to read while inquiring. Why Yu Tianqing hesitated before speaking. "Ancestor Qing, are you aware that a Great Tao treasure has appeared in Yundong?" In the next moment, Yuqing answered without hesitation, "Oh, I'm aware." "Actually, what did you say, Ancestor Qing?" Just as Yu Tianqing was about to continue, he suddenly realized the implications of Yuqing's response, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He had meticulously prepared countless arguments in hopes of persuading Yuqing to aid the Yu family in their quest for the ultimate treasure. In his view, the original Yu family of Yundong might not even warrant a glance from Yuqing. However, if the Yundong Yu family could reclaim its primary lineage, the situation would be entirely different. Even a sage hailing from Yundong might not be able to resist the allure of becoming an honored ancestor to the Yu family's esteemed lineage. Little did he know, before he could even begin, Yuqing delivered a staggering revelation. It turned out that the ancestor of Qing had long been aware of the emergence of the ultimate treasure. Yet, Upon reflection, Yuqing found this revelation unsurprising. If the ancestor of Qing were not privy to the existence of the treasure, why would he have come to the Yu family's library in search of its records? As thoughts raced through his mind, Yuqing inquired, "Ancestor Qing, did you come to our library to seek the records of the ultimate treasure that has appeared in Yundong?" "Of course not," Yuqing replied with unwavering clarity. Before Yuqing could process this, Yuqing's next statement hit him like a thunderbolt. "As for the ultimate treasure in Yundong, I have already found it. What? Yuqing was utterly dumbfounded, his mind momentarily paralyzed. He stood there, frozen, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the revelation. Though he had previously considered the possibility of Yuqing's connection to the ultimate treasure, he never imagined that the object coveted by the Yu family's primary lineage was now in Yuqing's possession. This left him in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, Yuqing finally gathered his thoughts, his gaze towards Yuqing now transformed. Had Yuqing not possessed the ultimate treasure, he might have still attempted to persuade him to assist the Yu family's primary lineage in its search, thereby facilitating the return of the Yu branch to Yuzhou. But now that Yuqing had already acquired it, to suggest such a thing would merely amount to asking him to relinquish his possession. Yuqing, a seasoned cultivator with years of experience, was not a naive child. Although he had not extensively studied the information regarding the ultimate treasure within his family, he was aware, through ancient legends, of its significance, an object that could drive even sages to madness. And before him stood Yuqing, a sage himself. Could he truly demand the return of the ultimate treasure that Yuqing had rightfully obtained? In that moment, Yuqing's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Given Yuqing's demeanor, it was evident he had no intention of concealing the truth. Exposure was merely a matter of time. And inevitably, the primary lineage would demand the ultimate treasure from him. Should Yuqing refuse, confrontation and conflict would surely ensue, and Yuqing pondered the precarious position of the Yundong Yu family. If he had not previously mentioned to Elder Huang of the Yu family that Yuqing was the ancestor of the Yundong Yu family, the situation might have been different, but now, the connection was undeniable. Of course, he could choose to remain silent and discreetly report to the members of the Yu family's primary lineage, potentially emerging unscathed, or even gaining favor. Yet, if both sides were to escalate into conflict, the consequences of a sage battle could be catastrophic, possibly leading to the annihilation of the entire Yundong Yu family. In this moment of turmoil, Yuqing recalled the teachings instilled in him by his parents, mentors, family elders, and ancestors throughout his life. The imperative to ensure the Yundong Yu family's return to its primary lineage, a hope cherished for millennia. All of his efforts over the years had been devoted to this singular purpose. And now, he faced the most consequential decision of his life. Engulfed in this internal struggle, he failed to notice that Yuqing had lifted his head and was quietly observing him, recognizing the turmoil reflected in his expression. Yuqing, unaware of the intricacies at play, had already begun to piece together some of the puzzle. Earlier, on his way to the Yu family, he had received word from Gu Qifeng that individuals from the holy domain of Yuzhou had arrived searching for the ultimate treasure. With countless powerful factions in Yuzhou, it was clear that they were not the only ones interested. He was also aware that the Yu family was but a branch of the main lineage in Yuzhou. Thus, upon learning that Yu Hualong and others were emissaries from the primary Yu family, he had surmised their intent. Nevertheless, he boldly declared before Yuqing that the ultimate treasure was in his possession. Eager to gauge Yuqing's reaction, moments later, Yuqing suddenly trembled, as if awakening from a dream. "What is it?" Yuqing inquired, setting aside the scroll he was holding. He was neither surprised nor angered by Yuqing's choice. It was only natural. Having spared Yu Hualong and entered the Yu family library, both parties were effectively even. Yet in Yuqing's eyes, a flicker of resolve emerged. To Yuqing's astonishment, he suddenly bowed his head and knelt. "Ancestor Qing, I have exceedingly important news to convey. I implore you to exercise caution." This caught Yuqing off guard. "What is it?" Yuqing's forehead nearly touched the ground as he spoke gravely. "The individuals from the Yu family's primary lineage today have come specifically to seek the ultimate treasure that has emerged in Yudong. If it becomes known that the ultimate treasure is in your possession, the consequences will be dire. I urge you to keep this matter confidential," he continued. "It is likely that the primary lineage will request you to represent our Yundong Yu family branch in assisting them in their quest for the ultimate treasure. How shall we proceed? I beseech you to guide us." The weight of his words seemed to drain Yuqing of strength, causing him to tremble slightly in exhaustion. Meanwhile, a smile crept onto Yuqing's lips. Reminiscent of the time he had been blindsided by Nangong Fuyao's betrayal, today, he found himself equally surprised by this unexpected outcome. Chapter 165. I am your grandfather. It can only be said that the human heart is indeed the most elusive of enigmas. Since his arrival in this world, Yuqing had encountered no rival. Even he was uncertain of the extent of his own strength. He possessed numerous treasures acquired through the system and had the ability to transform all things. Yet, despite his invincibility, He could not accurately gauge the complexities of human emotions. Anyone might make an unforeseen choice at any moment. A grin spread across Yuqing's face, growing ever brighter. For him, the thrill of unearthing treasures and fulfilling the system's tasks paled in comparison to the intrigue of human nature. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and smiled nonchalantly. You must understand, I am not truly the ancestor of your Yu family. If my memory serves me well, you should be quite eager to return to the primary lineage of the Yu family. Why then do you caution me instead of informing your primary lineage? Yu Tianqing slowly lifted his head, a bitter smile gracing his features. Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, Ancestor Qing. Initially, that was my intention. However, just now, as I reflected on the past, I realized my entire life has been dedicated to the hope of the Yundong Yu family returning to its primary lineage. Countless efforts have been expended toward this goal. Yet today, I witnessed the disgraceful behavior of the Yu family's most talented heir, young Master Yu Hualong, that he appeared to regard us, the branch members, with utter disdain, even threatening to annihilate us in a fit of rage. This revelation shook my belief that the primary lineage we have longed for across millennia is as sacred and unattainable as I once thought. They seem no different from us. If anything, they are merely stronger. Yu Tianqing let out a nervous laugh. The heir of the Yu family couldn't even mask his hatred. In the Great Hall, his animosity was palpable. I pondered, even if you were to become the true ancestor of our Yu family, surrendering the ultimate treasure and leading the Yundong Yu family back to the primary lineage, what would we truly gain? It seems implausible that the tens of thousands of branch members could all return. Even if we did, with our current strength, we would be unable to occupy any significant positions. Perhaps if we had a sage like you as our ancestor, life might be somewhat better. However, given young Master Hualong's evident animosity toward you, the future may not be so simple. If you were to inherit the Yu family, what fate would await us? With a long sigh, Yu Tianqing concluded, truthfully, I should have grasped these truths long ago. Yet, blinded by the expectations of my mentors, the wishes of my parents, and the hopes of previous ancestors, I have lived my life in pursuit of returning to the primary lineage. But why must we remain subservient to another family when we could forge our own path? In this moment, I understand what it means to have a broadened perspective. Perhaps that ancestor who shared your name had come to realize this as well. Which is why he distanced himself from the Yu family. He turned to Yuqing once more, bowing his head again. Compared to the lofty, ethereal primary lineage of the Yu family, I would rather place my faith in you, Ancestor Qing, who stands before me. In this moment, he felt a twinge of apprehension. He had made his choice, but Yuqing's intentions remained uncertain. The other party is not the true Qingzu, should he wish to withdraw. No one could possibly stop him. At that time, the Yu family would likely find themselves at a loss as to how to navigate their circumstances. However, Yuqing remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile once more. How intriguing. Some matters simply defy understanding, regardless of the passage of thousands or tens of thousands of years. Yet, perhaps what has been incomprehensible for millennia can be resolved with just a single opportunity. He slowly rose to his feet. Now, that opportunity is yours. Yu Tianqing suddenly looked up. Are you suggesting? Qingzu. Yuqing replied coolly. As for matters concerning the ancestor, I am not particularly inclined. After this incident passes, I will still take my leave. However, that little one from your family may accompany me, albeit merely as a nominal addition. Yu Tianqing trembled with disbelief, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. Very well, the main lineage of the Yu family wishes to see me, and I have grown weary of reading. Let us proceed. Yu Tianqing, brimming with excitement, scrambled to his feet. Yes, Qingzu, please follow me. The two of them exited the Yu family library, with Yuqing maintaining a subtle smile throughout. In truth, even at this moment, the Yundong Yu family could offer him little advantage. The transaction regarding the hidden library had been settled. By Yuqing's usual disposition, he would have little interest in the affairs of the Yu family. Yet, life is ultimately about finding satisfaction. Discovering treasures, fulfilling system tasks, and receiving rewards brought him a sense of intrigue. The current situation, where Yu Tianqing made choices under such circumstances, piqued his interest as well. As long as it aligned with his desires, even without tangible benefits, what harm could there be in acting as an elder for the Yu family? Before long, the two returned to the main hall of the Yu family. At this moment, upon encountering the half-saint of the Yu family, the latter's demeanor had become considerably more respectful. Before Yuqing could approach, the elder stepped forward and offered a salute. Yu Huangyan. I pay my respects to Ancestor Yuqing. Next to him, Yu Hualong reluctantly followed suit. Ancestor Yuqing, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Observing the dark scowl on Yu Hualong's face, Yuqing chuckled knowingly. As Yu Tianqing had said, this fellow could not conceal his emotions. Having cultivated to the chaotic realm, he should have been hundreds or even thousands of years old. Yet evidently, His maturity had not kept pace with the passage of time. Perhaps this was a downside of the privileged upbringing of second-generation scions from prominent families. Yu Huangyun was different. His expression revealed no trace of displeasure as he skillfully masked his emotions that he spoke. Ancestor Yuqing, I trust you are already aware of the circumstances. The previous events were merely a misunderstanding. And I kindly ask you not to take offense. The relationship between the branches and the main lineage of the Yu family is of utmost importance. Moreover, regarding the matter of the great treasure, the main lineage is determined to acquire it. This is also an excellent opportunity for the branches to return to the main lineage. I have already informed the main lineage's ancestor of this matter. Now, the ancestor wishes to speak with you face-to-face. Yuqing nodded without responding. Yu Huangyun raised his hand and produced a jade talisman, activating it. In an instant, the image of a dignified elder appeared in the void. Gazing at Yuqing, you are Yuqing? Yuqing smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, I am your maternal grandfather. At this declaration, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. Even the dignified elder in the image was taken aback. Before erupting in fury, what did you say? How dare you insult me? Unexpectedly, Yuqing shook his head. No, I am not insulting you. The elder was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? Yuqing, with a serious expression, replied, you just referred to me as Yuqing, which is incorrect. My surname is Yu, my given name is Qing, and my courtesy name is grandfather. Please address me by my courtesy name. Grandfather. The elder was momentarily bewildered, hesitating before finally speaking. You grandfather? Yuqing smiled gently and replied. Ah, dear grandson, why would you call me grandfather? Only then did the elder react, growing furious once more. Are you mocking me? Of course I am. Yuqing shrugged. Who told you to be so foolish as to question if I would dare insult you after I have already done so? At that moment, everyone in the hall, Yu Huangyun, Yu Hualong, and Yu Tianqing was left speechless. They were well aware of the elder's identity. He was the current ancestor of the Yunzhou Yu family, a figure renowned across the entire Yunzhou, a legendary being beyond the comparison of ordinary saints. In a fit of rage, he could easily obliterate all of Yundong. The fact that Yuqing had openly insulted him and toyed with him was nothing short of astonishing. Why Yu Tianqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Although he had already resolved to side with Yuqing, this display was still too shocking, leaving his heart racing. Meanwhile, the elder's expression had turned completely grim. Well done. Yuqing. I never expected someone like you to emerge from the Yundong branch. Having lived for over 10,000 years, the elder was not one to be easily deceived by such childish antics. However, it was precisely because of this that he regarded Yuqing as a saintly figure. An existence of ancestral caliber, not one to indulge in such frivolity. Yet, he never anticipated that Yuqing would indeed treat it as a game. Nevertheless, being an ancient figure of legendary status in Yunzhou, the elder quickly suppressed his anger. He thought to himself that everyone was a person of stature, and there was no reason to resort to harsh words without cause. After contemplating, he spoke. To speak ill upon our first meeting suggests you harbor grievances against the main lineage. I understand that for thousands of years, the main lineage has indeed neglected the Yundong branch, and your discontent is understandable. However, you must also know that the main lineage has faced its own challenges in recent years. He sighed. Thousands of years ago, the Yu family ranked among the top 10 families in Yunzhou, but now we have been displaced by the rising Zhan family. Both families reside in the eastern part of Yunzhou, competing for influence. In such circumstances, the main lineage has been preoccupied with its own affairs and has had little bandwidth to attend to its branches. You are aware that the Yu family has branches scattered beyond just Yundong. However, your Yundong branch was indeed founded by that esteemed ancestor, so it retains the true bloodline of the Yu family. At this point, Yuqing grew impatient and interrupted. What is your point in rambling on like this? Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze darkened once again. Yet, the years of cultivation had taught him restraint, allowing him to suppress his anger and respond calmly. You are already aware of the circumstances. The emergence of the great treasure in Yundong represents an unparalleled opportunity for the Yu family after millennia. If we can obtain it, the Yu family will rise again. No, we may even surpass our former glory. Your Yundong Yu family can naturally return to the main lineage. Currently, I maintain a delicate balance with the saints of other families and cannot act lightly. Yet, you, being in Yundong, possess a significant advantage. I promise that if you assist the Yu family in retrieving the great treasure, I will ensure that all direct descendants of the Yundong Yu family return to the main lineage. Joining the direct line and enjoying the same privileges as other direct descendants, you will also become one of the ancestors of the Yu family, second only to me. As long as I am alive. This will never change. Are you satisfied with this condition? Yu Tianqing listened, his eyes flickering. Had he heard this before, he might have reconsidered his stance. Yet, now that he had made his decision, he remained steadfast. As for Yuqing, that he showed no reaction whatsoever. Whether the Yundong family returned to the main lineage was of no concern to him. He even yawned and asked, "Are you finished?" The elder's expression grew colder still. "What? Is this not enough? Very well. If you have any conditions, feel free to propose them. I will grant them as long as I am able. Why?" Yuqing smiled faintly. "My condition is simple. You can all leave." As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his palm, revealing an object that appeared in his grasp. The moment this item materialized, it captivated everyone's attention. The elder's gaze fixated on the object in Yuqing's hand. His eyes filled with longing as his voice trembled. This is. The object in Yuqing's hand was, in fact, a fragment of the heart of the great Tao, obtained from the heavenly crystal. Why? Yuqing nodded. "Indeed. This is what you seek, the so-called great treasure." The elder's eyes nearly bulged as if he wanted to devour the heart of the great Tao fragment in Yuqing's hand, and he could hardly contain himself from lunging forward to snatch it. "The great treasure, you actually found it." The elder trembled with excitement. "Quick, hand it to me. As long as you surrender it, I will agree to any condition. I would even give you the entire Yunzhou family. You can take my position. Who would dare to oppose?" Yuqing simply smiled, remaining silent. At this moment, he began to grasp the immense allure that the heart of the great Tao fragment held for these saints. A great treasure represented an opportunity to achieve supremacy. Currently, in all of Yunzhou, the Wangxing reigned supreme while the Zun remained hidden. Once someone can openly achieve supremacy, they will overshadow all others and truly deserve the title of supreme. The elder of the Yu family, unable to tear his gaze away, exclaimed, "Yuqing, you cannot fathom the significance of this unparalleled treasure. The entire Yunzhou is currently focused on its whereabouts, once it is revealed. Do you think you alone can safeguard it? No, you will find yourself on a path of certain death. Only by surrendering it can our Yu family, with our might, protect this treasure and assimilate it. If you contribute it, you will be the greatest benefactor of our family in millennia. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you." Chapter 167. You are doomed to die. As he spoke, the elder cast a glance at Yu Hualong. If memory serves, Yu Hualong has disrespected you before. Do you still harbor resentment over it? As long as you agree to hand over the unparalleled treasure, our family will yield to your wishes. I can hand Yu Hualong over to you right now, leaving him at your mercy. Moreover, there will be no retaliation afterwards. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath by the heavens." Upon hearing this, Yu Hualong's expression changed dramatically. The elder of the Yu family bellowed, "Silence! You have no right to speak. You are more of a hindrance than a help." In that instant, Yu Hualong trembled, his face devoid of color. Even Yu Huangyun appeared somewhat disconcerted. Reflecting on the elder's prior words, they finally understood that even if they truly found the unparalleled treasure, they would have no share in it. The elder's quest for the treasure was solely for his own benefit. Yet, this is the norm in the cultivation world. At their level, one's own strength is paramount. Even a single step upwards makes a world of difference. If one can achieve supremacy, what does it matter if a mere family ceases to exist? It can always be rebuilt. Faced with the elder's urgency, Yuqing smiled slightly and nodded. "Very well, I shall give it to you." With that, he extended his hand to present the fragment of the heart of the Tao to the elder's shimmering form. The elder's eyes widened, filled with excitement. "Excellent. You have made a wise choice. I shall not treat you unfairly. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Return with the unparalleled treasure to Yunzhou, and I will personally come to assist you." However, Yuqing tilted his head. "Return to Yunzhou? For what purpose? You expect me to journey a great distance to deliver this treasure to you? You are right here. Why not come and take it?" The elder frowned. "What are you saying? This is merely an image. Even with my strength, I cannot instantly descend from Yunzhou. If you are unwilling to come personally, then hand the treasure to Yu Huangan for him to bring back." Yuqing smiled gently and shook his head. "No, I will give it to you. You must come to collect it." The elder furrowed his brow. "That is true. Handing it to Yu Huangan carries risks. In that case, you should remain here in the east of Yun, guard the unparalleled treasure, and seal off the news that I will depart immediately and will reach you within 3 days at most." Yuqing chuckled and shook his head once more. "You expect me to wait 3 days for you? That is unacceptable. I do not have that kind of time. Today, if you do not come to collect it, I shall keep it." Although he had initially been overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the unparalleled treasure, the elder, with over 10,000 years of cultivation experience, began to regain his composure and realized something was amiss. He stared coldly at Yuqing and said, "What do you mean? I am thousands of miles away. Even if I possess transcendent strength, I cannot arrive in a day. Are you toying with me?" Yuqing grinned. "Finally, you are catching on. Indeed, I am toying with you." As he spoke, Yuqing flipped his hand and reclaimed the fragment of the heart of the Tao. The elder's aura intensified, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Even from thousands of miles away, The hall grew chillier in response to his presence. So, Yuqing, you truly do not know your place, though you really believe you alone can protect this treasure? Yunzhou is vast, and the sages are numerous. You cannot count them on two hands. How many can you contend with alone? Moreover, there are disparities even among sages. Your obstinacy will surely lead to your demise. Yuqing yawned again. All right, enough of the idle chatter. The treasure is in my possession. Come and take it if you wish. As his words fell, he waved his hand, scattering the elder's image. Simultaneously, the jade talisman in Yu Huangyun's hand shattered. At that moment, in a forbidden hall of the Yu family, thousands of miles away in the southeast of Yunzhou, the elder gazed at the fading image before him, his face betraying no anger. Yet, the deep-seated killing intent in his eyes remained unyielding. Why, Yuqing, is it? You have truly exceeded my expectations. Though you are blind to the danger, I must thank you for revealing the location of the unparalleled treasure. With that, he slowly turned to face the east. It was time to set out. The opportunity for ascendance belongs solely to me. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Yu family in the east, an oppressive silence fell. Yu Hualong and Yu Huangyan both turned ashen, speechless. They had not anticipated that the unparalleled treasure lay in Yuqing's hands. Had they known, they would never have rashly informed the elder about meeting with Yuqing. They were also taken aback by Yuqing's audacity. Not only did he show no respect to the elder, but he also toyed with him repeatedly. In all of Yunzhou, few possessed such gall. While Yuqing might face a dire fate ahead, the pressing question remained. What should they do now? Yu Tianqing evidently shared this concern, cautiously inquiring, what should we do about these two? Yuqing glanced at the terrified duo, smiled faintly, and then raised his hand, delicately gesturing. With two muffled sounds, Yu Hualong and Yu Huangyan did not have time to utter a single cry before their heads exploded, blood spraying into the air. Yu Tianqing's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Very well, it is time to bury them. What Yuqing uttered casually before departing lightly. Earlier, when Yu Hualong and his companion had nearly met their end in the square, Yu Tianqing had sensed Yuqing's decisiveness and ruthlessness, but he had not anticipated such brutality. They were the eldest son of the Yu family and a half-saint. To kill them without hesitation? Trembling, he nodded, hastily arranging for the cleanup. He then pursued Yuqing, saying, Master Qing, the main branch of the Yu family will surely not rest easy, now that they know the unparalleled treasure is in your possession. Even the elder may act personally. What shall we do? Why should we retreat? Yuqing replied with a slight smile. In fact, the people we are waiting for should be arriving soon. Why? Yu Tianqing paused. Who was Master Qing waiting for? Just then, a Yu family steward rushed in, panic-stricken. Elder, Master Qing, the people from the prison sky domain have arrived. No, not only from the prison sky domain. The banners on their flying vessels also bear the name Holy Heaven. Holy Heaven. Yu Tianqing's face shifted from confusion to alarm. Could it be the Holy Heaven domain of Yunzhou? That is a formidable entity, one that surpasses even the main branch of the Yu family, Yuqing. However, gazed toward the horizon, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated their arrival all along. Chapter 168. I will make him surrender it himself. Earlier, on the road to the Yu family, Gu Qifeng had sent word that individuals from the Holy Heaven domain were seeking the unparalleled treasure. At that moment, he had already deduced that it must be due to his activation of the heavenly crystal and the retrieval of the heart of the Tao fragment. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that right after his departure, people from Yunzhou came seeking the treasure? This might very well explain why the former ancestor of Ziyun had chosen to seal the heart of the Tao fragment away. Although Yuqing did not fully comprehend the reasons, it was evident that the people of Yunzhou possessed some means to sense the presence of the heart of the Tao fragment. Once its aura was detected, they could hone in on it. However, judging by the elder's demeanor, they could not pinpoint its exact location, only that it originated from the east of Yun. Thus, the forces of both the Holy Heaven domain and the main branch of the Yu family were hastily converging upon the east. Yuqing had no fear of this, though he did not entirely grasp the extent of his current strength, and prior to coming to the prison sky domain, he had little understanding of the power of those at the chaotic realm. He was well versed in the nature of sages. His extensive collection of insights regarding sage cultivation provided him with a rough idea of their tiers, and he believed they posed little threat to him. However, he was less certain about those above sages, kings and supremes. Having never encountered them before at present, it was uncertain whether there were any supremes in Yunzhou, but it was clear that there were certainly kings. The elder of the Yu family, with whom he had just conversed, was a formidable king-level expert. His arrogance in openly revealing that he possessed the heart of the Tao fragment was not without reason. While most in Yunzhou were still unaware that the unparalleled treasure was in his possession, it was only a matter of time before they discovered it. After all, he had already made a name for himself in the East. And many factions were aware of the emergence of a supreme elder from the prison sky domain, with several having witnessed him firsthand. If those individuals had any means of detecting the treasure's aura, It would not be long before they could trace it back to him. Given this, Yuqing decided it was better to reveal the treasure himself, drawing attention towards him in this way, wherever he went. The gaze of Yunzhou's forces would follow. His reasoning for this course of action was simple. He did not wish for the saints of Yunzhou to swarm towards Yundong, only to engage in a tumultuous contest for the treasures of the great Tao. Thus, he had to divert their attention elsewhere. With this thought, Yuqing's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke. You may entertain them. I shall return to the library if they wish to see me. Let them wait outside. Yu Tianqing trembled at this. Indeed, this Qing ancestor possessed an audacity that knew no bounds. Those were the saints of Yunzhou, the denizens of the holy celestial domain. They were entities far more formidable than the main branch of the Yu family. Yet, knowing they had arrived, the Qing ancestor remained utterly unconcerned and insisted they wait. Such arrogance was rare even among the saints of Yunzhou. However, before he could respond, Yuqing had already turned away. Yu Tianqing had no choice but to steel himself and head to the square to greet them. The vessel adorned with the banners of the prisoned celestial domain and the holy celestial domain descended upon the Yu family square. As Yu Tianqing approached, he was met by Gu Qifeng, the leader of the three saints from the holy celestial domain. Taisher Yuan, Ling Qingwan, and Elder Liu de Yu Qifeng offered a wry smile to Yu Tianqing. I did not expect to see you again so soon. These three were esteemed figures from the holy celestial domain, seeking an audience with the venerable elder, Taisher Yuan, the Tao seed from the holy celestial domain. Stepped forward with a smile. You must be the esteemed ancestor of the Yu family in Yundong. I am Taisher Yuan, and I have heard that a saint has emerged in Yundong, an elder of the prisoned celestial domain. Currently residing within your family, we kindly request your assistance in introducing us. Yu Tianqing, feeling the weight of the situation, replied, to the three of you. The Qing ancestor is currently in our family's secret library. He stated that if anyone wishes to meet him, they should wait outside. It was worth noting that the original words of Yuqing did not include any polite request. That was a courtesy added by Yu Tianqing himself. Ling Qingwan raised an eyebrow. The Qing ancestor certainly carries himself with great arrogance, expecting us of the holy celestial domain to wait outside. Few would dare to say such a thing. Elder Liu scoffed coldly. Does he not understand what the holy celestial domain represents? He should come out to meet us. Sweat beaded on Yu Tianqing's forehead as he found himself at a loss. Yet, Taisher Yuan smiled gently. Sister, Elder Liu, do not be hasty. After all, he is a saint, a revered elder in Yunzhou, deserving of respect. Let us proceed. Please, lead the way. With this, Yu Tianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, guiding the three saints to the entrance of the Yu family's treasure vault. At this moment, Taisher Yuan turned to Elder Liu. Elder Liu, I entrust this to you. Elder Liu nodded and, before the visibly shaken Gu Qifeng and Yu Tianqing, produced an 8-trigram bronze mirror and began to cast a spell. After a brief period, he gazed at the clear runes that emerged within the mirror, radiating a brilliant light, and his expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was right here. Ling Qingwan's face lit up with joy. It is he. The treasure of the great Tao resides within Yuqing. Both Yu Tianqing and Gu Qifeng felt a jolt run through them. They had initially thought they could negotiate, yet the opponent had immediately zeroed in on their target. Quickly, let us enter. In her excitement, Ling Qingwan attempted to rush into the vault, only to be halted by Taisher Yuan's outstretched hand. Sister, do you not understand? Inside resides not an ordinary individual, but a saint. Are you seeking death? Ling Qingwan frowned. Brother, what do you mean? A mere saint dares to act against us of the holy celestial domain. The treasure of the great Tao lies before us. Can you still maintain your composure? Taisher Yuan responded with a slight smile. To travel 100 miles, one must first complete 90. Even when it is within reach, one must remain calm. Should a saint obtain the treasure of the great Tao, do you think they would easily relinquish it? Perhaps they may not withstand the holy celestial domain, but taking the lives of the three of us would be effortless. The deterrent of the holy celestial domain may not hold much weight before such overwhelming temptation. Reluctantly, Ling Qingwan acquiesced, while Elder Liu regarded the young Tao seed with approving eyes. Although there were several Tao seeds in the holy celestial domain, Taisher Yuan stood out as the most exceptional. In comparison, Ling Qingwan, though gifted in cultivation, fell short in other aspects. It was evident that this Tao seed was being groomed as a future domain lord. Yu Tianqing and Gu Qifeng also felt relieved. Had they clashed with Yuqing here, the outcome would have been uncertain. Taisher Yuan smiled. For the treasure of the great Tao, even if it takes days and nights, what harm is there? Sister, do not worry. I will persuade him to willingly surrender the item. Chapter 169. The ancestor of the Yu family. Speculation. Inside the secret library, Yuqing remained oblivious to the commotion outside, deeply engrossed in the texts detailing the treasures of the great Tao. Besides the two ancient tomes brought from Yunzhou by the first ancestor of the Yu family in Yundong, The remaining volumes were primarily the legacy of that ancestor himself, while Yuqing had grasped some fundamental information regarding the treasures of the Great Tao. Several questions still lingered in his mind. First, if the treasures of the Great Tao all descended at once during the primordial era, why did the fragment obtained by the purple cloud ancestor fall alongside a meteorite 10,000 years ago? Did this imply that, although later generations could not manufacture treasures of the Great Tao, they still continued to manifest in the world? Furthermore, if this fragment of the heart of the Great Tao constituted a treasure, what then was the heart of the Great Tao itself? The purple cloud ancestor had attained sainthood by relying on this fragment, yet prior to that, he had merely been an ordinary being in the chaos realm. How had he managed to conceal the treasure from the eyes of others in Yunzhou? These remained perplexities requiring resolution. The notes and records left behind by the ancestor of the Yu family contained some intriguing discrepancies. This ancestor, one of the direct lineage of the main branch, had quarreled with others in the family and, in a fit of rage, departed for Yundong. Logically, given the vastness of Yunzhou, if one wished to start anew, there were countless places to choose from. Why come to this remote region of the 36 domains in Yundong? The reason, of course, was the treasure of the Great Tao. This ancestor did not genuinely wish to sever ties with the Yu family. Rather, he sought to discover the treasure himself, to ascend to greater heights, and return to the family with his head held high. Unfortunately, he clearly did not succeed in this endeavor. Thus, in his later years, returning to the Yu family became an obsession. This obsession was subsequently passed down to the descendants of the Yu family in Yundong. How, then, was he certain that there existed a treasure of the Great Tao in Yundong? In the notes left by the first ancestor of the Yu family, it was recorded that he had been searching for news regarding the treasures before leaving the Yu family, although this was tens of thousands of years ago. The decline of the cultivation world in Yunzhou had already become quite severe. Not only the Yu family, but even the Holy Celestial Domain, which had once dominated Yunzhou for countless years, no longer had supreme experts in residence. Following the passing of the last supreme elder of the Holy Celestial Domain, the suppressed local powers of Yunzhou, such as the 10 great families, seized the opportunity to rise, carving up territories, and openly defying the Holy Celestial Domain's commands. On the surface, Yunzhou was still under the dominion of the Holy Celestial Domain, but in reality, it had descended into chaos, with various factions vying for control. That in such circumstances, if a supreme being were to emerge, they could easily replace the Holy Celestial Domain and become the true overlord of Yunzhou. However, lacking a treasure of the Great Tao, everyone was merely powerless. That it was a widely accepted belief that treasures of the Great Tao could not be artificially created. They were remnants from the primordial era. Yet, this ancestor of the Yu family harbored a different belief. After attaining sainthood, he traveled throughout Yunzhou, even venturing into neighboring regions, gathering tales about the treasures of the Great Tao. Ultimately, he arrived at a startling conclusion. Although these treasures could not be artificially manufactured, new treasures had continued to emerge from the primordial era to the present day, albeit in a concealed manner. Why were they deemed concealed? Because it was well known that when the aura of a treasure of the Great Tao appeared, it would be immediately detected unless deliberately hidden through specific means. When the treasures first descended upon the world during the primordial era, it was said that all beings on the continent since their arrival, according to the ancestors' conclusion, however, treasures appearing after the primordial era did not initially reveal their aura. Rather, they manifested in another form, yet still possessed the ability to enhance cultivation. Only when someone utilized the treasure to attain sainthood would it reveal its true nature, emanating the aura characteristic of treasures of the Great Tao. This conclusion was indeed remarkable, corroborated by various legends he had encountered. Why had no one ever noticed? Because only upon attaining sainthood would the recipient be aware, and to outsiders, it would appear as though the saintly figure had obtained the treasure from the outset. Once the aura emerged, the owner would most likely not survive for long, as newly ascended saints could hardly withstand the ambitions of numerous others coveting the treasures. In reflecting upon this, Yuqing felt a sense of resonance. He speculated that the purple cloud saint might have experienced something similar, being targeted only after revealing the aura of the Great Tao treasure post-sainthood. However, he had possessed means to seal the aura of the heart of the Great Tao with the crystal of heaven. Yet, after his mysterious disappearance, he had never reappeared, and even his famed artifact, the extreme cold flame, had now fallen into Yuqing's possession. It seemed he was likely in grave peril. Thus, to outsiders, it appeared as though a saint had inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure of the Great Tao that had evaded discovery for various reasons and ultimately lost their life during the ensuing conflict, leaving others to reap the rewards. However, it is worth pondering that it is the sanctification of these individuals that has led to the formation of the supreme treasures of the Great Tao. Only someone like the first ancestor of the Yujia family, who traversed the world and spent millennia searching for various legends to verify one another, could arrive at such a conclusion. In addition, there is an even more astonishing revelation. Based on his own findings, he discovered that the emergence of these newly born supreme treasures of the Great Tao, since the ancient times, follows a certain pattern in their locations. The intervals between their appearances also tend to be remarkably consistent. Of course, he did not document this information in detail, as such confidential knowledge should not be carelessly recorded for others to see. It was likely hidden elsewhere or merely retained within his mind. Ultimately, he deduced that the next supreme treasure of the Great Tao would appear in Yundong. In summary, this insightful first ancestor of the Yujia family conveyed his thoughts to his relatives, hoping to persuade the then head of the Yujia family to relocate the entire family to Yundong. This would allow them to seize the opportunity when the supreme treasure appeared. At that time, once the Yujia family acquired the supreme treasure and someone achieved the status of the supreme, they could return to Yuzhou with an air of dominance, sweeping away all opposition. In hindsight, his conjecture was undeniably accurate. Regrettably, the members of the Yujia family at that time did not believe his predictions, dismissing them as mere fantasies. As for relocating the entire family to Yundong, what a joke. Who would abandon the foundation built by the Yujia family over the years in Yuzhou based on a fanciful hypothesis? No one would act so recklessly. Chapter 170. In my hands, it was for this reason that this first ancestor of the Yujia family in Yundong had a fierce argument with his family, each holding steadfast to their views. When he realized that even his family did not believe or understand his thoughts, he, in a fit of anger, left Yuzhou alone. He journeyed to Yundong, seeking traces of the supreme treasures of the Great Tao while leaving behind a lineage and establishing a branch of the Yujia family in Yundong. He firmly believed that according to his deductions, the supreme treasure would indeed manifest in Yundong over the course of several millennia. When that time came, either he or his descendants would obtain the supreme treasure and return to the Yujia family, proving his correctness to the main lineage. Clearly, he was right in his assumptions. The supreme treasure did indeed appear in Yundong. Unfortunately, this first ancestor did not live to witness that moment, nearly 30,000 years after his death. The supreme treasure fell from the heavens in a meteorite, landing on the land of Yundong, ultimately acquired by the ancestor of Xian, and eventually came into the possession of Yuqing. However, by this time, the Yujia family, aside from remembering the need to return to the main lineage, had long forgotten about this event, even considering the supreme treasure to be mere legend. If this first ancestor had a spirit in the heavens, witnessing today's scene, he might feel either gratified that his predictions were not in vain or lament the inadequacy of his descendants. As Yuqing stored the scroll away, he pondered thoughtfully. He had previously believed that the system's task requiring him to collect 8 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao was due to the fact that only 8 supreme treasures remained in the world. However, it now appeared that the supreme treasures continued to emerge. Furthermore, the information and legends collected by the first ancestor of the Yujia family, along with the deduced locations, were merely confined to Yuzhou and the surrounding islands. If one were to consider the entire continent, there could well be countless undiscovered supreme treasures. Thus, Yuqing was not overly concerned about the search. Nevertheless, he began to contemplate what exactly these fragments of the heart of the Great Tao were. The fact that the system could be triggered indicated that these items were indeed extraordinary. They must possess significance beyond merely achieving the status of the supreme. Of course, if others were to learn of Yuqing's speculation, they would likely be astounded. Achieving the supreme is not a trivial matter. Perhaps Yuqing was unaware of the true extent of the power of the supreme, but he did know that the system had not only provided him with a plethora of insights from sages and their treasures, but also substantial feelings and legacies from the supremes. Although Yuqing himself could not fully comprehend or cultivate these, it was evident that the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao, which attracted the system, were not quite on the same level as the supreme treasures. Regardless, he decided to take his time. Once the task was completed, he would eventually uncover the truth. After contemplating this, Yuqing put the matter aside. For now, he needed to focus solely on how to find the treasures. As for the secrets and implications involved, those were not his concern. In fact, the writings of the first ancestor of the Yujia family provided him with some insights regarding how to search for these treasures. One particular jade slip recorded some conjectures by the ancestor, suggesting that the supreme treasures of the Great Tao should possess some form of connection with one another. The locations of all the supreme treasures seemed to follow a certain pattern. If someone were to hold a supreme treasure at the place of its manifestation, they might be able to sense the locations of other supreme treasures. Naturally, the first ancestor had never encountered a true supreme treasure in his lifetime, so this remained merely a conjecture, one he did not take very seriously. However, it provided Yuqing with a direction, given that he possessed a supreme treasure and was aware of where it had manifested. He recalled that this fragment of the heart of the Great Tao had descended alongside the meteorite, which had been acquired by the ancestor of Xian. The ancestor had once briefly noted the location of the meteorite's fall in his writings. With that in mind, why not give it a try? After all, it was in Yundong, and there was little to lose. Thinking along these lines, Yuqing retrieved the notes of the ancestor of Ziyun and flipped through them. According to the records, the meteorite had fallen in the border region of Yundong, adjacent to the western area of the Qiguang domain. When it descended, it caused a tremendous commotion, creating a massive crater spanning hundreds of miles. Upon reading this, Yuqing's eyes sparkled. The Qiguang domain is indeed where the wasteland lies. How fortuitous. He had been planning to return to the wasteland before heading to Yuzhou to reunite with Xiaoli and the others. This way, he could conveniently make a detour. Although the exact location was not specified, a meteorite creating a crater hundreds of miles wide could not simply vanish in the span of merely 10,000 years. Such a vast crater would be easy to locate, wouldn't it? With this thought, Yuqing had already begun to formulate a plan for his upcoming actions, nodding in satisfaction as he rose from the library. Next, he should address some other matters. Upon exiting the treasure vault of the Yujia family, he saw several individuals waiting in the courtyard, each displaying different expressions. Jiu Qifeng and Yu Tianqing appeared anxious and restless. Old Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed, and a calm demeanor. Ling Qingwan looked impatiently at the direction of the treasure vault, her face displaying displeasure. Only Taisher Yuan wore a smile. Hands behind his back. The moment Yuqing stepped out of the door, the gazes of the 5 individuals converged on him simultaneously. I am the next moment, Taisher Yuan stepped forward. Bowing respectfully to Yuqing. I am Taisher Yuan from the Holy Heavenly Domain. And I have the honor of meeting the esteemed Yuqing. Though Ling Qingwan appeared somewhat reluctant, seeing that her senior brother had already paid his respects, she had no choice but to follow suit. Albeit begrudgingly. I am Ling Qingwan of the Holy Heavenly Domain. I pay my respects. As she spoke, she emphasized the term Dao Seed. Any knowledgeable expert in Yuzhou would understand the significance of the Holy Heavenly Domain's Dao Seed, which represented a future sage. Throughout history, almost every Dao Seed from the Holy Heavenly Domain eventually became a sage. This was her subtle reminder to Yuqing that even though he was a sage, she, as the Dao Seed of the Holy Heavenly Domain, deserved his utmost respect. Regrettably, prior to today, Yuqing had been oblivious to what the Holy Heavenly Domain entailed and had no reaction to the term Dao Seed. Her insinuation was wasted. Yuqing merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," before unexpectedly speaking in an exceedingly straightforward manner. You all wish to obtain that supreme treasure, do you not? As the words fell, he raised his palm, revealing the fragment of the heart of the great Tao within. Indeed, it is right here in my possession. At that moment, all eyes were instantly glued to him. The trio from the Holy Heavenly Domain widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had suspected that the supreme treasure might very well be in Yuqing's hands, they never anticipated he would so casually present it. This was a treasure that could drive countless sages to madness. An opportunity to achieve the supreme. At that moment, even the usually composed Taisher Yuan breathed heavily. Chapter 171. I will personally go to Yuzhou. This is the supreme treasure. Ling Qingwan stared incredulously at the fragment of the heart of the great Tao in Yuqing's hand. Her beautiful eyes revealing a mix of shock and desire. Quickly reveal it. She instinctively prepared to rush forward, but was halted by a hand. Hold on. The person stopping her was, of course, Taisher Yuan. With an unexpected level of composure, Taisher Yuan suppressed his own desires and smiled slightly. Your straightforwardness, esteemed predecessor, truly exceeds my expectations. Ling Qingwan protested, Senior brother, why are you stopping me? That is the supreme treasure. Taisher Yuan replied calmly. Is the supreme treasure more important than your life? Ling Qingwan shuddered, coming to her senses. She then recalled that the person before her was indeed a genuine sage if she were to act rashly. He might not hesitate to eliminate her in an instant. Regardless of her identity as the Dao Seed of the Holy Heavenly Domain, that a wave of fear washed over her, causing Ling Qingwan to instinctively take a step back. Regarding Yuqing with apprehension, Yuqing smiled slightly. You're not entirely foolish. Taisher Yuan chuckled. Esteemed predecessor is jesting. Since you are so forthright, we shall not beat around the bush either. I believe you understand the significance of the Holy Heavenly Domain. As for this supreme treasure, we, the Holy Heavenly Domain, must have it at all costs. Although the elder is a sage, he should be aware that being a sage does not equate to invincibility. At the very least, in the sacred heaven domain, there is more than one sage, and they have suppressed more than one sage as well. He paused for a moment before speaking. Of course, I do not mean to threaten you, elder. I am merely stating the facts. Moreover, I am not the only one vying for the supreme treasure. It can be said that throughout the entire Cloud Continent, every sage and powerful faction desires this supreme treasure. With you possessing such a treasure, you will undoubtedly become the target of many. At that time, not only will it be difficult to safeguard the treasure, but even your own safety may be compromised. Why Yuqing tilted his head slightly and asked, Oh, then what do you wish to do? Seeing that Yuqing did not immediately retort, Taisher Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. In his view, as long as there was no immediate fallout, there was still room for negotiation. Taisher Yuan spoke solemnly. Elder, if you hand over the supreme treasure to our sacred heaven domain, we can guarantee your safety. You could directly join our sacred heaven domain as a senior elder. Yuqing smiled slightly. Why do you sacred heaven domain and similar factions love to recruit people as senior elders so much? Upon hearing this, Gu Chiefing beside him felt somewhat awkward. Taisher Yuan smiled and replied, Elder, you jest. The position of senior elder is merely a title. What is truly important is that you would become one of the high-ranking decision-makers within our sacred heaven domain. Moreover, I suspect that you have not held the saintly position for long. You likely do not yet possess your own innate holy artifact, correct? Once you join the sacred heaven domain, the domain master will personally take action, along with several other senior elders, to forge a supreme innate holy artifact for you. At that time, with the holy artifact in hand, as long as you do not encounter a being of the king saint level, you will surely be one of the top sages. You will rise to become a figure capable of influencing the entire cloud continent. Furthermore, he continued, I promise that once our domain master acquires the supreme treasure and attains the pinnacle of supremacy, all resources within the domain will be directed towards supporting you in achieving the king saint level. At that point, you will be the second most important figure in our sacred heaven domain. This is the sincerity we extend to you, Elder. What do you think? Taisher Yuan believed that, as a representative of the sacred heaven domain, the conditions he offered were exceedingly generous. Even Yu Tianqing, who stood beside him, felt somewhat swayed by the proposal. At this moment, he had tied his own family's position with Yuqing's, naturally considering what was best for him. And no matter how strong a person might be, they could not contend against the covetous gazes of countless powerful individuals across the cloud continent. Only by being a ruler in their own right could one fend off the ill intentions of others. Although he had already rejected the main branch of the Yu family, the sacred heaven domain was evidently a better option. Why Yu Tianqing suddenly thought. Could it be that Yuqing's earlier unhesitating refusal of the Yu family's ancestor was an indication of his intention to align with the sacred heaven domain? Yuqing stroked his chin. You make a valid point. A glimmer of joy appeared in Taisher Yuan's eyes, and a smile tugged at his lips. But I shall not. Taisher Yuan's smile instantly froze on his face. Ling Qingwan trembled with anger and exclaimed, You are ungrateful. Yuqing replied indifferently, You people always use the same rhetoric. One offers you the title of ancestor, another offers you the title of senior elder. Unfortunately, I have never sought anyone's elevation. The fact that you can offer so many conditions to acquire something indicates that it holds far greater benefits for you. How about this? I shall not hand over the treasure, but I could take on the role of your ancestor instead. Yu Tianqing's face twitched. The smile vanished from Taisher Yuan's face. It seems that the elder does not intend to part with the supreme treasure. Do you understand what this implies? Yuqing smiled slightly. I do. It merely means a swarm of bothersome flies will come buzzing around. The reason I am here discussing this with you is precisely because of that. Your sacred heaven domain must hold some influence in the cloud continent, right? Taisher Yuan's eyes twitched. The sacred heaven domain was a sacred land within the cloud continent. It was an entity that once truly ruled over the continent. So calling it a mere influence was an understatement. Nevertheless, he nodded. Indeed. Elder, what are you trying to convey? Yuqing smiled faintly. I wish for you to convey a message for me. You may inform everyone that the so-called supreme treasure is in my possession. Those who desire it need not come to Cloud East. This territory is too small to accommodate a swarm of flies. In half a month, I will personally travel to the cloud continent with this treasure. At that time, those with the capability are welcome to come and claim it. Upon hearing this, Taisher Yuan and the others were momentarily stunned. Was Yuqing truly this audacious? Knowing that word would spread, making him the target of many, he not only refused to flee but also intended to go to the cloud continent. Was he seeking death? Taisher Yuan's expression grew serious. Elder, are you serious? Yuqing withdrew the fragment of the heart of the great path, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and nodded. If you're unwilling to relay the message, I can go myself. The three exchanged glances. Since Yuqing was unwilling to part with the supreme treasure, they could not obtain it today. However, if this information were to leak, the consequences would be unpredictable. The already complex situation would likely erupt into chaos. After a moment of silence, Taisher Yuan nodded. I understand now. Chapter 172. Return to the wilderness. Taisher Yuan and the others did not linger and departed. Since Yuqing had made it clear that he was unwilling to hand over the supreme treasure, there was no point in remaining. After all, he was a sage. Should a conflict arise, they would not be able to withstand it. It was entirely possible that Yuqing, in a fit of anger, could easily eliminate them. However, despite their departure, they did not truly leave. Even after Yuqing's declarations, they could not simply believe him and abandon their pursuit, especially now that they had confirmed the treasure was indeed in his possession. Taisher Yuan promptly informed the sacred heaven domain of the situation. He soon received a response indicating that a sage from the domain would be dispatched immediately, instructing him not to heed Yuqing's words or spread the information. This was only natural. Having finally learned of the treasure's precise location, it was the perfect opportunity to act decisively rather than waiting passively to compete with others. It would be foolish to allow themselves to be at a disadvantage. However, Taisher Yuan's lack of trust in Yuqing was evident, and it seemed Yuqing did not trust them either, just as Taisher Yuan notified the sacred heaven domain. He received word that members of the Yu family in Cloud East were spreading the news far and wide. They claimed that the Yu family had welcomed back the sage ancestor Yuqing, who had obtained the supreme treasure that had appeared in Cloud East. Furthermore, they proclaimed that in half a month, Yuqing would personally journey to the Cloud continent with the treasure. When Taisher Yuan received this news, he was utterly astonished. He could not fathom why Yuqing would take such actions. A treasure coveted by countless sages was finally in his grasp. Should he not remain discreet and avoid the risks associated with revealing such information? Why was he not only refraining from concealment but also actively promoting it as if he feared others would remain unaware? Reflecting on Yuqing's earlier remarks, Taisher Yuan fell silent for a moment before grinding his teeth. Could he truly believe he has the ability to protect the supreme treasure amidst the covetous eyes of the entire Cloud continent? Once the news spread, Yuqing would undoubtedly become the target of many. He even stated his intention to travel to the Cloud continent with the treasure. Was he jesting? What kind of chaos would ensue if he actually brought the supreme treasure to the Cloud continent? Taisher Yuan could hardly bear to imagine it. Perhaps he thought that by stirring up chaos, he could exploit the ensuing turmoil to safeguard the treasure for himself. Ling Qingwan interjected. Perhaps he believes that the situation will work in his favor. Taisher Yuan shook his head. Those who achieve sagehood are not fools, nor do they underestimate others. As long as the supreme treasure remains with him, he will be the sole focus of attention. No one would set the treasure aside to engage in a bloody conflict, allowing him to benefit. Even if the many sages of the Cloud continent were to clash violently, he would be the first to perish. Unless, of course, he were to abandon the treasure entirely, casting it away. In that case, he could indeed divert the calamity away from himself. However, those who suffer losses would not let him off easily. Furthermore, if he truly wished to discard the treasure, he might as well surrender it to our sacred heaven domain, where at least he could obtain sufficient benefits in return. Renounce the treasure and incite conflict is a self-defeating endeavor that no sage would pursue. Old Lu spoke solemnly. This individual's thoughts are inscrutable. Taisher Yuan shook his head. For now, we must report the situation to the domain. Soon after submitting the report, Taisher Yuan received further communication from the domain. The originally planned mobilization of the domain's sages was temporarily halted, instructing Taisher Yuan and his companions to remain in Cloud East and monitor Yuqing's movements. It was not that the sacred heaven domain feared competition. It was simply that since the news had already spread and the other party was a sage, capturing him would not be an easy task. The sacred heaven domain was located at the heart of the Cloud continent, making their journey more arduous compared to the many factions in the eastern part of the continent. Given that they had lost the initiative, there was no need to act hastily. Instead, it could provoke a response, causing Yuqing to sense danger and flee with the supreme treasure. Once a sage is determined to escape, pursuit is not a simple matter. There is a possibility that he may find a place to hide the supreme treasure. Much like the former ancestor Ziyan, leaving no trace behind. It would be prudent to remain still for the time being, preparing to dispatch someone to monitor Yuqing's movements. Should he truly come to Yunzhou to ensnare himself in our web after a fortnight, it would be most fortuitous if he chooses not to appear. 2 weeks will suffice for us to ready ourselves with numerous strategies for pursuit and interception. This reflects the confidence of the Holy Celestial Domain. Undeterred by the prospect of Yuqing delaying his arrival. If he were to indeed procrastinate, it would only serve to our advantage. This conundrum perplexed Taisher Yuan. If Yuqing's intent was merely to stall by stating he would arrive in half a month, he could have refrained from revealing the existence of the supreme treasure in his possession. Though he would eventually be discovered, it would not occur hastily. Why expose himself prematurely? While Taisher Yuan grappled with these thoughts, news arrived that Yuqing had departed from the Yu family in the east. As anticipated, that very day, Taisher Yuan beheld Yuqing's flying vessel ascend from the Yu residence, heading westward. He resolved to follow, keen to ascertain his destination. With a focused gaze, Taisher Yuan, accompanied by Ling Qingwan and another, stealthily pursued him. Simultaneously, many others, hidden in the shadows, undertook similar actions. Ever since the news of the supreme treasure in Yuqing's possession had spread, this location had become the focal point of Yundong. The emergence of a saintly ancestor from the Yu family alone had already caused a stir in Yundong, let alone the involvement of the legendary supreme treasure. Many remained unaware of the tempest that would soon ensue. Over the next 2 days, Yuqing's vessel continued its westward journey. Thousands of miles behind, concealed within the clouds, a pristine vessel as white as jade. For Taishu Yuan, who fixated on the horizon. It seemed they were nearing the border of the 36 domains of Yundong. Was Yuqing truly bound for Yuzhou? Yet, only 3 days had elapsed, and the fortnight was still distant. As the vessel traversed mountain ranges, the surrounding scenery began to feel increasingly familiar, prompting Yuqing to muse. At last, I have returned. Indeed, they had returned to the Qinghuang domain. Entering the realm of desolation. It was astonishing how a mere expedition into his secret realm had culminated in such extensive entanglements. Beside him, Li Xianbai echoed his sentiments they could never have imagined. Yuqing nodded in agreement. It had been several months since they first ventured into the secret realm. This journey had been profoundly enriching. Soon, the landscape grew even more recognizable. At that moment, a voice resonated from below. Imbued with reverence, pray tell, is the vessel above that of the Tianfuyu family? Chapter 173. I dare not address him as young master. At the sound of that voice, Yuqing felt a flicker of familiarity. After a moment, he recalled. Oh, it's that person, Li Xianbai, taken aback, inquired. That person? Who is it? Unable to immediately recollect the name, Yuqing waved his hand. An acquaintance. Allow them to come aboard. Simultaneously, another vessel approached from below. This vessel was none other than that of the foremost sect in the desolate lands, the Duhan sect. On board, Hong Tian and his companions gazed upward at the Yu family's vessel with awe. There could be no mistake. It was undeniably the vessel of the Tianfuyu family. An elder exclaimed with excitement. A banner carried by the progenitor of our sect has been passed down, and it bears this insignia. Others shared in the exhilaration. The Tianfuyu family was the lineage from which the Duhan sect originated. Previously, they had regarded Yuqing merely as a member of this family. During his absence, the sect had been in a state of unease, fearing they had offended a descendant of the ancestor. They never anticipated that the vessel of the Tianfuyu family would arrive today. Upon receiving the news, the disciples of the Duhan sect rushed to welcome them. We are disciples of the Duhan sect. Our sect was established under the guidance of the ancestor Yuao of the Tianfuyu family. Upon hearing of your arrival in the desolate lands, we have come to extend our greetings. Upon boarding, the members of the Duhan sect were taken aback. They observed that nearly everyone aboard was adorned in garments emblazoned with the insignia of the Yu family. This indicated they were direct descendants, as only direct lineage could wear such insignia on their attire. The Tianfuyu family represented a formidable presence, and within the desolate lands. The Qinghuang domain was considered a remote and impoverished region among the 36 domains of Yundong. In contrast, the Tianfu domain, home to the Tianfuyu family, ranked among the top 5 in the 36 domains. The Yu family was an immense force throughout Yundong. Any direct descendant, much like the previous Yuqing, was regarded by the Duhan sect with the utmost reverence, a figure to be looked up to. Yet now, aboard this vessel, there was no one they could regard with such admiration. Hong Tian knelt. Filled with trepidation, may I inquire which esteemed member of the Yu family has graced us with their presence? As a branch of the Yu family, we were unaware of your arrival and seek your forgiveness for our lack of proper welcome. One of the Yu youths smiled slightly. The Duhan sect, you say? I had not realized the Yu family had a branch here. I have heard tales of my second uncle's travels and the legacy he left behind. It turns out it was here. You are indeed fortunate today to encounter us. Come, the ancestor wishes to meet you. At the mention of the ancestor, Hong Tian and his companions trembled. Even within a family as esteemed as the Yu family, few were worthy of being referred to as ancestors. Such individuals were rare, and now they were to meet one. With a mixture of anxiety and excitement, Hong Tian and the others followed the Yu youth into the cabin. There, at the head of the main hall, sat a figure. A venerable voice echoed. Before the ancestor, do not forget to bow. Instinctively, Hong Tian and the others knelt, unable to lift their heads. Hong Tian of the Duhan sect. I bow before the ancestor. The venerable voice spoke again. I am Yu Tianqing, the current ancestor of the Yu family. I have heard that you share a profound connection with my family. The current ancestor, the three trembled anew. Within a grand family or sect, those of the highest cultivation and seniority were often referred to as ancestors, but this was an internal designation. Only the reigning patriarch, the supreme being of the entire faction, could be publicly acknowledged as the ancestor. Hong Tian and his companions could scarcely believe that such a figure had arrived in the desolate lands. Replying to the ancestor, our Duhan sect was established under the guidance of the ancestor Yuao of the Yu family. Not long ago, we hosted a certain young master Yuqing. The venerable voice resonated once more. Ah. The Yuao you speak of was my younger brother. He ventured forth in his youth and left a legacy behind. It seems we are fated to meet today. Alas, my younger brother has passed on many years ago and cannot witness his descendants. Upon learning that this ancestor was the elder brother of their original ancestor, Hong Tian and his companions were filled with excitement. But the news of Yuao's passing brought a wave of sorrow. The venerable voice shifted. You mentioned hosting a young master Yuqing. Hong Tian hesitated, then nodded. Yes, but we are unsure which branch of the Tianfuyu family he belongs to. He visited the desolate lands months ago, and we did our utmost to serve him, yet he vanished without a trace thereafter, causing great concern among our disciples. The venerable voice smiled slightly. Ah, this Yuqing. Even I dare not address him so casually. The moment those words left his lips, the three were momentarily stunned. Then, a voice they knew all too well, one they would never forget even in dreams, rang out. I finally remember, your name is Hong Tian. Isn't it? At that instant, the three jolted, instinctively lifting their heads. What greeted them was the familiar, striking visage of Yuqing. Young Master Yuqing. Indeed, seated at the head of the hall was none other than the Yuqing they had been yearning for, who had been missing for months. Young Master Yuqing. So you are unharmed? Hong Tian exclaimed with delight. But then he realized something. The figure seated in the chair was Yuqing, yet the one who had just spoken was the ancestor. He instinctively turned his head, only to see an elder beside Yuqing, with white hair and an imposing presence, stroking his beard as he spoke. That is acceptable, but the title must be amended. The voice that had just spoken was indeed the same venerable voice. In an instant, the minds of Hong Tian and the others went blank. What was happening? Did not this elder just claim to be Yu Tianqing, the current ancestor of the Yu family? Why then was the current ancestor standing beside Yuqing? Had they somehow reversed their roles? The three exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend. Could it be that the Tianfuyu family had such customs where the younger generation sat and the elders stood? Was there such a stark cultural difference between the Tianfu domain and their own? They observed Yuqing smiling quietly, while Yu Tianqing chuckled. From now on, you may not refer to him as young Master Yuqing. Even I do not dare to call him that. This is my family's supreme ancestor. Henceforth, you shall address him as celebrated ancestor. Do you understand? The three of them exchanged glances, and for a moment, they felt as though they were lost in a dream. Chapter 174. At last, you have returned, my lord. The contemporary elder Yu Tianqing is, in fact, the elder brother of the first ancestor of the Duhan sect. A matter that dates back many years. One cannot help but wonder how advanced in years the esteemed young Master Yuqing must be in their eyes. This thought left Hong Tian and his companions momentarily bewildered. Entirely unaware that they had unwittingly crafted an image of an old monster who pretends to be youthful. With a slight smile, Yuqing remarked, "It's no trouble. Young master sounds more pleasant to the ear." Upon hearing this, Hong Tian and his companions felt their assumptions confirmed and exchanged glances before bowing in unison. "Yes, young master. How has the situation in the wasteland been during my absence?" Yuqing inquired, nodding in satisfaction. Despite being addressed as an elder lately, Yuqing believed that both his actual and mental ages were still quite youthful and did not consider himself an old monster. He preferred to be called sir or young master rather than elder. Hong Tian promptly responded, in reply to the young master, "The wasteland has been exceptionally tranquil of late, with no significant events occurring. Your disciples and attendants are still cultivating in the southern frontier. While the young master Shao Li has made quite a name for himself during his travels in recent months, the flying vessel continued toward the southern frontier." Yuqing smiled slightly upon hearing about Shao Li. Even after acquiring the supreme bone and achieving remarkable talent, along with the insights of a sage that allowed for rapid cultivation, Shao Li still adhered to the gradual process of cultivation. Thus, substantial growth within just a few months was unlikely. His previous exploits stemmed from wielding the formidable blade that Yuqing had bestowed upon him, which allowed him to triumph over opponents far superior in cultivation. Now, without the blade, Shao Li's fame had only increased due to his association as Yuqing's disciple. Following the events at the Duhan sect, Yuqing's name had become renowned throughout the wasteland, commanding respect even from its unquestionable overlords. Anyone who dared to challenge his disciples would only invite trouble upon themselves. Before long, as they conversed, the flying vessel entered the southern frontier, gradually approaching the former location of the Zun's secret realm. Months had passed since Yuqing and Li Xianbai had breached the restrictions to enter the realm, and now its entrance had vanished. However, Yuqing could sense its lingering presence in the void nearby, ready to be summoned at will. This secret realm could serve as a sanctuary in the future, though it was not needed at present. It must be noted that while Yuqing had surpassed all expectations in combat prowess, even he was unsure of his current strength in terms of other methods. Apart from his unparalleled mastery of formation techniques, he still had much to learn. He could not conceive of how to create such a secret realm. Having never comprehended any great principles, lost in thought, he felt a familiar energy emanating from below. A smile crept upon his lips as he stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck. Gazing downward, the familiar sight of the Mosui courtyard came into view. Sensing the arrival of its master, the courtyard pulsed with joyous energy. that while Yuqing had previously instructed the courtyard to find a serene location nearby while awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Now, it was nestled at the mouth of a small valley beside a gentle stream, blending seamlessly with its enchanting surroundings that a flock of ducks and chickens frolicked in the water, while a nine-headed serpent toiled diligently in the yard. The tranquility was interrupted as a rough voice called out, "Who dares to fly recklessly above my territory?" At that moment, the door of a side room swung open with a thud, revealing an exceedingly ugly black gorilla swaggering forth. Flanked by two enchanting female demons, it was none other than Empress Nangong. Upon hearing Empress Nangong's words, Lu Er trembled with admiration, clutching her heart and exclaiming, as expected of Sanlang, so impressive and commanding. The masked demon, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "Sanlang, let me teach these rascals a lesson." With a gentle smile, Yuqing leaped down. "Since when did this become your territory?" Empress Nangong instinctively snorted, "If this isn't my territory, whose could it be?" However, halfway through his retort, Empress Nangong suddenly recognized the familiar voice and the descending figure, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. He swiftly shoved the masked fox demon aside and excitedly rushed forward. In midair, he expertly bent his knees and glided, landing perfectly beside Yuqing, kneeling at his feet. "Master, you've finally returned. We were so worried." Empress Nangong wailed, clinging to Yuqing's leg, his sobs so heart-wrenching that even those aboard the flying vessel could not help but nod in sympathy. While Empress Nangong's appearance was indeed grotesque, his loyalty was undeniable. As he wept, his face contorted in sorrowful expression, Yuqing felt a twinge of nausea and discreetly pushed him aside with his leg. "Where are the others?" Realizing his oversight, Empress Nangong shouted, "Shao Si, Lauda, Lao Er, our master has returned." Instantly, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, 3 other gorillas of varying shapes and sizes rushed out. Kneeling at Yuqing's feet and wailing in unison, "Master, you have finally returned." Witnessing this scene of 4 gorillas crying simultaneously, Yu Tianqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that the revered ancestor would have an affinity for raising gorillas. Li Xianbai, shaking his head with a bitter smile, remarked, "It's not just gorillas." As Yuqing descended into the courtyard, he was surrounded by an array of creatures: gorillas, 9-headed serpents, chickens, ducks, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a miniature zoo. Yu Tianqing's face twitched, having previously seen the ducks and chickens by the river, which he assumed to be ordinary poultry, only to discover they were part of the ancestor-s collection. It is not that raising animals is inherently negative. In the cultivation world, it is common to keep spirit beasts. Both the Yu family and the Duhan sect possess numerous spirit beasts and even demons. However, one cannot help but compare the majestic creatures of others, mystical turtles, celestial cranes, white tigers, and flood dragons, with the humble chickens, ducks, and gorillas of their own ancestor. While the 9-headed serpent appeared somewhat extraordinary, it too looked rather lackluster and devoid of vitality. Only the 2 female demons retained some allure, albeit not in a particularly respectable manner. If Yuqing were to learn of Yu Tianqing's thoughts, he would surely exclaim his innocence. He too wished to raise something impressive. This was not by choice. These 4 demons were originally intended for alchemical purposes. The 9-headed serpent was meant for Shao Li, and the 2 female demons had been lured in by Empress Nangong. The chickens and ducks were merely for experimentation with transmutation. None of these were creatures he had willingly chosen to keep. Oh, one might argue there was indeed one creature he had chosen to care for actively, and it was now present, from the sky. A joyful shout rang out, "Master, you've returned." A young boy descended from above, brimming with excitement as he rushed toward Yuqing. It was none other than Shao El. Yuqing smiled gently, ruffling Shao Li's hair. "Your master has returned." He had previously observed the 9-headed serpent digging in the courtyard, knowing that Shao Li must often be around. Hong Tian had mentioned that although Shao Li spent most of his time traveling, he would frequently return. They had contemplated asking Shao Li about Yuqing's whereabouts, but he had been unresponsive. While Yu Tianqing watched Shao Li, whose appearance was not particularly striking but charming for a child, and felt a sense of relief, at least the ancestor maintained some semblance of normal aesthetic standards. Wait, what did this child call the ancestor? Master. He glanced curiously at Li Xianbai, who sighed in resignation. What is meant to happen will happen. After exchanging a few words with Shao Li, a voice filled with surprise interrupted, "Young Master Yuqing, you have returned. But where is my master?" Turning to face the source, Yuqing saw a handsome young man approach, his face alight with surprise but tinged with concern. It was none other than Shao Man, the former attendant of Li Xianbai. "I'm right here," came the reply, as Li Xianbai descended alongside him. "Master," Shao Man exclaimed joyfully. Although he had received prior word from Li Xianbai that they were safe and had merely returned to the prison heaven domain, seeing them in person was a relief. Master, you and young Master Yuqing are both safe. What a relief. Li Xianbai patted Xiao Man's shoulder, sighing, from now on, you cannot continue to call him young master. Xiao Man looked taken aback. What should I call him then? As a realization dawned upon him, his face lit up. Have you accepted young Master Yuqing as your disciple? Li Xianbai's expression stiffened. Shaking his head, no, he approached Yuqing. My master has accepted me as his disciple. Then, lowering his gaze to Xiao Li, he took a breath and declared, Senior brother, Xiao Man. Xiao Li. In that moment, both the young man and the boy in the courtyard were left utterly bewildered. Weren't you the one who used to act like a granduncle? Why do you call me senior brother? Little Lier responded first. Puzzled, Li Xianbo shuddered at the term little Lier, revealing an awkward smile. But it's a long story. In short, I have now become a registered disciple of our master. Senior brother, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Yuqing also smiled faintly, saying, Indeed, little Lier, from now on, he will be your junior brother. The little Lier found it strange. He never overthought things. Whatever Yuqing said was what it was. Upon hearing this, he patted his chubby little chest and exclaimed, So that's it. From now on, I will hang out with my senior brother, and he'll look out for you. Li Xianbo's eyes twitched, forcing a smile. Yes, senior brother. Tears streamed down his face. This kid was only a few months younger than him. The simple titles of senior brother and junior brother would accompany him for many years, bringing him much pain. Meanwhile, the Hydra observed this scene with a mournful sigh. This kid had become a senior brother. Was there any hope for my own liberation in this lifetime? On the other side, Xiao Man was still processing everything in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the master was going to take Yuqing as a disciple? He even had him send Yuqing's information back to the prison sky domain. Yet, upon returning, the disciple had become the master? This was even more bizarre than a miraculous transformation. Master, did you go to that prison sky domain? Was it enjoyable? After reminiscing for a moment, little Lier curiously asked why Yuqing patted his head. It was just average. But my master is preparing to go to an even more exciting place. Right now, I am here to take you all along. An even more exciting place? Little Lier's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Where is it? Yuqing smiled. You will find out when the time comes. But before that, we have another place to visit. With that, he lightly stepped on the ground. Let us go. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of Yu Tianqing, the entire courtyard soared into the sky. Yu Tianqing, a powerful figure in the chaos realm and the ancestor of the Yun family, possessed keen sight. Earlier, when the courtyard had merged with the surrounding environment, he had not noticed, but now, as it ascended, he finally realized. This courtyard was alive. After so many years, he thought he had seen all sorts of strange occurrences, but he had never witnessed anything like this. Even if stones could come to life, an entire courtyard doing so was truly unprecedented. Realizing this, Yu Tianqing trembled. The ancestor not only raised chickens, ducks, and monkeys, but even nurtured a courtyard? I wonder. Ancestor, can we not raise something more normal? Amidst the complex emotions of Yu Tianqing and others, Yuqing directed the courtyard to ascend, heading towards the outer regions of the Qinghuang domain. They passed the borders of the Man Kingdom and the Fuyao Empire. Yuqing glanced southward, but did not linger. He could take along those in the Mistwater courtyard. But those acquaintances in the south were a different matter. Currently, he held a supreme treasure, making him the target of all in Yunzhou. The stakes were too high. Even the slightest disturbance could obliterate these seemingly vast yet fragile mortal realms. Thus, it was not the time to return. He waved his hand, and the courtyard continued to soar ahead. Meanwhile, far away, tens of thousands of miles in the direction Yuqing and his companions were headed, in the Qiyu domain, a figure stood at the edge of a valley basin. Finally arrived. Chapter 176. I, the slaughtering heaven demon saint, have returned. How could this be? How has it changed so drastically? On the cliffs of the Falling Star Valley in the Qiyu domain, a person gazed incredulously at the basin before him. Dressed in splendid palace attire, adorned with embroidered dragons and phoenixes, he was none other than Nangong Fuyao. However, her voice, though still her own, carried an aged and weary tone, indicating that it was not truly her speaking, but rather the slaughtering heaven demon saint residing within her. What's wrong, ancestor? Is something amiss? Nangong Fuyao inquired with confusion. I heard that a star fell from the heavens here 10,000 years ago, altering the terrain and creating this valley. Thus it is called Falling Star Valley. That should be correct. The slaughtering heaven demon saint was momentarily speechless. Indeed, but I did not anticipate such a complete transformation of the terrain. It bears no resemblance to what I remember. What was this place like in your memory? And why have we come here? Nangong Fuyao cautiously asked. Naturally, it is to regain power. The slaughtering heaven demon saint waved his sleeve. Thousands of years ago, when I swept through the 36 domains and arrived here, I discovered that although the Qiyu domain was overall desolate and the spiritual energy thin, much like the Qinghuang domain we just came from, there was one place where the spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant, almost tangible. It was here. At that time, it was still a mountain range, completely enveloped in colorful mist, which was the manifestation of spiritual energy. Even the sacred place of the prison sky domain, the blazing world volcano, did not possess such a concentration of spiritual energy. Nangong Fuyao's gaze shifted. Then isn't this a true treasure? Why has it been claimed by other forces? The slaughtering heaven demon saint, regarding her as the one to save the world, shook his head. Though the spiritual energy here is astonishingly rich, it is unusable at that time. The spiritual energy contained a unique force. If absorbed into the body, one would undoubtedly perish within 3 breaths. Not only ordinary practitioners, but even I, out of curiosity, attempted to absorb just a wisp of it, and it cost me decades of lifespan, requiring significant effort to expel it. Thus, this place was not a treasure but a death trap. Even wild beasts could not survive here. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted. How terrifying. Then, ancestor, how can we use this place to regain our power? Do not rush. Let me finish. The slaughtering heaven demon saint shook his head, continuing. This place piqued my curiosity. I lingered here for over a decade, studying the area, even delving underground several times. Ultimately, I determined that this was not a death trap, but a genuine treasure. It was simply an immature treasure. Beneath this land lies a heavenly spiritual vein in the process of gestation. Nangong Fuyao trembled, her face filled with astonishment. Ancestor, what is a heavenly spiritual vein? The slaughtering heaven demon saint. How did I end up with someone so ignorant who cannot even follow my words? Nonetheless, he explained, in the world, the highest treasures are known as cave heavens and blessed lands. It is said that there are 36 cave heavens and 72 blessed lands in the world. Within these treasures, even a pig can easily cultivate into a spirit, and for practitioners, merely being inside allows their cultivation to grow automatically, making it much easier to attain sainthood than outside. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's face lit up with longing. If she had such a cave heaven, how could she not succeed in her ambitions? Of course, many of these were legends. Whether there were truly that many was debatable. In any case, there was not a single cave heaven in the entire East. Yet, to create a cave heaven, it is essential to possess a heavenly spiritual vein. There are countless spiritual veins in the world, but the heavenly spiritual vein is the finest of all, containing the laws of heaven and earth. And this place once had a heavenly spiritual vein in gestation. I speculated that when it formed, it would likely generate a new cave heaven. The powers contained within the spiritual energy were the yet-to-form laws of heaven and earth. Once matured, it would become a supreme treasure, but until it formed, it was more terrifying than any poison. At that time, I estimated that the heavenly spiritual vein would mature within the next several tens of thousands of years. Therefore, after setting up prohibitions here, I left, hoping that one day, if I succeeded in prolonging my life, I could benefit from its maturity. The slaughtering heaven demon saint sighed. Alas, fate has played a trick on me. I never expected a falling star to land here. It seems this heavenly spiritual vein has likely been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's heart sank. What? Does that mean our journey was in vain? The slaughtering heaven demon saint shook his head. Not necessarily. A heavenly spiritual vein is a wonder born from the creation of heaven and earth, and logically should not be easily destroyed. Besides, why did it fortuitously fall here? Is it mere coincidence or something more? Let us first go in and investigate. If the heavenly spiritual vein still has remnants, absorbing it could significantly restore my power. Nangong Fuyao's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and she nodded eagerly. You are right, ancestor. Let us hurry inside and take a look. Saying this, she leaped into the valley. The falling star had transformed this place into a vast basin surrounded by mountains. And after tens of thousands of years, it had become lush and covered in forests. As they traversed this area, it was evident that Nangong Fuyao's aura was significantly stronger than before. Throughout this journey, the ancestor had indeed imparted many profound techniques to her. Among them was a supreme divine ability, the divine shadow technique. Although she had just begun to practice it, she seemed to have an extraordinary affinity with these divine abilities. Progressing rapidly. In just half a month, she had already changed considerably, reinforcing her faith in the ancestor, the one who saved the world. She firmly believed in her identity as a descendant of a sage. If that were not the case, how could she resonate so profoundly with the mystical techniques imparted by her ancestors? It was as if they had been tailor-made for her. Even if her ancestor ultimately could not restore their power. With the legacy they had left behind, Nangong Fuyao's future was indeed bright. At this moment, she was brimming with confidence. envisioning a future where Yuqing and that despicable Nanshi would kneel before her, pleading for her forgiveness. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Little did she know that as she ventured deeper into the Falling Star Valley, a small courtyard was swiftly approaching from thousands of miles away in the sky. Chapter 177. Do you want a disciple? Yuqing's return brought immense joy to the misty water courtyard. The speed of their ascent was astonishing, and the Yu family's flying vessel struggled to keep up, leading those at the helm to question their very existence. Were they truly the ones flying, or was it merely a dilapidated courtyard soaring faster than them? Meanwhile, in the clouds further back, a pair of eyes fixed intently on the scene ahead, revealing a hint of astonishment. Could that courtyard be a treasure refined by Yuqing? It appeared almost alive. It was none other than Taisher Yuan, who was also discreetly following aboard a flying vessel. As a Dao seed of the sacred heavenly domain, he prided himself on his vast knowledge. However, he had never encountered a sentient courtyard before. Furthermore, Yuqing was heading in a direction that did not lead to Yunzhou. What could he possibly be plotting? Taisher Yuan understood that they were not the only ones focused on Yuqing. Along the way, countless hidden presences lurked in the shadows, and over the course of several days, the various factions of Yunzhou had begun to react. Their responses were largely in line with those of the sacred heavenly domain. Since a supreme treasure had fallen into the hands of a sage, it was prudent to prepare thoroughly before making any moves. For the top forces of Yunzhou, capturing a sage was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in seizing the treasure amidst the covetous gazes of countless others and returning it safely to Yunzhou. Currently, all eyes were on Yuqing. Whoever acted first would shift the target of their ambitions. In the absence of certainty, no one wished to be the first to take action. It was wiser to observe patiently and seek the right opportunity. Should Yuqing truly bring the supreme treasure to Yunzhou, it would be far easier to deal with him on familiar territory. Previously, when Yuqing returned to the wilderness to retrieve his disciples, many observed this with growing curiosity. Logically, having become the focal point of numerous ambitions, he should have kept others at a distance. Yet, he had taken the risk of bringing them along, seemingly inviting trouble. Did he believe he could protect not only himself but also those around him from the covetous eyes of other sages? Even a sage-level powerhouse would not be so audacious, for matters shrouded in uncertainty. The best course of action was to bide one's time and allow others to make the first move. However, as everyone held this thought, it resulted in a stalemate of sorts, each waiting for the other to act. What? You want me to make the first move? Why don't you act first? Humph, a bunch of cunning old foxes. Taisher Yuan snorted softly, continuing to watch Yuqing that he observed as Yuqing entered the depths of the Qiyu domain, occasionally sending out scouts for information. At that moment, two children soared upwards, Little Li and Xiaoqin. Little Li was not particularly close to the newly added disciple, but he adored the little companion Yuqing had brought back. Despite Xiaoqin's age being far greater than that of all present, he appeared younger than Little Li, who was overjoyed to have someone he could look down upon for once. What have you discovered? Yuqing casually inquired as he pounded herbs under a tree, noticing Little Li's return. When Yuqing first returned, Empress San and the others were ecstatic. However, they soon realized their error. The moment Yuqing arrived, he resumed his old practices and began alchemy. Although the nine-headed serpent helped share the workload, the four demons were still unable to escape their fate. Empress San's face was swollen, resembling a head balloon, as he sulked on the side. The masked one comforted him. It's all right, San Lang, you still look handsome even with a big head. Empress San retorted, get lost. Then, with a flattering smile, he approached, holding a teacup. Master, you must be tired from grinding herbs. Please have some tea. While Yuqing nodded but did not drink. Instead, he handed the cup to Little Li, who gulped it down in one go, sighing, Master, I have good news. I've learned that about 8,000 miles in this direction lies a falling star valley. It is said that millennia ago, a meteor fell there, creating a valley that often yields excellent spiritual herbs. Many people venture there to gather herbs, but strange occurrences frequently take place in the depths of the valley, leading many to disappear. Now, no one dares to venture too deep. Millennia ago, a meteor? Indeed, that must be the place. Yuqing's eyes brightened. The timeline matched, and it was likely the target he sought. He decided to head there first to see if he could uncover any information regarding other fragments of the heart of the Great Tao before proceeding to Yunzhou. Master, I'll go find out if there's any other news. Rather than flying continuously, Little Li preferred to take Xiaoqin down to play. Go ahead. Yuqing waved his hand, feeling buoyant. As soon as Little Li departed, Xiaoqin prepared to follow, but Yuqing suddenly recalled something and called him back. Xiaoqin, come here. Xiaoqin trembled slightly, trudging over with a mournful expression. Yuqing casually plucked a few hairs from his head, causing him to yelp in pain. At that moment, Xiaoqin's hair had transformed from its original pure green to a shade tinged with black. After examining it, Yuqing frowned. Why does it look the same as 3 days ago? Have you been slacking off in your cultivation? After bringing him out, Yuqing had directly handed him a sage's insights, instructing him to practice and expel the toxins and impurities within. Initially, Xiaoqin had been delighted, understanding the importance of cultivation. With the potential of a millennium-old ginseng spirit, he could easily ascend to sagehood if fully developed. However, after a few days of practice, seeing his hair darken, Yuqing began to pluck his hair for alchemical purposes. It was then that Xiaoqin realized the grim truth. Once he expelled the toxins and impurities from his body, Yuqing would use him for alchemy. Even if it wasn't he all at once, those hairs were still his ginseng roots. Pulling them out was painful. Realizing this, Xiaoqin began to sweat profusely, leading him to slack off in his practice whenever no one was supervising. Having little Lier accompany him was also a way to encourage his cultivation, just as Yuqing was chiding Xiaoqin. A grim voice suddenly echoed from outside. Why Yuqing? Hand over the supreme treasure. Otherwise, your disciple may not be safe. Chapter 178. Wu Jiao, the evil sage. Yuqing's gaze sharpened as he looked outside the courtyard. After a moment, he stood up leisurely, slowly pushing open the courtyard door and stepping out. Behind him, Mo San and the others hurriedly followed. The misty water courtyard was currently soaring through the sky. And outside, they were indeed in the heavens. That moment. Not far from the courtyard, above the clouds, stood a figure. Was a man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of profound power. Looking to be in his 50s with a goat-like beard, he radiated a chilling presence, causing even the clouds beneath him to darken ominously. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Do you think you can just grab my collar? If you don't let go, I'll make you regret it. The black-robed man held the struggling little Lier in his grasp. Clearly, he had been lurking outside, waiting for little Lier to emerge alone before swiftly capturing him. Little Lier was not the same as before. After months of training, his power had significantly advanced. With Yuqing's return, he had also regained his sword. Even among the elders of the Fighting Soul sect, none could easily subdue him. Yet this black-robed man handled little Lier effortlessly, indicating he was no ordinary foe. Meanwhile, many hidden observers concealed in the clouds recognized the identity of the black-robed man. It was him. On the flying vessel of the sacred heavenly domain, Taisher Yuan's expression tightened as he recognized the black-robed man. Simultaneously, Yuqing asked nonchalantly, "And who might you be?" The black-robed man revealed a chilling smile. "I am Wu Jiao." The name sent ripples through the hidden observers in the clouds on the sacred heavenly domain flying vessel. Old Lu frowned. I didn't expect him to be the first to act. However, it was both unexpected and anticipated. Taisher Yuan remained silent. Although Yuqing had announced he would bring the supreme treasure to Yunzhou in half a month, and many forces, like the sacred heavenly domain, chose to wait and see, it was evident not everyone would patiently await Yuqing's arrival. For some, whether it's in Yundong or Yunxiao, it is all the same. The essence lies in the opportunity not to be missed. Especially now that the supreme treasure is in Yuqing's grasp. Among these figures, one stands out. Han Wujiao, renowned in Yunzhou, also known as the Wicked Saint. Indeed, he is a veritable sage of formidable strength. It goes without saying that only a being of such caliber would dare to seize what belongs to others. From the onset, this contest has only permitted the involvement of those at the saintly level. Han Wujiao is one of the few independent saints in Yunzhou. His title of Wicked Saint rather than Demonic Saint is due to his extremist methods and notorious reputation, though he does not fully embrace the demonic path. Being a rogue cultivator, he is unencumbered by concerns, which likely spurred him to hasten to Yundong upon hearing the news of the treasure. Ling Qingwan scoffed, deeming him no more than a proverbial rat that could not amount to anything significant. Taisher Yuan remained silent that it is only someone like Han Wujiao who would unhesitatingly threaten a disciple, even a mere child. Others who have reached the saintly level may have engaged in such acts covertly. But in open view, they must maintain a facade of decorum, adhering to unwritten rules that allow for future encounters without burning bridges. Yet, despite the baseness of his tactics, they serve a purpose to gauge Yuqing's worth. A sentiment shared by Taisher Yuan and many others present. In Yunxiao, where powerful figures abound, those who survive such a style of conduct possess considerable prowess. Han Wujiao, though not weak, ranks among the average saints but employs unscrupulous methods. Knowing well the balance of power, never provoking the likes of the sacred heavenly domain, thus, he has managed to endure until now, making him an apt candidate to test Yuqing. Han Wujiao? I have not heard of you. Yuqing shrugged. What brings you to me? Han Wujiao sneered. Is it not evident that a place as remote as Yundong would be unfamiliar with my name? I have come today for a purpose you cannot fathom. At this proclamation, the expressions of Li Xianbai and others nearby shifted. Even though they had not heard of Han Wujiao, the word saint resonated with them. They anticipated that a saint would eventually seek Yuqing. Yet the swiftness of this encounter took them by surprise. Despite Yuqing's previous victories, this would be his first confrontation with a fully realized saint. Will Master Qingzu prevail? Li Xianbai and Yu Tianqing felt a wave of tension. Yet, Yuqing remained composed, stating, I am indifferent to your title. If you do not release my disciple, you will find yourself in dire straits. Han Wuzhou retorted, Is that so? Your ignorance is amusing, yet your bravado is unwarranted. I have no patience for idle chatter. Hand over the supreme treasure and your storage ring, and I shall spare you and the child. Otherwise, his aura surged, enveloping the heavens, darkening the sky as if the sun itself dimmed under his overwhelming presence. Those surrounding Yuqing felt the pressure and were compelled to retreat. Are you done? Yuqing inquired suddenly. Han Wuzhou's countenance darkened. It seems you refuse to comply. Yuqing shook his head. You prattle excessively, if you're finished. Then little Lier, do not dawdle, strike him. As the words fell, Han Wuzhou paused, and in that moment, little Lier, previously restrained, felt an inexplicable release of power and swiftly drew his sword, aiming at Han Wuzhou. A brilliant arc of light cleaved through the air, directed at Han Wuzhou's face. Humph, a mere child dares to harm me. Han Wuzhou thought, dismissing the attack. Yet, as the blade approached, an instinctive sense of danger surged through him, compelling him to evade. A scream pierced the air, and blood splattered as Han Wuzhou narrowly avoided the blow, losing several fingers in the process. Little Lier seized the moment, charging again, forcing Han Wuzhou to relinquish his grip in fear of another strike. You wretched brat, you dare to challenge me, he seethed, clutching his hand, fury distorting his features. The audacity of a child wielding such a formidable weapon astonished him. How dare you ignore me, Yuqing? You think your recent ascent to sainthood grants you power over me? Han Wuzhou's voice trembled with rage, but he was abruptly interrupted as Yuqing delivered a swift slap, sending him flying. A brilliant flash erupted as Yuqing's palm met Han Wuzhou's face, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of force that rippled through the surroundings. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves that upended everything in its vicinity, leaving onlookers aghast as the sky cleared, revealing a serene expanse. Yuqing withdrew his hand and remarked nonchalantly, What a name for one so pitiful. I warned you of your inevitable downfall. Half an hour prior, in the depths of the Falling Star Valley, Nangong Fuyao sat cross-legged amidst the trees, surrounded by a soft glow. Moments later, she, or rather the entity possessing her, the demon saint of slaughter, opened her eyes. Indeed, in the depths of the sea of consciousness, the demon saint of slaughter, filled with ecstasy, proclaimed, Despite the cataclysmic fall of the meteor, the celestial spiritual vein has not entirely vanished. Nangong Fuyao also expressed her astonishment, asking, Is that so? The meteor was unable to obliterate it. The demon saint of slaughter nodded, stating, To say it was not destroyed would be an exaggeration. Observe the spiritual energy in the air, concealed deep within, requiring special means to draw it forth. The celestial spiritual vein likely began maturing shortly before the meteor's impact. It may have even been struck at that moment. Whether this is mere coincidence remains uncertain. Following the collision, the spiritual vein itself was shattered, yet its power has merged into the depths of this entire space, hidden within the void. Furthermore, I sense that this power is no longer merely the essence of the spiritual vein. It seems to be intertwined with other elements that I suspect it may involve something brought by the meteor. Amidst their collision, a fusion occurred. Although the spiritual vein was destroyed, this place has transformed into a peculiar realm of spiritual energy. Ordinary individuals would be oblivious to it. Only beings like myself can discern its anomalies. Nangong Fuyao hurriedly flattered. Truly, you are a venerable ancestor. You can perceive the minutiae of events from 10,000 years past. So now, can you harness the power of this spiritual realm to restore your strength? The demon saint of slaughter stroked his beard with a smile. I am now confident, with a modest arrangement. I can activate the spirit-gathering array of my own making, drawing forth the energies of this realm and infusing them into your body. At that time, not only will I regain my strength, but your cultivation will also soar to new heights. Chapter 180. Nangong Fuyao has her limits. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao was overwhelmed with joy. Her arduous journey to this place would not be in vain. She had never ventured beyond the wasteland before. Now, she found herself in another domain, separated from the Fuyao Empire by countless miles. Yet, if the ancestor could restore his strength and in turn empower her, it would all be worthwhile. The distance between Yuqing and Nanshi kneeling before her was but a step away. Ancestor, let us commence immediately. The demon saint of slaughter chuckled. Patience, allow me to arrange a few things. Relax your mind and relinquish control of your body to me. Nangong Fuyao complied without hesitation. The next moment, she felt a tremor in her body, her aura shifting as the demon saint took control. He surveyed the surroundings, revealing a confident smile. The trees in this central area had been steeped in the energies of the celestial spiritual vein and that mysterious power for millennia, making them excellent materials for the array. There was no need to seek additional components. As he spoke, the demon saint waved his hand, conjuring shadowy figures that swiftly severed nearby colossal trees, commencing their refinement and preparation for the array's stakes. In mere moments, the formation took shape under his guidance. One must acknowledge that although the demon saint belonged to the demonic path, he was indeed a prodigy of his time, mastering the intricacies of the demonic arts. Swordsmanship, formations, and techniques to an unparalleled degree. The array appeared simplistic, yet was imbued with countless complex transformations, overwhelming Nangong Fuyao's senses. Finally, the demon saint raised his hand, and the shadows coalesced into a pitch-black demonic sword, which plunged into the ground. Anchoring the entire formation, he then chanted an incantation, commanding, "Rise." A brilliant radiance surged forth, transforming into a towering pillar of light, while a vast array rapidly unfurled, enveloping the surroundings. Under the array's cover, shimmering lights surged from the void, converging into the central pillar of light. The flow quickened, and the quantity increased. Within the pillar of light, Nangong Fuyao's body quivered as an immense force surged into her being. In an instant, she breached a minor barrier, her cultivation escalating at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the demon saint's own aura swelled. He stood within the formation, utilizing its power to absorb the latent spiritual energy of the Meteor Valley. Sensing his strength swiftly returning, the demon saint beamed with delight, laughing heartily. Indeed, this endeavor carries a gamble, but I have wagered wisely. If it were merely the power of the celestial spiritual vein, it would suffice. Yet it also incorporates that unknown, extraordinary force. This may very well stem from the power brought by the meteor. Such origins are shrouded in mystery. Given the demon saint's inherently cautious nature, he would not have dared absorb it. However, the previous setbacks had reduced him to a state of unparalleled weakness over the past millennia. Having failed to seize his physical form and unable to reclaim his sword, he was left with no choice but to take risks. Opting to harness the energies of the Meteor Valley to regain his strength. In this world, one cannot indiscriminately absorb all forms of power. Such forces, which even he could scarcely perceive, are perilous. Blindly absorbing them could result in catastrophic consequences, potentially leading to Nangong Fuyao's demise, while he, having regained some strength, would still have the opportunity to seek another vessel. However, given the exceptional circumstances, a degree of risk was inevitable for Nangong Fuyao to comprehend the demon saint's thoughts. Her expression would likely be one of astonishment. Yet, she was oblivious to such matters, consumed by the exhilarating surge of cultivation that the demon saint had promised. At this rate, she would soon break through to the sky-touching realm. At that point, she would be deemed a formidable force even amidst the wasteland, more than capable of quelling the turmoil within the Fuyao Empire. Little did she know, the demon saint, residing within her, was even more jubilant. He had indeed spoken the truth. Should he succeed, he would restore his strength, and Nangong Fuyao would also enhance her cultivation. However, he had never disclosed whether, upon regaining his power, her body would remain her own. Would he seize her form immediately upon achieving sufficient strength, or allow her to continue cultivating the shadow demon technique, utilizing the shadows to transform herself before taking possession? By then, their compatibility would be perfect, requiring no period of adaptation. The demon saint contemplated this, confident that after usurping Nangong Fuyao, bolstered by the power of the Meteor Valley, he could restore himself to the realm of the saints within 2 years. At that time, summoning back his sword would pose no challenge. Even with merely the initial stages of saint-level power, he would be unmatched against typical saints, setting the stage for his long-awaited vengeance. After much contemplation, the demon saint resolved to seize Nangong Fuyao's form the moment he regained enough strength to do so. He had grown weary of relying on another's body, especially one as foolish as hers. He had once been a legendary demon saint, an entity who had dominated the 36 domains of Yundong. Such a creature as Nangong Fuyao had once lacked even the qualifications to behold him. Now he was forced to masquerade as a benevolent figure, employing flowery words to deceive this ignorant insect. He could no longer endure this existence. Based on the current pace, within 2 days, he would possess sufficient power to annihilate her primordial spirit and usurp her body. A smirk graced the lips of the demon saint. However, Not long after, his expression soured. He sensed that the rate of absorption and integration of the Meteor Valley spiritual energy had suddenly slowed significantly. What could be the cause? The demon saint hastily probed with his consciousness and, after a moment, concluded grimly. They were nearing their limit. This limit was not his own, but rather, it was Nangong Fuyao's threshold. Currently, the demon saint utilized her body to absorb the spiritual energies of the Meteor Valley through the array, simultaneously restoring his strength while converting a portion to enhance Nangong Fuyao's cultivation. While it appeared he was bolstering her, the true intention was for his own benefit. The higher her cultivation, the greater her strength, and the faster she could absorb spiritual energy, ensuring he could restore himself to the saint realm within 2 years. Moreover, his pace of growth would far exceed that of Nangong Fuyao, leaving him unconcerned about any backlash. Yet, cultivation and physique are not synonymous. While an elevation in realm would improve one's constitution, there exists a limit. After all, each individual possesses unique talents. As for Nangong Fuyao, though her physical form was remarkably compatible with him, and she seemed to have undergone some form of refinement in the past, her inherent talent was woefully inadequate.